I transmigrated into the brain-dead cannon fodder villain of the book. The kind of ultimate cuckold who gets drained of his family fortune by a green tea school beauty and dies a miserable death. To avoid being trampled by the protagonist of Destiny, Zhou Hang, I tore off my disguise on the spot, stopped paying for the campus Belle, and directly reclaimed the SSS-grade accessory. Backhandedly contracted the school's most despised delinquent girl, a hidden, growing SSS-ranked demonship, with the system in my grasp. All I need to do is suppress the protagonist to plunder their luck and strengthen endlessly. Watching the protagonist's original opportunities fall into my pocket one by one. Watching the school beauty cry and beg me to come back. My heart remains utterly unmoved, even amused. As my demon account continues to evolve with game-breaking bugs, I discovered that in the depths of this world's oceans, there lurked indescribably terrifying shadows. Chapter 1, What Villain? All I see is a helpless, crying honest man. Zhou Hang, even if you give me a C-grade sale component, I won't agree to be your girlfriend. Snap. A thick scroll was snatched from his palm. Zhou Hang snapped out of his daze to face a heart-shaped visage brimming with disgust, its willow leaf eyebrows furrowed in anger. Ha! The other person snatched the object from his palm, shot him a glare, then turned away without a word, long hair swaying as they strode off. The midday sun hung high overhead as Zhou Hang stood unsteadily on the massive deck, his shadow swaying with the ship's motion, utterly bewildered. What on earth was all this about? Whoosh, the warm sea breeze brushes against my cheeks, and as I look around, the vast ocean stretches out before me. Am I on a cruise ship? Caw, seagulls keep flying by. Zhou Hang looks around and notices other young men and women on the deck pointing and whispering about him. Wow, young Master Zhang is so devoted. How many times has this gift-giving been? I heard he's been chasing Lu Ruyan since kindergarten. They're childhood sweethearts, innocent and inseparable. Come on, Lu Ruyan can transform into the A-class lightship smoke signal. What man could resist piloting the smoke signal? If it were me, I'd cling to her relentlessly too. Actually, I suspect Lu Ruyan might be testing Zhang Hao's loyalty, don't you think? The surrounding chatter kept coming, and Zhang Hao frowned, his expression somewhat dazed. The smoke signal? Lu Ruyan? Young Master Zhang? Wait, did I just time travel? A wave of dizziness washed over his head. From childhood to adulthood, the scenes of him always following Lu Ruyan flashed through Zhang Hao's mind, his dazed expression gradually turning bitter, and finally morphing into shock and disdain. Damn it! Did I just transmigrate into that idiotic novel, Demon Sea Star? And of all people, I ended up as that spineless loser? His lips trembled involuntarily as Zhang Hao remembered. Last night I accidentally stayed up too late playing Flight Simulator, and this morning when I blinked my eyes open, I found myself transmigrated into a novel? Holy crap! Zhang Hao, if I remember correctly, isn't he the first antagonist the protagonist faces in this novel, Demon Sea Star? As the young master of the Zhang family from the Mountain Sea domain, he pursued Lu Ruyan faithfully for over a decade. But in the end, when the protagonist Zhou Hao appeared and stole her away, Zhang Hao couldn't hold back a few resentful words, prompting Zhou Hao and Lu Ruyan to relentlessly retaliate against him. By the finale, Zhou Hao even allied with other factions to completely annex Zhang Hao's family. Recalling these details, Zhang Hao's expression turned wistful. To put it bluntly, was there anything wrong with Zhang Hao? Not at all. In the old days, from childhood to adulthood, he steadfastly followed Lu Ruyan, with eyes only for her. Damn it, this was absolutely a devoted, once-in-a-lifetime good man, right? But, in today's context, he's nothing but a complete cuckold, a villain obstructing women's freedom. Ha, times have changed, young Master Zhang. Aren't you just the cuckold here? With a slap to his own cheek, Zhang Hao now only wanted to get as far away as possible from Lu Ruyan. After all, if he kept hindering the little fairy's freedom, he might just get trampled by the protagonist along the way. Zhang Hao, where are you? Come here. I found a hull protection package I like. Hurry up and come pay the bill. Just as I was thinking of leaving, a bewitching, dissatisfied face peered at me through the window from the inner room on the first deck. Lu Ruyan had somehow already found herself standing in a boat shop, glaring at him impatiently with fiery eyes. Pay the bill? Oof. Shooting Lu Ruyan a sidelong glance, Zhang Hao slowly turned around and prepared to walk toward the deck on the second floor. He didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. If possible, he intended to carry the Zhang family's warship on his back tonight and sail away from the Shanyu Sea under cover of darkness. Can't afford to mess with the protagonist, but can I at least avoid them? Clomp, climbing the stairs alone, Zhang Hao's eyes were icy cold. On the deck of the first floor, everyone watching this scene was utterly stunned. Holy crap, did young Master Zhang change his temper today? Isn't he going to protect his little fairy anymore? TCH. I knew you men have no perseverance. How many years has it been, and you're already giving up? F***CK. This time I'm siding with young Master Zhang. Perseverance? More than a decade of perseverance isn't enough? Even an iceberg would have melted by now if you kept warming it every day. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, inside the Mountain and Sea Vessel Store number 1, the boss looked at Lu Ruyan with impatience written all over his face. I know you might be somewhat famous at school, classmate. However, the package you ordered costs 39,800. You've already opened the lubrication package, aren't you going to pay? Under the icy cold gaze, Lu Ruyan's face trembled.
I don't have money, but my simp, no.
I mean my childhood sweetheart is very rich.
Wait for me.
I'll call him over to pay right away. Her face instantly flushed red. Lu Ruyan panicked and tried to run out of the store, but the shopkeeper had already blocked her path with one hand.
No way, the payment must be settled in person. I don't have money. No money? Hand over your phone.
Ha, what for?
This is the student loan I applied for you. Mountain and Sea Ship Academy, second floor deck.
Zhang Hao stood there feeling the breeze, contemplating how to explain to his parents tonight about his plan to run away.
Suddenly,
a mechanical sound rang out beside his ear. Congratulations, host, for successfully saying no to your predetermined fate.
The villain's fortune plundering system has been activated.
Ha! A voice as refreshing as a spring breeze came through, causing Zhang Hao's expression to change.
System? Dad? Living dad. What's the use of you?
Beep. This system is dedicated to assisting villains in crushing protagonists and their favorite allies. Each successful suppression allows you to strip them of their destined fortune, which can be used to strengthen yourself. You have just successfully suppressed Lu Ruyan, one of the destined female leads. By refusing to pay her bill, you've humiliated her for 3 minutes. Congratulations, you've gained 3 strands of fortune.
Your luck has increased.
At the upcoming awakening ceremony, the probability of awakening the SSS-grade talent dice of fate has risen by 3%.
Current probability of awakening the dice of fate, 23%. So suppressing the protagonist group's luck can actually help me awaken a higher tier talent?
Rubbing his chin, Zhang Hao tilted his head slightly at a 45-degree angle.
Now, he's decided not to run away again. Just kidding. Before having the system, you'd be like my dad. After getting the system, how could I let you escape? Can you wake up to this?
I remember that in this world, all girls awaken their shipgirl forms at the age of 16, capable of transforming into vessels with various extraordinary abilities to explore the boundless seas. As for boys, they have to wait until they're 18 to undergo their talent awakening. The quality of the abilities they awaken also determines the upper and lower limits of the shipgirl forms they can adapt to. The reason Zhang Hao, that spineless man, clings so desperately to Lu Ruyan isn't just about pure love.
More importantly, it's because Lu Ruyan has awakened an A-grade ship form, the smoke vessel. An A-grade ship, tell me, which boy wouldn't want to pilot that?
But, if I remember correctly, the protagonist Zhou Hang's initial choice wasn't her at all.
Chapter 2, you actually chose a punk? Part 1. Fingers kept tapping on the railing of the second deck. Zhang Hao had just gained some insight.
Tap 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 tap. A series of hurried footsteps echoed along the ascending deck pathway by the edge. Lu Ruyan strode up the stairs with a face as dark as storm clouds, her expression grim enough to drip water.
Until those venomous eyes locked directly onto Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, what do you mean? I'm asking you, what exactly do you mean? Those beautiful peach blossom eyes were now bloodshot.
In the past, Zhang Hao, who had always been a sycophant nodding and bowing, would pay for her. But today, not only did he defy her, he even made her, a girl, pay for the items herself.
This simply made Lu Ruyan burn with rage. What do you mean?
Looking at the other's impatient face, Zhang Hao kept his hands in his pockets, his expression calm.
Pretending? You're still pretending? Pay for me. Are you deaf? What do you mean by coming here? Are you ignoring my request?
Her face flushed red, having just signed a loan at the store and run out, already seen by many classmates.
Lu Ruyan felt utterly humiliated. Instinctively, she wanted to vent all her shame and anger on Zhang Hao.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ruyan froze. Zhang Hao's expression gradually turned icy, completely shedding his previous fawning demeanor.
I said, Witcher heard me say I'd pay for your shopping before you entered the store.
You,
what do you mean? What do I mean?
My Zhang family has money, but that money didn't just fall from the sky.
Why should I spend it on you?
Zhang Hao, don't think acting like this will get my attention. You better pay back my loan quickly, and maybe then I'll allow you to bring me breakfast every day.
You're like this. Smack!
Before he could finish his self-centered rant, Zhang Hao suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised his hand.
Lu Ruyan quickly retreated 2 steps, instinctively thinking this spineless man Zhang Hao was about to strike. But,
his hand simply hung in midair, reaching toward her.
What are you trying to do? Give me back my Class C sale accessory. You gave this to me. What right do you have to ask for it back?
With silver teeth clenched, Lu Ruyan stared directly at Zhang Hao, whose expression remained blank. She suddenly felt he was a complete stranger.
Gave it to you? Think carefully, did I ever say it was a gift? Was it when I brought this part to you that you took it right away? Then went on about how even if I gave you a C-class sale, you still wouldn't be my girlfriend? Did I ever say I was going to give it to you? Answer me.
Under the glare of those sinister eyes, Lu Ruyan's words caught in her throat.
You bought it, isn't it for me? I'll count to 3. Return it or not, you know the consequences, right?
The ship's maiden of Shanghai Academy witnessed everything.
If I accuse you of theft, that's justified, no? The school's Belle, reduced to stealing things. Lu Ruyan, you wouldn't want the whole school to know about your habit of stealing others' belongings, would you?
Chin held high, Zhou Hang looked at Lu Ruyan with disdain. This kind of goddess who takes and takes yet keeps stringing others along he found utterly disgusting.
You, Zhang Hao, considering how long you've pursued me,
I'll give you one chance, clear my loans, and I promise to consider you as one of my boyfriend candidates, as long as you pay off my loan. Frowning, Lu Ruyan attempted to manipulate Zhang Hao again with the same old trick.
No way.
Without hesitation, he headed straight for the third deck platform.
Seems you want the whole school to know about your kink, huh? You, stop right there. Take your things and get out. Thud.
Seeing Zhang Hao really heading to the third floor, Lu Ruyan panicked, pulled out a scroll from her sleeve, and hurled it at Zhang Hao.
Whoa Zhang Hao, don't you dare expect me to ever speak to you again.
After throwing out those words, Lu Ruyan ran down the stairs with reddened eyes.
Whoosh, a cool sea breeze brushed past as Zhang Hao paused his steps under the sun and ocean winds, catching the throne scroll with a playful expression. Ding! Congratulations on successfully stopping Lu Ruyan from draining your blood.
You've once again suppressed Lu Ruyan's chosen destiny luck, gaining 5 strands of heavenly fate energy. Your chance of awakening the SSS-tier talent dice of fate has increased by 5%, current probability, 28%. A system notification sounded in his ears, and Zhang Hao felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Indeed, restraining the female lead from exploiting the antagonist also counts as depriving them of their fortune.
What do you mean by their fortune? Damn it!
Clearly, she's been sucking the blood of her simps to strengthen herself. Thud, thud, thud slowly descending from the second floor deck, Zhang Hao immediately drew countless gazes the moment he stepped down.
Wow, he actually made Lu Ruyan cry. How did young Master Zhang turn into such a scumbag? Eek, sisters, never date this kind of guy in the future. How can a boy make a girl cry? Exactly. Never get involved with such an irresponsible guy. Are you all out of your minds? Just because Zhang Xiao didn't pay the bill, he's suddenly an irresponsible person? 666. F***CK. So if I stay at home my whole life because I can't afford boat girl accessories, does that mean I'm inexplicably an irresponsible person too? The crowd buzzed with discussion, but Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered with what they thought. He paced away, heading toward the depths of the first floor deck. Mountain and Sea Ship Academy, Class 304. As soon as he entered the classroom, Zhang Hao could feel countless pairs of eyes fixed intently on him. In the front row by the corner, Lu Ruyan's eyes were reddened.
After casting a fleeting glance at him, she immediately lowered her head. However, the girl sitting next to her, a round-faced girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders and dressed in a white dress, turned her gaze toward him.
Zhang Hao, I heard you didn't buy Ruyan the care package just now? How can a grown man like you be so stingy?
The girl pointed at Zhang Hao, acting all righteous and self-righteous.
Stop barking. But the next moment,
Zhang Hao's eyes turned sinister as he directly shouted the girl down.
You, Zhang Hao, you. Why are you yelling at me? What I'm saying makes perfect sense.
If you treat Ruyan this well, just wait until her talent awakens.
Your talent isn't bad. Ruyan will definitely choose you. You have no perseverance at all.
Serves you right for not being able to win Ruyan's heart. Ignoring the white-dressed girl's shouting, Zhang Hao knew all too well what this woman was thinking. What nonsense about being good to her until her talent awakens, as if she'd choose him as long as his talent wasn't too shabby? Just another trick to string along desperate guys. She can string you along for a while, she can string you along forever. On the surface, she says she's waiting for you, but in reality, she's eyeing other options while keeping you on the hook. She keeps you hanging while looking for someone better. Only when she's older and truly can't find anyone better does she claim it was all a test for you, finally agreeing to be with you. Only naive fools would chase after such a fairy maiden. True affection has always been a mutual journey and mutual giving, not one-sided demands or unreasonable tantrums. Tap, tap, tap. He walked straight to the very back of the classroom, where students from poor families or those with low academic or shipbuilding grades usually sat. Zhang Hao didn't sit there, but his gaze was fixed on a girl in the corner. The girl had thick foundation on her face, short yellow hair, and an earring in her ear. With one foot on the chair and the other dangling, she looked every bit the delinquent. The girl's name is Mo Euro, and she left a deep impression on Zhang Hao. At the age of 16, she awakened the hull of a demon ship, with all attributes rated as E. To be honest, a ship girl like her might never find a good captain in this lifetime. At best, she could form temporary contracts with some captains to earn extra income and make ends meet. Yet at this moment, Zhang Hao's gaze toward Mo Euro was filled with greed, because he knew this was the fastest growing ship girl. Chapter 3, You Actually Chose a Blondie? Part 2. If Zhang Hao remembered correctly. In 1 week, the awakening ceremony would commence. At that time, barring any surprises, he would awaken the S-rank, talent, lucky dice, sparking a frenzy among the ship maidens. But this turtle man of the original host had awakened in S-rank, supportability, yet still went chasing after Lu Ruyan. He'd been strung along by Lu Ruyan all the way to the first sea gathering, failing to contract any ship maidens, and missing out on the gathering's opportunities. In contrast, the transfer student male lead, Zhou Hang, awakened the E-rank talent amplification. With no ship maiden in his class willing to contract with him, he shamelessly forced a contract with Mo Euro. Piloting the Devil ship, Zhou Hang astonishingly secured third place at the initial sea gathering. After modifying Mo Euro with a series of accessories, he sailed through graduation with near-perfect results. He then hooked up with Lu Ruyan. Once he gained her favor, he promptly dumped Mo Euro and steered Lu Ruyan's ship to triumphant victories. Recalling the plot, Zhang Hao understood clearly. An E-grade Devil ship performing so well in the initial sea meeting must have exceptional qualities. Such a shipmaiden, if she were to join forces with someone as resourceful as himself, wouldn't her prospects be even brighter? With this thought, Zhang Hao calmly approached the table next to Mo Euro. Seated next to her was a boy with similarly dyed yellow hair, glaring at him with displeasure. Zhang Hao couldn't recall his name, merely gesturing toward his own seat. Want to see the smoke ship? Ha? Want to? Yes. Yes. Well, I'll give you my seat in the front row. Go on. Really? The blonde-haired guy looked at Zhang Hao in surprise. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively and sat down next to Mo Euro with a carefree expression. You? What are you up to? Mo Euro, whose face was covered in thick foundation, looked at him. She wasn't actually that averse to Zhang Hao. After all, in her eyes, Zhang Hao was just a sycophant constantly showering Lu Ruyan with gifts, nothing particularly outrageous. Nothing much. Just wanted to get to know you, that's all. Studying Mo Euro's face, Zhang Hao could still make out her delicate features beneath a thick foundation if he looked closely. She didn't set out to be a delinquent. Zhang Hao recalled the backstory. Mo Euro's family was impoverished. Her older brother had gone to sea at a young age, leaving her to care for her younger sister at home. To avoid being harassed by the shady shipyard workers she worked for, she wore heavy makeup and deliberately adopted a delinquent demeanor, making herself seem unapproachable. We know each other. Why would a rich kid like you even know me? Mo Euro frowned, not intending to engage Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's lips curved upward. Hey. What if I told you I could get you a job, one that would guarantee you could support your entire family? Are you messing with me? The girl's eyebrows arched slightly. Zhang Hao crossed his legs and leaned back calmly in his chair. Why would I mess with you? I'm the young master of the Zhang family. Here's the deal. From now on, you'll be my shuttle boat to and from school. I'll pay you 350 boat coins per day. Just pick me up and drop me off morning and evening, and you'll earn over 10,000 a month. How about it? Just ferrying you? You're offering me that much? Gulp. Gulp. Her throat involuntarily swallowed several times. Only Mo Euro knew what 350 ship coins a day truly meant. It meant she could upgrade her sister's cabin to a better one, it meant they could eat better food, and even, she could afford to treat herself to a few sessions of basic maintenance each month. She fell silent. She really needed the money. Don't worry. It's really just pickups and drop-offs. I won't make you do anything. The devilishly tempting voice echoed, and Mo Euro hesitated. Then, you absolutely cannot force your way into my captain's cabin. No man has ever set foot in there. Oh. Rest assured, I never force anyone to do anything. Walk with me after school, and I'll even treat you to a meal. Zhang Hao calmly turned his head, a faint smile curling his lips. He understood the saying, haste makes waste. To enter the shipmaiden's captain's cabin, one must first gain her approval. Anyway, the first sea meeting was still far off. He could take his time. Well then it's settled, okay. It was hard to imagine that Mo Euro, who always hid behind her blonde hair, suddenly extended her pinky finger toward Zhang Hao, as if to make a pinky promise. What are you? Are you still a kid? Though he teased her with words, Zhang Hao still extended his pinky finger and pressed it against hers. Beneath the thick layer of makeup, the girl's cheeks seemed to flush slightly, rippling with a faint blush. Beep. Congratulations on stealing a sliver of affection from the main character's courtship maiden. You have successfully plundered 3 strands of the protagonist's destiny opportunity. Your chance to awaken the SSS-tier talent dice of fate has increased by 3%. Current awakening probability, 31%. Is this the beginning of draining the protagonist's fortune? Zhang Hao stared intently at Mo Euro until she felt so uncomfortable she buried her head. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. In the front row, Lu Ruyan kept her head down, yet her ears kept eavesdropping on the conversation behind her. For some inexplicable reason, hearing Zhang Hao and Mo Euro's cheerful banter made her feel uneasy. It felt like someone had snatched something that belonged to her. Hey! Ruyan, is Zhang Hao having one of his episodes? Is she hungry? Looking for that perky girl? Could it be that he can't have you, so he's lowering his standards? I heard Mo Euro's ship has carried quite a few cargoes. Who knows if any men have ever entered her captain's cabin? Beside her, the girl in the white dress with the round face kept sighing and murmuring. Lu Ruyan listened to these words, feeling only more irritated. Lin man, don't even mention that guy to me. From now on, I won't utter a single word to him. Even if he gets down on his knees and begs me, I won't give him the time of day. As soon as Lu Ruyan finished her harsh words, Lin man, seated next to her, chuckled.
Ruyan, you're being silly. Why are you so angry? This Mountain Sea region isn't that big. The Zhang family's bloodline passes down the lucky dice through generations. As long as Zhang Hao is their biological son, he's bound to awaken an S-tier talent. Wealth, power, and S-tier talent. This one shouldn't be abandoned. If you never find anyone better than Zhang Hao, won't you cry yourself to death?
Her best friend's words reached her ears, and Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes.
How about? Give him a taste of the good life? Invite him aboard my deck?
The moment that thought crossed her mind, Lu Ruyan immediately dismissed it.
No way.
Only a man with at least SS-tier talent deserves to step onto my deck.
She clenched her teeth, torn between hesitation and resolve. Creak.
The classroom door of 304 swung open.
Class advisor Du Xingzhou led someone straight into the classroom. Everyone. Quiet. Quiet, everyone.
Let me introduce our new transfer student today, Zhou Hang from the Azure Realm.
Chapter 4, The Chosen One, Zhou Hang. Kanglan Domain? Is that the vast sea region over 10 times larger than the Mountain Sea? Holy crap. He's actually from the Azure Realm?
The mere mention of Kanglan Domain instantly ignited everyone's curiosity in the classroom. Countless eyes turned to the figure behind Du Xingzhou. The youth stood tall and straight, his features handsome. Though dressed plainly, his eyes held the sharp, piercing gaze of a hawk, clearly someone who'd seen the world.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zhou Hang. Due to some issues with my family's business in the Azure Domain, I've temporarily come here and am honored to become classmates with all of you. I hope we can all get along well in the days ahead and become outstanding navigators. His voice was neither humble nor arrogant as his gaze swiftly scanned the entire class. As his gaze drifted to the back row, he instinctively locked eyes with Zhang Hao. Then, like a hunter fixing its gaze on prey, his eyes locked firmly on Lu Ruyan. 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 He's looking at you. He's looking at you. Lin Man excitedly patted Lu Ruyan's arm.
Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly under his gaze, and she puffed out her lips. For some reason, a flutter began to stir within her heart.
I know. That guy, he's actually pretty handsome.
Plus, he's from the Great Sea region.
Maybe his family background is pretty solid too. If he could awaken an SS-tier support ability at the awakening ceremony, that would be even better.
With her little scheme swirling in her mind, Lu Ruyan shot Zhou Hang a playful glare, as if pouting in mock reproach. Zhou Hang gave an awkward laugh, and the two looked just like a young couple exchanging flirtatious glances.
Ha!
Watching the scene from the back row, Zhang Hao's face twisted into a sneer.
TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this what they call a test of loyalty?
Keeping someone hanging for over a decade, demanding responsibility and unwavering loyalty from them, while indulging in reckless affairs yourself.
Ridiculous. Classic. So cliché. What about that childhood sweetheart who's been waiting for decades? No match for a stranger who suddenly appears? One-sided devotion isn't worth a damn. Licking dogs never end well. Couldn't be bothered with this doomed pair.
Zhang Hao's eyes grew cold as he stared at Zhou Hang for a moment. As expected, this male lead of Magic Sea Star was about to start making waves in Mountain Sea region.
Perfect timing. I was just worried about the low awakening rate for SSS-tier talents. Silently lowering his head, Zhang Hao stood beside Mo Euro, who glanced at him curiously. Hey! Are you mad? Ha! Why would I be angry? Because just now, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Hang exchanged glances. If it were the old you'd have slammed the table and stood up, yelling at him, who the hell does he think he is, looking at my woman? You said it yourself, that was the old me. Now, I actually care more about your feelings. Do you feel more for Zhou Hang, or do you feel more for me? Zhang Hao winked playfully at Mo Euro.
His sudden remark made her cheeks flush. You and him, neither of you are decent men. Turning her head away, she hid her face behind her light yellow bangs, saying nothing.
Ha! Zhou Hang. You should sit in the back seat for now. Sit with Mo Euro.
Just as Du Xingzhou was about to seat Zhou Hang next to Mo Euro, he noticed Zhang Hao had taken that spot. His eyes flickered strangely for a moment before he could only point to another empty seat in the corner.
You can sit over there. Got it, teacher. Zhou Hang walked toward the corner with neither humility nor arrogance.
His gaze lingered on the seat originally meant for him, casting a suspicious glance at Zhang Hao and Mo Euro.
Seeing them chatting and laughing together, Zhou Hang's heart visibly tightened. It felt like something important was being taken away. Ha! Why is he sitting in the corner?
I thought people returning from the open seas all came from well-off families. Witnessing Zhou Hang being assigned to the corner, Lin Man's expression visibly changed. The seating arrangement in the classroom essentially symbolized one's background and potential.
For instance, she, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Hao, all from privileged families, had long occupied the front rows.
Those adolescent boys with their fantasies could barely catch a glimpse of the smoke ship herself, let alone see her face. They could only stare blankly at her back.
Of course. Family background was only part of the story. After the awakening ceremony, the class would reassign seats based on both family background and awakening talent. It was harsh, but such were the rules of this world. Just returned from out of town, his family business being shaky is understandable. If his awakening talent isn't too low, my Lu family could actually consider nurturing him. Lu Ruyan muttered under her breath, causing Lin Man to freeze in surprise. Ha! Ruyan, you're in heat. You actually want someone to be your son-in-law? Are you crazy? I was just saying that. The girl's whispered chatter drifted into the ears of others, drawing frequent glances toward Zhou Hang once more. As for Zhou Hang, he merely glanced at Mo Euro, then sat down in the corner with a smile on his face. He knew the significance of seating arrangements all too well. His gaze fell upon Mo Euro with her yellow hair and rosy cheeks, and his eyes held nothing but contempt. Just a piece of junk E-class ship. Not worth my attention. An A-class smoke ship? Who'd have thought this tiny mountain sea would harbor such a seafaring vessel? You are mine. You can only be mine, Zhou Hang's ship. A gaze brimming with greed fixed on Lu Ruyan's retreating figure. Zhou Hang's eyes flickered as he patted the back of a girl seated in front, flashing a bright, sunny smile. Classmate. Excuse me, could you tell me about Lu Ruyan's situation? Beep. You have successfully altered the protagonist's first interaction with the main vessel, the devil ship, causing the devil ship's favor toward the protagonist to decrease. The protagonist's destiny has dropped by 30%. You have stolen 3 strands of the protagonist's destiny. Your probability of awakening the SSS-tier talent Destiny's dice has increased by 3%. Current probability, 34%. The system notification sounded in his ear. Zhang Hao shot a surprised glance at Mo Euro, who was still staring down at her phone. What the heck? This little shipmaiden claims she and Zhou Hang aren't good people. Yet deep down, she still compared herself to Zhou Hang. Clearly, the other party's unrestrained gaze made her even more repulsed. According to the plot, Zhou Hang was originally supposed to sit next to Mo Euro. There was still a chance to erase that slight aversion and connect with her. But now that he'd taken the seat, he'd rewritten the script. Devil ship. It seemed Zhou Hang was drifting further and further away. Classmates. Today's lesson is the classification of shipmaidens. As we all know, shipmaidens are categorized into cargo ships, fast ships, heavy ships. As for our Shanghai Academy vessel, it is the shipmaiden of our esteemed principal AB+ grade cargo ship. Though lacking combat prowess and exceptional mobility. But her storage capacity is astonishing. In the classroom, Du Xingzhou delivered his lecture with meticulous precision. Zhang Hao, however, found this new subject fascinating and listened attentively for an entire class period, a rare occurrence. Chapter 5, Zhou Hang's Show of Force. Shortly after the class ended, Zhang Hao stood up, reached into his pocket for his phone, and called his butler. Hello? Uncle Zhang? Ah. Yes. It's me, Zhang Hao. You don't need to come pick me up by boat today. I hired a boatwoman to take me home. Right. After hanging up, Zhang Hao walked ahead, with Mo Euro trailing behind him, her blonde hair held high. Like a delinquent girl's sidekick trailing her spoiled brat boss. There was no other way. Mo Euro needed this delinquent persona to barely protect herself. Thump, thump, thump. As they reached the ship's rail. Splash, splash, splash. In the distant sea, numerous small boats had already begun approaching this direction. Looking closely, it felt strangely reminiscent of urban life back home, like parents picking up their kids from school in cars. Hey! Can I wait until all my classmates have left before seeing you off? His sleeve tugged gently. Zhang Hao turned to see Mo Euro looking down, murmuring softly. Are you afraid your classmates will see? It's fine. I can wait. Standing indifferently at the corner of the ship's rail, Zhang Hao wasn't actually in a hurry to go home. Leaning against the rail, he watched as one young girl after another flashed blue light from her chest, projecting onto the sea's surface. Then, one by one, the projections of small boats flickered in and out of view on the water, eventually materializing into tangible forms. Plop. Plop. As vessels of varying sizes descended into the sea, the projected shipmaidens transformed into streaks of light, projecting themselves into the captain's quarters of the ships before vanishing. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of propellers spinning filled the air. Most of the small boats were actually unmanned, sailing away on their own. You know what? You're absolutely right. Watching the boatwomen transform is more entertaining than watching excavators. Endlessly fascinated, they stared at the boats' displays on the sea. Many curious men and women caught the boatwomen's attention. The boatwomen would invite young men aboard their decks, offering to take them home. This scene was truly eye-opening for Zhang Hao. Alright. Back in the day, boys would walk girls home. Now it's the female boatmaids walking boys home. This world is fantastic. As for the male students without a boatwoman escort, some waited for their family's boat to arrive, while others stayed overnight. Others wait for their mom's boat to come. Yes, there's always one boat that will come to take you home, and that's mom. The ship's rail now resembled a scene straight out of The Eight Immortals crossing the sea, until one person appeared, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lu Ruyan. As Lu Ruyan and Lin Man stepped out, her gaze lingered on Zhang Hao for just a moment. It was an indescribable mix of emotions. After glaring at Zhang Hao for a while, she shot a sharp look at Mo Euro before striding to the ship's rail. Zhang Hao, did you deliberately use that move to provoke me? Let me tell you this: if you don't awaken an SS-grade support talent at the awakening ceremony, don't ever expect me to speak to you again in this lifetime. And her too. What the hell is wrong with you, picking up a delinquent? What, feeling suffocated? Under that look of contempt, Mo Euro's face puffed up like a pufferfish. She feared being bullied, but that didn't mean she was weak. Her face hardening, Mo Euro was about to retort when Zhang Hao stepped in front of her first, his expression teasing and mocking. Miss Lu, the school flower, before you put others down, maybe you should think about your own student loan situation. TSK. A top-tier ship like you can't even afford your own maintenance fees? You. Fine. Zhang Hao, before the awakening ceremony, if I say one more word to you, I'll be a piece of junk. Zhang Hao's retort left her speechless. Lu Ruyan's face flushed crimson, and a ruby-red mirror instantly materialized on her puffed-out chest. Unlike ordinary shipmaidens, the A-class Lu Ruyan merely gazed at the sea surface before the mirror reflected a crimson beam. Buzz. Upon the surging waves, a projection of a cold white sailing ship instantly materialized 8 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, with a 12-meter-high sail. The hull flickered faintly for several seconds before beginning to focus. With a swift whoosh, Lu Ruyan transformed into a crimson beam of light, shooting directly into the ship's wheelhouse. An A-class vessel truly lived up to its name. Even its projection transformation was significantly faster than others. Though the Mist was a mere 8-meter-long vessel, it was precisely such compact ships that excelled in sea races and disaster evasion, where their speed truly shone. Now, upon the azure sea, the cool white mist swayed with the waves. Its gray-white planks and gunnels bore intricate dynamic patterns, refracting an opulent glow. The sails of the mist-bearer bore a flowing pattern of smoke, billowing tautly in the sea breeze. Aboard, aside from the smoke-filled captain's cabin, there was scarcely any standing room. This very fact sealed the vessel's purpose, a speedboat built solely for navigation. Thump. The moment the propeller's violent whirring erupted, mist surged around the smokeship, as if layers of smoke had sprouted from its hull, enveloping the small vessel. Hum. The next instant, the smokeship burst through the mist like swirling clouds, already racing dozens of meters out to sea. Whoosh. Amidst the swirling mist, even the shipmaidens, who had set out earlier, were now overtaken one by one by the smokeship, leaving only a shroud of misty water vapor in its wake. Tuck. The sound of the propeller grew fainter and fainter. Yet more and more boys stood at the ship's railings, craning their necks to watch the receding silhouette of the smokeship. No wonder. Lu Ruyan was undeniably a little fairy. But the A-class boat? It was undeniably tempting. Damn. I could watch the smokeship take off 10,000 times and never get tired of it. Can't even imagine which guy will ever get to step into the smoke's captain's cabin and steer this ship. Damn it. Let me steer it once, and I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. The boys' envious murmurs echoed constantly. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Hang stood behind the others, watching the receding mist with eyes gleaming with greed. All right. Is this the A-grade smoke ship? You're mine. You can only belong to me, Zhou Hang. Your captain's quarters, only I can enter them in this lifetime. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll be steering you across the mountain sea. Clenching his fists, Zhou Hang pushed through the crowd and walked straight toward Zhang Hao. Hey! Zhang Hao, is that you? Lifting his head, Zhou Hang raised his chin defiantly and shouted. Leaning casually against the ship's rail, Zhang Hao shot him a dismissive glance. What do you want? Poof. I've heard about the incident. According to the ship's code, men are forbidden from forcing boat women to do anything against their will. I'm telling you, your harassment of Lu Ruyan has actually broken the law. Standing on the moral high ground, Zhou Hang went straight for the jugular. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. I thought you had something else to say. What? Which eye of yours saw me harassing her? I don't need to see it. Over the years, everyone knows what you've been up to. So what? So, I advise you to stop harassing Lu Ruyan. She deserves a better driver. Speaking with righteous indignation, Zhou Hang practically had the words "I'm the better choice" written all over his face. Whatever. Don't give me that free market bull. I'm not interested in Lu Ruyan at all. You like her? Go chase her yourself. Besides, harassment? Have you ever seen a guy bring gifts while harassing someone and the girl actually accepts them? Fine. If you call it harassment, then have Lu Ruyan return every gift she's accepted over the years to me before you accuse me again. Oh, friendly reminder, do you even have the money? If she had money, Lu Ruyan would still owe the school store tens of thousands in maintenance fees. You can pay that off for her. She shot Zhou Hang a playful glance. His previously aggressive demeanor instantly deflated. You. Don't think just because you have money, you can do whatever you want. Once something's given away, it's like water spilled on the ground. How dare you ask for it back? I heard you just ditched Lu Ruyan at the store and ran off. What kind of childhood sweetheart does that? You're an embarrassment to all men. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded by Zhou Hang's bizarre logic, staring at him as if he were a little cutie. 1 second you're calling me a stalker, and now you're saying I'm her childhood sweetheart? Dude. Even a suck-up doesn't go this far. Same as before, how I spend my money is my business. Don't try to morally blackmail me. And, who the hell are you anyway? Lu Ruyan hasn't said a word. Who the hell do you think you are, barking like a dog? You. After being shut down by Zhang Hao in just a few sentences, Zhou Hang was about to stir up a scene, hoping to rally the crowd to join him in morally blackmailing Zhang Hao. The protagonist, after all, always manages to become the spotlight in any crowd. But the onlookers watching the spectacle couldn't help but shake their heads. Damn it! I've never heard of childhood sweethearts automatically paying for each other. What? Does that mean childhood sweethearts deserve bad luck? Are they ATMs? Let's be real, Lu Ruyan never accused Zhang Hao of harassment. How dare this outsider take up her cause? 666. That's bold. Why not start by paying off campus queen Lu's loans? As the murmurs grew louder, Zhou Hang clenched his jaw and stomped his foot in frustration. Just you wait. I said it, Lu Ruyan deserves a better driver. I'll pay off her debt myself. Turning on his heel, Zhou Hang immediately broke free from the crowd. Chapter 6, Don't You Hate Me? Part 1. Beep. Congratulations. You successfully tricked the protagonist into squandering resources for Lu Ruyan. You successfully wasted the protagonist's energy, causing them to miss the prime opportunity to rendezvous with the devil ship. You have stolen 3 strands of the protagonist's destiny fortune. Your SSS-tier talent dice of fate awakening probability plus 3%, current awakening probability 37%. After the system notification sounded in his ear, Zhang Hao watched Zhou Hang slink away in defeat, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the original story, Zhang Hao was indeed still harassing Lu Ruyan at this time after school. Then, Zhou Hang appeared with Mo Euro, using harassment as an excuse to humiliate the original host while simultaneously winning Lu Ruyan's favor. But today was different. He was the one with Mo Euro now, and Lu Ruyan hadn't been harassed by him. Has the script already started changing? Rubbing his chin, Zhang Hao couldn't figure out what the original author was thinking. Damn it! He'd been gifting Lu Ruyan since childhood. Just because he followed her that one day and she grew impatient, the male lead stepped in claiming he was harassing her, saving her face, and now she's fallen for him? Not just friends? Then what the hell was the original Zhang Hao supposed to be? Honest people deserve to die, right? So someone who's loyal and steadfast in their devotion deserves to be outshone by some random stranger who just dropped out of the sky, huh? Little fairies complain, where have all the good men gone? But really, good men get played into being lapdogs, only to give up when they get tired of it. TSK. See that? Stay away from guys like that in the future. He'll come up with any lame excuse to chase after Lu Ruyan. The crowd by the ship's rail thinned out. Zhang Hao grew bored and started chatting with Mo Euro instead. Beneath her short blonde hair, Mo Euro blinked as if suddenly struck by a thought. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Hao. You men, do you all want to unlock a high tier starting, shipmaiden? Well. Under her piercing gaze, Zhang Hao paused before speaking slowly. If we're talking about competitive advantage, of course everyone wants a high level, shipmaiden. But shipmaidens are people too. They have feelings and their own thoughts. Compared to a cold, emotionless A-rank shipmaiden who plays with others' feelings, a young master like me who doesn't need to struggle might actually prefer a reasonable E-rank shipmaiden, you know. His sly eyes suddenly locked directly with Mo Euro's. Hoof. You. Caught off guard, Mo Euro flushed crimson under Zhang Hao's gaze and pouted, smooth talking. Look. I'm telling the truth, and you call me a smooth talker? Can we just have a normal conversation? Hoof. She stood silently by the ship's rail. Finally, the evening arrived when no one else remained. The setting sun cast its last rays across the sea, while fiery clouds blazed on the horizon. Only then did Mo Eurong slowly steady her breathing and gaze out at the water. Hey! Just so you know. Even if my hull is battered, you can't ask for a refund now. Her small, insecure eyes fixed on Zhang Hao. Mo Euro knew her vessel couldn't compare to the smoke ship and feared Zhang Hao might suddenly change his mind. No way. Young master here treats all ships equally. Poof. I hope so. Buzz buzz buzz. A black triangular mirror membrane slowly coalesced over her chest. As Mo Euro closed her eyes, a gleaming black eye suddenly opened within the membrane. Gurgle gurgle. As the dark pupil rotated, a pitch-black medium-sized ship approximately 15 meters long, 4 meters wide, with a 15-meter-high sail slowly materialized on the distant sea surface. Whoosh! What astonished Zhang Hao was. Mo Euro had only just projected the ship's hull when a splash echoed from the distance. She had transformed into a streak of black light, projecting herself into the ship's captain's cabin. Holy crap! That's some fast projection speed. 2 seconds? 1.5 seconds? Seems faster than the smoke ship?
Only now did Zhang Hao realize that perhaps other aspects of the devil ship also held astonishing potential. A deep, rumbling propeller sound echoed across the sea surface. Compared to the smoke ship's lightness and elegance, the devil ship felt heavy and oppressive. Not only was her entire hull constructed from pitch-black timber, but even the railings along her gunnels were cobbled together from crooked, decaying planks. The deck planks were a deep, purplish black, and the sails were tattered and torn, bearing the image of a large, pitch-black eye. The only redeeming feature was the devil's ample space, with distinct fore and aft deck areas. The massive captain's quarters in the center resembled a grotesque pyramid piled from twisted black timber. One had to admit, this ship was unique. To the eyes of the people of Magic Sea Star, it might seem dilapidated, disgusting, bizarre. But, to the culturally refined inhabitants of Blue Star, this ING thing was a badass antique-style replica ship? Wide-eyed, Zhang Hao was utterly mesmerized. Isn't it ugly? It looks pretty beat up, huh? I'm used to it. If you don't mind, hop in. I'll take you home. If you do mind, I'll pretend I never heard a word you said today. A melancholy voice drifted from the devil ship as the black medium-sized vessel slowly approached the mountain sea merchant ship. Mo Euro dared not look at Zhang Hao's face. She was afraid. She feared hearing words of abuse and degradation. She feared seeing the disdainful stares of everyone around her. She knew it all too well. The look of disgust and contempt that everyone showed when they saw her hull. Whether it was the navigators, the part-time workers at the black shipyard, or even the laborers, no one wanted to board a ship like hers. But today, the man whose gaze she avoided stood motionless by the rail. After a long while, a word of praise slipped involuntarily from the man's lips. So handsome. Ha! She doubted her own ears. Mo Euro plucked up her courage, the bow of the boat tilting slightly as she nervously glanced at Zhang Hao. The man who usually carried himself like a spoiled playboy now had stars in his eyes, staring at her with such intensity. Don't you hate me? Dislike? Are you kidding me? With your hull, with your design. I'd love to hold you close every night. Not a trace of insincerity flickered in his burning gaze. Mo Euro stared blankly at Zhang Hao, her heart racing wildly. You like me like this? Are you out of your mind? TSK. Cut the crap. Quick, come over here. I'm gonna board you and feel you up. Your handrails, your deck, your captain's cabin, even those tattered sails, they're all works of art. Quickly come over. Hungrily beckoning toward the devil ship, Mo Euro watched Zhang Hao's excited gaze and hesitantly began to steer the vessel closer to his side. Chapter 7, Don't You Hate Me? Part 2. Vroom vroom vroom. The moment the devil ship drew near, Zhang Hao scrambled onto the deck like a frantic monkey. Splash. Upon landing, Zhang Hao even removed his shoes and placed them respectfully in a corner. Barefoot, he knelt on the deck and began examining the wooden planks beneath him. The dark purple planks were covered in twisted, warped wood grain, an eerie sight. Brilliant. These aged black wood grains naturally evoke the worn feel of an old ship. This wood, this color. And the atmosphere aboard this ship. Absolutely perfect. Zhang Hao examined it meticulously, scanning every detail of each plank, even the cracks and their patterns. From the deck to the railings, from the sails to the captain's cabin, the decaying, aged wood and its peculiar grain looked like priceless treasures to his eyes. He couldn't stop marveling, as if he'd found the love of his life. Aren't you afraid of me? Don't you hate my hull? Mo Euro's face was filled with utter bewilderment. You see. Even porters, upon seeing these dark purple planks, would scornfully refuse to set foot on their deck areas. Every time cargo was delivered, it was simply tossed onto her deck and the workers would run off. Yet now, Zhang Hao's ecstatic expression left her not only astonished but also deeply perplexed. So there really was someone who liked a hull like mine? Invincible. This aged appearance, combined with the distinctive features of the devil's ship. Oh, these slightly worn sails. Man, can you show some boundaries? Suddenly, a shy voice drifted out from the captain's cabin, snapping Zhang Hao out of his ecstatic daze. He shot a suspicious glance at the black triangular cabin. What's wrong? We're not that close yet. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This ship is just so beautiful, can't I compliment it? Scratching his head apologetically, Zhang Hao genuinely loved the devil ship's form. Damn it! That worn-out look, the twisted lines, and the weathered wooden planks, isn't that the perfect Gothic sailing vessel? Who wouldn't love it? Clack. A momentary silence fell over the ship, the atmosphere growing awkward. All that could be heard was the distant sound of waves lapping against the hull. Vroom vroom vroom. After a long while, the sails of the devil ship billowed in the wind as it set course for the southeastern seas. The Zhang family, renowned throughout the Shanxi region, was known to occupy the southeastern corner, the resource-rich heart of the waters. Even without Zhang Hao's guidance, Mo Euro knew the direction of her home. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The evening sea breeze was bitingly cold. Zhang Hao leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the black, triangular captain's cabin. Truthfully, he was quite curious to peek inside the ship's control console. But alas! In this world, the ship maiden only communicates with the navigator who has forged a contract with her. Only those who had formed a contract could enter the captain's cabin. It was said that certain high-quality, proud ship maidens would only contract with one navigator in their entire lives. But based on Zhang Hao's knowledge of the story of Magic Sea Star, the protagonist Zhou Hang would later arrive at a place called the Merchant Ship Association, where Grade B ship maidens were used for sale in competitions. Though called ship maidens, they are increasingly treated as merchandise. Who knows how many times their contracts have been altered and rebound, or how many people have entered their captain's cabin. Perhaps such ship maidens have grown numb to life by now? Mo Euro, after being abandoned by Zhou Hang in the original story, seemed to have ended up at the Merchant Guild too, likely due to her own life of constant upheaval. It was inevitable. Low-quality ship maidens who'd been used by others found it incredibly difficult to find suitable navigators to survive with. Without a navigator partner, they could only handle basic transport jobs, barely earning enough to maintain themselves. Over time, the lifespans of these ship maidens inevitably shorten. Gazing at the devil ship with a distant look, Zhang Hao murmured, "Don't worry. If you ever truly follow this young master, even if I die, I'd never sell my first ship maiden." The glow of the evening sun fell upon the youth's brow, scattering fragments of tenderness that seemed to settle upon the deck planks. Suddenly, the boat's pace slowed, and Mo Euro's faint voice echoed, "Hey, you. Why do you like a boat like this?" She knew Zhang Hao's expression just now wasn't feigned. Mo Euro was more puzzled than anything else. Why would this spoiled young master get so excited seeing her haul? Any of the ship maidens in his family should be newer than hers, right? Was he sick? I'll tell you. I just love ships like yours, you know? You're hopeless. Hey. Listen, how about you be my ship's mate? As long as this young master lives in luxury, I'll make sure you never go hungry. Zhang Hao's expression suddenly turned inexplicably serious. He strode over to the captain's cabin in a few quick steps, staring intently at the door. His eyes were filled with sincerity and a possessive desire. You know I'm an E-class ship maiden, right? She eyed Zhang Hao warily. His gaze didn't seem like he was joking. Me, mess with you? Surely not? If word got out, the esteemed young master of the Zhang family casually contracting a ship maiden only to abandon her. How would I ever contract other boat maidens again? So, Mo Euro, I'm serious. Clang. A large, warm hand slammed against the captain's cabin door, sending Mo Euro's heart racing for no apparent reason. Why did you choose me? Can't you tell? I just like someone like you. With a thick-skinned smirk and head held high, Zhang Hao could see the sails of the devil ship billowing unusually full at that moment. He knew Mo Euro was wavering. Just as his hand reached to gently touch the captain's cabin door, Mo Euro gave a playful scold, "Let go." "Sorry. Your captain's cabin is beautiful. Besides, the agreement only says I can't force my way into the captain's quarters. It doesn't say I can't admire it, does it?" Withdrawing his hand, Zhang Hao adopted an innocent expression. Thump thump thump. The propeller spun with a stomping clatter, as if sulking. Mo Euro remained silent for a long while. "Hey. If you need proof of my sincerity, how about this? If I ever awaken an SSS-tier support talent, I'll seek a contract with you first. That way, you won't reject me, right?" Leaning against the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao casually uttered these words. Tick tick tick. Mo Euro remained silent, the only sound being the relentless whir of the propeller. Oof. We'll see about that when the time comes. Chapter 8, Second Concubine, A+ grade, Fire Cloud. The moment the young girl's angry retort rang out. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Zhang Hao's ear. Beep. Congratulations on successfully gaining favor with the demon ship. You have stolen the main character Zhou Hang's main shipgirl's favor and taken 3 strands of his destined opportunities. Your SSS-tier talent dice of Fate Awakening probability plus 3%, current awakening chance, 40%. What the hell? That little ship maiden Mo Euro, she talks the talk but walks the walk. She says she doesn't want it, but deep down, she's fantasizing about making a contract with me too? Leaning against the door of the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao's lips curved upward. One day, he would step inside. Am I rushing things too much? Slowly pushing himself up from the captain's cabin door, the restless wind swept across his face. Zhang Hao had assumed Mo Euro wouldn't be able to exchange many more words with him tonight. But perhaps it was from swallowing too much protagonist luck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wild sea wind swept past. The sails on the devil ship swayed uncontrollably. Mo's timid voice drifted over. What is it?
The wind is making my sails feel a bit swollen and sore. Could you help me lower the sails? Oh, I'm not your navigator, you know? Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it. Anyway, the wind keeps blowing like this, slowing us down. If we get home late, that's your problem. Ha! With a soft chuckle, Zhou Hang strode swiftly toward the mast of the ship's sail. Locating the hoisting rope on one side, he gave it a sharp tug. Rustle the torn, gaping canvas instantly fell, draping over Zhou Hang's face. Mum. From the captain's cabin came the faint sound of Euro's voice. Hello? What's wrong? Crawling out from beneath the sail, Zhou Hang asked with concern. Nothing. It's just that the resistance suddenly disappeared, and it felt kind of nice. Oh. The sea breeze blew gently as the boy and the sailor girl watched the sunset and moonrise in silence. Gradually, a vast fleet of ships appeared on the horizon in the southeast. Shang's fleet. Two majestic characters, written in a style reminiscent of a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing, stood out clearly before their eyes. Directly ahead, a colossal cargo ship at least 300 meters long, 50 meters wide, with masts soaring over 200 meters high lay anchored across the sea. The Zhang family banner hung prominently from its bow. Near this vessel, dozens more ships floated in the vicinity. Among them were slender, pointed fast ships, medium-sized vessels of moderate width and thickness, and even colossal large ships resembling sea behemoths, alongside sleek yet sturdy submarine vessels. It was this fleet that guarded the central cargo ship, keeping the surrounding waters calm and peaceful. Upon closer inspection, some of the attendant vessels were armed with large weapons like cannons and harpoons. The moment she saw the combat vessels, Euro panicked. Her body couldn't help but shudder with a creak. While venturing into the vast seas inevitably required equipping ships with offensive weapons, some even organized death races, finding pleasure in the speed and collisions of their vessels. But, fresh out of school, Euro had never witnessed such a spectacle before. 18. Wow! Zhang Hao, you have 18 battleship maidens at home? Euro's astonished voice echoed as Zhang Hao waved it off with a casual dismissive gesture. Do you think the Zhang family became the top clan in the Mountain Sea region just by relying on merchant ship delivery services and the marine resources of the southeast region? The Zhang family's unshakable status? That's all thanks to my father's fleet of battleship maidens. His gaze turned reverent toward the battleships alongside the cargo ships, and Zhang Hao solemnly bowed to each ship maiden in turn. Truth be told, among these vessels, aside from the ship maidens belonging to other Zhang family members, several actually belonged to his own concubines. Sure enough. No sooner had he finished bowing than a fiery red, medium ship began to move slowly, accelerating rapidly toward Zhang Hao. Its gunports were lined with cannons, and the entire hull was plated in black steel. With every movement, terrifying hot air currents erupted. The sheer proximity radiated an oppressive heat, sending a shiver down Euro's spine. Yikes! Little Hao's back. Heard you didn't let Uncle Zheng pick you up today? So, you snatched a little boat girl for yourself? As the fiery, medium ship slowly drew near the devil ship, a flash of light erupted, and the vessel vanished. A towering woman clad in pitch-black armor leapt onto the deck, wrapping her arms around Zhang Hao in a tight embrace. Whoa! Hot! Second auntie, you're burning up. Zhang Hao scrambled out of her embrace, shuffling back a few steps to create distance. Poof! Seeing this, the woman puffed out her cheeks and placed her hands on her hips. Little Hao. Have you forgotten? When you were little, you loved lying in second auntie's arms. You said her embrace was the warmest place. Look at you now. How long has it been, and you already despise your second mother? It was hard to imagine how incongruous it looked for this imposing woman at least 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and a sturdy build to now wear such a heartbroken expression. But this was the ship maiden. The second pillar of Zhang Hao's father's strength, the Fire Cloud's boat women. Being ship maidens, they lacked the scheming and intrigue common among women, expressing only the most genuine emotions. Though Zhang Hao's father commanded 7 battle shipmates, he had only one son in his entire life, Zhang Hao. Ever since Zhang Hao's birth, he'd been showered with affection by his several concubines. It could be said that Zhang Hao's former carefree nature stemmed directly from the indulgence of these concubines. Wah! Little Zhang Hao has grown up. He doesn't need his concubines anymore. Watching second concubine cover her face in heartbroken despair, Zhang Hao spread his hands helplessly, adopting a childishly clinging expression. Second concubine, hold me. Beneath her heavy armor, second auntie lifted Zhang Hao into the air as if cradling a doll. Ugh. Second concubine, please be gently. I can't breathe. Held in those thick, heavy arms, Zhang Hao nearly suffocated. The physical prowess of a battleship maiden truly wasn't something ordinary people could handle. Oh. Rocking Zhang Hao in her arms, second auntie's gaze kept drifting toward the hull of the devil. Little Hao. Do you like this kind of ship maiden? Yes. Your taste is worlds apart from your father's. She gave the devil ship a cursory glance before looking away. After all, as the esteemed A+ class Fire Cloud, she had her own pride. Vroom. Amidst the idle chatter, a flash of violet-blue radiance flickered from the distant freighter. A slender, violet-blue vessel shaped like a sword projected onto the water's surface. Plop. Immediately after, a man clad in a deep blue robe, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Hao, steered the vessel toward them. Yunji. We have guests. Behave yourself. Chapter 9, The Zhang Family, Zheng Yunlong. Mother's S-class vessel, purple-blue sword ship. Hum. 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 Unbelievably, that oddly slender vessel resembling a sword, upon hitting the water, it caused not a single ripple. Light. This vessel was light to the extreme. After hitting the water, its hull revealed a clear, pure purple hue. In the blink of an eye, the sword-like hull parted the waves, a purple glow flickering. The purple vessel, carrying a gust of wind, had already docked at the edge of the devil ship, its hull color gradually reverting to a deep purple blue. 2 breaths, or 3? Mo Euro dared not confirm her own judgment. All she knew was that the violet-blue sword-shaped vessel before her launched at a speed several tiers faster than the smoke ship. Ya! Master! You're home today. The moment she spotted the middle-aged man in the azure green robe, second concubine Yunji immediately released Zhang Hao. She leapt onto the sword ship, wrapping herself around the man like an octopus, her face radiating affection. Yunji. Your temper. You're this old, and you still haven't changed. Sigh. Despite straining with all his strength, the middle-aged man couldn't break free from Yunji's embrace. His face darkened as he struggled awkwardly for a moment before silently fixing a cold stare on Zhang Hao. I heard. Not only did you refuse to pay for Lu Ruyan of the Lu family today, but you also hired a boatwoman right in front of her? Ha! Father! Word of this has reached you already. Scratching his head in frustration, Zhang Hao didn't consider it a big deal. He merely observed the middle-aged man's shifting expression out of the corner of his eye. Zheng family, Zheng Yunlong. This old man who looked like he could only be carried by a boatwoman was none other than the sole outstanding navigator within the Mountain Sea region to have participated in the global navigation competition. Legend had it that, relying on the Zhang family's ancestral S-class talent, the lucky dice, he had sailed out of the Mountain Sea region in his youth with just one A-class ship maiden. After gathering 7 ship maidens, he had his own fleet by the age of 30. Zhang Hao's mother, a ship maiden from the purple-blue sword ship clan of the Great Sea region, took a special interest in this outstanding young man who had risen from humble beginnings. She voluntarily entered into a contract with him as an S-rank ship maiden. In this world, the higher a ship maiden's rank, the more discerning she becomes in choosing a partner. Even if you possessed SS rank support talents, it would be futile if an S-rank ship maiden deemed you unworthy. For someone to be actively contracted by an S-rank ship maiden, well, you can imagine just how exceptional Zheng Yunlong was in his youth. Alas! Heaven envies talent. During a global navigation race, Zheng Yunlong explored uncharted waters and nearly perished with his ship. Consequently, at just 30 years old, he returned home in triumph, leading his fleet to solidify the Zhang family's dominance in the Mountain Sea region. Every spoiled brat's father is a formidable figure. Zhang Hao's father was certainly no exception. Single-handedly, Zheng Yunlong guided the Zhang family to suppress other clans in the Mountain Sea for nearly a decade. Zheng Yunlong vowed that one day, every fish in the southeastern waters of the Mountain Sea would bear the Zhang family's mark. This is the most outstanding navigator in the Mountain Sea region. And his shipmistress, the S-class purple-blue sword ship? Staring blankly at Zheng Yunlong and his ship, Mo Euro murmured, her heart filled with envy. What ship's mate wouldn't dream of adventuring alongside her navigator, drifting together until they finally settled down, started a family, and built a life? Ha! You brat, what's gotten into you today? By your previous standards, weren't you saying only an A-class ship maiden was worthy of you? His hawk-like gaze kept darting toward Zhang Hao. Zheng Yunlong could sense that his son seemed different today. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly had changed. Father. Actually, I've come to terms with it. Sometimes, forcing things just doesn't work out. Even if she is an SSS-grade ship maiden, even if she signed a contract with me, her heart isn't with me. Sailing out on an expedition with a ship like that. Aren't you afraid your precious son might be tossed overboard mid-journey? That he'll run off with some other pretty boy? He looked at Zheng Yunlong with a calm expression. Truthfully, Zheng Hao rather liked the character of Zheng Yunlong. He was domineering, monopolizing vast resources across the Mountain Sea region. But he'd built it all up bit by bit himself. Oh? You have that kind of awareness. Oof. Fine. I've been watching that girl string you along, and I was considering whether to intervene, force her into a contract with you by force. Since you don't want her now, and she seems like a sinking ship, I'll stay out of it. But... His scrutinizing gaze suddenly fixed on Mo Euro, and Zheng Yunlong's eyes narrowed involuntarily. How could he not see that the devil ship's base grade wasn't high? Father. Ship maidens can gain magic points through competitions and adventures to enhance their attributes. Even low-tier ship maidens start from a low baseline, but as long as their navigators keep winning competitions and upgrading them, they might not necessarily fall short of high-tier ship maidens.
I firmly believe there are no trash ship maidens, only trash navigators. Without the smoke ship, I can still break out of the mountain sea and carve out my own path.
His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yunlong.
The devil's ship was the initial ship maiden he intended to command. Even Zhang Yunlong, Zhang Hao's own father,
couldn't afford to underestimate his ship maiden as a navigator.
This was the most fundamental respect a navigator owed his ship maiden.
No such thing as a worthless ship maiden? Only worthless navigators? Fine.
You little brat, how dare you say such things?
Zhang Yunlong was quite taken aback.
But after staring intently at his son for a moment, recalling his own days as an A-rank shipmaiden maneuvering against a fleet of S-rank shipmaidens in the Great Sea, he smiled with resignation.
Xingxue. Look at this child, how much he resembles me back then.
A soft female voice echoed from the captain's cabin as she stroked the hull of the sword-shaped ship.
Poof. Don't you know whose son he is? Zhou Hang. If you don't want the mist, then forget it.
A few days before the first sea gathering, Mom will visit our hometown. I'll see if there's a suitable purple-blue sword ship for you.
I'll snag one for you. Mom. Is that really necessary?
Even if you did manage to snag one, with the proud nature of the ship maidens back in your hometown, they might not even give me the time of day.
Forget it.
I'll just look for one myself. Zhang Hao let out a wry smile toward the purple-green sword ship, a rare warmth flickering in his eyes. Jian Xingxue, his own ship maiden mother. Without a doubt, the person who cherished him most in the entire book. According to the original storyline, after the Zhang family was wiped out by Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan, she knelt at the gates of the Ziqing swordship clan for 3 days and nights, begging them to send someone to avenge the Zhang family.
Alas!
Under the original author's utterly botched story setup, even major clans like the purple-green sword ship were wiped out later on.
Mom!
I'm really fine, don't worry. If I managed to defeat the smoke ship with the demon ship, that would be something. After repeatedly explaining to Jian Xingxue, the purple-blue sword ship hummed, sending out ripples.
Good. Now that's my good son. Mom won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Come, let's go home first.
The ship's hull shifted slightly, its purple-blue deck already turning toward the side of the demon ship.
Chapter 10. Some people need to be crushed in the newbie village. Oh, right. Young lady. Why don't you come aboard too?
Beneath the bright moon, the purple-blue sword ship gleamed like a gleaming sword, blindingly bright and chillingly sharp.
Ha? Me?
Invited by Jian Xingxue, Mo Euro felt both flattered and overwhelmed. She never imagined she'd be invited aboard an S-class ship maiden's deck. Take Lu Ruyan, an A-class ship maiden, she wouldn't let a mosquito land on her deck.
In comparison,
hearing about the notoriously ill-tempered purple-blue sword ship clan, they suddenly didn't seem so terrifying anymore.
Come aboard.
You're the boatwoman Zhou Hao has chosen.
I'll treat you as half a daughter-in-law for now.
This.
The bow of the demon ship dipped slightly into the water, rocking steadily. You're still embarrassed? Mom. How can you talk like that? Mo Euro has only agreed to take me to and from school for now.
As for whether she'll become my ship maiden, that choice is hers.
Right?
Running his fingers lightly over the armrest of the devil ship, Zhang Hao smiled as he looked at the vessel. The hull of the devil ship gradually began to blur, and Mo Euro's form materialized on the deck. Whether guiding the hull to manifest or reverting to human form, the ship maiden could temporarily reveal the hull.
Standing on the deck, Mo Euro still felt a bit uneasy. Zhang Hao. I've already delivered you home. Can I leave now? Hey. When I invite you over, you come over. What? Do you think the Zhang family would eat you alive?
Grabbing Mo Euro's hand, Zhang Hao pulled her toward the purple-green sword ship and leaped aboard.
Yeah. You. Startled by the sudden tug, Mo Euro flushed crimson and hastily pulled away.
Ha! Xingxue, look at these two little ones, they remind me so much of you and Yunlong back then. Watching Mo Euro and Zhang Hao, Junji muttered casually. Moonlight bathed the scene like water, and the young girl's cheeks flushed even redder at the remark. Buzz. The sword ship slowly turned its hull and began moving toward the massive merchant vessel. Buzz.
The indigo-purple hull, bathed in moonlight, once again revealed its deep purple hue.
The surrounding winds stirred restlessly in an instant.
Ha!
Mo Euro had only glanced curiously at the deck when the purple-blue sword ship had already sped 100 meters forward, nearing the rope ladder of the merchant ship.
So fast?
She stared in astonishment at the scene outside the ship. At that moment, the entirely purple-green sword ship resembled an exquisitely crafted purple jade sword body, skimming across the water's surface. It stirred ripples upon ripples, yet not a single splash disturbed the water. It was hard to imagine a ship moving at such speed while keeping the surrounding sea so calm.
Doesn't it feel magical?
Beside him, Zhang Hao observed the ripples around them, his expression remarkably calm. He'd seen this scene countless times since childhood.
Is this the baseline for an S-class ship maiden? It should be able to keep up with an A-class ship maiden's full speed now, right? Mo Euro murmured, gazing around with innocent curiosity.
But Zhang Hao shook his head.
No, no, no.
The purple-blue sword ship is an S-class ship maiden for a reason.
You must have noticed, right?
Under normal circumstances, it manifests as a dual-colored form of purple and blue.
That form is the balanced performance mode. When the hull turns purple, that's speed mode. When the hull turns blue, it's attack mode.
The purple-green sword ship measures 4.2 meters long, 1.4 meters wide, with a 6.6 meter mast.
It's a standard speedboat. Such a vessel isn't something just anyone can handle.
Zhang Hao gazed enviously at the luxurious purple floor.
Didn't he want the purple-blue sword ship? Of course he did. He dreamed of it.
But the sailor maidens of the purple-blue sword ship family? Each one was incredibly proud. You either had to win her over with skill or win her over with talent. Zhang Hao possessed neither.
Mode? Auntie, can you actually switch modes?
Never having heard that the ship maidens possess 3 distinct performance modes, Mo Euro was genuinely enlightened today.
Yes, indeed. Purple-green sword body.
This is a unique skill exclusive to our purple-green sword ship. It grants us the ability to switch between 3 performance modes. The very foundation of our pride is the purple-blue sword ship. Jian Qingshue's voice echoed from the cockpit. Mo Euro listened, her eyes flickering with curiosity, yet showing no trace of envy.
Skill? Auntie, does every ship maiden have a skill? Not exactly.
As far as I know, only S-rank ship maidens awaken with innate skills.
That's why S-rank ship maidens are considered a class above. I see.
Mo Euro silently lowered her head, lost in thought.
Thud.
Only when the purple-green sword ship docked alongside the cargo ship S rope ladder did the group climb up one by one, their view gradually opening up. Zhang Hao and Zhang Yunlong led the way.
Zhang Hao asked suspiciously. Father, no business to attend to today? Why did you decide to come see me?
Humph. If it weren't for Uncle Zhang telling me you were coming back alone today, and your mother being curious about what kind of boat girl you brought back, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But, kid, you finally did something today that made your old man proud. What the hell is this smoke signal? Relying on the time they've been fishing you, the Lu family hasn't stopped taking advantage of me. Since it's finally over today, that's good. As Zhang Yunlong spoke, his eyes darkened imperceptibly.
Father and son exchanged a glance, each seeing a resolute glint in the other's eyes.
Father. Tomorrow. I'll personally sever all business ties with the Lu family.
I'll send Uncle Zhang to accompany you.
Oh, right.
Father, do you know that Zhou Hang? Zhou Hang?
At the mention of that name, Zhang Yunlong visibly paused.
Him. If I heard correctly, he's from the Zhou family of the Azure Domain.
But his mother was a C-class ship maiden. He was conceived during one of the family head's drunken escapades.
He holds little standing within the Zhou family.
His mother recently perished in a maritime disaster, leaving him with even fewer privileges.
To escape the family feuds, he brought some loyal followers and his assets to our territory. That kid.
He sure knows how to bide his time.
Zhang Yunlong stroked his chin, his assessment of Zhou Hang unusually complimentary. Indeed. Damn it. Anyone blessed with the protagonist's aura, how could they not be patient?
What's with all these stories about the unexpectedly born child of a great clan's head, fleeing to a small territory, slowly rising up, step by step returning to the clan, and reclaiming everything that belongs to them?
So cliché. So cliché. Isn't that the classic protagonist template?
The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily.
Zhang Hao wouldn't let Zhou Hang get away with this.
His gaze turned icy as he shot Zhang Yunlong a silent glance.
Father. Didn't you say we shouldn't suppress them now?
Make sure they can't do any business in the Mountain Sea region.
Is that really necessary?
They're just a wild branch that broke away from a major clan. They have no connections here. They've only just settled in the Mountain Sea region.
They won't make much of a splash, right? No.
Some people need to be crushed right from the start.
Chapter 11. Could you help me with a hull maintenance? Part 1.
Oh? Are you afraid of him? Sensing his son's urgent desire, Zhang Yunlong looked at Zhang Hao in puzzlement. In the past, Zhang Hao would never have given such a person a second glance.
But now,
for the foremost family of the entire Mountain Sea region to suppress a wild-blooded clan that had just moved to the Mountain Sea region and hadn't even started doing business yet? Wasn't that like sending a black belt in Taekwondo to discipline a beginner apprentice? Wasn't that going too far? Not even giving the other side time to develop? Scared? Dad, you clearly haven't heard the stories of the underdog's rise. The terrifying thing about someone who's been exiled from the main house is this: not only are they impossible to kill off, but they'll find every way to grow stronger step by step. Then they'll swallow up other factions, all just to return to the main house for revenge. When dealing with these potential threats, I think the best approach is to crush them right in the newbie village. Don't give them a single chance. Only now did Zhang Hao begin to resemble the kind of villain he was meant to be. He knew full well, if he suggested killing Zhou Hang outright now, given Zhou Hang's current fortune, he might just escape the pursuit and even stumble upon some extraordinary encounter. The optimal strategy was to suppress the opportunities of this fate-chosen protagonist, slowly draining his fortune. Once Zhou Hang's fortune was nearly drained dry, his time would be up. Oof. Now that you mention it, someone comes to mind. Back in the Merchant Fleet Alliance, there was a family whose branch lineage was looked down upon. After he defected from his clan, he apprenticed himself in ship hull repair and maintenance upgrades, becoming a repair specialist who took an unconventional path. Now, he's even established the top-tier faction of the Ship Repair Tower. If this Zhou Hang possesses similar potential, once he matures, he'll inevitably harbor ambitions against our Zhang family. Indeed, he must be nipped in the bud. Zhang Yunlong's gaze grew solemn as he stared into the distance. His footsteps faltered momentarily before he glanced at Zhang Hao and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. Tomorrow I'll send men to suppress and target the people Zhou Hang has brought in. You go sever all ties with the Lu family's business operations. Yes, sir. After seeing Zhang Yunlong off, father and son walked several dozen meters away. Only when they turned back did Zhang Hao notice that second Aunt Yunji had vanished. Mother Jian Xuanxue was arm in arm with Mo Euro, the two of them deep in conversation. The moonlight was crisp and cool. Jian Xuanxue wore a green gauze robe over a purple long-sleeved gown, her figure graceful and her features cool and distant. The moonlight fell upon Jian Xuanxue's face, revealing not a trace of middle-aged weariness, only the elegant beauty of a female warrior. To an uninformed observer witnessing this scene, they might mistake her and Mo Euro for sisters. You wrong. I'm entrusting my young Hao to your care from now on. He's such a boy, never knows how to say the right thing, and he doesn't think before he acts. Right. Come with me. To welcome you as Xiao Hao's temporary companion aboard the ship, I'll give you something. Grabbing Mo Euro's hand, Jian Xuanxue led her toward a small cabin aboard the cargo ship. Ah. Auntie. You're too kind. I already receive wages from Zhang Hao, how could I possibly accept gifts as well? Waving her hands repeatedly, Mo Euro tried to decline Jian Xuanxue's kindness. But Jian Xuanxue seemed adept at handling such girls, her expression turning stern. What? Do you look down on the things I give you? No, that's not it. Then come with me. Xiao Hao. Don't just stand there like a fool, see the girl out. Pulling Mo Euro into a room, Zhang Hao was summoned by his mother and reluctantly stood guard outside the door. A moment later. Creak. When the door opened again, Mo Euro emerged alone. Who knew what Jian Xuanxue had said to her? Her cheeks were flushed crimson, and she walked out with her head bowed, not uttering a word. Ha? What were you two talking about in there? Where's my mom? Curious, Mo Euro tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve. Auntie said she's going to bed. If you're free, could you walk me home? Ha? He stared blankly at Mo Euro's lowered face. At that moment, not just her face, but her neck and ears were flushed crimson. Her mouth kept opening and closing, as if struggling to voice something too embarrassing to say. Let's go. Since she didn't say more, he didn't press her. As they walked toward the deck area, just before reaching the rope ladder, Mo Euro suddenly halted in her tracks. Her peach blossom face abruptly lifted, meeting Zhang Hao's gaze. Zhang Hao. Can I ask you for a favor? Ha? Turning silently, Zhang Hao leaned casually against the ship's rail. What is it? If it's something this young master can help with, I'll definitely do it. Fingers fidgeting with her hem, Mo Euro stammered I for a long moment before finally muttering, head bowed, I haven't had a maintenance in ages. Could you give me a maintenance session? Maintenance? I thought it was something else. Alright then. Tomorrow, oh no, the day after tomorrow. I'll take you to the school store then and have the owner give you a maintenance session. Zhang Hao waved it off nonchalantly, unconcerned. In this world, while boat maidens could transform into humanoid beings, they still needed regular maintenance for their hulls. High-end maintenance often only requires simple methods. That meant drinking high-grade repair fluid. In human form, a shipmaiden could consume high-grade repair fluid, a special concoction of medicinal liquids. Taken orally, this formula maximized absorption and digestion, repairing internal structural damage within the shipmaiden. Of course, this simple and convenient premium repair solution carries a price tag of 39,800. Most ordinary shipmaidens simply cannot afford it. Therefore, a second method of maintenance exists. That is, manual maintenance. It takes time and effort to personally reapply lubricant and preservative to the deck, gunnel, and keel of the ship's hull. Though troublesome, the advantage is that these maintenance supplies are very inexpensive. Most of the maintenance for boat maids is personally handled by the navigators. Before the shipmaiden had a navigator, her upkeep was mostly handled by family members. Zhang Hao's philosophy was simple: if money could solve it, it wasn't a problem. Naturally, he wanted to use premium repair solution for Mo Euro's maintenance. But what he never could have imagined was, Mo Euro shook her head, slowly pulling a bottle of repair solution from her pocket. Her face flushed slightly as she stammered, no, it's not that kind of maintenance.
Auntie gave me a bottle of universal repair solution. My sister hasn't awakened as a ship maiden yet. She definitely doesn't have the strength to handle this. I don't know anyone else either. You. As she spoke, Mo Euro surreptitiously lifted her eyes, sizing up Zhang Hao with the innocent, mischievous charm of a squirrel eyeing a pine cone. Chapter 12, Could you help me with a hull maintenance? Part 2. So, what you're saying is, you want this young master to give you a manual maintenance repair? His eyes gleamed slyly as he looked at Mo Euro, causing her body to flinch. At the words manual repair, she seemed both resistant and yet strangely eager. If it's inconvenient for you, then never mind. I'll find a female boatwoman and pay her to help me with the maintenance. With a slight pang of hesitation, Mo Euro withdrew the maintenance fluid. She didn't know why, but on impulse, she'd wanted Zhang Hao to help her with this. Perhaps it was because he was the first strange person in years who actually got excited upon seeing her ugly hull? Or maybe because if she asked him to do the maintenance, he wouldn't charge labor fees? Her mind felt like a tangled mess of porridge. Mo Euro felt a strange pang of disappointment and was about to step toward the ship's rail. Hand it over. Ha! Suddenly, a crisp, authoritative voice cut through the air, startling Mo Euro. Looking up, Zhang Hao had already extended his palm toward her. What are you spacing out for? Hand over the maintenance solution. I'll give you a manual maintenance. You. Follow me. Grabbing Mo Euro's hand, Zhang Hao's lips curled upward involuntarily. Fine. He'd thought his mom Jian Chuanxue was up to something. Turns out she deliberately sent the preservative solution to assist him. This ginger, it's still the old spicy kind. Thump. Under the moonlight, the boy pulled the girl through the densely packed cabins at the front, winding their way to the rear deck of the cargo ship. The night sky was bright with scattered stars, and the rear deck was deserted. Only the salty sea breeze kept blowing. Which part do you need, maintenance? Glancing at Mo Euro, she pursed her lips. If possible, I'd like the entire ship repaired. Is that okay? Oh, including the captain's quarters? Zhang Hao's tone suddenly turned playful. Mo Euro's expression instantly tightened. That's the core area. It has special AI systems that don't need repairs. You're not my navigator, so you still can't go in. Oh. Fine. Anyway, let the devil ship show off first. I'll just maintain the hull for you. Turning away with a hint of disappointment, Zhang Hao silently unscrewed the cap of the maintenance fluid. Squeezing out a small dab of the maintenance fluid, the black, mud-like substance resembled the touch-up paint used for car scratch repairs in his previous life. Pouring a bit onto his palm, Zhang Hao looked at Mo Euro. All right. Oh. Turning around, Mo Euro had vanished from the vast, aft deck. The devil ship lay upside down on the deck. The mast propped up one side while the stern collapsed to the other. The entire hull was tilted, one side higher than the other. Ready? The hull swayed gently. Clack! Her hands tapped the wooden planks of the hull. Long exposure to seawater had left the planks blackened and decayed, the wood slightly warped and wrinkled. If you don't maintain it, the hull will eventually give out. Mo Euro dared not say another word. Repair? Maintenance? She'd never had the funds for that. All her money went to her sister and daily living expenses. If not for Zhang Hao, she might never have had the chance to learn restoration in her lifetime. Black repair fluid spread across the hull, and the damaged, aged sections began to miraculously heal and mend. Buzz. Until. Clack! The last drop of black repair fluid adhered to its final spot. The entire rear hull of the devil ship now reflected a fresh, glossy black sheen, gleaming like a brand new car fresh off the assembly line. I feel like I've been renewed? An excited voice echoed from the cabin. Zhang Hao smiled fondly. Then doesn't your other side need refurbishing too? No, sorry. I forgot. The hull scrambled to adjust, and with a loud thud, the massive vessel slowly rotated upright from its inverted position. He shot a disgruntled glance at the devil ship. Zhang Hao never imagined that after reincarnating as a young master, he'd still have to do dry wiping maintenance work. But, looking at the now smooth, polished black hull, restored to its former glory thanks to his maintenance and repair skills, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Damn it! Am I just destined to be a beast of burden? Shaking his head, Zhang Hao methodically applied the repair solution to the gunnels and planks. The liquid clung to the hull, emitting a clear, humming sound as it worked its magic. When he finally reached the mast, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ho-oo. He. A shy voice reached his ears, and Zhang Hao finally let go, walking toward the outer perimeter of the captain's cabin. Click. As the final drop of repair fluid was evenly applied to the outer hull of the captain's cabin, the old devil ship shone like new under the moonlight, giving off a distinct Pirates of the Caribbean, the Black Pearl vibe. Ouch. This has worn me out.
Leaping off the deck plank, Zhou Hang jumped down from the ship only to realize the devil had been motionless for quite some time.
Hey! Wake up! Wake up! The sound of tapping on the boat's hull finally drew Mo Euro's faint voice. Ha! Sorry. Sorry.
It was just so comfortable.
So, I fell asleep.
Buzz buzz buzz. The ship's hull gradually blurred as Mo Euro's figure materialized on the deck. Perhaps because the core of the ship maiden had been maintained, Mo Euro's human form had also undergone a certain degree of beautification. At this moment, her skin seemed several shades fairer. The thick foundation on her face had largely worn off, revealing a clear, pure, and soft oval face. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she looked at Zhou Hang again, her gaze now carrying an inexplicable hint of something else.
You. Aren't you afraid I'll force my way into the captain's control room while I'm maintaining you? He teased Mo Euro, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Unexpectedly.
Mo Euro stared blankly at Zhou Hang this time, pursing her lips.
You really want to be my navigator?
Of course. Otherwise, with this young master's qualifications, why wouldn't I go find another shipmaiden?
You. Give me time to think. Let's get to know each other better. Anyway, wait for me.
She shot Zhou Hang several complex glances.
Thump, thump, thump.
Under the moonlight, Mo Euro covered her flushed cheeks and ran toward the forward deck area.
Beep. Congratulations.
You have successfully gained favor with the fate-chosen protagonist, main ship maiden. You have plundered 4 strands of the fate protagonist's destiny. Your probability of awakening the SSS-tier talent dice of destiny increased by +4%.
Current probability, 44%. Chapter 13, A Pleasant Chat? Or an Unpleasant Parting? Part 1. Just a little maintenance? And that's enough to snatch the protagonist's opportunity?
Hearing the system's sudden voice in his ear, Zhou Hang's expression turned peculiar. Watching Mo Euro's hurried retreating figure, he rubbed his slippery palms, savoring the sensation from moments ago.
Don't tell me.
Maybe I unexpectedly like this job of maintaining ships.
At the same time, Shanxi Region Zhou family branch. Plop.
Zhou Hang, who was carrying cargo, suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. The cargo in his hands crashed to the deck. Staring blankly at the ship's planking, he felt as though he had lost something, a hollow emptiness filling his heart.
Young master, are you all right?
An elderly servant hurried over, supporting Zhou Hang as he watched his face with concern.
I'm fine. It's just, I feel like I've lost something. My heart, it aches terribly. Zhou Hang waved his hand, his expression inexplicably melancholy. It must be because you're still adjusting to the fisherwoman's departure, right?
Young master, venturing beyond the known seas aboard the Demon Sea Star is a life or death endeavor.
You must learn to let go.
The old servant kept trying to comfort Zhou Hang, assuming the young master was just missing his mother again.
Forget it. It's just a little heartache. For now, we've just arrived in the Mountain Sea. We must establish a foothold. Old Zhou, how did your reconnaissance go today?
Regaining his composure, Zhou Hang swiftly picked up the wooden crate from the ground. Inside lay the blue fish meat he'd smuggled out from the Cyan Realm Zhou clan. Not only was its flavor exceptional, but consuming it slightly boosted the attributes of sailor maidens and strengthened the physique of navigators, making it an essential provision for upper-class families. When fleeing the Yizhou clan, Zhou Hang had been shrewd enough to secure some stockpiles and supply channels for bluefish meat. He knew a small place like the Mountain Sea region couldn't possibly stock goods like bluefish meat. But if he brought this exclusive source to Mountain Sea, he was certain he could make a name for himself.
Young master, I did some preliminary research today.
The Zhang family has cornered the entire fish market in Shanghai Sea. Starting a fish business here might prove rather difficult. The old servant's face wore a look of utter despondency. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hang paused briefly in thought before shifting his approach.
Then, what about those fish merchants? If we can't sell the fish ourselves, what if we resell them to those merchants?
Well, besides the Zhang family, there's also the Lu family, the Academy, and the Yang family in the Mountain Sea area. The Zhang family goes without saying they monopolize the entire fish trade and control the best resources in the southeastern waters. The other families have to beg the Zhangs for fish. The Lu family is renowned for their smoke ships. They handle delivery and sales, serving as the Zhang family's close partners. As for the Academy, that's an official organization. Finally, the Yang family focuses almost exclusively on training navigators and sailors, rarely getting involved in these business dealings. After the old servant finished his detailed account, Zhou Hang's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Oh, no wonder that Zhang Hao was always clinging to Lu Ruyan since childhood.
So that's the connection. What a pity. The mist will belong only to me, Zhou Hang. The business of the Mountain Sea will also be mine.
You are all merely stepping stones for my return to the Zhou family. Gazing haughtily at the surging sea, Zhou Hang now radiated an air of soaring ambition. The old servant at his side watched, a flash of wild joy erupting in his eyes.
Truly the seed of the Zhou family. Even as the unexpected child of a C-rank shipmaiden, Zhou Hang carried the bloodline of the Zhou family. Following him, there must be a day of glory ahead. Silently resolved, the old servant murmured, "Well, young master, how do you suggest we proceed?" Oof. Begging the Zhang family for selling rights is out of the question. But there are always corners that money can pry open. What do you mean? Tomorrow, bring 100 pounds of blue fish meat. We'll pay a visit to the Liu family. Understood. The next day. Shan Yu Si Liu family estate. The morning breeze swept across the sea surface, stirring up ripples. Compared to the formidable fleet of the Zhang family, the Liu family appeared far more modest. Within their domain, only a dozen or so smoke ships of varying sizes bobbed and swayed in the sea. The Liu family, in essence, was a family of smoke ships, having built their fortune on the vessel's efficient speed. On the deck of a massive cargo ship, Liu Piaoshu faced the morning sun, poring over ledgers in her hands. This month's profits are solid. If we take over the Zhang family's cargo shipments and skim a bit off the goods, then our Liu family could finally begin training exceptional navigators. Recruiting talented men as son-in-laws isn't out of the question either. Her slender eyes flashed incessantly. Liu Piaoshu harbored immense ambition. She too desired to elevate the Liu clan to the stature of the Zhang clan. If possible, she even aspired to cultivate the smoke ship lineage to rival the purple-blue sword ship family. But all of this remained mere ambition. Tap tap tap. Lost in thought, a light figure approached from behind. Liu Piaoshu didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Ruyan? Don't you have school today? Today is rest day, so we don't have to. Besides, the school's finished teaching all the basic knowledge courses. Whether we, shipmaidens, go or not doesn't matter, we're just waiting for the awakening ceremony next. Yawning, Liu Ruyan wore only a sheer, gauzy dress at home. The morning sunlight fell upon her, revealing her serpentine, graceful curves. Rather than scolding her daughter for being too loose or improper, Liu Piaoshu wore an expression of admiration. Liu Ruyan was too much like her younger self. With her striking beauty and enviable figure, she flaunted them to draw men into a bloody battle for her affections. In the end, she would pick the one among them who was worthy of her. She had been this way, and so was her daughter. The awakening ceremony? Oh, I heard Zhang Hao gave you the cold shoulder yesterday? Closing the ledger, Liu Piaoshu fixed Liu Ruyan with a stern gaze. She had always been concerned about her daughter's relationship with Zhang Hao. After all, if her daughter could keep Zhang Hao wrapped around her finger, she could also pull some strings in the Zhang family's business dealings. Then Zhang Yunlong, out of respect for his future in-laws, would likely turn a blind eye. At the mention, Liu Ruyan's previously lazy expression instantly stiffened. Him? That bastard. Yesterday, he must have lost his mind. Not only did he refuse to pay my bill, but he actually brought home some punk just to spite me. Mom! Do you think he's starving or something? He'll eat anything. Her eyes brimmed with mockery and contempt. Liu Ruyan snapped back to reality, certain Zhang Hao was just putting on a show these past few days. When it came time to contract a shipmaiden, she refused to believe Zhang Hao would truly abandon her. Across the entire Mountain Sea region, she was the only A-class vessel. As the sole, grade A boat maiden, Liu Ruyan knew this truth. It wasn't men choosing her, it was she choosing men. Oh? Did he find another shipmaiden? Hearing this, Liu Piaoshu's eye twitched, her expression flushing with panic. Just some E-class shipmaiden. Mother, do you really think he'd contract with an E-rank shipmaiden? Well, that's true. He's probably just venting at you these past couple days, fooling around with other shipmaidens. Listen to your mother, wait a few days for his temper to cool, then offer him some perks. Let him touch your armrest. That turtle-like man will surely start fawning over you like before. Men. You have to play them like kites, let them fly free, then reel them back in. Let him touch me? Unless he apologizes publicly, I'll never speak to him again. Besides, mother. If someone with an SS-tier awakening talent shows up at the awakening ceremony, don't I get a say in the matter? Well, you'd better keep Zhang Hao on a leash. After all, the family is at a critical juncture. Her gaze was icy cold. Liu Piaoshu had never held Zhang Hao in any regard. In her eyes, Zhang Hao was nothing but a blood-sucking fool draining the Liu family dry. If he proved himself worthy by awakening an SS-tier talent, marrying her daughter off to him wouldn't be out of the question. But if he failed to rise to the occasion and was outshone by others, then the Zhang family deserved to be bled dry. Alright. Don't worry. Give it a few days, and I'll have him holding hands. He'll be so thrilled he'll be dancing in circles. The Zhang family? They're nothing special. He leaned lazily against the ship's rail. Suddenly, a rather splendid medium-sized vessel abruptly appeared on the distant sea, heading straight this way. Chapter 14, A Pleasant Chat? Or a Disagreement? Part 2. What's that ship? The sharp-eyed Liu Piaoshu immediately spotted the luxurious, medium-sized ship. From its deck planks to its sails, it bore no resemblance to the shipmaidens of the Mountain Sea. Judging by its grade, it was likely a D-class or higher shipmaiden. Is it Zhou Hang? What's he doing here?
Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes to look as well.
The moment she saw the man standing at the bow, her eyes lit up. Zhou Hang? What? Ruyan, you know him?
Lu Piaoshu looked at her daughter in surprise. She had never seen her daughter so preoccupied with any man before.
Zhou Hang is said to be a scion from a prominent family in the Azure domain.
Oh?
The Azure realm, a prominent family?
At those words, Lu Piaoshu's eyes flashed involuntarily.
Meanwhile,
Zhou Hang stood on the fishing boat, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Ruyan in the distance, his eyes brimming with delight. After escaping the Yizhou family, he had taken only one person and 2 ships with him. The old servant had been with his mother since before her passing. Of the 2 vessels, one was the old servant's cargo ship, the Ship Maiden. The other was the vessel beneath his feet now, the fishing boat. The fishing boat, a C-class vessel, measured 8 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, with a 12-meter high sail, a standard medium-sized ship. Its hull emitted a distinctive woody fragrance that attracted schools of fish for easy capture, hence the name fishing boat. To be precise, this vessel also belonged to my aunt. Yes, she was my mother's younger sister, who had escaped with me.
Zhou Hang. Is that girl the one you've set your sights on?
A soft, sweet voice drifted from the captain's cabin, and Zhou Hang's joyful expression instantly faded.
Yes. Auntie. I heard the Lu family is the Smokeship clan. Seeing them today, they truly live up to their reputation. Poof. Just a minor family. They're nowhere near as prestigious as the Zhou family.
But that young lady, she's worth considering. If she could become your first ship maiden, that would be quite splendid.
I was thinking the same thing. Too bad she might not fancy me. Nonsense. You carry the Zhou bloodline. How could you be unworthy? Later. I'll handle negotiations with that old woman. You find a way to get closer to that girl. Understand? Don't be shy. Your rise to power absolutely requires her.
A stern voice echoed.
Zhou Hang bowed respectfully, yes.
The sea breeze blew in, gradually revealing Lu Ruyan on the distant cargo ship.
Zhou Hang's lips curved upward.
For some inexplicable reason, the moment he first laid eyes on Lu Ruyan, he felt a fated certainty that she was the one destined for him in this lifetime. It was as if simply seeing her could dissolve all his grievances.
Who dares approach? Why dare you set foot in the waters of the Lu family? Suddenly,
a sharp command rang out from the cargo ship. Lu Piaoshu turned to face the fishing boat with an icy expression. A dozen smoke-belching vessels around them simultaneously raised their bows, closing in on the fishing boat.
Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding.
Seeing the impending confrontation, Zhou Hang hurriedly braced himself against the gunwale, forcing a sunny smile.
Zhou Hang of the Zhou clan of the Azure domain. Seeking business with the Lu clan. Oh? Business? What kind of business?
Suspicious eyes scrutinized Zhou Hang as Lu Piaoshu scanned him up and down, her gaze brimming with quiet admiration. Truly worthy of a major maritime clan surrounded by so many shipmates, yet he remains utterly composed.
He's got a good attitude. Combined with that family background. No wonder Ruyan holds you in such high regard.
Compared to that Zhang Hao fellow, you're certainly much more pleasant to be around. With a flirtatious glance and flowing tassels, Lu Piaoshu placed her hands on her hips as she looked at Zhou Hang, her expression carrying a hint of a mother-in-law's approval. Zhou Hang bowed respectfully with a smile, teasing, naturally, it's a business that could elevate the Lu family. Head Lu, possessing a family enterprise like the Smokeship, grants you a natural advantage. Had the Zhang family not risen too early, perhaps this mountain sea region as foremost house.
How dare you? Do you know what you're saying?
Before Zhou Hang could finish, Lu Piaoshu's eyes turned icy, and the surrounding smokeships closed in further on the fishing boat.
Splash!
The sea winds surged as over a dozen vessels completely surrounded the fishing boat, clearly preparing to encircle and capture it.
Yet Zhou Hang remained unflappable. Head of the Lu family. The opportunity is right here. You truly won't even glance at it? Or could it be that the mighty Lu family, with all its members, fears me and a mere shipmaiden?
After several minutes of silent stares, Lu Piaoshu's cold expression suddenly broke into a smile.
Fine, fine, fine. This is interesting. Come on over. Boy, if what you offer doesn't satisfy me, even if you're from a prominent family, you won't leave the Lu estate alive today. With a wave of his hand, the swarm of smokeships dispersed, and the fishing vessel charged straight toward the cargo ship.
Lu Ruyan stood on the side deck, her heart pounding wildly. For a fleeting moment, she felt that Zhou Hang had displayed remarkable presence and composure in the face of danger. If only he could awaken an SS-tier talent. Her mind racing with secret thoughts, Lu Ruyan instinctively exchanged a glance with Zhou Hang. Seeing the possessive look in his eyes, she flushed and ducked behind Lu Piaoshu.
Tisk. You silly girl. Well, this attitude might just make that boy take a liking to you.
She silently spat at her daughter's lack of ambition.
Lu Piaoshu stood motionless on the deck, watching as the fishing boat transformed into a middle-aged woman.
Clutching several crates of goods, she followed Zhou Hang aboard the cargo ship.
Head of the Lu family.
After boarding, Zhou Hang clasped his fists in a respectful salute, neither humble nor arrogant.
Lu Lu Piaoshu waved calmly, inwardly comparing him to Zhang Hao. Indeed. This lad is far more pleasing to the eye than that turtle-faced man. Her eyebrows lifted slightly, revealing a cold expression. Speak. What business? Well. Shall we discuss this inside? Zhou Hang gestured toward the interior of the cargo ship. Lu Piaoshu's voice turned icy. What value can you offer me? You think just stepping inside gives you that right? Well. Fine then. Auntie, give them the goods. After taking the wooden crates from the woman behind him, Zhou Hang casually opened one, revealing a large expanse of blue-scaled, blue fish meat inside. Head of the Lu family. This is my token of sincerity. After leaving the Zhou family, this junior, Zhou Hang, secured a source for blue fish meat. For men, consuming this blue fish meat strengthens their physique. They could handle a night with a boat woman without issue. For the boat women, consuming it can even subtly enhance their attributes over time. These crates of blue fish meat are my humble gift to you as a token of our meeting. I wonder if you might be interested in doing business with me? He pushed the wooden crate directly to Lu Piaoshu's side. Her eyes flickered, but she remained motionless, staring at the fish meat inside. After a long moment, she tentatively grabbed a piece of the finer raw fish and popped it into her mouth. After chewing it thoroughly, the fish's freshness aside, she felt an inexplicable warmth spreading through her body. This fish meat can actually alter certain attributes of the ship maiden. I can feel the values fluctuating between 0.0 to 0.03. If consumed long-term. Her eyes narrowed. Lu Piaoshu instantly recognized the business opportunity in this blue fish meat. Her previously tense face instantly broke into a sly, box-like grin as she gestured toward the interior of the merchant ship. Excellent. Excellent. Young Master Zhou truly is a remarkable fellow. Quickly, come inside for a detailed discussion. Her gauze robe swaying, Lu Piaoshu swayed her hips over to Zhou Hang's side, gesturing invitingly. Please. The corner of Zhou Hang's mouth lifted. He glanced at Lu Piaoshu before shifting his gaze to Lu Ruyan behind her. She swayed coyly, her fair skin glimpsed beneath her skirt, flinging a flirtatious smile at Zhou Hang. All right. Clenching his fists, Zhou Hang's lips curved upward. Ruyan. I will have you. Chapter 15, A Pleasant Conversation? Or an Unpleasant Parting? Part 2. Thud. Plop. The sound of waves crashing against the hull echoed through the cabin. The fishing boat and Lu Piaoshu calculated the value of the bluefish meat together. We have several hundred crates in stock now. With each crate priced between 20,000 and 30,000, that's already worth millions. The key question is, how will you divide the profits, Master Lu? The human form of the fishing vessel was a 5 feet 5 inches middle-aged woman with slightly tanned skin and rather handsome features. A white cloth covered her hair, somewhat reminiscent of early fishermen's attire. Hang Ping, Zhou Hang's aunt. She appeared somewhat simple-minded, yet her thinking was remarkably sharp. Split? There's actually some risk involved on my end. After all, I'm doing business with you behind Zhang Yunlong's back. If he finds out I'm using his shelf space to sell your goods, I'll be in big trouble. So, how about 7-3? I take 70%, you get 30. Her slender almond eyes fluttered as Lu Piaoshu wore an expression of shrewd calculation. 70-30? No deal. The goods are ours. How can you take 70%? You've already swallowed a lot of Zhang's fish meat yourselves, haven't you? The portion you swallowed was just used to display our goods. There should be no risk at all, right? Hang Ping shot Lu Piaoshu a teasing glance, and Lu Piaoshu's lips curled into a smirk. Fine. Looks like you've done your research too. See Lu, right. We can't give any more ground. 60-40? 60-40 is fine. But I have one condition. Hang Ping narrowed her eyes. Lu Piaoshu shot her a peculiar look. What condition? Every night, you must dispatch one smoke ship for my young master Hang to form a temporary contract with, so he can practice navigating vessels. This request isn't unreasonable, is it? Well. As their gazes locked, Lu Piaoshu finally realized this woman was no ordinary person. She understood the business deal stuffing Zhou Hang here. What scheme was she cooking up? Poof. Fine. As long as your Zhou Hang proves capable, I'll even contract you a smoke ship maiden. What a generous offer, head of the Lu family. Ha! You should thank the Zheng family young master. If it weren't for him being such a jerk, I wouldn't have had the guts to keep ripping off their fish. As long as my Ruyan keeps Zhang Hao hooked, this business will keep running. Ruyan? When the negotiations concluded, Lu Piaoshu snapped back to reality. Glancing beside her, she noticed Lu Ruyan locked eyes with Zhou Hang. They looked like young lovers, their gazes so intense it seemed threads might form between them. Ruyan. Ha? Oh. What is it, mother? Snapping back to reality, Lu Ruyan turned to Lu Piaoshu, who shot Zhou Hang a glare. You two behave yourselves. Don't push things too far. We still need the Zheng family. You absolutely must make sure Zhang Hao is properly punished. Don't worry, mother. That turtle like Zhang Hao? I could make him lick the deck with his tongue, and he'd crawl there smiling. A turtle like him deserves to be made to pay up. And the Zhang family. If it weren't for Zhang Yunlong leaving early, what business would they have with the Zhang family anyway?
With a dismissive wave, Lu Ruyan cast a seductive glance at Zhou Hang, who responded with a calm smile.
Miss Lu? Would you care to step outside for a moment?
Sure.
With a sway of her serpentine waist, Lu Ruyan reached out, ready to link arms with Zhou Hang.
All those words spoken before Zhou Hang about trials, loyalty, love. At this moment, they all vanished like a fart.
Let's go!
Just as Zhou Hang's large hand reached out.
Woo! Whoa! Woo woo woo! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted outside the cabin. Boom boom!
Violent waves crashed against the hull, rocking the entire cargo ship violently.
Boom!
The cabin jolted violently, scattering blue fish meat from the wooden crates across the floor.
What's happening? Is the tide coming in? What's happening?
The 4 people in the cabin were all bewildered when a woman in a gauze robe rushed in frantically.
Master! Master! It's bad! It's terrible! That Zhang Hao!
Zhang Hao is bringing a fleet of battleship maidens.
What? Battleship maidens?
Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The Lu clan smoke ships were all speed vessels. They couldn't possibly be equipped with weapons that would slow them down. If the enemy went berserk now and started a fight, her Lu family would be screwed.
Zhang Hao? That kid, how dare he? Ruyan, what's going on? Did you hold that kid back? Suspicious eyes turned to Lu Ruyan.
At that moment, she had no thoughts of being intimate with Zhou Hang.
Her face was deathly pale. I don't know either. Has that bastard lost his mind these past few days? You. Why aren't you going out to check? Yes. Clatter clatter clatter. The group hurriedly ran toward the deck area.
Splash splash splash. Raging tides now crashed against the deck of the cargo ship, while scorching steam surged from the distant sky, searing every inch of the sea breeze.
Ships, teeming with battle maidens. They now dominated every surrounding sea near the Lu family.
Led by a black iron cannon ship, over a dozen harpoon ships and archer ships spread out around it. Like a dark cloud, they advanced relentlessly, crushing forward as if intent on swallowing the Lu family whole.
Such a massive force. What does the Zhang family think they're doing? They're mad. Completely mad? They're actually going to attack us, the Lu family? Why?
Lu Piaoshu stood on the deck, completely flustered.
Lu Ruyan's face had gone deathly pale. Could the Zhang family really be ready to attack over a mere disagreement?
As for Zhou Hang and Hang Ping, their faces darkened completely as they silently retreated to a corner.
If the Lu family truly met its end today, what business would there be left? What use would a damn smoke ship be? Damn it! How could the Zhang family suddenly decide to punish the Lu family like this? How could Zhang Yunlong be so petty? Who is it? Who is targeting the Lu family? Zhang Hao? No. That sycophant? He couldn't possibly do something like this.
His eyes narrowed with malice as they fixed on the massive cannon ship.
The next moment, Zhou Hang's expression shattered completely.
Because, at the prow of the cannon ship, Zhang Hao stood with his head held high, gazing down at them with utter contempt.
Well. Seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. The Zhou family, what brings you to the Lu family's territory? Don't you know? The Lu family is a partner of the Zhang family? Boom. Boom boom boom.
On the fire cloud, Zhang Hao's sharp demand triggered a synchronized movement of countless turrets, all locking onto the cargo ship's position. Scorching white smoke billowed, filling the air with the terrifying stench of gunpowder.
Zhou Hang stood frozen, unable even to utter a word. What could he do? That bastard Zhang Hao, relying on his own shipmaiden, could make him eat right now, and he'd have to do it. That bastard. That turtle-brained bastard, how could he think to use his own forces? In Zhou Hang's eyes, Zhang Hao was nothing but an idiot. What a complete idiot. With the Zhang family backing him, he could have just forced himself on Lu Ruyan. Instead, he's acting like a ing turtle man and a licking dog? But today, this guy seems to have woken up? Answer me. I'm asking you a question? Standing tall and haughty. At this moment, Zhang Hao aboard the ship embodied the Zhang family's eldest son's aura to the fullest. Gulp. Gulp.
Lu Piaoshu swallowed hard, feeling as though the Zhang Hao on the ship had become a different person.
Zhen. Ugh. Dear son-in-law. You've got the wrong idea. Our families are just meeting up. What's the big deal? Look at you, making such a big fuss. You'll scare Auntie. Even if you don't scare me, what if you scare Ruyan? Don't you care about her?
Forcing a smile, Lu Piaoshu hurriedly nudged Lu Ruyan's arm. Lu Ruyan snapped out of it and immediately shot her a sour look.
Zhang Hao. What the hell is wrong with you? I know you've been trying to get under my skin these past few days, to get my attention. I know I haven't been considerate of your feelings.
So, just take these ships and leave immediately, and I'll let you be my temporary boyfriend for a month.
Is that okay? Looking as if she'd been wronged, Lu Ruyan glared at Zhang Hao. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
But, on the deck, Zhang Hao suddenly burst into laughter.
Looks like some people still haven't grasped the situation, huh? Second concubine, what do you say? If someone dares to embezzle money from the Zhang family, what should be done? Boom.
On the fire cloud, countless heavy cannons rose, their barrels trained simultaneously on a smoke-shrouded vessel blocking the fire cloud's path. The mountain sea is nothing but a fish swimming through it. It belongs to the Zhang family. If anyone covets it, they shall be blasted to pieces. Chapter 16, The Break, The Collapse of the Lu Family. Part 1. A completely emotionless voice echoed from within the fire cloud. Hearing this, Lu Piaoshu was both furious and terrified. You little brat.
Do you even know what nonsense you're spouting? How dare you lay a hand on me?
Even if your father Zhang Yunlong himself came here, he wouldn't dare touch me.
Do you really think this mountain sea region belongs to your Zhang family?
Furiously pointing at Zhang Hao, Lu Piaoshu panicked. Truly panicked. If Zhang Hao went berserk and sank every single smoke ship here with his cannons, who could she turn to for justice? The authorities? The authorities would have to weigh the power of the Zhang family.
Zhang Hao,
stop making unreasonable demands.
Fine. I'll agree to be your ship maiden.
Tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes as hatred welled up inside her toward Zhang Hao. She knew Zhang Hao was doing this just to force her into a corner. But, the more he acted like this, the more she despised him. You bastard.
You stinking turtle man.
Today you treat me like this, but someday I'll team up with Zhou Hang and suck the blood from your Zhang family, gnaw on your Zhang family's bones. Thinking darkly, Lu Ruyan wore a look of utter grievance.
But, what were this mother and daughter saying?
Zhang Hao pretended not to hear a word. His gaze fixed on the smoke-shrouded vessel blocking the fire cloud, a cold smile curled his lips. This young master's sea route
can be blocked by your piece of a class ship? I'll give you one chance. Confess everything you've done. Kneel. Admit your crimes. Otherwise.
Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and menacing as he stared at the Lu family mother and daughter. He secretly hoped they wouldn't confess. The Lu family served as Zhou Hang's stepping stone. If they were wiped out outright, how much of Zhou Hang's destiny could he seize? You bastard. How dare you speak to me like that? You'd do this for Ruyan? Even if you get her. Boom. This time. Before Lu Piaoshu could finish her sentence, Zhang Hao tapped the hull of the fire cloud with an expressionless face. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of black cannonballs, trailing smoke and flames, instantly slammed into the smoke ship directly ahead. Boom. Boom. In mere moments. The once sturdy smoke ship was instantly reduced to splintered wood and shattered planks by the barrage. Countless holes were blasted through the entire vessel, its hull instantly engulfed in flames. A piercing scream echoed across the sea. The smoke ship lurched and convulsed as a woman in a gauze dress, covered in blood, tumbled from the captain's cabin and plunged into the depths with a splash. Puff, puff, puff. Bubbles rose steadily to the surface. The small boat blocking the view vanished, leaving only a sea of blood churning beneath. Gunpowder smoke filled the air as countless gunboats simultaneously trained their fire on the cargo ship. Silence. A silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. As Lu Piaoshu and Lu Ruyan stared at the gaping black muzzles of the cannons trained on them, both women collapsed to the ground with a thud. You. Zhang Hao. What the hell do you think you're doing? Mother and daughter were both panicked, all traces of their earlier arrogance gone. Because the expressionless youth at the bow showed not a shred of the fawning, sycophantic man they had expected. I'll give you one more chance. Speak. What did you do? Gunpowder smoke filled the barrel. Zhang Hao's gaze swept toward the distance, where he could already make out the approaching figures of the enforcement squad and the Yang family's shipmaids. But, divine mandate? His eyes narrowed. Zhang Hao knew full well that as the female lead's family, the Lu clan possessed considerable fortune. They wouldn't be wiped out so easily. Well then, he'd simply have to increase the pressure. Still not talking? Next, your cargo ship will sink into the sea. The chilling voice echoed across the sea. Lu Piaoshu clenched her teeth, trembling. You dare. Boom. Boom. Before she could retaliate, two cannonballs from the fire cloud blasted two holes through the cargo ship's lower deck. Splash. Seawater poured in through the holes, and the third cannonball was about to strike. Lu Piaoshu panicked, utterly panicked. She couldn't lose this cargo ship. It was the foundation passed down through generations of the Lu family. With a thud, Lu Piaoshu dropped to her knees on the deck. I'll talk. It's my fault. I was blinded by greed.
I secretly stole Zhang's family's cargo. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Oh? What else? Running his hands over the scorching cannon barrel, Zhou Hang shot a teasing glance at Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang's face darkened instantly. He immediately pulled Hang Ping back several steps. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have secretly done business with the Zhou family behind the Merchants Guild's back. I shouldn't have used the shipping vessels purchased by the Zhang family to transport the Zhou family's cargo. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Crumpled on the deck, Lu Piaoshu was now utterly distraught, all traces of her former arrogance vanished. She was terrified. She genuinely feared this hot-headed youngster would wipe out the Lu family before the enforcement squad even arrived. Poof. The Lu family. Listen up. All these years, you've been swallowing up my Zhang family's cargo. You must repay everything within a month. And dare you use the ship space contracted by my Zhang family to transport Zhou family goods? The Zhou family disregards the Merchants Guild rules, and my Zhang family will pursue this matter to the fullest extent. Furthermore, all business between the Lu and Zhang families is hereby severed. Don't even think about securing any contracts in the Mountain Sea region from now on. Got that? The cold, menacing voice echoed throughout the area. Lu Piaoshu collapsed to the ground, limp as a pile of rotten flesh. What? Completely severed trade relations? This. Her lips turned a dusky purple. Only Lu Piaoshu understood what severing trade ties with the Zhang family truly meant. It meant the complete collapse of her Lu family's financial chain. And which family, once blacklisted by the Zhangs, would dare to do business with the Lius in the Mountain Sea region? It's over. The Lu family was finished. No. This can't be. You can't do this. Ruyan, you must persuade Zhang Hao. Grabbing the still-dazed Lu Ruyan by the arm, Lu Piaoshu pleaded with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. Today, I'll let you into the captain's cabin. You. Tearful eyes fixed on Zhang Hao, Lu Ruyan was utterly baffled by what that bastard was up to now. You worthless trash. Did you really think I was after your crappy boat? This is my father's decision. The Lu family can be erased from the Mountain Sea region. A cold voice echoed, Zhang Hao not bothering to glance at the mother and daughter again. Now, they sat cross-legged on the ground, wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Caw caw caw. Caw caw caw. The gun barrel continued to swivel, suddenly locking onto Zhou Hang and his companion aboard the ship. Zhou Hang's face tightened as he looked at Zhang Hao, trembling. Zhang Hao. What are you doing? You know the rules. The ship maiden must not kill without cause. How dare you lay a hand on me? Don't you fear arrest by the enforcement squad? Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hang was on the verge of breaking down. Damn it! Before he'd even had a chance to develop, the villain faction sent the entire force to suppress him. Wasn't that how the script was supposed to go? How was he supposed to play this? Yes. I can't kill people. But blowing that boatwoman behind you to smithereens so she can't become a boatwoman anymore? That's no big deal, right? After all, you disrupted my Zhang family's business first. Chapter 17, The Break, The Collapse of the Lu Family. Part 2. You. At that moment, Zhou Hang felt an endless wave of humiliation wash over him. He dared not utter a word or make a move, terrified that Zhang Hao might blast him to smithereens. He stood behind Hang Ping, his eyes bloodshot with pent-up fury. Zhang Hao. Fortunes change over time. Never look down on a young man in poverty. He uttered that timeless adage, then gasped for breath, yet did nothing. Instead, Hang Ping knelt slowly to her knees, her face dark. Young Master Zhang. I know it was wrong for us to conduct business behind the Zhang family's back. So, this 1,000 caddies of bluefish meat I brought from the Zhou family, consider it our apology for this matter. What do you say? She looked up at Zhang Hao with humility. A slight smile touched his lips as he relented. Very well. However, I demand you deliver all 3,000 caddies of your bluefish meat to the Zhang family tonight. Otherwise. You. How did you know we have 3,000 Jean? Just say whether you'll deliver it or not. We'll deliver it. Fists clenched tightly, could Hang Ping dare say no? Humiliation washed over her body, leaving her frozen in place. Ha! Zhang Hao smiled, amusedly surveying the crowd he had crushed under his thumb. What kind of bull turtle man? What loyalty? That. Being the villain, isn't that the sweet spot? Those 3,000 Jean of bluefish meat were the very foundation of Zhou Hang's takeoff from the Mountain Sea region. And now I'm forcibly taking it from him? Does Zhou Hang dare say a word? Beep. Congratulations on successfully confiscating protagonist Zhou Hang's startup funds, significantly crippling his initial momentum. You have seized 7 strands of the protagonist's heavenly fortune. Beep. Congratulations on successfully suppressing the Lu family, undermining the protagonist's allied clan, and halting the progression of the protagonist's relationship with the female lead. You have seized 3 strands of the protagonist's heavenly fortune. Your SSS-tier talent dice of Fate Awakening probability plus 10%, current awakening probability 54%. Ha! I knew it.
Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into an even wider smirk.
So what if the protagonist couldn't be killed?
Before he grew stronger, he was nothing but a fleecing machine for me.
Zhou Hang. Lu Ruyan. Listen up. You two can be together however you want. It's none of my damn business. We'll meet at the Chuhai gathering. Second ante, let's go.
Turning away, Zhou Hang couldn't be bothered to glance at the pair, leaving them to slink dejectedly into a corner of the deck.
Rumble.
A dozen or so dark, cloud-like, battleship maidens slowly withdrew from the Lu family's territory, trampling the wild grass beneath them. Beyond the Lu family's waters, over a dozen ship maidens had already closed in. Spotting the fire cloud emerge, a small, blue-ice-spiked vessel bearing the young family's sails slowly intercepted its path. The vessel resembled a scaled-down version of the purple-green sword ship, a swift craft. Standing upon it was a youth with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his gaze fixed on Zhou Hang with peculiar intensity.
Zhou Hang? You orchestrated the attack on the Lu family just now?
The youth was utterly astonished. After all, Zhou Hang's reputation as a sycophant at the Shanghai Academy was known to everyone.
Could he really be the one behind today's assault on the Lu family?
Oof.
Yang Fan, this is between the Zhang and Lu families. It's none of your Yang family's business.
Zhou Hang shot him a sour look, clearly unimpressed with Yang Fan.
The Yang family.
Though they were a seafaring family that kept out of worldly affairs, focused solely on cultivating exceptional shipmates and navigators. But, precisely because of this stance, during a speed race, they recognized the protagonist Zhou Hang's potential. Thus, they extended an olive branch to protagonist Zhou Hang, becoming yet another pillar of support for him. In other words, they were also essential to Zhou Hang's rise.
Haven't seen you in a few days, young Master Zhang, and your temper's grown fiercer? Fine. I've always hated your turtle-like cowardice. As long as you didn't wipe out the Lu family today, I couldn't care less.
The smoke ships are our Mountain Sea region's signature shipgirls, just leave a few survivors. Waving dismissively, Yang Fan's vessel slowly withdrew, his gaze still fixed strangely on Zhou Hang. Truly, 3 days apart, and one must look at him with new eyes.
Second concubine, let's go. No point lingering here.
At Zhou Hang's command, the fire cloud slowly sailed into the distance. Plop. Plop. In the distance, several more medium-sized vessels bearing the insignia of the enforcement squadron approached slowly. A middle-aged man stood on one vessel, his face etched with emotion as he gazed toward the Lu family.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If it had come to blows, we wouldn't have been able to hold back the Zheng family. Yang Fan, did you find out why they started this? Did any shipmaids kill anyone?
The middle-aged man looked at Yang Fan, who shrugged.
They probably just rammed 2 ship maidens. One probably can't become a ship maiden again. The other one needs to be sent to the ship repair tower, right? Well, that's manageable.
That Zhang Yunlong may be domineering, but he wouldn't let his child run wild like this.
I suspect the Lu family must have done something unsavory. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so desperate now. So Captain Du, what's your plan?
Yang Fan gestured toward the middle-aged man, who gave a helpless smile.
What else can we do? It's not that serious. We'll just go through the motions and pay the Zheng family a visit. If Zhang Yunlong really decides to act, what can we do? Without backup from higher-ups, whose firepower in the entire Mountain Sea region could match the Zheng families? True. That Lu family? Serves them right.
Daring to bleed the Zheng family dry, they must be tired of living.
After the Yang family fleet and the enforcement squad fleet completed their handover, they observed the chaos in the Lu family's waters.
Without a single word of inquiry, they dispersed one after another.
In the world of Demon Sea Star, humans die, but ship maidens never do.
Even if the hull is severely damaged, as long as the main structure remains intact, the ship maiden can still transform into a human form to survive. With good fortune, if they find a ship repairer, they can even be reborn anew. Therefore, in this world, human lives are more precious than ships. Today, as long as Zhang Hao hadn't killed anyone, even if he blew every single smoke ship to smithereens, this matter could still be negotiated. The incident wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Plop. Plop. After all the fleets departed, on the deck of the cargo ship, Lu Piaoshu had completely lost her earlier allure. Like a wilted flower, she sat motionless on the ground, wallowing in self-pity. Plop. Plop. Several smoke ships gathered around, their voices rising in a chorus of complaints.
Master. My child's monthly upkeep fees haven't been paid yet. Master, are we still delivering this cargo? Master. What are we supposed to do now? The mounting pressure hit him like a wall.
Lu Piaoshu's face darkened, but not a word escaped his lips.
Mom.
You. Lu Ruyan had never seen her mother look so desolate. She wanted to step forward and support her mother.
But no.
A sharp crack echoed as Lu Piaoshu's hand smacked Lu Ruyan across the face, sending her crashing to the floor.
It's all your fault. I told you to keep him hooked. Hooked. Why take your anger out on him? Why were you flirting behind his back? Don't you know all this was given by the Zhang family?
Glaring viciously at Lu Ruyan, Lu Piaoshu unleashed all her pent-up frustration onto her.
Mom! But you told me to. Couldn't you have sweetened the deal yourself? Wah!
With reddened eyes, Lu Ruyan collapsed onto the floor, unable to utter another word. From afar, Zhou Hang witnessed the scene. His eyes lit up, and he immediately moved to help Lu Ruyan up.
Head of the Lu family. This really isn't Ruyan's fault. That Zhang Hao, he... As he tried to shift the blame onto Zhang Hao, Lu Piaoshu's expression darkened even further. And you? If it weren't for you, how would our Lu family have gotten into all this trouble? Get out. Get out of the Lu family.
His trembling finger pointed at Zhou Hang, who froze in his tracks, his face darkening instantly.
Pressing his lips together, he clasped his hands in a bow. Head of the Lu family, Zhou Hang, takes his leave.
Climbing down the rope ladder on the deck, Zhou Hang hurriedly sailed away from the Lu family estate with Hangping, as if fleeing. On the sea, cold winds lashed their faces in gusts. Watching the receding hull of the fire cloud, Zhou Hang clenched his fists.
Zhang Hao. The humiliation I suffered today, I, Zhou Hang, will repay 100-fold in the future. Chapter 18, The Wild Boat Race, Zhou Hang's Bet. The next day. Amidst the vast waters of the Zhang family domain, a vessel gleaming with a dark sheen approached the Zhang territory.
Though the waters teemed with passing warships, all instinctively gave way upon sighting this vessel.
Ha! Why are you all giving me the right of way? Mo Euro was utterly baffled.
As a poor working-class boatwoman, she had no idea what had happened yesterday. Thanks to Zhang Hao, she hadn't gone to work and had spent the day at home looking after her little sister instead.
Phew! Huff! Phew!
Controlling the sails, Mo Euro steered the boat close to the cargo ship and peered toward the hold.
Hey! Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! Time for class!
The urging voice rang out as Zhang Hao slowly emerged from one of the cabins. Behind him, Zhang Yunlong and Jin Xuanxue followed, seemingly eager to give Zhang Hao some early morning advice.
Little Hao. I heard about what happened yesterday. You did well. But with all that commotion you caused, the Shuhai Association. I doubt you'll be able to contract a smoke ship now.
Zhang Yunlong patted Zhang Hao's shoulder with satisfaction.
Damn it. Now that's my son, Zhang Hao. Why waste power and influence by playing the coward? That'd be stupid. Put. Son, don't be afraid.
Mother will snatch a young boat girl for you in a few days.
I refuse to believe there isn't a single woman in the purple-green sword boat clan who'd be a perfect match for my son. Jin Xuanxue rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to steal a boat. Ha ha ha. Mom, no need. My boat girl, hasn't she come to fetch me already?
Pointing to the shivering, dilapidated demon ship outside the cargo vessel, Zhang Yunlong and Jin Xuanxue both paled.
Are you absolutely sure about this? Using an E-class ship as your initial ship maiden? Same as before. There are no trashy ship maidens, only trashy navigators. I'm off to school. Everything else can wait until the awakening ceremony.
Waving goodbye, Zhang Hao strode to the edge of the deck, flipped over, and landed on the deck of the devil ship.
Morning, Ma Yu-ro. Gee, good morning. Unlike Zhang Hao's boldness, Mo Euro felt an inexplicable shyness. That night,
the scene of maintaining the hull was etched into her mind, refusing to fade. Plop. Plop. The little boat drifted steadily toward the outer reaches of the Zhang family's waters. Each time it passed a boatwoman's vessel, the captain's cabin would open, and the helmswoman would step out, saluting Zhang Hao with utmost respect.
Young Master Zhang! Young Master Zhang! The echoes reverberated across the sea. Only then did Mo Euro snap back to reality.
They weren't making way for her, they were making way for this young master.
Put. Strange as it may seem.
After leaving the Zhang family's waters, every single one of Zhang Hao's shipgirls on the devil ship they encountered along the way scattered like they'd seen a ghost, giving them wide berths.
Ha! Why are they afraid of you?
A puzzled voice drifted from the captain's cabin. Zhang Hao leaned against the ship's rail, waving dismissively.
Nothing. Just blew up 2 ships yesterday. Oh. Ha! Blow up. Blow up ships? Yeah. Just blew up a few junkers. Rusty old ships? Surely they could be repaired? No way. Some looked fine on the outside, but inside they were blackened and rotted through. Oh.
Listening to Zhang Hao's words, utterly confused.
The devil's ship hummed as it pulled alongside the Mountain Sea Academy vessel.
On deck, before morning classes began, a group of boys and girls stood laughing and playing. Originally, when Mo Euro saw Zhang Hao arrive aboard the devil ship, she thought they would all mock her or something.
But, to Mo Euro's surprise, the sailor girls scattered the moment they spotted Zhang Hao.
Even the male students, after staring blankly at Zhang Hao for a few moments, murmured among themselves and drifted away.
Ha! Is it really just that simple? Blowing up 2 ships?
Upon stepping onto the deck of the Shanghai Academy, Mo Euro stared at Zhang Hao with curiosity.
Zhang Hao smiled faintly. I'm a notorious troublemaker in the Shanghai Sea. Isn't it only natural they'd be afraid of me? Is that so?
The two walked side by side, striding swiftly toward the classroom.
Did you hear? Young Master Shang went berserk yesterday.
He took out over a dozen battleships and nearly wiped out the Lu family.
Ha! Wasn't he supposed to be pursuing Lu Ruyan? How's he supposed to do that now? Looks like he's determined to destroy Lu Ruyan if he can't have her.
Before they even entered the classroom, whispers from inside reached their ears.
Then,
the moment Zhang Hao's face appeared at the classroom doorway, the murmurs abruptly ceased.
The entire classroom fell silent in an instant, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Thud. Thud. Thud.
His cold, arrogant gaze swept across the classroom. In the front row, Lu Ruyan immediately lowered her head the moment she saw Zhang Hao enter, terrified of meeting his gaze. She dared not act haughty or bossy anymore, no longer believing herself to be Zhang Hao's pillar of support, daring to toy with him. Now, she was terrified that this man might suddenly snap and lead another group of battleships to turn the Lu household upside down. Seated beside him, Lin Man pressed her lips together, several times wanting to confront Zhang Hao. Yet, meeting his calm gaze, she could only timidly glance at him a few times, saying nothing.
Until Zhang Hao led Mo Euro to the back row and sat down. The classroom remained utterly silent. Zhang Hao. Suddenly,
from the back seat, Zhou Hang glared at Zhang Hao with fury.
Zhang Hao, yesterday you bullied Ruyan just because of your family's wealth. What kind of man are you? What kind of man are you?
As if he'd planned this all along, he immediately positioned himself on the moral high ground, launching into a tirade against Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao remained calm, but Mo Euro beside him instantly gaped in shock, her mouth forming a perfect O.
She never imagined that when Zhang Hao casually mentioned blowing up 2 junk ships, he was referring to Lu Ruyan's family's vessels? This guy? Did he really not want the smoke ship?
Even if he didn't approach Lu Ruyan, once they sailed out of the sea, he could have gone to the Lu family to temporarily charter a smoke ship. By causing this commotion, he'd completely alienated the Lu family.
It was over. Ha ha ha. Zhou Hang. You didn't think that just because you deliberately humiliated me at the academy today, I'd have to back down, did you? Have you considered? If you provoke me, I might lose my mind and even dare to blow up the school? You dare to wager on it?
A cold glare fixed on Zhou Hang, whose previously confident features instantly darkened.
You. What good is your family's wealth? What does that make you? Fine.
Let's have a contest without relying on our backgrounds. Pressing his lips together, Zhou Hang hadn't expected Zhang Hao to act so unpredictably these past few days. He'd thought that today, with his classmates watching, he could regain some dignity. But this guy actually had the nerve to threaten to blow up the school? You son of a... I'm no son of a... My Zhang family has weathered 30 years of storms and frost, rising from obscurity to become the foremost clan in the Mountain Sea region.
On what grounds? How dare a newcomer from a lowly lineage judge the 30-year legacy of my Zhang family?
Zhang Hao raised his head, letting out a cold laugh.
The protagonist always has his own reasons and confidence. Talking about some 1v1 battle between real men? Put.
He was the villain, not some righteous hero.
You. What did you say? You called me a wild branch? You bear the Zhou family name yet abandoned it. If you're not a wild branch, who is? You.
His eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched tight.
If you're a man today, then fight me. The Yang family's wild boat race, dare you show up? Oh? The wild boat race?
Zhang Hao's expression faltered slightly, hesitation flickering in his eyes. In the original storyline, it was precisely this wild boat race that caught the Yang family's attention to Zhou Hang's potential as a navigator. They deliberately invested in recruiting him, becoming his powerful backer.
But now, this race, which Zhou Hang had originally entered secretly, had somehow turned into a provocation directed at him. It seems. Has my appearance begun to alter the plot? You're scared? You're scared, aren't you? I knew it.
You're just a second-generation bully who preys on men and women. You don't have the guts to compete with me in navigator skills.
You're nothing but a coward. You don't deserve Lu Ruyan. The shouts grew louder and louder. To Zhang Hao, Zhou Hang was nothing but a pathetic bully. Whether he accepted or not, he'd humiliate him either way.
But if he could thoroughly humiliate Zhou Hang in this competition, he might just harvest another wave of heaven's favor. A smirk touched his lips as Zhang Hao shrugged.
Here's the deal. If I lose,
I'll voluntarily withdraw from school and return all the blue fish meat you gave me.
But what if you lose? Chapter 19, Wild Boat Race Arc, The Captain's Cabin. You. Zhou Hang gaped, utterly stunned. He hadn't expected this good-for-nothing, family fortune-leeching sycophant to actually dare accept the challenge. No way? What gives him the right? Did he even know how to anchor properly? Did he understand ship weight control? Was he that confident? Not only did Zhou Hang freeze in shock for a moment, but the entire class was taken aback. Wasn't Zhang Hao just handing himself over? Has he even attended class properly, or has he been too busy sucking up to Lu Ruyan? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Well done. Well done. You think you're hot stuff, Mr. Zhang? Today, you'll pay for your arrogance. You said it yourself, lose, and you'll be expelled and return my blue fish meat. Remember your words. After school, we'll meet at the Yang family waters. Don't you dare back out.
Zhou Hang shot Zhang Hao a taunting look, a flash of wild excitement dancing in his eyes.
Damn it. He finally took the bait. Just as I thought, a brainless rich kid. Ha!
Zhang Hao suddenly waved his hand dismissively.
What's wrong? You're backing out?
Seeing him move, Zhou Hang immediately raised his voice, deliberately drawing the whole class's attention.
No. I've laid out all the benefits. Now I ask you, what if you lose? Me? I've been sailing since I was 3, how could I lose to you? What if I lose? Fine. What if I lose? Name your terms.
Zhou Hang shot Zhang Hao a cold stare.
Honestly, he didn't have anything substantial to offer. It's simple. I think your aunt is quite capable.
If you lose, have her come to my house as a slave ship to fish for the Zhang family.
What do you think? Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed into a villainous grin. You want my aunt? Fuck you.
The curse words nearly slipped out. Zhou Hang hadn't expected the other guy to play so dirty.
What? Scared? As if anticipating Zhou Hang's temper, Zhang Hao smirked mockingly. Zhou Hang clenched his jaw. Fine. I won't lose to you. I'll prove that only I deserve Lu Ruyan.
A deep sigh echoed through the classroom. Lu Ruyan, who had kept her head down, glanced at Zhou Hang with a complex expression. Her seatmate, Lin Man, beamed with stars in her eyes.
Ruyan, did you see that? A guy sticking up for you. See? Now that's a real man. Damn it. Is young Master Zhang really going to race the boat? Didn't he skip every single lab class? Hope he doesn't screw it up. Fine by me. I'm scared of that lunatic too. He might blow up the whole school over something trivial any day now.
A murmur rose through the classroom. Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair, expression unreadable, as if he hadn't heard a thing.
He merely patted Mo Euro's shoulder beside him. Did you hear that? Could you take me to the Yang family's maritime territory after school? You shouldn't have competed with him. He was deliberately provoking you. Of course I know that. Then why did you?
I said, if I win the boat race using skill instead of my talent, you'll be my boat girl, how about that?
He winked at Mo Euro, who flushed red. Like I care about you. Poof. Squeak.
As homeroom teacher Du Xingzhou pushed open the door, the classroom slowly returned to silence.
Noon. Yang family waters.
The scorching sun hung high overhead, and at this moment, the Yang family waters had gathered numerous pleasure boats. Among them were the Yang family's own trained boatwomen, as well as many boatwomen from the Mountain Sea Academy who had come to watch the spectacle. Everyone knew about the wager between transfer student Zhou Hang from class 304 and young Master Zhang. Amidst the vast expanse of ocean, numerous vessels swayed gently.
As a jet-black vessel entered the Yang family waters, Zhang Hao's arrival drew the gaze of countless onlookers.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
A small, turquoise-blue vessel shaped like an ice spike came to a halt directly before the devil ship.
Yang Fan scanned Zhang Hao aboard the vessel, his brow furrowing slightly.
I say. Young Master Zhang, why is it always you?
I had no issue with you taking out the smoke ship. But this Yang family wild boat race is at least a third-tier event.
You're a big shot, surely you're not short on a few demon points?
I heard about your business with that Zhou Hang.
Since we're both from prominent families, I'll give you some advice, drop it. He's a navigator from the Great Sea.
Without support talent, I bet you could count on one hand the number of people in the entire Mountain Sea who could sail better than him.
You don't end up humiliated. He offered earnest advice with a straight face.
Yang Fan expected Zhang Hao to show some understanding, but instead, the other leaned against the ship's rail and waved dismissively.
Who says I can't beat him? What if I do beat him? You. Good advice falls on deaf ears when you're hell-bent on self-destruction. If you want to embarrass yourself, go ahead. After the ice spike boat slowly pulled away, the devil's sails billowed in the wind, and Mo Eurom's hull trembled slightly. Hey. Zhang Hao, you're really going to race? We've been classmates for years, and I've never seen you take a practical lesson. Don't worry.
Even if you lose the competition, you'll still get paid.
I'm not scared, why should you be? Let's go.
With a pat on the deck, Zhang Hao's expression remained calm, though his gaze had already swept over the competition grounds. The Yang family, truly a great clan renowned for training navigators and fostering shipmaiden racing. A vast stretch of ocean was marked off by buoys, forming a straight channel over a kilometer wide. At the end of the straight stretch, another arc-shaped bend was marked by buoys, beyond which lay the Black Reef Zone. Spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, the race zone comprising 2 straights and 2 curves resembled a school athletic field from his past life. This place must be the venue for this year's wild boat race.
Vroom vroom vroom.
The devil ship slowly docked outside the competition area.
Inside the competition zone, 3 shipmaidens were already docked.
Without exception, they were all speedboat-type vessels. Judging by their form and scale, they were all boat maidens of no less than C rank. Among these three speedboat-type ship maidens, Zhou Hang stood on the deck of one, eyes narrowed as he teased Zhang Hao.
Well, you actually dared to show up? I thought you'd just go straight home after school. Did you bring a battleship maiden to bombard the school? Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Zhou Hang's taunting words drew laughter from the surrounding crowd.
Zhang Hao remained unfazed.
Instead of teasing me, I'd rather know if I crawled into your auntie's captain's cabin, would you cry? You. FCKU. One sentence. One sentence was enough to make Zhou Hang's face flush crimson.
Zhang Hao's expression turned mocking. After scanning the room, he suddenly remembered something.
Damn it. What the hell was he going to use for the boatwoman competition? Vroom vroom vroom. Just then, another speedboat docked in the competition area.
A girl with a blank expression suddenly stepped onto the deck of that speedboat and waved at Zhang Hao.
Hey! If you want to compete, the Yang family will provide the raceboat. Come on over. The girl said.
With a splash, the door to the captain's cabin on the small boat swung open. Inside the cramped captain's cabin, a phantom girl suddenly materialized, suspended mid-air. A virtual tachometer materialized before her, a particle-based steering wheel appeared at her neck, and a cluster of control buttons rested on her thigh. As expected, the navigator would need to get close to the girl to operate the ship. At that moment, the phantom girl of this ship maiden urged Zhang Hao incessantly, "Hey!
Come hug me already! What, don't you want to race anymore?" Chapter 20, Wild Boat Race Arc, Temporary Contract, The Secret of the Devil Ship.
To be honest, Zhang Hao was tempted to peek inside such an intriguing captain's cabin. But, buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, he could feel the deck of the MOU row trembling slightly. Her mood was shifting. The captain's cabin was the most crucial place for a shipmaiden. Some shipmaidens might only allow one navigator to enter and operate it in their entire lifetime. But the Yang family shipmaiden seemed born solely for racing. They had cast aside any sense of shame, driven solely by the desire to refine their coordination with more navigators and achieve superior results.
Everyone understood this. Even Zhou Hang didn't think twice about it.
He simply pulled open the door to his shipmaiden's captain's cabin and slipped inside. For those from the Great Sea, perhaps they'd entered countless training ship captain's cabins since childhood. But, that said, Zhang Hao had never set foot in another shipmaiden's captain's cabin before this. He justified it by wanting to reserve his first time at the helm for Lu Ruyan's captain's cabin. Such was the purity of this turtle-like man that it now left him unexpectedly nervous.
Hey! Zhang Hao! Does that mean you have to enter another shipmaiden's captain's room whenever there's a competition? Mo Euro suddenly let out a soft voice. Zhang Hao hesitated before nodding. Mo Euro, this is my first time. If possible, could I take you to the competition? I'm feeling a bit conflicted.
Rare. Zhang Hao displayed the bashfulness of a young virgin.
If you use me to compete, you'll lose.
For some reason, Mo Euro, who had been hesitating about becoming Zhang Hao's boatwoman, suddenly felt less resistant when she heard he wanted to entrust her with the driving rights for his first time.
Lose? I won't let my first race end in defeat with my first boat maiden. If you don't agree, I might as well concede defeat.
Zhang Hao, if you're not afraid of losing.
Plop. Unexpectedly,
the door to the captain's cabin of the long-coveted devil ship suddenly swung open.
Mo Euro, you?
His expression froze.
Zhang Hao hadn't expected Mo Euro to choose to help him at this moment. Was she afraid he'd lose? Or afraid I'd embarrass myself? Or perhaps, don't read too much into this. I just noticed you don't have a boat. I'll grant you temporary contract permissions. As for whether I'll contract with you,
The devil's ship rocked gently as Mo Euro's voice grew fainter.
Zhang Hao smiled faintly. Don't worry. I won't let you down in the preliminary round. Thump, thump, thump.
In a few strides, Zhang Hao reached the triangular captain's cabin and stepped inside. A warm, delicate fragrance greeted him. The room was narrow, and in its center floated another photon girl. This girl was identical to Mo Euro, but this Mo Euro wore a black lace dress, black stockings, and black leather shoes.
Before her, the photon needle pulsed rhythmically.
The face behind the wheel had eyes tightly shut, seemingly afraid to look at Zhang Hao. Her cheeks flushed slightly.
You're going to die. Then why are you staring so intently?
Angry scolding echoed through the captain's cabin, its doors now shut tight. A layer of black patterns inexplicably appeared on Zhang Hao's hands.
Unsurprisingly, it was the temporary access to the devil ship. Sorry. You look pretty good in black stockings.
Zhang Hao spoke without thinking, genuinely admiring Mo Euro in this outfit.
Mo Euro's neck flushed crimson. You're starting something. Oh.
Clumsily stepping before Mo Euro, Zhang Hao's hands touched the steering wheel and suddenly, a line of text appeared before his eyes.
Demon ship. Propeller speed, 40. Yaw stability, 40. Sail mast wind storage, 40. Stiffness, 40. Anchor stability, 40. Endurance, 40. Rating, E+. Ability? Is this the data for the devil ship?
As Zhang Hao examined the devil ship's data, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly.
These stats were truly abysmal. The A-class smoke ship's panel alone boasts a staggering 80 in speed. This was precisely why A-class ships were so coveted. But, upon closer inspection, the devil ship wasn't entirely without merit. Her stats are well-rounded. Many ships excel in certain stats but fall short in others. For example, the smoke ship boasts high speed, but its lateral stability is inevitably low. While the devil ship's stats are low across the board, she's an all-rounder. If her stats can be developed, her future potential is truly limitless. More crucially, the devil ship possesses a special ability. Typically, abilities are exclusive skills reserved for S-class shipgirls. The fact that the devil ship possesses 1-2 indicates her potential could reach S rank. But I can't see that ability yet. Maybe I have to formally contract with MO Euro first?
Staring blankly at the interface for a long moment, Zhang Hao drifted into thought.
Are you disappointed? Suddenly, the eyes beneath the helm opened. MO Euro's slightly dull gaze fixed on Zhang Hao, who maintained his composure. Disappointed? Why would I be disappointed?
Of course I know you're an E-class shipmaiden, I still intend to contract you.
For me, who the shipmaiden is, matters a great deal.
No matter how beautiful or useful a stat-obsessed freak may be, they're still nothing but unreasonable creatures.
MO Euro, watch closely. This time, I'll make you take first place. Clang.
Turning the steering wheel, Zhang Hao met MO Euro's helpless gaze as their eyes locked.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The devil ship slowly made its way toward the racecourse.
Plop. Splash. Ripples spread across the sea as onlookers stared in stunned silence.
Especially the shipmaiden whose captain's cabin door stood wide open, her eyes bulged in disbelief as the devil ship sailed right into her lane.
Are you, little cutie? You have a C-class shipmaiden available, yet you're sailing in E-class? You're deliberately trying to lose, aren't you? Unbelievable. A C-class shipmaiden never imagined she'd be rejected? Damn. Young Master Zhang is impressive. Actually taking on the devil ship in battle?
Ha ha ha, I can totally picture it the moment we start, the devil ship will get crushed. I thought young Master Zhang was holding back something big, but turns out he just took a big dump.
Countless onlookers around them wore expressions tinged with mockery and ridicule.
Especially Lin Man and Lu Ruyan. Lin Man shot her a look of utter contempt.
Ruyan. Look at him. This guy must have lost his mind. He actually wants to race with an E-class ship girl?
That thing is practically a cargo ship by design.
Oof. He'd better lose immediately.
He deserves to be crushed by Zhou Hang. The moment Zhang Hao boarded the devil ship for the race, Lu Ruyan smiled.
Finally. She could finally see this madman get his comeuppance. Hello? Young Master Zhang? You're not serious, are you? This isn't how you play. Did you bring the E-class shipmaiden just to make a fool of yourself? Yang Fan also noticed the situation unfolding.
As the host of the wild boat race, he genuinely thought Zhang Hao was here to make a fool of himself. But not a single sound emerged from the pitch-black vessel at that moment.
TSK. Forget it. 04, stand down.
Waving for the C-class shipmaiden to withdraw, Yang Fan couldn't be bothered to persuade them further.
If they insisted on playing this way, what could he do? Buzz buzz buzz. As the ice-spiked hull glided toward the competition zone, Yang Fan began explaining the rules. Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome to the Yang family's wild ship race. This competition aims to test the piloting skills of all participating navigators. All navigators are prohibited from using support skills while navigating 3 laps around the entire competition site. The shipmaiden reaching the finish line first will receive a reward of 10 magic points. As this is a small-scale event, only the first-place finisher will receive a reward. We hope all navigators will showcase their piloting skills. Those who perform exceptionally well will be noticed by the Yang family's leadership and given support. Now. Ready, set. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 21, The Wild Boat Race, an Unheard-of Launch Method. Catapult. As Yang Fan positioned himself at the bow, he drew a signal pistol from his hand. Pop. Pop. Puff. All the ship maidens on the racecourse began lifting their bows. Every boat maiden waited for the gunshot to signal the start of the first sprint. Damn it! That asshole Zhang Hao. What the hell was he thinking? So cocky? Challenging me with an E-class shipmaiden? Without your support talent buff, you think you can beat me? Beat me, and I'll eat. Gripping the photon helm tightly, the shipmaiden's light projection, before Zhou Hang squinted in pain. 3, 2. At the same time. Inside the devil ship, MO Euro's face began to pale. Truthfully, she was deeply touched that Zhang Hao would race her in competition. But when it came to real combat, she knew her stats would be crushed by other shipmaidens. We're done for.
Zhang Hao, what do you think we should do?
A pair of desperate eyes turned to Zhang Hao, who remained expressionless, seemingly preoccupied with something else entirely.
10 magic points. That's barely enough to boost your stats by a few points. Hey! Zhang Hao! We can't even win the match. Why are you thinking about this? Who said we can't win? Now, crank the propeller speed to max. Ha! But the gunfire hasn't even started yet. We can't move until it does. I just told you to rev up first, I didn't say to move yet. But if we do that, if we start like this, won't I just shoot out of control? Exactly. That's exactly how we create distance with the launch.
By leveraging their acceleration, we'll gain an initial head start using high-speed launch. This way, even with the speed disadvantage against a C-class shipmaiden, we can still pull ahead.
Ha! The start. Can the start be used like that? Why wouldn't it? I call this launch start. He decisively pressed the RPM button. Buzz buzz buzz.
The underwater propeller began spinning rapidly, releasing a string of bubbles. In this world, due to the original author's lack of knowledge about ship navigation, these navigators would only seriously start the shipmaiden after the starting gun went off. Yet ships and race cars share a fundamental similarity. Starting early to warm up the engine before the gunshot is common sense for every yacht racer. Zhang Hao had understood these basics before his journey through time. The natives of Magic Sea Star, however, knew nothing of this.
Ugh! Zhang Hao, the engine compartment is burning hot. The propeller's about to explode. Mo Euro's face grew increasingly flushed. The ship's abnormal movements triggered the core response mechanism of the shipmaiden. Don't be afraid. Speed up. Speed up.
She hammered the accelerate button relentlessly, sending the speedometer's needle skyrocketing to its 40 limit. Zhang Hao felt the entire captain's cabin turn into a furnace, his body drenched in sweat.
In the blink of an eye. 2, 1. Boom.
After Yang Fan fired a signal flare, the four vessels on their respective courses began to shake and vibrate. As bubbles surged, they slowly accelerated into motion.
Here they come. Since they're all C-class shipmaidens, shouldn't the 3 shipmaidens from the Young family just charge straight ahead?
That idiot Zhang Hao competing with ships isn't like chasing girls. The speed gap is a clear disadvantage.
I say he'll be half a lap behind from the start. After the starting gun fired, the buzzing chatter of onlookers grew louder.
Lu Ruyan crossed her arms over her chest, clearly in a mood to watch the show unfold.
But, rat-a-tat-tat. No one could have anticipated it. Following the gunshot, it wasn't just any random C-class shipmaiden that burst from the starting line, it was the Devil ship.
Like an arrow drawn taut on a bowstring, the Devil ship shot out with a sharp whistle, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake.
Rat-a-tat-tat. A black streak flashed past.
While the other shipmaidens were still accelerating, the Devil ship had already surged ahead by 200 or 300 meters.
Holy! What is that? It flew past? What the hell? What kind of takeoff is that? I've had the privilege of witnessing an S-class shipmaiden's takeoff before, and it wasn't this fast or this brutal? Dead silence fell over the crowd below the stage.
That battered, twisted, and frail black hull surged ahead, leaving the pack in the dust as it charged toward the curve first.
This. Ruyan. Mo Euro's start seems even better than yours?
Lin Man gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted sharply, her lips twitching uncontrollably.
Impossible.
I saw Mo Euro's stats panel back then, her propeller speed was only 40 points. She couldn't have pulled off all that.
Then, that start just now? If shipmaiden is functioning normally, it couldn't be Zhang Hao. Did Zhang Hao do something to Mo Euro? Zhang Hao? What could he possibly do?
The disdain in her eyes slowly faded. Thinking about how Zhang Hao had been like a different person lately, Lu Ruyan's expression grew uncertain. Could it be
Zhang Yulong taught him some special technique? He's been hiding his true abilities all along?
She stared intently at the Devil ship.
Waves churned on the sea surface.
Though it had raced ahead unchallenged, it remained an E-class shipmaiden. Soon, its engine speed proved insufficient.
3 C-class shipmaidens caught up, drew level, and were about to overtake it. Whoa! That initial burst just now, that was something else. Could it be that Zhang Hao has been playing dumb all along? Did his father, Zhang Yulong, secretly teach him ocean navigation techniques?
At the starting point, Yang Fan also stared at the Devil ship in astonishment. But after a moment, he let out a resigned chuckle.
Technique?
Technique pales in comparison to sheer power.
3 C-class shipmaidens have already overtaken him. After this bend, it's straight ahead. We'll likely leave the Devil ship half a lap behind at the start. He shook his head.
Though the Devil ship's start had been as dazzling as a flash of lightning.
But that was all it was. Put. Vroom vroom vroom.
Struggling at 40 revolutions per minute, the Devil ship hadn't even reached the bend when the other 3 shipmaidens had already pulled ahead by a full hull length.
Damn it! Who'd have thought? You spoiled brat, you've got some skills after all. That maneuver just now? I've never seen it even in the open ocean. I underestimated you. But that boat's still junk. Next, I'm taking the lead.
At the forefront, Zhou Hang shot a surprised glance at Zhang Hao aboard the C-class ship Maiden. He kept his finger firmly pressed on the RPM key, never letting go until they reached the curve, where he finally eased his grip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The small boat rapidly decelerated to 30, edging closer to the inner curve.
Turning.
As everyone knows, you absolutely cannot take a turn too fast. Attempting a turn at full speed 60 with a C-class ship Maiden could easily cause the hull to capsize due to the sharp maneuver.
Or worse, failing to turn in time could send it crashing into the reef zone outside the curve. Either outcome. One wrong move and the boat Maiden would be out of the race. Zhou Hang, however, seemed to have mastered the corner. At the moment the car hit the sharpest corner, he instantly reduced speed, gently rocking the steering wheel. As the bow began to turn, he repeatedly pressed the throttle button, gradually accelerating. Vroom vroom vroom.
In the next instant, the C-class boat Maiden hugged the inner curve, gradually shifting until the hull was about to touch the outer curve. She successfully navigated the turn, narrowly escaping the bend.
Chapter 22, Wild Boat Race Arc. No speed reduction when turning? Anchor drift. Vroom 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 vroom.
On the straight stretch after the bend, Zhou Hang's C-class ship Maiden was the first to successfully navigate the turn, sending a wave crashing behind her.
He was incredibly bold.
He pushed the turning angle to its absolute limit, only reducing speed at the very last second. This maneuver allowed him to pull ahead of the boats beside him, entering the turn first.
He then pushed the turning angle to the absolute limit again, safely exiting the curve.
Behind his ship Maiden, the two other C-class ship Maidens that had been neck and neck with him had already reduced their speed to 20 revolutions per minute before even reaching the bend, fearing they might capsize. Once inside the curve, they turned so slowly they dared not use any speed at all. From a distance, they resembled two turtles crawling along.
No choice.
Cruise ship racing isn't like car racing, there's no margin for error on turns.
Cruise ships turn with massive hulls.
If speed is too high or wind conditions are unfavorable, the entire vessel could capsize directly into the sea. For safety, no one dared to enter a turn without slowing down. Zhou Hang seemed exceptionally sensitive to controlling the angle of the turns. So much so that he could push the limits, only slowing down at the very last second before the straighten bend, dramatically widening the gap between the cruise ships ahead and behind.
Excellent. That was a masterful turn. Who's piloting that ship Maiden? Heard he's from the open seas? What's his name? Zhou Hang? Holy crap.
That cornering angle judgment, even if I studied for 10 years, I wouldn't dare drive like that.
Impressive. At that moment, the crowd below the stage watched the first C-class boatwoman navigate the turn and couldn't help but rise to their feet in applause. Anyone daring to gamble with their heart in a curve deserves everyone's admiration.
Inside the captain's cabin of the C-class ship Maiden, witnessing Zhou Hang's composed maneuver, the eyes of the ship Maiden he piloted lit up.
Such sharp cornering instincts. If only I could partner with him. Maybe.
Her mind racing with secret hopes, the ship Maiden ignored the wheel Zhou Hang was mercilessly pounding on, her eyes fixed intently on him.
Poof. I am the one destined by heaven.
Head held high, Zhou Hang basked in the spotlight in praise.
Holy crap. Ruyan. Ruyan, did you see that? So handsome. Zhou Hang is so handsome.
Lin Man shook Lu Ruyan's arm, her face glowing with adoration. No ship Maiden could refuse a navigator with such exceptional sailing skills. Lu Ruyan stared blankly in the direction of the C-class ship Maiden, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
He is quite good.
Only a man like that is worthy of entering my captain's cabin and sailing alongside me. Lin Man, there's no suspense left. For the next few laps, that Zhang Hao is going to be eating Zhou Hang's wake. Slowly lifting her chin, Lu Ruyan gave a soft snort, as if she could already see the outcome.
Vroom vroom vroom.
At that moment, a dark crimson, medium-sized ship glided toward young Fan. On deck stood a middle-aged man bearing an uncanny resemblance to young Fan, squinting intently at the first-place C-class ship Maiden.
Ha! Who'd have thought we'd actually find a promising prospect today? Fan. Who is that C-class ship Maiden piloting at the very front?
A deep voice echoed, prompting Yang Fan to bow respectfully.
Father.
I heard she's from the Zhou family of the Great Sea.
The Zhou family? What brings them to our territory?
Well, I heard Zhou Hang was an illegitimate child, so he defected from the family.
Oh? Is that so?
Yes.
This kid's cornering instincts are sharp.
He's far better than those two clan scions we trained.
After the race, go talk to him. See if he wants to join our Yang family. Got it, Dad.
Oh, Father,
Did you catch Zhang Hao's start just now?
The middle-aged man nodded.
An interesting start.
But such shortcuts and tricks hold no meaning when faced with absolute numbers. Compared to that, I admire Zhou's kid more for his bold cornering.
This race, I reckon. Ha!
Just as he was about to conclude the race, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly stiffened as he turned his gaze toward the last car, the Devil.
Vroom vroom vroom. The Devil ship's propeller showed no sign of slowing down.
It charged toward the corner at a steady 40 revolutions per minute, even closing in on the two Class C shipmaidens ahead that had already begun decelerating.
He's not slowing down? Is he trying to mimic Zhou Hang? Pushing the limits of the angle? Zhang Hao has lost his mind? The young family stared at the devil ship in disbelief. Meanwhile, many spectators below the deck also noticed the devil's abnormality. Holy crap! 40 revolutions per minute through a turn? He's gonna flip over. Is he insane? Not slowing down for the turn? Young Master Zhang knows he can't win, so he's going to crash into the reef? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Zhang Hao's expression remained calm as his large hand pressed down on the throttle, not easing up for a single moment. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! The hull is burning hot, the fuel tanks are about to ignite. Mo Euro's face was flushed crimson. She glanced at Zhang Hao, whose expression remained unexpectedly calm and solemn. When someone is focused on winning, they don't smile. Watching Zhang Hao's intense focus, Mo Euro kept exhaling hot breaths, feeling inexplicably guilty. I'm sorry. Zhang Hao. It's me, I'm holding you back. If only my stats weren't so terrible. You should have been the first one to make the turn, right? Shoo. Don't say anything. Ha! The man's calm eyes fixed on her, making Mo Euro's heart pound wildly. The curve is coming up. Aren't we slowing down? No need to slow down. What? The hull kept shaking violently, and Mo Euro began to panic. She was scared. She was terrified Zhang Hao would actually try to crash through at full speed. Indeed, overtaking a C-class shipmaiden in a straight line at a rotation speed of 40 was simply impossible. But if the C-class shipmaiden slowed by 20-30 revolutions per minute without decelerating through the curve, a 40 revolutions per minute engine might just overtake her on the bend and surge back to the front. But taking a turn at 40 revolutions per minute? That's practically guaranteed to capsize. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! Mo Euro kept calling out to Zhang Hao, trying to snap him out of his frenzy. Suddenly, Zhang Hao met her eyes, his tone calm. Mo Euro, do you trust me? Ha! I said, do you trust me? I believe you. I guess. She hesitantly uttered the words, relying on instinct. She hadn't known Zhang Hao for long. Only through their recent interactions had she sensed that this man seemed to genuinely like her, or more accurately, like her as a vessel. Never mind. At least, he genuinely likes me. I believe you. Summoning her courage, the eyes beneath the wheel turned to look at Zhang Hao. Very well. I'll show you there are no trashy shipmaidens, only trashy navigators. Full speed ahead. We're charging into the curve. The large hand kept pressing the accelerate button, and Mo Euro was so scared she closed her eyes tightly. Yes. Vroom vroom vroom. Vroom vroom vroom. Waves surged. 40 revolutions per minute. Still 40 revolutions per minute. The demon ship didn't slow down even as it approached the curve. Damn it. It's gone mad. Madman. The pilots of the two C-class shipmaidens, still slowly spinning ahead, panicked one after another, violently rocking their hulls to try and break away. Madman. Do you really think this will let you catch up to the weekly cruise? Zhang Hao, you're a lunatic. Below deck, Lu Ruyan watched the accelerating devil ship with disgust. To her, this kind of cornering was nothing short of suicide. Damn it. Dad. He still hasn't slowed down. He's entering the turn. He's entering the turn. Is this kid trying to kill himself? It's not that serious. What kind of race is this? The young family father and son were also stunned. But the next moment, the devil, which had been racing at full speed, spun wildly. Its bow surged toward the exit, and the entire hull, forced into a sudden turn at high velocity, was about to flip over onto its inner side. Inside the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao frantically yanked the wheel, clutching Mo Euro as he felt the entire vessel tilt. He remained composed, waiting until the bow's angle aligned with the exit of the curve before abruptly pressing the drop anchor button. Boom! As everyone stared in astonishment, the hull that had been about to capsize inward suddenly launched the anchor outward, plunging rapidly toward the ocean floor. Rumble! Thanks to the anchor drop, the capsizing hull began slowly righting itself. With a wild 40-degree turn, it left a white dragon trail in its wake as it charged straight out of the bend. Chapter 23, Wild Boat Race Arc, E-Class Boat Girls Finish Line Sprint. Part 1. Mo Eurong. The ship's leveled out. Stop spacing out. Retract the anchor. Full speed ahead. Boom. The devil ship's anchor exploded a spray of seawater. Its corrected hull surged like a raging serpent toward the straight sea lane. Anchor turn maneuver. Unlike car drifting, ship turning prioritizes hull balance under gravitational forces. In standard racing yacht competitions, yachts achieve swift turns by shifting weight toward the lighter side of the center of gravity. But Zhang Hao, boldly employing techniques honed in his past life, executed an anchor balance turn. Haul in the anchor. If we don't haul it in now, we'll capsize the other way. Oh.
Barely recovering from the shock, Euro's light particles flickered. The Devil's hull, with the anchor dragging the seawater as it was hauled in, maintained its speed without a hint of loss, charging straight ahead along the sea route. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A massive wave erupted. On the foremost, C-class shipmaiden, Zhou Hang sensed the commotion behind the vessel and stared in disbelief at the devil ship, trailing behind.
The enemy was actually chasing after them? How is this possible? How could you possibly catch up?
His eyes widened in disbelief. From Zhou Hang's perspective, there was absolutely no way the devil ship could catch up to the C-class shipmaiden at the same cornering speed. He was simply basking in the attention, completely unaware that the devil ship had taken the turn at full throttle without reducing its RPMs. Because the devil ship hadn't slowed down at all, it didn't need to accelerate after exiting the turn. Now it was actually gaining on the C-class shipmaiden, who was still accelerating.
Rev, rev, rev.
Zhang Hao stared in shock at the rev counter.
Euro's RPM had inexplicably reached 52. How is this possible?
Just 8 points short, and this RPM would match that of a C-class shipmaiden.
Euro. You?
Zhang Hao touched the burning steering wheel, his face filled with disbelief. At that moment, Euro's entire body had turned crimson, as if her subcutaneous tissues were engorged with blood. Her eyes flashed with inexplicable excitement.
Huff. Puff. After exhaling puffs of warm breath, Euro's mental state shifted. I'm so excited. Excited.
Whether it was the helm or the control panel in the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao could feel the hull of the devil ship radiating an alarming heat at that moment. Opening the devil ship stats, his eyes instantly went wide.
Devil ship.
Propeller speed, 40 plus 12.
Yaw stability, 40 plus 12.
Sail mast wind storage, 40 plus 12.
Sturdiness, 40 plus 12. Anchor stability, 40 plus 12. Endurance, 40 plus 12. Rating?
Tier.
Ability? Activating. What? What ability of the demon ship is this? Activating?
Staring at Euro in disbelief, Zhang Hao's expression slowly steadied as he slammed down the RPM key.
Euro.
Full speed charge. The frail devil ship plowed straight through the waves, charging toward the C-class shipmaiden, showing signs of catching up.
Silence. Waves churned relentlessly, while the viewing platform fell deathly silent.
Whether it was the crowd below, the onlookers, or even the two C-class shipmaidens still navigating the bend. At this moment, everyone watching the demon ships charge gaped in silence, utterly speechless.
Astonishment, shock, bewilderment. Everyone was still reeling from the non-deceleration turn. He actually made it through the turn? I'm speechless. No deceleration.
He took the turn without slowing down at all. Seriously, I thought Zhou Hang's distance control was impressive enough, but this, using anchor to maintain balance? How am I supposed to learn that? I came to watch a race, not witness some kind of magic trick. The audience erupted in heated discussion. Lin Man stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while.
Ruyan. Tell me. How did you manage that cornering just now? You didn't slow down at all.
Unlike Zhou Hang, you didn't adjust the angle at all, you just went full speed.
Is that even possible? Could the devil's balance be that stable?
No. It has nothing to do with the devil ship.
It was Zhang Hao.
At that exact moment, Zhang Hao perfectly timed the release of the anchor, stabilizing the hull's roll angle.
A shipmaiden couldn't possibly achieve that. Especially Euro, who only works part-time every day. Without any training, she absolutely couldn't have that level of balance. It can only be the navigator.
Zhang Hao's maneuvering allowed the devil ship to turn without slowing down. He's using his skill to forcibly bridge the numerical gap between the ship maidens.
Where did he learn all this?
Such techniques are unheard of.
Lu Ruyan's pupils slowly dilated.
If the earlier launch start felt like a fluke, then this anchor drift demonstrated absolute mastery over balance and distance. This wasn't flashy showmanship, it was genuine, hard-earned piloting skill. When a shipmistress selects a navigator beyond the navigator's god-tier support talents, the next deciding factor is their driving skill. A skilled navigator could even match certain support talents through sheer technique. The technique Zhang Hao just demonstrated has never been seen before in the entire Mountain Sea. Even in Zhang Yunlong's career, there's no record of ever executing a non-deceleration turn.
What else is he hiding? Why didn't he show this when he was pursuing me? Why flaunt these skills on this piece of junk ship? In an instant, an unnamed rage flared within her.
Gazing at the devil ship basking in glory, Lu Ruyan clenched her crimson lips.
Damn it! Zhang Hao. I was here first. You could have used these skills on me instead. Damn you, Zhang Hao.
Fists clenched, Lu Ruyan, who had once looked down on Zhang Hao, now gazed toward the Devil's ship's captain's quarters, her expression a tangled web of emotions. With Zhang Hao possessing these skills, coupled with his S-rank support talent, was this even something her rank ship could hope for? How incredibly ungrateful had she been before? At the starting point, the gazes of the young family father and son remained fixed on the Devil ship. Yang Fan's expression shifted repeatedly. Father. What is this? Anchored turn without deceleration? Have you ever seen such a technique? This. I've never seen a cornering technique like this in my entire life. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. To navigate a turn with such balance? A genius. If this technique wasn't learned from Zhang Hao but his own improvisation, he's nothing short of a prodigy. The middle-aged man was utterly stunned. He hadn't even seen this technique at the World Sailing Championships. It's not just about the technique, the timing of deploying the anchor must be perfect, and retrieving it must be swift. Otherwise, the hull could capsize again. This kid. He's been hiding his true abilities. A monster. Calling his sense of balance monstrous isn't an exaggeration. Yang Fan. Yes. From now on, you'll need to spend more time with this kid. So? Father, are you talking about Zhou Hang? Should we still? Zhou Hang? What's Zhou Hang? His instinctive cornering feel pales in comparison to this technique. Ignore him. Yes, father. Father and son's gazes locked onto the Devil ship. Plop. Plop. On the straight sea route, two ship maidens pursued relentlessly, one ahead, the other behind. Waves surged as the Black Devil ship, maintaining full speed through the turn, seized the moment when the C-class ship maiden slowed to accelerate. It surged ahead, gaining a lead of several dozen meters. But, as the C-class ship maiden accelerated in a straight line, it seemed poised to reclaim the lead with its unmatched 60 RPM. Zhang Hao. You're going to lose. You're destined to lose to me. Inside the captain's cabin of the C-class ship maiden, Zhou Hang's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. He hurled the words before charging out, his figure vanishing halfway along the hull of the Devil ship. But a cold, eerie voice echoed in his wake. You can't beat me. Because the curve is right ahead. Chapter 24, Wild Boat Race Arc, E-class ship maiden sprint to the finish. Part 2. You? Ridiculous? You think I'd be scared of you on a curve? Listen up, I dare take that curve at 30 RPM. You got the guts? Zhang Hao kept taunting him, certain that Zhou Hang would slow down when taking the curve. But 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The other driver showed no sign of slowing down. The Devil's ride, spinning well over 40 revolutions per minute, charged like a rabid dog, kicking up a spray of white foam as it slammed straight into the corner. Damn it! Madman! You're insane, aren't you? Zhou Hang was utterly terrified. At 60 revolutions per minute, he dared only edge the limit to slow down at the bend. But why the hell wasn't the other driver slowing down? Slow down. Slow down. C-class ship maiden slammed on the brakes. Because she slowed down at the curve, the hard-won distance she pulled ahead of Devil ship was now overtaken by it in an instant. Puff puff puff. The black hull churned up a layer of white foam that crashed onto the deck of the C-class ship maiden. The Devil ship plowed straight through, swinging into the curve. It seemed poised to crash off the shipping lane. Madman. Playing with death, huh? Go ahead. Zhou Hang slammed the throttle down, glaring fiercely at the stern of the Devil. Just as he was certain Zhang Hao would veer off course. Inside the Devil's captain's cabin. Euro. Can you feel it? What? Her dazed eyes turned toward Zhang Hao. Hearing her response, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. I asked if you felt the anchor drop during the turn. Did you? Huh? You're talking about anchoring? I don't know. Fine. I'll demonstrate again. Find that optimal moment to anchor, and then you'll be able to execute the anchor turn yourself. He spun the wheel rapidly. At high speed, the sudden turn sent the Devil ship lurching inward once more. Thud thud thud. The black bow spun violently through the curved channel, and the hull capsized like an iceberg. Ready. Anchor down. Click. Another swift press of the drop anchor button. Boom. A massive anchor plummeted from the outer side, and the tilted hull screeched back into alignment. Moreover, without slowing its 52 RPM, the Devil ship executed a fierce dragon's tail spin through the bend, exploding into a sweeping arc of white foam. Put, puff. Beneath the towering spray, the Devil ship visibly lurched into an unnatural dive before snapping upright again. Like a roly-poly toy, it swayed and shot out of the bend. It's the anchor turn. That move again. Holy. Never gets old. Damn. That's so cool. Fast through the corners is the real speed. Black Dragon's cornering drew cheers and excitement from the crowd below. Puff puff puff. After the waves ahead splashed a deck's worth of seawater, Zhou Hang watched the Devil ship emerge from the curve without slowing down. By the second lap, he was already sitting on the ship maiden, completely mesmerized. What the hell was that?
No deceleration through the turn? Controlled capsizing with anchors? Holy! Is that even humanly possible? This. Eyes widened. Even the Zhou clan of the Azure domain was stunned by this alien maneuver. Hey! He's already pulled ahead by half a straight line. Hey! Inside the captain's cabin, the C-class ship's holographic projection snapped back to attention, urgently prompting Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang's face flushed alternately pale and crimson as he barely managed to accelerate out of the curve. His flawless speed-controlled cornering looked downright ridiculous compared to the other ship's no-speed reduction turn. Pursue! There's still a chance. This gap can be closed on the straightaway. He frantically hammered the accelerate button. Zhou Hang utterly panicked. What if Zhang Hao actually won this race? What if he really ended up giving my aunt to that guy? The thought of his aunt being taken by Zhang Hao. Zhou Hang felt his blood boil, frantically pounding the accelerate button. The boatwoman's holographic projection winced in pain. Faster. Thump. At 60 revolutions per minute, they should have closed the gap instantly. But this time, the devil ship ahead was about to enter a curve, and the gap remained unchanged. What the hell? Isn't the E-class ship's speed only 40? What the hell is wrong with you? Why can't you catch up? Zhou Hang cursed angrily, his frustration mounting. After this lap, it's the final stretch. If he couldn't catch up to Zhang Hao now, it would all be over. I don't know. That black ship, something's wrong. It's accelerating again. Zhou Hang's camera was shaking so hard the accelerator key was warping. Even the C-class ship maiden could tell that the devil ship seemed capable of endlessly breaking speed limits. That ship, is it really just an E-class ship maiden? Vroom. At the same time, inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Zhang Hao gripped the wheel tightly, feeling an unbearable heat spreading through his body, as if he were being consumed by flames. Huff. Euro's photon projection was now exhaling white steam. 58. On the tachometer, the propeller's RPM had surged to an astonishing 58 at that very moment. Another 6 points of RPM increase? Why is that? He hesitated, staring at Euro. Her eyes were hazy, her red lips seductive. Zhang Hao. I'm so excited. You? Creak. Suddenly, Euro's anchor key lit up automatically. Zhang Hao. Here comes the curve. Got it. Can't you sense it yet? I can't sense the optimal anchoring timing. So, I'll leave it to you. Got it. Full throttle through the turn. Puff. The black bow sliced through the waves, taking another full speed turn, then another full speed turn. At 58 revolutions per minute, the rudder yawed violently, sending the entire vessel lurching inward. Clack! Zhang Hao slammed the drop anchor button, and the devil's hull shook violently. Rumble. The familiar anchor drop turn. The massive vessel and anchor mutually constrained each other's momentum at high speed, dragging the waves as they carved a blue-white skyline against the horizon. Splash. Full speed into the turn. Full speed out of the turn. Hull in the anchor. Euro. Roger that. Click. This time, without Zhang Hao's direct input, the devil's anchor's anchor key illuminated. The anchor retracted, and the ship rocked as it charged straight ahead. Splash. White waves churned violently. As the devil ship approached the second lap's final turn, Zhou Hang's face twisted with panic. He'd already pressed the accelerate button until it malfunctioned. Hurry up. The more frantically he shouted, the more the car distorted through the turn, barely reaching a speed of 25. He was desperate. Yet he dared not take the risk, dared not follow Zhang Hao's example of taking the corner at full throttle. Just as he emerged from the bend. Roar! The devil had completed its second lap and launched into the final sprint. At a staggering 58 revolutions per minute, the Black Dragon never slowed down. Like a demon charging fearlessly into death, it executed another flawless full-speed corner. Puff. Waves crashed violently as the surging demon ship caught up to him. The final straight turn of the third lap, while I and the C-class ship maiden were still at the turn entrance of the second lap's final bend. No. As the black demon surged toward him, Zhou Hang dared not accelerate. Stubbornly shifting gears at the curve's entrance. Puff. The familiar sight of anchor dragging through the turn appeared. Crash. That frail, dilapidated, abandoned demon. Actually lapped me and crossed the finish line first. Chapter 25, The Wild Boat Race, D-Class Judgment, The Terror of the Devil Ship. Boom. As the black hull docked at the finish line, waves rippled endlessly. The devil ship stood like a frail monarch, gazing down upon every rival and spectator present. Plop. Splash. Only the sound of waves crashing against the deck filled the air, utterly devoid of human voices. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Just now, that insane navigation, never slowing down once, accelerating through every turn. The black ship seemed like a fearless demon, cutting down every opponent one by one. Terrifying. This relentless, non-stop racing style was truly terrifying. The other competing ship maidens had completely stalled. They all turned their bows toward the devil ship at the finish line. The winner was already decided. The rest of the race was pointless now. The scene remained silent for nearly 5 minutes before a young fan finally gaped, slowly raising his hand. I declare. The winner of this wild boat race. First place, Zhang Hao, Devil's Ship. Zhang Hao, Devil's Ship. The voice echoed across the sea, finally snapping everyone back to reality. Immediately after, a deafening roar of explosions erupted. Holy! That was something else. I've never seen anyone handle a boat like that before. Never slowing down the entire time? Who the hell's ever seen that? Impressive. I always thought young Master Zhang was just a spoiled rich kid, but turns out he's been playing dumb all along. With skills like that, it's a good thing he was piloting an E-class ship maiden this time. Give him an S-class, and he'd probably take off. Explosive murmurs rippled through the crowd in wave after wave. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the devil ship. This is the honor of first place. Ruyan, if only I'd known Zhang Hao was hiding these. You should have taken him down earlier. Look at this mess now. Lin Man cautiously glanced at Lu Ruyan, whose face was dark and sullen, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked with each squeeze. So what if he has some tricks? It's barely enough. He wants me to admit I was wrong? Unless he awakens an SS rank talent. Poof. Otherwise, I'll never look at him with respect for the rest of my life. Flinging a sour expression, Lu Ruyan turned and stormed off. Zhou Hang? She couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. Oh my. Young Master Zhang, impressive. Who would have thought you'd bide your time all these years? At the finish line, young Fan snapped back to reality. Steering the ship maiden, he slowly approached Zhang Hao. He wanted to exchange pleasantries to build rapport. But the devil's ship just bobbed up and down, not a sound for ages. Ha! Could it be they're celebrating with the ship maiden in the bridge? He glanced curiously toward the devil's ship's captain's quarters. After all, post-race celebrations were perfectly normal. Young Fan could only stand by helplessly and wait. Little did he know. At that very moment, inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Zhang Hao stared blankly at Mo Euro's body. Ever since she crossed the finish line first, the pitch-black veil covering her body had been radiating a soft glow. The blush on her cheeks seemed ready to burst through the fabric. Her willow leaf brows relaxed as she closed her eyes, a faint smile curving her lips, as if savoring some profound pleasure. The attribute panel aboard the devil ship was undergoing drastic changes. Devil ship. Propeller RPM, 43. Lateral stability, 43. Mast wind storage, 43. Stiffness, 43. Anchor stability, 43. Endurance, 43. Rating, D-class ship maiden. Abilities? What is this? Watching the changes on the demon ship's attribute panel, Zhang Hao's face lit up with wild excitement. In this world, for a ship maiden to alter her innate attribute values, besides through modification and magic point increases, there was another method: continuous growth through competition. Through the experience gained in competitions, a ship maiden's various attributes could also be enhanced. Typically, a ship maiden with exceptional potential gains 0.51 points across different attributes after a single race. But the devil ship. She actually gained an all-attribute boost. And not by a small margin. This single match transformed the E+ class devil ship into a D-class ship maiden. Indeed. The devil ship truly lives up to its reputation as the ship maiden with the greatest potential in the original story. Mo Euro. I will definitely contract you. A soft groan echoed as Mo Euro slowly opened her eyes. Zhang Hao forced a smile. Well, Mo Euro, did I disappoint you as your navigator? Zhang Hao, you've never attended a practical training session. Did you secretly practice at home all this time? Due to attribute growth, Mo Euro's figure now appeared fuller, her facial features more defined. Beneath the black veil, her skin gradually regained its fair complexion, save for the gleaming instrument buttons. The sweat seeping through the fabric carried a distinct fragrance that lingered beneath the black fabric. You can think that way too. As he calmly observed Mo Euro, her fair complexion gradually flushed crimson. The match is over. Aren't you leaving? Thud. The door to the captain's cabin swung open instantly. Zhang Hao chuckled, no longer teasing Mo Euro. But as he reached the threshold of the captain's cabin, he turned back and asked one last question. I said. You really don't want to try being my ship maiden? I understand. I'll think about it. You can go out first. Got it. I'll be waiting anytime. Winking at Mo Euro, Zhang Hao gave a sly grin. Oh, and your black stockings, your anchor button feels really nice. Thud. Before he could finish, the captain's cabin door slammed shut again, sending shivers through the entire devil ship. To this, Zhang Hao merely smiled faintly. Oi! Young Master Zhang! Young Master Zhang! All done?
At the ship's rail, Yang Fan poked his head over, peering curiously in their direction.
Zhang Hao shot him a withering look. What are you babbling about? After the race, the navigator and the ship's girl celebrating together, what's wrong with that? Got it. Got it. But this reward. I have to give it to you, right? Here you go, catch.
As he spoke, Yang Fan pulled a bottle resembling a maintenance solution from his chest. 10 points of light flickered within the bottle.
So these are magic points? Zhang Hao snatched the bottle and examined the glowing dots with curiosity. Magic points.
These things were practically the universal currency across the entire Magic Sea Star.
Their primary function was to boost the attribute values of ship maidens. They were typically obtained through official competitions or by hunting sea beasts. Generally, the larger the competition, the higher the magic point rewards.
Legend has it that the very first magic point in this world was earned when a ship maiden and a navigator teamed up to race against a sea beast. After losing the race, the sea beast voluntarily extracted the magic point from its own body. The navigator discovered that magic points could permanently enhance a ship maiden's attributes. From that moment onward, sea racing truly began. If we used all these magic points to boost Mo's rotation speed, then her weaknesses would be significantly reduced. But without a contract, she can't enter the captain's cabin, so the magic points can't be added.
Forget it. Better to wait.
Zhang Hao stowed the bottle away and gave the hull of the devil ship a pat.
Let's go. Euro, we're going to get something. Vroom vroom vroom.
The hull trembled as the devil ship steered straight toward a Class C shipmaiden still lingering in the navigation lane. Zhou Hang was clinging to the ship's rail, as if ready to leap into the sea.
Chapter 26, Wild Boat Race, Finale.
Exploiting the protagonist's luck.
Hey! Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? You're not thinking of swimming back to avoid paying, are you?
The mocking voice carried on the sea breeze as Zhang Hao teased Zhou Hang, watching him clinging to the rail.
You! Zhou Hang froze in his tracks. That's right. He had just been thinking about skipping out on the Belle. Are you kidding me? Hand over his own aunt to Zhang Hao? He'd rather skip town and find another job in different waters. But, at that moment, Zhang Hao deliberately made a loud noise, drawing the attention of countless onlookers below deck.
Yang Fan, seemingly eager to curry favor with Zhang Hao, steered his boat to follow behind him. As all eyes turned to him, his body suddenly sank, and he immediately fell overboard.
Cough cough cough. Hey, Zhou, when are you going to make good on your promise? He teased Zhou Hang with a glance.
Zhou Hang turned around, his face already contorted with rage.
You actually want my aunt? Zhang Hao, I advise you not to push it too far. Leave some room for future encounters. Do you understand?
Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hang adopted the posture of the victim.
Overstepping? Think back to when you issued your challenge to me, demanding I do this and that. Did you think you weren't overstepping? Stop shifting the blame. Win or lose, you honor the wager, that's the rule. If you refuse to abide by it,
young Fan, this time I won't need to bombard his Zhou family's cargo ship, right?
You witnessed it too. You know what needs to be done, right?
He turned to look at young Fan, whose expression froze before turning solemn as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Hang.
Zhou Hang.
The Mountain Sea region always upholds its rules. If you win today, even if the Zhang family is powerful, even if Zhang Hao refuses to honor the wager, the rest of us factions will help you suppress the Zhang family, forcing Zhang Hao to withdraw from school and return the goods.
But if you lose, we will stand with Zhang Hao instead. Think carefully. Did we forcibly seize your fishing boat, or did you surrender it willingly? Rat-a-tat-tat.
Under Yang Fan's words, not only did the onlookers fix their gaze, but several of the Yang family's C-class shipmaidens immediately closed in to surround them.
You lot.
His face flushed crimson as Zhou Hang collapsed with a thud, utterly defeated. There was no way he could defeat the shipmaidens, let alone escape. Now, aside from calling Hang Ping over, he couldn't think of any other way to leave the Yang family's waters.
Zhou Hang, spare your Zhou family some dignity. Show some backbone and admit defeat.
Zhou Hang trembled for a long moment under the cold stare before finally pulling out his phone.
After dialing, he uttered each word slowly. Hello? Auntie? I've run into a bit of trouble. You, come over here. What is it? I lost you. What? Zhou Hang. What have you done?
The voice on the other end of the line had clearly raised its volume considerably.
I
made a bet with a classmate and lost you.
If you don't come over,
I'll have to stay here forever.
You. Ugh.
Beep beep beep. The phone slowly hung up, leaving only Zhou Hang's eyes, filled with venomous hatred, fixed intently on Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao, however, couldn't care less. No matter what he did, his fate with Zhou Hang was sealed, a battle to the death. Someone had to die. Why couldn't it be the protagonist?
Leaning against the ship's rail, Zhang Hao basked in the constant stares around him. A few bold boatwomen even steered their vessels over to approach him.
Zhang Hao, could you teach me how to anchor and turn? Zhang Hao, have you picked out a boat girl yet? Zhang Hao, meet me at 9:30 p.m. in the Western Sea. My captain's cabin awaits your arrival. As various boatwomen approached him, Zhang Hao simply smiled and waved them off. Sorry, I've already chosen my boatwoman. Hey! Zhang Hao. How about partnering with our Yang family? You teach us that anchor turn technique, and the Yang family promises to find you a class shipmaiden for a smoke ship that's no less impressive than yours before the first sea meeting. What do you say? Just then, Yang fan also stepped forward. What else could he do? Even his own grandfather was intrigued by those astonishing techniques he'd just witnessed. Partnering with Zhang Hao would bring nothing but benefits to the Yang family. Oh? Partner with the Yang family? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes and instinctively glanced at Zhou Hang. The opportunity meant for the protagonist had come to him instead, thanks to his first-place finish. Yes. Partner with us. We have intel on all kinds of shipmaidens. Partnering with us is a win-win for everyone. Yang fan grew increasingly animated, but Zhang Hao waved him off. Hold it. I'm not really interested. Ha? You? My sights aren't set on a tiny place like the Mountain Sea. If you want to partner with me, Yang fan, at the domain tournament, if you can beat me, I'll join your Yang family voluntarily. How about it? You. Fine. If you'd said that before, young Master Zhang, I wouldn't have believed a word. But today, I'll give you credit for once. The domain tournament? Got it. Vroom. Clapping his hand against the gunwale of his shipmaiden, Yang fan took his leave. The look he cast at Zhang Hao now held an added measure of admiration, tinged with a hint of fervor. He was now viewing Zhang Hao as a rival to chase after. Oof. After sending Yang fan away, a sudden system notification rang in Zhang Hao's ears. Beep. Congratulations on successfully seizing Zhou Hang's opportunity for rise. You have successfully plundered his auxiliary family's favor and snatched away his growth partner, Yang fan. You severed 10 strands of the protagonist's destiny fortune and gained 10 strands of destiny fortune. Beep. Congratulations on successfully stealing the female lead Lu Ruyan's favor towards Zhou Hang in this wild boat race. You have significantly diminished Lu Ruyan's expectations of Zhou Hang, delaying the development of their relationship. You severed 10 strands of the protagonist's destiny fortune and gained 10 strands of destiny fortune. Your chance to awaken the SSS-tier talent dice of fate has increased by 20%. Current dice of fate awakening probability, 74%. Here it comes. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, sensing an elusive aura swirling around him. This wild boat race marked Zhou Hang's starting point. If he took first place, it would be a major setback for Zhou Hang. Yang fan, the Yang family all were indispensable elements in his journey of growth. Now they all belong to him. Lu Ruyan? If she didn't change her mind about Zhou Hang after the wild boat race, it'll be even harder next time. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as Zhang Hao basked in the sea breeze. He knew today's fortune of plunder was far from over. Click. Clack. Waves lapped against the deck. Several Yang family, C-class shipmaidens, approached him during this time, but Zhang Hao politely declined each one. 2 hours later, the fishing boat slowly entered the Yang family's waters. As the fishing vessel docked beside the C-class shipmaiden, a deep sigh echoed from within the cabin. Zhou Hang. I've already inquired about the situation on the way here. You've disappointed me so much. I'm so sorry. Lowering his head, Zhou Hang stood before his relatives, utterly speechless. He was filled with shame and dread, but even more so with rage and fury. Zhang Hao. If it weren't for you, how could I have been so humiliated today? Zhang Hao. You've sealed your own fate. His hatred for Zhang Hao surged to unbearable heights. With a thud, Zhou Hang knelt before the fishing boat. Auntie. Rest assured. I will bring you home immediately. I swear it. Ah. A long sigh echoed from the captain's cabin of the fishing boat. A bitter smile tugged at Hong Ping's lips as she slowly materialized, approaching the devil ship. She transformed into human form, climbed onto the deck of the devil ship, and shot Zhang Hao a complex look. Young Master Shang, I know everything now. I'll honor my bet. I'll go with you. Oof. That's more like it. Euro, let's go. Patting the hull of the devil's ship, the black vessel sailed steadily toward the Zhang family's waters. The sea breeze caressed their faces as Zhang Hao heard the system prompt sound again. Beep. Congratulations on successfully seizing the protagonist Zhou Hang's prized ally, Hang Ping. You have plundered 10 strands of the protagonist's destiny. Your SSS-tier talent dice of fate awakening probability plus 10%, current awakening probability, 84%. Chapter 27, Hong Ping's hidden motives, Moirong's worries, and a moonlit pact. 84% already? At this rate, I'll definitely achieve 100% success before the awakening ceremony. Even if I miss the chance, an 84% awakening probability is still incredibly high. Listening to the system's notification, Zhang Hao's expression brightened. Beside him, Hang Ping casually observed Zhang Hao.
She'd heard about it on the way here. This seemingly spoiled rich kid had just demonstrated unprecedented starting technique and cornering technique at the wild boat race.
What was this launch control? What was this anchor cornering?
Even within the Zhou family, she'd never heard of such techniques.
If it were possible, could I become this kid's boat girl? Let him take me out every night to practice these techniques. Then I could secretly learn them all and pass them on to Zhou Hang?
Her eyes glowed with greed. Hang Ping truly was the one who cherished Zhou Hang the most. Even if he sold her out, she was still scheming to secure benefits for Zhou Hang. Though, her old fishing boat was getting a bit long in the tooth. But she was still a C-class boatwoman. Moreover, an experienced sailor knows exactly how to complement a young navigator's movements. Whether on deck or in bed, Hang Ping was confident she could handle this wet behind the ears kid. She hesitated for a moment, shifting her body awkwardly. Hang Ping pursed her lips, then took the initiative to draw closer to Zhang Hao.
Young Master Zhang, I hear you currently don't have a contracted shipwoman? Oh? Why do you ask?
Captivated by Hang Ping's words, Zhang Hao glanced at her hesitantly. She smiled sweetly, her slightly dark, gleaming peaks undulating.
Actually, besides fishing, the fishing boat has another name. What? The newbie perk ship. How so?
Zhang Hao seemed intrigued, studying Hang Ping intently. She appeared to be in her early 30s, yet she was remarkably well preserved, no excess fat, no wrinkles.
Though she wore a fisherman's hat, her dark, glossy skin gave her an air of mature, untamed femininity.
You had to admit, she was a woman with real presence.
I
volunteer to be your practice ship.
You know how it is, right?
The more skilled the navigator, the more shipmates they have for regular practice. The fishing boat, with its balanced attributes, is one of the finest training vessels in the Azure realm.
To be honest, that's how my sister caught the eye of the Zhou family head. My captain's cabin has never been entered by anyone else. If you promise not to make me fish, I can accompany you for practice every single day.
Wriggling her body, Hang Ping drew closer and closer to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao could feel the heat radiating from her body, along with a faint, briny scent of freshly caught seafood.
A training vessel?
Sizing her up, Zhang Hao knew full well, a woman from the enemy camp wouldn't just offer herself up for nothing.
Offering to let me take her out for practice? Practice is just an excuse. You really want to watch my skills, don't you?
Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Hao weighed the pros and cons.
Was he really going to let Zhou Hang steal his Blue Star navigation skills just to become his uncle-in-law?
Though, being the protagonist's uncle did have its perks.
But Zhang Hao wasn't desperate enough to sneak into the captain's quarters. No thanks. I'm not interested for now.
Waving her hand, Hang Ping saw Zhang Hao about to refuse her. Her expression flickered, and in 3 quick steps, she leaped overboard.
Splash!
The instant the woman hit the water, the fishing boat suddenly materialized on the surface. Its deck, faintly glowing red, swayed gently. The door to the fishing boat's captain's cabin swung open abruptly, releasing a distinct, briny scent mingled with the aroma of seafood.
Young Master Zhang? Are you sure you won't give it a try?
Hang Ping's voice echoed from within the captain's cabin. Inside the fishing boat's captain's cabin, a warm, pinkish light filled the space.
Particles of light danced in the air. Hang Ping no longer wore her fisherman's attire, instead sporting a red bikini.
Her dark, glossy skin glistened with specks of sand like light. Floating mid-air in a reclining pose, she seemed to be waiting for someone to apply sunscreen.
Try it. My touch is amazing.
The swirling particles of light and shadow rotated around her body, revealing Hang Ping's face turned toward Zhang Hao, her expression bewitchingly alluring.
You, Zhang and Hao were both stunned. No way. You're going all out for the protagonist? Does Zhou Hang even know he's about to have an uncle-in-law? Gulp.
After swallowing twice, Zhang Hao felt a flicker of interest.
Buzz. 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 Suddenly,
the devil's ship began to sway violently.
Euro's voice echoed, You mustn't agree to her. I can. I can spend more time training with you every night. Ha! Unexpected.
Zhang Hao never imagined Euro would step forward to stop him from piloting the fishing boat.
Euro. Didn't you say before the contract, the captain's cabin wouldn't be open to just anyone?
His footsteps halted as Zhang Hao glanced teasingly toward the direction of the captain's cabin.
Why do you have to be so talkative? I just wanted you to be a little.
The bow of the devil's ship lifted slightly. Without needing to guess, Zhang Hao could imagine Euro's bashful expression at that moment.
You want me to stay off other ships? You want me all to yourself?
A smirk curled the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth as he grinned shamelessly.
Poof. Anyway, go ahead if you want.
The thunder of voice echoed from the captain's cabin, while Zhang Hao's grin only grew wider.
Plop. Splash. Rocking on the waves, the fishing boat steadily approached Zhang Hao. Young Master Zhang. Don't hesitate any longer.
Trust me, I'll serve you well.
Besides, isn't a C-class ship maiden's handling smoother than an E-class's?
I'm getting on in years, you can push me as hard as you like. Any high difficulty maneuvers, I can accommodate them all. A salty, fishy stench filled the air. Inside the captain's cabin of the fishing vessel, Hang Ping wriggled her body seductively, batting her eyelashes at Zhou Hang.
It's fine. It's fine. You know, every outstanding navigator has a whole fleet of ship maidens at their disposal, right? Come on. Inside me, you'll definitely be satisfied. The urging grew louder. Zhou Hang glanced at the pink captain's cabin.
Just as he took a step forward and Hang Ping's lips curled into a smile, he abruptly turned away. Sorry about that. My ship's maiden seems a bit displeased.
Please report to the Zhang family waters first. You jerk. What am I lacking compared to her? Is it my figure? Or my stats? You just love steering this piece of junk ship?
Inside the captain's cabin, Hang Ping's smile vanished.
Then came a shrieking outburst. Her defenses crumbled. She truly lost it.
How could an experienced C-class ship maiden like her lose to an E-class ship maiden?
Hey! Watch your language. If you keep barking like a dog, I'll have you sent to the floating corpse zone. You can handle the rotting flesh. At any time, a navigator would never tolerate anyone insulting their ship maiden.
When Zhang Hao shot a cold stare at Hang Ping, her face drained of color. With a thud, she slammed shut the captain's cabin door and drifted helplessly around the devil ship.
Zhang Hao! You! Creak creak. The devil ship's planks swayed. Zhang Hao turned and walked toward the captain's cabin door. Hey!
Besides, sir, I turned down quite a few sailor girls today just for you.
What about our practice session? Thud. The triangular captain's cabin door swung open. Inside, Mo Euro floated mid-air in a lightweight black veil.
Zhang Hao deftly gripped the helm, his gaze fixed on her.
Were you actually afraid I'd leave you behind?
As she stroked the girl's cheek, the photon counter on her chest flashed rapidly.
Mo Euro turned her face away.
Your skills today were truly impressive.
I know. I'm not worthy of you. You're actually amazing.
You deserve a better ship maiden, but not that fishing boat.
If in the future. If someday I can't keep up in the races anymore, just let me be your training vessel. As long as you don't reject me. After tremblingly uttering these words, Mo Euro gathered her courage and looked at Zhang Hao.
She knew her stats were lacking, and she knew how formidable Zhang Hao had been today. She feared, she worried, she might hold Zhang Hao back.
Humph. Mo Euro, do you remember what I said the first time I stepped onto your ship? Zhang Hao tapped Mo Euro's steering wheel, and the stats for the devil's ship popped up. Then,
he pulled the 10 magic points directly from his chest and poured them into the propeller speed panel. Propeller speed, 43 greater than 53.
Stop it. What are you doing? We haven't even signed a contract yet. If you do this, how will you modify other ship maidens in the future?
They stared in shock at Zhang Hao's actions.
How precious are magic points? Navigators who control magic points usually distribute them evenly among their ship maidens. But she wasn't even Zhang Hao's ship maiden yet, and he was giving her all his magic points? I'll repeat that one more time. I like the devil ship. Will you be my first ship maiden? Plop. Moonlight spilled like water over the devil ship, Zhang Hao's gaze fixed on Mo Euro. Plop. Plop. As the girl's heartbeat merged with the waves, a faint whisper slowly emerged. Yes. Chapter 28, Awakening Ceremony, SSS Rank Talent Dice of Destiny. Ha? You agreed? The moment that yes rang out, Zhang Hao froze in shock. He had assumed Mo Euro would hesitate for days, deliberating for days. Unexpectedly, tonight's series of provocations from Hang Ping had the opposite effect. It finally freed her from her inner turmoil, and she agreed to me. Buzz buzz buzz. A peculiar black pattern unfolded on the ring finger of her left hand, synchronizing with the light particles of the devil's mark, to weave intertwining beams. Soon, a black heart-shaped mark appeared on Mo Euro's chest. Meanwhile, on Zhang Hao's left ring finger, a black heart-shaped ring rapidly materialized. The contract. This was the loyalty contract between the ship maiden and the navigator. With this bond, the navigator could now enter the ship maiden's captain's cabin at will. From this moment onward, the ship maiden, the vessel of the navigator, could no longer freely board those of the opposite sex. Hum. Buzz. Hum. As the bond was sealed, Zhang Hao gazed at Mo Euro, sensing an extraordinary connection blossoming between them. The data panel of the devil ship also flashed into view. Devil ship. Propeller RPM, 53. Lateral stability, 43. Sail mast wind storage, 43. Stiffness, 43. Anchor stability, 43. Endurance, 43. Rating, D-class ship maiden. Ability, Devil's Dance. Demon's Dance. After overtaking a ship maiden for 1 minute, you gain 10% of her attribute values. Note, ship maiden attributes stack. This. Seeing the ability panel fully displayed, Zhang Hao finally understood why the devil's stats had skyrocketed during today's wild ship race. It all came down to this ability. Mo Euro. You're finally my ship maiden.
Wrapping his arms around Mo Euro's luminous form, he held her close. Her cheeks flushed and she pressed her lips together softly. You can just call me Euro. I chose you because I believed in you. Zhang Hao, you're the first who didn't look down on me, and the first to lead me to victory. I'm willing to trust you. I'm willing to give myself to you. The girl's warm voice echoed, and Zhang Hao felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Beep. Congratulations on severing the protagonist's main vessel's connection to the protagonist. You have successfully contracted the demon ship. You have intercepted 16 strands of the protagonist's destiny fortune. Your probability of awakening the SSS-tier talent dice of fate has increased by 16%. Current awakening probability, 100%. The system notification sounded at the perfect moment. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up and he instinctively held Mo Euro tighter. Finally. He could finally possess the 1 in a million support talent. Inside the captain's cabin, the air grew increasingly stifling. Mo Euro's hands slowly wrapped around Zhang Hao's waist. Zhang Hao watched as the propeller RPM climbed steadily, every indicator flashing rapidly. Suddenly, Mo Euro's eyes reddened as she exhaled a puff of steam toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, my fuel tank is so hot. Can you open it for me? Sigh. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Mo Euro, who was always timid and hesitant, unexpectedly became quite bold after contracting her navigator. Faced with such a direct request, Zhang Hao hesitated. If it's possible. I want to announce after the first sea meeting that you're my eternal, starting ship maiden. By then, I think, I'll be eager to familiarize myself with every single one of your piloting functions. Running his fingers over the array of buttons on the particle light display, the devil's ship couldn't help but sway back and forth. All right. After a long while, the intense heat in the captain's cabin subsided. The little ship set sail toward the Yizhang family waters. Mountain Sea Area Zhou family cargo ship. Damn it. Zhang Hao. You humiliate me again and again before everyone. And now you dare to take my aunt. This enmity leaves no room for coexistence. The Zhang family has chosen its own path to destruction. Bang. Zhou Hang hoisted a pile of cargo from the ship and hurled it wildly, his face flushed crimson with impotent rage. Behind him, the old servant's expression flickered uncertainly as he stared fixedly at the youth, now reduced to utter helplessness. This boy. Is he truly the seed of the Sannan Zhou clan? Damn it, he'd even sell his own aunt. What if he sells me and my wife someday too? Suspicious eyes scrutinized Zhou Hang. Thud. Suddenly, Zhou Hang crashed to the ground. The old servant narrowed his eyes before hurrying over to help him up. Young master. Are you all right? I feel so oppressed. It's like everything inside me has been taken away. My heart, it hurts so much. The earlier gloom vanished completely. Clutching his chest, Zhou Hang looked as if he'd just witnessed his beloved walking into a hotel with someone else, holding an umbrella. Young master, you. The old servant studied Zhou Hang's expression, convinced he'd lost his mind. Young master. It's all right. You must remember, the blood of the Zhou clan flows through your veins. The awakening ceremony is imminent. If you can awaken that talent, I believe the Zhou clan will send someone to assist you. Once the Zhou clan arrives, these trifles of the Mountain Sea region will be nothing to you. The awakening ceremony. Yes. The awakening ceremony. As long as you awaken that talent. Clenching his fists, Zhou Hang regained his confidence. Yes. With that talent in hand, I'll get Lu Ruyan, and the Mountain Sea region will bow to me sooner or later. Zhang Hao. Prepare to face the wrath of my Zhou clan. The sea surface rippled gently as Zhou Hang's eyes grew cold. He sensed it, a profound intuition told him that at the awakening ceremony, he would awaken that talent. The next day, Zhang Hao rose early. News of yesterday's wild boat race seemed to spread quickly. By morning, his parents were already knocking on his door. Xiao Hao. I heard? You defeated their C-class boat maiden with your E-class boat maiden yesterday? Truly the son of Zhang Yunlong. You remind me of myself back when I battled an S-class boat maiden with my A-class boat maiden. Zhang Yunlong patted Zhang Hao's shoulder with satisfaction. Zhang Hao looked at his old man and smiled knowingly. Of course. I told you, there are no trashy navigators, only trashy shipgirls. You little brat. You sure know how to put on a show. After a moment of banter between father and son, Jin Chuanchua's expression gradually turned serious. Xiao Hao, it's true you have a natural talent for steering the ship. But talent sets your ceiling. Your ship maiden determines your floor. At the upcoming awakening ceremony, barring any surprises, you'll awaken the Zhang family's hereditary S-rank support talent, Lucky Dice. I'll go talk to the purple-green sword ship. I'm sure we can get you a good ship maiden. You. Mom. No need. I'll pilot the devil ship and retrace my father's path.
I believe I'll find my own S-rank shipmaiden. She won't be anyone else. She'll only be Mo your own.
Jian Chuanxue stared blankly, twirling the ring in her hand.
You little brat. You won her over?
At the first C meeting, I'll announce that Yuruwa will be my permanent starting shipmaiden.
Xiao Hao, you. Don't be impulsive. How many shipmaidens will you encounter in your lifetime? Do you even understand how serious the role of the primary shipmaiden is? Enough. My mind is made up.
Besides, my shipmaiden seems to be urging me to go to school. Zhang Hao.
Just as they were talking,
a series of calls echoed from outside the cabin.
Zhang Hao waved his hand and hurriedly dashed toward the cabin exit. Chapter 29, Chosen Only for You, Lu Ruyan's Breakdown. Part 1.
Thud. 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 The devil ship plowed through the waves, crashing against the sea.
Ever since signing the contract with Mo Euro last night.
This morning, Zhang Hao no longer had to stand on the deck, exposed to the wind, on his way to school.
After pushing open the captain's cabin door, Zhang Hao looked at Mo Euro, dressed in a black lace gown.
They shared a knowing smile, exuding an air of an old married couple. Throughout the morning voyage, the devil ship no longer carried its usual aura, causing the shipmaidens to give it wide berth. Instead, it gradually drew a trail of shipmaidens following in its wake.
Holy crap! Is this the E-class shipmaiden that won the championship? Impressive.
Zhang Hao is seriously skilled.
Taking first place with this ship? Did anyone record it yesterday?
I tried testing the anchor turn at home last night and ended up flipping sideways all night.
Whispers of discussion swirled around them. Splash. Once the devil ship drew near the cargo vessel of the Mountain Sea Academy, Zhang Hao and Mo Euro were practically escorted into the classroom by the crowd. Inside room 304.
Lu Ruyan shot Zhang Hao a glance before silently lowering her head. Zhou Hang sat in the far corner of the classroom, saying nothing. Occasionally, other shipmaids would approach Zhang Hao, asking if he needed any substitute shipmaids.
To each inquiry, Zhang Hao declined.
The quiet days passed like this for 5 or 6 days.
Until
the most solemn day of the year at Shanghai Academy arrived.
The awakening ceremony.
As the most significant day across the entire Magic Sea Star world, this day was the most crucial for men and equally, the most important day for the shipmaidens. A well-awakened support talent could elevate even the humblest family, potentially catching the eye of a high-ranking shipmaiden household.
From there, one might soar to new heights, rising unstoppably. Conversely, even if you excelled academically and possessed outstanding piloting skills before, awakening a worthless talent makes it nearly impossible to find a compatible shipmaiden.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
Shanghai Academy Hohai District. At this very moment,
a sleek, medium-sized vessel approached the cargo ship of Shanghai Academy. This vessel measured 15 meters in length, 4.5 meters in width, with a mast standing 20 meters tall. From deck to hull, the entire ship was coated in an extraordinary starlight blue. Whenever sunlight touched its hull, the ship would shimmer with starlight. A flag fluttered in the wind atop the mast, boldly displaying the 7 characters, Alliance Fleet Awakening. Surrounding this single shipmaiden were a dozen or so combat shipmaidens stationed nearby.
The awakening ceremony was not organized by the Academy of Mountains and Seas.
Instead, at fixed times each year, the All-Ship Alliance dispatched the awakening ship to various seas to oversee the awakening of adult males.
Simply put, the authorities controlled the awakening process.
This arrangement allows the authorities to identify promising candidates during the annual Awakening Assembly, extend offers, and continuously strengthen the foundation of their official navigators. On board the awakening ship, it is said that the captain's quarters contain pure magic point energy capable of stimulating the cells of every adult male. The awakening ship stands as the most mysterious and unique awakening shipmaiden in the Magic Sea Star.
Clickety-clack.
As the awakening ship docked with the Mountain Sea Academy, the captain's cabin doors slowly opened. A middle-aged man in uniform emerged. His expression stern, he looked down upon the Shanghai Academy.
Ahem, ahem. Now, this year's awakening ceremony shall commence.
All adult males of the Shanghai Academy, please proceed to the awakening ceremony in order of your class. His voice was not loud, yet on the deck of the Shanghai cargo ship, men and women stood solemnly in rows. Principal Cui Mingyuan bowed respectfully, understood.
Come forth. The Magic Point Awakening Chamber is ready.
The middle-aged man nodded and promptly returned to the captain's cabin.
Cui Mingyuan watched him disappear inside before slowly straightening his back. He pointed toward the direction of Class 301. Teacherly. Start assigning people. I recall it was your class last year that produced an A-grade talent, right? Yeah. Pure luck. This year, with Zhang Hao from Teacher Du's class, an S-grade talent is bound to appear too. No comparison. No comparison at all.
Teacher Li immediately passed the buck to Du Xingzhou, who merely smiled faintly. Teacher Li, the outcome isn't decided yet. Who knows what terrifying talents might emerge from other classes?
Hey, where would all these prodigies come from?
With a few awkward chuckles, Teacher Li waved his hand.
A scholarly-looking youth from his class quickly stepped onto the awakening ship. Thump, thump, thump. After watching the youth enter the captain's cabin. Buzz. 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 From the direction of the captain's cabin, points of light resembling starlight began to flicker. Judging by the appearance, there were only about 100 or so points drifting about. Like fireflies, the points gathered and flickered before a steady voice sounded. He Chow of Class 301, Awakened Talent, Grade B Metallization. Grade B Talent? What a great start! Metamorphosis? If metamorphosis allows the ship Maiden's hull to partially metallize, shouldn't that drastically improve impact resistance? But heavier ships are slower to maneuver. This talent seems pretty standard, right? Following the announcement, murmurs of discussion erupted across the deck of Shanghai Academy. Especially in Class 301, several bold ship maidens waved directly at Yi Chao. A B-grade talent, while not earth-shattering, it was still B-grade. Even if not used for competitions, employing metallization for hunting in reef zones would at least ensure a comfortable life going forward, wouldn't it? Ho Chao. Pick me. I'm super sweet. Sweet my ass, anyone can walk into your captain's cabin. Yi Chao, not a single soul has ever set foot in my captain's cabin. The clamorous chatter of the shipgirls erupted, drawing envious glances from the rest of the crowd. Soon, other boys began boarding the Awakening, one after another. Zhang Wei, Class 301, Awakened Talent, Grade D Kinetic Pattern. Liang Jichao, Class 301, Awakened Talent, E-Grade Sonic Interference. What a pity. High-tier, support talents, weren't exactly commonplace. Most people's awakenings fluctuated between DE. Until. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. A vast swarm of firefly-like light suddenly erupted from the direction of the awakening ship captain's cabin. A declaration, its volume noticeably amplified, abruptly rang out. Young fan of Class 302, Awakened Talent, Grade A Icefisher. Grade A. An A-rank talent? The Young family never disappoints. Damn. What a waste. Yang Fan's family assigns their ship maidens themselves, otherwise I'd have fought tooth and nail for her. Give it a rest. What are you climbing for with your C-rank ship maiden? The clamor among the ship maidens flared up again. This time, even the usually expressionless head of Awakening wore a hint of a smile as he patted Young Fan on the shoulder. Young man, would you consider joining our all-ship alliance? With your talent, I can offer you the best resources a designated A-class ship maiden match. It was the official's promise, delivered so readily, that made Young Fan hesitate. However, after only a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. Sorry. My father has already prepared my ship maiden. Ah. That's truly unfortunate. He watched Young Fan return to the deck with a look of genuine regret. Given his status, few dared approach him to strike up a conversation. But this kid kept glancing at Zheng Hao, his eyes brimming with competitive intent. Ha! Is he targeting me as his opponent? Standing at the back of the crowd, Zheng Hao stood with his hands on his hips, leaning casually against the ship's rail. Zheng Hao. You're definitely going to awaken an S-class talent, right? Who knows? How many stars will an S-rank talent draw? Mo Euro stood beside Zheng Hao, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Zheng Hao smiled faintly, hard to say. Who knows? Maybe I'll drain every last drop of magic from that ship's magic points? You arrogant jerk. As the two bantered back and forth. Boom. Suddenly. From the direction of the captain's cabin, terrifying starlight erupted, bathing the entire ship's deck in blinding white light. A voice tinged with excitement rang out, Class 303. Yun Yang. Awakened Talent, S-Rank Etherealization. Chapter 30, chosen only for you, Lu Ruyan's Collapse. Part 2. S-Class Talent? Holy crap? S-Class? An untrained S-Rank talent? In an instant, the entire deck erupted. Not just the ship maidens, even the teachers from several classes, including Principal Cui Mingyuan, froze in place for 2 seconds, utterly dumbfounded. This world operates on the principle of bloodline inheritance. Generally speaking, it's extremely rare for an independent awakening of an S-class talent to occur. Especially an absurd support ability like voidification. Can you imagine? A neighboring ship you're racing against or adventuring with suddenly glides through you and your ship maiden like a ghost. Who could accept such a game-breaking ability? But this is the essence of an S-class talent. This is precisely why navigators blessed with such talents are so sought after. Whoa! Teacher Sue! Congratulations! Your class has produced a dark horse. Teacher Sue, if possible, please make sure Yun Yang becomes our school's navigator. In an instant, homeroom teachers from several classes, along with Principal Cui Mingyuan, gathered before the homeroom teacher of Class 303, showering congratulations. Having a top-tier navigator emerge from their class would be something these teachers could brag about for the rest of their careers. Su Mao, however, remained remarkably calm. Well, haven't you noticed that Yun Yang hasn't come out of the captain's cabin for ages? He's probably about to be recruited. Hearing this, the group turned their gaze toward the awakening. Sure enough,
The middle-aged man who had been calm moments ago now beamed with delight as he embraced Yun Yang, looking as though he'd just won the lottery.
Yun Yang. Rest assured.
Once you join the All-Ship Alliance, while your actions will be restricted, we'll provide you with the best treatment, modification modules, and ship maidens will give you the absolute best. With your S-Class talent, I can immediately request an S-Class ship maiden for you.
Patting Yun Yang's shoulder, the middle-aged man beamed with delight.
Well, I'll be relying entirely on your guidance, senior. Yun Yang respectfully clasped his fists in salute, instantly breaking the hearts of the ship maidens, crowding the deck, all waiting to approach him.
An S-Class ship maiden. Who could compare?
Across the entire Mountain Sea, only Lu Ruyan's smoke ship was considered exceptional, and that was merely a class.
S-Class? Unthinkable. Thump, thump, thump.
Descending the deck at a leisurely pace, Yun Yang radiated an air of unrivaled confidence and arrogance. The phrase, when one attains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, perfectly captured his state.
Yun Yang, you joined the official ranks?
His homeroom teacher, Su Mao, asked tentatively. Yun Yang lifted his chin and nodded.
That's right.
The perks the authorities offered?
I couldn't refuse. Teacher, our Shanghai Academy can't provide an S-Class ship maiden, can it?
Well, that single question struck a nerve not only with Su Mao but also with Cui Mingyuan.
When it came to resources, they simply couldn't compete with the authorities. We could at most summon a few grade B ship maidens. Teacher, maybe we should just forget it.
Shaking his head, Yun Yang slipped his hands into his pockets and walked alone toward a corner.
He knew all too well that after today, he and the people of the Mountain Sea region would belong to two different worlds. Ruyan. Ruyan. Did you see that?
It's voidification.
A voidification talent.
This guy never stood out before, but today he totally blew everyone away.
Are you even considering him?
Within the Class 304 team, Lin Man's eyes darted around restlessly, wishing she could burrow into Yun Yang's embrace just to get a better look at him. S-Class talent for the average ship maiden, it's nothing short of a pipe dream.
Not entirely impossible. As long as he's willing to marry into our family and bring fame and benefits to the Lu clan.
I suppose I could partner with him.
Rubbing her chin, Lu Ruyan unexpectedly took 2 or 3 steps toward Yun Yang. Then, lifting her face, she looked at Yun Yang with pitying eyes. Hey, want to be my Lu family's golden son-in-law?
If you agree to serve the Lu family from now on, I can be your ship maiden. And remember, I don't like it when people get on me without bathing first. The little fairy's chatter had barely left her lips.
Suddenly, get lost. Get the hell away from me.
A voice cold and arrogant to the extreme instantly cut off Lu Ruyan's words.
What did you say? You tell me to get lost? Do you even know who you're talking to?
Her expression darkened. Lu Ruyan had never imagined a man would dare tell her to get lost.
Not even Zhang Hao. He never dared to say it. So what if he'd awakened an S-Class talent? So what if you did?
The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, completely forgetting that he was now a navigator with an S-Class ship maiden.
I'll say it again. Get lost. Just a flamboyant A-Class ship maiden.
Where do you get the nerve to stand before me and flaunt yourself like this? Zhang Hao's got bubbles in his brain for spoiling you.
I, Yun Yang, have an S-Class ship maiden, and even I find you disgusting.
His cold words sliced through her like an icy blade. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, her eyes welling up as if ready to spill tears. Yes. She'd always compared herself to those with S-Class talent, completely forgetting that she was merely an A-Class ship maiden. It was Zhang Hao who had given her that confidence, that pride. But now, if she truly sought to climb higher than Zhang Hao, others wouldn't even glance her way. You, get lost. This sea breeze stinks because of you. Hands stuffed in his pockets, Yun Yang radiated utter arrogance as he strode briskly toward another corner. Yun Yang, watch your language. Just then, Zhou Hang hurried over, looking every bit the champion of justice. Yun Yang, I know you've got the authorities backing you now, so you're feeling pretty confident. But is it really necessary to insult Royan like that for no reason? TSK. Another bootlicker? I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Turning his face away from Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan, Yun Yang slumped his shoulders and walked off into the distance. Wah? She couldn't hold back the tears. Even now, Lu Ruyan felt wronged. Ruyan. You. Standing protectively in front of Lu Ruyan, Zhou Hang looked every inch the warm-hearted gentleman. Despite the stares from all around, he remained unfazed, shielding Lu Ruyan behind him as his eyes narrowed. Yun Yang, is it? Sooner or later, I'll have you under my feet. With a venomous thought in his heart, Zhou Hang finally took Lu Ruyan's arm, and the two walked toward a corner, their voices soft and gentle. This entire scene was witnessed by Zhang Hao. Seeing Zhang Hao watching intently, Mo Euro nudged his arm. Hey! Are you getting jealous? Jealous? Why would I? Zhou Hang is already holding Lu Ruyan's arm. What does that have to do with me? I've got you, don't I? He hooked his arm around Mo Euro's.
Her cheeks flushed. You're being a jerk. Ha? What do you mean, pervert? Aren't we contract partners now?
Leaning closer to Mo Euro, Zhang Hao's gaze casually flicked toward Yun Yang several times.
Yun Yang. The stumbling block on protagonist Zhou Hang's path to success. Every protagonist has a genius rival, a peerless partner. Yun Yang was the prodigy of the Mountain Sea region. In later stages, he repeatedly defeated Zhou Hang in major competitions with official support, but in the end, Zhou Hang would always triumph over him, restoring his pride. That's the protagonist's aura. Genius, partner, protagonist. I wonder if you villains can even hold a candle to me.
Leaning comfortably against the ship's rail, Zhang Hao ignored the surrounding chatter. But aboard the Awakening, a sudden shout drew everyone's attention. Class 304, Zhou Hang.
Prepare for awakening. Chapter 31, chosen only for you, Lu Ruyan's collapse. Part 3. Zhou Hang? Zhou Hang? Zhou Hang from the prominent family.
Almost simultaneously, all eyes turned toward Zhou Hang. Lu Ruyan, supported by Zhou Hang, gazed at him with eyes full of affection and high expectations.
At that very moment, everyone wondered what kind of talent this young man from the Azure domain would awaken. Even the usually stern awakening officer began scrutinizing Zhou Hang from head to toe. Oh? From the Kanglan domain Zhou clan? Come. Let me see the bloodline of the Zhou family. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Hang was led into the captain's quarters. Most people craned their necks, glancing repeatedly toward the captain's quarters, as if an SSS-tier talent might awaken there at any moment. This is the protagonist. This is the protagonist's aura. Even Mo Euro murmured curiously, Zhang Hao, do you think this Zhou Hang might awaken a talent even more powerful than Yun Yang's? No way.
Zhang Hao shook his head flatly, his denial as firm as a nail.
Ha? How can you be so sure? Just a hunch. Poof. Rubbing Mo Euro's fair arm, Zhang Hao knew, next. Zhou Hang would awaken a rather lackluster, E-rank talent, called amplification. Classic loser trope. The young master of the Great Sea, whom everyone had high hopes for, ended up awakening this. But
only Zhang Hao knew that Zhou Hang's E-grade talent, amplification, was identical to Mo Euro's demon ship talent.
Neither of them is static. Both will evolve. Zhou Hang's amplification would grow throughout the sailing competition, eventually evolving into the SSS-grade talent, amplification. Classic.
A classic underdog growth story. He had the devil ship rowing alongside him before.
Now that it's gone, how will Zhou Hang fare?
He looked curiously toward the direction of the awakening.
Buzz. Buzz. Buzz.
Soon, only about a dozen fluorescent lights flickered.
Inside the captain's cabin, a disdainful voice rang out, Zhou Hang of Class 304, awakened talent, E-grade amplification. Ha? E-grade? No way. That's it for someone from the Great Sea region? Damn it. He's from the Zhou family? He's worse than me, at least I'm D-rank. How dare someone like that pursue Lu Ruyan? The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The moment the announcement rang out, the deck erupted in a chorus of complaints. The hopeful shipmaidens scattered toward the deck's edges, as if terrified of being associated with Zhou Hang and catching his bad luck. What? Zhou Hang? How could Zhou Hang be such a loser? Ruyan. Look at this. What kind of second-rate goods are these? Lin Man's mouth twitched. Here's the thing. As she kept picking through them, she realized these were even worse than the previous ones, and began to regret her choice. TSK. How could I have known? Now, there's hardly anyone left. That Yun Yang, daring to be so harsh with me? If it really comes down to it, if it really does, I'll just go butter up Zhang Hao instead. I refuse to believe that with an A-class pilot like me offering myself up, he'd turn me down. Right. He must still care about you. The murmurs gradually died down. Clenching her jaw, Lu Ruyan turned her gaze toward the awakening. Emerging from the captain's cabin, Zhou Hang's expression was calm. Having seemingly awakened his E-class talent, he showed no trace of embarrassment. The moment their gazes met, Zhou Hang saw the disappointment, disgust, and outright rejection in Lu Ruyan's eyes. But a smirk involuntarily curved Zhou Hang's lips. Bunch of ignorant jerks. This is the Zhou family's purest innate talent, amplification. In the Zhou family's history, no one has ever awakened an E-grade talent. The lowest was D-grade. But the Zhou family's ancestor was the only one who was an E-grade, and E-grade capable of growth. Though an E-rank talent only boosts a shipmaiden's all attributes by 5%, once this talent reaches its SSS rank ceiling, it delivers a whopping 40% amplification. Then, with my skills, I'll prove to you all that even an E-rank shipmaiden can win the championship. His fists clenched tightly. The mere thought of an E-rank shipmaiden drew Zhou Hang's gaze inexplicably toward Mo Euro. It seemed. Given this outcome, the only one who could possibly work with me now is Mo Euro, right? But, damn it, that Zhang Hao actually recruited Mo Euro? Is that guy brain dead or something? Taking some E-rank shipmaiden? Now I don't even have a compatible shipmaiden. Damn it. Zhang Hao, you're my worst nightmare. Head bowed, Zhou Hang offered no explanation. He dared not reveal his situation.
Feigning utter despair, he trudged dejectedly to a corner, silently waiting for the awakening ceremony to end. The surrounding murmurs continued.
Until the last one.
Mountain Sea region Zhang clan Zhang Hao. The middle-aged man's voice rang out again, flat and emotionless.
Zhang Hao rose slowly, patting Mo Euro's shoulder. Here we go, watch closely. I'll light up the entire awakening for you.
With his head held high in arrogance, Zhang Hao strode toward the awakening, under the gaze of nearly everyone present, exuding an air of I'm the king of the world.
Zhang Hao? If nothing goes wrong, he'll awaken an S-rank talent, right?
After all, he comes from the top family in the Mountain Sea region. Honestly, with Zhang Hao's talent and the sailing skills he showed the other day, he might have even more potential than Yun Yan, right? A chorus of whispers filled the air. It seemed as though everyone could envision Zhang Hao awakening his S-class talent. No wonder his father, Zhang Yunlong, was just too successful.
Zhang Hao? Zhang Yunlong's son? Come this way.
Guessing that even if Zhang Hao awakened in S-class talent, he wouldn't join the official ranks, the middle-aged man, his interest waning, led Zhang Hao toward the captain's cabin. Upon entering the captain's cabin of the awakening, Zhang Hao realized the ship's interior was devoid of the ship-maiden particle light and shadow. The captain's cabin was completely empty, save for the walls, where bright starlight glimmered.
Come, relax.
Try to sense the energy of the magic points, attempt to guide them, absorb them into your body. The more you absorb, the more it proves your talent is truly exceptional. The middle-aged man guided Zhang Hao slowly. Zhang Hao wasn't the least bit nervous. He simply crossed his legs on the floor and closed his eyes.
Hoo! Hoo! Hoo!
Within mere breaths, he could sense faint currents of air swirling around him.
Merely by his intention, the currents began to converge toward him. Hum hum hum. At the same time, countless starlights flickered on the walls. 1, 10, 100.
Within mere seconds, thousands of starlights projected toward Zhang Hao, and the number of starlights was rapidly increasing by the thousands, approaching 10,000.
Whoosh! This kid's bloodline concentration is pretty high. Judging by the purity of his demonic points, an S-rank talent is guaranteed.
The middle-aged man stood silently by, about to shout out his declaration when...
Boom! The next instant, countless stars erupted from the walls. Like falling rain, they surged toward Zhang Hao's body. Starlight shone like rays, bathing the entire room in blinding white. Buzz buzz buzz.
In the center of the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao was now enveloped by the stars, resembling a being of pure light.
100,000, a million, 10 million stars? This ING. Is this ING SSS-tier talent?
His eyes bulged wide, the middle-aged man nearly dumbstruck. Countless starlight surged madly from the walls, dimming the entire awakening starlight.
Outside the captain's quarters.
At this very moment, everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief toward the captain's quarters.
Hum. Buzz. Buzz.
A beam of starlight, as bright as a lightsaber, shot skyward. Like a pillar of light piercing the sea at midday, it resembled a jade palace column from the heavens, crashing down upon the ocean.
Chapter 32, chosen only for you, Lu Ruyan's collapse. Part 4. What is this? Holy. Such high magic point purity? This can't be an SSS-tier talent, can it? Yun Yang.
Compared to this, Yun Yang's awakening just now pales in comparison.
Mom. I see light.
On the deck of the Shanghai Academy, everyone was utterly stunned. A brilliant white light pierced through the clouds. At that moment, within the Mountain Sea region, whether it was the shipmaidens passing by or the residents staying at home, everyone stared in disbelief toward the direction of the pillar of light.
It's an SSS-tier talent. Master. Look quickly.
At the Zhang family's quarters, Jian Xuanxue hurriedly pulled Zhang Yunlong to the ship's railings, both straining to see where the beam landed. There, clearly visible, was the Mountain Sea Academy.
An SSS-tier talent?
Who would have thought our Mountain Sea region could produce such talent? I fear, such an existence will be snapped up by the authorities with a hefty sum.
Is this the cosmic phenomenon that appears when the highest talent emerges?
I hope Zhao Hao doesn't get too shaken by him. The moment someone like this appears, they become the very embodiment of prodigious talent. The two crane their necks, their gazes fixed on the source of the pillar of light, their hearts racing.
SSS-tier talent. It's actually an SSS-tier talent. Ruyan,
even if you have to be his servant, his slave, you must secure him.
An SSS-tier talent.
If we can just climb aboard such a navigator, how could our Lu family ever fail to rise again? Lu family, Lu Qiaoshu stared blankly at the twinkling starlight, so overcome with emotion she nearly collapsed to the ground.
Ruyan, prove yourself. You absolutely must make us proud.
Clenching her fists repeatedly, Lu Qiaoshu gazed hopefully into the distance. Members of the Yang family and enforcement squad stared blankly at the pillar of light rising from the sea, momentarily forgetting their usual training routines.
An SSS-tier talent? The sky over the Mountain Sea is about to change. Holy crap! What kind of conditions will HQ have to offer to secure this monster? Starlight shimmered brilliantly. At this moment, the pillar of light pointed to the chosen one, the only one. Inside the awakening ship, a voice erupted with frenzied intensity. Class 304. Zhang family Zhang Hao. Awakened talent, SSS rank dice of destiny. Boom. Suddenly, white stars scattered, the beam of light dissipated, and the heavens and earth were bathed in a blinding white. Everyone stood frozen on the deck, clearly still reeling from the shock. SSS-grade talent. SSS rank talent? Upon hearing the proclamation, Lu Ruyan felt a sharp pang in her head. Her face drained of color in an instant, and she nearly lost her footing. No way? That sycophant. That creep actually awakened such a talent? She must have been blind. Why did she reject him? Damn it, damn it. If only I'd strung him along a bit longer. Her face ashen, Lu Ruyan's gaze fixed intently on the captain's room, lost in thought. Holy. So Zhang Xiao is the real genius after all? SSS-tier talent, plus those sailing skills? What's the point of us even trying? Holy. Is it too late to go butter up Shanghai with a shipmaiden now? A roar of heated discussion erupted. Euro stared at the scattered starlight on the ground, covering her mouth in shock. He wasn't lying? Buzz. 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 Inside the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao gathered the starlight radiating from his body, his entire demeanor inexplicably becoming noble. His eyes shone brightly, his skin seemed a shade fairer, and his upright frame seemed to hold boundless energy waiting to burst forth. Dice of Destiny. Rank, SSS. Ability, Dice of Fate. Each day, you may roll 3 stellar dice. Roll 1 die individually to gain a single, random effect based on the number rolled. The higher the dice roll, the greater the enhancement. You may gain 3 effect boosts per day. Ability, stackable. If your first roll yields a low number, you can stack the results of your second and third rolls to achieve a higher bonus. Trust me, when you roll 3 SSS stacked together, even a junk ship can outpace an S-class shipgirl by a mile. The information about the Dice of Fate spread through his mind. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao's palm trembled. With a mere thought, 3 crystal clear, starlight glittering starlight dice materialized in his hand. The numbers rolled grant various buffs? I recall the Zhang family's lucky dice only had 1 die. But I have 3? If I ever roll a triple, won't I just take off right then and there? Clack, clack, clack. Fiddling with the 3 dice in his hands, Zhang Hao understood clearly that the difference between 3 dice and 1 die wasn't just 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. This is interesting. With this talent, I should be able to level up Euro into an S-rank shipgirl, right? Or even an SSS-tier shipmaiden? A faint smile curved his lips. Just as Zhang Hao stepped out of the captain's room, a loud snap echoed as a massive hand suddenly yanked him back. Immediately, Zhang Hao found himself face to face with a wrinkled, grinning mug. The middle-aged man in charge of the awakening process had completely lost his composure. He grabbed Zhang Hao's arm and clung to it desperately. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. I know you're from the Zhang family. But you've awakened an SSS-tier talent. A talent like yours, the Zhang family can't afford to keep you. Listen to me. Join us. Join the official organization. They can assign you an SS-class shipmaiden immediately. 3 days, no. 1 day. Within a single day, we'll get you an SS-class shipmaiden. Just join us. Shipmaiden, components you pick whatever you want. Gripping Zhang Hao's arm excitedly, the middle-aged man had lost all trace of the official's usual composure. After all, this is SSS-tier talent. Who could resist? With the loot right before your eyes, how could you not beg for it? SS-class shipmaiden. I have to admit, the terms you're offering are seriously impressive. He gave the middle-aged man a thumbs up. Hearing this, the man immediately assumed Zhang Hao was about to agree. Across the entire Magic Sea Star, how many people go their entire lives without even seeing an SS-class shipmaiden? Even Zhang Hao's own father, Zhang Yunlong, never got to hold an SS-class shipmaiden's hand. Could an SS-class shipmaiden not sway him? But Zhang Hao stared at the middle-aged man's smiling face and suddenly paused. Sorry. I already have my own shipmaiden, you know. Your shipmaiden? Is she even SS rank? Grasping Zhang Hao in frustration, the middle-aged man was abruptly shaken off. She doesn't have it yet, but in my heart, she's already an SSS rank boat maiden. Sorry, I'm not joining any organization. Left hanging by Zhang Hao, the middle-aged man stomped his foot in fury. Word had long spread that this spoiled brat had taken an E-rank shipmaiden. Before you awakened, it was one thing, but now that you possess SSS rank talent, you're still using an E-rank shipmaiden? That's like using a sword fit for an emperor to kill a chicken. Think it over again. No need. I have no intention of confiscating the deckhand for now. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Hao walked toward the captain's cabin exit. On the deck of Shanghai Academy. At that moment, Du Xingzhou, homeroom teacher of class 304, was still reeling from shock. Several other homeroom teachers had already stepped forward to offer congratulations. Teacher Du, Zhou Hang from your class is the real dark horse. Indeed. To produce an SSS-tier talent as a navigator right here at our academy. Teacher Du, you're practically guaranteed to be named Teacher of the Year this year. The congratulations came in waves, but Du Xingzhou merely smiled. He glanced toward Principal Cui Mingyuan, and both men let out wry, bitter laughs. An SSS-tier talent, let alone whether Shanghai Academy could retain him even if the Yizheng family, S.O. maternal clan were to send over a single purple-green sword ship, it would be beyond comparison. That kid. Who knew he was hiding such a big one? With such favorable conditions, he'll probably join the government, right? With a sigh, Du Xingzhou concluded Zhang Hao had made that choice. The boat women who had been milling about nearby now quietly retreated, no longer daring to engage Zhang Hao in conversation. When the gap between you and your goal is small, you might still entertain the fantasy of giving it a shot. But when the gap between you and your target becomes a chasm, you simply stop trying. Most female trainees were merely D-rank or C-rank shipmaidens. They dared not dream of reaching Zhang Hao's level. After all, a navigator like this was destined to partner with an S-class boat maiden. All the shipmaidens quietly retreated, and a few even approached Mo Euro. Hey! You're Zhang Hao's contracted E-class shipmaiden, right? You're done for now. Yeah. He's awakened a skill like that, you're definitely going to be left in the dust. He won't even touch you anymore. No way. An SSS rank support skill? That's reserved for S-rank shipmaidens at the very least, right? Hey, if it really doesn't work out, just break your contract with him and go find that Zhou Hang? Voices of advice began to rise around them. Mo Euro's initial joy for Zhang Hao plummeted to the depths of despair. Yeah. With Zhang Hao's talent, would he really still want her? Shouldn't the strongest talent be paired with the best shipmaiden? Mo Euro silently lowered her head, falling into silence. But, tap tap tap. Thump thump thump. Just then, Zhang Hao strode out of the captain's cabin, his gaze locking onto her instantly as the corners of his mouth turned up. How about it? Pretty impressive, huh? I'll light up the entire sea for you. You. Staring blankly at Zhang Hao, Mo Euro couldn't figure it out. Why was he even talking to her? Did you join the official team? No. Don't I have you? Why would I need the official shipmaiden? You. Her lips trembled, and Mo Euro tried to say something more. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed as Lu Ruyan charged straight toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. I've made up my mind. I agree to let you be my navigator. If you're willing, we can go register for our navigator's license right now. Chapter 33, The Propeller of Growth, 3rd place at the First Sea Gathering. Part 1. Ha! The sudden request left Zhang Hao momentarily stunned. He looked at Lu Ruyan, who stood blocking his path, his expression utterly peculiar. She still held her chin high, hands on her hips, looking like she was waiting for him to come beg her. No? May I ask, why should I enter into a contract with you? A smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. Sometimes, he truly couldn't fathom Lu Ruyan's thought process. You. Stop pretending. You still care about me, don't you? Do you remember what you said? That you'd always be good to me. That you'd strive for me as your goal? That you'd be loyal to me forever? Now you've met the criteria. I can let bygones be bygones. I can even turn a blind eye to that whole E-class shipmaiden incident. Sign the contract with me now. We'll get our navigation certificates this afternoon, and tonight you can enter my captain's cabin to steer me across the seas. What do you say? Is that sincere enough? Reaching out her hand toward Zhang Hao, Lu Ruyan imagined him taking it as he once did, wrapping his arm around hers. But he laughed. A mocking laugh. Are you out of your mind? You. Don't push it. Zhang Hao. I'll make a concession. I can be your deputy ship. That way, you can contract me, right? I'm an A-class shipmaiden, you'd be lucky to find one like me. Just contract me, and everything you ever wanted will come true. Our Zhang and Lu families can be reconciled and become the rulers of the mountain sea. He gritted his teeth. Lu Ruyan wasn't without options, it was just that before her eyes now lay only one path to ascension. The once dreamed of SSS-class navigator stood before her eyes. If she didn't seize this chance, she might never encounter such an opportunity again in her lifetime. For someone like this, she could set aside her proud crown and serve as a second in command. But she never imagined this person would be Zhang Hao, the turtle-like man she'd always despised. What do you say? This offer isn't good enough? Zhang Hao, don't push it too far. Her lips pressed together in shame and anger. Lu Ruyan had always believed that if she gave him just one more chance, Zhang Hao would inevitably be unable to let her go. After all, he had pursued her for so many years, how could he possibly turn down her when she was practically offering herself? But you know what? Some ships, no matter how nice they look on the outside, if they're filthy inside, I find their captain's cabin disgusting. Lu Ruyan, listen carefully. I'll never captain the smoke ship in this lifetime. Get the hell out of here. If you don't leave, tomorrow you'll see the Lu family surrounded by battle maidens. Zhang Hao shot Lu Ruyan a cold glare. Startled by his words, she shuddered and immediately stumbled back several steps. Oh my, how dare she? Shame on her, stringing him along all these years, and now that he's made something of himself, she suddenly says it's over? Utterly outrageous. Whispers swirled around them as Lu Ruyan's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. She felt deeply wronged. Shouldn't men be considerate of women? What had she done wrong? Was her test flawed? Before agreeing to a relationship, what was wrong with having a few suitors? Her eyes inexplicably stung with tears. Lu Ruyan shot Zhang Hao a resentful glare, wanting to utter the usual line, "I'll give you another chance," but a sudden fear gripped her, fear that Zhang Hao might shatter the entire Lu family tonight. Thud, thud, thud. She could only watch as Zhang Hao strode toward Mo Euro. Let's go. Euron, let's go home. Okay. The girl was led by Zhang Hao's hand out of the crowd. Suddenly, Zhang Hao pulled a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Mo Euro. Oh, right. When we made that contract the other day, I forgot to give you a gift. This, a modified C-grade sale. Take it. Ha? For me, really? Yes. Take it. The faint voices gradually faded away, while Lu Ruyan's fists clenched tighter and tighter. You, Zhang Hao. You gave the gift meant for me to some E-class shipmaiden? You. Her inner turmoil was overwhelming. Lu Ruyan felt frustration, regret, and shame mixed with anger. And inexplicably, a hint of jealousy. Watching the two of them walk away hand in hand, her nose stung with a sudden wave of emotion. Clearly, she had been the first to arrive. Clearly, Zhang Hao had been revolving around her before. How dare he? Why the hell did some punk kid snatch him away now? Why? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears welled up in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she was about to burst into tears. Tap, tap, tap. Inside the awakening, the middle-aged man stepped out slowly, casting a mocking glance at Lu Ruyan. Save it. What took you so long? If you'd agreed to be together earlier, would things have ended up like this? That guy rejected my SS-class shipmaiden, benefits for that little shipmaiden. What are you, a class shipmaiden, doing meddling in this? Ha? Young Master Zhang didn't join the official ranks? Holy crap. He'd pass up an SS-class boat girl for Mo Euro? Damn. Young Master Zhang is a real man. TSK. Just think, if Lu Ruyan hadn't strung young Master Zhang alone, how much happier she'd be now. Put. Happy? Like she deserves it? Whispers swirled around her. Lu Ruyan dug her nails into her palms until blood dripped steadily. Tap, tap, tap. Without uttering a word, she sprinted toward the ship's rail. Hey! Ruyan! Zhou Hang took a few steps to chase after her. He knew. The more vulnerable Lu Ruyan became at times like this, the greater his chance. Closely following Lu Ruyan, she ran all the way to the stern. The sea breeze blew through her long hair. The sight of the woman helplessly sobbing felt like a knife stabbing Zhou Hang's heart. Zhang Hao! How dare you dishonor my shipmaiden? Just you wait. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhou Hang pressed his lips together. He took 2 steps forward, about to offer comfort. Ruyan. Are you okay? A man like Zhang Hao, who betrays his word like that, doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve to be your navigator. A man should be magnanimous, steadfast, and unwavering like me. I've always been. You? Suddenly. A cold, mocking voice rang out, you're just an E-rank talent. What gives you the right to bark? Did you really think I'd ever notice you? Get lost. Lu Ruyan's bloodshot eyes glared at Zhou Hang, not giving him a chance to speak. A projection of the smoke ship appeared on her chest, and she charged against the wind and waves, sailing far away. Gritch. His fists clenched tighter and tighter as Zhou Hang watched the smoke ship sail away, his face contorting into a hideous grimace. Zhang Hao. At the first sea assembly. I'll make you look like a complete fool. Burning with rage, Zhou Hang could never reveal the secret of the Zhou family talent. He could only channel Lu Ruyan's contempt for him into hatred for Zhang Hao. Damn you. If you hadn't awakened that SSS-tier talent, how could Lu Ruyan have been so humiliated? It's all your fault. Ah. Achoo. Demon ship captain's cabin. Zhang Hao sneezed inexplicably. Mo Euro looked at him with concern. Are you catching a cold? I don't think so. Who's talking about me? Not taking it seriously, Zhang Hao hesitated before looking at Mo Euro's chest, his gaze slowly settling on her. May I access your guidance library? Mo Euro's cheeks flushed as she slowly closed her eyes. With a faint hum, a fist-sized slot slowly opened in her chest, revealing an empty void of darkness beneath. The Yi Guide repository served as the central management hub for the shipmaiden. In this world, modifying a ship body didn't involve the cumbersome process of physically installing or removing components. Instead, it involved using modification templates hidden within scrolls, which were then imported into the Yi Guidance library of the shipmaiden.
Zhang Hao silently retrieved the C-grade sail components he had reclaimed from Lu Ruyan and slowly positioned them toward the guide port. As the C-grade sail scroll began importing, the Devil Ship's interface suddenly flashed to life. Installing C-class sail component Gale. Installing this component, roll stability 2, anchor stability 2, mast wind storage +6. Mast importing. Demon ship. Propeller RPM 53. Healing stability 43-2. Mast wind storage 43 +6. Rigidity 43. Anchor stability 43-2. Endurance 43. Plop. Outside the captain's cabin, at the mast of the Devil ship, the sound of hoisting sails suddenly echoed. A purple flag adorned with a pattern of demonic winds fluttered proudly at the bow. Whoosh! The wind swept through, yet not a single breath escaped the billowing sails. Every ounce of force was channeled into propulsion, accelerating the vessel's momentum. This was the modification component. Though it slightly reduced the Devil ship's other attributes, on a windy day, this 49 wind-storing mast could potentially boost the Devil ship's speed by several revolutions per minute. Chapter 34, Information on the Growth Propeller. Zhou Hang ranks 3rd in the association. Part 2. Euro. You need to learn to stay calm. Follow me from now on, and I'll definitely get you better modification components. You. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Hao gave a helpless smile as he watched Mo Euro remain stiff and unmoving. Should he say Mo Euro was too innocent? Or perhaps she'd simply been deprived of affection? At her age, this was her first time loading a component modification. Mo Euro's face flushed slightly as she occasionally glanced at Zhang Hao. The atmosphere in the captain's cabin gradually grew silent. Suddenly, Mo Euro blurted out a question. Zhang Hao, why didn't you choose to join the official organization? If you were an SS-class shipmaiden, wouldn't that allow you to better utilize your talent? Well, caught off guard by the sudden question, Zhang Hao froze, his expression turning unexpectedly serious. Compared to those shipmaidens I suddenly acquired, what I truly desire is a shipmaiden who grows alongside me. Life is short. Having a shipmaiden who walks with me until the end, that's enough. You wrong. I believe you are that ship. You. Do you really feel that way? Mo Euro was startled. Could she really hold such weight in Zhang Hao's heart? Of course. Zhang Hao nodded. Are you kidding me? Which is better, owning a shipmaiden you've personally modified and upgraded from its initial framework to its absolute limit, or one that's already been modified to its peak by someone else and passed around? His mind was made up. The SS-class shipmaiden was impressive, but ultimately not his own. An unfamiliar shipmaiden requires breaking in, and who knows when she might be reassigned if needed. Better to cultivate your own personal shipmaiden. Tell me? Which shipmaiden could possibly surpass Mo Euro in growth potential? The atmosphere inside the cabin grew increasingly charged. Mo Euro stared at Zhang Hao, her cheeks flushed, lost in her own thoughts. Beep. Congratulations. You have crushed all rivals with your SSS-tier talent, standing peerless and supreme. Your SSS-tier talent has caused Lu Ruyan to despise the protagonist Zhou Hang even more. You've deepened the rift between them and accelerated the progress of their contract. You have seized Zhou Hang's destiny fortune. You have obtained information about the growth tier propeller component. Among the third-place prizes at the Primordial Sea Gathering lies a damaged propeller component. After refurbishment, it transforms into a propeller component whose attributes continuously increase throughout the competition. The system notification rang in his ears, and Zhang Hao's expression froze. Holy crap! Just by showing off, he managed to create a rift between the male and female leads? Just how many issues do these two have? He frowned and pondered carefully. Zhang Hao suddenly understood the underlying principle. Take this example. Two best friends are heading home one night. One girl's boyfriend shows up in a luxury car to drop her off, while the other girl is still waiting by the roadside for her own boyfriend. Even if this guy showed up on time with bubble tea, if he drove a beat-up car, the girl would get mad at him. Believe it or not? Of course, not all girls are like this, only a very few would react that way. Lu Ruyan happened to be one of them. Once she saw the SSS-tier talent appear, then looked at Zhou Hang with his E-tier talent, how could she not be furious? TSK. Now I get why Zhou Hang came in third in the original story. This guy must have some kind of destiny guiding him, destined to get that growth class propeller assembly. But, sorry, but this thing belongs to me now. His expression gradually turned amused. Zhang Hao intended to squeeze every last drop of value out of Zhou Hang. I just wonder, if Zhou Hang were to die, would a new protagonist of destiny emerge? Zhang Hao. Lost in thought, Mo Euro's soft call rang out once more. Ha? What is it? Looking down, Mo Euro's face was slightly flushed. Are we going to go get our sailing certificate now? Isn't it a bit late for that now? Let's go tomorrow morning. We'll head over together. While we're at it, I'll take the exam for the Navigator certificate to prepare for the school's first sea meeting. Okay.
Mo Euro silently agreed, her cheeks flushing even redder. Seafarer's certificate. Put simply, this document is akin to a household registration book or a marriage certificate. It's the textual proof of the relationship between a navigator and a shipmaiden. For major competitions, the required documents are the sailing certificate and the navigator's rank certificate. The previous wild ship race was merely a training event at best, hardly qualifying as a formal competition. The school-hosted First Sea Gathering qualifies as a minor competition. As for major tournaments held externally, they might require traversing long maritime routes. At this level of competition, skilled navigators typically maintain several shipmaidens suited for different routes, rotating their use. Of course, these distances were still too far for Zhang Hao. Put. Vroom vroom vroom. As the devil ship entered Zhang family waters, numerous Zhang family shipmaidens had gathered in the area today. Most of the shipmaids stood curiously on the deck, gazing intently at the devil ship. Chug chug chug. As the devil ship drew near the Zhang family cargo vessel, they were startled to discover the deck packed with at least 100 Zhang family members. Congratulations, young master, on awakening your SSS-tier talent. Congratulations, young master. Young master is mighty. Many bowed their fists in salute, while Zhang Yunlong stood at the front of the crowd, stroking his chin with a look of satisfaction. Father? You all found out so quickly? Descending from the captain's cabin, Zhang and Hao scrambled up the rope ladder in 2 strides, staring in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Whoa! That pillar of light on the sea, even a blind man could see it. Before you even left school, several families already knew about you. What did you think you could hide? Zhang Yunlong grinned faintly. He was stunned that his son had awakened an SSS-tier talent, so stunned he began to doubt whether this boy was even his own flesh and blood. Fortunately, dice-related auxiliary abilities were unique to the Zhang family, which gave him some reassurance. Who would have thought? My son, Zhang Yunlong's son, is actually an SSS-tier navigator. Excellent. But as for you, Xiao Hao. As Zhang Yunlong spoke with a mix of jest and seriousness, his gaze drifted toward Mo Euro. Well, a fine blade deserves a fine scabbard. His son couldn't possibly keep using an E-rank shipmaiden forever, could he? Father. I stand by what I said. Euro. I'll take her to get her sailor's license tomorrow. And she'll be on the very first page. She will always be my primary shipmaiden. He fixed Zhang Yunlong with an unwavering gaze. Zhang Yunlong opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more. Mo Euro, however, felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, mixed with a vague sense of shame and guilt. She was glad Zhang Hao hadn't abandoned her, but she also felt guilty that she couldn't offer him any advantage. Until Zhang Hao took her hand. You wrong. If it's convenient, bring your sister to the Zhang residence tonight. From now on, no more renting outside. My Zhang Hao's boatwoman shouldn't be living in such squalor. Is that really okay? Mo Euro glanced at Zhang Yunlong uneasily. Zhang Yunlong merely smiled. Go ahead. My son has set his heart on you. I trust his judgment. I understand. Nodding, Mo Euro hurriedly descended the gangplank, both anxious and delighted. A pitch-black vessel sailed out of the Zhang family's waters. Only after Mo Euro had disappeared into the distance did Zhang Hao visibly relax. He turned to Zhang Yunlong with a questioning look. Father. At a time like this, where is mother? Don't tell me she's gone back to our hometown? You guessed right. The moment she learned you'd awakened your SSS rank talent, she returned to the purple green sword ship family that very day. She said she'd definitely snatch a little shipmaiden from the purple green sword ship family for you. Chapter 35, Recognition from the Sister-in-Law. I knew it. He tapped his forehead in exasperation. Zhang Hao had anticipated this very outcome, which was why he sent Mo Euro home first. He already had the devil ship. If his mom, Jian Xuanxue, brought home a little ship girl, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Mo Euro. Come to think of it, the purple green sword ship family had always been indifferent toward the Zhang family before. If not for the current value of an SSS rank talent, the purple green sword ship family would never have sent a shipmaiden over. Rather than accept their condescending handout of a shipmaiden, Zhang Hao would much rather rely on his own strength to collect his own shipmaidens. He remembered it clearly. Once he passed the initial sea meeting, the Merchant Fleet Alliance, afterward, there was another interesting shipmaiden waiting. Damn it! Did my awakening of an SSS-tier talent actually alter the storyline? The villain Zhang Hao unexpectedly gained an S-rank shipmaiden? This is a bit unexpected. Dad. Anyway, whatever personality you had back then, that's exactly what mine is. Even if they send a shipmaiden over, if she dares to upstage the host, I won't give her any face. Zhang Hao stated his opinion bluntly, causing Zhang Yunlong's expression to darken. You little brat. You brat, you're even more cocky than I was back in the day. Fine. Just don't disgrace the old Zhang family. As long as you're willing. What's this purple green sword ship nonsense? Think you can boss my son around? If you're meant to be a deckhand, then you'll stay a deckhand. Patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder, Zhang Yunlong felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. This brat, his temper is exactly like mine back in the day. Then so be it. Dad, forget about the victory banquet and gift giving. After my first C meeting, I'll need to borrow money from you. Don't waste a penny buying me any components. After repeatedly reminding Zhang Yunlong, Zhang Hao hurried back to his room. He knew Zhang Yunlong and Jian Chuanxue all too well. If he didn't speak up, within days these two would be stuffing his room full of all sorts of useless components. Honestly, while those components had their uses, they couldn't hold a candle to even a single growth-grade propeller. Thump, thump, thump. He hurried out of the crowd, leaving behind the Zhang family members, all staring at each other in bewilderment. What had they just heard? The Zhang family's eldest son wanted an S-class shipmaiden to serve as a deputy ship for an E-class shipmaiden? The night air was cold and still. On the devil ship, a 5 or 6-year-old girl stared blankly at the vast expanse of the Zhang family sea. Wow. Sis, this is your navigator's home. Mo Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment. Since the day she was born, she'd never seen such a vast expanse of ocean. Qingran. When you meet him, you should call him. Call him brother-in-law? Mo Qingran's innocent voice rang out spontaneously, causing the demon ship to pause abruptly. Sis-in-law? What nonsense are you spouting? What else should I call him if not brother-in-law? Didn't you say you're getting married to him tomorrow? But I... Even facing her own younger sister, Mo Euro felt a pang of insecurity and self-doubt. A low sob echoed from the captain's cabin. Can a shipmaiden like me truly be his first mate? Sis. If your brother-in-law's family is so wealthy, why did he choose you? Well. The innocent voice only deepened Mo Euro's doubts. But. A moment later, Mo Qingran pointed toward the distant cargo ship and suddenly called out again. Sis. Look, there's someone waiting for you on that ship this late at night. Is that my brother-in-law? Ha! Following the sound, Mo Euro could see Zhang Hao standing on the deck under the cool moonlight, smiling warmly at her. Zhang Hao? Have you been waiting for me this whole time? Yes. It was your first time staying at my place, and I was afraid you might feel awkward, so I came to host you. Waving at Mo Euro, Zhang Hao spotted a little girl peering over the deck, stretching her neck to get a better look at him. Hello. Hello. Mo Qingran shot Zhang Hao a glance before immediately ducking her head and retreating back under the deck. Sis. This guy seems different. Ha? Her younger sister's soft voice reached her ears, and Mo Euro froze. What's different about him? He's way more handsome than those neighbors' renting rooms. You little love-struck fool. And when he looks at us, there's no disdain in his eyes, he actually smiled at us. Her sister's innocent words somehow swept away the gloom in Mo Euro's heart. Indeed. Zhang Hao was undoubtedly the first person to see the devil ship without disgust or contempt, even filled with possessive desire. Setting aside affection. Who else would go to such lengths for an E-rank shipmaiden? Even if I end up as your deputy ship gathering dust, I'd still accept it. Hoo. With resolve set deep within, the sea breeze swelled the evil wind flag, and the devil ship slowly drifted toward the cargo ship. Plop. After boarding the ship and stepping onto the deck, Mo Qingran stared at the vast cargo hold, fidgeting nervously with her fingers. Beneath her baby fat cheeks, she wore a dress that didn't look particularly new. She felt a bit insecure. Especially standing before a young master like Zhang Hao. Living with her sister in temporary ship quarters, her hygiene and appearance were both strained and cheap. She was often mocked by classmates as a country bumpkin or little wreck. Her small eyes, filled with apprehension, kept darting toward Zhang Hao. But what Mo Qingran hadn't expected was that Zhang Hao smiled at her, then strode over in 2 or 3 steps, scooped her up in one swift motion, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Come. Little one. Don't be afraid, you're home now. Carrying the little one, Zhang Hao paid no mind to Mo Qingran's attire as he hoisted her and strode toward a large room. Ya! You! Startled by Zhang Hao, Mo Qingran's cheeks flushed instantly. She stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief. Did he really not mind her clothes or the fishy smell clinging to her? Don't be afraid. I've had bluefish meat prepared, along with hot spring water. Tonight, you and your sister can rest easy. The gentle voice reached her ears. Mo Qingran looked at Zhang Hao, her ears inexplicably flushing red. Mo Euro quietly followed behind Zhang Hao, a dazed smile on her face. Creak. On the cargo ship, the door to a spacious room swung open. In the nearly 80-square-meter living room, the floor was luxuriously tiled and the walls were snow white. The living room contained a sofa, coffee table, and television, while the kitchen wafted the enticing aroma of fish and meat. In the corner of the room, the bathroom door stood open, revealing a spacious bathtub filled with clear, steaming hot water bubbling gently. The bedroom featured brand new bedding, and the room was even equipped with numerous dehumidifying and drying machines. One had to admit, the Zhang family was the Zhang family. They even went all out with the rooms. Wow. Is this where I'll be staying from now on? Mo Qingran craned her neck, surveying the surroundings in disbelief.
Seeing her curiosity, Zhang Hao decided to set her down.
Yep. Go take a look. Plop.
The little one dashed straight into the kitchen. The room was bathed in clear moonlight. Mo Euro gazed at Zhang Hao for a long moment, about to say something, but Zhang Hao just smiled at her. I told you. For my Zhang Hao's ship maiden, there's no such thing as hardship. Back then you were just a temp worker, but now you're my ship's maiden.
If you can't even manage your own lodging, won't people laugh at me? Besides food, lodging, and transportation, the housekeeper will give you MOC coins daily. Buy whatever you want. I never go back on my word. You. In a daze, Mo Euro recalled Zhang Hao's initial approach. Hey. Be my boatwoman. I swear, as long as I have a bite to eat, you'll never go hungry. You. Thank you.
I'll be learning from you for the rest of my life. Under the moonlight, they smiled at each other.
An untimely voice echoed from the kitchen. Wow. Sis. Eating this meat boosts your stats.
Your husband is such a good guy.
He treats us like family. Chapter 36, 1-Star Navigator Assessment. Part 1. The next day. Shanxi Region Navigation Registration Hall. Name? Zhang Hao. Mo Euro. What about the talent? SSS-grade Fate Dice. D rank ship maiden, no talent. What?
A voice filled with utter shock erupted instantly in the registration hall. Li, the young man in charge of registration and photography, stared in disbelief at the pair of young people who had come to register at the window.
Comrade. Are you sure about that? Are you sure you have an SSS-tier talent? At first, Xiaoli suspected the man before him was exaggerating. But, beep.
After Zhang Hao swiped his magnetic card on the device, his personal information appeared on the registration screen.
Name, Zhang Hao. Gender, male. Age, 18. Awakened talent, SSS rank Dice of Destiny.
As the clear words appeared, Xiaoli's expression froze. Only then did he vaguely recall that here in the Mountain Sea region, a monster with an SSS-tier support talent had indeed emerged recently.
You're really that guy? Yeah. Comrade, could you please hurry up and register the information? I'm in a rush to take the navigator's certificate exam.
The calm tone caught Xiaoli off guard. His gaze darted back and forth between Zhang Hao and Mo Euro's faces.
Something's off.
Something was very, very wrong.
SSS rank talent, shouldn't that navigator's certificate be plastered with registration photos of S rank ship maidens? What the hell is this D-class ship maiden registration about? Comrade. Are you sure?
While a single navigator can sign navigation certificates with multiple ship maidens, this. Xiaoli tried to dissuade Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao showed no hesitation.
Absolutely. And, please register me. The devil ship is my first ship maiden. What? Are you out of your mind? Xiaoli was dumbfounded.
The first launch ship maiden that meant this devil ship would be Zhang Hao's first to depart ship maiden in every future race.
The status of the first launch ship maiden was no less than that of an ancient empress. Right? Putting a D-rank ship maiden as the starter? Was he out of his mind?
Staring blankly at Zhang Hao for a long moment, Xiaoli still couldn't accept it. Hey, buddy. Actually, I have this distant cousin, she's a B+ ship maiden.
You should take a look, you? Ahem. Comrade, if you can't handle this,
I'll just go elsewhere.
You. Sigh.
Helplessly, Xiaoli could only process Zhang Hao's overseas travel certificate while questioning the meaning of life.
Snap. Click.
As they snapped the overseas departure photos, the area was nearly swarming with shipmaids, all casting envious glances at Mo Euro.
Look at that guy's navigator, even with SSS-tier talent, he doesn't look down on a D sailor girl. Exactly. Mine would have me upgraded to D+ in a heartbeat.
Excuse me, does D+ refer to the ship's grade, or? Amidst the clamoring, Mo Euro blushed as she and Zhang Hao squeezed their way out of the hall. Clutching that red booklet, she still felt a bit dazed.
Could someone like her really have contracted with a sailor possessing an SSS-tier talent? And become his starting crew member? What? Having second thoughts? Too late for regrets now, you know. Zhang Hao playfully tugged at Mo Euro's hand, giving her a teasing glance.
Mo Euro flushed, saying nothing more, but silently resolved within herself that one day she would prove worthy of this navigator before her.
Mountain Sea Region Navigator Assessment Point. Unlike other maritime structures,
the Navigator Assessment Zone wasn't aboard a cargo ship but spread across a vast expanse of open sea.
Buoys marked various maritime zones within these waters, rapid current zones, fair wind zones, reef zones, and more.
Within the waters, surveillance systems are installed in the buoys, somewhat akin to the driving license exams of the past.
Vroom vroom vroom.
A large vessel marked Ship Alliance carried its passengers steadily toward the testing grounds. On the vessel, those with a ship maiden stood alongside hers, while those without awaited the arrival of the public examination boat following the cargo ship.
At that moment,
a portly man on the deck bellowed at the top of his lungs. The Navigator 1-star license examination begins. This one-star examination consists of 3 events: straight line start in rapid current zone, downwind turn, and navigating reef zone. Successfully completing these tasks will equip you to handle any challenges encountered in future small to medium-sized competitions. Candidates, please compose yourselves. And to all the ship mothers, no need to be nervous. The booming voice echoed across the vast expanse as the assessment team prepared for action. Zhou Hang was also an examiner aboard one of the Ship Alliance vessels. Gazing at the sea below the vessel, his expression remained calm. Joking aside, for navigators who had awakened their talents, this assessment was child's play. Even the driver's license exams from his past life were far more challenging than these cheated-out navigator assessments. Ahem. First candidate. Yang Fan. Piloting the Shipmaiden ice scale. Plop. Following the examiner's shout, Zhou Hang looked over. On a Ship Alliance vessel across the way, Yang Fan poked his head out from the gunwale. Beside him stood a blue-haired girl with twin ponytails. She must have appeared there unnoticed. The blue-haired girl stood about 5 feet 5 inches, her frame slightly slender, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit. Her twin ponytails cascaded over her shoulders, reaching all the way down to her hips. Vaguely visible beneath her long hair were large, watery eyes on a delicate oval face, eyes that were astonishingly white. Hoo! Under the scorching summer sky, the girl gazed out at the sea and slowly exhaled a frosty breath. Click, click, click. Soon, ice crystals formed on the sea surface. The pattern of their crystallization was eerie, culminating in the formation of an entire ice vessel through freezing. Hum. Hum. Buzz. The ice vessel measured roughly 4 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, with a 6-meter mast, a classic small, swift ship. Blue-white ice covered the entire craft, even the sails, where frost continuously fell. After the ice ship stabilized, the twin ponytailed girl transformed into a streak of blue light, plunging into the cabin of the Ice Mist and heading toward the Ship Alliance flagship. Holy crap! Isn't that the Ice Mist, the A-class shipmaiden from the Azure Realm? Impressive! The Yang family never disappoints. Already got an A-class shipmaiden sorted out so fast? Damn, let me steer this thing. I'd gladly live in a villa with 50 million in savings just to do that. The moment the Ice Mist appeared, gasps erupted from the surrounding examinees. Great as ship maidens were a rare sight in the mountain sea. Especially one with blue hair and twin ponytails, a true rarity. The ice scale? Though its ice structure increases weight, it actually compensates for the fragility of small speedboats. Especially when paired with Yang Fan's ice fracture. Not to be underestimated. Zhou Hang's gaze flickered intently at the ice-launched ship on the sea. Splash! As Yang Fan leapt onto the ice scale, the ice vessel surged toward the rapid current zone. The Wo 1-star navigator assessment had officially begun. Chapter 37, 1-star navigator assessment. Part 2. Plop. Plop. The rapid current zone waters. At that moment, the ice mist drifted on the sea surface, rocked and pushed backward by the surging waves ahead. But the ship's peculiarity lay in how it had formed a layer of ice around its hull. This allowed the vessel to sway like a lotus leaf atop the waves, yet resist capsizing despite the violent impacts. Are the candidates ready? A patrol vessel from the Ship Alliance slowly approached the ice mist, and the examiner, timing with a stopwatch, asked. Ready! Yang Fan's voice echoed from the captain's cabin. Immediately, the examiner began reading the rapid zone rules. Ahem. The rapid zone assessment is as follows. Under the impact of large ocean waves, navigate out of the rapid zone within 15 seconds. The assessment is complete if the vessel does not capsize or stall during the process. The rapid zone assessment tests your ability to navigate waves and evaluate vessel acceleration. Many navigators, even those with natural talent, will stall their engines if they lack sufficient observational skills when encountering large waves during acceleration. Candidates, prepare. Vroom vroom vroom. Vroom vroom vroom. The examiner's words had barely faded. The propeller of the ice scale began spinning rapidly, churning up a spray of water. Splash. At that very moment, a massive wave surged from the rapid zone, its torrential force overwhelming. If the boat had started a straight-line sprint at this moment, it would have collided head-on with the massive wave. The hull would either stall instantly or capsize after the collision. The clearest course now: lower the anchor to stabilize the vessel and proceed at low speed. Once the waves pass, accelerate out of the rapid zone. Even so, the final exam time might hover around 14 or 15 seconds, barely passing, but still a disappointing result. But at least you passed the assessment, right? Drop anchor. Hurry up and drop the anchor. Damn it, Yang Fan must be out of his mind, he's still accelerating? If it hits the waves head-on, large ships might stall. This little boat? It'll capsize instantly, right? As Yang Fan showed no sign of slowing down, the faces of the surrounding candidates on the Ship Alliance turned pale with shock. It's over. This kid's assessment is going to end abruptly. Even the examiners couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He'd seen plenty of stubborn navigators like this before. This isn't a boat skills show. If you fail the exam, you won't get the certificate to compete. What good are your skills then?
Talent, ice fisher. Crackle crackle crackle. Just as everyone thought young Fan was about to fail his show-off attempt, a jet of ghostly blue frost erupted from the bow of the ice scale, instantly freezing the waves surging directly ahead. Crack! It was hard to believe the towering waves had transformed into a sudden, towering ice wall rising abruptly from the sea, blocking their path. Ice gale. Full speed. Rev. The ice gale continued accelerating, spinning at its maximum speed of 80 revolutions per minute and slammed into the colossal wave wall without slowing down. Boom! The slender ice lawn, like a drawn blade, violently tore open a hole in the ice wall. As shards of ice rained down, it emerged from the rapid zone, trailing a trail of ice crystals. 9.47 seconds. Candidate Yang Fan, Rapid Zone Linear Acceleration, Assessment passed. The examiner, timing with his stopwatch, watched the scene unfold. His reaction from shock to calm lasted only a moment. Having proctored exams for years, what kind of talent hadn't he seen? Candidates who passed the assessment using either talent or the boatwoman attribute were a dime a dozen. Yang Fan's approach, however, was brutally simple, devoid of any technique whatsoever. But, on the grand vessel of the Ship Alliance, the candidates watching this scene all gaped in astonishment. Holy crap! You can pass the exam like that? Holy crap! Using superpowers to pass the test, huh? Alright. Now I get why Yang Fan chose the ice mist, his ice shatter, paired with an ice ship as a perfect match. Want to make waves? Just freeze them. A chorus of heated chatter filled the air. Zhou Hang watched the scene unfold, feeling a surge of emotion. It was his first time witnessing a navigator's ability synergizing with a ship maiden. Now it seemed clear a powerful ability paired with a skilled ship maiden was truly overpowered. Holy crap! If back in the day for the parallel parking test, I could have just used an ice wall to prop up the corner of the parking space, wouldn't I have avoided getting a flat tire from hitting the curb? Impressive! Superpowered sailing does have its merits. Zhou Hang gazed intently at the ice mist on the sea surface, utterly fascinated. He wondered how it would navigate the upcoming downwind turn and reef zone. Candidate, prepare to enter the downwind zone. The downwind zone is an area where the sea aligns with the tides and strong winds. It tests the navigator's ability to maintain stable control over the vessel's speed and weight. Typically, entering this zone allows you to hoist sails for a major speed boost. However, be warned, once accelerated, if the vessel enters a turning maneuver, capsizing is highly likely. Within 15 seconds in the downwind zone, successfully navigate one turn and exit the zone. The examiner's voice echoed across the sea. The test point in the downwind zone was a right-angle bend. However, in this right-angle bend sea area, both waves and sea winds flow in the same direction. Once the ship maiden enters, it easily accelerates from 20 turns per minute straight toward 40 turns per minute. Navigating a 90-degree turn at 40 knots? Apart from Zhou Hang's bizarre anchor drift technique, almost no one could manage it. Yang Fan admitted he couldn't master that kind of anchor drift technique, yet he remained calm and composed, pushing the ice mist's speed to its absolute limit of 80 knots. Thump thump thump. A layer of white foam churned up by the ice mist's propeller spread across the deep blue sea. 80 degrees. At 80 revolutions per minute, the vessel cleared the vertical angle of the sharp turn in mere seconds. With insufficient time to pivot for the horizontal leg, it hurtled straight ahead. Ice mist haven't turned yet. Damn it! Why isn't it slowing down? What's it trying to do? If you don't get it, ask, is Yang Fan planning to just plow straight through and go home? Is young Master Yang hiding something else? Ship Alliance on the large vessel, the candidates buzzed with heated discussion. Then, just as the Binglan was about to charge straight through the bend, ice mist disintegrating. Snap. Snap. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The already narrow 1.5-meter vessel instantly shattered into ice fragments. Sections of the hull, deck, and large chunks of the ship's structure began falling away. By the end, the ice mist was reduced to a mere few dozen centimeters wide. Within the ice, the faint outline of Yang Fan embracing a little girl could still be seen. Plop, plop, plop. Fragments of ice encased the pair. He shielded the girl tightly, his body tilting sideways as he held her close. With a hum, the tiny hull began tilting rapidly. As it scraped along the right-angle bend marker line, the cracking ice instantly recrystallized and reassembled. The ice scale clears the line once more. 80 turns. At a speed of 80 turns per minute, the ice scale, relying on its lightness after breaking apart, managed to navigate the curve without slowing down, charging straight ahead. 7.54 seconds. Candidate Yang Fan, Downwind Turn Assessment passed. Chapter 38, 1-Star Navigator Assessment. Part 3. Silence. The scene was eerily quiet, so still you could hear a pin drop. Damn it, he just dismantled the ship maiden to navigate the turn? Using the smallest, most delicate form to make the turn? That must be a trick only a master could come up with. Holy crap! Disassembled? Damn it, he's turning an iceboat into a work of art. Unbelievable, absolutely insane. I've never seen anyone take a turn like that. After the initial silence, the Sailing Federation forum erupted with heated discussions.
Even the examiners, who had seen it all before, now looked at young Fan with a hint of admiration. Passing the exam with talent wasn't unusual, but using talent combined with the shipmaiden's unique traits to pull off something like this?
Few could manage that. Whoa. This guy has some ideas. Is this the protagonist's partner? As Zhang Hao murmured in astonishment, young Fan had already turned his attention to the final assessment point, the reef zone. Reef zone, as the name suggests, this is the pitch-black sea where submerged reefs remain invisible. Due to pollution, reef formations, and other factors, the water here was so dark that the seabed was completely obscured.
If the submerged portion of a ship's hull plunges into this pitch-black sea and accidentally collides with a sharp reef, causing the lower hull to rupture and flood with seawater, well, the navigator's voyage would become extremely perilous.
Ahem. Begin the final exam. The Reef Zone Navigation Test. We all know the sea changes in an instant, and its landscapes vary greatly. The reef zone is a route nearly every shipmaiden must navigate without exception. When confronting it, we navigators must steer with utmost caution, carefully avoiding collisions within the zone, and assist the shipmaiden in swiftly navigating out of the reef zone. This assessment demands exceptional insight and judgment from the navigator. Candidates navigate the shipmaiden out of the reef zone within 3 minutes. The examiner's voice echoed across the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sea breeze swept across the pitch-black reef zone, churning layer upon layer of dark water. This time, Yang Fan didn't rush to set sail, as if genuinely observing the conditions beneath the surface. On the deck, the other candidates craned their necks, eyes fixed nervously on the water. This assessment could be considered the most challenging of the entire examination. Even if you possessed a talent, unless it was something like metamorphosis that reinforced the hull, who would dare to charge recklessly straight into the reef zone? It really comes down to the reef zone, after all. See? Even young Master Yang has to weigh his options. Heaven help me, I hope I can dodge those reefs during my test. Ha ha, you'll probably fail the first 2 tests already. Whispers of chatter filled the air. Zhang Hao stared thoughtfully at the sea surface, his eyes flickering as if he'd already devised a plan. Zhang Hao. The first 2 tasks shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? This reef zone, do you have a plan? Mo Euro also looked worriedly toward the dark sea. Zhang Hao smiled and mimed a side flip, simple, just reduce the collision area. Ha? Reduce the collision area? Right. If the bottom surface is too large and prone to hitting reefs, why not just make the bottom into one corner of the hull? Is that even possible? Maybe we could give it a shot. Zhang Hao blinked, leaving the question hanging. His gaze drifted beyond the sea surface, settling on a ship alliance vessel across the water. On that vessel, Zhou Hang's figure came into view, eyes narrowed as he scanned the movements within the dark sea. Oh. He really did come. His eyes sharpened. Zhang Hao knew Zhou Hang would definitely come for the assessment today. To join the Initial Sea Association, he had to participate in the assessment. And this time, the assessors were actually from the Merchant Ship Alliance. They sought to recruit outstanding navigators with exceptional piloting records to serve as elite drivers for the death race. Zhou Hang would use his ship handling skills here to win the examiner's favor, laying the groundwork for future participation in the Merchant Ship Black race. Meanwhile, at the Merchant Fleet Alliance, there happened to be a ship maiden that Zhang Hao was determined to acquire. Looks like I'll have to reveal some secrets later. Get that examiner to add me to the elite list too. Fingers tapped incessantly against the ship's hull. Snap. Snap. Suddenly, from the long silent reef zone, waves of ice crack sounds erupted. Ice gale. Transform. The spinning propellers abruptly froze into ice blocks and sank to the ocean floor. Ice vapors surged beneath the ice mist's hull, flattening from slender, pointed strips into a smooth, square sheet of ice. A sharp-hulled vessel now lay flat on the sea surface like a sheet of paper, its form stretched into a long rectangular shape. What is he up to? Transform? By stretching into a long, narrow shape, wouldn't that increase the collision area with the seabed? Are you crazy? How could this possibly get us through the reef zone? Just as everyone was puzzled. Puff puff puff. A vast expanse of white frosty mist erupted directly ahead of the ice gale, condensing into patches of thin ice on the pitch-black sea surface. Squeak creak. The flat underside of the ice gale now resembled a sled, gliding smoothly across the ice. Puff puff puff. The ice forming on the dark water spread out as the ship advanced, weaving a snow-white corridor across the Black Sea. Riding the smooth, shifting surface, the ice mist glided along this icy pathway, escaping the Black Sea region entirely. Wardfa? Holy! You can do that? Underwater reefs, huh? I'll just pave a road on the sea and let the ship glide over it. Holy! Where did this come from? Is this even a ship navigation test? This is a freaking superpower showdown. This scene instantly set off a storm of discussion on the Ship Alliance forum. Who could have imagined Yang Fan navigating the reef zone like this? Whether it was the ice mist or the ice fracture talent, he'd taken them to the extreme. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Congratulations to candidate Yang Fan, you have passed all sections of this assessment. Candidates, please exit in an orderly fashion. Your exam footage has been uploaded. Within 3 days, you will receive your Ship Federation 1-star Navigator certificate. The examiner, expressionless, stopped the stopwatch and offered his congratulations. Thank you, examiner. After stepping out of the captain's cabin, Yang Fan returned the examiner's salute. The examiner's gaze was peculiar. He merely glanced at Yang Fan briefly before nodding and looking away. This talent and ship maiden are too restrictive. Falls short of the standards for death race. He muttered to himself, a hint of regret in his eyes. Tick tick tick. The ice gale rapidly piled up ice blocks, slowly restoring itself. Yang Fan stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on Zhang Hao. His gaze brimmed with fighting spirit, as if awaiting Zhang Hao's response. TSK. Zhang Hao turned away, unwilling to acknowledge the provocation. This feeling of being constantly watched by someone who sees him as a rival was truly irritating. Plop. Plop. Waves kept crashing against the sea surface. Candidate 02, engine stalled at start. Test failed. Candidate 03, capsized. Test failed. Candidate 04 veered out of the test area during the right angle turn. Test failed. The subsequent assessments were almost entirely failures. Occasionally, a few candidates managed to pass by sheer talent, but Zhang Hao watched with little enthusiasm. Until a solemn announcement echoed, Candidate 45, Zhou Hang, prepare. Chapter 39, The Perfect Candidate? Hold on. There's someone even better. Part 1. Zhou Hang? Is that Zhou Hang from the Great Sea? He's here too? I remember his turns were pretty sharp. Impressive my ass. Didn't Zhang Xiao beat him to a pulp? Even his auntie got snatched away. My guess is, his auntie probably looks like Zhang Xiao now. Zhou Hang's arrival instantly drew the attention of all the candidates. Under the collective gaze, Zhou Hang remained composed, his expression resolute as he walked toward the descending rope ladder. Since he hadn't contracted a shipmaiden yet, he could only use the exam public shipmaiden. Chug chug chug. The exam ship, provided by the Ship Association, was an old, grade D shipmaiden. The door to the captain's cabin stood open. Zhou Hang entered with an expression of detached calm. Bunch of blind bastards. Yang Fan, right? Just a freeloader relying on the shipmaiden and his talent. With those advantages, anyone could pass the assessment. This old servant has said, the examiners in the Mountain Sea region are actually agents of the Merchant Ship Alliance. If I can pass the assessment without using my talent, he should grant me access to the Merchant Fleet Alliance's Silver Pass. With that, I could enter the Black Ship Deathmatch. If I perform well there and catch the Merchant Guild SI, I'll still have a chance to rise. Zhang Hao. Yang Fan. And that Yun Yang, you all just wait. And clenched his fists tightly. After entering the G captain's cabin, the D-class ship maiden slowly steered toward the rapid zone. Tuck tuck tuck. Thump thump thump. The propeller churned up milky white foam as the D-class ship maiden came to a halt at the entrance of the rapid zone. Bobbing with the waves, it showed no signs of moving forward. The examiner stood beside the stationary vessel, a hint of admiration gradually appearing in his eyes. Not bad. First observing the distant waves, then choosing the smallest crest to set sail. That's true navigation skill. The Zhou family's boy, is it? Perhaps. He can be added to the shortlist. Though these thoughts churned within him, the examiner's face remained impassive as he bellowed, are the candidates ready? No. Thud. As soon as Zhou Hang's words echoed from the captain's cabin, a massive wave surged from the rapid zone, nearly capsizing the D-class shipmaiden. Had she started moving just then, the D-class shipmaiden's rotational speed would have been crushed by the waves, stalling her engine for sure. Are the candidates ready? No. Candidate. No. After asking 3 times in succession, Zhou Hang seemed to keep his composure, showing no sign of rushing to start the exam. The examiner's face darkened, but inwardly he couldn't help but marvel, this kid. What nerves of steel. Damn it. Is Zhou Hang holding the boat back? Why isn't he moving? He's probably waiting for the smallest wave, right? Will he even get it? I saw a wave that looked manageable and went for it. Next thing I knew, a monster wave hit and flooded my engine. Is he even going to make it? Hurry up. I still have to take the test. On the Blue Boat Alliance platform, countless examinees began discussing the situation, with some even resorting to disparaging remarks and insults directed at Zhou Hang. But, at that very moment, before the examiner could ask a 4th time, Zhou Hang's detached voice echoed from the captain's cabin, now. Set sail. Whoosh. Thump. Thump. With remarkable ordinariness, the ship maiden initiated her acceleration, a mundane progression from 0 revolutions per minute to 50 revolutions per minute, and entered the rapid zone. But, in this very process, in less than 15 seconds, the Class D ship maiden actually navigated through the rapid zone unscathed, encountering not a single large wave throughout the entire journey. 11.56 seconds. Candidate Zhou Hang, rapid zone, assessment passed.
The examiner checked the stopwatch expressionlessly, yet the admiration in his eyes grew even more pronounced. Truly worthy of a great family's scion, exceptionally perceptive in reading the waves.
This is precisely the talent our Merchant Fleet Alliance needs. Now let's see how you perform in the next stages.
Having already taken note of him, the examiner began paying increasingly close attention to Zhou Hang's every move.
Holy crap! He's cheating. How come he's steering without any waves? 666. This guy's a genius. If he's not a genius, I'll eat my hat. Impressive. How did he know that launching at this exact moment would create absolutely no waves?
At this very moment, even the candidates on the Boat Alliance began to look at Zhou Hang with newfound respect.
Oof. He really is the protagonist. Acting cocky only to get humiliated, then getting noticed by the higher-ups. Is this what they call the chosen one? Beside them. Zhang Hao observed it all silently. Thud. Tuck tuck tuck. Tailwind zone, entrance.
The Grade D shipmaiden barely paused for half a minute of observation before Zhou Hang decisively accelerated to 20 revolutions per minute, charging straight toward the downwind zone right angle turn. By the time they reached the turn's apex, the shipmaiden's speed, propelled by favorable wind and water, had surged to 40 revolutions per minute. Zhou Hang perfectly captured the apex again, swiftly turning and decelerating to 10 revolutions per minute, cleanly cutting the corner along the straight line.
Vroom vroom vroom.
As the shipmaiden's hull straightened, he decisively pushed the speed to its limit of 50 revolutions per minute.
Accelerating with the tailwind, the RPM surged toward 70.
Tossing up waves of white foam, the D-class shipmaiden burst out of the tailwind zone.
11.33 seconds. Candidate Zhou Hang, tailwind zone, assessment passed. The examiner, having witnessed the entire maneuver, couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Impressed. He was thoroughly impressed by such a talented helmsman. On the Ship Alliance platform, the crowd of onlookers had been utterly captivated by Zhou Hang's skill. Even some civilian sailors like Zhou Hang himself, without a shipmaiden, couldn't help but cheer him on. Zhou Hang. Impressive. Zhou Hang, you're the role model we should all be learning from. This is the true light of a navigator.
Winning the technical exam proves 100 times more valuable than those navigators who rely on shipmaidens and talent. Amidst the surging excitement, within the captain's quarters of the D-class shipmaiden, the shipmaiden particle light and shadow, who had remained silent all along, couldn't help but gaze at Zhou Hang with her beautiful eyes sparkling.
I was wondering. Youngster, have you found your shipmaiden yet? No. If you're willing, sister, I could take you to the competition?
Zhou Hang smiled warmly, patting the helmswoman's shoulder with his large hand, causing the shipmaiden to giggle uncontrollably.
Sure. But first, if you can keep me from hitting any reefs just once, I'll grant your request. You're so kind, sis.
Though a dazzling smile stretched across his face, a fleeting look of disgust flickered in Zhou Hang's eyes. He dared not imagine how many people had used this public assessment ship's helmswoman.
Use her for the competition? Oof. She's nothing but a temporary tool for me, Zhou Hang. A flash of coldness flickered in his eyes before Zhou Hang pressed the anchor key again, repeatedly pressing and releasing it. This drew a puzzled look from the shipmaiden. Little guy, what are you doing? Are you messing with me? No, no, no. I need you to lower the ship anchor halfway and swing it. Pressing the anchor button again, Zhou Hang scooped up the particle projection of the shipmaiden and began swinging it back and forth. Tuck tuck tuck. Outside the reef zone. This time, the Grade D shipmaiden didn't even wait, she drove straight into the pitch-black reef zone. Plop. Plop. The boat moved at a snail's pace, and even the shipmaiden itself seemed to be oddly rocking back and forth. This maneuver left the examiners utterly baffled. This one. He just sailed right in without even checking the waters? Whoa. Did I misjudge him? The examiners were utterly baffled. On the ship link, some candidates watched the vessel's speed hovering at just 20 while its hull shook violently, and one by one, they couldn't help but let sly grins spread across their faces. 666. What the heck is Zhou Hang doing? I know what you're thinking, but I don't think that's possible. The exam isn't over yet, right? Ask if you don't get it. Can rocking the shipmaiden back and forth really get us through the reef zone? Chapter 40, The Perfect Candidate? Hold on. There's someone even better. Part 2. This. Zhang Hao. Zhou Hang. He can't be a beast, can he? Aren't we still in the exam?
Euro watched the rocking and swaying shipmaiden, her face flushing bright red in an instant. That swaying rhythm felt very off. No. No. You probably didn't notice, did you? Zhou Hang secretly dropped anchor. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, his gaze unexpectedly serious as he looked at the swaying D-class shipmaiden. Ha? Sink anchor? But what does anchor drop have to do with the shipmaiden rocking back and forth? Euro hadn't processed it yet when Zhang Hao chuckled. Consider this, when both anchors on a ship's side sink, causing the hull to rock back and forth, what do you think happens to the two anchor chains hanging from the sides?
Well, this MO Euro suddenly understood. They sway. The submerged anchors would sway beneath the sea. Once the anchor flaps began to sway, they would strike the hidden reef beneath the hull first. Those two sinker anchor plates were the D-class shipmaiden S radar. Zhou Hang. Impressive. Zhou Hang withdrew his gaze from the sea surface and slowly flexed his arms. But this little trick pales in comparison to Blue Star's techniques. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Within the reef zone. At that moment, everyone stared open-mouthed as the Class D shipmaiden swayed back and forth, its hull twisting eerily from side to side as it slowly drifted away across the sea surface. It was such bizarre maneuvering, just randomly driving across the sea. Throughout the entire process, the D-class shipmaiden didn't hit a single reef. Holy crap! What kind of gameplay is this? Did Zhou Hang unlock some kind of divine vision? How did he know where the reefs were and where they weren't? 666. Tonight I'm gonna try this move with my own shipmaiden. I don't get it. Does this maneuver reduce the hull's contact area? The ship forum was buzzing with excitement, but few could decipher what Zhou Hang had actually done. But the examiner stationed in the reef zone watched intently. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, then from shock to sudden understanding. Then, a smile unlike any before spread across his lips. Good. So that's how it was. Good lad. With that sort of speed from the 20th transformation, you should pass this assessment. Zhou Hang? I'll remember that. The examiner silently pressed the stopwatch, relieved he'd waited for Zhou Hang today. Hey. Hello? Slow down, will you? Inside the captain's cabin of the Grade D shipmaiden. Zhou Hang clutched the shipmaiden's body, bouncing her back and forth like a roly-poly toy. Clang. Clang. As the shipmaiden swayed, the ship's hull began to rock. Her twin anchors kept swinging beneath the waves, occasionally striking hidden reefs and echoing with feedback sounds. And so, using these feedback impacts as cues, Zhou Hang continuously adjusted the ship's course. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, steering the Grade D boat maiden out of the reef zone. Ugh. Little one, you're quite something. Ahead, the shipmaiden emerged from the reef zone with a playful expression. How about it? Care to join me for the first sea gathering? My sailing skills, you've probably tasted the best they have to offer, right? Zhou Hang patted the helmsman. The shipmaiden shot him a playful glare. Not bad. Out of all these sailors, yours is definitely the best. You certainly didn't run me aground. Here. My number is. Remember it. Call me if you need anything. She flashed Zhou Hang a flirtatious glance. The D-class helmswoman thoroughly enjoyed this steering session. This little one may look young, but she knows her tricks and plenty of them. All right. Sis, I'll call you. After patting the helmsman again, Zhou Hang stepped out of the captain's cabin and heard a loud declaration. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Candidate Zhou Hang. Reef zone assessment passed. Your test record has been logged. Within 3 days, you will receive your 1-star navigator certificate. Congratulations. For the first time, the examiner personally piloted the shipmaiden to the candidate's side, offering congratulations with a beaming smile. Upon seeing the examiner, Zhou Hang forced a fake smile. An examiner? This guy was a big shot from the Merchant Fleet Alliance. Whether he could take flight depended entirely on this man's recommendation. Thank you, examiner. It's just my luck. He bowed humbly, and the examiner's expression brightened at the sight of Zhou Hang. Very good. Skilled and steady-handed. You're quite impressive. Zhou Hang, right? I've reviewed your file. You were expelled from the Zhou family? Well, my relationship with the other family members wasn't exactly good, so. Humble origins are no shame. The true man is one who can bend and stretch. What's wrong with the Zhou family? Here, take this. The examiner waved his hand calmly, as if the name, Cyan Domain Zhou family, meant nothing to him. He pulled out a silver card from his robe and handed it to Zhou Hang. Examiner? What is this? Feigning surprise, Zhou Hang accepted it with a delighted expression. Merchant Fleet Alliance Silver Card. Cardholders could participate in the Merchant Fleet Alliance's auctions to purchase abandoned, damaged, or repaired shipmaidens. Of course. Cardholders also possess one special ability, the right to participate in the Merchant Fleet Alliance's Black Ship Race. Every Black Ship tournament is a game of life and death. Not only are the rewards generous, but you might even catch the eye of the bigwigs who organize these tournaments. From there, the sky's the limit. Your path to success will be smooth sailing. This is our Merchant Fleet Alliance membership card. With this, you'll discover the benefits when you enter the Merchant Fleet Alliance's waters. Zhou Hang. I have high hopes for you. I look forward to witnessing your achievements on the open seas. With an appreciative pat on Zhou Hang's shoulder, the examiner's eyes crinkled with a smile. This scene set off an uproar among the candidates watching from the distant Ship Alliance vessel. Holy! The examiners from the Merchant Alliance? How the hell didn't I know that? The Merchant Alliance is backing Zhou Hang? This kid's about to take off. Wait. Who can tell me what the silver card from the Merchant Ship Alliance is for? A cacophony erupted across the Ship Alliance platform. After Zhou Hang respectfully bowed to the examiner with both hands, he actually drove off in that Grade D exam ship. Vroom vroom vroom. The examiner, satisfied as if he'd discovered a gem, waved his hand dismissively. Another examiner in the distance maneuvered his vessel over to dock alongside him. For the Mountain Sea region, a suitable candidate has been found. Proceed with your examination now. I've no interest in watching some psychic exam. With a wave, the examiner prepared to depart in his boat. Suddenly. Plop. Just then, Zhang Hao slapped Mo Euro's shoulder. She understood instantly, and a pitch-black devil ship instantly materialized on the sea surface. Hold on. Examiner. If it's the black ship race, there's an even better candidate? Chapter 41, The Perfect Candidate? Hold on. There's an even better one. Part 3. Opportunities are seized, never handed to you. Zhang Hao understood this profoundly. Whether it was the blue star world of the past or the magic sea star of the present, if one never actively strives for something, they'll never know how many opportunities and chances for a turnaround they'll miss. At this moment, the examiner from the Merchant Fleet Alliance had concluded he had found the right candidate. But Zhang Hao didn't see it that way. Why should the protagonist be the perfect choice, and not him? The black devil ship steadily closed in on the examiner. Zhang Hao stood on the devil ship's deck, his gaze meeting the examiner's eye to eye, showing not a shred of respect or humility. Oh, I know you. Zhang Hao, the young master of the Zhang family? Right? Recognizing Zhang Hao, the examiner's expression shifted, revealing a rare smile. I've heard about your affairs. And I've reviewed your competition records too. To be honest, your sailing skills are truly exceptional, but I haven't seen any evidence that you possess the means to navigate the reef zone without utilizing the shipmaiden or your innate talent. And your last victory was likely due to the shipmaiden's abilities, wasn't it? His gaze scrutinized the devil ship with piercing intensity. As an examiner from the Merchant Fleet Alliance, his observation was unexpectedly sharp. Ha! You figured it out? Even if I did, it doesn't matter. I'm confident I can navigate the reef zone without using any talents or shipmaiden abilities. Hands tucked into his pockets, Zhang Hao remained composed. He wasn't some down-and-out scion. Speaking to a spy from the Merchant Fleet Alliance demanded the pride befitting a scion of the Zhang family. Young Master Zhang. I just don't get it. Honestly, with your family's resources, wouldn't a single visit to the Merchant Fleet Alliance get you a silver card? So tell me, what's the point of keeping me here? The examiner eyed Zhang Hao with amusement. Zhang Hao's lips curled slightly. Simple. I don't want a silver card, I want a gold card. What? How do you know all this? Hearing this, the examiner's expression abruptly changed. Merchant Fleet Alliance Gold Card. This policy had only been implemented this year. To be granted a gold card, one must meet a single requirement: complete all assessment tasks within 10 seconds, and 60 seconds respectively. And such results must be achieved without utilizing the abilities of talents or shipmaidens. With such demanding requirements, who could possibly pass? Of course. Only those who reach this level are worthy of holding the gold card. The privileges of the gold card include participating in merchant guild auctions with a 10% discount. When joining the black ship race of the Merchant Fleet Alliance, holders also gain priority in selecting participating shipmaidens. This is the Merchant Fleet Alliance's way of recognizing and rewarding exceptional talent. But only the upper echelons of the Merchant Fleet Alliance know about this matter. How did Zhang Hao find out about this? The examiner's scrutinizing gaze swept over Zhang Hao repeatedly, yet Zhang Hao remained impassive. How I found out? You have no right to ask, do you? One word. I'll make sure you know you made the right choice staying here today. Chin held high in arrogance, Zhang Hao radiated the reckless swagger of a perfect second-generation heir. You. Fine. Young Master Zhang, I hope you won't disappoint me. And don't make a fool of yourself during the assessment. Since Zhang Hao had spoken thus, the examiner's expression shifted repeatedly before finally settling. He decided to stay put. Watching one more assessment if it meant finding a more suitable candidate, why not? Thud. Whoosh. The pitch-black devil ship charged into the rapids zone, cutting through the wind. The examiner stood silently nearby, starting his stopwatch. Remember, young Master Zhang, no using your talent. My eyes can tell instantly if you're using your talent. The examiner's voice echoed as Zhang Hao calmly entered the captain's cabin. Gripping the helm, Zhang Hao deftly pressed the acceleration key. Click. Such a smooth feel. Zhang Hao was slightly surprised. Yuruwa, has your skin been looking better lately? Ha? Really?
They say when a shipmaiden gets a navigator, her complexion always improves.
Is that why? Oh, well.
Her expression turned awkward for no apparent reason.
Zhang Hao chuckled, remember how I started out?
I remember. I just revved up the propeller speed but didn't set sail.
Right. Fill it up to the max. Click.
After repeatedly pressing and releasing the speed up button, the temperature in the captain's cabin suddenly soared.
Ugh, easy there.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Outside the devil ship, layers of waves beneath the sea inexplicably erupted.
The examiner watched this scene, his eyes narrowing involuntarily.
Is that the bizarre starting technique from that wild boat race? Holy. Here it comes. Young Master Zhang's skyrocketing catapult start. That whoosh launch? Damn, I've watched the tape hundreds of times. I even wore out my boat's engine trying to figure out how he did it. I tried it, had my boat girl accelerate without engaging the starter, and she blew up. Engine oil sprayed all over my pants. Young Master Zhang's got his own secret techniques. That launch? No ordinary person could ever figure it out.
The commotion underwater didn't just catch the examiner's attention, it sparked curiosity among all the candidates on the Boat Association platform. One by one, they craned their necks, eager to witness Zhang Hao's launch start.
Stay calm.
Yuruwa, focus on the sensation. Before accelerating early, the moment you feel the preheat value is reached, immediately reduce speed to stabilize the temperature.
Once it drops, accelerate again. Ensure the RPM is fully revved before the start signal.
Pressing the acceleration button, Zhang Hao alternated between holding it fully depressed and releasing it halfway.
How does it feel? Zhang Hao glanced at Mo Euro, wondering if she could master this technique in the future. But before he could finish, Mo Euro pressed her lips together. It's so hot in here.
Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. I asked about the case temperature at startup RPM, not your body temperature, you know.
Oh. It's hit 53 revolutions per minute. Zhang Hao. I can feel it. The hull's heating up. Alright then. Candidate Zhang Hao, are you ready? Outside the vessel, almost as soon as the examiner's voice echoed, Zhang Hao pressed the start button, launch. Roger that. Boom.
The examiner didn't even have time to start the stopwatch before a wall of white foam erupted behind the devil's ship.
Like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, the vessel shot straight into the rapids zone with a whoosh. 53 revolutions.
With a blistering 53 revolutions per minute acceleration, the devil's ship charged forward even as a towering wave crashed toward its bow.
Boom!
The black hull sliced through the waves like a dragon, smashing through the surging tides. Like a comet streaking across the sky, it shot straight out of the rapid zone.
7.32 seconds.
Candidate Zhang Hao has successfully passed the rapid zone assessment.
Chapter 42, is he looking for death? No. He did it on purpose. Plop. Plop.
By the time everyone snapped back to reality, they stared open-mouthed at the jet black hull that had come to a halt just outside the rapid zone, speechless for a long moment.
Fast. Too fast. That was a 53-degree turn at takeoff. Even an S-class shipmaiden couldn't manage that.
A 53 revolutions per minute boat plowing straight through waves, no dodging, no evading, smashing right into them to shatter them.
Now that's the romance of sailing. Holy crap. Zhang Xiao's takeoff is even more brutal than last time. Observing the waves before launching? Coach, teach me that. Real men just plow through the spray. Coach, get lost, I don't know how to do that either.
The candidates on the boat union platform erupted in heated discussion. The examiner stared blankly at the devil ship, stopwatch in hand, his mind drifting. He could sense no trace of demon point energy fluctuations on this vessel, nor had the shipmaiden activated any skills. This was pure sailing technique.
Moreover,
it was more efficient, more aggressive, and more visually stunning than Zhou Hang's maneuvers. This was the kind of person who made the black ship race truly thrilling.
The young master of the Zhang family? Very well.
Let me see how you'll navigate the Black Reef Zone within 60 seconds without using your talent or shipmaiden skills. Ding ding, watched the devil ship sail toward the downwind right angle zone. The examiners had already tacitly acknowledged that this task posed no difficulty whatsoever for Zhang Hao.
Vroom vroom vroom. Sure enough.
The devil ship accelerated into the downwind right angle bend without deliberately controlling its speed from the start.
53 revolutions per minute.
Still that terrifying 53 revolutions per minute start. By the time it charged into the right angle bend, the boat's speed approached 73 revolutions per minute, like a runaway bull about to plow straight through the corner.
Zhang Hao. You're so fast. So fast.
Inside the captain's cabin, Mo Euro felt the unprecedented speed, her eyes snapping shut in terror as she clung tightly to Zhang Hao's embrace.
You can't handle just this much speed? Then what will you do when we hit over 100 revolutions? Yuruwa, you need to get used to my pace. Clack.
As he rapidly pressed the drop anchor button on the right, Zhang Hao held Mo Euro's body tightly and leaned desperately to the left.
And so, plop, plop, plop.
Without slowing down, the entire hull of the devil ship violently bent toward the inside corner, nearly capsizing.
But The outer anchor dropped at the perfect moment. The hull, tilted at an unnatural angle, sliced through the white waves with a hissing sound and shot out of the sharp turn with a whoosh. 7.11 seconds. Candidate Zhang Hao, downwind right angle turn, assessment passed. The examiner's expression remained calm as he stopped the stopwatch, his gaze fixed on the bend's entrance. Perfect. That bend had just carved a flawless white dragon trail. Damn it. How could anyone execute a turn so flawlessly? It's the anchor drift. Here it comes. Young Master Zhang's signature move. What's the point of speeding on straightaways? True speed is all about cornering. The Boat Alliance group was buzzing with excitement. What technique? What caution? Damn it. Pushing the limits for speed, that's the real romance of men. Vroom vroom vroom. Out on the sea, the waves still raged. But within the reef zone, the black water stretched endlessly, its depths shrouded in darkness. No one knew where the reefs lay beneath or which sections offered navigable angles. Plop. Splash. Outside the dead silent reef zone, the examiner watched the devil ship slowly approach, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Without utilizing any innate abilities, Zhou Hang's method sacrificed speed, meaning the assessment could only be completed within 3 minutes. But within 60 seconds. And without using abilities? Who could manage that? Full speed would certainly allow enough time, but at that velocity, wouldn't the ship still risk crashing into the reef? At that speed, the hull would likely be wrecked before hitting the reef 3 times, wouldn't it? Zhang Hao. Are you actually capable, or just putting on a show? Everything will be revealed here. The examiner watched the devil ship intently. At this moment, even the candidates who had been chattering grew silent. I recall young Master Zhang's challenge was to navigate the reef zone in 60 seconds, right? Are you crazy? 60 seconds? That's not just the reef zone, even I might not steady the ship through it. Whoa! What on earth is he going to do? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, inside the captain's cabin, Mo Euro also looked at Zhang Hao with curiosity. Zhang Hao, about what you mentioned earlier, reducing the contact surface between the hull and the sea. That approach, tilting the hull to reduce seabed contact by pressing the side against the water, wouldn't that require the hull to strike something first to gain leverage before tilting? We can't just force the ship to capsize, can we? Or perhaps we need to float on the surface for a moment, letting the ship stand on its side first? Mo Euro pondered the possibilities. Zhang Hao chuckled. Why go to all that trouble? Get ready. It might hurt a little later. Ha! Click click click. Before Mo Euro could react, and before the examiners and candidates could guess what was happening. Thump thump thump. Raging waves surged relentlessly behind the stern of the devil ship. Countless eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! Has Zhang gone mad? He's launching straight from the starting line in the reef zone without even checking? He's trying to fly. Madman. Absolute madman. He's charging straight into the reef zone? Is he betting on luck? Does he think he won't hit a single rock? Boom! Under the horrified, bewildered, and confused stares of the crowd, the devil ship roared through the waves, charging into the Black Sea zone at a speed of 23 knots. That kid. The examiner's hand trembled as he gripped the stopwatch. Without a second glance, he steered straight into the reef zone. Was he trying to get himself killed? Put. Vroom vroom vroom. But on the calm Black Sea, the little boat charged forward recklessly, its speed even gradually increasing. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the moment the demon's RPM hit 30, it seemed to hit something. The entire hull shook violently from the immense impact, tilting sharply to the left. It looked like it was about to capsize and sink. We're done for. We hit something. Damn it, I told you we were pushing it too far. Young Master Zhang, is that all you've got? At that moment, everyone witnessed the devil ship crashing onto the reef, their faces darkening. But inside the captain's cabin. Zhang Hao. My hull seems to be taking on water. It hurts. Beneath him, Mo Euro frowned in distress, her lower abdomen spasming repeatedly. The pain from the collision with the reef clearly tormented her. Euro. Don't worry, this is your first time hitting a reef and it'll be your last. Now, listen to me. Speed up. Rumble. The hull, already tilted from the impact, was now uncontrollably rolling further to the left. Ha! Speed up? Accelerate at a time like this? Mo Euro was utterly baffled. The ship was about to capsize, and he wanted to accelerate? Did he want to crash even harder? But though her doubts lingered, she met Zhang Hao's unwavering gaze. Gritting her teeth, she watched the tachometer spin wildly. 35, 45, 53. Within mere seconds, the devil's propeller blazed to its limit. The sudden surge propelled the drifting, tilted hull like a razor blade, shooting straight toward the open sea beyond the black waters. Puff puff puff. From afar, it appeared as though the devil ship had tilted its hull, skimming the surface with only one side of its hull. Like a sliver of blade, it carved an extremely narrow path across the sea, leaving a white trail in its wake. Plop. Once the devil ship exited the Black Sea, the opposite side decisively dropped its anchor.
The hull instantly balanced the capsized vessel, erupting in a spray of white foam before settling steadily upon the sea. Plop. Plop. Waves lapped against the devil ship on the surface. At that very moment, the scene fell eerily silent. No one could have imagined that this ship, seemingly destined to sink, was actually accelerating out of the reef zone by banking on its side, its hull tilted before capsizing. 9.35 seconds. Candidate Zhang Hao reef zone assessment passed. Staring blankly at the black ship, the examiner took a long moment to snap back to reality. He suddenly realized. This guy seemed to have deliberately caused the shipmaiden to run aground. All for the sake of tilting the hull, accelerating, and achieving this effect. Chapter 43, Son? Do you want the S-class boat maiden, or not? Genius. Absolute genius. Recalling the devil ship's maneuver just now, the examiner couldn't calm down for a long time. What kind of recklessness is launching without checking the reef zone conditions? That was clearly deliberate. After entering the reef zone at low speed, he deliberately grounded the ship to capsize it. The instant the shipmaiden capsized, he immediately accelerated. This caused the hull, tilted like a blade, to leverage its momentum and charge straight ahead. And because it was standing on its side, the contact area between the hull and the sea surface was minimal, greatly reducing the likelihood of hitting the reef. To the naked eye, the vessel sliced through the reef zone like a blade. What kind of maneuver is that? Damn. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Ship god. Young Master Zhang. The god of navigation. I'm a botanist, and I can tell you this is sugar beet. Holy. Using a sideways roll to accelerate, minimizing contact to break out of the black zone or something else. The crowd erupted. The entire scene erupted. This is the real deal boat handling skills that blend raw power and daring with flawless speed control. Young Master Zhang? I take back what I said earlier. A madman like you is exactly the kind of racer the black ship race needs. Vroom vroom vroom. Steering the small boat, the examiner's face flushed crimson as he bowed toward the direction of the devil ship's captain's cabin. When a navigator's skill utterly captivates the audience, a bow is the highest form of respect. Your exam footage. I'm sure it will be shared far and wide. Your maneuvers today will surely be emulated by countless navigators. Your one-star navigator certificate will be delivered to your residence the very next day. He continued his respectful address toward the captain's quarters. After delivering these words, the examiner reached into his breast pocket to retrieve a gleaming gold card only to realize it had been half an hour and the door to the devil ship's captain's quarters still hadn't opened. Are they celebrating with the shipmaiden? The examiner scratched his head, hesitating to disturb them. Little did he know. Inside the captain's cabin, Mo Euro was pouting, clutching her sore bottom with a pained expression, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Hao. It hurts. My butt hurts. How bad is it? Serious? I'm sorry. I didn't expect the devil ship to sustain damage at over 30 rotations per minute. Looks like next time we do this, I'll need to equip you with impact-resistant components. Hurriedly massaging Mo Euro's sore spot, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of pity seeing her look so pained and aggrieved. You. Stop touching me. I'll be fine if I just lie down for a couple days. Buzz buzz buzz. Clutching her butt, Mo Euro disengaged pilot mode and hobbled to her feet, leaning on Zhang Hao. That won't do. Once we get back to the Zhang residence, I'll find a ship repairer to take a look right away. If not, we'll just charter a boat back. Supporting Mo Euro, Zhang Hao slowly opened the captain's cabin door as the examiner's shouts echoed outside. Oh my! Young Master Zhang, I truly didn't recognize your greatness before. A skilled technician like you is exactly the kind of key competitor we need for the black ship race. Rest assured, as long as you participate in the black ship race, we'll arrange everything you need including a ships made exactly as requested. You. The examiner's words trailed off mid-sentence. Because. He saw Zhang Hao's shipmaiden limping out, clutching her rear end. Holy crap! Was Zhang Hao that intense? He'd heard stories before about sailor girls wearing navigators out until they were exhausted. But he'd never heard of a navigator wearing a sailor girl out to the point of injury? This young family heir, he's got some serious balls. Staring blankly at the scene, the examiner finally snapped back to reality as Zhang Hao approached him. Examiner, my gold card? Oh. Hurriedly presenting the G gold card with both hands, the examiner was about to say something. Young Master Zhang, the G gold card entitles you to a 10% discount on any product purchased from our merchant alliance. Stop. I know all that. I only have one question. What is it? The disaster, it's still here, right? Whoa. You know about this ship? The moment Zhang Hao mentioned the disaster, the examiner's brow furrowed. This ship's maiden was nothing short of a plague spirit in the merchant fleet alliance. Whoever sailed her met their doom. That's how she earned the nickname Disaster Ship. Yes. I know her. Please keep an eye out for her when you return.
When the time comes, I think I'll be piloting her, in the black ship race. Ha? Sail her? You're not joking, are you?
Zhang Hao spoke calmly, while the examiner stared at him as if he were a freak.
I'm not joking. Anyway, that ship maiden, if possible, please keep an eye on her for me.
I have other urgent matters now, so I'll be heading out.
Zhang Hao smiled, gesturing toward Mo Euro, who was fidgeting nervously in the captain's cabin. Ah. I get it. I get it.
The examiner wore an expression that screamed, I totally get it.
Well then.
I'll be waiting in the Merchant Alliance waters for young Master Zhang's arrival.
Vroom vroom vroom.
Under the strange, envious gazes of the other candidates, the devil ship slowly sailed out of the examination waters. Only after Zhang Hao had sailed far away did whispers begin to stir.
Holy crap! Young Master Zhang is insane. He's so fast, even the ship maiden can't keep up. Damn impressive.
If I had half of young Master Zhang's skills, my ship maiden would wash my underwear every night. Blowing smoke. If I had just 30% of young Master Zhang's skill, I'd dare my ship's maiden to never leave the captain's cabin. Under the midday sun, the devil ship swayed steadily as it sailed into the distance.
Meanwhile, Zhang family waters.
In the Zhang family reception hall, Zhang Yunlong, rarely home during the day, accompanied his wife Jian Chuanxue in receiving a young girl. Dressed in a purple-blue robe, she stood about 5 feet 5 inches tall with an exceptionally straight posture. Her short, purple-blue streaked hair gave her a bold, handsome appearance. Her features were exquisite, her skin as smooth as jade. Particularly striking was her slender, swan-like neck, exposed and bone-defined, radiating an air of noble elegance. Had one not noticed the lipstick on her lips, she would have been mistaken for a handsome young man. She sat silently, hands folded politely in her lap, though she was actually fidgeting with her clothing.
Her presence commanded attention.
As she remained silent, Zhang Yunlong and Jian Chuanxue in the reception room glared at each other, seemingly at a loss for words.
Until. Put.
The distant sound of a boat approaching echoed through the Zhang family waters, followed by a familiar shout.
Dad! Hurry up!
Where's our shipwright?
Where is he? Where?
After Zhang Hao's urgent shouts reached her, Jian Chuanxue's brows lifted in delight. She immediately dashed out of the reception hall in a few quick strides.
Thump, thump, thump.
On the deck, Zhang Hao was leading the Koi Mo Euro when he bumped right into Jian Chuanxue. Seeing the girl behind her son fidgeting with her legs, Jian Chuanxue's expression turned peculiar for a moment before she promptly pulled Zhang Hao aside.
Son. You've made it to first base? Oh dear. Mom. Euro's hit a snag.
Where's our shipwright?
Oh. Is that how it is?
Suspiciously glancing at Mo Euro again, Jian Chuanxue found it hard to believe. But seeing the flush on Mo Euro's cheeks, she tugged Zhang Hao away a few more steps and whispered into her son's ear, Son, do you want an S-class ship maiden?
If you want one,
I'll bring one back for you.
Right in the reception hall. Chapter 44, A Serious Genius? No. Just a socially anxious homebody. Ha? S-class boat maiden?
A look of complexity, resignation, and a hint of surprise turned toward the old mother. Zhang Hao didn't need to guess, he knew exactly where that ship maiden came from. The purple-green sword ship family, of course. After all, Jian Chuanxue was born here. Having given birth to a son with an SSS-class talent, perhaps she wouldn't even need to go looking for one. In a few days, the purple-green sword ship would likely catch wind of the situation and send the shipmaiden over themselves.
After all, finding an S-grade shipmaiden was one thing, but locating an SSS-grade navigator was like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Logically speaking, Zhang Hao gaining another S-class shipmaiden should be a good thing. But, at this moment, Zhang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, yet he wasn't particularly pleased. He disliked unpredictable variables, especially when it came to the notoriously stubborn and capricious purple-blue sword ship. Such a ship maiden would severely disrupt the atmosphere of his fleet.
Mom, let's put this matter on hold for now.
Rose hurt. I'll take her to get checked out first. Not the slightest intention of going to the lounge to meet the S-class ship maiden. Zhang Hao didn't dodge or evade, he grabbed Mo Euro and dashed toward the ship's quarters.
Are you kidding me? What about the S-class ship maiden? Without his own demon ship, it's not worth a damn. Growing up alongside Mo Euro? That'd be a beautiful thing. Hey! You!
Thud thud thud. Watching Zhang Hao run farther and farther away, Jian Chuanxue frowned deeply and sighed helplessly.
You silly boy.
Who would ignore an S-class ship maiden to fret over an E-class one?
You. Not a bit like your father. Are you some kind of hopeless romantic? Shaking her head, Jian Chuanxue's expression suddenly tightened. With a headache brewing, she walked back to the meeting room.
Inside the meeting room, Zhang Yunlong's face lit up the moment he saw Jian Chuanxue return.
Well, Chuanxue? What about Zhou Hao? Why didn't he come with you?
Miss Qinghan has been waiting for so long.
Your son went to treat you Ro.
Tell him to wait until he's finished with that.
This. The air in the meeting room suddenly fell silent. The girl with the faintly visible purple-black short hair slightly furrowed her brows. This? Zhang Yunlong scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. By all accounts, Zhang Hao had treated his shipmaiden perfectly reasonable. But today, sitting in the meeting room, was none other than the purple-green sword ship's top prodigy, the shipmaiden. She had come specifically to see Zhang Hao. How could he not at least give her the courtesy of an audience? Besides, as the top shipmaiden of the purple-green sword ship, she was destined to become the lead shipmaiden in due time. This is precisely why Zhang Hao dislikes shipmaidens who appear out of nowhere. It's not the right fit, nor is the timing right. But what can you do? Her family insists on forcing a new shipmaiden upon us. This. After fumbling for words, Zhang Yunlong gave up explaining and merely stole a glance at the girl. Her slender eyes narrowed as she sprang to her feet with a thud. Young Master Zhang, are you treating your own boatwoman? That's a good thing. It shows he cares about his boat girl. Since he won't come to us, we'll just go wait for him. I heard on my way here that he defeated a C-rank shipmaiden with his E-rank shipmaiden. Only those with true strength and innate talent are worthy to be my Jian Qinghan's navigator. Jian Qinghan rose to his feet like a sword drawn from its scabbard, his entire being radiating an arrogant aura that instantly weighed down the room. This. All right. With a bitter smile, Jian Chuanxue reluctantly exited the meeting room. Rumors had long circulated that Jian Qinghan possessed the most perfect attributes within the entire purple-green sword ship family, standing as the closest existence to an SS-rank shipmaiden. As a prodigy, her temper was unpredictable. Tap tap tap. The trio walked quietly to a ship cabin where the sound of rustling came from within. Zhang Hao. Stop touching Zhang Hao there, it's dirty. Tickle, tickle. You. Don't move. If you don't clear this up properly now, what will happen later? The strange sounds drifted out, causing the expressions of the three people outside the door to grow complex. Especially Jian Qinghan, her lips pressed together, ears flushed, fists clenching unconsciously. After all, in her eyes, the person inside was almost certainly destined to become her future navigator. How could she possibly stand by and watch this nonsense unfold in broad daylight with an E-class shipmaiden? Bang! Without a second thought, Jian Qinghan kicked the door open. Squeak! Behind the door, Zhang Hao was crawling on the pitch-black hull of the devil ship, carefully extracting the twisted barbs embedded in the ship's folds. Ugh! The room fell silent. The group stared at each other, all feeling an inexplicable awkwardness. After a long moment, Zhang Hao frowned and shot Jian Qinghan a displeased look. Did you kick the door? Yeah. What's the matter? Jian Qinghan held her own, meeting Zhang Hao's gaze directly. But no one noticed her hands clutching the hem of her skirt behind her back. Before arriving, she had watched the recording of that wild boat race several times. Zhang Hao wasn't unfamiliar to her. He barely scraped by the threshold of someone she'd deem worthy of her attention. Don't you know you're supposed to knock before entering someone's space? Jian Qinghan sized Zhang Hao up, while Zhang Hao was doing the same to her. Outwardly, Zhang Hao appeared nonchalant, but inwardly, a storm was brewing. Jian Qinghan. It was Jian Qinghan who had come. After the main character Zhou Hang later wiped out the Zhang family, Jian Chuanxue desperately pleaded with the purple-green sword ship clan. The one they dispatched was this genius shipmaiden, specifically targeting Zhou Hang. Who would have thought? Now, because he had stolen the protagonist's destiny, this major antagonist from the later stages had come for him prematurely? I just came to tell you. My sailor is top-notch. Standing outside the door, Jian Qinghan's expression turned icy cold, and his hands unconsciously began kneading the gauze skirt more urgently. Listen to me carefully. First, your SSS-tier talent ability barely meets the requirements. Second, you must hand over your piloting skills to me and give me the position of first shipmaiden. Only then will I grant you a temporary contract. During the duration of the temporary contract, I will evaluate you. If you pass, I will sign a full contract with you. Only then will you truly become my navigator. Every word spoken with unwavering gravity, Jian Qinghan delivered this declaration with an icy, expressionless face. Yet behind his back, his hands were frantically twisting and retwisting the knot in his clothes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Talking to men is such a hassle. Hurry up. Hurry up and reject me. Mommy, I want to go home. Wah. Like reciting a memorized text, Jian Qinghan repeated every word of her mother's instructions from back then. This voyage wasn't her family's decision, it was the entire purple-green sword ship clan's will. The strongest shipmaiden paired with the strongest navigator? Guaranteed to shine brightly in the future? Once you arrive at the Zhang family, you must display your genius spirit? Those warnings echoed in his ears, and Jian Qinghan felt he could hardly meet Zhang Hao's gaze anymore. Oh no! She just liked lounging around the waters of the purple-green sword ship. How did she end up getting assigned here? After forcing a cold, aloof expression, Zhang Hao listened to the demands, his face turning grim. As for your other requests, I have no objections. But the position of first shipmaiden won't be yours. It will only belong to your own.
Chapter 45, A World Apart in Competition, B-Class Collision Resistant Template, Stinger Part 1. On the surface, Jian Xinghan flashed a hint of displeasure.
But in truth, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Go ahead and be lovey-dovey. Hurry up and reject me.
Mom, I miss the waters of the purple-green sword ship sea.
A wave of lamentation surged within her heart. Jian Xinghan's gaze grew icy, yet the tips of her ears flushed crimson with embarrassment. Oh? Are you looking down on us, the purple-blue sword ship? Are you suggesting that I, a proud S-class ship maiden, should serve as a deputy captain? That this ship should be relegated to a secondary role? Jian Xinghan's icy voice echoed through the room.
Seeing the prodigious young woman of the purple-green sword ship on the verge of losing her temper, Jian Chuanchuet and Zhang Yunlong both paled. They immediately stepped forward to smooth things over.
Miss Xinghan, it's not what you think. Exactly.
My foolish son signed up for the first mate ship maiden position ages ago.
What else could we do? How about we waive this clause?
The room filled with conciliatory voices. Everyone's worried gazes turned to Jian Xinghan's face. No one noticed that the hem of her skirt had already begun to curl and pucker in concentric circles.
Right. You go first. I just want to go home. Blue skies, green waters.
Overcome with emotion, Jian Xinghan's expression turned stern as she prepared to deliver a cold retort. The Zhang family is nothing special.
I'd rather not stay. But who could have predicted?
Zhang Hao changed his mind. He stared at Jian Xinghan, his eyes flickering.
This ship maiden must be secured. She's the final boss. How could I not want her? You mean some spoiled, arrogant, ordinary S-rank ship maiden?
Zhang Hao scoffed.
But you're saying she's the endgame boss? Damn, that's tempting.
His eyes darted around.
Zhang Hao had no idea about Jian Xinghan's otaku tendencies.
After all, Demon Star C only depicted the story of the genius girl Jian Xinghan confronting Zhou Hang. It never touched on this woman's personality. Staring directly at Jian Xinghan, Zhang Hao smiled faintly.
You think you row as an E-class ship maiden? That she's unworthy to stand before you as the starting ship maiden? Then how about we make a bet? I say you row can outrun you. You believe me?
A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Hao had already devised a trap.
She can outrun me?
The moment the words left his mouth, Jian Xinghan soared like eyebrows arched and his grip on his clothes loosened.
It wasn't arrogance. Ever since she awakened the ship maiden vessel, there wasn't a single ship maiden in the entire sea she couldn't catch. An E-rank boat maiden? Outrun me? Give me a break.
She shot Zhang Hao a look of utter contempt.
Now, whether it was her feigned aloofness or the otaku thoughts lurking deep within, they all converged on one thought: the C-class ship? Outrun me? I'd eat seawater standing on my head. What if she does? What if your own could outrun you? Would you then accept her as the first ship maiden? Zhang Hao poured fuel on the fire, and Jian Xinghan's expression turned icy. Fine.
If she beats me, I won't say a word. She can have the first ship maiden title, I'll accept it.
But if she doesn't beat me, you won't even have the right to form a temporary contract with me. You'll have to stand outside the captain's cabin and teach me your tricks. Doesn't this seem like too much of a sweet deal for you? I win, and you back down. But if I lose, I have to pay you back by teaching you my skills?
He shot a displeased glance at Jian Xinghan. Zhang Hao wasn't dissatisfied with the wager, he just wanted to fleece this prodigious girl a little. As the most skilled ship maiden of the purple-green sword ship family, Zhang Hao refused to believe she didn't possess any treasures.
Sure enough.
After a moment's hesitation, Jian Xinghan flicked a scroll of modification blueprints from her gauze sleeve onto the table.
Grade B Impact Resistance Modification Blueprint, Stinger. This was smuggled out of my family estate. Grade B modification components. You guys in the Mountain Sea region probably can't get your hands on these easily, right? Same deal as before, beat me, and the modification components are yours. I won't even compete for the first ship maiden position. But if you don't win, deal.
Fearing Jian Xinghan might back out, Zhang Hao snatched the Stinger and began inspecting it.
Grade B Impact Resistant Component, Stinger. Propeller speed 3, range 3, hardness plus 10.
Inside the blueprint lay the outline of a ship's hull, covered in countless fine black needles as if the ship maiden had been clad in a coat of barbed armor.
Holy crap! Plus 10 hardness? No wonder it's a B-grade blueprint. With a hint of interest, Zhang Hao rolled up the blueprint and placed it on the table. It was like a dream come true. With this component, Mo Euro wouldn't have to fear collisions or running aground anymore. Finished looking? Bring it on. Prepare to face your defeat.
Jian Xinghan shot Zhang Hao and Mo Euro a cold stare.
This time, she wasn't putting on a show. She genuinely didn't believe she could lose. Though she was a homebody, she possessed the pride of being the top-ranked member of the purple-green sword ship clan. Let's go.
Zhang Hao remained composed as he beckoned toward the demon ship.
Zhang Hao. Mo Euro clearly hesitated. Clang clang clang. But
Zhang Hao took a few quick steps to her ship's rail and whispered, "You'll win.
Trust me. How could I possibly win against an S-class shipmaiden? No. You will win. You've been with me this long, have you ever lost? Would I ever let you lose?" Those unwavering eyes fixed on her, and the devil ship couldn't help but shudder. As if possessed, she found herself replying, "Well, I'll give it a shot. Have some confidence. You're my Zhang Hao's flagship shipgirl." With a pat on the hull, the devil ship slowly coalesced into the human form of Mo Euro. Under Jian Qinghan's watchful gaze, Zhang Hao took Mo Euro by the hand and led the group onto the deck of the Zhang family merchant ship. Pointing to the sea below the deck, Zhang Hao's eyes flickered. "We'll start here, the sea area beneath the cargo ship, stretching to the entrance of the Zhang family, waters a total of 500 meters. Whoever reaches the entrance to the Zhang family's waters first wins. No objections?" After Zhang Hao finished speaking, everyone present froze in surprise. Especially his mother, Jian Xuanxue, who stared at her son in utter disbelief. What? 500 meters. At full throttle, it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds to cover that distance, right? And it's a long straight stretch. How could an E-class shipmaiden possibly compete with an S-class shipmaiden in straight-line acceleration? Son, you're not joking, are you? Zhang Yunlong couldn't make sense of his son's strategy either. Fearing Zhang Hao might blow it and lose the chance to contract the purple-green sword ship, he kept urging, why don't you change it? Add a curve or something? He shot his son a meaningful glance, but Zhang Hao paid it no mind. This is how we race. Yuruwa, you're going to win. Right? Zhang Hao's gaze suddenly shifted to Mo Euro. She pursed her lips, suddenly understanding his intent. Launch start. It was the launch start. Given the vast disparity in data between herself and Jian Qinghan, the only possibility was for her to master the launch start technique. By launching at the maximum speed of 53 revolutions, she could seize the starting advantage. Then, covering 500 meters with a 53 revolutions per minute launch would likely take only a few seconds to cross the finish line. And what about the purple-blue sword ship? Even as an S-class shipmaiden, accelerating to 50 revolutions per minute would take several seconds, right? In those few seconds, the devil ship could absolutely blow past the purple-blue sword ship. By exploiting the time it takes for the purple-blue sword ship to accelerate, it could cross the finish line and complete the challenge. This is where Zhang Hao's strategy lies. But the difficulty lies in the fact that this race is between her and Jian Qinghan personally. Without Zhang Hao at the helm, could she truly execute a launch start? Chapter 46, A World Apart, the B-Class Durable Template Stinger Part 2. Her expression still betrayed hesitation. Mo Euro was about to say something, but poof. A mere E-Class shipmaiden? Go back to being a practice target gathering dust. Jian Qinghan's icy gaze sent a chill through Mo Euro's heart. She bit her lip. I will defeat you. I'll prove I'm worthy to accompany Zhang Hao out of the mountain sea. Oh? Is that so? Fingers clutching the hem of her robe, Jian Qinghan's eyes flashed like icy blades. A mass of purple-blue, eerie light began to radiate from her chest, projecting onto the seawater beneath the deck planks. Plop. A small speedboat 4.2 meters long, 1.4 meters wide, with a 6.6 meter mast suddenly materialized on the sea surface. Sunlight danced across its surface, refracting in purplish-blue hues. Jian Qinghan's purple-blue sword ship lay like a raw jadestone, its blade-like hull resting motionless upon the water. Whoa! The proportions are absolutely perfect. Can't even imagine how unstoppable this thing would be on a straight run. Even Zhang Yunlong couldn't help but offer sincere praise the moment the purple-blue sword boat appeared before him. Ha! This is our purple-blue sword ship family's prodigy. Its specs rival those of an SS-tier shipmaiden. You think so? Who knows what Xiao Hao is thinking? How could you row possibly beat her? Jian Xuanxue spoke her mind without any hint of sarcasm. In her view, this numerical comparison held no meaning whatsoever. Buzz. But Mo Euro stared at the exquisite little ship. This time, she didn't back down. A peculiar triangular black light flickered, and the medium-sized ship, the Devil, appeared beside the purple-green sword ship. At a glance, the stark contrast between opulence and antiquity was evident. You really want to race me? Watch out, you might not even catch sight of my stern. Jian Qinghan's bow tilted slightly upward, his tone icy. Mo Euro remained silent, but Zhang Hao could see it, her sails and masts trembled. Mo Euro was overcome with emotion now, trembling, filled with dread. She was afraid. Afraid of losing the race. Afraid of being outclassed. Unable to hold back, Zhang Hao cried out in concern, Yuruwa. Think. Think hard. Recall that feeling. The instant of the catapult start. His words echoed across the sea. Mum. Inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Mo Euro pouted stubbornly before slowly closing her eyes. She recalled the smile on Zhang Hao's face when they first met, remembered his promise to lead her to victory, remembered his confession of affection, remembered. Buzz. Her thoughts swirled into a dense tangle. Mo Euro wasn't thinking about any launch star techniques, only one thought filled her heart: she wanted to walk alongside Zhou Hang forever. The tachometer's needle shot skyward. Ugh, ugh. Mo Euro instantly felt a wave of heat wash over her body, accompanied by an unstoppable tingling sensation. Ouch. Ouch. Unable to control her descent from the extreme high-speed, high-temperature threshold, the scorching heat relentlessly seared her body. Only then did she clumsily react, frantically slowing down to cool off. Thud thud thud. As wave after wave exploded behind the devil ship, Mo Euro gritted her teeth, slowed down, then rapidly accelerated again. Thud thud thud. 42 revolutions per minute. At this RPM, the heat seared her body even more intensely. Tears welled up in Mo Euro's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she recalled every victory over Zhang Hao, every moment before encountering him. After slowing down once more, she accelerated rapidly again. I'm afraid of pain. But I fear losing even more. Thud thud thud. At that moment, the gauge reached its limit. 53 revolutions per minute. Intense heat engulfed my entire body as the temperature in the captain's cabin soared to its limit. I can feel it. Rat rat rat. 53 revolutions per minute. Still 53 revolutions per minute. Under continuous cooling and temperature reduction, the RPM reached its limit. I can do a launch star too. Mo Euro felt like crying. Through tear-filled eyes, she seemed to see Zhang Hao, the Zhang Hao who drove her every time, who embraced her. Her small lips trembled incessantly, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Vroom vroom vroom. Rumble rumble rumble. A terrifying wave exploded behind the devil ship. The purple-blue sword ship tilted slightly. Jian Xinghan watched this reaction with some surprise. She knew exactly what this was, the eerie start scene in the videotape. Damn it! Could she really master this technique? I've tried it countless times at home. If the RPMs are too high before launch, it'll blow up. Watching the waves surge in disbelief, Jian Xinghan reassured herself, no way. Impossible. A ship maiden without a navigator could never pull off such a maneuver. Besides, if even I, an S-class ship maiden, can't master it, how could she? The purple-blue hull color shifted constantly, gradually morphing toward a vivid green. On the deck, Zhang Hao watched the devil ship's reaction, a smirk curling his lips. Just as I thought. You row as the most promising ship maiden. You won't lose. Because you have me. Watching the waves surge, Zhang Hao roared, 3, 2, 1, go. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, the devil ship erupted in a cloud of white mist, launching like a cannonball and shooting dozens of meters forward. Puff, puff, puff. White spray splashed all over the purple-blue sword ship, and Jian Xinghan's face instantly paled. That launch. That catapult launch. How could she have learned it? Without a navigator's assistance, how could she possibly have mastered it? Thud. Thud thud thud. The propeller spun rapidly as Jian Xinghan stared ahead, heart pounding. 5 revolutions per minute, 10 RPM, 25 RPM. The purple-green sword ship's exceptional acceleration kicked in. But that pitch-black silhouette was growing ever more distant. Speed up! Speed up! At that moment, Jian Xinghan desperately wanted to push the speedometer to its absolute limit. But just as it finally reached 55 revolutions per minute, he was about to catch up to the demon ship. With a splash, the black medium-sized vessel had already come to a halt at the entrance to the Zhang family waters. She left me in the dust? She made her lose sight of her stern? Put. The hull of the purple-green sword ship abruptly halted on the sea surface. Jian Xinghan didn't pursue any further. She just stared fixedly at the distant devil ship, then glanced at Zhang Hao standing on the deck with a smug grin. Grumbling in annoyance, she muttered, I lost. Silence. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Yunlong and Jian Chuanxue were both dumbfounded, staring blankly as the devil ship slowly sailed back. Won? She won? You row won? What just happened? Did the ship fly out? The two elders were utterly speechless. Only after the devil ship came to a halt did Mo Euro slowly climb up the rope ladder. With a beaming smile, she ran toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, I won. I can beat an S-class ship maiden. Of course. Because you're my starting ship maiden. Chapter 47, D-rated devil ship. Splash. Splash. Waves lapped against the purple-blue sword ship. Jian Xinghan lay sprawled in the captain's cabin, gazing dejectedly toward the deckboards with a hint of envy in her eyes. At that moment, Mo Euro was nestled in Zhang Hao's embrace, seeming to either be acting coy or celebrating. Damn it! Is this what they call the power of love? Damn it! Jian Xinghan stomped angrily on the deck a few times before slowly making his way over. Once she reached the deck, she turned to see Zhang Hao embracing Mo Euro.
The pair stared at her with expressions reminiscent of the couple watching the dog in A Chinese Odyssey.
Hey! You admit you lost, right?
Zhou Hang pointed at the grade B blueprint on the table inside the cabin, grinning broadly.
So, that thing belongs to me now, right?
Take it, take it.
You lose, you pay up. From now on.
I don't want the position of first ship maiden anymore.
Her face icy cold, Jian Xinghan walked toward the inner room with an air of nonchalance.
In truth, each step she took was deliberately heavy, thudding with a dull thump, her fingers constantly tugging at her clothes.
It's over. It's over.
Not only did I lose the blueprints, but I also gave up the position of first ship maiden.
If mother finds out, she'll beat me to death.
Her fingers tangled in panic as Jian Xinghan vanished from everyone's sight with a chill. After a long while, long after she had vanished, Zhou Hang finally quipped, actually, this shipmaiden is pretty interesting.
At least she admits defeat when she loses, she's got integrity, right?
Hoof.
Honesty?
You've just managed to piss off your deputy boatwoman.
Jian Xuanxue muttered irritably under her breath, though her eyes sparkled with amusement.
The fact that her son's first shipmaiden could defeat an S-class shipmaiden proved his eye for talent was truly impeccable. It was she who had consistently overlooked Mo Euro, always trying to find a shipmaiden within the family. Her face flushed slightly. Though Jian Xuanxue carried the pride of an S-class shipmaiden, she accorded genuine talent the utmost respect.
Fixing her gaze on Mo Euro, she offered a respectful apology. Euro. I'm sorry. Meeting you for the first time, I was somewhat biased. I shouldn't have judged you based on that one incident. You're Xiao Hao's first mate. I'll support you. Auntie?
Caught off guard by Jian Xuanxue's unexpected praise, Mo Euro felt slightly overwhelmed. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively retreated behind Zhang Hao.
Oh dear. Look at you.
Alright, just stay out of Xiao Hao's affairs.
That kid has sharper eyes than I do.
Zhang Yulong chimed in, and the atmosphere on the boat finally lightened up.
The next day,
perhaps due to his outstanding performance in the previous assessment, the one-star navigator's certificate arrived early in the morning. Upon receiving the certificate, Zhang Hao immediately sought out his homeroom teacher, Du Xingzhou, to register for the first sea meeting competition. With the competition approaching, Zhang Hao frequently took the devil ship out for practice runs to hone his skills. He also equipped the devil ship with that grade B impact-resistant component. Already dark purple and weathered, the devil ship now appeared covered in barbed spikes after mounting the stinger, making its appearance even more eerie and sinister. Inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Mo Euro closed her guidance port.
Zhang Hao. This component seems pretty powerful.
Of course. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Hao opened the devil ship's attribute panel. After consistently consuming blue fish meat these past days, Mo Euro, truly the shipmaiden with the highest potential in the original story, had managed to gain a full 1 attribute point in every single stat. It was well known that other shipmaidens who persisted in consuming blue fish meat only saw growth increases of a fraction of a point. But after accumulating this combined 1-point bonus, Mo Euro seemed to develop resistance to the blue fish meat, stubbornly refusing any further growth.
Upon expanding the attribute panel, the devil ship's stats underwent another noticeable shift. Devil ship. Propeller RPM, 53 greater than 54.3. Lateral stability, 4,344.2. Sail mast wind storage, 43 greater than 44 plus 6. Stiffness, 4,344 plus 10. Anchor stability, 4,344.2. Endurance, 4,344.3. Sailor overall rating, D class. Zhang Hao pondered the new data.
Grade B collision resistant component stinger, truly worthy of its grade.
Sacrificing just 6 attribute points yielded a whopping 10-point boost to hardness.
With a whopping 54 points of hardness, Zhang Hao felt confident enough to drive the devil like a bumper car.
Has the shipmaiden's overall rating reached D class? If the initial C association could secure rankings and magic points, perhaps Mo Euro could become a D+, or even C grade shipmaiden?
Pondering this silently, Zhang Hao practiced his handling skills aboard the devil ship. After a session of training, when he returned to the deck of the Zhang family merchant ship, Zhang Hao was startled to find Jian Xinghan standing there, hands clasped behind his back, as if waiting for him. These past few days, likely due to losing the match, Zhang Hao hadn't seen this guy wandering around much. But today, her gaze remained as icy as ever as she watched him. Just as he was about to take Mo Euro's hand and walk around her, her ears visibly flushed red, her arms trembling slightly. Yet her tone remained as icy as ever. I heard you apply to the Shanghai Sea Chuhai Association?
Yes. Why? I can help you win the championship.
Chin held high, Jian Xinghan's expression was icy, as if waiting for Zhang Hao to beg her. As an S-class shipmaiden, she was confident she could crush every other shipmaiden in this minor boat race and take first place.
Oh. Thanks, but no thanks.
But Zhang Hao waved him off, shifting his stance as his gaze instinctively darted behind Jian Xinghan.
He spotted it. This guy, always fiddling with the hem of his skirt. What kind of quirk is that? Then I'll accompany you to the Chuhai meeting, too. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to learn the techniques. During the Shuhai Association competition, I'll be standing on the deck of the devil ship. That should be fine, right? If you agree to this, I can give you the temporary contract right now. Well, it's not impossible. But honestly, we really don't need you for this match. You're too powerful. If you compete, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. How would that showcase my skills? Alright, I understand. When the time comes, you'll be boarding the ship too. Alright. Thanks. Her reply remained as cool and detached as ever. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Xinghan hurriedly turned and scurried away in quick, small steps. I'm dead. If those techniques weren't so promising, I'd never have the nerve to beg like this. He. Once I've stolen all your techniques, I'm outta here. That way, even if I lose a component, my family won't blame me, right? As she scurried along, once she reached a deserted corner, Jin Xinghan bounced up and down. No one could have imagined that this seemingly cold genius would turn so childish the moment she rounded the corner. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Hao's eyes flickered as he turned to Mo Euro. Don't you think she's acting a bit strange? Ha? Strange? What's strange about her? Well, like she's deliberately putting on an aloof act? Chapter 48, The Chuai Gathering, a star-studded event. Boom! 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 The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Today's Mountain Sea region was exceptionally bustling, with fireworks bursting everywhere and thunderous booms echoing non-stop. Colorful buoys adorned nearly every sea route. Veterans of the Mountain Sea region knew well that today marked the rare annual First Sea Gathering. The First Sea Gathering, a small-scale event held to inspire every navigator graduating from the Mountain Sea Academy to partner with their shipmaiden and take their first step into exploring the unknown seas. Likewise, the First Sea Festival served as the annual stage for graduating students to prove themselves. The champion of the First Sea meeting would receive a substantial 30 magic points, along with the latest components delivered annually by the Ship Federation. The runner-up receives 20 magic points plus 10 complimentary maintenance sessions sponsored by the Academy. As for third place, the prize is a mere 10 magic points and a single opportunity to visit the Mountain Sea Academy warehouse to select obsolete components discarded from previous years. With such generous rewards, the competition draws a steady stream of participating navigators year after year. After all, such generous rewards were virtually unattainable in any other competition outside of these Academy-sponsored events. Based on past trends, this year's competition should be fiercely contested. But at this moment, at the Shanghai Academy main gate, where the departure point was posted, only 20 shipmaidens were docked. The most eye-catching among them were Yang Fan's Ice Scale and Yun Yang's peculiar Mirror Shipmaiden. Yes, the Mirror Boat Maiden. His shipmaiden was entirely encrusted with peculiar mirrored panels. Rumor had it this was the S-class shipmaiden, assigned to him by the ship union official. No one knew what abilities this shipmaiden possessed, but its design alone was utterly eye-catching. Plop. Plop. Before the race even began, 20 shipmaidens were already colliding with each other on the sea surface. The stands of Shanghai Academy were packed with spectators today. Zhang Yunlong, arm in arm with Jin Xuanshui, was chatting casually with Yang Qua, the head of the Yang family. Oh my. This year's initial sea gathering only has 20 shipmaidens. Compared to previous years, it's really quite lackluster. Pale in comparison? Master Yang, you have a sense of humor. In my opinion, this year's competition is the most intense yet. S-tier talents, S-tier shipmaidens, A-tier talents, A-tier shipmaidens. These are the kind of things you only see at major competitions. When will we ever have that in our Mountain Sea region? Ha ha ha. That makes sense. Those who didn't come to the First Sea Gathering probably lack confidence in their chances of placing, so they just skipped it altogether, right? But there's one thing I don't quite get. On your son's ship, if I'm not mistaken, that's the purple-blue sword ship family style, right? Why would he choose to sail the devil ship when he has the purple-blue sword ship? Yang Qua's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the deck of the devil ship. On the deck, Jian Xinghan stood calmly, surveying his surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the mirror-faced shipmaiden. Well, Little House said it's the participation that counts, not necessarily winning. Zhang Yunlong offered an awkward explanation. Yang Qua shot him a surprised glance before chuckling teasingly, your kid sure has a lot of quirks. Ha ha ha. The murmurs continued on this side. On the other side of the stands, Lu Rian glared angrily at the most dazzling mirror boat maiden among the group. Damn it! Damn it! The Typhoon's eye position was supposed to be mine. She shouted, while beside her, Lu Keshu's eyes flickered, her gaze shifting toward a great D boat woman. Hey! Ruyan, did you see that? Zhang Hao dared to enter an E-class boat maiden into the competition. That D-class boat maiden must belong to Zhou Hang, right? He dared to use a lower tier boat maiden, too? He's... Poof. Mother, don't even mention him. Just hearing his name makes me furious. A mere sailor with E-class talent thinks he can sail me? If you ask me, he and that Mo Euro are the perfect pair. That Zhang Hao. That bastard, he actually rejected me for that E-class ship maiden? Fists clenched, Lu Ruyan was about to explode. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly,
Zhou Hang appeared in the spectator seats, walking straight toward her.
Ha! Zhou Hang. Why aren't you warming up for the match? What are you doing here now?
Her expression flickered uncertainly. Despite having given Zhou Hang a thorough scolding that day, the fact that he still sought her out now rekindled that familiar feeling of being fawned over within Lu Ruyan. Her expression gradually softened.
Ruyan. I just wanted to ask, have you been feeling better these past few days? About your family's business. I'm already working on a solution.
The warm voice reached her ears, and Lu Ruyan felt her heart soften.
Never mind. I was in the wrong that day too.
You should just go back. Entering with a D-class shipmaiden is just asking for embarrassment.
Anyway,
good luck. Waving her hand dismissively, Lu Ruyan immediately tried to send Zhou Hang away. She still couldn't bring herself to take Zhou Hang seriously.
But, Ruyan, what if I actually place in this competition? Zhou Hang suddenly tossed out this question. Lu Ruyan blinked. You could place? Ha ha ha.
If you manage to place even third, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. Third this time, second next time. If you can achieve results like that, I'll give you a temporary contract.
How about it? Gazing at Zhou Hang with a silly grin, Lu Ruyan didn't know why or when she'd become so casual.
Back when Zhang Hao had been pursuing her for so long, forget about a temporary contract, she hadn't even been willing to let him step aboard the ship.
Really? Then watch closely.
I'll take third place. Hearing this, Zhou Hang flashed a dazzling smile, as if energized. His steps grew resolute as he strode toward the competition entrance.
Such a naive love. Watching the little guy climb step by step?
Ruyan, if this Zhou Hang truly has that kind of potential, aligning ourselves with him might not be such a bad idea. Lu Xiaoshu watched Zhou Hang's retreating figure, her expression shifting uncertainly.
But let's see if he can even make it to third place.
From the spectator seats, Zhang Hao silently observed every interaction between Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan. He couldn't care less about how these two interacted. What he cared about was how to milk the protagonist for all he was worth.
What had Zhou Hang just promised Lu Ruyan? If he could crush it for him, he should be able to snag quite a few opportunities too, right?
Where did Zhou Hang learn that securing third place and entering the Shanghai Academy warehouse would lead to finding that growth tier propeller component? So, preventing him from taking third place, I should be able to siphon off a lot of his fortune, right?
He silently pondered this. Knock knock knock.
The hatch to the captain's cabin was knocked on from the outside.
Zhang Hao.
The navigators from the other ship seem to want to talk to you.
Chapter 49, First Scene Meeting Arc, Scheming. Oh? Other navigators? Who is it?
After hearing Jian Qinghan's voice from outside the cabin, Zhang Hao opened the door and looked up. Right next to the devil ship, moored alongside, was none other than Yang Fan's ice mist. At that moment, Yang Fan stood on the deck of the ice mist, flashing him a radiant smile.
Zhang Hao. If I win this race, we'll set sail for wider seas together. What do you say? What, some blood-pumping anime-style friendship oath?
Seeing the other's smiling face, Zhang Hao immediately shook his head, about to retreat back into the captain's cabin.
Suddenly,
Yang Fan's expression changed when he saw Zhang Hao about to leave. He stepped closer, glanced warily around, and pointed at a distant, large ship maiden.
Oh right. Zhang Hao. There's something else I need to tell you. What?
Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Hao paused mid-step. Before I came over, I saw Zhou Hang and that He Chao. They seemed to be saying something.
Something just feels off. You and Zhou Hang don't get along. You need to watch out for that He Chao. Yang Fan looked at Zhang Hao with concern, leaving Zhang Hao momentarily taken aback. Damn it. Is this the perk of stealing the protagonist's friends? Yang Fan, who was originally meant to motivate Zhou Hang, was now tipping him off? He Chao? I recall he's a navigator who awakened the grade B talent, hardening? What's he up to?
Frowning, Zhang Hao pondered thoughtfully.
Yang Fan, however, seemed unconcerned.
He pointed at the sword Qinghan on the deck.
Hey, you. Why overthink it? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the purple-blue sword ship from your mother's family, right?
If you took her into battle, you wouldn't have to worry about all this.
No way.
Zhang Hao flatly rejected Yang Fan's suggestion with a shake of his head.
Mo Euro must be my first shipgirl. This isn't just a man's promise, it's her chance for boundless growth. If you change course at every obstacle, what kind of navigator are you? TSK. You stubborn mule. I've done my best to help you anyway. On the racecourse, I won't let you guys get away with it.
Exchanging the friendly banter of rivals and comrades, Yang Fan stared at Zhang Hao for a long moment before silently entering the bridge.
Vroom vroom vroom.
Just then, a familiar, Class D ship maiden, steered her vessel over. He turned his head to look. It was none other than Zhou Hang piloting the exam ship maiden.
Vroom vroom vroom.
At that very moment, he had opened the hatchway and was staring at Jian Xinghan, who stood proudly on the deck, his expression a mix of alertness and greed. Unaware of what young Fan had just discussed with Zhang Hao, he merely gave a self-satisfied, carefree smile.
Oh. Haven't seen you in a few days, young master of the Zhang family, and you've already managed to acquire an S-class ship maiden?
That's the Zhang family for you. They've got the clout. Unlike us commoners, we'd have to bust our heads just to get into some ship maiden's captain's cabin. The tone carried a hint of sour sarcasm. Zhang Hao chuckled, utterly unfazed. His gaze fixed on Zhou Hang, who was eyeing Jian Xinghan warily, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth.
Young Master Zhou, what's on your mind? Spit it out. Ha ha ha. Simple. Young Master Zhang, dare you face me fairly in a duel at the initial sea gathering, using an E-class ship maiden? Oh? Afraid I'll use my S-class ship maiden? You. Just answer me, do you dare? As if struck at his core, Zhou Hang's face darkened. He was afraid. He was genuinely afraid that Zhang Hao would deploy the S-class ship maiden. According to his plan, Yun Yang's S-class ship maiden and Yang Fan's A-class ship maiden, combined with their talents, were certain to secure one of the top 3 spots. He didn't care if they took the top 2 spots. Because the old servant had said, the rewards for first and second place weren't much, but the reward for third place in the Shanghai Academy's warehouse was a growth grade, propeller assembly. If he secured third place and obtained this item, he could pursue Lu Ruyan. He still had a chance to turn things around. But the variable in all this lies with Zhang Hao. If he still drives MO Euro, I'll definitely have a chance to compete with him for third place. But if that guy switches to the S-class ship maiden, he's got no chance at all. The top 3 spots would be locked up by them. Ha! You want me to hold back the S-class ship maiden? Sure thing. Just tell me what the stakes are. Facing Zhou Hang's provocation, Zhang Hao shrugged indifferently. After all, he only needed third place and had no intention of deploying the purple-green sword ship. Since Zhou Hang came looking for a fight, he couldn't let this little lamb walk away without fleecing it a bit. You. What else do you want to bet? As if still haunted by the shadow of having his auntie snatched away last time, Zhou Hang eyed Zhang Hao warily. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. I recall, you brought an old servant out from the Zhou family, didn't you? I feel like I'm missing a lackey. You. You're even trying to snatch my servants and stewards? TSK. Don't put it so harshly. What do you mean steal? I'm just winning him through a bet, aren't I? What? If you're too scared to bet on this, I'll just go back to being an S-class ship maiden. Feigning boredom, Zhang Hao began walking toward Jian Xinghan. I agree. As long as you enter the race with the Yin Devil ship, if you win, I'll give you this old servant. But if you lose, I demand the Yizheng clan cede a stretch of sea territory for the Zhou and Lu clans to conduct business. And you must kowtow to Ruyan and apologize. Do you understand? Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hang glared at Zhang Hao with righteous indignation. No choice. He absolutely had to prevent Zhang Hao from deploying the S-class ship maiden. Otherwise, he'd have no chance of redemption at the initial sea meeting. His outburst drew frequent glances from the spectators on the viewing platform, especially from Lu Ruyan. The look she gave Zhou Hang now held a hint of inexplicable emotion. Well. For a worthless ship, you'd actually sell out your own family? Fine. Zhou Hang, I agree. I hope you can outrun me. A faint smile touched Zhang Hao's lips as he readily agreed, slipping into the captain's cabin without another word. Poof. This time, I won't lose to you again. Glaring resentfully at Zhang Hao's retreating figure, Zhou Hang turned around, his face breaking into a broad smile. Right. This time, with my talent and He Chao, you won't stand a chance of breaking out. Zhang Hao, you just wait. I'll make you pay tenfold for the humiliation you inflicted on me back then. Plop. As the two men entered the captain's cabin, 20 ship maidens simultaneously tilted their hulls, poised to launch into a full-speed charge. On the deck of Shanghai Academy, Principal Cui Mingyuan slowly ascended the stage. Standing beside him were the Ship Alliance, official overseeing the awakening ceremony, and the Merchant Ship Alliance, examiner responsible for certification. The simultaneous appearance of the 3 major factions, the Academy, the Ship Alliance, and the Merchant Ship Alliance, instantly sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd below. Holy crap! The officials are here for this initial sea gathering? Of course. With official contestant Yun Yang here, officials are bound to show up. If we perform well, could we get picked up too? I kinda regret it now. Wish I'd signed up too. Yeah right, with your skills, you'd just choke up there. Amidst the noisy chatter, Cui Mingyuan cleared his throat. The room instantly fell silent. Ahem. Welcome to the 27th Shuhai Conference. This competition will be hosted by Ship Alliance Awakener Lin Yuanhao and Merchant Fleet Alliance Examiner Zhou Shang. The race route spans 30 kilometers, circling from the outskirts of Mountain Sea to the outskirts of Merchant Fleet. Participants will navigate through diverse sea zones including the Endless Seaweed Zone, Black Sea Reef Zone, and Fish School Zone. All competitors must navigate with utmost caution. Safety comes first, competition second. The entire race will be monitored by surface buoys, with real-time footage transmitted to the main screen for broadcast. Now, I hereby declare, the 27th Zhou Hang Gathering officially begins. Chapter 50, the first Sea Assembly, showing off their skills part 1. Ready. 3, 2, 1. As Cui Mingyuan spoke, Zhou Hang expressionlessly drew a signal pistol. Seeing this, 20 shipmaidens immediately began recalibration, with some already preparing to activate them precisely on schedule. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Among the many shipmaidens, only the stern of the devil ship now spewed forth a torrent of water. Oh? That catapult start trick again? On the deck, Jian Xinghan's expression turned serious as he intently sensed the propeller's rotation frequency, narrowing his eyes. On the main stage, the host, Zhou Hang, let out a faint chuckle. This kid, trying to outrun his rivals at the start again? But this is a long-distance race, and there are S-class shipmaidens involved. Relying solely on that trick won't cut it this time. Boom! The signal flare in his hand erupted violently. Inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Zhang Hao remained completely still this time. You row! Do I need to tell you? I understand. Her face flushed as Mo Euro activated the tachometer. Amidst the thud-thud-thud of its rotation, the temperature in the captain's cabin surged, instantly reaching 51 revolutions. With a thunderous roar. While all the other shipgirls were still revving up, the devil ship exploded through the waves, shooting forward dozens of meters like a lone rider leaving the pack behind. That trick again. Seeing the devil ship already out of reach, the mirror shipmaiden reacted fastest among the shipmaidens. Mirage. Increase speed. Full speed. Inside the mirrored cabin, where every surface was a reflective pane, the interior was a sea of refracting glass. Yun Yang now stared at a shipmaiden clad entirely in white leather, her figure devilishly toned. Without him needing to touch the controls, the Mirage began moving on its own as he watched. Yun Yang. Is this the one from the race footage? This is actually quite interesting. But he's only getting a slight head start advantage. As Yun Yang gave the command, the Mirage launched swiftly. Instinctively, his gaze drifted toward the distant demon ship. S-class shipmaidens were truly extraordinary. Not only were their innate attributes exceptional, but their autopilot systems rivaled even the most skilled pilots. Of course, compared to navigators blessed with innate talent or unique skills, they still fell slightly short. Yet in mid to small scale competitions, they could easily handle navigators with subpar piloting skills like babysitting a toddler. Navigators needn't worry about the ship's course, kinetic energy, or any such matters. Simply supporting them with their talents is enough to deliver a dazzling performance. Zhang Hao. They're merely my sharpening stones. Mirage. Full speed ahead. Vroom vroom vroom. As the Mirage's leather suit heated up, the rev counter shot straight to a full 90 revolutions per minute. 90 revolutions per minute. The maximum speed reserved for S-class shipmaidens. Roar. The Mirage now sliced through the water like a long shuttle, leaving the other activated shipmaidens in its wake. Save for the devil ship racing ahead, its terrifying acceleration visibly outpaced all others. Vroom vroom vroom. And at the terrifying 90 revolutions per minute speed, the Mirage reached the devil's stern in under a minute. Closer. Closer and closer. At 90 knots, it was too late for Yun Yang to swerve the ship or overtake it. It seemed certain to ram the devil ship from behind. At that very moment. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. This is ridiculous. That mirror ship caught up so fast. Mo Euro felt the pressure from behind as the hull began to tremble violently. It's about to ram us. Collide? I'm not worried about it hitting you. Don't forget, you just installed the Stinger template. Lock onto its position. If it hits you, it'll just give you a speed boost. She clung tightly to the helm. Zhang Hao realized, what if they could stay locked in front of the Mirage, never giving it the gap to overtake? Then, even an S-class shipmaiden would be stuck perpetually ramming into Mo Euro's stern, right? If they could stall long enough, activating the Devil's Dance might just give them a chance to go toe-to-toe with an S-class shipmaiden. But, as he pondered this, the others seemed to grasp the same idea. On the commentator's podium, Lin Yuanhao gripped a microphone and began his commentary. What a spectacularly violent start. Devil ship. An E-class shipmaiden has surged into the lead, holding on to first place by a wide margin. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. Too bad. The Mirage is accelerating. It's closing in on the devil. The devil ship refuses to yield. It's trying to hold its position. Everyone, do you think the devil ship can keep blocking the Mirage ship? He delivered the commentary with passion and emotion, yet a faint smile had already crept onto his lips. Mr. Lin. What were you thinking when you asked that question? Zhou Hang asked curiously. He didn't know what Yun Yang's talent was, only that the man was an official navigator with considerable potential and high. Me? I said, the devil ship's plans have backfired.
Before absolute talent and shipmaiden data, nothing else matters. Lin Yuanhao smiled calmly.
Just as expected. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an explosion erupted from within the mirage. Mirage! Follow my lead, prepare to overtake. Vaporize. Just as the mirage was about to collide with the demon, its already crystalline hull suddenly shimmered with an ethereal haze under the sunlight. Amidst the splashing water, the mirage's hull passed through the demon like a phantom. Then, at a terrifying 90-degree turn, the mirage ghosted through the demon and emerged in first place. Splash! As the mirage solidified, a spray of foam erupted. Having fed the devil a mouthful of white spray, it was now flung hundreds of meters behind. Holy! Unbelievable! This is what they call a superpowered racing yacht. Inside the devil's captain's cabin, Zhang Hao watched as the mirage and devil's ships overlapped. He could even see Yun Yang in the mirage's cabin, embracing mirage as he crossed through the devil's hull, a look of utter contempt directed squarely at him. Fine. Let this show-off have his moment. Euro, steady yourself. We're about to enter the seaweed chain zone. While calming Mo Euro, Zhang Hao's composure remained as steady as ever. Talent? I still have 3 unused dice of fate. Outside the arena, the moment the ethereal mirage ship appeared, the entire venue erupted. Holy crap! That's the S-rank talent ethereal form. That's so unfair. With this talent, as long as the shipmaiden performs well, overtaking ships is a breeze. Invincible. Absolutely unbeatable. I can't even imagine how you'd lose. The venue erupted with murmurs. At the commentator's desk, Lin Yuanhao smiled calmly. Void form. Competitor Yun Yang has directly activated void form, successfully overtaking the lead and securing first place. And his speed is still increasing. He's already entered the seaweed belt. The devil ship is trailing behind, still holding on to second place. Hold on. Lin Yuanhao's tone abruptly changed. On the spectator screens at Shanghai Academy, shipmaiden, steaming white frost was closing in on the devil ship. Chapter 51, The First Sea Meeting, showing off their skills part 2. It's the ice scale. The ice scale is catching up too. In this long-distance race, the advantages of the grade A shipmaid are gradually becoming apparent. Let's see how Yang Fan will overtake the devil ship's position. Puff. As Lin Yuanhao's commentary echoed, not only did the ice scale begin its relentless pursuit, but the remaining 17 shipmaidens also accelerated, closing the gap with the devil. Apart from Zhou Hang and Zhang Hao's slightly lower tier shipmaidens, the rest were mostly C-class or B-class shipmaidens. In this marathon race, their speeds of 60 and 70 revolutions per minute were more than sufficient to rapidly close the gap on the long course. Vroom. Before them stretched a vast expanse of green sea. Within this expanse, green seaweed dominated vast stretches of water. At the center of the seaweed, 5 sections of deep blue, pristine water had been artificially carved out. These sections curved and linked together, forming a shape somewhat resembling 2.5 SS combined. This was the classic 5-turn track, an extremely narrow 5-turn course, barely wide enough for a single boatwoman to navigate. If speed became too high and the hull drifted out of the clear zones into the seaweed areas, even the most powerful propeller would likely become entangled in the seaweed, making it difficult to turn and escape the seaweed zone. You could say that. On this bend, the slightest mistake means you're completely out of the race. Boom. But the leading ship, the Mirage, was utterly unreasonable. With a brutal 90-degree turn at full speed, it activated its blur effect and shook violently as it burst out of the seaweed zone. It was practically a glitch. In under 10 seconds, it completed the first core zone's course. But heaven does have its sense of fairness. After exiting the seaweed zone, the Mirage's hull speed visibly dropped significantly. Judging by the signs, it seemed the repeated use of phantom drive had taken a heavy toll on both Yun Yang and the shipmaiden. This guy. Is this the backlash from cheating? Vroom. Inside the demon, Zhang Hao maintained full throttle, aiming to approach the bend entrance and execute his signature anchor drift. He was confident that in this extremely narrow 5-turn sequence, he could maintain second place without reducing his RPM. As long as he entered the seaweed zone, he didn't believe anyone could overtake him through the turns. Even if they did, the seaweed would deter them from attempting a reckless pass. Thus, as long as he held second place through the 5-turn zone, once out of the twists, activating the Devil's Dance might just let Mo Euro catch up to the Mirage. But just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a voice brimming with sunshine rang out, "Zhang Hao, I won't give you the chance to lead into the corner." Clank. What? Through Mo Euro's feed, a frigid ice ship could be seen clinging tightly to the Devil's tail, steadily closing in. Puff. Waves exploded, and faint green duckweed drifted across the sea surface. Those were fragments of seaweed drifting from the seaweed zone. They were about to enter the seaweed zone. Once we enter the bend. Talent. Ice shatter. Crackle crackle crackle.
Behind the devil ship, ripples of seawater instantly froze, forming an arched ice wall that rose like a frozen ramp. It solidified amidst the surging waves, as if a launch ramp had been erected behind the devil ship. Whoosh! The sea breeze swept through, freezing air rushing straight into the devil ship. Zhou Hang's eyes widened as a horrifying image flashed through his mind.
He's going to.
Just as he envisioned the possible outcome, the great ship-maiden ice gale revved its engines to a full 80 revolutions per minute. With a thunderous roar, the vessel's hull broke through the surface and charged headlong toward the frozen ramp wall. Squeak, squeak. The entire hull, being made of ice, began to rapidly scrape against the ramp's icy wall. Far from slowing down, it accelerated even faster, sliding skyward. Ice shards flew everywhere as the ice lawn burst out of the ramp with a thunderous roar, tracing a perfect parabolic arc over the devil's head. Boom! Only after clearing the devil's bow did it explode into a spray of waves at the bend's entrance. The ice gale's propeller spun furiously as it perfectly carved through the 5-turn bend, entering the seaweed zone before the devil. Holy! Zhang and Hao were both stunned.
Alright. Is this how you guys play? Carving ice ramps into the walls, then flying skyward to overtake? Who taught you to sail like this? You're doing great, just don't do it again. The frontline footage, transmitted in real time via the buoy's surveillance system, flooded back to the spectator platform. As the giant screen showed the ice storm's flying superboat, the venue fell into complete silence. After a long pause, a gasp finally broke the silence. Mom! I saw a flying ship. It's real. Holy, Young Fan's ship is flying in the sky? Holy. No roads, so they built a super ship instead? This super ship is way too cool. Super duper awesome. Screams, murmurs, and cheers echoed continuously throughout the venue. This is the magic of the navigator and ship-maiden combo, an unconventional pairing that unleashes endless possibilities on the battlefield. Holy crap! I thought the devil ship would dominate the curve, but there's still a master out there. Sailor Yang. Truly skill and courage combined. Before the devil ship entered the curve, he executed a flying overtake to see second place. Daring to fight, daring to maneuver. This is the spirit of our young generation of navigators. Watching the scene unfold on screen, Lin Yuanhao couldn't help but get goosebumps all over, his face brimming with excitement. This is what a true racing competition should be. This kid. Who knew he could pull off such creative uses of icecrack, shaping terrain with ice, then leveraging the ice gale's properties to accelerate into the air? Impressive. This generation of youngsters sure dares to dream big. Zhou Hang offered a rare compliment. What do you think? Is my son awesome or what? From the spectator seats, Yang Kuo raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yunlong. A flicker of admiration clearly passed through Zhang Yunlong's eyes, but he forced himself to remain composed, shrugging his shoulders. He's just okay. You haven't even pushed my son to unleash his true potential yet. His casual tone seemed to mask his dissatisfaction. Yet the moment those words left his lips, Yang Kuo's expression shifted, growing grave. Indeed. Up until now, Zhang Hao hadn't even begun using the dice of destiny. Could this kid be so confident he could win without relying on his talent? Oof. Don't get too cocky. If your son doesn't activate his talent soon, the other shipmaidens will catch up. He pointed at the large screen where countless shipmaidens had already begun trailing behind the devil ship. Oof. Who could possibly overtake my son on the bends? Besides, in the seaweed zone's tightest bends, who'd dare overtake recklessly? Don't they fear crashing into the seaweed? He was certain no shipmaiden would dare overtake the devil ship in the 5-turn curve. Vroom vroom vroom. The moment Zhang Yunlong finished speaking, his expression darkened. Because a B-class boatwoman, towing a D-class boatwoman, was barreling recklessly through the narrow bend. Chapter 52, First Sea Meeting, Showing Off Their Skills Part 3. Now, to both ends of the story. After witnessing the flying ship, Zhang Hao and his group were no longer as astonished. His expectation was simply third place. As long as Zhou Hang didn't take third, he didn't care what happened. Zhang Hao. Did I hold you back? If I'd been just a bit faster, you wouldn't have been overtaken. After being overtaken by 2 consecutive boat maidens, Yuro's resolve clearly cracked. Her lips twisted bitterly, and her body, usually as agile as a particle of light, grew stiff and cold. It's not your fault. Yuruwa, they both use their talents. This is where the difference between navigators shows. Don't worry. In this race, I'll prove your potential. Here we go, entering the curve. Will you navigate the turn yourself, or do you need my help? Pingjing patted the helm. Zhang Hao was genuinely unhurried. In a long-distance race, as long as you don't sprint to the finish line, it's still early days. I'll try it myself? Puff puff puff.
White waves undulated through the seaweed among the green buoys. The devil ship maintained its speed.
As it banked sharply through the turn, the opposite side's anchor suddenly plummeted.
Simultaneously, within the captain's cabin, Euro no longer clung to Zhang Hao's control. Her body began tilting on its own, the steering wheel spinning rapidly, and the anchor button flickered on and off.
A
perfect white spiral wave exploded at the entrance of the first bend.
Beautiful. You wrong. Zhang Hao couldn't help but praise her. Euro's face flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth turned up in a quiet smile. Zhang Hao, my balance control was pretty good, right?
As she spoke, she had already entered the second turn. Under the glint of light particles, as she executed the anchor drift maneuver, her hips and waist, shrouded in black fabric, swayed left and right with the ship's motion.
Your balance really is impressive. Oh. So the core of anchor drift lies in achieving perfect balance during cornering? This timing.
Outside the cabin, Jin Xinghan was still secretly learning the technique. Suddenly hearing the discussion inside the cabin, her ears flushed red.
What's so amazing? What on earth are they doing in there? SSS-tier.
Just as she was about to cover her ears to block out the voices inside.
Suddenly,
a violent surge of waves erupted from the ship's stern. A massive cruise ship 19 meters long, 5 meters wide, with a 27-meter-high sail charged toward us like a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Roar!
Being a large ship maiden, its massive hull felt particularly cramped in the narrow waterway. Such a ship maiden would be at a significant disadvantage in most racing competitions. Only in large-scale maritime races, when deployed as a replacement vessel, would it showcase its impressive endurance. It was hard to imagine anyone actually fielding such a ship maiden in the first sea meeting.
This guy.
With a hull this massive, one wrong turn and she'll plow straight into the seaweed zone. Jin Xinghan stared blankly at the massive vessel.
But an unexpected scene unfolded. Roar! At the second bend the demon ship had just cleared, this massive shipgirl didn't even slow down.
Like a dragon charging across the river, she kicked up a spray of waves, exploded through a patch of green algae, and headed straight for the demon ship.
With a hull that massive, it actually navigated the turn without a single deviation? No! It's not slowing down? What is it doing? Vroom vroom vroom. The massive hull bore down.
Jin Xinghan watched in horror as the large ship maiden accelerated wildly. Its wooden prow now reflected a metallic gleam in the sunlight. At a staggering 70 revolutions per minute, the massive prow crashed like a battering ram, smashing through the Grade B ship maiden, ahead that had slowed for the turn. Crash! The small boat had just stabilized at the bend's entrance when it was suddenly slammed like a cannonball by the massive vessel, hurled out of the curve and into the green algae zone beyond. Plop, plop, plop. The heavy, low rumble of the propeller echoed through the green algae zone.
The propeller, entangled in green algae, refused to turn.
Squeak! Squeak! Though only a few meters away, the Class B ship maiden bobbed and swayed within the seaweed zone, unable to return to the racecourse.
Damn it! Is this how you're supposed to steer a damn boat? Fine. Just you wait, I'll go get the money from the cabin.
Plop! The hatch of the B-class ship maiden, now stuck in the seaweed zone, swung open.
A teenager brandished a kitchen knife, yelling and about to unleash a torrent of curses. Boom! Boom!
Before he could even utter a curse, the 5 or 6 ship maidens trailing behind the devil ship were collided into one by this massive vessel, like souls being checked off by the king of hell. Each was sent careening out of the curve zone and jammed motionless within the seaweed zone. Plop, plop, plop. Creamy white foam churned as this ship maiden proved herself a formidable track wrecker.
Hey! Zhang Hao! That thing's off. Its readings are off. It's coming. Following the devil, over a dozen boat maidens were flung off the track.
The jarring noise had already caught Zhang Hao's attention. Zhang Hao focused his gaze. This ship maiden now radiated a metallic sheen, towering like a mountain as it toppled toward him.
Is this the ship maiden Yang Fan told me about?
Her pilot is He Chao. Her talent is steel hardening. Did this guy use that ability for a head-on collision? That's a bit excessive.
But its speed and cornering control are.
A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Zhang Hao was about to exit the green algae zone when the steel ship maiden behind him suddenly accelerated through a bizarre curve, exceeding its expected attributes. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the stern of Euro's vessel.
Crash! Instantly. The Black Devil ship spun out of control, its entire hull flying over 10 meters off course and crashing into the seaweed zone. Squeak squeak. The propeller spun frantically, its blades snagging on seaweed with a grinding clack.
Instantly, the hull felt glued in place, firmly wedged within the seaweed zone, utterly immobile.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
In front of her, Euro clung tightly to Zhang Hao as they tumbled several times in mid-air.
As their bodies finally stabilized, Mo Euro frowned, her eyes glistening. Zhang Hao, it hurts so much. That bastard. Zhang Hao, his eyes fixed on the outside of the ship, clenched his fists. That bastard, something's wrong. Beyond the seaweed zone, the steel ship Maiden had already crashed through the devil ship and sped into new waters. Behind the spray of waves it kicked up, trailing hot on its heels was none other than an exam-specific ship Maiden. Chapter 53, First Sea Meeting Arc, The Dice of Fate. Roll begins. Part 1. Puff puff puff. Across the Azure Sea, the steel ship Maiden was the third vessel from the ice scale to exit the seaweed zone. She tore through the waves, coiling like an iron dragon across the sea. This scene from the front lines left the spectator stands utterly speechless. It seemed. No one could have imagined the story would unfold like this. Holy. What the hell is this behemoth doing? Forcing a collision, huh? This ship is already a bully, and with a hardened talent? It's practically a bulldozer. I thought Zheng Xiao's Kerala was unbeatable tactically, but this, just handing the opponent a free pass? That's way too broken. Right now, aside from the top 3 ship maidens and 1 ship maiden from Zhou Hang still racing, all the others have been sent to the seaweed zone, right? Is there even a point to continuing the race? The uproar continued. Though ramming opponents out of the way isn't exactly a gentlemanly tactic. But, since the rules didn't explicitly forbid using abilities this way, it was implicitly allowed. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Another powerhouse. I thought this match was just between Yang Fan and Yin Yang, but now He Chao has emerged? Excellent. Excellent. This is what makes a real competition. At the hosting desk, Zhou Shang remained unfazed by the recent turn of events. The death ship race was far more thrilling than this. What was the big deal about using steel hardening like that? That grade B ship Maiden's speed just surged again at the very end. Looks like this race isn't just about individual skill. How seasoned was Lin Yuanhao? He instantly spotted the anomaly, a faint smile curling his lips. The race is the race, but how it unfolds depends entirely on the competitors themselves. If nothing went wrong just now, 2 talents were activated simultaneously. TSK. Master Zhang, your young master has really gone too far. From the spectator seats, Yang Quan narrowed his eyes and discreetly studied Zhang Yunlong's expression. But his expression remained unchanged, save for a slight furrow of his brow. No matter what, Xiaohao would never resort to such underhanded tactics. If he wanted to win, he could have simply switched to the purple-green sword ship. Even if it's just for the experience of the match, couldn't my Zhang family simply buy out the rewards for both victory and defeat? The other party's bold declaration instantly threw Yang Quan into confusion. Fine. So whether you win or lose, the Zhang family won't lose out, right? Yunlong, what about Xiaohao? Jian Chuanxue glanced at the large screen with concern. Zhang Yunlong shook his head. It's fine. A Zhang family seed won't just fall here. I believe in Xiaohao. It's time to unleash his talent. Splash. Amidst the surging waves, a deep voice suddenly echoed through the iron ship Maiden captain's cabin. Zhou Hang. Just as you predicted. Our teamwork is powerful enough to knock any ship Maiden flying. Within the thick, gray-brown wooden cabin, standing before He Chao was a ship maiden with long, wavy hair. At that moment, He Chao stared intently at the attributes displayed on her helm. Mountainwood. Propeller speed, 70 plus 3.5 amplification active. Yaw stability, 68 plus 3.5 boost active. Sail mast wind storage, 69 plus 3.5 boost active. Sturdiness, 65 plus 25 plus 3.5 hardened amplification active. Anchor stability, 72 plus 3.5 boost active. Endurance, 74 plus 3.5 boost active. Rating, B-class ship Maiden. At this moment, the Mountainwood stats panel appears to rival those of B+ tier, or even a tier ship Maidens. All this is thanks to Zhou Hang's support. That's right. From the moment they entered the seaweed zone, Zhou Hang's talent wasn't directed at his own ship Maiden, but at his Mountainwood. His sole purpose was to ensure the Mountainwood could navigate the narrow bends as steady as a mountain, smashing through any obstacles in its path. This strategy had been agreed upon between the two before the race. Zhou Hang assisted He Chao in ramming through the entire field, trapping all opponents within the seaweed zone. Thus, even if they made operational mistakes later, few ship maidens would remain capable of continuing the race against them. According to the plan, they wouldn't kill Yin Yang, but they could eliminate every single opponent except him. Yin Yang would take first, He Chao second, and Zhou Hang could slip into that coveted third spot. Phew. He couldn't help but slap the helm, his face flushed with excitement. Next. As long as we send the ice mist back when we return, we'll secure second and third place. Zhou Hang, no wonder you come from a prominent family. Without talent or a ship maiden, you still managed to secure third place through sheer cunning? At that moment, He Chao even felt a hint of admiration for Zhou Hang. This guy was truly creating a miracle. If his plan succeeded, he could take third place in the initial sea meeting, piloting a mere grade D ship maiden. Oof. Still, thanks to Brother Chao. Who could withstand your collisions like that? Your wife is so lucky to be with you. Trailing behind the massive mountain of wood, the exam ship maiden looked like a junior crew member trailing the stern. Zhou Hang's words were dripping with flattery and ingratiation. But inside the captain's cabin, Zhou Hang's face was as dark as storm clouds. Damn it! A lowly commoner from the Shan Yu Sea dares to call me brother. When I rise to power someday, you'll be the first to vanish. Steering the ship with a cold expression, Zhou Hang glanced back at the struggling devil ship. A faint smirk spread across his lips. Zhang Hao. You're no match for me after all. You won't deploy the purple-blue sword ship? What do you have to beat me with? Ha! As long as I secure third place in the race and claim the reward, Ruyan is mine. The mountain sea region will be mine sooner or later. He clenched the acceleration key beneath him with bitter fury, causing the shipmaiden to frown. Vroom vroom vroom. The two shipmaidens, one large and one small, drifted farther and farther apart. Creak! Creak! At the exit of the seaweed zone, the devil ship continued to struggle. Outside the cabin, Jian Xinghan's shouts could already be heard. Hey! Zhang Hao, do you still want to compete for the rankings? If you still want that ranking, then keep me going in the race. In this state, the devil ship has no chance of getting out now. The shouts persisted. Zhang Hao's expression shifted from fury to calm. How could he not have noticed the abnormal acceleration of the wood mountain just now? He Chao's talent was steel hardening. He had no ability to make the ship maiden accelerate. So, there was only one answer. Zhou Hang had intervened. This is interesting. In the original storyline, Zhou Hang followed the ice storm with his demon ship, sharing its ice path to scrape by with third place. Now that I've intervened, has he chosen to curry favor with He Chao? The protagonist is the protagonist, truly relentless, one move after another. Clatter. 3 dice, shimmering with starlight, appeared inexplicably in his palm. Beneath him, Mo Euro pressed her lips together. Zhang Hao. I can't get out. Why don't you just give up on me? If I'd been just a little faster. Just a little faster, then I wouldn't have. Enough. I said it's not your fault, it's mine. A feud between navigators. Let the navigators settle it. Clang. A dice of fate was tossed. Clatter. After spinning rapidly on the ground, the dice came to a halt, a streak of starlight flickering as it landed squarely on the number 4. Chapter 54, First Sea Meeting Arc, The Dice of Fate. Roll begins. Part 2. Fate's Dice, First Bestowal in Progress. Randomizing 4 blessings. Grade A talent activated 24 hours, Elbow Proof King Man. Elbow King, each of your strikes steals 10% of your opponent's hardness. As the U4 points appeared, the talent bonus 4, Elbow King, materialized in Zhang Hao's mind. The die instantly transformed into a shower of starlight, settling within the captain's cabin. This. His expression turned strangely peculiar. This talent would be quite effective against the steel-hardened wood mountain. But the devil ship was still stuck in the seaweed. It needed to get out. Roll again. Without hesitation, the second die was tossed. Clatter. After the starlight flickered, the number 5 began to appear, and another line of information abruptly surfaced in his mind. Fate's Dice, Second Bestowal in Progress. Randomizing 5 blessings. S-rank talent activated 24 hours, Numerical Conversion. Numerical Conversion, any attribute of your shipgirl can now be freely altered and converted. Holy crap! What an awesome ability, but you're here at the worst possible time. Just a casual roll, and it's an S-rank talent? Is this the allure of an SSS-rank talent? The Numerical Conversion ability, applied to any ship maiden with outstanding stats, it's an absolute game changer. If any single stat reaches 90, that ship maiden's entire set of stats can be freely adjusted to 90. But this thing still doesn't help much right now. No matter how powerful it is, I still need to get out of the seaweed zone first. Again. Ding-a-ling. The third dice of fate rolled, ultimately landing on a mere 3. Zhang Hao's face darkened instantly. But a message flooded his mind, and Zhang Hao smiled. Fate's Dice, Third Bestowal in Progress. Randomizing 3 blessings. Grade B talent activated 24 hours, Wind Riding Power. Wind Riding Power, your ship maiden can no longer use the propeller to start. Instead, her sail shaft riding the wind will convert into equivalent propeller speed. Note, wherever you are, the wind is always at your back. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. This is it. We can head out without the propeller. Clack. As the second and third dice dissolved into starlight, landing on the captain's cabin deck. Puff, puff, puff. The once silent sails of the evil wind suddenly billowed in the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Under the fierce wind, the ship surged forward. Plop plop. Rocked by the waves, the demon ship slowly sailed out of the seaweed zone. Ha, ha. We're moving? We're moving. Before her, Mo Euro stared blankly at the moving hull, her face filled with astonishment. It's moving? The ship actually moved? Is heaven itself aiding Zhou Hang? Outside the cabin, Jin Xinghan stared at the scene in disbelief. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she glanced at the other boatwomen still struggling desperately in the seaweed zone. Her eyes lit up. This is talent. Zhou Hang activated his talent. Tuck tuck tuck. Vroom vroom vroom. Amidst the churning azure waves, the devil ship, riding the sea breeze, had already broken free from the seaweed zone. Holy damn it! There's actually a ship that can break out of the seaweed zone? It's the devil ship. It broke free by pushing off with its sails. Impressive. That's some luck. But, relying solely on wind, the propellers still tangled in seaweed. How could it possibly catch up to the others? The fleeting frontline footage sparked a buzz of discussion in the spectators' seats. Oh? Young Master Zhang, you've activated your talent? But, if that's all he's got, it seems he won't even catch up to Zhou Hang? Yan Quan narrowed his eyes, seemingly having figured something out. Oof. This is merely the effect of a single die. The real show is yet to come. With a light snort, Zheng Yunlong knew full well the gap between the lucky dice and the dice of destiny. Whether used individually or fused together, these three talents were far beyond what the navigators on the field could hope to match. Wonder if we can keep up, ha. Yang Qua teased, and the scene erupted in noise once more. Ruyan, did you see that? That kid's ability, it's been used on the devil ship. In the corner, Lu Piaoshu glanced at Lu Ruyan, whose expression turned cold. Put. He deserved to end up here. If he'd begged me to drive, would that crappy B-class shipmaiden have rear-ended him? So what if he used his talent to barely escape the seaweed zone? Too late. The others had already pulled ahead. He couldn't catch up. That crappy E-class shipmaiden couldn't catch a single boat. Watching the frontline footage with fierce conviction, Lu Ruyan's eyebrows shot up in anger. This was the consequence of abandoning her. After this race, even if Zhou Hang came crawling on his knees to beg, she wouldn't forgive him. Sigh. But that Zhou Hang. If he could squeeze into first place at the end, he'd actually become third. Lu Piaoshu spoke casually, Lu Ruyan's almond-shaped eyes flickering, her cheeks flushing inexplicably. The devil ship is moving. The devil ship is moving. But if we chase now, can an E-class shipmaiden really catch up to the shipmaidens ahead? At the commentator's booth, Chui Mingyuan grabbed the microphone, excitedly narrating the scene. Lin Yuanhao and Zhou Shang exchanged a glance, then shook their heads and smiled faintly. No chance. Even if she makes it out of the seaweed zone with the devil ship's speed, it'll be nearly impossible to catch up to any of the shipmaidens ahead. Exactly. That kid only has his starting advantage. Even if his boat has some special ability, it'll be impossible to overtake that Goliath. The other side will definitely block his path. It's already decided. Zhou Hang, though he might just team up with the Goliath to take down the ice mist and snag third place. Who'd have thought that Zhou family kid's got some scheming in him? The pair's attention inexplicably shifted toward Zhou Hang. The protagonist truly lives up to his name, constantly drawing the attention of the big shots. Vroom vroom vroom. Meanwhile, after exiting the seaweed zone, the devil ship was rapidly chasing the shipmaiden ahead, propelled by wind stored in its masts at a speed of 50 points. Puff puff puff. The sea breeze whipped the evil wind flag, sending waves crashing and spraying. Zheng Hao's expression remained calm as he watched the sail mast wind charge gauge tick up, +5. +5. +5. The devil's dance was activating. The demon ship had overtaken the shipmaiden trapped in the seaweed zone over 2 minutes ago. The power of the values was stacking. Mou Ro, shrouded in particle light and shadow, had activated the devil's dance. Her black gown became even more exquisite, revealing her pink-white, flushed skin. Huff. 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 With each exhalation of scorching breath, the temperature in the captain's cabin rose another notch. Feeling the suffocating heat, Zhang Hao's expression grew dazed. At this moment, the three faces of the fate dice 3, 4, and 5 overlapped in his mind, forming a single 12. A line of starlight script flickered. Fate dice overlay effect activated. You may abandon any 3 current talents at any time to activate fusion stacking. 12-point talent blessing in progress. Talent, castling SS rank. Castling, within your field of vision, you may swap positions between your shipmaiden and a designated shipmaiden. Chapter 55 First Sea Meeting Arc, Fatal Collision Part 1. Holy hell, what a move. With this ability, who'd dare challenge me for first place? Wait, no. With this ability, I've got the third package in the bag. Staring at the new talent gained through fusion, Zhang Hao's eyelids twitched violently. This was the allure of an SSS-tier talent. Guaranteed to come with 4 random talents, and if you roll a high tier 1, it could completely turn the tide of battle. Castling. This ability was clearly a game-breaking power meant for the final stretch. If two ship maidens were neck and neck, and the one in front was about to cross the finish line, the one behind could pull off a castling move. Wouldn't the front runner's mindset completely shatter? Exactly. Psychic speedboat race, it's all psychic powers, no actual speedboats. But this ability, it actually has a significant weakness. If the opponent maintains the same speed as you, then it becomes pretty useless. But purely in terms of effectiveness, this talent is definitely a game breaker. Put it on hold for now, we'll deal with it later. With no immediate plans to stack the talent, Zhou Hang gripped the helm tightly as the sails of the devil ship billowed ever fuller. +5. +5. +5. Trapping over a dozen grade D ship maidens within the seaweed zone, the Devil's Dance effect pushed the sail stats to their peak value of 125. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gale whipped the evil wind pennant as the devil ship seemed to fly across the sea, churning up a white dragon's tail. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, the devil ship caught sight of the mountain ship and exam ship maiden far ahead, having long since overtaken them. With the 125 sails billowing, the waters surrounding the devil ship transformed at a visible pace. Black waves crash against the shore. The surface appeared relatively calm, yet beneath lay a jagged expanse of reefs. Light refracted by the water made it impossible to distinguish where the reefs rose or fell. Black Sea Reef Zone. This area was not designed like the assessment zone, where navigators must carefully survey the surface to proceed. At the heart of the Black Sea lay an artificially cleared Azure Sea route. A super straight line stretching roughly 10 kilometers, cutting straight through the entire Black Sea Reef Zone. Indeed. This is the super straight line of the Reef Zone, the second sea area of the Primordial Sea Association. The channel is no wider than 8 meters, barely accommodating two medium-sized vessels side by side. Attempting to overtake here risks being blocked by the ship maiden ahead. If the overtaking gap is blocked, attempting to pass recklessly could send both crew and vessel crashing into the reef zone, plunging them into the sea. This is where the ship maidens compete in straight-line speed races. It is also the final resting place for many reckless overtakers. Splash. Surging waves erupted as the devil ship charged headlong into the straight stretch of the reef zone. Rumble. At high speed, the entire bow of the ship tilted forward like a demon's scythe, sweeping ahead. Black Sea Reef Zone mid-route. Chow excitedly pounded the helm, eyes fixed straight ahead. Faster. Faster. I need to see the stern of the ice mist. Ram it. Ram it hard. Ram it. Ram it. Chow. Flip her over and we'll win the race prize. You better give me a proper tune-up. The curvy boatwoman teased Chow with a playful glance. His face instantly drained of color. This, alright. His excitement instantly cooled by half. Chow's Wood Mountain was perfect in every way except for maintenance. It often left him helpless. His ship maiden was a large vessel, and every time he maintained her, he felt like he was cleaning an entire mansion by himself. But, as a navigator, you couldn't very well neglect the ship maiden's needs. TSK. What a useless piece of junk. The mountainwood ended up with you, what a weakling. Inside the cabin of the examiner ship maiden along the hull, Zhou Hang listened with contempt to Chow's words. He pressed the acceleration button with a touch of resentment, prompting a playful scold from the ship maiden before him. Little one, so envious of them? Once the race ends, don't rush out of the captain's cabin, okay? Of course. Glancing at the face of the exam ship maiden, Zhou Hang smiled outwardly, but inwardly he seethed with contempt. Damn it. My first ship maiden should at least be a B-class starter, right? This old boat of yours? After the race, I'll just wipe down the helm for you. Amidst the fake smile. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous wave crashed from the stern, sending violent shudders through the hull. Zhou Hang instinctively clutched the exam boat maiden as both bodies tumbled wildly within the cabin, tumbling about uncontrollably. Creak creak. The vessel nearly careened out of control toward the reef zone, only stabilizing after a harrowing moment. What? What the hell? Burying his head in the boat girl's embrace, Zhou Hang finally snapped back to his senses and asked the startled girl. Only then did the exam boat girl seem to come to her senses, letting out a shocked cry. A ship. It's a boat. Behind our boat, there's a boat girl charging through the waves, chasing us. What? You mean that impact just now was caused by the waves pushed aside by a boat maiden? That's impossible? What kind of ship maiden could defy the heavens like that? Didn't all those creatures fall in the seaweed zone? Startled, Zhou Hang clutched the exam boatwoman tightly and stared intently behind them, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Amidst the surging white waves, the devil ship was actually charging straight toward him, tearing through the foam. Fast. Such blinding speed. Like a black spear intent on piercing his very body, the devil ship crashed into the stern of the exam boat maiden with a thunderous boom amidst the crashing waves. Boom. Though clearly just a dilapidated E-class vessel, the moment it collided, Zhou Hang clutching the exam boat maiden was hurled off course with a thunderous crash inside the captain's cabin, slamming into the wooden planking. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks split the cabin's interior. The exam boat Maiden's hull was hurled away with a thunderous crash, hurtling dozens of meters along the straight sea lane before exploding with a PSSSH in the waters ahead, motionless.
Damn it! You! Zhou Hang, how did you take flight?
The Jakeyama vessel, which had been sailing side by side, watched the exam ship Maiden fly away, leaving He Chao utterly stunned. The waves behind them were mere drizzle to a large ship Maiden. But the collision sound had genuinely startled He Chao.
Following the sound, He Chao's eyes instantly widened in disbelief.
The devil ship.
The devil ship loomed behind them, its black hull glinting with the dazzling reflection of its dense array of poisonous spikes.
That collision sound just now, it came from it.
Chapter 56, Initial Sea Meeting Arc, Fatal Collision Part 2. It knocked the D-class ship Maiden flying?
This can't be possible. Even at full speed, my collision wouldn't have that effect. Staring blankly at the surging demon ship behind them, He Chao wore an expression like he'd seen a ghost.
Unthinkable. He couldn't fathom how such a small, dilapidated ship could make such a tremendous noise. He fell silent, staring at the exam boat bobbing up and down ahead, motionless.
He Chao was frozen in place. The spectator stands were equally deathly quiet. After a long moment, Lin Yuanhao and Zhou Shang stared at the frontline footage, swallowing hard. Zhou Shang finally snapped out of it, exclaiming in shock, "Holy! What the hell did we just see? What the hell? The devil ship! The devil ship is catching up. Not only did she catch up, she rammed the Grade D boat Maiden. What the hell happened to her in these past few minutes?" Amid Zhou Shang's impassioned outburst, the director tactfully cut to a close-up of the devil ship.
50 revolutions per minute, 80 RPM, 125 RPM.
Ever since the devil ship exited the seaweed zone, it seemed like it had been hacked, gaining momentum with every stroke, accelerating relentlessly. Through the white foam, the hull sliced through the waves like a black spear, charging forward with overwhelming force. Who could have imagined that within a mere 5 minutes, this E-class ship Maiden, propelled solely by her sails, would demonstrate a speed rivaling that of an SSS-class ship Maiden? That speed must be over 120 revolutions per minute. Holy crap!
Is this what an SSS-tier talent looks like?
Lin Yuanhao held the microphone, his face lit with astonishment. He had assumed it was Zhang Hao's innate talent that had created this miracle, never dreaming it could be the devil ship's own capability.
Holy! Is that ship sailing on the sea? It's practically flying. Holy crap!
Those sails are practically tearing apart.
How fast is that thing going? No way!
Why did the E-class ship Maiden collide with the D-class ship Maiden and come out unscathed?
Is that thanks to that impact-resistant component?
The spectator seats erupted in chaos. Ruyan, did you see that? That's what an SSS-class talent looks like.
How about after your race ends, you go beg Zhang Hao?
The ceiling for this talent must be way higher than this. Lu Piaoxiu watched the sudden upheaval at the front lines, her heart stirring with desire.
If this insane speed were combined with the base speed of the smoke ship, wouldn't it take off?
Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed as she watched the devil ship cut through the waves, her teeth clenched.
That should have been mine, piloted by Zhang Hao. Damn it! How could a crappy E-class ship Maiden steal it from her?
Though a faint irritation stirred within her, Lu Ruyan stubbornly retorted, "Pfft.
What good is his speed?
With a boost navigator supporting me, I could match that speed too. Besides, even if he catches up, so what? As long as that giant keeps blocking the way, how dare a mere E-class ship Maiden try to overtake us?" She pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Lu Piaoxiu. "Mom! If you want to be Zhang Hao's shipgirl, go do it yourself." Lu Piaoxiu fell silent. She really did want to try being Zhang Hao's boatwoman. Who knows? Maybe she'd get lucky in her twilight years and make it to the world championship with him? But he'd already turned his back on the smoke ship.
Yunlong. Look at Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao is overtaking. No way, something's going wrong, right?
In the VIP viewing section, Jian Chuanxua nervously closed her eyes, while Zhang Yunlong remained composed.
A Zhang family seed wouldn't do anything foolish. Dice of destiny. It's time to show what we're made of. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Waves crashed relentlessly against the hull as Zhang Hao gripped the helm tightly.
The entire devil ship wasn't just heating up, it felt like it had reached its peak, trembling at an increasingly rapid frequency. Emma Yaron, shrouded in particle light and shadow, emitted white steam from her entire body, as if entering some kind of extreme state.
Euro, can you still hold on? Noticing the young boatwoman's unusual transformation, Zhang Hao looked at her with concern. I can handle it. It's my first time at this speed. The core drive it's hard to control the hull. Then, hand over full control to me. Don't worry. You won't get wrecked now, no matter what.
He looked down at the data panel of the devil ship. The readings displayed on the panel were terrifyingly extreme.
Demon ship extreme mode, Demon's dance bonus active. Propeller RPM, 126. Lateral stability, 117. Sail mast wind storage, 125.
Hardness, 129 plus 9.3 Elbow King stealing attributes.
Anchor stability, 117. Endurance, 116. What a luxurious stat sheet. Even the purple-blue sword ship couldn't match MO Euro's stats. This is the devil ship. This is the true powerhouse of the devil ship. Excitedly, he slapped the helm. MO Euro's expression was more frenzied than ever. As long as I win. I will win. I must win. All my privileges are yours. Zhou Hang. I must win. He looked at MO Euro in surprise. Zhou Hang seemed to recall that when the shipmaiden's skill reached its peak state, it would reveal one's true inner self. So, deep down, MO Euro wanted to win more than anyone else. Then, let me show you the view only the first place winner gets to see. Boom. At a sailpole speed of 125, the black ship exploded through the waves, charging toward the side of the wood mountain. Damn it! You think you can overtake my ship? Damn it! I'm the only one who gets to overtake others. Who the hell do you think you are? As the devil sped up, poised to surge past the side position, Yichao's face twisted with panic. He immediately rocked the ship side to side, blocking the devil's path. He had to stop this ship. If he let the devil ship pass, with its terrifying speed, there was no way he could catch up. What suspense would there be left for the top three? Rumble. Hardened. A colossal steel vessel loomed like a mountain, blocking the path ahead. Whoosh. On the deck of the demon, Jian Xinghan's pupils contracted as the wind at extreme speeds swept across his cheeks, sending shivers down his spine. Is this the true potential of this ship? The black floor beneath his feet was already burning hot. Jian Xinghan knew clearly this wasn't relying on Zhou Hang's talent anymore. Now, this was MO Euro's limit state. Hey! Zhou Hang! Aren't you going to slow down? The venomous stinger can ram ordinary, grade D ship maidens, but that's a large ship maiden with hardened armor activated. Slow down. Once we're out of the reef zone, at your speed, you could easily overtake him. Jian Xinghan's urgent shouts continued. But only a maniacal voice echoed from the captain's cabin. I won't wait to settle the score for that earlier collision. My ship maiden is absolutely raging right now. Watch this. I'll send that big beast flying right into the reef zone. Chapter 57, First Sea Meeting Arc, another new show-off whirlwind dance. What? Have you lost your mind? You want to ram that big thing? Staring in disbelief toward the captain's cabin, Jian Xinghan thought Zhang Hao had lost his mind. Knock me away? Ha ha ha. Mountain wood. He said he's gonna knock you flying. Yichao seemed to have heard Zhang Hao's words too, as his maniacal laughter echoed from inside the cabin. Boom! The devil's speed exploded forward, already charging alongside the Mokuyama. Damn it! You're not afraid of dying, are you? Mountain. Send them to the reef zone. Boom! The mountainous vessel suddenly rammed toward the devil ship, its massive hull compressing the passageway as it veered relentlessly toward the devil ship. It intended to force the devil ship out of the blue waters and crash it into the reef zone with its sheer bulk. If the devil ship ignored this and accelerated to force its way past the side of the wood mountain, there was an 80 to 90% chance that the close-range, high-speed collision would allow the wood mountain to instantly push the demon out of the blue waters. But no one could have anticipated this. The devil ship showed no fear whatsoever. It had no intention of overtaking at all. Instead, with a thunderous crash, it tilted inward and charged headlong toward the approaching Mokuyama. Crash! After the large and small ship maidens collided violently, a bizarre scene unfolded. Buzz buzz buzz. As they scraped and collided, the reinforced hull of the Mokuyama sank in, punctured by the devil ship's poisonous spikes. Yet the frail devil ship, like a stubborn black cockroach, showed no signs of damage despite its thick, tough skin. It kept slamming into the Mokuyama relentlessly. Thud. 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 Inside the devil's captain's cabin, Zhang Hao steadied the helm as it drifted steadily to the right. The cabin shook violently, yet not a single crack appeared. Thud. 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 With each lateral shift, the small boat's post-impact swaying grew increasingly steady. Man! Man! After each activation of the Elbow King, its distinctive sound effect echoed through the captain's cabin. Dazed, she stared at Zhang Hao, her voice trembling with urgency. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! Ram that ship! Ram it! In her extreme state, MO Euro's personality had clearly shifted from her previous soft and gentle demeanor. She's gone mad. Man! On the data panel, after 3 collisions with the Mountainwood and the additional impact of knocking away the Yi-Exam boat maiden, the hardness stat had reached a terrifying value of 129 plus 32.9 TSK. This collision method is still too inefficient. Even after we get out of the reef zone, we might not be able to knock the mountain ship out of the water. You wrong. Drop anchor to stabilize our center of gravity. Watch closely, I'll teach you a new move. Clack. Both hands simultaneously pressed the 2 drop anchor buttons, and the twin anchors on either side of the devil ship descended. The entire small vessel's center of gravity immediately stabilized. Within MO Euro's frantic, bewildered gaze, a hint of excitement flickered. A new technique? Yes. Now, spin.
Gripping the tiller with both hands, Zhou Hang abruptly slowed down before the next impact. Once the speed matched that of the wood mountain, he whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, Zhou Hang shook the tiller violently, sending it flying as the boat began spinning rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, the demon ship charging across the sea suddenly spun its bow inward at high speed, its stern also veering sharply. After another collision with the Mokuyama, the entire vessel advanced at an eerie, tilted angle.
Spin.
After the collision, the devil ship kept spinning. After the pause following this collision, the devil ship's cabin shook violently, but Zhou Hang, gripping the helm, kept it spinning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind filled the evil wind flag as the hull completed a full 360-degree spin. In the narrow straight passage, it spun like a whip top, beginning a full circle.
What is this?
Up in the cabin, Jian Xinghan couldn't make sense of it, feeling as though the entire devil ship was spinning out of control.
Boom.
After another collision with the wood mountain, the devil ship accelerated its forward motion while spinning even faster. Thud, thud, thud. After traveling a few hundred meters, the spinning devil ship began colliding with the Mokuyama ship at a high frequency due to its rotation. Each collision only served to accelerate the devil ship's rotation further. The black vessel now resembled a whirling top, its speed unchanged yet spinning ever faster. It churned the surrounding waves into whirlpools, unleashing howling gales.
Thump. 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 Bang, bang, bang. What followed was a barrage of ultra-high-frequency rotational collisions. The Mokuyama, initially defiant, was battered into a battered wreck. Ugh, ugh. Help me. Help me. Ho chow. Did you even activate hardening for me?
You idiot, hardening needs to be activated on my outer strings now. Inside the Mountainwood's captain's cabin, Bigwave Shipgirl clutched her bleeding side, cursing uncontrollably. The relentlessly spinning devil ship's every rotational strike felt like a knife slicing through her skin. The ship's damage immediately reflected in the shipmaidens, particle light and shadow.
Damn it. I'm not a damn fool. Of course I'll get you. Has this Thai E-class ship maiden lost her mind? Rammed us like that? Damn it. She's still fine? Is her impact-resistant component S-class or something? Staring blankly at the spinning hull. Bang, bang, bang.
He Chow noticed that with each collision, the opponent's rotational speed increased. Every spin amplified the force of its next rotational impact. Their shipgirl was like a spinning top, whipping the enemy into even greater rotational force.
I'm not colliding anymore. I'm not colliding anymore. What the hell is this? Bang. Bam. Bam.
The high-frequency impacts sent tremors rippling through the captain's cabin of the massive wood mountain, causing it to shake uncontrollably and even develop hairline cracks.
Ow. It hurts. Help me. Each impact felt like scraping bone and tearing flesh.
The agony caused the particle-light big wave boat maiden to flicker repeatedly. Splash, splash, splash.
The next moment,
water began seeping through the cabin walls.
Damn it. How could this be possible? How could her piece of junk boat push me aside?
I'm made of steel, for crying out loud. Panicking, He Chow glanced around and accidentally caught sight of the Mountainwood S data panel and froze in shock.
Because Mountainwood, the hardness column was starkly empty, displaying a bare zero? What did she do? Crash.
Before He Chow could react, the demon ship, which had been sailing alongside, spun so rapidly it left afterimages, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed.
Stop. No.
Unable to fathom the terrifying force of this impending collision, He Chow frantically halted the ship's momentum, bringing the massive vessel to an abrupt stop on the sea surface.
But
the spinning devil ship, moving like a black tornado, churned up a whirlpool before crashing into the side of the Mokuyama with a thunderous boom.
In an instant, crack, 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 the entire hull of the Mountainwood split open.
With a thunderous crash, the ship began to tilt toward the reef zone.
Plop. A massive splash echoed through the water. The Mokuyama. The entire vessel capsized and sank. Chapter 58, The First Sea Meeting, The Black Whirlwind of the Sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After ramming and sinking the Mountainwood, the demon continued spinning.
Spinning along a straight course, the vessel accelerated relentlessly, like a dark whirlwind lashing the clear waters around it, churning up swirling eddies.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind still blew.
Ship moved with the wind surged with the ship.
Puff, puff, puff.
The devil's ship swept across the straight sea lane like a black whirlwind.
Boom. A terrifying splash erupted from behind.
Ahead, the gently undulating exam ship maiden seemed to stir with faint signs of awakening.
Ugh. Ugh.
Zhou Hang wiped the blood from his forehead as he slowly regained consciousness in the captain's cabin. That collision felt like being elbowed by a certain old acquaintance.
Only now did he fully come to. Ugh, ugh. Zhou Hang. My butt hurts so bad. What the hell was that? Did a missile just blow up behind my butt?
The ship maiden moved her body in terror. The two had only just regained consciousness, their bodies still slowly drifting back toward the center of the captain's cabin.
How the hell should I know?
Zhou Hang cursed under his breath, urging the boat to set sail. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying hurricane swept in, causing the ship to shake violently. He sensed something was terribly wrong and frantically turned to look. Puff, puff, puff. Directly behind them, the Black Devil ship spun eerily forward. Yes. Spinning, advancing. At such a high frequency, the surrounding water itself seemed to reverse and warp. What the hell is this? Zhou Hang was utterly dumbfounded. How could anyone pilot a boat in such an unearthly way? Damn it! Damn it! Where's He Chow? Didn't he get smashed to bits? He cursed under his breath until Zhou Hang spotted the massive ship gradually fading into silence behind him in the reef zone. His jaw twitched uncontrollably, frozen in a permanent stare. This can't be possible? Puff! 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 The black whirlwind closed in. Like a tornado tearing through a parking lot. It charged forward, unstoppable. Zhou Hang had no time to freeze in shock. He frantically pressed the ship's activation button. Hurry! Hurry! Let's go! Let's go! Rev, rev, rev. The initial speed was barely a few RPMs. Before the exam boat girl could flee, the spinning demon boat caught up, sweeping past like a typhoon. As it overtook her, its rapidly rotating hull slammed into the exam boat girl's hull. A thunderous boom echoed like an explosion. The boat girl in front of him screamed in agony as the entire vessel split cleanly in two. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Hang clutched the boat girl as both were hurled out of the captain's cabin, splashing down into the reef zone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the black typhoon passed, the devil ship had already charged out of the reef zone. But looking back at the reef zone, 2 boat maidens sank steadily in the sea. 4 unconscious people floated in the reef zone like buoys. Ugh. Ugh. On the devil ship, Jin Xinghan clutched his throat, fighting nausea as he stared in astonishment at the unfolding scenes. This isn't just reckless sailing. He's using the rotation to increase the number of collisions, then harnessing the impact force from the opponent's hull to accelerate his spin and ram them out of the race. This move can counter any malicious collision from any professional shipmaiden in a competition. Zheng Hao. What's this move called? Eyes filled with excitement turned toward the cabin. At that moment, Zheng Hao held Mo Euro in his arms, both of their eyes practically sparkling. It's called Whirlwind Dance. The sun blazed overhead. Yet the spectator stands at Shanghai Academy were eerily quiet. Everyone stared at the footage relayed from the front lines, their mouths agape, eyes filled with disbelief. Ward? What just happened? What the hell did I just see? An E-class shipgirl sent a B-class vessel flying? Holy! She hit 2 ships? Wait! What the hell was that ship doing spinning around mid-maneuver? What did Zheng Hao just say? This move is called Whirlwind Dance? Is that the power of the move or the power of the talent? After a brief silence, waves of gasps began to rise. Whirlwind Dance? Master Zhang, did you teach this to the child? You've never demonstrated this technique before, have you? Yang Kwa had already pulled out his phone, recording the entire process of the Whirlwind Dance on the large screen. As a family dedicated to training navigators and ship maidens, he understood exactly what that maneuver signified. Once mastered, it would render any malicious collisions from other ship maidens utterly meaningless on future racecourses. No. I never taught him. In fact, I don't even know how to do it myself. Little Hao, that boy, he might just have an unexpected talent for steering. Zhang Yunlong stared intently at the screen, his eyes darting nervously. Such skill could shine brightly even in a world-class competition. Zhang Hao, where on earth did he come up with these outrageous moves? Yunlong. Could this be the power of that SSS-tier talent? I heard some talents can actually boost a navigator's skill ceiling. Jian Chuanxue murmured quietly. Zhang Yunlong nodded and immediately headed toward the hosting platform. Hey! Zhang family head. Where are you going? Yang Kwa asked curiously. Zhang Yunlong waved his hand dismissively to get the recording of that footage. I'll take it back for analysis. Ha! Why didn't I think of that? I'm coming too. I want a copy. As their voices echoed, many spectators finally snapped back to attention. They pulled out their phones and frantically recorded the execution of the Whirlwind Dance technique, hoping to replicate it at home. Everyone! Did you see that? Did you see it? The devil ship actually used its rotation to deflect blow after blow. And by spinning to gain speed, it rammed through the wood mountain ship. Whirlwind Dance. Whirlwind Dance. This maneuver won't just be famous in the Mountain Sea, today it'll be legendary across the entire Demon Sea Star. I can already picture everyone scrambling to copy this technique. Zheng Hao. A true prodigy of navigation. They've surged into 3rd place. Only 3 ship maidens remain on the racecourse. Can he pull off a miracle, overtake the leaders, and claim 1st place? Let's wait and see. At the commentator's booth, Lin Yuanhao delivered his commentary in a flurry of urgency. His colleagues Zhou Hang and Cui Mingyuan had already vanished, dashing off to the recording room to recreate the footage of the moment. After a few hurried sentences, he dashed toward the video room. The moment he entered the video hall, Lin Yuanhao froze in shock. Zhang Yunlong, Lu Piaoxiu, Zhou Hang, Cui Mingyuan, Yang Kui, everyone worth mentioning had already surrounded the area. Seeing the crowd, Lin Yuanhao chuckled. Guys, you're all here to copy the footage? Chapter 59, the first C meeting, the view of the top spot, I'll take you there. Telling, if I hugged the boat girl and spun circles at home every day, could I learn the whirlwind dance? You? First master young Master Zhang's launch start, before you even think about it. Damn. Has young Master Zhang been holding back all these years? How many advanced techniques is this now? Young Master Zhang is the first person who made me believe skill trumps talent. Thank goodness it's an E-rank boat maiden. If it were an S-rank boat maiden, paired with young Master Zhang's skills, wouldn't they just slaughter everyone? Whispers of astonishment rippled through the spectator seats. Lu Ruyan stood in the corner, her red lips tightly pressed together. Her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The surrounding whispers felt like knives stabbing her heart. If only she hadn't rejected Zhang Hao back then, wouldn't she be the one basking in glory now? Damn it. Damn it. Zhang Hao. Why didn't you tell me you could do all this back then? Why didn't you pursue me when I gave you the chance? Damn it. Damn it all. You're a man, what's wrong with forgiving me once? Isn't it only natural for men to spend money on women? I've admitted my mistake, what more do you want from me? You worthless scumbag. Is this the loyalty you keep talking about? Recalling scene after scene from the past, then gazing at Zhang Hao now basking in boundless glory, Lu Ruyan never once felt she was wrong. Even if Zhang Hao could overturn the Wood Mountain now, she still wouldn't think she was unworthy of him. Mom! Mom! Let's go! She couldn't bear to watch any longer. That good-for-nothing loser Zhou Hang was now unconscious at sea. Bursting with anger, she was about to storm off. But even her mother, who had always stood by her side, was no longer there. Buzz buzz buzz. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Lu Ruyan glanced down to find a text from Lu Piaoxiu. Daughter, how about you serve as Zhang Hao's practice boat? If we could learn from his competition footage. I think. Thud. Reading the message, Lu Ruyan's face darkened instantly. She smashed her phone to pieces and vanished into the crowd. Damn it. Damn it. This godforsaken place, I can't stand it here any longer. I'm going to the Merchant Fleet Alliance. I'm going there, and I refuse to believe I can't find a navigator who suits me. It's your fault. It's this godforsaken place's fault. I haven't done a single thing wrong. Thud, thud, thud. The merchant ship swiftly departed from Shanghai Academy. The departure of this leading lady of the Magic Sea Star went completely unnoticed. Put. Outside the Primordial Sea Association reef zone. The Devil ship had just departed the reef zone when its twin anchors retracted abruptly. Without slowing its momentum, the rotating hull gradually reduced its spin. After recalibration, it surged forward with renewed speed, plunging straight back into the sea. Devil ship extreme mode, Demon's Dance bonus active. Propeller RPM 138. Lateral stability 129. Mast wind storage 137. Sturdiness 129 plus 115. Elbow King stealing attributes active. Anchor stability 129. Endurance 128. Inside the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao gazed at the demon ship's newly enhanced stats, his face lighting up with delight. This surpassed both the Wood Mountain and the exam ship. Maiden Devil's Dance had made another powerful leap. It's stolen so much hardness. If I activate data conversion. Holy crap. I'd have to have a wind speed of 244, right? Holy. Who dares call the Devil ship a piece of junk now? Racing across the sea at a wind speed of 137, Zhang Hao looked at Mo Euro beside him, her head already smoking, and his expression softened with concern. How about it? Just leave it at that? Third place is locked in anyway. There's no need to fight for the top spots anymore, right? Such thoughts crossed his mind. But Mo Euro's lips trembled. Her cloudy eyes flickered as she instinctively uttered a series of almost involuntary cries. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. I don't want to lose. I don't want everyone to look down on me. I'm not holding you back. I can win the championship with you. I want to prove myself, prove I'm not a worthless shipmaiden. In the extreme state of skill, every shipmaiden reveals her true nature. Beneath Mo Euro's timid, considerate exterior lies an enduring, unyielding defiance. The Devil ship wasn't born powerful, it was born to be strong. She refuses to lose, unwilling to endure anyone's scorn. For her sister's sake, she'd deliver seafood to school every day even if everyone saw her ugly, dilapidated black hull, she'd grit her teeth and persevere. This was her sisterly pride. But now, she could do it. She could lead Zhang Hao to victory in the race, even as her body burned like fire and her inside seethed like a furnace. She didn't want to rush things either. Mo Euro's eyes turned white as her pupils contracted. Whether from tears of emotion or excitement, she instinctively clung tighter to Zhang Hao, her lips trembling as she whispered, I don't want you to be ridiculed by others because of me. You're the best navigator I could ever ask for. Her hot tears burned fiercely. This was Mo Euro's pride as a ship maiden. Who said an E-rank ship maiden couldn't have dreams? You. Then I understand. Staking our very resolve. Today, I'll show you the view from the top spot. Talent, data conversion. In an instant, starlight flickered, and blue light bathed both their faces. The values for hardness and sail pole wind storage instantly swapped. Boom! The already roaring demon ship now erupted with a sonic boom from its stern. The little boat surged forward again, streaking like a black light across the azure expanse. The wind howled, and the boat screeched with the shrill whistles of rushing air. Today, no one will get ahead of me. Boom! The roar of wind exploded in her ears. Jian Qinghan gripped the gunwale, her features contorted and flattened by the fierce gusts. Staring down at the churning waves beneath her, she clutched the rail with both hands, her grip tightening. 200 turns? 220 knots? No. This speed has surpassed even an SSS-class ship maiden. Is this ship really capable of this? They're creating a miracle, aren't they? Eyes wide with disbelief. Jian Qinghan never imagined the devil ship could unleash such speed. Even with the talent bonus, it shouldn't be this insane. Could it be? Is this what happens when the right ship maiden meets the right navigator? Is this ship-sailor unity? Staring blankly at the hull cutting through the waves, Jian Qinghan recalled the miracle that had once appeared in the World Championship, a miracle born from an A-class ship maiden and her navigator. It was said that only when the navigator and ship maiden reached a certain level of synergy and spiritual connection, sharing the same resolve, could they enter this overclocked state. Back then, that ship maiden had crushed a group of S-class ship maidens precisely through such a state. Now, this can't be ship-sailor unity. Zhang Hao. Mo Euro. You too. Spittle flew from his mouth, scattered by the wind. Jian Qinghan watched the charging demon ship, his eyes no longer filled with earnest determination to learn by observation, but instead revealing a strange, envious glint. Shuhai Association Fish School Zone. This was the final core zone of the primordial sea gathering. Once they escaped this zone, they would enter the waters controlled by the Merchant Fleet Alliance. Turning back there and racing back to the entrance of the Mountain Sea Academy would complete this year's primordial sea gathering. At this moment, put. The Mirage, moving at a leisurely 45 knots, was slowly departing the fish school zone. Beneath the surface, the unique iron-plated fish of the Demon Sea Star undulated. When these schools occupy the depths, excessive speed by the ship's crew causes the hull to scrape against the tinplate fish, leading to damage and leaks beneath the vessel. Therefore, the final fish zone was actually a deceleration zone. Only by navigating through slowly could the wear on the hull be kept within acceptable limits. Yun Yang. See? These small-scale races in such confined waters hold no real value. If you'd practiced more, we could have used illusion here and already be back at the finish line. Inside the Mirage, the ship maiden in her white leather bodysuit gently touched Yun Yang's slightly pale face. Though her words carried discontent, her expression betrayed genuine concern. Though Yun Yang's talent was only S-rank, its unique nature made him highly sought after among the ship maidens. But Yun Yang had chosen her. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the Shinsho girl slowly unzipped her leather jacket. Hurry up and finish. When we get back, I'll make you some goji berry and black chicken soup. You need to nourish yourself properly. Competing with them isn't nearly as fun as cooking. A calm, sisterly voice echoed. Yun Yang lowered his head, his expression cold as he stared at Mirage. You want it again? Chapter 60, The First Sea Meeting. What the hell just flew over? After Yun Yang spoke, Mirage's cheeks visibly flushed. Yet she forced a calm, cold smile. What do you mean want it? It's about getting to know each other. What? You don't want to? I do. Responding coldly, Yun Yang took a very open view of the relationship between a navigator and a ship maiden. He had chosen her as his ship maiden precisely because he preferred the understanding, big sister type like Mirage. Poof. Yun Yang, do your best. After you take first place and secure a ranking in the mid-tier tournament, I'll bind you to a permanent contract. Truth be told, Big Sis really likes you. Another segment of the white leather jacket's zipper came loose. I know. After responding coldly, Yun Yang instinctively tightened his embrace around Mirage. He knew Mirage harbored feelings for him. He didn't dislike Mirage either. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Compared to the peculiar, ambiguous atmosphere aboard the Mirage, things on the ice mist felt rather urgent. Charge. Yang Fan. Charge. Don't let the fact that she's an S-class ship maiden intimidate us. Show us the spirit of the Yang family's young master. Stay sharp, don't lose points. A pair of ponytails bounced wildly as ice mist, S-particle aura bared two small fangs in a snarl, glaring at the mirage that had already charged through the fish zone.
Ouch, I scale, my talents completely drained. Yang Fan lay sprawled across the helm like a dead dog, gasping for breath.
The after effects of using ice shatter left him looking like one of those useless husbands in cherry blossom action films who collapses into bed exhausted the moment he gets home.
You weakling. What did you say when you bound yourself to me? You said you'd burn yourself out to win the championship with me? And now? This is it? Are you even capable? If not, once the match ends, I'll find a man who is. The contrast couldn't be more stark.
No one could have imagined that the petite, seemingly cold-hearted little girl would speak with such blunt, brutal honesty in the captain's cabin.
Isn't second place good enough? 10 maintenance sessions? That's pretty good.
Watching the Mirage already executing its turning maneuver, Yang Fan understood clearly, whether it was the shipmistress's stats or innate abilities, he and Yun Yang still had a considerable gap between them.
Beating Zhang Hao and securing second place wasn't bad, right? You have to take things one step at a time.
Beat Zhang Hao this time, catch up to Yun Yang next. As he made up his mind, Binglan suddenly tossed her hair in front of him, her lips curling to reveal sharp fangs.
If I take first this time, I'll let you personally maintain me. What do you think? Well. Ahem. But seriously. One must have ambition. Even as an S-class shipmaiden, we must dare to challenge. Come on. Ice scale. Get ready. I'll freeze a path through the ice. Inside the fish zone, the Mirage can't pick up speed. If we can move fast enough, we still have a chance to overtake her. Oh? Didn't you use up every last drop? Oof. Squeeze, there's always room to squeeze.
His face flushed crimson. The mere thought of Petit Binglan later, clad in sheer nightgown, having him perform maintenance made Young Fan's sturdy frame tremble. He gritted his teeth, his already pale complexion darkening.
Screw it. Ice crack. Crackle crackle crackle.
With a sharp slap on the helm, Yang Fan abruptly turned his gaze toward the open sea beyond the ship.
Whoosh. 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 Instantly.
Across the sea where schools of fish darted, layer upon layer of thin ice spread out. A white ice path stretched straight toward the waters of the Merchant Alliance.
Ice mist. Go!
The slender hull of the ice scale shot upward, colliding with a thunderous crash onto the ice path.
It began gliding at breakneck speed across the sea surface. 40, 50, 60.
The small vessel, which had previously dared only to travel at a moderate pace, now felt like it was riding a sled upon the ice, its speed soaring toward 80.
Whoosh!
The biting wind swept past as the ice mist charged to the outer edge of the fish school zone, crossing paths with the Mirage as it rounded the bend.
Oh? Who would have thought my final opponent would be you? Yang Fan. A detached voice echoed from within the mirror-like hull.
Yang Fan paid no heed. With a splash, he drove the ice mist into the water, executed a sharp turn, and raced back along the ice track to seize the initiative.
For my happiness.
Yun Yang, today we must settle this once and for all.
Boom. After executing a flawless circle, the ice mist suddenly surfaced, its bow returning to the ice track.
It had subtly overtaken the Mirage, racing hundreds of meters ahead along the ice path.
Don't even think about it. Void shift. Buzz buzz buzz. After a tremor through its mirror-like hull, the Mirage left no room for counterplay. As its hull gradually dissolved into a phantom form, its 90-degree turn acceleration kicked in fully. In the blink of an eye, it was poised to overtake the ice scale. Brilliant! Brilliant! Ladies and gentlemen! Ladies and gentlemen! This is the battle for first and second place in this year's initial sea meeting. Will the Ice Mist leverage its ice track advantage to claim first place? Or will the unstoppable Phantom Mirage hold on to its throne?
At the commentator's booth, Chui Mingyuan held his microphone aloft, his face flushed. Live footage from the front line showed the race had reached a fever pitch.
Countless spectators held their breath, not daring to speak, their eyes fixed intently on the bows of the two shipmaidens racing neck and neck. But then,
just as everyone watched these two shipmaidens about to exit the fish zone,
boom!
A massive wave erupted from the sea opposite where the two shipmaidens had just sailed through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The roar of a sonic boom echoed as a shadowy figure flickered through the surging white waves, closing in at terrifying speed.
What is that? Is that Zhang Hao's devil ship? He caught up? What the hell kind of speed is that? Boom! Black light flashed, appearing before them in an instant.
Yang Fan and Yun Yang, still in the middle of their race, were both stunned speechless.
Madman! Hey! Madman! Slow down. At this speed, if you crash into the ironfish, your hull will melt. Zhang Hao! You hear me?
Yang Fan snapped back to his senses and shouted anxiously.
Buzz!
But before he could finish, a gust of wind swept past. The devil ship, like a black meteor, roared into the fish swarm zone with a thunderous crash, sending up a towering wall of water. The screeching sound of metal scraping against metal echoed at high speed, piercingly sharp. The devil ship merely slowed slightly before carving a surging white dragon trail through the fish zone. Waves churned violently, mingled with the shrill scraping sounds. Countless ironfish beneath the sea had their scales scraped off, splashing onto the surface with a series of plop-plop sounds. Boom! After breaking free from the fish zone, the devil ship exploded through a white wave. Its twin anchors dropped, creating a perfect swirling white crest. The black vessel seemed to dance, spinning a full circle at the edge before erupting with a thunderous roar. A streak of black light swept back over the fish zone, already overtaking the ice mist in mirage, and out of the fish zone. Plop, plop, plop. Clear splashes echoed from the distance. The devil had completed its round trip through the fish zone in barely over 10 seconds. Holy! Just now, what the hell was that thing that zoomed past? Staring blankly at the departing devil ship, Yang Fan inside the ice scale was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 61, the first sea meeting arc, Yun Yang's ace in the whole rocket boosters. What kind of speed was that? Is that even human? Sitting dumbstruck on the back of the ice scale, Yang Fan had lost the ability to think, his entire being numb. Wait. At that speed, how did the hull of the devil ship not shatter? It's a talent. That bastard, he activated his talent. Inside the mirage, a spark of fighting spirit ignited in Yin Yang's calm eyes. Right. That's more like it. Without a challenge, how could my victory be worthy? After regaining his composure, Yun Yang slapped the helm of the Mirage, full speed ahead. Pursue. Roger that. Roar. The ship accelerated to 90 knots. Even so, once they exited the fish zone, the distance between the Mirage and the demon kept growing wider. What speed is this? Yun Yang's brow furrowed deeply as he silently turned to look at the Mirage. Mirage. If this doesn't work, we'll have to use that. But isn't that the secret weapon you saved for the mid-tier tournament? No way. I have to win this race. Alright, fine. Particle light and shadow flickered rapidly. Simultaneously, along both sides of the Mirage's hull, mirrored planks spread apart. Two rocket-like cylindrical devices emerged from the ship's interior, extending horizontally along the gunnels. They resembled a pair of wings, constantly humming and vibrating. Hell. This is the S-class component, rocket thrusters. No way? You guys are playing so hard? Seeing the Mirage, already far ahead, suddenly pull this out, Yang Fan was stunned. He helplessly slapped Ice Mist's rear. It's over. I was aiming for second place, but now it looks like even that's gone. Zhang Hao's got his talent hack, and Yun Yang's using his physical hack. Forget it. Third place it is, then. He'd given up. Yang Fan had completely given up. Pale-faced, he slumped over the helm. Bing Lan pursed her lips and, in a rare gesture, ruffled his hair. It's fine. You did your best. As a reward, you get to come back and be my personal attendant. Really? Viewers. Did you see that? It's the devil ship. The devil ship is going all out, achieving this speed in the fish zone. The devil ship. Who could have predicted this? This E-class shipgirl is the dark horse. She has overtaken second place and taken the lead. The devil ship. The devil ship has taken the lead. This is the talent of the navigator and the daring maneuver of the ship maiden. Only through their seamless coordination could such a miracle be achieved. At the broadcast booth, Lin Yuanhao shouted passionately. Zhou Hang watched the scene unfold, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. That speed, that reckless driving, both the ship maiden and the navigator are indispensable. Even as an E-class ship maiden, she's truly an extraordinary one. Damn it. If I could have a ship maiden like this to go crazy within this lifetime, I'd give my life for her. Damn it, charging into the fish zone, this fast the ship maiden must be injured. What's wrong with an E-class ship maiden? This kind of ship maiden is the dream shipmate, right? Charge. At this very moment, the entire spectator area watched the demon ship surge ahead, leaving everyone speechless. The underdog surged ahead, turning defeat into victory as an E-class ship maiden. What miracle could be more dazzling than the one unfolding before their eyes? Tuck. Vroom vroom vroom. The wind whistled past their ears as the boundless azure sea stretched before Mou Ro and Zhang Hao. The sea's surface was utterly empty, with not a single echo lingering. A distant, uniquely personal call echoed, leaving Mou Ro staring blankly ahead, her eyes blurred with tears. Is this what the first time feels like? We did it. Zhang Hao. Yes. You were never some old wreck of a ship. In my eyes, you're the best, ship maiden. Wiping away Mou Ro's tears, Zhang Hao exhaled deeply. Though the adventure had seemed terrifying, he'd been utterly confident all along. Upon entering the fish zone, he had swapped the wind pull and hardness again.
With over 200 points of hardness, he wasn't the least bit worried about Mo Euro getting hurt. Once they exited the fish school zone, the wind speed surged back to over 200, instantly outpacing both the Mirage and the Ice Mist. What class A ship maiden? What about S-class ship maidens? Before the devil ship, they were nothing but passing travelers. Yu-Ru. Listen. This is your glory. Zhang Hao stared ahead. At terrifying speeds, the outline of Shanghai Academy was already visible. The demon ship. The demon ship. Charge. Charge. Cheers, screams, shouts, the glory uniquely belonging to Mo Euro shone infinitely bright. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine witnessing such a scene. Mo Euro's voice trembled with emotion. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. I did it. I'm not a useless piece of junk. I'm not. Yes. From now on, no one will ever look down on you again. Because you are my first ship girl. As they held the trembling Mo Euro tightly, both overcome with emotion. Boom! A terrifying wave of scorching heat surged toward them from behind. Zhang Hao. Who would have thought you'd be the biggest surprise of all? But first place will always be mine. Suddenly, a cold, arrogant voice echoed from behind. Zhang Hao whipped his head around, his eyelids twitching in shock. Boom boom boom. Mirage. On both sides of the Mirage, a pair of flame-spewing thrusters extended outward, roaring with fire as they closed in on the demon at terrifying speed. That bastard. Zhang and Hao both froze, their mouths agape. No way. This scene wasn't even in the original storyline. Could it be that Zhou Hang's strength back then simply wasn't enough to force Yun Yang to pull this thing out? But now, he himself had pushed Yun Yang to this point? He looked down at the devil's attributes. Demon Ship Extreme Mode, Demon's Dance Buff active. Propeller RPM 146. Lateral stability 137. Sail mast wind storage 145. Hardness 137 plus 115. Elbow King steel effect active. Anchor stability 137. Endurance 136. After overtaking the ice scale, the Devil's Dance activated again, and its attributes are still increasing. Now, with wind speed swapped with hardness, the demon ship boasts a staggering 252 points. At this speed. Yet beneath the terrifying thruster, the Mirage is still closing in. Roar. Upon the waves, the two ship maidens darted like light shuttles, flickering incessantly through the misty spray. First, it can only be mine. Inside the Xinyao's captain's cabin, Yun Yang clutched the Xinyao tightly, feeling an unprecedented heat radiating from her chest. Yun Yang! Yun Yang! The woman's face flushed crimson, seemingly pushed to her limit. S-class component rocket thruster briefly provides a 3x boost to rotational speed for 1 minute. Negative effects, endurance 10. Upon activation, lateral stability 50, anchor stability 40. For 1 minute, the Mirage would possess a staggering 270 revolutions per minute. But that also meant she lost the ability to turn. But that doesn't matter. 270 revolutions per minute. A full 270 revolutions per minute. I'll charge to the finish line, I'll take first place. Zhang Hao, you won't beat me. Chapter 62, Chuhai Meeting Arc, we won't lose. Boom. Boom. Amidst the white mist of the waves, the rocket thrusters spewed terrifying flames. Swept by the surging tide, the Mirage, trailing scorching fire, had already overtaken the Devil. Whoosh! The wake from the enemy's rocket thrusters swept past, instantly scorching the Devil's hull until it felt parched and burning. Is this the government's resolve? Did they even prepare S-class components? Standing on the Devil ship's deck, Jin Xinghan watched the Mirage ship grow smaller in the distance, his brow furrowed. In the end, we're still going to lose. If it were me now. Could I lead Zhang Hao to victory? Her eyes narrowed, her words brimming with regret. Holy! What the hell is that? The Mirage is spewing fire. Damn it! Glitch! What the hell are you talking about glitches? That's just an advanced component. Who'd have thought our Chuhai meeting this year would actually see something like this? Ah! What a shame! I thought the demon ship was going to win. Miracles happen, but they're fleeting. The Devil ship at least shone brightly. Expecting her to win an S-class ship maiden plus S-class component? Forget it. Spectator area, countless spectators stared in stunned silence at the latest reversal. Their eyes held no gasps of surprise, only regret. In the end, does sheer determination still fall short against superior equipment? The frontline projection no longer mattered. Because a blazing, sky-piercing fireball was closing in on the spectator stands. The race was ending. Miragi is charging toward the finish line. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I thought the demon was already formidable, but who knew there was an even greater master? Contestant Yun Yang actually deployed an S-class component. And in the end, he still takes first place? Commentator's booth. Lin Yuanhao held the microphone, uttering words of disbelief, yet his tone betrayed not a hint of surprise. He knew all along, with the official setup of an S-class shipmaiden, S-class components, and S-class talent, how could he possibly lose? Well. Who would have thought the official contestant would start from such a high level? This match, let's all prepare to congratulate player Yin Yang. Zhou Hang's expression was one of contempt. While deploying components was certainly standard procedure, using S-class components in a match like this was like using a cannon to swat a fly, utterly flashy and impractical. And all of this was forced out by a mere E-class shipmaiden. The venue fell into an instant silence. At that moment, every head craned forward, eyes fixed on the ever-approaching mirage, expressions shifting across the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Mo Euro exhaled hot breath. Her skin glowed in eerie crimson, yet her gaze remained fixed on the mirage ship ahead. In the end, I still can't do it? Was it all just a fleeting illusion? Mo Euro's eyelids drooped low. Her voice had grown hoarse, and the particle light's brightness was steadily fading. The excessive strain of the devil's dance had pushed her to her absolute limit. I pushed myself this far. Still, a loss? A voice filled with unwillingness echoed through the room. Suddenly, a pair of hands clasped hers tightly. Zhang Hao's expression was eerily calm. We haven't crossed the finish line yet, have we? But, we can't catch up to her anymore. Who says? I told you I'll take you to see the glory of first place. We won't lose. Dice of fate. Stack talents. Plop. As the words fell, the captain's cabin of the devil ship was instantly filled with dazzling starlight. 3 + 4 + 5. A special triangular die bearing the symbol 12 appeared and vanished into the devil ship. Zhang Hao gently stroked Mo Euro's cheek, enunciating each syllable with deliberate force, castling the king to the rook's square. Hum. As the SS-class talent castling activated, the mirage, just a kilometer from the finish line, suddenly began to sway airily. Behind her, the devil ship also began swaying at a rapid frequency. As the ship's shutters synchronized to a flickering rhythm, their silhouettes blurred. The mirage began to transform into the demon, while the demon gradually shifted into the mirage. This scene. It looked exactly like the two ships were swapping places. This is a talent? Damn it! Zhang Hao. How could Zhang Hao possess a talent? Damn it! They're about to cross the finish line. Yun Yang's face contorted in fury. The finish line was so close, just a few more seconds to go. How could this be? How could there be one more move? Yun Yang. Stay calm. We still have one more move. Now, trust me. The face of the mirage beside him grew somber. After all, she was a former official competitor in major tournaments. Her tone was eerily calm. Her white leather outfit shimmered faintly, refracting distorted light. It was a skill. A unique ability possessed by every S-class shipmaiden. I understand. I lost my composure. I'm counting on you. Mirage. Activate. Crack. As the interior of the ship flickered with the shimmering presence of mirage, the mirror-like hull of the transforming mirage began to crack with an eerie clack. Strange refractions of light danced upon the sea's surface. Buzz. Instantly, 3 identical mirage ships materialized simultaneously, their hulls shifting back and forth in a continuous exchange. Mirage. A unique ability of the mirage ship, it could warp light with its hull to fold out 2 identical hulls. This ability confuses pursuing shipmaidens, preventing them from discerning the genuine vessel and thus deterring reckless overtaking maneuvers. Similarly, this ability could confuse the navigator. Take Zhang Hao now. His original castling maneuver targeted the vessel ahead. But with the 3 mirage ships constantly shifting, Zhang Hao could only steadfastly choose one. You have another trick? Your own, this is our last gamble. Next, you'll lose the powers of Endurance King, Data Conversion, and Wind Riding in exchange for one chance to swap positions with the mirage. I can't guarantee I'll be able to swap back from the real mirage. So, it's a lottery. If we draw the real one, we win first place. If not, your propeller is still covered in seaweed. Trying to switch positions now, you won't outpace the mirage. Are you ready? Zhang Hao wasn't confident either, but since his shipmaiden refused to accept defeat, why not go along with her madness this once? I understand. Zhang Hao, trust me, we won't lose. Chapter 63, The First Sea Meeting, Curtain Falls, Whirlwind Chaos Strikes Again. Those words. Are you telling me this now? Fine. Mo Euro, let me believe in you. Castling. Buzz. Amidst the ship's violent tremors, one of the 3 mirage vessels sailing side by side vanished eerily. The demon then plunged into the sea with a splash, now sailing neck and neck with the remaining 2. Wrong guess. If the hulls of the remaining 2 ships still exist, then I guessed wrong. Ha. It seems. Heaven's favor lies with me, not you. Zhang Hao. Victory is still mine. Within the mirage, Yun Yang's frenzied voice echoed. With only seconds left on the rocket boosters, how could Zhou Hang possibly match his speed? Victory! A sure win! His face flushed crimson. As beads of sweat dripped from the forehead of the Mirage suit he wore, the Mirage could no longer sustain the Mirage effect. Both shipmaidens returned to the starting line. Before them lay the gates of Shanghai Academy. The starting point and the finish line. Which vessel would reach the finish line? The answer was obvious. The demon ship had lost its power source. After falling into the water, relying solely on inertia, its speed had already fallen half a meter behind the Mirage ship. Meanwhile, the Mirage is about to cross the finish line. Holy castling? Young Master Zhang still has a trump card? Damn it! He kept that hidden until the very end? Impressive. He's forced out all the Mirage's skills. But it still looks like we're going to lose. It's over. Demon seems to have stalled. At this speed, he can only finish second. The audience on the platform craned their necks, gasps and exclamations filling the air. At the host's podium, Lin Yuanhao's eyelids shot up at the castling move, clearly startled. He patted his chest, his heart racing like he'd just ridden a roller coaster. Phew! That scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness he used an E-grade ship maiden. If he'd used a ship maiden of the same tier, Yun Yang would have been finished. An SSS-grade talent? Truly terrifying. His eyes held a hint of awe. If such abilities were brought to the official side, wouldn't they take flight? Too bad. When you go up against the authorities, you're bound to lose in the end. Such a shame. Ah! Zhou Hang and Shui Mingyuan both wore expressions of regret. From the spectator seats, Yang Kui shook his head. Such a shame. Your Zhang Hao just couldn't pull that E-class ship maiden along. This first battle was a bit of a waste. He teased, but Zhang Yunlong held his head high, his expression unchanged. Trust your own ship maiden. Even if you lose, there's no shame in that. That's how I am, and that's how my son is too. The Zhang family fears no defeat. Zhang Yunlong's gaze remained serene as he watched the barely afloat devil ship. A memory surfaced from his youth. Hadn't he and Yunji once defied the S-class ship maiden too? It was under that very pressure that he had entered the overclock mode of ship-human unity, a state he would struggle to reach again in his lifetime. This kid. Just like me back then. His eyes brimming with affection, Zhang Yunlong smiled. Xiao Hao, try trusting your ship maiden. Roar. The roar of flames echoed as the Mirage approached the finish line, just 50 meters away. 40 meters. 30 meters. The Mirage was about to pull a full boat length ahead of the demon. Zhang Hao gave a wan smile. Sorry. You wrong. I really blew it. You won't hit me, right? He forced a light-hearted tease, trying to ease the heavy tension. But this time, what met him was a warm embrace. Zhang Hao. Hold me tight. Ha! Puff puff puff. Before Zhang Hao could react, Mo Euro clutched him as her body hurtled toward the Mirage at an alarming angle. Simultaneously, her steering wheel whirled furiously. The hull tilted, the stern tilted, and the ship spun toward the other vessel's stern. This was the technique of the whirlwind dance. Euro. You. Zhang and Hao were both stunned. Hadn't he only demonstrated this technique once? Had Mo Euro mastered it? Is this the most promising devil ship? I'll grow. I'll catch up to you. I'll lead you to victory. Zhang Hao. Trust me. Boom. In that warm embrace, the devil ship slammed into the stern of the Mirage ship. Operating in thruster mode, the Mirage ship's lateral stability was barely at 40. Such a high-speed impact sent the entire vessel reeling, rocking uncontrollably from side to side in place. Boom! The mirror shattered under the impact of the stinger. Inside the Mirage's captain's cabin, Yun Yang's expression froze as he clutched the Mirage, spinning uncontrollably in midair. This. Damn it! She's deliberately ramming us. That lunatic. Mirage! Keep your aim steady. Keep your aim steady. Yun Yang kept shouting, trying to grab the helm. Too late. It was too late. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. After just one collision with the devil ship, the vessel seemed possessed. It spun forward in a circle before crashing into them once more. And this time, the rotational momentum amplified its destructive force. Crash. The collision sent the Mirage lurching sideways, pulling it further from the finish line. The devil's ship refused to let go, delivering another spinning collision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several collisions, the black whirlwind descended once more, its rotation accelerating rapidly. Boom! Bang bang bang! After countless collisions, the Mirage erupted with a thunderous roar. Its bow tilted violently, veering sharply to starboard and listing dangerously to one side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black demon, its sights unwavering, charged forward like a whirlwind, trailing swirling vortexes in its wake. Bang! Bang bang bang! The finish line fireworks erupted. Yun Yang clutched the swaying shipgirl, staring in disbelief toward the source of the sound. That ship was still spinning? Spinning as it charged straight to the finish line? Damn it! What kind of devilish maneuvering was that? He cursed under his breath, steadying the pale-faced Shinsho as the hall stabilized. They crossed the finish line in second place. Silence. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After an agonizingly long pause, the first spectator finally screamed out, It's Whirlwind Rampage. Devil's ship. Devil's ship won the championship. Devil's ship. Devil's ship. Devil's ship. Cheers, screams, shouts. At that moment, the roaring voices and awestruck gazes all converged on the devil ship. Holy crap. I never expected this. At the last moment, she used whirlwind dance again. Look at that, it seems like the ship's maiden used it herself? A miracle, perhaps. Zhou Hang murmured, his dormant navigator's heart stirring briefly for the first time in ages. Poof. She's got some skills. Lin Yuanhao snorted coldly, but still raised his phone to record the scene. He won. He won. Holy crap. Zhang family head, your son sure knows how to play. How is that even possible? Yang Kwa stared in astonishment at the devil ship, convinced Zhang Hao had orchestrated the maneuver. Zhang Yulong smiled faintly. I told you, the Zhang family isn't afraid of losing. Because the Zhang family never loses. The devil ship. The devil ship. The devil ship. The cheers outside the ship never ceased. Inside the devil ship's cabin, Mo Euro embraced Zhang Hao. Listening to the cheers meant only for her, she quietly closed her eyes. A single tear slowly trickled down her cheek. She, too, had found her own glory. Zhang Hao. Did you hear that? This is the cheering just for me. Yes, only yours. Zhang Hao smiled helplessly, tenderly stroking Mo Euro's cheek. He never imagined that in the end, it would be Mo Euro herself who would be the one to fulfill his destiny. Whirlwind dance, she unleashed it herself. That was the most terrifying part. First place. How wonderful. Collapsed beside Mo Euro, Zhang Hao watched the devil ship's readings gradually return to normal. Then, they began to fluctuate once more. Devil ship. Propeller RPM, 54 greater than 59.3. Yaw stability, 44 greater than 49.2. Sail mast wind storage, 44 greater than 49 plus 6. Rigidity, 4,449 plus 10. Anchor stability, 4,449.2. Endurance, 4,449.3. Sailor overall rating, D class. This competition has boosted the devil ship's overall stats by a full 5 points. Chapter 64, Initial C Meeting Arc, Grade A Accessory Turbocharger. Whirlwind dance? Just now, that technique. Wasn't that released by Mo Euro herself? That girl learned it after just one look? I can't even do it. On the deck of the devil ship, Jian Xinghan stared at the captain's cabin, his expression growing even more bewildered. Is this really an E-class ship maiden? Splash splash. After an unknown period of silence, as the ice mist slowly crossed the finish line, securing third place, the thunderous crackle of fireworks erupted in a continuous flash. From the announcer's podium, Shui Ming Yuan's voice cut through the air. Ahem. What an exhilarating race. And now, I declare this year's Shuhai Conference officially concluded. The contestants involved in this incident, the drowned boatwoman and the drowned navigator, have both been transported to the clinic for examination. Next, let us welcome the first place winner of this Initial C gathering with a resounding round of applause. Zhang Hao. And his shipwoman, the demon ship. On the deck of the Shanghai Academy, an award platform erected at some unknown time stood tall. Zhang Hao, carrying the limp body of Mo Euro on his back, ascended to the highest step of the podium. Impressive. Winning the championship with an E-class ship maiden. Young Master Zhang is amazing. The devil ship isn't half bad either. I've seen it all today. Who else would dare push a ship maiden this hard? The devil ship. The devil ship. Devil ship. As Zhang Hao took the stage, cheers erupted once more. Amidst the crowd, some spectators even chanted the name Devil Ship repeatedly, having become devoted fans. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Burying her head weakly in Zhang Hao's shoulder, what emotions were surging through Mo Euro now? Relief at finally being recognized? The thrill of victory? Or perhaps the pride of sudden fame? No. None of those. Once all these emotions settled, what brought her the greatest joy was simply being able to stand here with Zhang Hao. As she lowered her head, only one thought filled her mind. I want to walk alongside you forever. Today is just the beginning. There will be medium tournaments, major tournaments. Our journey is long. We'll stand on bigger stages, and more people will remember your name. Whispering softly to comfort Mo Euro, Zhang Hao's face flushed inexplicably. The promise he made to Mo Euro was about to be fulfilled. Next, let us welcome the runner-up of this tournament. Yun Yang. And his ship, the Mirage. Thud. On the runner-up podium, Yun Yang stood with a dark expression, still being pulled onto the stage by Mirage. His expression cold, he shot Zhang Hao a single glance. Zhang Hao. Next time I won't give you the chance to get close to me. If I could have used illusion one more time at the end, the one losing this time would have been you. We'll see about that next time. Zhou Hang ignored him. Instead, Mirage, acting like a caring big sister, pulled him into her arms. There. Once we get back, focus on building your endurance. Your void form will shine on the world stage someday. This place is merely the starting point. The two maintained their conversation solely through Mirage's words. The atmosphere between them was decidedly peculiar. But when Cui Mingyuan announced the third-place winner Yang Fan, the pair stood in third place like a pair of clowns, waving their hands frantically to the crowd. Thanks, everyone. We'll do better next time. Yang Fan, you did great. Keep your spirits up, don't lose face. The tall and short pair of clowns stood on the podium, shouting and cheering. Watching from afar, Yang Kui immediately covered his face and hurriedly declared, I don't know these two guys. After a brief celebration on stage. Buzz buzz buzz. The magic point reward, overseen by Lin Yuanhao, was slowly brought forward. In his hands, he held a starlit orb resembling a crystal ball, approaching each of the three individuals before the podium in turn. First place. Zhou Hang. Awarded 30 magic points. Buzz buzz buzz. As his words fell, 30 tadpole-like points of light rapidly spread from the starlight sphere toward Zhang Hao's left hand. A chill spread across Zhang Hao's palm as he felt the dense pulsations of energy. 30 points. Should be enough to push the demon ship to C-class ship maiden status, right? The first place reward is indeed tempting, but that propeller for third place. He pondered silently, completely ignoring Lin Yuanhao's resentful glare, occasionally glancing at Yang Fan instead. Second place, Yun Yang, 20 points of demon points. Third place, Yang Fan, 10 demon points. After the magic points were distributed. Thump, thump, thump. This time, Zhou Hang stepped forward briskly, facing everyone with a playful expression. Everyone. Now, we are about to present the physical rewards for the top 3 finishers of this competition. I'm sure you're all curious what exactly is that accessory summoned from the Great Sea for the first place prize? Ding ding ding. Grade A cornering assist accessory, turbo. Rustle. As he spoke, Zhou Hang drew a crimson scroll from his robe. Unfolding the scroll revealed a pair of circular side wings resembling fans. Pure white throughout, they floated on either side of the scroll, somewhat reminiscent of Yun Yang's rocket boosters. However, the turbine assembly faced downward. Judging by the design, it seemed intended to maintain the ship's balance by utilizing the turbine's rotational force to blow air when the hull threatened to capsize. This accessory. Honestly, it's probably the accessory many navigators dream of for cornering. Grade A turn assist accessory, turbo, propeller speed 5, range 5, side turn stability plus 20. Holy. 20 points in lateral stability? Damn it, with this thing installed, even my grandpa could navigate corners without a single tremor in his hands. No wonder it's from the Grand Ocean. This thing is insane. Indeed. As Zhou Hang announced the E-Turbo S stats, not only did the entire spectator section erupt, but even Yun Yang and Yang Fan's eyes fixated greedily on that blueprint. Zhang Hao. Congratulations. As Zhou Hang strode forward to hand the blueprint to Zhang Hao, his eyelid twitched. It seemed like Zhang Hao didn't look pleased when he took it. Ha! He rubbed his eyes in confusion, dismissing it as a blur. In reality, Zhang Hao, clutching the parts diagram, was genuinely displeased. Difficult curve? That was for the native navigator. What did it have to do with him? What use was a turbine to him? The third place reward was far more practical. Mulling it over silently, Zhang Hao planned to privately approach Yang Fan to swap rewards. Surely no one could refuse a turbo? Second place. Presented by the Merchant Fleet Alliance and the Ship Association, 10 Global Ship Maiden Maintenance Service Cards. Congratulations. Yun Yang. When the 10 maintenance cards were handed to Yun Yang, he didn't smile. Instead, Mirage took the cards and flashed a charming smile. Third place. An entry pass to the Mountain Sea Academy Parts Warehouse. With this pass, the holder may retrieve one accessory. The third place prize was personally awarded by Cui Mingyuan. It was a special blue magnetic card, the key to the Shanghai Academy warehouse. Of course, it was single use. With a smile, he handed the magnetic card to Yang Fan, who managed a wry smile. He couldn't stand this thing. The parts in the warehouse, what era's junk was this? If he had to say. His gaze, Binglan's gaze, had been fixed on the turbocharger part in Zhang Hao's hands the entire time. We've got to find a way to buy it. Right. Yang Fan, buy that part, then we won't have to slow down on the curves. Buy it, and I'll even do your maintenance for you. Really? The two continued their heated discussion, but Zhang Hao heard none of it. Because, the moment the third place reward was confirmed, Zhang Hao heard the long-awaited system notification chime ring in his ears. Beep. Congratulations, you have successfully exploited the Chosen One's opportunity. His most crucial accessory will now be beyond his reach. You have plundered 3 strands of the Chosen One's destiny, obtaining 1 copy of the Death Whale Cavern map. Chapter 65, The First Sea Meeting. My first ship maiden will always be the demon ship. Oh? A reward? As the system notification sounded, Zhou Hang's expression flickered uncertainly. Death Whale Cavern. This map depicts a racecourse. A racecourse inside the body of a demon star whale. It also served as the venue for the Death Ship Race Black Ship Race. In the original story, it was here that Zhou Hang discovered the second bug-class ship maiden, the Disaster. With this map in hand, Zhou Hang would have the Death Ship Race practically in the bag. The Disaster. Once I wrap up matters here, it'll be time to head to the Merchant Alliance's waters. He narrowed his eyes, temporarily setting aside the map. After the award ceremony concluded, Cui Mingyuan exchanged a few more polite remarks before finally handing the microphone to Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang. Who'd have thought even an old principal like me could misjudge someone? You may be a playboy, but judging by your piloting skills, you must have trained relentlessly in private. You overcame the gap in shipmistress strength and led Mo Yurong to first place in this initial sea gathering, truly a miracle. Do you have any words for your juniors? Cui Mingyuan smiled as he looked at Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang took the microphone, not looking at anyone. Instead, he turned his head to gaze at Mo Yuro, who seemed to be humming a tune softly. Her mood today was exceptionally high. Winning the championship, proving herself, gaining fans, her emotional satisfaction was at its peak. Ahem. I don't have much to say. I just want to say, choose one thing and cherish it for a lifetime. Though as a navigator, I'm destined to command many shipgirls in this life. Remember the feelings and resolve you had when choosing your very first one. Stay true to your original aspirations. Only then can you achieve your ultimate goal. I hereby declare. The Devil Ship will forever be my Zhang Hao's primary shipgirl. The resounding declaration echoed throughout the venue. The once bustling venue fell suddenly silent. The crowd's gazes toward Zhang Hao held disbelief, puzzlement, even scorn and mockery, yet, among them, there were still no shortage of admiring and respectful salutes. Is this the official announcement for the starting shipgirl, the Devil Ship? Zhang Xiao is really going all out. Don't speak so carelessly. In major tournaments, the starting lineup is crucial. If you lose with other shipgirls at the beginning, you'll lose step by step afterward. Who knew young Master Zhang was such a hopeless romantic? Whispers of astonishment filled the air. Zhang Hao calmly observed the reactions before handing the mic back to Cui Mingyuan. Cui Mingyuan froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. He gave Zhang Hao a heartfelt thumbs up. Kid. Your perspective, if someone else said it, I wouldn't believe them. But back then, someone who said the exact same thing left the Mountain Sea region and intimidated the entire Demon Sea Star. So, stick to your choice. Zhang Hao. You? Behind him, Mo Yuro kept her head bowed, her heart pounding wildly. She never imagined Zhang Hao would actually say those words. She assumed his earlier words were just to placate her. After all, how many navigators would abandon their shipmaiden partners for future competitions? Had she truly become Zhang Hao's starting crew? You. Her arms wrapped around Zhang Hao's neck, her grip tightening unconsciously. Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly lifted Mo Yuro's hips. Easy. I'm suffocating. Ha? Oh. Her face flushed bright red, and Mo Yuro tucked her head even tighter. The surrounding murmurs persisted, but beside Zhang Hao, young fans' gaze toward him clearly held a newfound respect. Yun Yang shot Zhang Hao a peculiar look, his eyes sneakily glancing toward Mirage. At the same moment. Ugh. Zhou Hang awoke in the hospital ward of the ship. His head and chest were wrapped in layers of bandages. A wave of angina jolted him awake from his slumber. First place. Zhang Hao. Do you have any words for your juniors? The wall-mounted TV in the ward was broadcasting live coverage of the Zhuhai conference. First place, Zhang Hao. This can't be possible. How did he win first place? Staring blankly at Zhang Hao's speech, Zhou Hang's gaze shifted to Yang Fan in third place. The sharp pang in his heart grew more intense. He felt it. Something that belonged to him was being snatched away. Damn it. Zhang Hao. What the hell did you do? Cough. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. As if suddenly remembering something, Zhou Hang's expression turned frantic. No. Your servant. If we lose the match, this old servant is finished. No. I can't let him have me. I must flee immediately. Mountain Sea region holds no value anymore. I must take this old servant to the Merchant Alliance at once. With a silver card, my chance for redemption remains. Thud. With this thought, Zhou Hang ignored his wounds and bolted from the ward as if fleeing. The ship's mate who had accompanied him to the initial sea meeting lay unconscious in the next bed. He didn't even glance at her. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rumble. Evening. The Zhuhai gathering drew to a close, with many still discussing the competition's details. Others began discussing where to seek employment, or where to make a living and compete. After all, the first sea gathering served as the graduation ceremony for every cohort of Shanghai Academy students. The crowd bustled about, and the boat women scattered in different directions. On the deck. Yang Fan gazed out at the vast ocean, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhou Hang, where are you headed next?
I plan to head to the vast ocean realm, the Azure Domain, to participate in the medium-sized ship race. Only by placing in both the small-sized ship race and the medium-sized ship race can I apply for the 2-star navigator certificate. That's a prerequisite for entering the large ship race. Of course, I should also start planning for my own support vessel. After all, the large-scale ship race involves long-distance racing, so a replacement vessel is essential. Still speaking with that familiar ease, Yang Fan might already consider Zhang Hao a friend. Zhang Hao stared at him with a peculiar expression. What kind of passionate youth declaration was this? Hey! Yun Yang! What about you? The chatterbox Yang Fan turned his attention to Yun Yang. Only the three of them remained on the deck now. Yun Yang frowned, responding coldly with just one sentence: follow the ship alliance's commands. As long as you work hard enough, you'll always see me in future competitions. You big show-off. The setting sun cast its glow across the faces of the three youths. Even the sea breeze seemed to soften. Hey, Zhang Hao, sell me your accessory, the turbo. Suddenly, Yang Fan's abrupt remark shattered the moment. You want my parts? Feigning disbelief, Zhang Hao couldn't suppress the smirk curling at the corners of his mouth.
Here it comes. Finally, it's here.
If Yang Fan hadn't asked him to sell the turbocharger and he'd brought it up himself trading grade A parts for an entry ticket, it would have seemed a bit fishy.
Yeah. Zhang Hao, you're already so good at cornering you don't need that thing. Please, sell it to me. If you sell it to me, we can negotiate the price. Listen, I'll tell you. He rattled on, his pleading eyes like a puppy wagging its tail. Yun Yang, watching from the side, sneered disdainfully. Who in their right mind would sell a grade component? Even if he didn't want it himself, sending this thing to the Great Sea would fetch plenty of other resources, right? Just as he shook his head and turned to leave, Zhang Hao offered a calm smile. I can sell it. Ha! Almost in unison, Yun Yang and Yang Fan froze in shock. The former stared in disbelief, while the latter looked on dumbstruck. Had Zhang Hao really agreed so easily? Don't get too excited just yet. First off, if I sell you parts, what do I use myself? While I don't really need that stuff, I still need some parts, right? Hand over your warehouse entry ticket, I'll go in myself and see if I can find other parts. Second, I need you to give me 1 million magic sea coins. After all, the items in the new warehouse aren't exactly on par with grade A parts, are they? Zhang Hao stared at Yang Fan with a stern expression. Without hesitation, Yang Fan nodded vigorously. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Trading his entry ticket plus 1 million for the other guy's grade A parts? That's a steal for him. With that thought, he couldn't help but bow to Zhang Hao. Bro. Thanks a ton. He stifled a laugh. Zhang Hao had no idea that if Yang Fan knew what the entry ticket truly meant, he might beat him to death. Not only had he profited from Yang Fan, but he'd taken everything he could get. Hey! Zhang Hao. I'll pay 2 million. Plus, I'll throw in those 10 maintenance sessions. Seeing Zhang Hao genuinely intent on selling the G grade A parts, Yun Yang's eyes lit up instantly. He reached for the Global Pass maintenance card. But after catching a glare from Mirage, he hastily backtracked. Then I'll offer 3 million. 3 million, that should be enough for you to buy new grade A parts, right? No. I'm only selling to Yang Fan. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao feigned camaraderie as he slowly slipped the scroll into Yang Fan's hands. If Yang Fan hadn't told me about Zhou Hang's dirty tricks before the race, I wouldn't have taken that corner so easily. The Zhang family isn't short on cash, so this is repaying your favor, Yang Fan. Damn it. Zhang Hao, you're a real bastard. With that single sentence, Yun Yang's furrowed brow smoothed out, and the lingering doubts in his heart vanished completely. Even Yang Fan found this deal increasingly reasonable. At first, seeing Zhang Hao take such a loss in the deal, Yun Yang had wondered if there was some trick involved. But now, it seemed perfectly legitimate. Shaking his head, he abandoned further argument, leaving behind a parting shot. Hope we cross paths again someday. With that, Yun Yang embraced Mirage and vanished beneath the setting sun. Zhang Hao, take this for now. I'll go home and get you the money. I'll deliver it to your residence shortly. After handing Zhang Hao the warehouse entry ticket, Yang Fan excitedly hugged him before rushing off, dragging Bing Lan along as if afraid Zhang Hao might change his mind. They practically fled the deck. Chapter 66, Growth Tier Propeller, Stardust. Zhang Hao just sold it to him like that? Didn't you get ripped off? And a great part, and one that assists cornering too? That should fetch at least 4 million. Watching Yang Fan depart, Mo Euro clearly looked puzzled. Zhang Hao smiled, offering no further explanation. Did I lose out? Whether I lost money or not? You will find out soon enough. Fingering the blue magnetic card in his hand, Zhang Hao gestured toward the direction of the Shanghai Academy warehouse. Come on. Let's go pick out some other accessories for you. We don't need the curve, but the rest of the accessories are still essential. Alright.
Sweetly clinging to Zhang Hao's arm, the two hurried beneath the deck of Shanghai Academy.
Shanghai Academy Parts Warehouse. Beep. The warehouse doors lay below deck, seemingly untouched for ages.
After swiping the magnetic card on the sensor door, a shower of wood shavings fell as the doors slid open.
Simultaneously, as the warehouse door swung open, the voice of Shanghai Academy's ship maiden chimed in. It's been ages since anyone stepped foot in here.
Young ones, your admission ticket allows you to take only one part.
Choose wisely.
The lazy, maturely seductive voice sent a chill down Zhang Hao and Mo Euro's spines. Neither had ever seen what the ship maiden of the Shanghai Academy actually looked like.
But rumor had it, in her youth, she had been a famed, grand ship maiden.
Feeling eyes upon them, Zhang Hao pulled Mo Euro toward a dust-covered shelf.
Put.
Blowing away the dust, they found the shelf piled high with thick scrolls of parts. Opening one at random, a simple panel description immediately caught the eye. Little drill wind propeller, C-grade part. Propeller RPM +8, side bend stability 4, endurance 5.
Hiss. I knew it. Everything in the warehouse is just old junk.
After glancing at this part, Zhang Hao quickly resumed his search.
D+grade accessory, steel cannon.
A legal accessory that fires a steel cannon toward the stern.
Can only be used once per match.
Upon activation, the explosion at the stern briefly boosts the ship maiden's thrust speed while simultaneously knocking back rear-positioned ship maidens to create distance.
Equipping this accessory, propeller RPM 3, side bend stability 3, endurance 3. The dazzling array of accessories nearly overwhelmed Zhang Hao.
It must be said, the accessories in the Academy warehouse were truly numerous, but their quality tiers were all fixed. The best were no higher than C+ grade, while the worst were even E grade.
After randomly rummaging through a pile of accessories, Zhang Hao still couldn't find that so-called growth tier propeller? Dust covering his face, Zhang Hao suddenly turned his gaze toward Mo Euro.
The little boat girl was remarkably patient. She had stood silently by Zhang Hao's side the entire time, watching him go through the entire series of parts. As a boat maiden, she didn't possess the same expertise as a navigator in knowing which attributes best suited her. So she simply watched obediently, expecting whatever accessory Zhang Hao handed her would be perfectly fine.
Euro. Among all these accessories, is there any that particularly resonates with you? Zhang Hao had given up. Looking around the vast warehouse spanning thousands of square meters, who knew where that part was hidden? Zhang Hao, are you asking me to pick one myself? Mo Euro crouched down, ran her fingers through her long hair, and with a thud, pulled a jet-black scroll from the thick pile. Put. Unfolding the scroll revealed a concept sketch of a black ship's hull.
At the base of the concept, a row of propellers resembled black stars, tiny yet densely packed. Unknown grade, component, Stardust. Legend has it this was an original component left behind after a certain ship maiden perished.
Equipping Stardust, propeller rotation speed +1. Ha!
Zhang Hao froze upon seeing the accessory's stats.
Not a buddy?
Your stats panel is way too underwhelming. If I hadn't read the plot and known you gain stats after every race, I'd never have picked this accessory.
No wonder it's been sitting on the shelf for so long. Zhang Hao. I really like this accessory. Can I have it? The usually well-behaved Mo Euro, after obtaining Shattered Star, had a clear look of longing in her eyes. Zhang Hao nodded and smiled warmly, as long as you like it. Really? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should I just take it? Mo Euro still hesitated.
Zhang Hao immediately took her hand, holding up the star shard as they walked straight out of the warehouse doors.
Thud thud thud. After stepping outside, the wooden door sank automatically. The one-time effect of the entry ticket had ended. Mo Euro seemed still dazed, staring blankly at the star fragment in her hand. Zhang Hao, are we really taking it? It might have chosen you. Let's go home. Okay.
The two of them clung to each other as they hurried down the stairs beneath the deck.
Thump, thump, thump.
Only after they had disappeared into the distance did that languid voice echo faintly, "Oh, Shattered Star.
I never imagined anyone would choose to take you away. I wonder if you'll ever have the chance to awaken again." Plop. Plop.
The moonlight washed over everything. At the Zhang residence that night, a group of people stood bewildered before Zhang Hao's door.
Tonight, according to customary practice.
After confirming the position of the first shipmaiden, the navigator could then, with the shipmaiden.
To put it plainly, it's like the wedding night in the mortal world.
Since the first shipmaiden was chosen, confirming her status as the main consort, consummating the marriage was perfectly normal. The elders of the Zhang family had originally intended to come and celebrate the wedding night.
But then, oh my! Zhang Hao, you're so clumsy. The sounds from inside were intermittent, punctuated by Mo Euro's coquettish whispers. They didn't catch any explicit words, but judging by the commotion, Jian Chuanxue and Jian Qinghan's faces flushed crimson. Zhang Yunlong's expression turned peculiar as he listened.
Touching his forehead, he hurried away from the doorway.
Overhearing this exchange out of nowhere, everyone was utterly bewildered. Slow down, slow down. Ugh. When Zhang Hao's voice came through again, broken and halting, Jian Xuanxue was utterly dumbfounded.
She hurriedly pulled Jian Qinghan away. Jian Xuanxue feared that if her son kept talking like this, the hard-won deputy boatwoman might get scared and run away. The moonlight was hazy. Old Father Zhang Yunlong scratched his chin in frustration, pacing restlessly in his room.
This shouldn't be happening.
I saw in Xiaohao's viewing history that he watched assembly videos countless times.
How could he be so clueless? Speculation swirled outside.
At that moment, Zhang Hao held the shattered star component vertically, his face etched with helplessness.
The delicate star shatter blueprint encountered resistance every time he tried to implant it into Mo Euro's chest, refusing to enter her body.
Several forced attempts had caused Mo Euro to cry out in pain. Zhang Hao stared blankly at the blueprint, thinking to himself, this shouldn't be happening.
How did Zhou Hang manage to adapt this thing to Lu Ruyan in the original story? Chapter 67, D+ class ship maiden demon ship. This won't work. Why can Lu Ruyan install the Star Shatterer component, but Mo Euro can't?
Clutching the Stardust component, Zhang Hao was utterly perplexed as he turned to look at Mo Euro. She lay on the bed, turned slightly away, showing no intention of reopening the guide port. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly, scratched his head, and unfolded the Star Shatter scroll on his own. The silhouette of the black ship on the scroll bore a certain resemblance to the Devil ship.
Looking closely,
in a daze, Zhang Hao glimpsed a red-haired woman leaning against the bow, smiling at him.
Ha!
He instinctively reached out. With a hum, his palm suddenly slipped through the woman's smiling face and into the depths of the blueprint. Zhang Hao let out a startled cry, then his hand trembled inexplicably. Because he actually felt the outline of an object resembling a shoe inside the blueprint. Buzz. After pulling out the pair of shoes, the blueprint instantly twisted and shattered into clumps of black powder, dissipating across the desk. In Zhang Hao's hands now stood a pair of extremely old, tall black high heels. The shoes were entirely black leather, adorned with numerous sparkling diamonds, giving them an exceptionally luxurious appearance. Staring at this thing, Zhang Hao froze.
These black high heels? Could they be the star shards?
His confusion deepened as he held both heels, glancing at Mo Euro's bare little feet.
Yuruo? She didn't respond. Zhang Hao tentatively slipped one high heel onto Mo Euro's foot. Unexpectedly.
Like magnets drawn together, the moment the shoe met the instep, the black high heel's laces bound themselves around the snow-white foot.
Zhang Hao, what the?
Before she could finish the word what, Mo Euro stared at the heavy high heels on her feet and froze in surprise.
Oh. What is this?
Yuruo, stay still, let me check your stats.
Grasping Mo Euro's delicate foot, Zhang Hao's black contract ring displayed a line of text, Star Shard binding successful.
Permanently increases propeller rotation speed, +1 point.
Holy crap. This thing, it really is just a shoe?
Zhang Hao didn't understand, but he was utterly astonished.
Was this what they meant by a growth tier item? Could growth tier components appear in the future too? Also as modded accessories?
His mind raced with possibilities. Mo Euro looked at Zhang Hao's face and lowered her head.
Zhang Hao.
Actually, it's not your fault about what happened earlier.
It's my fault.
If only I'd worked harder to change myself earlier.
That's not your fault. But, never mind.
Those high heels were actually the Star Shards. I don't know why, but you did gain attribute bonuses.
Ha? Then, doesn't that mean I can't just take them off whenever I want?
Well. Her slender legs curled beneath the black lace, the black high heels making Mo Euro's legs appear exceptionally long and fair.
Actually, you don't have to take it off. Ha? Nothing. Since this thing isn't for the competition, I guess I don't have to wear it, right?
Right. Euron will likely be leaving the Mountain Sea area soon. I need to use the magic points we earned in this competition to boost your stats. Close your eyes.
Oh, okay.
Slumped on the boat, Mo Euro closed her eyes, feeling the contract ring tap against her chest. Immediately, the demon ship interface popped up. Zhang Hao scanned the panel data and immediately spent all 30 magic points. No need to worry about propeller speed for now. Let's focus on boosting the other stats first. 30 points, that's 5 points per stat on average. As the thought crossed her mind, Mo Euro felt her body grow fiery hot, energy gathering around her. Devil ship. Propeller speed, 59.3 + 1. Yaw stability, 4,954 2. Sail mast wind storage, 4,954 + 6. Stiffness, 4,954 + 10. Anchor stability, 4,954 2. Endurance, 4,954 3. Sailor overall rating, D+. Upon seeing the new panel, Zhang Hao's expression visibly brightened. Just as I thought. This strength has reached D+ tier. If we could push all stats to the 55-60 range, maybe we could reach C. But at the current rate of improvement, after the next match, the Devil ship will reach C tier, or even higher. Excitedly slapping the panel, Zhang Hao completely failed to notice Mo Euro's gaze, which had already grown somewhat dreamy. Thud.
She threw her arms around Zhou Hang, exhaling a puff of steam. Zhou Hang. I want. Her cheeks flushed crimson. The thought that tonight was also their wedding night made her body curl up like a rabbit, nestling deeper into Zhang Hao's embrace. Zhang Hao could feel the warmth beneath the black veil, along with Mo Euro's faint, delicate fragrance. Huff. 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 Just as he considered making a move, the girl's heated breath spread across his chest then abruptly ceased. You row? You row? He looked down to see Mo Euro's flushed face. Had she actually fallen asleep after throwing herself at him? Damn it. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. He knew exactly how hard Mo Euro had pushed herself today. She'd practically run the entire race with her skill activated, going all out. Between the collisions and the sudden bursts of speed, maybe she'd already been running on fumes since the morning? Me too. I came in first too. A faint curve lifted the corners of her duck egg face. Mo Euro's head nudged restlessly against Zhang Hao's chest like a mischievous little fawn. Watching her mumble in her sleep, Zhang Hao smiled softly. He let her rest her head on his chest while he awkwardly leaned against the bedside, drifting into a light slumber. The next day. Zhang Hao. You're home, right? You're home, aren't you? I'm here to bring you money. Before dawn had fully broken, Yang Fan's booming voice echoed across the Zhang family waters. Mo Euro, nestled in his arms, frowned slightly. Zhang Hao gently helped her sit up, letting her slump back onto the bed, then climbed out himself, his face dark. Creak. Stepping outside, he was startled to see Yang Fan standing on the deck, beaming at him with a smug, spring-like glow. That sour look on your face didn't get much sleep last night? Young man, you really need to practice moderation. His face was flushed, and behind him, Ice Mist cowered in a corner, unusually silent. This jerk even proudly flashed me a 7-hand gesture. 7 times in one night, huh? Hand over the cash. Too lazy to engage in this nonsense, he accepted the magnetic card the other guy handed over and gave a sheepish grin. Zhang Hao, I just learned that the internal structure of a boat girl varies depending on the vessel and so does the temperature. Last night nearly froze me to death. Could you please not share this first thing in the morning? The other person was acting like an overexcited little chick, and Zhang Hao was thoroughly annoyed. Alright. I'll shut up. I'm heading to Sangnan Domain right now. Oh, and one more thing. I heard Zhou Hang was discharged early last night. He took off with the cargo ship last night. Chapter 68, Running Away Again? This old servant's secret identity. Oh? He ran away? That shouldn't be possible. With his status and standing, would he really renege on his word to an old servant like me? Zhang Hao's expression turned peculiar. He truly hadn't expected Zhou Hang, the protagonist, to break his word and betray his promise by running away? TSK. So many people witnessed that bet. Doesn't he fear I'll expose him afterward and ruin his reputation completely? Yang Fan, I recall if I took the video of our wager and exposed it to the Sailing Federation, wouldn't he become a discredited individual? Wouldn't that bar him from ever competing in official tournaments again? He turned to look at Yang Fan, who nodded. That's right. Being a navigator is a profession that places great emphasis on integrity. If you report him, barring any surprises, his competition eligibility will be revoked. Of course. Barring any surprises. If the Zhou family has any connections, they might be able to erase Zhou Hang's entire record. No worries, I'll deal with this slowly. Yesterday was too chaotic, I completely forgot about this guy. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Hao already had a plan in mind. Alright then. Zhang Hao, we'll see you at the medium-sized ship race. Supporting the limping Binglan down the gangplank, Zhang Hao exchanged brief farewells with Yang Fan before striding toward the aft cabin. He beckoned to a young member of the Zhang family. Young master. A Class C boatman was immediately summoned and maneuvered his vessel to dock alongside the merchant ship's stern. Take me to the fishing grounds. I need to find that Hang Ping. Yes, sir. After leaping onto the deck of the C-class boat, the two men and their vessel sped toward the Mountain Sea Area fishing zone. Before dawn had fully broken, over a dozen medium-sized boats in the fishing zone were pulling their nets together, casting them into the sea, and hauling up various marine fish. Slow down. Slow down. Can you guys pull in the nets gently? Can't you see I'm still in there? Damn it. When Zhou Hang comes to rescue me, I'll make every one of you kneel and apologize. Amidst the spread nets, Hang Ping bobbed like bait in the water. In truth, that was precisely her role. The unique feature of the fishing boat was that its wooden planks emitted a scent that attracted schools of fish. Thus, before each haul, Hang Ping was always placed at the net's center, guaranteeing a bountiful catch of sea fish. But each time this ritual was performed, Hang Ping was hauled up wrapped in the net like a woman in a water cage, utterly disheveled. Apologize? Your Zhou Hang from the Shuhai Association got knocked flying. He's still in the hospital. He's probably been elbowed into stupidity. Young master sure is impressive. Ever since we started using you as bait, we've been exceeding our quotas every time.
Faced with Hang Ping's taunts, the laughter from the surrounding Zhang family members grew louder. You! All of you! Hang Ping gritted her teeth, about to retort, when she was suddenly tossed with a splash right into the center of the fishing net, bobbing up and down on the sea surface. Plop, plop, plop. Until a Class C boatwoman slowly approached the waters. Zhang Hao's arrival instantly halted all activity. Everyone swiftly bowed toward the Class C boatwoman, Young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang! Young Master Zhang! The greetings poured forth, each met with a warm smile from Zhang Hao. Everyone! You've all worked hard this morning. Here's 1 million magic sea coins. Hey, you there, the foreman, hand these out to everyone. Take the rest of the morning off. Consider it a bonus from me. Presenting the magnetic card delivered by Yang Fan, Zhang Hao generously extended this favor. After all, this million wasn't coming out of his own pocket. It wouldn't even cover an auction at the Merchant Alliance, so he might as well reward his own people. Young Master Zhang is awesome. Young Master Zhang is so generous. Young Master Zhang, you'd walk through fire for us. Amidst the continuous cheers, Zhang Hao smiled, handed the magnetic card to the steward, and had the C-class ship girl dock in front of Water Lotus. Plop, plop, plop. The multitude of working boat maids dispersed. Amidst the undulating waves, Hang Ping drifted in the water. Zhang Hao stood on the deck, gazing down at her with a cold, commanding stare. What? Did you come to mock me? Hang Ping's face remained icy as she glared at Zhang Hao. She knew full well. This guy in front of her had won first place in the Shuhai gathering, and he'd done it with that E-class ship maiden. What did he want now? To mock her? To toy with her? Well, back then, when she sold herself, he didn't even deem her worthy. What did a few taunts matter now? Gazing down at the sea with head bowed, Hang Ping had never felt such humiliation. How could the esteemed Zhou family's official boatwoman have ended up like this? Cough, cough, cough. I'm not Zhou Hang. I'm not here to kick a man when he's down. I came here to discuss something with you. Zhang Hao's cold voice rang out. Hang Ping froze. Talk? What about? Zhou Hang made a bet with me. Did you know? He staked that old man by his side, and he still lost. Guess what? Did your dear nephew honor his promise after losing the bet? What? Zhou Hang made another bet with you? He? How could he? Sigh. With a splash, Hang Ping's face clearly showed exasperation at his disappointment. Tears glistened in her eyes, steadily falling. But Zhang Hao paid no heed to this. Ms. Hang Ping. You know, right? The pre-race footage shows I bet against him. You don't want me to report this to the Sailing Federation, do you? You don't want your only nephew barred from official competitions, do you? And you certainly don't want this abandoned bloodline who ran away from the Zhou family to bring shame upon them, do you? The demonic tone echoed in her ears. Upon hearing this, Hang Ping's face darkened instantly. You? What the hell do you want? I'll give you my body. Is that not enough? Hearing this, Hang Ping instinctively began to undress and climb aboard. But what the hell? I've no interest in old women. Tell me, why did he keep that old slave? You see, he sold you off so readily. Why couldn't he do the same with this old servant? What, is he closer to him than you? Or does this old servant hold some value? His words dripped with sarcasm as Zhang Hao teased Hang Ping with a playful glance. Hang Ping's lips trembled, her whole body shaking. If I tell you, will you promise not to report Zhou Hang? Tell me, and I promise I won't send the video to the Zhou family. Beyond that, it depends on his behavior. You. Her lips trembled for a long moment. Hang Ping had wanted to accuse Zhang Hao of something, but upon reflection, it seemed he hadn't actually done anything wrong. Ah. Sighing deeply, Hang Ping seemed to age several years overnight. Her voice turned cold. There are only 2 reasons he wouldn't sell me out. Oh. First, I am the owner of Zhou Hang's cargo ship. Once he's sold to you, do you really think I'd let Zhou Hang steer my ship's captain? So if I'm sold, Zhou Hang loses his means of transportation. Second, you might not know this? This old servant is also a shipwright. Though barely passing the qualification threshold, he is indeed a shipwright. He once taught Zhou Hang, and Zhou Hang possesses remarkable shipbuilding talent. Chapter 69, Zhou Hang's Ship Repair Talent, Journey to the Merchant Ship Alliance. Oh, I see. No wonder how he suddenly possessed this ship repairer talent, so he was being groomed from the start. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's gaze darkened. In the original storyline, after Zhou Hang arrived at the Merchant Ship Alliance, he first attended the auction, where he briefly encountered the disaster ship. It was only later, through a series of coincidences, that he ended up choosing her in the black ship race. Wearing a hooded cloak, he sold his self-made maintenance fluid at the auction. The maintenance fluid proved remarkably effective, catching the attention of the Merchant Ship Alliance's shipwright. They made an exception and took Zhou Hang under their wing. Thus, Zhou Hang gained his second advantage, a powerful mentor and the pharmaceutical talent ability. The protagonist is the protagonist. A useless? That was merely the cloak concealing his genius.
Zhang Hao was powerless against Zhou Hang's otherworldly pharmaceutical talent. It was bestowed upon him by the original author. But, as for his powerful mentor and the disaster ship, Zhang Hao could certainly devise something. It was merely a hint from this old servant. Zhou Hang managed to create hull repair fluid? The chosen one is terrifyingly gifted. That lad must be nearing the Merchant Fleet Alliance by now, right? This old servant. You'll soon discover what kind of ingrate you've taught.
Rubbing his chin, Zhang Hao's lips curled into a wicked smile.
What, you're reluctant to part with your old servant? Damn it! Zhou Hang was only afraid the old servant would send him away.
He had no means to leave the Mountain Sea region and no companions.
But what if he reached the Merchant Fleet Alliance and found a master? Oof. Time for you to earn another reward.
With a sweeping arm gesture, Zhang Hao immediately bellowed, "Come on!
Contact Principal Cui Mingyuan immediately.
Copy the pre-race records and send them to the Ship Alliance Association.
Next, pack my bags. Notify my father to prepare 10 million magic sea coins for me. This young master should head to the Merchant Fleet Alliance waters too."
"Yes, sir."
Vroom vroom vroom. The C-class shipgirl Union glided away from the fishing zone. Plop. Splash. Waves crashed across the sea surface, leaving only Hang Ping behind.
Gazing at the empty expanse of water, she felt a pang of sorrow. Zhou
Hang, how did you end up like this? Meanwhile, Merchant Alliance Maritime Zone. Old servant. Tell me, is the quality of my newly crafted restoration potion truly that exceptional?
On the swaying deck of the merchant ship, Zhou Hang, still bandaged, held a bottle of crystalline liquid, shaking it repeatedly.
Young master, you possess divine talent. To achieve a perfect grade repair solution in just 3 attempts. Among standard ship repairers, they couldn't produce a single perfect grade repair solution even with 10 attempts using raw materials. Young master, even if you don't pursue the path of a navigator specializing in ship repair, alone would make your name known far and wide. If you could join the ship repair guild, even the head of the Zhou family would beg you to return to the clan. Kneeling before Zhou Hang, the old servant lavished flattery. It was he who had accidentally discovered Zhou Hang's medicine-making talent. Such talent far surpassed any prodigy he had encountered during his own apprenticeship as a shipwright. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to bring his ship's mate and follow Zhou Hang wherever he went. He was convinced, with Zhou family blood and such extraordinary medicine-making talent, even if Zhou Hang's lineage was considered lowly, he would one day become one of the decision-makers in the Zhou family. Alas! This kid was determined to make a name for himself as a navigator, to prove his talent. What a waste of time. This trip to the Mountain Sea region, apart from meeting Miss Ruyan, which is worth cherishing, this godforsaken place holds nothing else worthy of my attention. Next, I'll craft repair fluid and sell it to the Merchant Alliance. That way, I can build up my savings. Once my savings are substantial, I'll bid for a suitable shipmaiden at auction. The Merchant Fleet Alliance will be my second spring, the starting point for Zhou Hang's new beginning. Clutching the medicine bottle tightly, Zhou Hang felt as though he held the hope of his future in his hands. Indeed. Young master. You should have taken this path long ago. The sea breeze swept past as master and servant gazed out at the boundless expanse of ocean, their eyes already envisioning a future of limitless possibilities. But, buzz. Suddenly, Zhou Hang's phone vibrated in his pocket, interrupting their daydreaming. An official text from Ship Alliance arrived, causing Zhou Hang's brow to furrow. Magic Sea Starship Alliance Association, dear Mr. Zhou Hang, 1-star navigator, greetings. It has come to our attention that you have yet to fulfill your commitment regarding the wager with Mr. Zhang Hao. We navigators hold reputation and integrity above all else. We request you fulfill your commitment within 3 days. Should you fail to fulfill your commitment within this time frame, your navigator's certification will be revoked. You will be permanently barred from participating in any official formal competitions. As the solemn warning message arrived, Zhou Hang's fists clenched tightly. Damn it! This Zhang Hao, he actually reported me to the authorities over a bet? Is that really necessary? A mere spoiled rich kid, and he'd report an ordinary person to the authorities over a bet like this? Zhang Hao. His face darkening, Zhou Hang saw nothing wrong with his actions. Shanghai region was useless to him now, and he didn't have to stay there anymore. Why should he honor his agreement with that local spoiled brat? As for that spoiled brat, with his massive family fortune, why would he risk getting himself officially reported over such a trivial matter? Put. Disgusting. Closing his phone, Zhou Hang's expression flickered. Finally, his gaze swept over the old servant, who shuddered involuntarily. He still didn't know he'd been bet away too. Damn it. That kid, he didn't sell me off too, did he? His heart pounding, the old servant tried to reassure Zhou Hang, young master, pay no mind to these official statements. You must understand, the black ship race of the Merchant Fleet Alliance was never a legitimate competition to begin with. No license is required to enter. Moreover, once you make a name for yourself there, whether it's the Zhou family, the Merchant Ship Alliance, or the Ship Repair Tower Association, we have plenty of ways to help you clear those negative complaint records.
Therefore, our immediate priority is to head to the merchant ship alliance. That's the right move.
I know. That lowly Zhang Hao. To scheme against me time and again.
The Zhang family has sealed their own doom.
Old servant. Increase the ship's speed. Depart. Merchant Fleet Alliance. Plop. Splash.
The massive cargo ships pushed through the waves. Ahead across the vast expanse of sea, dozens of huge vessels were linked together in a chain formation, covering a vast area of the ocean surface.
From afar, it resembled a floating city. Wooden planks bridged the gaps between ships, forming distinct districts. Among them, the sign for the Merchant Alliance auction house shone the brightest. Chapter 70, The Apothecary Ship, Defying the Master's Disciple. Thud. 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 Within the VIP section of the Merchant Fleet Alliance auction.
At that moment, Zhou Hang was gently tapping his teacup, humbly inviting a woman to taste the tea.
Master Jiang, how does this latest tea taste to you?
Seated opposite him, a woman in a white robe with delicate features sat perfectly upright. She gently rocked her teacup, sipping the tea in small, measured sips. Her ivory wrist swayed beneath the robe, carrying a faint, fragrant breeze. The fullness of her chest trembled with each movement. Though her shoes remained hidden from view, she was undeniably a peerless beauty. Zhou Hang felt this phrase had been created to praise the woman before him. But, at this moment, he had no intention of appraising her at all. His eyes were filled with nothing but flattery. Zhang Yao, the youngest female herbalist. Rumor had it that in her youth, she was cast out by her family for possessing the boatwoman's aptitude, never achieving renown on the path of the boatwoman. Instead, she took an unconventional path, carving out fame as an herbalist. She possessed an unexpectedly gifted aptitude for alchemy. In fact, this woman under 40 was even a member of the Ship Repair Tower Association. Gaining entry into such a powerful organization cemented her worth. The Merchant Fleet Alliance never judges people by their character or integrity, only by the value they can deliver. Zhang Yao could supply the alliance with 3 vials of perfect grade repair potions for sale every single day, enough to make the guild rich beyond measure. She was a walking cash cow, and Zhou Hang always treated her like royalty. Huff, huff, huff. Taking a few sips of clear tea, Zhang Yao silently retrieved 3 vials from her sleeve, her tone icy. Here's today's shipment. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Yes. Alchemist Jiang, allow me to see you out. Zhou Hang hurriedly stowed the potions, rose to his feet, and followed Zhang Yao with respectful deference. Thump, thump, thump. They had barely stepped outside, taking only a dozen paces. A commotion erupted from the adjacent private room. What? You want 200,000 magic sea coins for this crappy potion? Are you out of your mind, or am I? What do you mean, worthless potion? This is a perfect grade potion. Normally it sells for 500,000. If I didn't need the money urgently, would I sell it to you? Damn it! You're full of hot air. The sound of an argument between a servant and a young man echoed from the room. Zhou Hang frowned, about to urge Zhang Yao to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, the woman's previously icy, composed red lips curved into a faint smile. A perfect grade potion? Interesting. Mr. Zhou, what's inside? May I go in and take a look? It's possible, yes. Zhou Hang agreed. With a creak, the door suddenly swung open. A youth wearing a black conical hat and a veil that obscured his face burst out. Pfft. You look down on me? Well, I look down on you too. Is this the best the esteemed Merchant Alliance has to offer? The contemptuous words had barely left his lips when, lifting his gaze as he stepped out, the eyes beneath the black veil locked directly with Zhang Yao's outside the door. Holy! Staring at Zhang Yao's almost absurdly ample figure, he froze. His gaze fixed on Zhang Yao's chest, while Zhang Yao's disgusted eyes were fixed on the medicine bottle in his hand. Hey! You little brat! What did you just say? You! The attendant from the inner room hurried out. Upon seeing Zhang Yao and Zhou Hang, his scowl instantly vanished as he bowed and scraped. Master Jiang. Chief Steward Zhou. MHM. We heard everything outside the door. Kid, show me that potion in your hand. If you're not lying, I can vouch for you and get you the 500,000 you deserve. Shui Bai raised her arm slightly, beckoning the youth toward her. The boy stared intently at her, his eyes brimming with greed. What a woman! Wonder what her shipmaiden form looks like. Hiding his desire, the youth held up a vial high. Fine. Since you look pretty, I'll trust you this once. Smooth talker. Zhang Yao shot the youth a glare, took the bottle, and opened it. She gave the opening a brief sniff. Her previously cool expression froze in surprise. Then, as if unable to believe it, she sniffed again. The medicinal scent is pure and potent. Which means this is a perfect grade potion crafted from a compound formula used no more than 5 times. You brat, you made this? His eyes filled with astonishment as Zhang Yao looked at the youth again, suddenly finding him much more agreeable. Ha! Of course it was. Of course it wasn't me. My master made it. Pretty impressive, huh? The boy stammered, but stubbornly refused to elaborate further. Zhang Yao stared intently at the eyes hidden beneath the black veil for a long moment before finally nodding slightly. All right.
I'll take your potion at the original price of 500,000. Also, if you have any extra, you can always come here to sell them. I can arrange all of this for you. On one condition. I need to talk with you. Jiang Yao pointed calmly toward a room. Zhou Hang, sensing the urgency, immediately called out to a servant, "What are you standing around for? Go brew some tea. And from now on, buy this young man's potions at the highest price. Got it?" "Yes. Yes." Feng Lu hurried off at once. The youth, however, showed no hurry to agree. He toyed with the medicine bottle in his hand for a long while before finally casting a flippant glance at Jiang Yao. "If you weren't a beauty, I'd never agree to this." 2 minutes later. Jiang Yao, seated quietly at the table, softened her expression. She glanced at the youth across from her, still wearing his conical hat, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of her mouth. "What? With your lustful eyes, can you see clearly through the veil? You?" Caught red-handed, the youth paused for a moment before casually removing his conical hat. The face revealed was none other than Zhou Hang. "Oh? You look surprisingly young. Are you even 20? Jiang Yao looked at Zhou Hang's face, slightly surprised. Zhou Hang shrugged. "Just 18. 18? You can make potions like this at 18? You're quite talented. Care to consider becoming my apprentice?" Suddenly, Jiang Yao leaned forward, her ample bosom swaying. "You? What are you talking about? This was made by my master." Zhou Hang tried to protest, but Jiang Yao gave a dismissive snort. "Master? The number of people who can create a perfect grade potion within a few attempts is negligible. Every single one of them is renowned. Come. Tell me who is your master." Moreover, while your potion is highly pure, its pungent odor is unmistakable. This indicates the maker's technique is unrefined, someone with natural talent but lacking formal training, correct?" Those beautiful almond-shaped eyes scrutinized Zhou Hang from head to toe. In that moment, he felt utterly exposed. He sat silently in place, weighing the pros and cons of becoming an apprentice. "Hey, kid, I don't care where you're from or who you are. If you agree to be my apprentice and assist me in producing potions, I'll fulfill any request you have to the best of my ability. At your age, you're probably obsessed with ship maidens, right? Become my disciple, and I will gift you a class ship maiden." The cold voice echoed through the room. Zhou Hang's eyebrow shot up, and the dark clouds in his heart instantly dissipated. A mischievous grin tugged at his lips. "Master, what if I want to take you instead? You?" Jian Yao's lips tightened, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Clearly, she hadn't expected this kid to harbor such audacious ambitions. He wanted to take control of this old ship? A little horse trying to pull a big cart? A flushed blush of embarrassment spread across his face, but Jiang Yao suddenly laughed. "Fine. You know the Cyan Realm relay race, right? It starts in half a month. The first place prize is the Alpha Endurance Potion. That's the Ship Maiden attribute enhancing potion left behind from the Great Sea Domain. If you can win that, then I'll pilot it for you. What do you say? Youngster, my vessel is an S-class apothecary ship. Could you even handle it?" Shaking his imposing frame, Jiang Yao looked down on Zhou Hang with disdain. Zhou Hang immediately slammed his fist on the table. "You'd better not go back on your word. Master, I hereby pledge allegiance to you." With a thud, Zhou Hang knelt on the floor. Though his words were flattering, the possessive desire in his eyes toward Jiang Yao was steadily rising, and the urge to conquer him burned fiercely within. "I'll be the rebellious disciple who defies his master. Master, I'm determined too." Night. The old servant stood watch on the deck, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Merchant Fleet Alliance, several kilometers away across the sea. Impatient, he paced back and forth along the bow. "It's been so long. Why hasn't the young master returned yet? Could he have been captured?" He was deeply worried about Zhou Hang. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. Amidst the eerily silent sea, several medium-sized vessels from the Ship Alliance slowly closed in on the old servant's merchant ship, surrounding it completely. Whoosh. Whoosh. Blinding searchlights flared, glaring into the old slave's face. On the surrounding Ship Alliance vessels, intimidating weapons like harpoons and cannons instantly illuminated. A cold, stern voice echoed, "Fugitive Zhou Gongshan, you defied your master Zhou Hang's will and fled secretly. You are now under arrest and will be extradited to Mountain Sea Area Zhang family to fulfill the wager. Do you agree?" What? Me, renege? What agreement did I renege on? Seeing all these weapons suddenly aimed at him, the old servant's lips trembled. He couldn't fathom how he had broken any law. "Poof. Your master, Zhou Hang, reported that after losing his wager with Zhang Hao, he immediately ordered you to go to the Zhang residence to fulfill the agreement. Instead, you secretly took a boat and fled all the way here. As a household slave, disobeying your master's orders is your first crime. You violated the terms of the wager, that is your second crime. Now, dare to disobey again, and you will be shot dead by the ship's hull." This. The cold voice echoed across the sea. The old servant collapsed with a thud, his entire aged face crumpling as if he'd aged a decade overnight. Old age breeds cunning. How could he not understand? That BYD brat Zhou Hang had truly gambled himself into ruin. Losing the bet was one thing. But dragging me down with him? This ingrate actually tried to pin the blame on me for that 1-star navigator certificate, even reporting me as the one who breached the contract? That damn ingrate. Zhou Hang. Snapping back to reality, the old servant felt his blood boil. His eyes rolled back and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. He never imagined that the child he'd raised with such hardship and poured his entire knowledge into would betray him like this? Is this even human? Rat rat rat. Under the moonlit lotus, Zhou Hang watched calmly as the Ship Alliance Association towed away a cargo vessel in the distance. My apologies, old servant. With the master now, you're no longer of use to me. The master will give me a ship maiden and to participate in the Azure Domain Relay Race. I need a clean identity, so I must sacrifice you. Beep. Congratulations on successfully turning one of the protagonist's key companions against them. You have intercepted 3 strands of the protagonist's destiny fortune. You have gained the physique. Deep dive for 10 minutes. Deep dive 10 minutes, you've mastered the essentials of underwater breathing. You can now hold your breath underwater for up to 10 minutes. At the same time, in the waters of the Merchant Alliance, Zhang Hao suddenly heard a system notification ringing in his ears. Chapter 71, Auction Day. Oh, looks like Zhou Hang ran into his master? Am I being cast aside already? After receiving the 10 minutes of deep diving reward, Zhang Hao could feel his lung capacity had significantly increased. Each breath he took in and out now lasted several seconds longer. Zhang Hao felt neither regret nor surprise at this reward. Whether in official races or the black ship races, cases of shipmates being shattered and navigators falling overboard were countless. The importance of knowing how to dive was undeniably high. Besides, in the original story, the activation of the disaster's ability seemed to require the navigator's cooperation in diving and holding their breath. To master the disaster, the old slave had taught Zhou Hang how to breathe underwater. Legend has it that in the previous incarnation of Blue Star, someone once held their breath underwater for a full 24 minutes, setting a Guinness World Record. Zhou Hang achieved an astonishing 10-minute duration through this veteran slave's training, truly extraordinary. This reward. It must have been given to Zhou Hang by the old servant after he acquired the disaster ship. Now that he sold me off, this reward has indirectly come to me? Oof. Zhou Hang. I gave you opportunities, yet you proved ungrateful. Those who stood by you from nothing to everything, they're the most important. If you're so ungrateful, then this old slave, I'll take him in. Standing silently at the deck's edge, Zhang Hao called Zhang Yunlong, instructing him to take good care of the old servant. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed across the deck of the devil ship as Jian Xinghan hurried over. Hey! Are you really entering the black ship race? Her short purple-blue hair fluttered in the sea breeze as Jian Xinghan looked at Zhang Hao with an extremely complex expression. On her way here, she'd heard Zhang Hao possessed the Merchant Alliance's gold card, a talent card granted only to participants of the black ship tournament. She couldn't understand. A young master from a major maritime domain, had he lost his mind? Why on earth would he enter the deadly black ship race? Short on cash? The Zhang family had money to burn, didn't they? Thirsty for thrills? Just a masochist? Suspicious eyes scrutinized Zhang Hao, who shrugged indifferently, nothing much. Just set my sights on one of the boat maidens in the black ship race. If I don't enter the race and she gets snatched up by someone else, well, I'd be pretty upset. Ha? You like those abandoned boat maidens? Her expression grew even stranger. Though Jian Xinghan was well protected by her family, she understood ship maidens reduced to competing in the black ship race were either forced by life's hardships into these underground contests, or else they'd been deceived, signed into predatory contracts selling themselves, or transferred here through fraudulent agreements involving massive debts or navigator ship maiden contracts. But, regardless of the reason, could a ship girl who'd been abandoned or sold off possibly be a high-quality one? That guy Zhang Hao, he wouldn't have any married woman traits, would he? He doesn't even have the surname Chow. After scrutinizing Zhang Hao for a long while, Jian Xinghan's expression turned icy. She instinctively clasped her hands behind her back, then began secretly tapping her fingers together, teasingly lifting the hem of her gauze skirt. Hey! If you really intend to enter that competition, if you get into trouble, you can call me to bail you out. Those boat women might be carrying lethal weapons like cutting saws or rocket launchers. If it comes to that, even MO Euro won't be able to handle it. The blue mode of the purple-blue sword ship is combat mode. If it comes to that, use me to get through the competition. Jian Xinghan spoke with an icy tone, his face utterly expressionless. Zhang Hao froze in shock. Wait. What does this cold-faced boatwoman mean? Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Hao looked at Jian Xinghan. You're worried about me? You're afraid something might happen to me? Oof. I just don't want you to die before I've mastered your skills. Turning away, Jian Xinghan presented Zhang Hao with a haughty back, yet her face gradually flushed crimson. Oh my god, oh my god. Who even likes you anyway? So what if she's a bit more skilled, a bit more talented, a bit more decent? His footsteps quickened involuntarily. Watching Jian Qinghan walk away, Zhang Hao scratched his head. This girl, is she blushing? The next day. Dawn was breaking. After the demon ship docked alongside the Merchant Fleet Alliance's deck, Zhang Hao and his companions hurriedly boarded the ship. Though dawn had barely broken, the decks of every merchant ship were already teeming with bustling passengers. Some shouted slogans, others craned their necks to survey their surroundings. Auction day. This was one of the Merchant Fleet Alliance's major revenue streams, second only to the black ship race. Whether setting up stalls to sell goods or entrusting items to the auction house, vendors paid a venue service fee to the Merchant Fleet Alliance. Gamma Speed Boost drink gives your shipgirl a temporary +5 speed boost. Like new grade B components. Shipgirls. I've got scrapped, retired shipgirls here. They can't compete anymore, but grab one sheet to warm your bed, they're perfect for that. The crowd shouts rose and fell in waves. You name it, they're selling it. This scene left Zhang Hao and the others staring at each other in disbelief. Many vendors were literally dragging around iron cages filled with boat maidens for sale. These boat maidens bore wounds of varying severity. Some were missing limbs, sitting in their cages with a defeated aura. The light seemed to have vanished from their eyes. This is the Merchant Fleet Alliance? How could they treat the boat women like this? Mo Euro felt a wave of coldness wash over her body. Unthinkable, utterly unthinkable. Where were the navigators who had contracted them? Could they have let their boat women suffer this terribly? Oof. This is reality. Shipgirls with poor performance either take up work-oriented professions and spend their entire lives safely avoiding competitions. Otherwise, if any issues arise during a race, those navigators who only care about results, the decent ones might just terminate your contract. The unscrupulous ones might trick those innocent shipmaidens into signing contracts, then sell them off. Think about it. If your hull breaks down, will the navigator spend hundreds of thousands to repair it? Or will they grit their teeth and spend $1 million to buy a shipmaiden with better specs? Jian Qinghan narrowed his eyes. His face remained expressionless, but his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. Damn it! How can there be such scum in this world? So you see, whether it's people or shipgirls, choosing the wrong one truly brings a lifetime of hardship. As if afraid these scenes might unsettle Mo Euro, Zhang Hao took her hand and quickened their pace toward the main entrance of the auction house. Zhang Hao. As Zhang Hao pulled her along, Mo Euro's lips tightened involuntarily, a strange sense of security rippling through her heart. If only back then. If Zhang Hao hadn't chosen her back then, would she too have ended up being sold here, driven by the hardships of life? From now on, we absolutely have to bring him along and win more competitions. Burying her head against Zhang Hao's back, Mo Euro clung to him like a pampered bird, following him with childlike devotion. Thump, thump, thump. As the group made their way deeper into the auction house, the crowd thinned noticeably. A servant immediately approached them. Upon seeing Zhang Hao's attire and the two shipmaids he was leading, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Oh my! Young master, are you here to participate in the auction? Or perhaps to watch the next black ship race? Chapter 72, The Boat Maiden in the Cage, by Huan Huan of the Disaster Ship, Part 1. Neither. The attendant flashed a dazzling smile, but Zhang Hao returned only a cold stare. Ha! The attendant visibly froze. If you're not here for the auction or the black ship race, what's the point? Ha. Sir, please don't joke with me. What exactly brought you here? Despite the man's unpleasant attitude, the attendant could only ask cautiously. Enter the black ship tournament. What? You're entering the black ship tournament? The moment Zhang Hao uttered those words, his attendant froze in shock. Are you kidding me? You're decked out in silk robes and jade ornaments, arm in arm with two boat girls, and you're here to join the life or death black ship race? What the hell are you thinking? His mouth agape, the attendant stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief. Zhang Hao chuckled, seemingly sensing the attendant's lingering doubt. He simply pulled out that talent gold card. Here you go. Believe it now? Holy crap. Gold card? The gleaming gold card reflected the light, and at that single glance, the attendant's breath caught in his throat. Only the rarest pilot talents could hold a gold card. Only such individuals could pull off spectacular maneuvers in the black ship race, delivering a visual feast for the divine spectators. In other words, this guy was walking cash. Sir, please let me serve you. Would you like to select a boat girl first or reserve a private room to attend the auction? Bowing at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor was even more deferential than when he first encountered Zhang Hao. The gold card privilege granted access to the auction with a 10% discount on all goods. Another privilege allowed early entry into the black ship race, ship maiden pool to select a ship maiden for competition. As everyone knows, the black ship race prohibits the use of talents. All participants must assemble weapons using ship maidens, engaging in fierce combat and racing to the death. Therefore, the ship maiden used in the race becomes crucial.
Being able to select a high-stat shipmaiden first means, at the very least, a safety margin twice as high as others.
Take me to see the shipmaiden pool first. Also, reserve a VIP box for me at the auction. Zhou Hang waved his hand, and the attendant immediately bowed and scraped. Yes, sir. Please follow me. Thump, thump, thump.
Guiding Zhang Hao, the attendant led him around a large circuit of rooms, winding through twists and turns until they reached an underground passageway. The passageway was pitch black, its long unventilated air thick with a rancid stench mingled with dampness. By the flickering candlelight, one could dimly make out row upon row of iron-barred cells lining the underground space. Within the cells, gaunt-faced boat women lay sprawled on the floor or stared blankly toward the exit. They were sold into servitude. Regardless of their reasons, they had signed indentured contracts with the Merchant Ship Alliance, bound to labor for the organization for life. If injured, the Merchant Fleet Alliance refused to treat them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Only those who excelled in the next black ship race earned the right to medical care. Their food was pitifully meager watery congee and white porridge, utterly devoid of nutrition. Entering this place felt less like stepping into a pool of shipmaids and more like entering a cage for beasts. The boat girls imprisoned here either displayed extreme aggression, glaring fiercely at the cell walls, or lay weakly on the floor, whimpering pitifully like small dogs. Everything was polarized. This is just too awful. Mo Euro's face paled slightly. She dared not look at the surroundings anymore. Zhang Hao. Do you really have to enter this competition? She wanted to persuade Zhang Hao to abandon the black ship race. Not for any other reason, but just looking at how fierce and menacing these boatwomen all appeared, how could the competition possibly be safe? It's fine. The boatwoman I want is different. Zhang Hao ruffled Mo Euro's hair as he strolled casually outside the prison. His keen eye noticed that even among the prison cells, there were clear distinctions in status. Take the frontmost cells, for instance. Not only were they spacious, but they even had electric lights, refrigerators, cell phones, dressing tables, private bathrooms, and even an air mattress. The further back the cells went, the more damp, cramped, and gloomy they became. What's this? Just as he was puzzling over it, the attendant stepped in as an explainer, pointing to the first cell and saying, "Oh, these are the ones they earned themselves. The better the boatwoman's competition results, the higher the treatment she gets. Well, this way, it's easier for talented players like you to spot the boatmaids with the best stats at a glance, right? Take this one right here, for example." Following the prison's iron bars, the attendant pointed inward as if indicating an animal. "This one. Our flagship of the black ship race, the Sharktooth ship. Great as shipmaiden, covered in modification ports. You can plug in any component you want. She's the ship girl every black ship race navigator dreams of owning. I heard a few navigators even tried to buy her freedom before. But Sharktooth found them boring and just ignored them." As the attendant explained, Zhang Hao peered inside the railing. There sat a punk-style girl with long brown hair, adorned with ear piercings, a lip piercing, and even a navel stud. She sat cross-legged at a vanity table, applying black lipstick to her lips. At first glance, holy crap! Zhang Hao felt like he was seeing a spiritual little sister from his past life. But while the spiritual little sister might be a bit eccentric, Sharktooth certainly wasn't ugly. Her leather outfit hugged her chest, boldly revealing a smooth-toned midriff. Her lower half was clad in ultra-short black denim, paired with black stockings and black thigh-high boots. You gotta admit, she was a real head-turner. Oh, the competition hasn't even started yet. Already picking out a boat? This is a gold card potential user? Seeming to notice someone watching her, Sharktooth slowly turned her head. Beneath her smoky eye makeup, her exaggeratedly large eyes appraised Zhang Hao for a moment before she suddenly charged forward with a thud, reaching the railing in 2 or 3 strides. "You! It's you! The man who pioneered the launch start and anchor roll techniques. I've seen you before. I saw you on TV." Like seeing an idol, Sharktooth kept pounding the railing, practically pressing his body against Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stood outside the door, his gaze complex as he looked at Sharktooth. Though still appearing as a young girl, her body was already covered in faint scars, her arms and lower abdomen dotted with puncture marks. It was clear she had undergone numerous module injections. Hey! I said, pick me. Pick me. I've never been activated by a genius before. If you pick me, and you've got the skills, I promise you I'll let you buy me out." Sharktooth flashed Zhang Hao a seductive smile, the scent of cheap perfume wafting toward him. Zhang Hao forced a smile. "Sorry. You're a good girl, but I want to look around some more." After rejecting Sharktooth, her previously lively and cheerful expression instantly turned gloomy. "Oof. A genius, huh? Then just watch for now. After you've gone through all the data, you'll come back to me. Trust me. Here, only I can protect you. Only I am right for you. My captain's cabin is always open for you to come in." Her arms crossed over her chest, she leaned against the wall like a streetwise girl teasing Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao merely smiled again, waved at her dismissively, and strode briskly toward the next cell. Chapter 73, The Shipwoman in the Cage, Disaster, by Manhwa Part 2. "This. You don't like it?" Beside her, the attendant stared in disbelief.
That was the top boatwoman in the black boat race. The top-ranked boatwoman in the black ship race.
Not only skilled at steering, but also skilled in the bedroom.
Just look at her stats sheet. And her equipment set? As if refusing to accept it, the attendant thrust Sharktooth's stats sheet toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao gave it a quick glance. Whoa! Sharktooth. Propeller RPM, 85. Yaw stability, 85. Mast wind storage, 82. Stiffness, 76 plus 5. Anchor stability, 85. Endurance, 8310. Sailor overall rating, a class. Most wins, 6. Equipped mods, Sharktooth impact resistance spikes C rank, side bend stability 5, hardness plus 5, electric cutting saw C rank, propeller 5, endurance 10. Whoa! That's a pretty solid spec sheet. But what the hell are these loaded accessories? I have to admit, it's no wonder she's the official shipgirl for the Black Ship Tournament.
His heart fluttered, but Zhang Hao pushed away the introduction panel without a flicker of embarrassment, shaking his head.
No need. I'll take another look. Walking past the brightly lit cells, many shipmaidens peered out curiously.
Some even lifted their skirts and whistled at Zhang Hao.
Ooh, handsome boy, come unlock me. Must be a gold card prospect? Sis has got skills, come find me.
As if Zhang Hao were the one being teased, he ignored the taunts of one boatwoman and quickened his pace toward the inner cells.
I was saying, where's the disaster ship?
Too lazy to look at the other boatwomen, Zhang Hao cut straight to the chase.
The attendant beside him froze upon hearing this. Ha! Ha! The disaster. The disaster ship? You're not joking, are you? Of course not.
I came down here specifically for her.
Ah, well.
I believe manager Zhou Hang mentioned that a navigator wanted to keep the disaster ship. After her last race, she caused another navigator's death, so she's already in the material decomposition holding bay. If not for your intervention, she would have been sold off cheaply as raw material at today's auction. As the steward spoke, his expression grew even stranger as he glanced at Zhang Hao. What kind of guy is this? He turned down a willing offer from Sharktooth and instead wanted a plague-ridden shipmaiden? That shipmaiden is a death sentence for anyone who captains her. Take me there.
A cold voice commanded. The attendant nodded, daring not to say another word. The deepest part of the boatwoman's pool. Ugh, ugh. Cold, damp, and gloomy. How could Bai Huan describe her surroundings? Sunless and lifeless? Didn't matter. She'd grown accustomed to it anyway.
Her eyes closed, her hands kept scratching the eczema on her arms.
Long-term exposure to inhumane conditions had left her body abnormally thin and emaciated.
The stinging pain from the eczema had robbed her of proper sleep for days on end.
Her dark circles were heavy, as if she hadn't slept well a single day since her navigator abandoned her.
She remembered it clearly when that man boasted about his speed, the despair he felt as he crashed into the curve. After the navigator's mother demanded exorbitant compensation, she had no choice but to sell herself into labor at the Merchant Fleet Alliance. She had thought she might find a small corner of the world to call her own here.
Little did she know.
Even here, the crew members piloting her ship kept crashing into the bends, knocking themselves unconscious. Over time, naturally, no one dared to hire her anymore, and her living conditions grew increasingly dire. She heard the news. In a few days, she would be dismantled for parts and sold cheaply at auction.
How wonderful. Finally free to leave? Escape this dark, filthy nest? Scratching the eczema on her body, Bai Huan smiled bitterly. Creak. Suddenly, a corner of the iron gate swung open.
A servant entered carrying a tray of chicken leg rice, glaring impatiently this way. Hey!
Disaster ship, your meal. Hurry up and eat. It stinks.
If it weren't for that gold card user specifically requesting to see you the other day, I wouldn't bother with you. Ignoring the attendant's disgusted glare, Bai Huan rose and began devouring the chicken leg with wolfish speed.
MMMPH.
She ate so hastily that she choked several times. After struggling to swallow the chicken leg, tears welled up in her eyes. Yet her face radiated pure bliss as she savored every bite.
How long had it been since she last ate meat? She couldn't remember. It felt like she hadn't had a decent meal since her navigator died. Zhang Hao.
Her eyes flickered.
Bai Huan remembered that name.
She'd heard it from the other shipgirls in the cell, the man who'd invented a new ship technique. It was also him who said that only by meeting him could she get a taste of meat. He was like the last flickering flame in the bitter cold, barely pulling her back from the brink of death.
Ha! He's a good man. Whatever your motives. Anyway. Thank you.
After finishing her meal, Bai Huan wiped her grubby mouth and curled up in the corner like a maggot.
Hey! Did you hear? A gold card user just walked in. Really? Is she pretty? What does it matter to you? They'd never come here anyway. All the boat maidens up front must have been picked already. Sigh. I'm so jealous. When will I ever get to see the sun outside?
Whispers rippled through the crowd. Bai Huan paid no attention, simply covering her ears as she savored the final moments before her disassembly. Thud. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadows, and the surrounding murmurs grew louder. Holy! He didn't choose the boatwoman up front. He's coming. He's coming. He's so handsome. It's Zhang Hao. Holy crap! The murmurs grew louder. Bai Huan pursed her lips, swallowed dryly, and muttered impatiently, "What the hell? I'm about to die, and you're still staring at men? Anyway, it's all for nothing." Frustratedly scratching her eczema, Bai Huan never imagined that the guy who specifically asked to see her would actually come. In her mind, the other party might be trying to build some kind of reputation. A compassionate navigator? Whatever the case, the guy had taken advantage of her a few times. If he wanted publicity, so be it. Her arm was scraped raw, oozing pus, but Bai Huan couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Soon. I'll be able to leave this hell soon," he murmured softly. Creak. Suddenly, the iron gate swung open, revealing a towering figure standing before him. Then, a warm voice echoed, "Hey! You're Bai Huan from the disaster, right? Would you be willing to be my ship's maiden?" A voice as bright as sunshine reached her ears. Bai Huan snapped her eyes open, staring at Zhang Hao in a daze. He stood in the dim room clad in an ornate robe, his brow not even slightly furrowed. The gaze he directed at her held no disgust, no revulsion, no fear, only pure excitement and greed. For a moment, she felt as though long-lost sunlight had finally touched her skin. Chapter 74, I Want Her. I Must Have Her. Part 1. You. Bai Huan's darkened eyes locked with Zhang Hao's. Zhang Hao stared back at her, his expression complex. How much torment had this boatwoman endured? Red bumps crawled across her emaciated arms, and her cheekbones were sunken from starvation. Her once short, smooth mushroom-cut white hair was now matted and tangled, clumped together in sticky strands. Are you all right? Taking 2 steps forward, Zhang Hao reached out and touched the pus-filled sores on her arm. Bai Huan's face paled with shock. Let go. It wasn't that she feared Zhang Hao's touch, but rather that her pus-filled wounds would soil his hands. With his refined, gentlemanly appearance, he must find her utterly repulsive, right? She tried to push him away, but her body, weakened by prolonged illness, lacked the strength to resist. With a thud, Bai Huan's body tilted forward, landing in Zhang Hao's arms. Her face flushed crimson. She tried to struggle, desperately wanting to escape Zhang Hao's grasp. But her body went limp, and he lifted her up, stepping out of the cage one step at a time. Hey! Didn't I tell you? I want this boatwoman. Without her, how am I supposed to compete? Is this how you treat my boat girl? You don't want me to compete, do you? Shouts echoed through the air. Bai Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy. What the hell is he talking about? He wants to fire me? Doesn't he fear death? Sir. I didn't know, sir. Manager Zhou Hang only said to keep her here for you to look at. He never said you were supposed to launch the ship, maiden. The attendant's face turned pale as Zhang Hao's scolding echoed. Damn it. How could he have imagined someone would actually want to sail this thing? And a young master, no less? What? Are young masters these days all seeking thrills? Oof. I don't care how you try to wriggle out of this. Bottom line, if you want me to compete, this boat girl has to come with me. Got it? Zhang Hao's commanding voice cut through the air. The attendant's mouth fell open. Sir. Our boatmaids aren't allowed to leave without being bought free. You've chosen her, so we'll treat her immediately and relocate her. No. I'm taking her out now. If you have any issues, have Zhou Hang come speak with me. Sir. This. Watching Zhang Hao carry Bai Huan out of the corridor, the attendant scratched his head in frustration, dialing Zhou Hang's number as he hurried away. Hello? Chief Zhou. That guy is really going to launch the disaster ship. Thud thud thud. The narrow, dim corridor reached its exit. When they passed by Sharktooth's room again, she had deliberately changed into an even more revealing black bikini, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She leaned seductively against the wall, flaunting her long legs in black stockings, her gaze teasingly fixed on Zhang Hao. Well, I told you. In here, besides me, there's no boat girl more suited for you. I'm tough, really tough. Strong in bed and on deck. Not just here helping you win first place, but even out there in official competitions, I could step up and fight for rankings for you. Come in. Tonight we'll deepen our connection, strengthen our bond, and synchronize our bodies all to prepare for tomorrow's race. She patted the dark fence, wiggling her hips like a shark's teeth, waiting for you to pluck her. She didn't spare a single glance at the pale-faced girl in Zhang Hao's arms. She knew this boatwoman had not only caused the deaths of 6 navigators but was also about to be scrapped. Even if Zhang Hao was an idiot, he couldn't possibly launch her, right? Swaying her hips, Sharktooth reclined on the hovercraft, displaying the dense network of tattooed modifications covering her body much like a rune warrior flaunting her runes. But this time, Zhang Hao didn't even glance at her as he walked straight past the railing.
Sorry. You're a good boatwoman. You deserve a better navigator.
Handing her a good boat card, Zhou Hang scooped up by Huan and climbed the stairs at the end of the path, heading straight out of the boatwoman pool.
You, Zhou Hang. I respected you as a genius, humbling myself time and again to seek your cooperation. Now you're getting cocky. Let me tell you. So what if you're skilled? In the death whale cavern, without a solid boatwoman, you're dead too. Did you hear me? Only I can protect you.
Hysterically yelling down the stairwell, Sharktooth's cigarette fell from her mouth to the floor. Never had she lost her composure like this. She admitted it, she really did fancy Zhou Hang. He had skill, decent looks, truly the best navigator she'd ever encountered. In this entire pool of shipwomen, she was the most outstanding.
If he didn't choose her, what the hell was he even doing here?
In that instant, the crushing sense of rejection made Sharktooth clench her fists in venomous rage.
Fine. I'll see who you choose. In tomorrow's race, I'll smash her to pieces.
The seething resentment of unrequited love burned fiercely within him. Sharktooth watched Zhou Hang's retreating figure, never imagining that the shipmaiden this guy had chosen was none other than by Huan in his arms.
2 minutes later.
Sir. This way, please. Manager Zhou has been waiting for you for quite some time. Escorted by the attendant, Zhou Hang carried by Huan as they made their way to a lavish VIP suite. Inside the VIP room, Zhou Shang had already brewed tea and was forcing an awkward smile as he looked at Zhou Hang.
Young Master Zhang. I never expected that you would actually come. And you're actually participating in the black ship race?
Even now, Zhou Shang couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Hao was pulling his leg. When Zhang Hao requested the gold card, Zhou Shang had assumed he was after the 20% discount.
But he never imagined Zhang Hao would actually come to compete in the black ship race? And worse, he intended to pilot the cursed death ship maiden? There's no need for that. It was truly unnecessary. Zhang Hao wasn't short on money, nor did he lack opportunities for technical competition. What on earth was he hoping to gain by joining the black ship race? He's really entering. Sign me up right now. Also, I want to sail the disaster. He laid the girl in his arms onto the bed inside the room. She stared at him with a peculiar expression. Zhang Hao remained utterly calm. Sir, this. Young Master Zhang, I always thought you were joking. You want to launch the disaster ship? This. What? Is that not acceptable?
It's not that it's impossible, it's just that she's already caused the deaths of 6 navigators, you know?
If something were to happen, even selling her wouldn't appease the wrath of the Zhang family head, would it?
Zhou Shang carefully measured his words, testing Zhang Hao with a glance. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao slammed his hand on the table.
Fine.
I'll sign a waiver of liability and explicitly state it has nothing to do with you.
That should be acceptable, right? Well, since you've asked, then it's settled. But the disaster has already been listed as an auction item today. I can't really withdraw it now. How about you switch to the shipmaiden for the competition?
Zhou Shang scratched his head, feeling so awkward he could probably dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He remembered clearly, hadn't he specifically requested the disaster be placed in the decommissioning warehouse first? He'd just scanned the auction list. How had it ended up there? He clutched his head, baffled by how such a mistake could occur at the auction. But Zhang Hao beside him flinched.
Just as I thought.
According to the original storyline, the disaster would be auctioned off as raw material. And just after Zhou Hang apprenticed himself to Jiang Yao bought the disaster for him to test his medicine. Through this back and forth, Zhou Hang uncovered the disaster ship's secret. In the end, failing to draw the shark's tooth in the shipmaiden pool, he had no choice but to enter the black ship race with the disaster ship and unexpectedly shone brilliantly. Did the plot not change because I used the gold card to keep the disaster ship? Damn it, Zhou Hang's luck is still too strong. After a moment of silence, Zhang Hao slammed his fist on the table.
No way. I want her. I'm determined to have her.
First your auction house broke its promise to me, and now you're listing the disaster ship at the auction.
Manager Zhou, tell me, shouldn't you at least make some kind of gesture? Chapter 75, I want her. I must have her. Part 2.
This. Faced with such demanding rhetoric, Zhou Shang rubbed his hands nervously. Thinking of Zhang Hao's legendary operational skills about to be showcased at the black ship race, he gritted his teeth and declared.
I can make the decision.
Any item you bid on in this auction, once won, I'll sell it to you at a 30% discount.
How about it? Oh? That's all? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, still seemingly unsatisfied. Young Master Zhang, we can't go any lower.
With your vast resources, the disaster's asking price is only $1 million. If things go smoothly, you could snag it for $700K.
Then stock up on components, medical supplies, just imagine the profit margin.
Zhou Shang looked at Zhang Hao ingratiatingly.
Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. All right. Fine, let's do it your way.
Bottom line, whether I win the disaster or not, as long as she's not my helmswoman, I won't participate in the black ship race.
Alright. Zhou Hang looked utterly dejected, utterly powerless against Zhou Hang. After all, it was his side that had broken the trust. Who could have imagined? Damn it, why would a proper young master actually come here to participate in the black ship race? Aren't you preparing for the relay race in the Azure domain? Why the hell are you here piloting the disaster? Sigh. Sighing, Zhou Hang pushed open the door and left. The VIP room fell silent. Zhang Hao sipped his tea, while Mou and Jian Chuanchua's gazes kept drifting toward the bed whereby Huanuan lay, still looking rather grubby. Zhang Hao. Do you really like her? Mo Euro was actually feeling a bit jealous. Watching everything Zhang Hao did for her, the look in his eyes toward Bai Huan carried a hint of hostility. Like her? Probably just like her, boat. Zhang Hao spoke his mind without reservation. You all know that future major boat races will definitely require multiple boat girls for the relay. The disaster is quite special. She'll be incredibly valuable. Her gaze shifted to the bed. Bai Huan had kept her eyes open the entire time, studying Zhang Hao. Finally, their eyes met. Her voice trembled, icy cold. If you sail me, you'll die. Whether you're a genius helmsman or not, you'll die. Oh. I just love piloting a ship maiden with attitude like yours. Rest well. If I die, it'll be my own fault. Your own, if you can, take her to get cleaned up. And Jen Xinghan, I know you took quite a bit of blue fish meat from my place, give her some to eat. Sure. The two women responded in unison. One led her toward the bathroom in the VIP room, while the other laid out blue fish meat on the tea table. About another half hour later. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. SSS. A series of broadcast announcements echoed from the corner of the room. Merchant Alliance auction is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves and do not miss out on the goods you need. Bidding increments start at 10,000 per bid, with no upper limit. Please bid judiciously. As the announcement played, the wall-mounted TV in the room powered on, automatically displaying an image, a propeller entirely white, its 4 blades shaped like snowflakes. First item up. Polaris propeller. Grade A propeller, RPM plus 15, endurance 7. Starting bid, 1.5 million. Now, the bidding begins. 1.5 million. 1.6 million. 1.7 million. As the bidding for this component commenced, shouts of offers echoed incessantly from every private box. Grade A propeller. It really is a fine piece of equipment. But neither the devil nor the disaster would have any use for this thing. Paying little attention to the item, Zhang Hao watched expressionlessly as it was finally auctioned off for a hefty price of 2.6 million. Next item. 4 bottles of hull repair fluid. Crafted by our Merchant Fleet Alliance's apothecary ship, with astonishing effects. Each bottle sells for 500,000 yuan, totaling 2 million yuan. Bidding begins now. 2 million. The moment the television displayed the 4 vials of differently colored potions, Zhang Hao pressed the remote control to enter 2 million. 2 million, going once. 2 million, going once. 2 million, going once. Sold. This item has been purchased by the VIP in room 702. As the auctioneer's celebratory voice rang out, Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but feel this auction had gone unexpectedly smoothly. Little did he know. At the same moment, in VIP room 304, Zhou Hang stood behind Jiang Yao, grinning mischievously at the TV screen. Master. Look, some sucker actually bought our potion. My potion was mixed into yours. Anyone with eyes could spot the problem. I never thought someone would actually buy it at full price. His face twisted with mocking amusement as Jiang Yao frowned. 2 million for it? Actually, the buyer didn't lose out that badly. We did make a little profit. Don't get too cocky. They're the buyer here. Keep your attitude in check. Understood. Master, tell me, is there a class ship maiden among these auction items? Zhou Hang's gaze darted up and down Jiang Yao's imposing figure. Jiang Yao narrowed his eyes. There weren't any grade A ship maidens before. But I heard through the grapevine today that the grand finale item might be a grade A ship maiden. I thought you meant we should bid on a medicine feeding ship maiden first to test your potions. I recall, that ship was called the Disaster. A grade B ship maiden, whoever captains it dies. It's not expensive, so no one should be competing with us. Ha? Master, why are you lying to me? Pouting, he leaned closer to Jiang Yao. Zhou Hang inhaled the herbal fragrance emanating from her body, his thoughts wandering. What disaster ship? What grade A ship maiden? The one I want to pilot is you, master. Poof. You little rascal. You haven't even made me any money yet, and you're already thinking about spending mine? That disaster ship, I heard it has a ship maiden with skills. It'd be fun to bid on it. As for that final, grade A ship maiden, if her stats are good, I'll buy her for you. Jiang Yao waved his large hand, his face radiating generosity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hang quickly leaned forward to massage Jiang Yao's shoulders, unable to suppress a smile as he said, Master is so kind to me. From now on, Zhou Hang will spare no effort and give everything I have to repay you. Item 16. B-class ship maiden Skywing. A standard B-grade ship maiden.
Her owner suffered an accident during a ship race and is now bedridden at home, forcing him to part with her. Starting bid for the Skywing is 2 million.
90% new condition.
After an unknown amount of time, the TV suddenly showed a fair-skinned girl with wings. She was locked in a cage, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Yes. This was the auction for the ship maiden. While it was called an auction for the ship maiden, a significant portion of the buyers were actually driven by a collector's obsession. Take the Skywing, for example. It certainly wasn't among the top performers in Class B ships. Buying it wouldn't guarantee any stunning results in races. But the Skywing S-boat made came with wings. That alone satisfies many collectors' desires. 3 million. 5 million. 6 million. Unbelievable. An ordinary Tanny-class ship ultimately sold for 7.7 million. 7.7 million, that's enough to start buying Class A ship maidens.
Guess everyone has their own dreams.
Clatter. As the auction raged on, the bathroom door swung open.
Mo Euro emerged, holding the hand of Bai Huan, who was wrapped in a bathrobe.
After rinsing, Bai Huan's mushroom-cut hair gleamed beautifully. Though the eczema on her skin remained slightly red and swollen, her exquisite features were undeniably revealed.
She didn't resemble Mo Euro's innocent schoolgirl charm, nor did she match Jian Qinghan's cool kid vibe. More than anything,
she resembled a white-haired, mature beauty. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches, her figure beneath the bathrobe was curvaceous and well-proportioned. Though her face was now gaunt and hollowed, the areas covered by the towel were anything but sparse.
You? Why are you staring at me?
Under Zhang Hao's direct gaze, Bai Huan clutched her towel tighter, her eyes narrowing warily.
Oh. Just didn't expect you to be so attractive. After his flippant remark, Zhang Hao didn't linger on Bai Huan. He turned back to the TV and silently began calculating his bill. Was he some kind of fool? Of course not.
That potion just now cost him a whopping 200 grand, a total loss. But if he could get a 30% discount, it would only cost him 1.4 million. No matter how he calculated it, he wouldn't lose out.
As for why he blew 10 million on the old man this time? That was because he feared the bidding for the disaster ship might go wrong.
After all, in the original storyline, Zhou Hang and his disciples would also target this ship. I had no choice but to flex my cash muscle and go head-to-head with them. No matter how high your heavenly mandate luck is.
What? Can you just conjure up an extra 10 million out of thin air? Moreover, if I bid 10 million, I'd only need to pay 7 million. The odds are incredibly high.
Kill Zhou Hang, bid on the disaster ship.
Should be able to harvest his fortune again, right? As thoughts swirled in his mind. Item 17.
Grade B ship maiden, disaster, coming up for auction.
This ship maiden is auctioned as raw material. Starting bid, 1 million. 7th hand vessel. But, comes with built-in skills. Chapter 76, I want her. I must have her. Part 3. Here it comes. On the TD screen, since Bai Huan wasn't present, a peculiar image of a ship's hull was displayed.
This vessel measured 18.8 meters in length, 5.2 meters in width, with a mast height of 26.2 meters. The hull data appeared nearly flawless, a large ship maiden. But the eeriness lay in the fact that this vessel possessed only a framework, no actual form. Yes. It possesses only the basic framework of a ship, lacking any substance. The entire hull of the disaster was assembled from white skeletal pieces, bare bones piled to form the ship's rudimentary framework, resembling a temporary skeletal sketch of the hull. There were no planks or structural foundations laid. Even the captain's quarters were nothing more than a half-meter wide sphere formed by curved skeletal fragments, suspended beneath the main keel, an eerily bizarre sight.
This is the disaster? It truly lives up to its name. Watching the footage on TV, Mo Euro couldn't help but sigh. Jian Qinghan frowned deeply. Zhang Hao, you like this kind of ship? You're not delusional about aesthetics, are you?
Oof. The two shipmates voiced their skepticism.
Bai Huan stood aloof in a corner, her gaze cold and arrogant.
She grabbed a piece of blue fish fillet and stuffed it into her mouth without a second thought. She never shortchanged herself. Life was already bitter enough. So when sweetness was within reach, she'd never deny herself. With a cold snort, she knew full well that everyone would wear this look of disgust when they saw her ship's hull. Chewing the blue fish meat, her gaze shifted to Zhang Hao.
That man was actually smiling.
Holy. This is totally my thing. The whole ship is made of bones.
This is amazing. Isn't he just so damn handsome?
Pure delight, not a trace of fakery in his micro-expressions.
For a split second, Bai Huan could almost feel the joy radiating toward her. Weirdo.
She gave a playful scold, ignoring Zhang Hao's reaction as she continued to chew on the blue fish meat.
Clang. Suddenly,
a large hand held a tray laden with an entire bowl of blue fish meat, extending it toward her.
If you like it, you can have it all.
Zhang Hao's warm gaze fixed on her, and Bai Huan flushed. She picked up the plate and headed toward the bed. As she ate, she stole glances at Zhang Hao. Somehow, this man felt different from other navigators.
Ahem.
The reason this B-class shipmaiden has a starting bid of 1 million. I'm sure everyone knows she's our infamous track killer.
She's no longer fit for competition.
So, for 1 million, you get this shipmaiden with her skills, use her however you like.
You can even dismantle her and study her. Now. 1 million. Bidding begins. The TV commentary continued. Once the bidding commenced.
1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, and not a single bid was made.
Ha. Ha ha ha. Huan let out a bitter laugh, as if she had already anticipated this outcome. She wolfed down the blue fish meat, silently mocking herself. Suddenly,
Zhang Hao pressed the number.
3 million. What? Zhang Hao, have you lost your mind? 3 million? Didn't she only ask for 1 million?
Zhen Xinghan was the first to look at Zhang Hao in confusion. Zhang Hao merely shook his head slightly. She's a B-class shipmaiden too. She deserves the dignity of a B-class shipmaiden, and she should command the price of a B-class shipmaiden. The room suddenly fell silent. Even Bai Huan, who had been buried in her food, stared blankly at Zhang Hao.
You. Her inner turmoil was immense. Bai Huan couldn't even describe what she was feeling right now. Joy? That someone was finally acknowledging her? Fear? Now that she finally had someone who saw her for who she truly was, would she end up destroying him again? Complex emotions swirled within her heart. Bai Huan stared at Zhang Hao. For some reason, her chewing motion halted, and her eyes suddenly welled up with inexplicable redness. At the same moment, 1 million. Just as Zhou Hang excitedly pressed the bid button, he was abruptly stunned by a 3 million bid. Who the hell is that? What kind of asshole has that kind of money? Something that costs 1 million and you start bidding at 3 million? Are you out of your mind? He cursed, holding the remote control awkwardly as he stood frozen in place. Staring at the skeletal ship on the TV screen, Zhou Hang felt an overwhelming intuition. I want her. I must have her. This intuition felt like some kind of divine guidance. Vague, yet undeniably certain. It felt as though acquiring this shipmaiden despised by all would propel him to the pinnacle of success. Damn it! Who the hell is that rich? Clenching his fists in frustration, Zhou Hang gritted his teeth and turned to Jiang Yao. Master. My gut tells me I need this shipmaiden. If need be, we'll just skip that, greatest shipmaiden. Bid for her. His pleading eyes fixed on Jiang Yao. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yao nodded, took the remote, and pressed 400. 4 million. The new bid echoed through every private room, instantly sparking a roar of commotion. Damn it! Who the hell are those two bastards? They bid 4 million for that boat? Got money to burn? Give it to me. Are you outsiders? Let me tell you, this boat killed 6 sailors. You still want it? 4 million? That's enough to buy a decent B-grade shipmaiden. Pure bull. Got money to burn. A chorus of curses erupted. Inside, VIP room 702, Bai Huan's face turned ashen as she glared at Zhang Hao, who nonchalantly pressed the remote control again. 5 million. 5 million. The echoes reverberated. The entire corridor of the VIP lounge fell into dead silence. You? Bai Huan covered her mouth, staring at Zhang Hao in disbelief. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged, utterly unfazed. I said, you. I'm taking you for sure. Damn it. 5 million? Which little cutie is this? Ha? What the hell? You bid 5 million for the ship slated for scrapping? Inside VIP room 304, Zhou Hang was furious. He thought he was just haggling with that bargain hunter, but the other party wasn't backing down at all. This thing isn't worth $1 million, so why are you trying to snatch it from me? What? You have that kind of intuition too? Master. He shot a helpless glance at Jiang Yao, who remained impassive, tapping the remote control as he instantly countered with a new figure. 6 million. 6 million. 6 million already. 6 million for 2 rounds. The bidding soared to 6 million, and just as everyone thought it was about to be secured. 8 million. Another new bid shot up. Holy. 8 million? Damn, 8 million for a decomposition shipmaiden? I'm FING speechless. Seeing 1 effort today was bad enough, but 2? 666. 2 rich kids acting like fools? The moment the new bid flashed, murmurs erupted throughout the surrounding VIP rooms. Jiang Yao, who had been sitting calmly in his seat, suddenly turned grim. Zhou Hang. I'll help you bid one last time. This ship may be grade B with built-in skills, but it's absolutely not worth 10 million. For 10 million, you could just buy a grade shipmaiden outright. I care about you, but not that much. You get my drift, right? Jiang Yao shot Zhou Hang a glance. Zhou Hang nodded, silently praying that the bastard across from him wouldn't snatch it away. Dude, with that much money, you could buy 2 B-class shipmaidens. What the hell are you grabbing for? Huff. 9 million. When Jiang Yao finally pressed the button on the remote in his hand, his arm was trembling. 9 million. Good heavens. That's the highest bid of the entire auction so far. Who would have thought it would come from a decomposition ship maiden? 9 million. 9 million once.
The announcer's voice crackled through the microphone, brimming with unbridled excitement.
A ship maiden that nobody wanted sold for this much?
The executives of the Merchant Ship Alliance were practically foaming at the mouth.
9 million? Isn't 9 million a bit steep? What the hell is that guy over there thinking?
Inside VIP room 702, Jian Qinghan's lips trembled. He couldn't fathom why the bidder was acting so recklessly. But the next moment, Zhou Hang slammed the remote control.
Think you're richer than me? Zhou Hang, if there's one thing I'm never short on, it's this. 11 million.
As the remote dialed a long string of 8-digit numbers, the announcement echoed through every private room. The air seemed to freeze.
11 million? Damn it! That crazy bastard across the way. The moment the announcement hit, Zhang Yao's lips twitched.
He flung the remote aside, abandoning any intention of bidding.
11 million? 11 million to buy an S-class ship maiden? With good luck, you might even snag a used one. Is she out of her mind? Spend that much to sell a B-class ship maiden? Zhou Hang. Don't take it. Did you hear me? Her unquestioning gaze fixed on Zhou Hang.
He clenched his jaw, unable to utter a word for a long moment. His fists tightened, trembling helplessly. There was nothing he could do.
He had no money.
At that moment, he resembled a husband who brought his boss home and was now helplessly pretending to be asleep.
11 million yuan per transaction. 11 million, going once. 11 million, going once.
Congratulations to this distinguished guest, you have successfully won the bid for Class B ship maiden, Disaster.
The announcer's excited voice echoed through the microphone. At that moment, Zhou Hang felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart.
That familiar feeling of having something snatched away lingered in his heart, refusing to fade.
Holy! 11 million for a B-class ship maiden? That's not how you spend money. Damn!
If my dad found out I spent 11 million on a B-class ship maiden instead of an A-class ship maiden, he'd beat me to death.
Impressive. Witnessing the clash of two prodigies today is truly a blessing. The broadcast ended.
But the surrounding murmurs never ceased. Inside VIP room 702, Jian Qinghan and Mo Euro stared at Zhang Hao with puzzled expressions, their eyes filled with utter bewilderment.
11 million? Was it worth it? Bai Huan stared at Zhang Hao in utter bewilderment, murmuring, You're crazy? That much money, even if I were killed, I couldn't earn that much, you little cutie. You'll regret this.
She herself felt Zhang Hao was getting a raw deal. Yet Zhang Hao remained seated, unwavering, a contented smile spreading across his face.
Ding! Congratulations!
You have successfully severed the protagonist Zhou Hang's connection to the crucial ship maiden Disaster. You have stolen 10 strands of Zhou Hang's destiny fortune. You have acquired the unique analysis skill of the navigator, countering moves. Countering moves, any sailing technique demonstrated by a navigator. After seeing it once, you grasp its essence and replicate it flawlessly. You are a master of execution.
Chapter 77, I want her. I must have her. Part 4. Oh, this ability is amazing.
In the original story, Zhou Hang could perfectly replicate any technique he saw used just once. Turns out that was fate's blessing too.
Now, that divine favor belongs to me. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered as the system's notification tone sounded in his ear. Is it a loss? That 11 million?
With the discount, it was only 7.7 million. 7.7 million to acquire a vessel with potential rivaling the Devil ship, while also snatching Zhou Hang's innate fortune.
That's a huge win, right? In the Grand Ocean competition, who doesn't have their signature ship technique? Countering every move is an absolute game-changer for dominating the sailing world. You're the cutie, aren't you? Ah. You spent all that money and you're still so happy?
Seeing Zhang Hao's lips curl into a smile, Bai Huan muttered weakly. Zhang Hao abruptly turned around, his gaze locking onto Bai Huan. Her face flushed crimson instantly, and she instinctively covered her chest.
What are you doing? A wolfish possessiveness surged toward her.
After staring at Bai Huan for a moment, Zhang Hao's expression turned inexplicably stern.
Hey! In your current state, can you even participate in tomorrow's black ship race? I guess it's okay. Are you really going to sign me up for the black ship tournament? Maybe you should just back out. I'm scared of you. Bai Huan looked at Zhang Hao with some concern. She genuinely feared this seventh owner might end up reporting to hell tomorrow too. It's fine.
Later, take those bottles of hull repair fluid.
You drink too. The rest. Your own, Jian Qinghan, you each take one. Let's go. We'll settle up backstage. Nothing left to linger over here.
Slowly rising to his feet, Zhang Hao waved dismissively. He was just about to wrap things up quickly and head back to warm up for the Death Whale Cavity match map.
Suddenly, the room's loudspeaker boomed with an echoing announcement once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale item of this auction is about to make its appearance. Ding ding ding. A specialty of the Mountain Sea region, grade A ship maiden, smoke ship. Ha! The moment the announcer's voice rang out, Zhang Hao's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. How could this be? The final ship maiden is the smoke ship? It wasn't just him. Mo Euro also turned her gaze toward the television with curiosity at those words. SSS-hhh. Snowflakes flickered across the screen. The TV screen flickered. A spoiled young master decked out in gold and silver sat in a rattan chair. He crossed his legs, holding a rope that tightened around a young girl's neck. The girl knelt before him, her neck bruised from the rope's relentless pull. Cough cough cough. Excuse me, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a shareholder of the Merchant Fleet Alliance. My father is Zhang Wangjiang and I am Zhang Wanghai. Today, I will personally be selling the grand finale, ship maiden, of this Merchant Fleet Alliance. You might be wondering, why would I be selling a class ship maiden? It's quite a funny story. Zhang Wanghai chuckled self-deprecatingly at the camera before planting his foot squarely on the girl's back. This young lady here, Miss Lu Ruyan, just joined the Merchant Fleet Alliance a few days ago and volunteered to be my ship girl. I figured an A-class ship girl was decent enough, so I thought why not take her on? And then, this said she wanted to test my loyalty. At first, I didn't think it was a big deal. I gave her maintenance, sent her components, but then the moment I boarded her ship, she declared, I'd become her candidate, navigator. For now, you only have permission to step onto her deck. Ha ha ha. FCK me. I was so pissed I laughed out loud. Who the hell does she think she is? Some S-class ship maiden, or some noble heiress or something? Bull. She's nothing. And she's making all these demands? I, Zhang Wanghai, could force my way onto any S-class ship maiden passing through the Merchant Alliance. She'd have to beg me. Who the hell does this Lu Ruyan think she is? Daring to test me, Zhang Wanghai? Cough cough cough. Zhang Wanghai rose slightly, his expression icy. Grabbing the rope like a leash, he dragged Lu Ruyan around the rattan chair like a dog being trained. Under the light, Lu Ruyan's face was bruised and swollen, her body trembling as she obeyed every command without the slightest resistance. TSK. See clearly now? This is what happens when you mess with Zhang Wanghai. Lifting his chin haughtily, Zhang Wanghai forced a twisted grin toward the camera. Folks, I'm actually a very fair person. She said she wanted to test me further. I said fine, if you won't let me drive the boat, you'd better at least reimburse my expenses, right? Ha ha ha. But then this actually says, reimburse? This is what I should be doing. Pissed me off so bad that night, I had her locked up. Called in a dozen navigators, pried open the door to her captain's cabin, and forced my way in hundreds of times. I told her, the merchant fleet is my turf. If you don't pay up, forget the captain's quarters, I'll wreck the whole ship. As for how it ended, simple enough. She had no money to repay, her family was in a temporary financial crisis and couldn't pay either. She had no choice but to sign a contract of indenture with me. I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to integrity. Any of you big shots here fancy her? Why not buy her? She's at least in a class ship maiden. The gentleman who won the bid for the disaster, are you interested? Starting bid is a mere 5 million. The final image on the TV screen showed Zhang Wanghai sitting astride Lu Ruyan's back like a horse, grinning playfully at the camera. Immediately, a data panel popped up on the screen. Smoke ship. Propeller RPM, 82. Yaw stability, 80. Sail mast wind storage, 79. Stiffness, 75. Anchor stability, 81. Endurance, 89. Sailor overall rating, a class. These are the stats for the smoke ship. Data that Lu Ruyan had always treasured was now being scrutinized by thousands. Lu Ruyan remained crouched on the ground, unable to lift her head. Is that Lu Ruyan? How did she end up like this? Mo Euro stared at the TV screen in disbelief, unable to fathom how the once top ship maiden of the Mountain Sea region had ended up looking like this. It's perfectly normal. PUA or not, it's about treating people right. Does she think everyone outside is as easygoing as me? Pooing the Merchant Fleet Alliance? These guys dare to race in life-threatening black ship races and she dares to PUA them? That's no different than a little fairy trying to PUA the head of a northern Myanmar syndicate. Serves her right. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao glanced at Lu Ruyan's data panel. His initial urge to leave vanished and he quietly sat back down. Zhang Hao. Are you still going to film this? Mo Euro looked at Zhang Hao in surprise, her expression inexplicably tense. She had assumed Zhang Hao was still distracted, perhaps rekindling his feelings for Lu Ruyan. But Zhang Hao's voice now carried an unexpected hint of amusement. The smoke ship, the data looks promising. But the person? No thanks. I'm staying, not to auction her off, but to stir up trouble. A faint curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Zhang Hao was pondering how to disrupt the mentor-disciple bond between Zhou Hang and Zhang Yao. Little did he know that this master-disciple pair would later become entangled in certain unspeakable affairs. But who could have imagined? Lu Ruyan would pull such a stunt?
In the original storyline, she didn't make her debut until the Cyan Realm Relay race, becoming Zhou Hang's starting member.
But now look at this.
Perhaps due to certain circumstances, she also appeared in the Merchant Fleet Alliance.
Perhaps. Because I stole their destiny, their path of destiny is changing too? Zhou Hang. Lu Ruyan is your magic potion. I refuse to believe you could possibly let her go.
Seated calmly at the coffee table, Zhang Hao listened to the commotion outside, his confidence unwavering.
Holy crap! A grade A boat maiden starting at 5 million? Good heavens, what kind of bargain is this? TSK. But this ship maiden doesn't seem exactly docile.
Feels like 5 million won't be enough to tame her.
Damn it!
Even if she's a pain, she's still an A-class ship maiden.
Let's go for it! Go for it! Go! Go!
Fierce discussions erupted from numerous VIP rooms. Seeming to gauge the excitement level, Zhang Wanghai on the screen added, "Everyone.
As you all know,
I, Zhang Wanghai, have principles.
I'd never sell a junk ship.
I can guarantee this, we pried open the captain's cabin, but no one has ever opened up the inner workings of this ship maiden.
Everyone. You get my drift?"
The moment those words left his mouth, a chorus of voices erupted.
6 million. I'll pay 6 million. I'll buy it to use as a high-end vase. 7 million. 8 million. Chapter 78, I want her. I must have her. Part 5.
The sounds of bidding continued to echo from outside.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
Meanwhile, inside VIP room 304, Zhou Hang had shed his earlier dejection. His entire being was fixed on the television screen, eyes bloodshot, breathing heavy, as he furiously pounded the tabletop.
What the hell are you doing?
It's just one Class B ship maiden you missed snapping a photo of.
Overreacting.
Zhang Yao shot Zhou Hang a look of contempt. His disciple possessed undeniable talent, but his mindset and temperament left much to be desired.
Master. Please.
Please, you absolutely must bid on this, grade A ship maiden.
She's my woman. I won't let anyone touch her.
Tears glistened in his bloodshot eyes. Looking at Lu Ruyan kneeling before him, Zhou Hang felt his heart shatter.
Especially
when he heard Zhang Wanghai say that night over a dozen navigators came and went from Lu Ruyan's captain's cabin. His mind spun, his vision blurred, and his heart bled.
What did you say? She's your woman? This woman, with all her flaws, you like this type? Hearing this, Zhang Yaoda was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't it? Wasn't Zhang Wangzhan's words clear enough? Scam artist gold digger. PUA genius. You have to pay.
This is a toxic gold digger who embodies every kind of poison.
You're telling me this is your woman?
Zhang Yao felt like she'd been driven dumb by it all. Even this old auntie is more normal than this smokeboat.
But at that moment, Zhou Hang seemed possessed. Yes. She's mine. She can only be mine. Master.
I beg you, please help me take a photo of her. Only her, I'll never give her up.
If you win the bid, I'll agree to anything you ask of me. If you won't help me,
then our master-disciple bond will end right here. Zhou Hang stared at himself with utter resolve, and Zhang Yao's face instantly darkened.
Damn it. For a woman, the master is selling out this easily? Fine.
After uttering 6 okays, Zhang Yao gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement.
What choice did he have? Zhou Hang's talent for medicine was undeniable.
I'll help you bid for it. But if the subsequent potions turn out poorly, or if you mess up during the Azure Domain Relay race,
you know what I mean?
I have plenty of ways to get the Ship Repair Tower Association to sanction you. His eyes were dark and menacing as he stared at Zhou Hang, but Zhou Hang was too preoccupied watching Lu Ruyan sitting on the TV screen, his heart twisting in agony.
Ruyan. I want you. I absolutely must have you. TSK.
Spitting in disgust, Zhang Yao immediately pressed the remote control to silence the commotion outside.
10 million. Whoa. It's 10 million. A VIP bidder has offered 10 million. Any higher bids? 10 million. 10 million, going once. The announcer's voice cut through the noise, silencing the crowd. Holy crap, starting at 10 million? That's insane. 10 million? Forget it. Not worth it. The value just isn't there anymore. Exactly. 10 million might be worth it for a well-tempered, A-class ship maiden, but this toxic one? 8 million is the absolute ceiling. Forget it. Just as everyone was discussing giving up. Inside VIP room 702, Zhang Hao's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he slowly pressed a new number on the keypad. 15 million. When that number flashed on the screen, Mo Euro and Jian Qinghan in the room were both stunned. You're crazy. Where did you get that much money? Exactly. What if the other side suddenly stops bidding? You'll be screwed. Faced with the women's horrified stares, Zhang Hao merely smiled, calmly shaking his head as if he'd never worried about things going wrong. Blow it? No way.
Today, even if we tear this place apart, that guy will still take Lu Ruyan away. After all, this is the bond between the male and female leads. As Zhang Hao pressed in the digits, his face remained stone cold, but outside, the room erupted in chaos. Holy! 15 million? Which rich family's idiot son is this? Give me 15 million and I'll buy an S-class shipmaiden. F. Pure F-ing idiots rich and stupid. 15 million must be the cap, right? I doubt anyone will bid higher now. The clamor persisted, and the announcer hadn't prompted any new bids for ages. Just as Mo Euro and Jian Xinghan thought they'd blown it. Inside, VIP room 304. Damn it! Who the hell is it now? Who the hell is trying to sabotage me? Zhang Yaoyao was about to lose his mind. Damn it! Ever since taking Zhou Hang as my apprentice, why has everything gone wrong? 15 million? If they raise the price again, this deal would be a total loss. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yao hesitated. But, thud. Zhou Hang suddenly dropped to his knees before him. Master, I beg you. I must have her. How can I live without her? The thought of her being taken by someone else makes me want nothing but death. A grown man, now sniveling and crying right in front of him. You. Sigh. Rubbing her forehead, Zhang Yao felt a headache coming on. Furrowing her brow, she took a deep breath and pressed the button for the astronomical price of 20 million. 20 million. Wardfa. This piece of junk. Oh no. This, Mountain Sea Region Specialty Grade A ship maidenist ship, has already received a bid of 20 million from a VIP. It's an all-time high. Everyone. Any higher bids? The announcer was practically babbling. Holy crap. I thought those two cuties earlier bidding on a Grade B shipmaiden was already insane. Now there are two more cuties? Could it be? Those same two cuties from earlier? Ha! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The VIP room buzzed with chatter. On the TV screen, Zhang Wangjiang couldn't stop grinning. He'd only spent 3 million on Lu Ruyan. This appreciation came way too suddenly. They're actually bidding against us? Inside the VIP room 702, Jian Xinghan and Mo Euro were both stunned. 20 million? What kind of figure is that? Someone willing to shell out that kind of money? Even the proud purple-green sword ship family could part with one of their S-class shipmaidens for that. With that kind of money, why not go find an S-class shipmaiden instead of acting so crazy here? Raise the bid? I said I could pull off one more stunt, would you believe me? Zhang Hao's lips curled into a smirk as he pressed the remote control button once more. Zhang Hao. Don't. You're going to blow this. Jian Xinghan tried to stop Zhang Hao, but the staggering 8-digit figure was already entered. 25 million. A hefty bid. 25 million. 25 million. Another bid. It's 25 million. Friends, let's cheer again. Oh no. The boss is generous. The announcer's new alert tone sounded, and the surrounding area fell silent. Bang. Inside VIP room 304, Zhang Yao stared at the bid, slammed the table, and was about to storm out. Damn it. Treating me like a little darling. Where's the gold coin explosion? Forget it. He lifted the hem of his skirt and was about to leave the room. But, thud. A pair of big hands clamped down on her calf, sticky snot smearing against her pant leg. Master. If you won't help me, who will? Please just help me one more time. Help me win Ruyan's hand, and we'll be your servants for life. He was a grown man. At this moment, Zhou Hang looked nothing like a man, clinging to Zhang Yao's calf and wailing. You. Let go. I won't let go. If you don't help me, I'll just keep holding on to you like this. You. Huff. A towering, violent tremor shook his chest. Zhang Yao felt like he was about to lose his mind. This isn't a disciple. This was a disaster waiting to happen. Click clack clack. Clenching his fists, Zhang Yao shot Zhou Hang a look of frustration, then slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. Finally, he typed in a number, 30 million. This is the last time. If it still doesn't work, you'll die right here. His eyes were bloodshot. After Zhang Yao finished his bid, the room fell into complete silence. Even the announcer froze in disbelief for a moment. 30 million? Watching on TV, Zhang Wangjiang couldn't believe his eyes. He'd snatched up a gold digger, only to flip her for 10 times the price? Holy. I'm a ING investment genius. He couldn't stop grinning. 30 million for one go. 30 million for 2 rounds. 30 million going once. 30 million going twice. 30 million going once more. Sold. Let us congratulate our distinguished guest on securing the Ruyan as desired. The celebratory announcement echoed through the speakers. Zhou Hang released Zhang Yao's thigh with a sigh of relief. Like a dead dog, he lay sprawled on the floor, watching Lu Ruyan being helped to her feet on the TV screen. A faint smile touched his lips. Ruyan. Damn it. Seeing his apprentice's pathetic state, Zhang Yao snorted coldly and strode swiftly out of the VIP room. Damn.
30 million for an A-class shipmaiden. That's impressive.
I thought that 11 million for a V-class shipmaiden was already FING insane, but who knew there's someone even more FING crazy.
Holy crap. 30 million could buy an S-class shipmaiden. Even a brand new one. That's some serious money spent. The auction concluded. A wave of mocking laughter rippled through the surrounding boxes. Hearing these taunts, Zhang Yao felt the veins on her forehead bulge. Gritting her teeth, she felt nothing but utter disgust for this disciple she'd taken in. Meanwhile, inside VIP room 702, Zhang Hao slowly rose to his feet, his lips curving into a faint smile as he surveyed the stunned women in the room. Well, I told you someone would pick up the tab, didn't I? How could this be? Someone actually paid 30 million for an A-class shipmaiden?
Jin Qinghan remained in a state of shock, unable to recover for a long time.
Ah, you don't understand. This is called love. Can love really be measured by money? Let's go. It's time for us to leave.
As Zhang Hao patted his butt, the familiar system notification chimed in his ear.
Congratulations. You have successfully driven a wedge between Zhou Hang and his master, Zhang Yao. You have stolen 3 strands of the protagonist's destiny fortune. Your devil ship gains +1 to its overall potential after every race. Chapter 79, Black Ship Race, Death Whale Cavity Map, by Huanoan's Night Visit Part 1. Auction House Payment Counter. The crowd bustled with activity, most still discussing the recent 30 million incident. Zhang Hao pushed through the bustling crowd, entering a metal booth resembling a bank teller window from his past life, with only Bai Huan following behind. Sir, here are the items you purchased at the auction.
A male voice echoed from behind the dark glass partition inside the booth as a wooden crate slid out from beneath the black glass. Inside lay 4 bottles of hull repair fluid and a contract of indenture for the disaster ship. Zhang Hao glanced at the items and handed over a magnetic card. Your total for this transaction is 11 million. Per manager Zhou's instructions, your purchase is discounted by 30%. Total charge, 7.7 million. Beep. After the swiping sound, as the magnetic card was returned from beneath the partition, the attendant politely stated, your reserved black ship race will commence at 6 a.m. tomorrow in the Magic Sea Whale Zone. Please ensure punctual attendance. Failure to do so will result in blacklisting by this merchant guild. Understood. With a faint acknowledgement, Zhang Hao led by Huan out of the auction house, heading toward a merchant ship. The Merchant Fleet Alliance not only handled auctions and competitions but also provided lodging services. After boarding a merchant vessel, Zhang Hao followed his phone's navigation to a double room, with Bai Huan silently trailing behind him. Squeak. Once inside the room, Zhang Hao closed the door and handed the wooden box directly to Bai Huan. Here you go. Take it. Make sure you drink 2 bottles yourself, and bring the other 2 to Euro and the others.
The rooms had been booked online in advance.
Mo Euro, Jin Qinghan, and Bai Huan shared one room, while Zhang Hao stayed alone in another.
After the auction ended, the 4 split up. Mo Euro and the others returned to their room ahead of time.
Now, with everything concluded, Zhang Hao sprawled out on the bed in a T-shape, sprawling lazily like a dog, eager only to quickly check tomorrow's racetrack conditions.
Thud. Taking the wooden box, Bai Huan's expression clearly betrayed disbelief. Because inside that wooden box, her indenture contract was still tucked away. Did Zhang Hao not fear that she might take this box and flee overnight? Aren't you afraid I'll take the box?
Having voiced the question weighing on her mind, Bai Huan stared at Zhang Hao with a peculiar expression. She had to admit, she did have feelings for Zhang Hao.
And not just a little.
He was the first man who didn't despise her physical structure, and the first to actively purchase her. Her previous 6 partners had merely been curious about her speed, testing her out tentatively. It was like they were just playing around with her, with no intention of taking responsibility. But Zhang Hao, he'd bought her outright. Bai Huan could sense that this guy wanted to keep driving her. Scared? What should I be afraid of? Shouldn't you be the one afraid? Should I be afraid you'll pack up and run away overnight? Or shouldn't you be more afraid of missing out on me, the only one in your entire life who can pilot your navigator? On the bed, Zhang Hao's lips curved upward as he teased her with his gaze. He seemed utterly confident in himself, his eyes growing increasingly provocative the longer he looked at Bai Huan. Her cheeks flushed inexplicably. Bai Huan retrieved the contract and tossed it toward Zhang Hao once more. Rip. But what Bai Huan never expected was that after catching the contract, Zhang Hao tore it apart right then and there. As shreds of paper fluttered through the air, his expression was unusually relaxed. I'll say it again. I don't need these few million, but you need me as your navigator. Are you planning to run away and live in constant fear for your life, or decide to follow me and become famous across the seas? Tonight, you can think it over carefully. I hope that tomorrow, when I launch my shipmaiden, you'll be the one at the helm. After fixing Bai Huan with a solemn gaze, Zhang Hao flopped onto the bed and closed his eyes. He made no further attempts to persuade her. Because he knew, a navigator had the right to choose their shipmaiden, and a shipmaiden had the right to choose their navigator. It was a matter of mutual pursuit. His one-sided pursuit was meaningless.
I'll come find you later.
Her eyes flashed beneath her white hair. Bai Huan tossed out an ambiguous remark before scooping up her box and striding swiftly out of the room.
Come find me later. What does that even mean?
Looking suspicious, Zhou Hang didn't dwell on it. Instead, he opened the map of the Death Whale Cavern in his mind. The competition was tomorrow. If he didn't cram at the last minute now, it would be inexcusable. As a map resembling a DNA strand unfolded in his mind, Zhou Hang froze in shock.
Is this even a map?
It resembled a coiled, twisted snake standing upright from top to bottom. This map was 3D, and the track itself was vertically elevated. Zhou Hang never imagined a track mode where you sprint straight downwards from start to finish.
Like an infinitely extended S-curve, spiraling downward.
And this map is alive, the roads constantly expand and contract.
It looked like as if countless downward sloping S-curves interlocked, contracting and expanding.
When the track contracted, its width barely allowed a single boat maiden to pass. When it expanded, it could accommodate up to 3 boat maidens side by side. Of course. None of this is the strangest part of this map. The strangest thing is that the edges of the map's walls are marked with red zones, and every few kilometers, there's an area marked with a white dot.
Holy! What the hell is this thing?
Turning the map, Zhou Hang could make out that this was the interior of a demon sea whale. The starting point seemed to be its mouth, and the end point its anus.
This is the black ship race for you, racing inside a colossal beast.
His eyes flickered. Though he'd long heard tales of the black ship race's absurdity, Zhou Hang never imagined it could be this outrageous.
Thud! Thud! Thump!
Just as Zhang Hao was lost in thought over the map, a knock sounded at the door.
Come in.
Zhang Hao called out without hesitation.
Squeak!
Bai Huan, clutching 2 bottles of hull repair fluid, had already walked back into the room. Her eyes narrowed, her cheeks flushed like peaches, as she stared at Zhang Hao, who was staring blankly at the bed, hesitating to move.
Hey! You!
Her slender legs fidgeted nervously. Bai Huan had never been alone in a room with a man before, and her awkward movements grew more frequent.
What is it? Made up your mind?
Still sprawled on the bed, Zhang Hao remained motionless. Bai Huan hesitated, then stepped forward quickly.
Do you know the rules of the black ship race? Even though you're a master sailor, you might not be familiar with the conditions there. Let me explain it to you first.
Her face flushed as she silently approached the bedside. Zhang Hao snapped back to attention, only to find a pair of long, white legs appearing before his eyes.
You said.
Zhang Hao sat up and patted the spot beside him.
Bai Huan hesitated before sitting down.
The man's scent overwhelmed her, making her heart race, yet she feigned nonchalance. The black ship race is a competition held inside a giant whale.
Because between 6 and 7 in the morning is when the giant whale surfaces to breathe. So it rises upright, tail down, mouth open to take in air.
The entire breathing cycle lasts a full hour. The competitors must enter through its mouth after this hour, traverse its large intestine and esophagus, and finally emerge from its anus. During the journey, the whale's esophagus secretes digestive fluids. Sailors must avoid colliding with the walls, or their vessels will corrode. Additionally, since they traverse the large intestine, digestive fluids drip from above, requiring constant vigilance. Furthermore, it breathes while standing upright, meaning the entire course slopes downward. Speed control is crucial, otherwise, the winding intestines could easily cause capsizing.
Phew! Huff! Huff!
For some reason, Bai Huan grew increasingly flustered as she spoke, her cheeks flushing deeper with each word. She was like an extremely sensitive rabbit. Just the sound of Zhang Hao's breath near her made her body tremble violently.
Also, 1 hour is the air-breathing limit for the demon sea shark.
If you don't escape its body within that hour, its anus will seal shut, trapping the contestant inside for good, a fate no different from death. After hearing this, Bai Huan went completely limp, collapsing onto Zhang Hao's shoulder.
Chapter 80, Black Ship Tournament, Death Whale Cavity Map, Bai Huan's Night Visit Part 2. Oh, so many dangers. Plus the speed races and fierce competition among the boatwomen.
This race really does claim a lot of lives. Recalling the red-marked zones within the Death Whale Cavern, Zhang Hao suspected those must be the corrosive areas secreting digestive fluid. But what about the white zones? What did they signify?
Do you know what those circular areas inside the demon sea whale are? They seem to appear roughly every few kilometers.
Plop. Just as Zhang Hao was about to ask, he felt a wave of warmth wash over his shoulder.
Bai Huan's cheeks were an unhealthy dark red, and she'd collapsed onto his chest, struggling to breathe. What's wrong with you? Zhang Hao was stunned. What the hell was this boatwoman doing, acting like she was about to die? I think I'm exhausted.
Beneath her white bob, Bai Huan's entire face had turned the color of liver. She wasn't dying, she was just physically drained. She'd only been out of the prison for a day and had eaten a few bites of bluefish meat. Her already weakened body couldn't endure standing for so long. Plus, she had no experience being alone in a room with a man. When Zhang Hao's hot breath washed over her, she went limp like a pile of mud.
You. Never mind. Just lie down.
After placing Bai Huan on the bed, Zhang Hao glanced at the hull repair solution in her hand and silently took out a bottle of his own. Hey, that white circular area, what exactly is it? Plop. Popping the cap, a viscous liquid dripped onto his hand, the familiar black revolutionary repair solution. Zhang Hao had used this stuff on Mo Euro before it had powerful hull repair properties. He rubbed it between his palms with practiced ease before applying it to Bai Huan's arm. Ouch! A sharp, cooling sting shot through her.
Bai Huan bit back a cry, clearing her throat instead. The white zone? I never made it that far. I have no idea. After all 6 times I drove, I crashed right at the first corner. Ah, well. Sorry. Zhang Hao hadn't expected that response either. He switched her arm and reapplied the repair solution. Remarkably, under the nourishment of the hull repair solution, the dense clusters of red eczema covering Bai Huan's arms visibly shriveled and faded away. After the initial sting of the solution, a soothing coolness washed over her, causing Bai Huan to close her eyes in comfort. Hey! I'll repair you once more.
You should be back to normal by tomorrow.
A pat on Bai Huan's head made her jolt awake.
She tilted her head, eyeing Zhang Hao suspiciously.
Ha? Can't we just keep it human?
Well, technically, yes. But...
Ahem.
Zhang Hao flushed a rare blush.
Bai Huan seemed to realize something and immediately flushed red as well. I understand.
Buzz. Buzz. Buzz.
Unlike Mo Euro, whose chest reflected a triangular mirror projecting the ship's hull, Bai Huan's entire body glowed from the bones beneath her skin.
A massive skeleton ship materialized within the room. Fortunately, the room was tall and spacious enough. A skeleton over 10 meters long, resembling a tyrannosaurus, filled the entire space. Zhang Hao stared at the crystalline white bone hull, momentarily lost in thought. He navigated through the hollow gaps of the skeleton, patiently applying the repair fluid to every inch of the frame. Instantly, the white bones turned black. This work felt a bit like a model enthusiast assembling a 1000-piece Gundam kit.
Exhausting, yet deeply satisfying. After all, no one from Blue Star could refuse the chance to repair a ship like this, right?
Buzz buzz buzz. The massive skeleton swayed lightly as the black repair fluid was gradually absorbed.
The once sickly pale frame, now permeated and restored by the dark liquid, radiated a rejuvenated white glow. Moments later, the entire colossal skeleton began testing its movements.
The core bone sphere of the disaster swayed back and forth, resembling a child excitedly shaking a rattle.
All done. Seems like it's fixed. Got strength back.
The hull shimmered. A flash of white light later, Bai Huan had regained her human form.
Her entire demeanor transformed from a state of decay.
Her emaciated body regained some vitality, her once gray eyes brightened, her dry, frizzy hair became smooth and silky, and her skin grew soft and delicate. In mere moments, the disheveled girl had transformed into a tall, elegant woman. Her gaze grew hazy, and a peculiar emotion flickered in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao, if I become your boatwoman, will you let me repair your hull?
Her tone held envy, rapture, and a hint of obsession.
Zhang Hao wiped his hands with a tissue, gave an odd nod, and said, I suppose so. Then, that's absolutely amazing. My previous partners only ever used me. They weren't like you, never so attentive or caring.
For some reason, Bai Huan felt tears welling up again.
All right. Get some rest.
Zhang Hao gestured toward the bed and was about to leave.
Click. Suddenly,
a pair of smooth, delicate hands clamped tightly around his arm. Turning back, he saw Bai Huan's face flushed crimson as she greedily licked her lips.
Do you want me? Ha? Zhang Hao was stunned. Not sisters? So forward? I've never met a navigator as good as you. Great skills, plenty of money, and you treat the shipmates well. I'm not sure if something might happen to you tomorrow, so I want to give myself to you. If it's you, I don't think I'll regret it. As Bai Huan spoke, she pulled Zhang Hao toward the bed. Zhang Hao was stunned by her direct, bold move. He immediately took several steps back. No. You, instead of giving me your body, why not bind the shipmaiden contract to me? I think that's more practical. Right. Then, lean your neck toward me. Ha?
Hesitating, Zhang Hao leaned closer to Bai Huan. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around him, burying her face against his chest, and pressed her vivid red lips directly onto his neck.
A hickey.
The thought barely crossed his mind. Buzz.
Suddenly,
a white bone necklace materialized around his neck. Simultaneously, a message flashed through my mind.
Disaster. Propeller RPM 122. Lateral bending stability 40. Sail mast wind storage 89. Stiffness 20. Anchor stability 40. Endurance, 112. Skill, deep sea shark. Fury of the deep. Due to its unique structural design, the disaster can briefly submerge its entire hull underwater for stealth acceleration.
During submersion, propeller speed increases by +20, anchor stability decreases by 20, and hardness decreases by 20.
Note, activating this skill requires the navigator to dive. Those with insufficient lung capacity are prohibited from using it. Ship Maiden overall rating, B+. Chapter 81, Black Ship Race, An Unexpected Team Up. These stats, these skills.
Holy, no wonder so many people crash out on corners with this thing.
122 revolutions per minute paired with 40 lateral stability? Who the hell can hold it steady in corners except some goddamn gifted veteran driver? The disaster's speed is faster than even an S-class shipgirl. These insane base stats. And this skill is meant to synergize with the navigator's dive duration?
Scanning the disaster's stats, Zhou Hang was utterly dumbfounded.
Without a doubt, this was an insanely fast, high-speed, large ship maiden. But
this thing was clearly a super fast, large ship maiden, yet it was utterly fragile, the kind that shatters at the slightest bump.
In summary,
fast, but fragile and prone to capsizing. A shipgirl like this would probably get instantly destroyed in the black ship race. Both the shipgirl and her navigator would be toast in an instant.
No wonder.
No wonder they call her the disaster ship.
Ordinary people absolutely couldn't handle it. Huff. Huff. Hot breaths came in gasps.
Bai Huan watched Zhou Hang, who remained motionless, and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She knew that many who obtained the contract and saw their attributes would panic and be bewildered.
But what about Zhang Hao? Her arms loosened from around Zhang Hao's neck. Bai Huan looked fearfully at his face. The next moment,
she witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What a fine vessel. What a splendid vessel. The man's face was twisted in a look of pure, unbridled delight. Bai Huan couldn't fathom why he was laughing.
But she knew one thing for certain: there was no fear in his eyes, nor any trace of contempt. This man was different.
You, what are you laughing at?
She shifted her body slightly, not daring to get any closer to Zhou Hang.
Now, Bai Huan felt Zhang Hao was even more off than she was. I'm laughing because I'm happy. Bai Huan, you're mine now. And, you're a fine vessel.
Excitedly touching the white bone necklace around his neck, Zhou Hang fiddled with the slender chain as if he'd just gotten his hands on a cherished toy.
A speed others can't handle? What did that matter to Zhang Hao? Fragile skin, afraid of being hit? Then just go so fast they can't catch you. Though the stats are a bit extreme. But damn, what a ship. This is absolutely the highest stat ship maiden.
The man's excited voice echoed in her ears.
Bai Huan didn't quite grasp the meaning, but she grinned along anyway.
Exhausted, she closed her eyes, sprawled out on the bed with arms spread wide, revealing her alluring curves.
She imagined letting Zhang Hao take the next step. But, as she waited, she drifted off to sleep. The next day. Zhang Hao. At the crack of dawn, Missouri Euro hurriedly arrived at Zhang Hao's door. Bang!
Before anyone inside could speak, the little boatwoman unleashed terrifying force, smashing the door open.
Ha! Yu-ru. What time is it?
Seeing Zhang Hao's bleary eyes as he propped himself up from the table, Mo Euro's anxious expression finally eased. Yesterday, Bai Huan had said she wanted to help Zhang Hao understand the black boat racetrack and had gone into Zhang Hao's room alone. As the first-generation boatwoman Zhang Hao's official partner, she hadn't paid it much mind, displaying the grace expected of her position.
But last night, when she woke up groggily and saw Bai Huan still hadn't returned, Mo Euro knew immediately trouble was brewing.
That Bai Huan had no sense of martial ethics.
BYD went to steal the tower.
Rushing over in a panic, barely combing her hair, Mo Euro arrived at Zhang Hao's door. Seeing Bai Huan asleep on the bed and Zhang Hao still slumped over the desk, the tension in her heart finally eased.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Zhang Hao hasn't even spent the night with me. I was the one who made the contract first. How could I let you cut in line? With a flurry of thoughts swirling in her mind, Mo Euro cleared her throat, forcing herself to stay calm. Doesn't the black ship race require us to reach the designated area by 6 o'clock? It's already 3 a.m. We should leave a bit earlier. Is that so?
Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes, giving Mo Euro a peculiar look. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, like a child feeling a bit guilty.
All right then. Bai Huan, wake up. Time to get ready for the competition. The shout from the bedside jolted Bai Huan awake.
She suddenly cried out, Zhang Hao.
Don't.
The room fell instantly silent. Zhang Hao and Mo Euro both turned to look at Bai Huan.
Staring back at them in confusion, Bai Huan's ears flushed red. I was dreaming. I dreamt about, Awkwardness filled the air.
The looks exchanged between them all carried a hint of doubt. Fortunately, Jin Qinghan walked in from outside just then.
She muttered, Hey! Aren't you guys leaving? Let's go, let's go.
Zhang Hao immediately headed for the door. As he passed by Jian Xinghan, her expression visibly stiffened.
Whoa! What's that mark on your neck? Is that a strawberry? No, no. You're seeing things.
They hurried toward the deck area. After a flurry of commotion, Zhang Hao led Jian Xinghan, who was still looking at him suspiciously, along with Mo Euro and Bai Huan, who were exchanging glances, to the deck area of the merchant ship. It was barely 3:30 a.m., with only the faintest hint of dawn breaking on the horizon. But, interestingly, waves rolled across the sea surface, and numerous shipmaids were already sailing toward a stretch of water to the east. These shipmaidens were being guided by a merchant ship, which appeared to be the Black Ship Race shipmaiden, cultivated by the Merchant Ship Alliance. Looking out, nearly every boat girl's cabin was loaded with peculiar items. Things like artillery, RPG launchers, electric cutting saws, bizarre liquid projectors.
Damn!
This feels strangely reminiscent of the racing gadget race from a past life.
Wide-eyed, Zhang Hao looked at Mo Euro.
She immediately revealed the hull of the Devil ship. The group boarded and followed the fleet as they sailed eastward.
Plop! Splash! The morning sun spilled across the sea, its golden rays shimmering and breaking into fragments.
After numerous shipmaidens docked in a specific stretch of water, a massive dark shadow could be faintly seen swaying beneath the surface, about to break the water. Plop, plop, plop. The demon ship docked behind the stern of the fleet of shipmaidens. Zhang Hao was just about to survey the surrounding waters.
Thump, thump, thump.
A black medium-sized vessel approximately 14 meters long, 4 meters wide, with a 24-meter-high mast slowly came to a stop alongside the Devil ship.
This vessel was entirely blue-black, its shape quite bizarre.
At the bow, a pair of enormous tusks jutted out, curved diagonally into a semicircle, resembling the pincers of a beetle.
On the hull sides hung mechanical arms, each bearing a folded half-meter saw blade.
They hung downward, likely designed to extend and unfold into a pair of rotating saw teeth that would float alongside the ship once activated. It was this peculiar vessel that docked alongside the Devil ship when a familiar voice suddenly rang out.
Young Master Zhang. I'm genuinely curious, back then, when you didn't choose me, who did you choose?
As the voice of Sharktooth echoed from the cabin, the door to the captain's quarters swung open, revealing a figure Zhang Hao never expected to see.
Zhang Hao. Long time no see. The one stepping out was none other than Zhou Hang.
Chapter 82, Black Ship Race, The Flaw of the Disaster.
Holy? How did you two end up teaming up? Who would have thought? Zhang Hao was completely taken aback.
Originally, according to the storyline, the Sharktooth was supposed to be piloted by a wild navigator and ultimately defeated by Zhou Hang. Now that he was about to pilot the disaster, Sharktooth had actually been taken over by Zhou Hang? The plot has taken a major turn. Ha! The esteemed young master of the Zhang family, skipping preparations for the upcoming Azure Domain relay race to show up here? Young Master Zhang, you wouldn't be here to participate in the Black Ship Race too, would you? Since Zhou Hang never saw the actual disaster at the auction, he still hadn't figured out why Zhang Hao was here. Zhang Hao smiled faintly.
Young Master Zhou, how about we make another wager? That I entered the Black Ship Race. Whether I can win or not.
The familiar words sent Zhou Hang's face darkening instantly.
Damn it! Another bet? Last time he screwed me over, and now he wants to screw me over again? Still haunted by the psychological trauma of being cheated, Zhou Hang's eyes turned cold. What are we betting on? This is the Black Ship Tournament. The stakes here are life itself. Young Master Zhang, don't say I didn't warn you. If you really show up, watch out for the Zhang family dying out.
Zhou Hang delivered his threat, then shot by Huan a suspicious glance before hurrying back to the captain's cabin.
Vroom vroom vroom. At this moment, on the eastern side, small hovercrafts quietly approached the gathered shipmaids.
Standing atop the craft were attendants of the Merchant Alliance, conveying something to each and every boatwoman. Plop. Finally, a hovercraft approached the demon ship, revealing Zhou Shang standing tall upon it. He wore a smile, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly carrying nothing.
Young Master Zhang.
Zhou Shang smiled at Zhang Hao aboard the ship and gestured toward the front of the gathered boatwomen, prepare to launch the disaster. I've secured you the first departure slot.
Oh? You got me the starting position? Seriously? You know my starting ability. Giving me the top spot?
What's the point of this race then? It wasn't Zhang Hao being arrogant. It was his launch boost, combined with the disaster SRPM, that gave him confidence he could outpace the other boat maidens by a huge margin right from the start. He was certain he could leave them trailing behind, never catching sight of his stern for the entire race. But, facing Zhang Hao's confidence, Zhou Shang shook his head.
Did you see that? Notice what's being deployed along the gunnels of the other boat maidens?
Those are the combat modules provided by the Merchants Guild. Those ship maidens are selecting their combat components for this race, preparing to install them and warm up. But your boat girl is different. You've seen the specs of the disaster, right? Due to her unique frame, she can't mount any components at all. That skeleton can't hold anything, it's too fragile.
Ha? Does the disaster have this flaw too? Turning to Bai Huan, Zhang Hao was stunned. The disaster couldn't mount components?
Not being able to mount combat components was understandable, but if even auxiliary components couldn't be installed, that was ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
Under Zhang Hao's gaze, Bai Huan bowed her head meekly.
It's fine. If they can't be installed, then they can't be installed.
Anyway, I'm pretty sick of those combat modules, too, they're such a mess.
After comforting Bai Huan, Zhang Hao snapped back to reality. He was absolutely right.
If the disaster could install components, it wouldn't have killed 6 owners.
Just find a component with lateral roll stabilization and it wouldn't capsize, right? So you see, with the top tier launch slot now available, do you still think it's unfair? Zhou Sheng smiled and Zhang Hao nodded. All right.
Yuruwa, Jin Xinghan, head over to the merchant ship and wait there. I'll be back after I finish competing against Bai Huan. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Hao dismissed it as if it were a trivial matter, leaving Zhou Sheng utterly dumbfounded.
Young Master Zhang. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Going without combat accessories is extremely dangerous. The black ship race isn't as simple or fair as a speed contest, and finishing first isn't necessarily a good thing either.
In short,
I hope you managed to escape aboard the disaster. Zhou Sheng fixed Zhang Hao with a grave gaze, offering no further explanation.
Disaster. Deploy.
Zhang Hao silently glanced at Zhou Sheng, his eyes flickering, then signaled to Bai Huan.
Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly,
a ship hull resembling a Tyrannosaurus skeleton materialized alongside the devil ship. Hesitating, Zhang Hao climbed up the central keel of the disaster ship along the skeletal edges. He swayed unsteadily, like walking a tightrope, toward the suspended bone sphere at the keel center.
Yes.
Starting the disaster was such a hassle.
Who could blame it, being a skeleton ship?
Fortunately, as he neared the bone sphere, one side of its frame flared open like a lotus blossoming.
Zhang Hao leapt straight inside. Clack clack clack.
Once he landed inside the bone sphere, countless skeletal fragments reassembled, encasing Zhang Hao within its hollow core.
A white light flared.
The captain's quarters of the disaster were tiny, barely larger than a circular waterbed.
Moreover, the disaster's piloting mode seemed quite peculiar.
Zhang Hao stared at the white light but saw no particle projection of Bai Huan. Instead, behind her, a seated figure of Bai Huan dressed in a professional office lady outfit floated in midair, her eyes fixed on Zhang Hao with visible tension. This place.
My connection device is in my pocket. Bai Huan patiently pointed to her stomach. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. What kind of setup is this? As he tried to move closer to Bai Huan, suddenly,
buzz buzz buzz. A dozen white bones suddenly curved out from Bai Huan's chest, binding Zhang Hao and Bai Huan together like a tight band.
Ugh.
Tensing up, Zhang Hao tilted his head back slightly.
He could feel Bai Huan's warm breath tickling his earlobe. Just relax and lean into my embrace. Those protruding bones?
They're actually accelerator rods, anchor rods, sail-raising rods. Buzz buzz buzz. The skeletal framework restraining him felt like a seatbelt, yet also like a control stick.
Upon closer inspection, the framework was covered in a dense array of buttons. Holy crap! So that's how it's operated? Hard to imagine.
The piloting method of the disaster ship involves sitting in Bai Huan's embrace, manipulating the skeletal framework protruding from her chest to simulate the control mechanism?
Bizarre. Truly bizarre.
After a moment of startled delight, Zhang Hao gripped a white bone and slowly pushed forward.
Bai Huan's body followed suit, and the overwhelming sensation of being pushed back left Zhang Hao dazed.
Rumble rumble rumble.
On the sea's surface.
The moment the snow-white disaster appeared.
Instantly.
All the shipmaidens turned their gaze to witness this infamous vessel gradually sailing toward the first launching position.
Chapter 83, Black Ship Race, the Zhou family Zhou Zhong. Holy! Isn't that the disaster that killed 6 owners? Wasn't she supposed to be scrapped? How the hell is she racing? Guess you're out of the loop?
Word is some idiot bought her.
But I never imagined that fool would actually dare to race her? Impressive. Not afraid of death, huh? Taking one last navigator to sea before scrapping? Who the hell is driving it?
After the disaster took command, countless shipmates buzzed with heated discussion.
At berth 24, the hull of the Sharktooth shook violently.
Inside the captain's cabin, Sharktooth's face twisted into a rigid grimace. It's him.
Zhang Hao. That bastard Zhang Hao actually intends to race me in this piece of junk? Damn it. Damn it all. What makes me inferior to her? What makes me inferior to that damn disaster?
The moment he spotted the disaster at starting point 1, Sharktooth realized.
Zhang Hao is seriously going to race this thing. How dare he?
Why the hell can he drive this thing, but I can't drive myself?
Gritting his teeth, Sharktooth's face darkened.
Before her, Zhou Hang gripped the helm, his face equally dark.
Fine. So you're the one who bought the disaster ship at auction. You just love snatching my things, don't you? Damn it. You didn't get ruined, did you? Feeling pretty miserable about that, huh? His malevolent gaze fixed on the disaster, witnessing Zhang Hao boarding the vessel. Zhou Hang finally realized it. The one who had been competing fiercely against him at the auction all along was Zhang Hao. This guy was just looking for trouble. Thank goodness. Thank goodness your master wasn't as rich back then. Ruyan, you didn't get it. You must be furious now, right? He thought, not without a hint of smug satisfaction. In Zhou Hang's view, Zhang Hao must have been trying to snatch Lu Ruyan back then. After all, Zhang Hao had been lusting after her for so long. How could he bear to let someone else touch her? Even though he hadn't won the disaster ship, he'd still gotten Lu Ruyan. He'd already beaten him by a mile. You idiot. If you hadn't snatched the disaster ship, I might not have gotten Ruyan. With that scrap heap, you're dead meat. A vicious curse escaped his lips as Zhou Hang's mouth twisted into a smirk. Hey. Kid, I know you. You've got skills too, but that Zhang Hao always manages to outmaneuver you. I hate him, and I hate that ship maiden even more. You hate him too, right? How about we take him out later? Suddenly, the furious voice of Shark Teeth cut through Zhou Hang's smug satisfaction. That's exactly what I was thinking. He snapped back to reality, tightening his grip on the helm. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Sharktooth's particle-light face. Watching her reaction, Zhou Hang couldn't help but shake his head. He dared not get too close to her, silently shifting his body to create distance, suppressing the mischievous thoughts in his mind. Hey. If you could help me take them out, I've got some Durex in my pocket. You know what I mean? Shark Teeth's boldly teasing voice sent Zhou Hang scrambling backward in fright. No way. Was this some talented guy from the previous generation who developed this hobby? And he's still driving the boat. You city folks sure know how to have fun. Meanwhile, on the Merchant Fleet Alliance viewing ship, a massive display screen now dominated the deck, where only a handful could sit, facing the wind to watch the live race. Most spectators had to view the broadcast at the Merchant Fleet Alliance headquarters. Among these few, besides father and son Zhang Wangjiang and Zhang Wanghai, stood a curly-bearded old man leading Zhou Shang. There was also a beautiful woman accompanying a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Zhou Hang. 6 people in total watched the screens. I hear that ship-handling kid is competing this time too? The old man with the flowery beard boomed, his voice echoing across the deck. Zhou Shang smiled faintly. Yes. That Zhang Hao fellow insists on sailing the disaster. As you know, that ship can't carry any components. So for fairness, I had to place him in the first starting position. He bowed respectfully to the figures on deck, but none of them paid him much mind. Zhang Wangjiang glanced at the youth beside the beautiful woman and quipped, "Where's young Master Zhou Zhong? Did you spend all this money to come to the front lines for the competition just for your younger brother, Zhou Hang?" Compared to the match itself, Zhang Wangjiang seemed more interested in other matters. The young man Zhou Zhong snorted coldly. Zhou Hang? At his current level? He's not worth a second glance from me. If I hadn't heard that guy who invented Launch Start, Anchor Drift, and Whirlwind Dance was here, I wouldn't have bothered coming to your place. The teenager's tone was arrogant, and he didn't even bother to glance at the others on the deck. But, beneath that arrogance, not a single soul dared to challenge him. Zhou Zhong, the undisputed young master of the Zhou clan of the Azure Domain, was the eldest son of Zhou Yuanshan and the S-class shipmaiden, Magnet. The beautiful woman beside him was also an extremely rare shipmaiden on the competition stage, the matriarch of the Zhou family, the Magnet ship. Luo. Xiao Zhong. Honestly, it wouldn't have mattered if you hadn't come. Didn't you already master Zhang Hao's launch start technique? With focused practice, you'll master his other ship techniques sooner or later. The beautiful woman lifted her chin haughtily. Her simple words instantly left the people on the deck speechless. Mastered? To date, hardly anyone in the entire ship association had managed to crack the mystery of the launch start technique, right? This Zhou Zhong? He could master it? Rumor has it the Zhou family's eldest son possesses the prowess of the legendary Far Mountain King. Any ship maneuver he observes just a few times, he can master instantly. Now it seems, not a word of it is untrue. Zhang Wanghai immediately clasped his hands together, attempting to butter him up and build rapport with Zhou Zhong. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhong remained expressionless, not even glancing at him. He continued to himself, I didn't come here to watch the spectacle. I suspect this Zhang Hao is about to showcase some sailing skill again. I just wanted to understand it beforehand. The Azure Domain relay race has always been dominated by our Zhou family. He wants to compete in bigger races, and he'll definitely show up for this one. I have a feeling he'll be my biggest rival in the relay race. The sea wind howled past, making the youth's clothes flutter fiercely. Hands clasped behind his back, he carried himself with a prematurely mature air. At that moment, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, locked on the snow-white disaster at the very front of the fleet of boatwomen. Zhang Hao. The black ship race forbids the use of navigator talents. It's a battle to the death. Let me see how you plan to escape this. First, being first without weapons for protection is the most dangerous position. Chapter 84, Black Ship Race, Disaster's Supersonic Turn. Inertial Drift. Whoa. Why do I feel like someone's watching me? Chilling.
Inside the disaster's captain's cabin, Zhou Hang felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine.
Are you cold?
Upon hearing this, Bai Huan wrapped her arms around Zhang Hao from behind, her ample curves pressing tightly against his back.
Not cold anymore. Bai Huan. I'm curious. Among all your past navigators, has any ever started calling you mom mid-voyage? Ha? Ma. Zhang Hao suddenly blurted this out, leaving Bai Huan momentarily stunned. What did that mean? Was she that old?
Oh, so it seems Hua Shui isn't here after all.
Zhang Hao, do you want to back out?
We're about to start the race, the first corner is right around the corner.
Bai
Huan clung to Zhang Hao, and he could feel her heart beating rapidly.
He patted Bai Huan's arms, signaling her not to be nervous. It's okay. The highest RPM I've ever hit was way faster than yours. But if I turn, the hull is so light, it'll definitely capsize.
Her anxious voice reached him as Zhang Hao gripped the skeletal steering rod.
It's not a big deal. Just tell me, can you instantly cut the engine and stop the propeller? I'll try. As he spoke, Bai Huan frowned for a moment. I can do it. Receiving the affirmative answer, Zhang Hao's tone relaxed considerably. Alright. Just listen for my signal. The moment I tell you to cut the engine, you stop the rotation. Got it? Got it. Ugh.
Before he could ponder further, a deep, piercing screech suddenly echoed from beneath the sea surface.
Splash. Then, a massive wave exploded on the distant sea surface.
A huge, dark brown mouth, at least 100 meters wide, suddenly opened beneath the water, swallowing vast swaths of waves.
It stood like a small mountain on the sea surface. Splash. Splash. The sea churned violently. As the waves were swallowed, the entire ocean surface undulated and rippled. Rat.
A small boat sped to the edge of the gaping maw, where a referee immediately raised a signal pistol.
The black ship race is about to commence.
All navigators, prepare to set sail.
No talents may be used during the race, nor any self-modify components.
Violators will face a full-scale manhunt by the entire Merchant Fleet Alliance. The black ship race extreme speed, no mercy.
Ready, set. 3, 2, 1.
The moment the referee announced the race rules.
Vroom.
The starting position's doom ship had its stern already lifted, sending massive waves of water surging forward.
That's a catapult start. Launch start? He's going to use launch start here?
The commotion drew the attention of the boat women. On the spectator boat, the previously quiet group all turned their gaze toward the position of the disaster.
Oh? Using a boat technique?
The catapult start might let him shake off the boat women behind him, but charging into the magic sea whale's body at that speed, its intestines run downward.
With the catapult's momentum, do you really think you'll make it around the first bend in time?
Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes, gazing at the distant disaster in a teasing manner. The others remained silent. Those familiar with the black ship race knew well that the first bend in the Death Whale Cavern was famously dubbed the Death Bend. And the disaster had never successfully navigated this bend.
Boom!
Almost the instant the starting pistol fired, the disaster shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, streaking hundreds of meters ahead and instantly leaving the poised ship maiden trailing behind.
The propellers spun wildly, reaching the disaster's maximum speed of 122 revolutions per minute.
White bones pierced the deep blue, darting like bone spears toward the gaping maw.
Boom!
A massive wave erupted from the stern. Only then did the other maiden ships in their starting positions slowly begin moving, showing no sign of accelerating to pursue.
The Chartreuse acceleration was notably swift, quickly reaching the front row of boats. But,
no matter how Zhou Hang shook the tight leather suit of the Chartreuse, its rotation speed stubbornly stuck at 40, refusing to accelerate.
Hey! Chartreuse! Aren't you supposed to destroy them? Speed up! Pull out your Chartreuse and ram their asses to pieces. Zhou Hang kept shaking Chartreuse's shoulders. A dismissive voice came from her, what's the rush? Haven't you noticed the demon sea whale's mouth is facing down? Think about it, the faster you go, the quicker you'll hit that downward slope. What if there's a curve there, what then? Whoa! You mean they'll crash into the wall? Exactly.
This cursed ship is about to claim her 7th death sailor.
Gazing resolutely into the distance, the Chartreuse followed suit, plunging into the whale's mouth. Tuck.
The moment they plunged into the whale's mouth, Zhang Hao discovered something terrifying. At 122 revolutions per minute, dark red flesh walls flashed past like light, the entire ship hurtling through the currents like a whitewater ride, accelerating relentlessly.
Something's wrong.
This speed. He glanced down at the gleaming white skeleton. The RPM reading kept climbing.
145. 165. 185.
Gurgle.
As the whale's mouth continuously swallowed seawater, the downstream currents provided propulsion.
Meanwhile, the surrounding flesh walls visibly curved downward. This combination created an ultra-high acceleration driven by both water flow and downward momentum. The disaster was accelerating at a speed beyond its own control.
We're done for. We're done for. Zhou Hang. 500 meters. Just 500 meters to the curve. So fast. At this speed, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. Bai Huanhuan's shrieks echoed relentlessly from behind.
Though the hull hadn't collided yet, Bai Huanhuan's towering frame, propelled by downward momentum, slammed wave after wave into Zhou Hang's back with a duong, duong.
No wonder you always end up crashing people to death.
At this speed, even with a normal start, it'd gradually spiral out of control, accelerating past 100.
And the width of this flesh wall is clearly too narrow. There's no time for you to drift and control the hull.
Judging by the whale's esophagus's current width, it was roughly 1.5 times the width of a medium-sized shipgirl. If he intended to perform an anchor drift, and if he were piloting the devil ship now, given its size, Zhou Hang was confident he could execute a perfect drift through the turn. But, glancing down at the monstrously wide and long disaster, with its mere 40 lateral bend stability and 40 anchor stability, coupled with its flimsy 20 hardness,
Zhou Hang could already picture it.
The drift might succeed, but it would inevitably crash into the wall. At such high speed, a shipgirl this fragile would be hurled right out the door upon impact.
Zhou Hang. 400 meters. 400 meters.
Bai Huanhuan's voice, on the verge of breaking, drifted over as she closed her eyes completely.
What's the rush? Remember what I said earlier? Ha! Now! Stop the propeller. But, is there enough time? It's not about time. Just do it.
With a sharp tap on the control stick, Zhou Hang's voice was unexpectedly calm. Stop the propeller.
Stopped. Good. Now then. Inertial drift.
Feeling the sudden drop in the hull speed, Zhou Hang grabbed the two steering ribs before the hull had even completed the turn. He shook the hull violently, forcing it to tilt into a turning posture while still on a straight line.
Squay. At the same moment,
the propeller's rotation halted, freezing the entire vessel's speed at 85, propelled by the current. Like a tilted skeleton, it drifted forward.
85. 85. Still 85.
With the propeller shut down and relying solely on the inertia of the current, the hull remained frozen in motion like a paused animation, perpetually maintaining its tilted, turning posture as it drifted along the straight intestinal passage.
Gurgle. A faint rumbling of digestion echoed through the dimly lit waterway.
Directly ahead lay a winding 45-degree intestinal bend. At high speed, the hull tilted sideways, seemingly headed straight for the sizzling, smoke-belching wall of flesh.
The bend marked a zone producing digestive fluid. A collision meant certain death. Bai Huanhuan's shriek pierced Zhou Hang's ears.
He timed the entry into the bend perfectly, but the massive hull of the disaster was already careening toward the digestive fluid zone the moment it entered the curve.
The next instant,
Zhou Hang straightened his body, swinging the speed boost white bone in one hand while yanking the steering white bone with the other to correct the ship's course.
Hey! Now! Engage the propellers! Speed up! Ah!
In the panic, Bai Huanhuan had no time to think, her screams echoing through the captain's cabin. With a thunderous roar, the entire vessel sprang into motion, Zhou Hang launching it into acceleration at launch start speed once more.
And then, an incredible scene unfolded.
Guided by the current, the large, slanted vessel resembling a drifting object suddenly accelerated just as it was about to collide with the wall.
Boom!
It burst out of the bend. Because the hull had been tilted on the straight section beforehand, it entered the curve sideways, eliminating the need to turn the ship within the bend.
Precisely because of this entry point, the hull required no steering once inside the curve.
With a sudden surge of forward momentum, the bow shot straight out of the bend like a flying sword.
Boom!
Waves exploded as the disaster surged through the bend, then abruptly accelerated, charging deeper into the esophagus.
She successfully navigated the turn. Chapter 85, Black Ship Race, a runaway lead? Falling objects from above. Part 1. What was that? She's turning the hull on the straight stretch in anticipation of the curve? Then after entering the turn, it just accelerates straight out of it? What kind of maneuver is that? Vroom vroom vroom. Trailing behind the disaster, Sharktooth was practically mesmerized. What kind of mind-bending idea is this?
It felt like you were driving along normally, when suddenly the car ahead of you started cutting across the road diagonally. It took up the entire lane, yet managed to maintain a steady speed the whole time.
Great! After navigating that bizarre angle into the bend ahead, you'd realize in horror that its sideways posture perfectly matched the curve's entrance. Whoosh!
After entering the turn, it instantly corrects its direction, exploding out at an even faster speed, charging straight out of the bend. This is the legendary inertial drift technique famed throughout the racing world. Sharktooth had never seen this move before.
She didn't understand it, but she was utterly stunned.
Did he develop this technique too?
Gazing at the stern of the disaster, now lost from view ahead, Sharktooth felt an inexplicable sense of dread. It felt like the helplessness of comparing a struggling student to a genius. Damn it! Zhou Hang. How many more tricks are you hiding? Leaning into the turn before the curve even begins? That kind of technique. How come I've never seen it before? Damn it! Damn it! Sharktooth. Do we even stand a chance of catching him now? Zhou Hang gripped Sharktooth's shoulder tightly, his breathing already labored. He knew that at the other driver's speed, if he couldn't overtake now, he might not even catch sight of Disaster's tail for the rest of the race. There's a chance. There's a chance. Zhang Hao, you're a genius. The more precious you are, the more I want you. I'll smash your piece of junk ship to smithereens. I'll prove, in the black ship race, only I am worthy of you. Held by Zhou Hang, Sharktooth's expression gradually calmed. Hey! Get ready. At the first corner, don't prepare to turn, just ram straight into the corner. Ha! You're insane. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Hang couldn't understand, even thinking Sharktooth had lost his mind. You don't know. You'll see soon enough. Do as I say, and I promise, we'll give them a big surprise. Fine. Meanwhile, on the spectator ship, everyone stared at the footage from the ship's recorder, transmitted from inside the demon sea whale, their expressions frozen in shock. This, executing a sideways drift on a straight line to make a turn? Is that even a way to turn? Zhou Shang's jaw dropped as his understanding was shattered once more. Genius. Absolute genius. Zhou Zhong's usually calm eyes now sparkled with excitement. He knew that big ship's turning radius was too tight and it would definitely hit the wall, so he positioned it for the turn in advance. He also knew that once the propeller was engaged, the speed would keep increasing, making it extremely difficult to maintain balance in the curve. He had to stabilize the speed. So, before entering the curve, he stopped the propeller. Using the current and downward momentum, he maintained the hull's uniform speed. Because it was uniform, controlling the hull within the curve became exceptionally manageable. Because it was constant speed, once inside the bend, the boat behaved like a stationary float. At that moment, with just one burst of momentum, the sideways positioned boat, already perfectly aligned, could shoot out of the bend the instant it entered. What did he just say? Inertial drift? This guy, he's definitely hiding a lot of secrets. Zhou Zhong's eyes burned brightly, his face flushed crimson as if he'd discovered a new continent. The old man with the flowery beard hurriedly called out to Zhou Shang, quickly record what just happened. This technique is absolutely essential for ultra-high-speed drifting. Yes. Yes. Hearing this, Zhou Shang hurriedly stepped out of the deck area. The remaining few on deck kept their eyes glued to the now leading Disaster, not daring to look away for a moment. I mean, doesn't this mean there's no suspense left? The beautiful woman stared at the screen. Though she marveled at the breathtaking skill displayed moments ago, upon closer inspection, the Disaster now raced ahead at breakneck speed, leaving the rest in the dust. It had pulled ahead from the start and now successfully navigated the curve. Could the others possibly catch up? As she finished speaking, the mustached old man's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ha ha, it seems you haven't experienced our black ship race yet, madam. You'll soon find out. First place? No one holds it for long. Oh? The beautiful woman turned her curious gaze toward the old man with the flowery beard. He offered no explanation, merely folding his arms across his chest as he continued watching the frontline footage on the screen with keen interest. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the flowing downward current, the Disaster once again veered off course in a straight line. 85 turn. With the familiar inertia of the current, Zhang Hao shut off the propeller, waiting to enter the second bend. Behind him, Bai Huan covered her mouth, her face frozen in terror. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! We made it through the turn. We didn't hit the wall even once. Like a child who'd aced a test for the first time, she hugged Zhang Hao excitedly, swaying back and forth as they sat cross-legged together, their bodies rocking like a roly-poly toy. Zhang Hao remained calm, waving her hand dismissively. I told you. Just trust me. Hey! Another turn's coming up. Prepare to stop the propeller. Gripping the steering wheel, he was just about to enter the curve and start accelerating to correct the trajectory. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, he seemed to hear some strange, unfamiliar noise. It seemed to be coming from above. What on earth is that sound? Curiosity made him glance upward, but he couldn't see anything. Because he was inside the digestive tract of the demon sea whale. Looking up, the surroundings were completely enclosed, with only the constantly contracting and expanding flesh walls. Puff puff puff. Yet the sound was inexplicably growing louder. Until Bai Huan prepared to activate the propeller. Turn. Thud thud thud. The propeller's roar echoed, and a thunderous splash erupted at the third bend as the Disaster blasted out of the curve. PSSSHHH. A massive chunk of crimson flesh plummeted from the sky. Blood mist, flesh, and decomposing digestive fluids splattered everywhere, dripping and splattering onto the skeletal frame. Yah! A faint burning sensation spread through her body. Bai Huan gasped in shock, instinctively clutching Zhou Hang tighter. What the hell? Zhou Hang focused his gaze, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Directly above them, the shark tooth attachment of the shark tooth was rapidly churning, tearing holes in the topmost flesh wall. With a thunderous crash, it plummeted downward, landing squarely on the stern of the disaster. Bzzzzzzz. The spinning shark tooth, still coated in corrosive fluid, sizzled and smoked. Unabated in its speed, propelled by the current at a rotation of 100, it pursued the disaster. Bzzzzzzz. The spinning shark teeth seemed poised to savagely pierce and tear apart the stern of the disaster. Chapter 86, Black Ship Race, a runaway lead? Falling objects from above. Part 2. This thing. It came down from above? Zhou Hang stared at the shattered crimson wall, his expression utterly bizarre. Well. BYD taking shortcuts and cheating, huh? Looking up through the hole in the crimson wall, you could actually see another hole had been torn open at the first bend. With a moment's thought, it became clear how the shark tooth had descended. Because the death whale cavern was a spiral descent map. So by opening a gap in the upper curve, the hole would shoot out of the bend and plummet vertically into the next curve below. The black ship race wasn't about fair competition, it was a race to the death. Now, Zhou Hang finally grasped it fully. Die. I'll smash the stern of the disaster. I'll use my shark's teeth to crush its stern to pieces. Inside the Sharktooth's captain's cabin. Sharktooth's entire face was contorted now, the eerie rings of modified tattoos covering his body glowing with a faint green light. Zhou Hang gripped the violently shaking helm, feeling as though the Sharktooth itself had become a madman consumed by unrequited love. Damn it! Jealousy-fueled ship maiden is terrifying too. Watch me smash you to pieces. The frenzied words echoed as Sharktooth's breathing grew ragged, her voice tinged with unnerving madness. Ugh! Holding onto shark teeth, Zhou Hang suddenly felt like he was no match for her in terms of craziness. Hey! Zhou Hang, speed up! Speed up! Shark teeth's command rang out. Zhou Hang nodded, mechanically pounding the acceleration button. Whoosh! After the sudden acceleration. This time, it was as if she'd been provoked. Steam puffed from her mouth as her state grew even more frenzied. I'll knock you flying. I'll knock you flying. 110 revolutions per minute. 130 revolutions per minute. Beneath the rushing water, the shark's teeth erupted with unprecedented speed. Buzz buzz buzz. The whirring sound of the spinning shark tooth grew ever closer, seemingly poised to ram into Bai Huan's stern. Zhou Hang glanced over at the shark tooth, his face filled with astonishment. Damn it! This guy's driving so fast. Doesn't he fear crashing into the wall on the turns? Zhou Hang! Zhou Hang! Help! The stern's about to get rammed. Bai Huan's panicked shouts echoed through the cabin. Zhou Hang remained calm and collected. Slow down. Activate the skill, Raging Sea Shark. But can you even dive? Relax. I'm the prince of holding my breath. Alright then. Click, click, click. A white button protruded and flashed on the ribcage sheet extended. Zhou Hang pressed it swiftly. Hiss hiss hiss. Instantly, the entire cockpit of the disaster spewed out a cold mist. The captain's cabin was shrouded in mist, while outside the disaster, the massive, Tyrannosaurus-like hull bones rapidly converged toward the cabin. With a clack clack clack, the hull bones contracted, like a fleeting midnight bloom quickly fading. Plop! The next moment, a dense bone lotus, its intricate joints intertwined, suddenly plunged into the water with a thunderous crash. Its form had shrunk as the skeletal framework contracted, and the increased gravitational pull pulled it down. Gurgle! In an instant, surging seawater flooded the captain's cabin. Zhou Hang's nostrils instantly filled with the fishy stench of seawater, the tang of blood, and a faint hint of saltiness. Ugh! Zhou Hang! Are you okay? Bai Huan, still holding Zhou Hang from behind, looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Don't accelerate underwater. If you do, we won't make it through the bend ahead. Stay submerged until the shark tooth flies overhead. His head buried in Bai Huan's embrace, he could see clearly that Bai Huan's speed, boosted by the Raging Sea Shark effect, had surged to 144 enough to shake off the shark tooth. But this was the death whale cavity. Who dares drive at 144? With the current and downhill acceleration, it would likely surge past the 200 mark. Taking a curve at 200? That's pure madness. The ship would race ahead while the soul chased behind. Moreover, due to the effect of Raging Sea Shark, the hull's hardness is now 0. A single wall collision would kill both the navigator and the ship maiden. We can only avoid the sharp edge for now. If she overtakes us, when we hit the bend, will we have to slice through the wall again? Thanks to the underwater breathing bonus, Zhou Hang wasn't worried about underwater issues. After stopping the propeller, the massive black shadow drifted swiftly overhead at a speed of 85. Boom! The shark tooth, a streak of black light, slammed into the bend ahead. At such high speed, it had no time to turn, sending the entire vessel shaking and trembling violently. Inside the shark tooth's captain's cabin,
The violent impact sent the captain's cabin reeling. Zhou Hang clutched Shartooth as both of them were tossed about violently within the cabin.
Zhou Hang felt like he was about to vomit. But Shartooth wasn't.
Her sickly flush deepened across her face and a grin spread across her lips.
Skill? Oh, really? You have a skill, too? I'd forgotten about that. You piece of junk, you have skills? You're trying to dodge me, huh? Get out of my way, and don't even think about getting ahead of me. Zhou Hang! Blast through this wall.
The command echoed through his mind. Zhou Hang shook his head, pressing the activation buttons on the components with both hands.
The moment his hands touched it, consciousness connected. PSSS-T, PSSS-T, PSSS-T.
The high-speed cutting saws mounted on the sides of the Shartooth, their blades curled inward, word to life. They sliced through the wall with a puff, 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 tearing away chunks of flesh. Splash, splash, splash.
In an instant,
a gaping hole tore open at the bend, and the Shartooth charged through it.
With a thud, it landed on the second bend, sawing upward toward the third bend below. Splash!
A cloud of blood exploded as the Shartooth landed, slicing through the flesh wall at the top of the third curve and crashing directly into the next level below. Moments later, the whirring of propellers echoed as the Shartooth surged into the lead, now the undisputed front-runner.
Geneva! Is this even a race anymore?
Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Hang slowly raised his vessel's hull, executing an inertial drift to navigate the second bend. He dared not attempt such high-risk maneuvers involving soaring through the air and diving back down.
It wasn't that he couldn't do it, it was that the disaster's rigidity simply couldn't handle it. Vroom vroom vroom.
After speeding through the turn, he accelerated toward the third bend.
Plop. Plop.
Directly ahead, within the crimson hole freshly gouged by the Shartooth, two more shipmaidens abruptly descended. They were none other than the competitors who had previously been unable to catch up.
Thanks to the gap left by the Shartooth in the second turn, they used a skydive maneuver to surge ahead of Zhou Hang. These two shipmaidens, one was equipped with a bizarre water cannon device, while the other had assault rifles mounted on both bow and stern.
In the mere moment it took to evade the Shartooth, the disaster had plummeted from first place to fourth. On the spectator boat, the gray-bearded old man watched the scene unfold, a smirk curling his lips.
Well, madam, I told you no one could hold on to first place for long, didn't I? Put. What a crude race.
The beautiful woman glanced at the new race standings, tilting her head in disdain.
Rough, far too rough. No artistry, no skill whatsoever. Can't make the turn? Just ram through it? This is interesting. Zhang Hao, you wouldn't lose to my useless little brother, would you?
Zhou Zhong rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on the frontline projection, his expression full of playful teasing. Chapter 87, Black Ship Race, Smokescreens, Assault Rifles, RPGs.
Whoa. Isn't that the disaster? Am I seeing things? Didn't she usually die at the first turn? How could she be here? Inside the ship girl carrying the flamethrower, Chen Jun's expression flickered.
As one of the regular competitors in the Black Ship Race, he'd seen the disaster go down with her navigator far too many times.
This is something else today. Hey! Chen Jun! You dare get distracted while competing against me? Bang bang bang!
Just as Chen Jun turned to look behind the boatwoman that had been tailing him closely suddenly had over a dozen automatic rifles at its bow swing their barrels.
They unleashed a torrent of fire at Chen Jun's boatwoman. Clang clang clang. Bullets struck the hull, either sparking twisted metal or tearing clean through the boat's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rounds even whizzed through the captain's cabin, nearly taking Chen Jun out with a single burst. BYD Kong Jin, you wanna kill me? What did I ever do to you? He glared at the boatwoman across from him, cursing under his breath. On her bow, the automatic rifle's chamber was being reloaded again. Whether you've wronged me or not, what the hell do I care? If you don't clear the way up front, I'll sink you to the bottom right now, boat and all to feed the demon sea whale. Damn it! With a grim expression, Chen Jun lost all interest in the disaster behind him. He glanced at the boatwoman particle light and shadow beside him. A bullet hole was bleeding from her lower abdomen. Yet she uttered not a single cry of pain. The Black Ship Race was like this. As long as you're not dead, you keep racing. Hey! You little, give me some effort. I can still get you second place. You don't want to end up with no money to repair yourself after the race, do you? Hurry up, use the parts one gave you. The ship maiden in front of him pursed her lips. At the helm center, a component resembling an iron ball was spewing black smoke. Should I use it? The ship maiden's silhouette, obscured by the component, emitted black mist from her mouth as she spoke. Use it. Stood. Amidst the boatwoman's muffled speech. SSS. The peculiar spray guns at the stern began spewing thick black mist from their barrels. Whoosh.
In that instant, it felt like an old tractor plowing ahead, billowing clouds of black exhaust spewing from the stern of the boatwoman's vessel. Within moments, the already dimly lit racetrack plunged into complete darkness. Pitch black, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
Damn it! You BYD smokescreen? Rat-a-tat-tat.
At the bow of Kong Jin's boat, several assault rifles had just been chambered. Surrounded by the pitch-black darkness, a sudden sense of helplessness washed over them, like drawing their guns and looking around in utter confusion.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Faintly, the sound of the enemy boat's propeller could be heard. Left. 10 o'clock. Bang bang bang.
Fire snakes spat through the darkness.
This time, only the flickering light could be seen, not a single sound echoed back. Ha ha ha. You fool. Can you even see where I am now? Second is mine.
Xian Jun's voice faded into the distance. At the next bend, Kong Jin's shipmaiden, hampered by poor visibility, slammed into the crimson wall with a thunderous crash. Squeak. The sound of the hull cracking echoed. He cursed under his breath, then slowly began maneuvering the boat in the darkness. Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Meanwhile, Zhou Hang, trailing behind Kong Jin, was utterly bewildered. Wait, this is actually a prop race?
When piloting the shipmaiden as a navigator, one essentially shares the shipmaiden's vision. But right now, it felt like someone had splashed ink all over the clear screen in front of him. He couldn't see a thing.
Sneaky. This was far more treacherous than a direct physical attack. Death Whale Cavern was already a winding, downhill path with endless twists and turns. Without visibility, accelerating recklessly would surely crash into an unknown wall.
But if you didn't accelerate, you'd remain trapped behind his smoke seal, virtually immobilized.
I need to find a way to overtake those two. The safest way. By Huan.
Raging Sea Shark. He swiftly pushed the joystick. On the dense chest frame, skill buttons flashed. Whoosh. Suddenly, a piercing screech erupted from the stern.
What?
Turning to look, an RPG rocket was spiraling through the air, hurtling toward the disaster.
Damn it. Are you crazy?
Quick, get in the water.
Ugh. Bai Huan was frozen in terror.
All the white bones aboard the disaster instantly retracted, snapping and cracking as they coalesced into a bone lotus blossom, diving toward the water below. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Though underwater visibility remained murky, it was vastly superior to the complete darkness above caused by the smoke barrier. Creak. Visible ahead lay another 45-degree curved bend underwater. Kong Jin's boatwoman was clumsily correcting the course through the bend, just about to emerge from the curve. Whoosh.
What?
A piercing screech echoed through the air. Boom. The rocket-propelled grenade, having missed its target due to the disaster's launch, slammed into Kong Jin's boatwoman.
Boom boom boom.
Instantly, a fiery dragon erupted, tearing a gaping hole through the stern of the boatwoman's vessel shrouded in black smoke.
Crackle crackle crackle. Wood splinters flew everywhere as the hull caught fire, and a torrent of seawater flooded into the cabin. Damn it. Ning ping.
You bastard.
Damn it. F. Creak. Amidst the black fog, Kong Jin's curses echoed relentlessly.
Unfortunately, after a few stubborn thuds from the hull, the shipmaiden finally succumbed to her shattered stern, plunging into the water with a splash.
Gurgle.
A string of bubbles glistened on the flowing water. But moments later, even the bubbles vanished.
Dead.
Whether Kong Jin's shipwoman is dead or alive remains unclear. But Kong Jin, there's no way he could have held his breath underwater long enough to swim out of the death whale cavity. He has already become the first unlucky soul in this competition.
Ha!
The black ship race has always been a matter of fate, life and death determined by destiny, fortune and wealth by heaven. Third place.
It's mine now, right?
That disaster ship, if you've got the guts, stay underwater for the rest of your life.
Tuck.
Beneath the waves, Zhou Hang maneuvered the disaster through a new bend when suddenly, the shadow of a medium-sized shipmaiden loomed overhead.
Black mist still swirled thickly.
Vaguely visible was the open cockpit of this shipmaiden. Navigator Ningping wasn't piloting the shipmaiden at all. Instead, he stood on the deck with an RGP slung over his shoulder, constantly aiming straight ahead at something.
Holy hell, this is a death race. So you weren't steering at all? Just letting the ship girl pilot herself while you came to kill people, huh?
Watching silently as the medium-sized shipmaiden swept overhead, Zhou Hang showed no hurry to surface. He still had that smoke-sealing shipmaiden ahead of him.
As long as he didn't rush out, Ningping would definitely clash with Chen Jun.
All he had to do was wait for his chance. Until they finished each other off, then find a chance to surface. As for the first place Sharktooth, Zhou Hang still hadn't figured out how to catch up to that guy constantly jumping levels.
Chapter 88, Black Ship Race, Female Navigator, Residual Heat. Woohoo! Ladies and gentlemen, this is our thrilling and exciting Black Ship Race. See that?
The first sailor to dive in is none other than Mr. Kong Jin, our veteran who's participated in 6 Black Ship Races.
My apologies. The next time you see him will be at his memorial service.
Inside the Merchant Alliance's spectator ship viewing hall, the host narrated the frontline footage, delivering what should have been a solemn eulogy. Yet the spectator hall erupted in cheers and excitement. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So thrilling. Now that's a real man's contest. Under flickering lights, a motley crowd, rich playboys, dancehall girls, leather-clad thugs covered in tattoos drink and laugh, placing bets on the competing shipmates. This race, Shark Teeth is definitely going to win. You're sure? How could anyone beat Shark Teeth? That guy just leaps over the deck. I'm betting on Shark Teeth. Odds are 1 to 1. Amidst the chaotic hubbub at the center of the venue, the crowd shouted their bets. This was the derivative economy of the Black Ship Tournament. Spectators paid to watch, while the Merchant Fleet Alliance, acting as bookmakers, collected table fees and transaction fees on bets for first place. In the corner, Mo Euro and Jian Qinghan's faces were ashen. Watching Zhang Hao's situation, their hearts tightened. This won't do. Maybe I should jump in now too. If Zhang Hao falls in, my purple-blue sword ship's combat mode could still rescue him. Jian Qinghan's expression flickered. Her face remained stony cold, but her palms were sweaty, her fingers clutching the fabric of her skirt until it bunched up. Sister Qinghan. Maybe we shouldn't watch anymore. I'm afraid to watch this. Mo Euro frowned. Jian Qinghan forced herself to stay calm. You're scared? What are you scared of? Scared something might happen to Zhang Hao? Yes. Zhang Hao didn't tell me either. This thing is so terrifying. Can we request to end the competition? I'm afraid not. Right now, no matter what, we just need to get out of the death whale cavern. Don't tell me you're scared. You are scared. I'm scared too. Feigning composure, Jian Qinghan reassured Mo Euro. Just as the two were about to step out of the spectator hall. Tap tap tap. Just then, two women approached them. These two women, one with dyed red hair, manicured nails, and a very stylish denim halter dress, her figure slender. The redhead wore a smile, looking every bit the outgoing saleswoman. The other wore thick black-rimmed glasses and sported a voluminous mushroom cut. She stood discreetly behind the redhead, peeking out from behind her hair as she sized up Mo Euro and Jian Qinghan. It was clear these two were targeting Mo Euro and her companion. As they prepared to leave, the redhead spoke up. Don't worry. With Zhang Hao's SSS-tier talent, even if he sinks, he'll still manage to steer that disaster ship to safety. You can't use talent during the competition, but you can use it after losing. Besides, the competition's already halfway over. What could you possibly accomplish now? Why not sit down, ladies, and chat with me for a bit? The redhead twirled a strand of hair, her slightly flushed eyes darting toward Jian Qinghan, a flicker of delight in her gaze. Turtle. What kind of a tribute is that? Probably the top-tier talent in the purple-blue sword ship, right? She narrowed her eyes, and in a place invisible to others, a line of data flashed across her gaze. Purple-green sword ship. Propeller RPM, 99. Yaw stability, 99. Sail mast wind storage, 99. Stiffness, 99. Anchor stability, 99. Endurance, 99. Skill, Trinity Purple, Blue, Purple Blue. Trinity Purple when switching to the purple blade form, enter speed mode, propeller RPM plus 50, endurance 10, hardness 20. Trinity Cyan, switching to the cyan blade form activates combat mode, reducing propeller speed by 20, increasing hardness by 50, and boosting anchor stability by 25. Trinity Purple Blue, values remain unchanged in Purple Blue mode, but the skill duel can be activated. Special skill duel. During this race, you may select one ship maiden to challenge to a duel. If your total distance traveled within 60 seconds exceeds theirs, you gain 30% of their propeller speed. Conversely, if your total distance is lower, you gain 30% of their hardness. Ship maiden overall rating, S+. TSK. Such an exceptional ship maiden, and that Zhang Hao hasn't contracted her yet? Why can't I see the data for this devil ship? After glancing past Jian Qinghan, the red-haired woman turned her gaze to Mo Euro. She truly couldn't see a single bit of the other's data. S-rank talent Eye of Truth. This was her navigator talent, granting her the ability to see through the innate attributes of all shipgirls. With this talent, she had helped the Ship Association uncover countless valuable shipgirls. But now, she couldn't detect even the slightest trace of Mo Euro's data. She narrowed her eyes at Mo Euro and her companion, who were also watching them. Who are you? Jian Qinghan sensed the aggressive glare from the other party, her entire being radiating a chill. Oh. My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. You won. You one of lingering warmth. I'm a navigator for the Ship Alliance Association, and your next opponent in the Azure Domain Relay Race. This is my ship maiden, Accumulator. Yuan spoke while tugging at the girl with the mushroom haircut behind her. The girl with the mushroom haircut kept her head down, offering only a slight bow. She looked terribly socially anxious. Wait. What did you say? You're a navigator? As if her worldview had been completely overturned, Mo Euro stared at Yuan in disbelief. In this world, weren't abilities awakened by men to become navigators?
How could a female navigator suddenly appear in the ship alliance now? Ha! The world is vast, and nothing is impossible. Would you believe me if I said I've seen a male ship maiden?
Yuan chuckled, wrapping an arm affectionately around Energy Reserve's waist.
The way they looked, it kinda had that Yuri vibe. Male ship girls, huh?
This time, it was Jin Qinghan who froze in shock.
She couldn't help but picture two men hugging each other while piloting. Sigh. Blindingly awkward. Ha ha ha. Don't overthink it. People like us are pretty rare.
As if reading Jin Qinghan's thoughts, Yuan smiled before his expression turned serious. As for me, since Yun Yang lost at the last Zhou Hang gathering, I'm here for the relay race to redeem the Ship Alliance Association.
If you join the relay race, you'll face opponents like me and Yun Yang.
Yun Yang refused to come today, but I'm curious to hear what this Zhang Hao has to say.
Little did I expect, he didn't see him, but he spotted two lovely ladies instead. Yuan gestured politely toward a corner of the sofa as he spoke. Care to join us? Why not sit down? Let's have a chat. Especially this young lady. Would you be interested in serving the Sailing Federation?
Her slender fingers reached out toward Jin Qinghan, Yuan's face flushed with flirtatious charm.
Jin Qinghan glanced at her, and goosebumps instantly broke out all over his body. No thanks. I'm not into that sort of thing. Goodbye.
Grabbing Mo Yuro's hand, Jin Qinghan strode swiftly out of the spectator area.
She instinctively disliked that Yuan. Oh? Who would have thought? Zhang Hao actually has some charisma. Xu Neng. I actually failed to steal someone's partner.
Her fingers hooked around Energy Charge's face.
His cheeks flushed crimson as he was dragged by the lingering warmth into a small private room on the premises. Chapter 89, Black Ship Tournament, The Truth of the White Zone. The Chi Cavity? Rat.
The sixth bend of the death whale cavity. The esophagus of the demon sea whale began to contract and narrow, its crimson walls gradually growing damp.
Tick-tock. Drip.
Viscous digestive fluid dripped continuously from above.
This was the second core zone of the death whale cavity, the digestive fluid zone.
Within this zone, corrosive digestive fluids coated nearly every inch of the walls. The ceiling dripped with an even denser concentration, occasionally releasing large pools that splashed into the flowing waters below.
Whoosh. Yet, even on this treacherous course,
ahead, Chen Jun's boatwoman showed no sign of stopping her smoke sealing efforts.
Thick black smoke billowed out, drastically reducing visibility. SSS-tier. SSS-tier.
The digestive fluid from the large pool plummeted from above.
Ning Ping couldn't see a thing. He only felt a sticky mess on his arm, followed by a searing, excruciating pain. He couldn't help but scream in agony.
Glancing down at his wrist again, he saw a gaping wound, flesh-torn and bloodied.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
Large patches of tissue fluid splattered onto the boatwoman's deck, releasing a terrifying white smoke.
It hurts. It hurts.
The captain's cabin echoed with the boatwoman's wails, but Ning Ping paid them no heed. His expression darkened as he watched the ship's hull convulse and tremble, its speed visibly slowing.
Damn it! That bastard Chen Jun. Once he gets ahead, he just keeps smoking like this. Without him lifting a finger, the boatwomen behind him won't notice the falling digestive fluid. Sooner or later, they'll be splattered with it, corroded to nothing. Damn it!
Instead of a fair fight, he plays dirty tricks.
Boom!
Gritting his teeth, Ning Ping suddenly fired a rocket straight ahead.
Boom!
In an instant, a wall of fire erupted, scorching through the pitch-black smoke to reveal the next bend in the road and the faint outline of a ship's hull.
Boom! The shockwave reverberated through the air.
Straight ahead, Chen Jun silently turned his head to look behind.
Whoosh! 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 3 more rocket-propelled grenades, fired haphazardly toward his rear.
The enemy had no line of sight, so they could only fire straight ahead.
Though foolish, it proved effective. The narrow confines of the death whale cavern meant at least one direct hit RGP would inevitably explode and affect me. And now, 3 searing waves of fire poured down. Chen Jun's expression turned grim. Damn it! You want to die too, huh?
His gaze fixed on the sky ahead, where a round, gaping hole suddenly appeared amidst the digestive fluid.
Beneath the water corresponding to that hole, waves were bubbling up with a puff, puff, puff. This sight instantly made Chen Jun's lips curl upward.
Hey! Get us to that hole quickly, drop anchor, and block the water in front of those waves.
Got it? Ha! Shipwoman stared blankly at Chen Jun, utterly baffled by his plan. Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 bursts of fire erupted behind them, sending the boat rocking violently. At this rate, perhaps the next RPG would hit the stern of Chen Jun's boat.
Rat-a-tat-tat. The propeller's rotation inexplicably slowed. Plop. Plop. In the darkness, 2 faint sounds of anchors dropping could be heard. In the pitch-black fog where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, Ning Ping had no idea what was happening ahead. He just kept urging the shipmaiden to pursue faster, then retreated to the captain's cabin to wait for the right moment. Are you kidding me? He could easily hide in the captain's cabin and wait until he was far enough away before making his move. The inescapable digestive fluid let the shipmaiden bear it. His primary objective now, eliminate Qian-jun before the digestive fluid completely corrodes the hull. Otherwise, the persistent lack of visibility meant a slow death by corrosion and decomposition. Inside the captain's cabin, the young boatwoman hung suspended in midair, her entire body drenched in viscous, foul-smelling corrosive fluid. She moaned in agony as her skin burned black and twisted, while the cabin walls rapidly decomposed and charred. Rat-a-tat-tat. Simultaneously, in the underwater space. Zhang Hao, did you see that? What is that thing? Bai Huan looked straight ahead. Qian-jun's shipmaiden abruptly halted above a stretch of water, abruptly dropping both anchors. Half a meter behind it, the water churned with a constant stream of rising bubbles. It looked like those dense bubbles were gathering force like a fountain, building up pressure to erupt. What is that? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. The underwater scene was far clearer than the murky fog above. He had a premonition that Qian-jun had deliberately positioned himself in front of this area. And this gushing water area clearly matched the size and shape of the white zone on the death whale cavity map. Is he trying to use the hull to block Ningping's boatwoman in that water area? In the black mist, the enemy can't see the current underwater terrain. Once they're trapped in that area, what exactly will happen? A strange dread welled up within him toward that surging water zone. Zhang Hao patted by Huan's chest. Slow down. Observe first. Creak. Before he could finish his sentence, Ningping's boatwoman rocked the vessel, slamming into Qian-jun's stern with a thunderous crash. Thud. The two boats collided. The former, anchored on both sides, drifted steadily forward a few meters, while the latter swayed and shook above the bubble zone, gradually coming to a halt. Damn it! Hit the wall again? No. This is a stern? Ningping strode out of the captain's cabin, his RPG still slung over his shoulder. Through the black fog, he faintly saw Qian-jun standing on the stern, less than a few meters away, sneering coldly at him. You? Qian-jun. You son of a. You used smoke to block my path, and now you dare stop and block the road? You're asking for it. Boom. Ningping raised his RPG, ready to fire. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Qian-jun's cold laughter rang out sharply as he inexplicably began counting down. What? Puff, puff, puff. Before he could react, bubbles erupted violently from beneath the water's surface. A terrifying vortex erupted from beneath the surface, surging upward with unstoppable force. Instantly, a towering white column of water shot skyward, violently lifting the hull of Ningping's boatwoman's vessel. A massive cloud of steam like mist exploded as the water column lifted the boatwoman higher and higher, propelling her through the gaping hole in the ceiling. Rising higher, endlessly upward. The darkness before his eyes suddenly cleared into brilliant light. When Ningping finally regained his senses, he realized he had been propelled thousands of meters into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chilling sea breeze swept over him, whipping his hair wildly. He and the boatwoman had appeared outside the demon sea whale's body. Their previous location had been the demon sea whale's blowhole. Holy. We're screwed. That kid set us up. Ningping's face drained of color. Staggering across the swaying deck, he rushed into the captain's cabin. Inside the captain's cabin, the young boatwoman clutched her rear, her eyes vacant. We got flung into the sky. We got flung into the sky. You. Wake the hell up, you. Hey. Hurry up and figure out how to get back underwater. Quick. Put. He hadn't even finished his sentence. After this burst of jets, the towering water column plummeted instantly. Standing inside the captain's cabin, Ningping felt terrifying weightlessness as his entire body suddenly flew up to the ceiling, slamming against it. Falling. He was falling. The terrifying impact of the high-altitude fall left him utterly immobilized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sea wind blew, suddenly shifting the entire shipmaiden away from the air vent area. Then, boom! With a deafening crash, Ningping and the shipmaiden both landed on the back of the demon sea shark, splattering wood chips everywhere as they were smashed into a pile of pulp. Inside the death whale cavern, steam slowly dissipated from the vent. Qian-jun grinned at the empty space above, smirking, "You're still too green to mess with me." Tuck tuck tuck.
He slowly activated the ship maiden, spewing black mist once more as it seized second place. Damn it! So, those white patches were the exhaust vents of the demon sea shark. Beneath the waves, Zhou Hang maneuvered the disaster, trailing quietly beneath Qian Jun's ship maiden. His gaze fixed on the void-gathering exhaust once more, his eyes flickering. These vents appear every few thousand meters. They're no less deadly than roadside bombs. But, wait. I think I figured out a way. A way to take first place. Chapter 90, Black Ship Race, Merchant Alliance's exclusive ship maneuver Dragon's Tail Swing. Merchant Alliance Spectator Deck. Oh. This Qian Jun guy, he's got something special. Using black mist to block vision, positioning himself in front of the exhaust vent, forcing Ning Ping to hover over it and get blown away by the exhaust. That maneuver, even if used in an official match, wouldn't be a bad strategy either. Watching the shockwaves from the distant demon sea whale dissipate, Zhou Zhong's expression flickered. Beside him, Zhang Wanghai leaned in obsequiously. Young Master Zhou. You must know that Qian Jun is a seeded player in our Black Ship tournament. He's competed in 15 Black Ship tournaments without a single mishap. No wonder, he knows the maps like the back of his hand, right? That Sharktooth ship also seems like a seasoned veteran. Between the two of them, who's won more first-place finishes? Zhou Zhong turned to look at Zhang Wanghai, who smiled. Generally speaking, the Shark's Tooth has more wins. Oh? Why's that? You'll see soon enough. Also, are you placing a bet? I reckon the Shark's Tooth is bound to win barring any surprises. Betting on her could net you a decent profit. Zhang Wanghai hesitated for a moment, but Zhou Zhong merely shook his head. No. I have a feeling Zhang Hao is still hiding something. Him? Sure, he's got incredible skills and talent. But right now, first off, he wouldn't dare touch the Sharktooth even a bit. And second, even if he did outrun the Sharktooth, wouldn't he still be afraid of getting rammed by her? Once that boatwoman activates her skill, she can indeed evade attacks. But if she does that, the Sharktooth will jump layers again and the disaster still won't be able to catch up. It's a deadlock. Zhang Wanghai was baffled. Zhou Zhong didn't elaborate on the situation. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Zhang Hao. I've already figured out a way to break this deadlock. You won't let me down, right? Tuck. The 10th bend of the Death Whale Cavern. Sharktooth soared ahead, violently slamming into the walls, scraping uglily as it carved through the turn. Huff. Captain's cabin. Even as her skin burned, tissue fluid steaming white smoke, Sharktooth's maniacal grin wouldn't waver. Zhou Hang. Speed up. First. Her holographic image flickered rapidly as her expression grew frantic, leaving Zhou Hang utterly bewildered. Did you just command me, buddy? Damn it. No wonder some navigators can't put down the Sharktooth. It's not about liking it. That's a masochistic navigator. Sigh. No wonder Zhang Hao didn't dare take you on. Standing numbly in the corner, Zhou Hang didn't enjoy this passive steering. Rumble. From the normally quiet stern, the sound of a vessel approaching seemed to echo. Zhou Hang turned his head to see a peculiar boatwoman carrying a flamethrower. Sharktooth, can I chime in? Oomph. Haven't you already butted in? Behind us, a boat girl is coming. Maybe we should skip this round? I want to end the competition. This competition feels like it's not really about me at all. Zhou Hang just wanted to secure first place, meet the higher-ups of the Merchant Alliance, then strut over to Lu Ruyan and brag about his achievements. But, hearing this, Sharktooth unexpectedly calmed down. We can't break through any more layers. Ha? Why not? It's simple. If we keep breaking through layers, it'll drain our endurance. That Qian Jun can just trail behind us, following the shortcuts we create. It's like we're doing all the work to pave his way. If that happens, he might just sneak past us at the finish line and snatch first place. TSK. I never thought of it that way. Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes, glancing back at the spray gunship girl with a newfound wariness. Those who survived the Black Ship Race weren't pushovers. Rat-a-tat-tat. At the stern of the Sharktooth, Qian Jun's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the crimson flesh walls surrounding them. Squirm. Squish. He studied the patterns of the flesh wall's expansion and began timing their maximum swell. If I time it right. At the instant the esophagus expands most, the passage widens beyond the Sharktooth. Then, on the first beat, I should be able to maintain dominance with smoke seal. Every 15 seconds, the esophagus undergoes 5 seconds of maximum expansion. 13, 14. Now. Little boatwoman used the front-mounted spray gun. The boat girl beneath him nodded. This time, the ball gag emitted purple smoke. SSS. Simultaneously, over a dozen spray guns on the foredeck unleashed streams of purple liquid toward the stern of the Sharktooth. Cough. The moment this stuff touched the hull, inside the captain's cabin, Sharktooth couldn't help but start coughing violently. Bloodshot eyes welled up with tears that kept streaming down. Damn it. Cough. What the hell is this?
It's so damn pungent.
Zhou Hang covered his nose, feeling a foul stench spread throughout the captain's cabin, his head spinning.
It's the bile of the stinky fish.
Once ingested, this stuff causes nausea, dizziness, hallucinations.
It's that bastard Qian Jun's secret weapon.
He loves nothing more than poisoning you up front and then farting on you from behind.
Tuck tuck tuck.
The Sharktooth's rotation speed noticeably slowed.
SSS.
Squish. Just as the track's flesh walls stretched to their absolute limit, a shipmaiden's figure suddenly accelerated, aiming to overtake from the side.
This is bad. Hey! My vision's blurring, what do I do? This guy's gonna take first place.
Zhou Hang rubbed his eyes, his gaze urgent.
Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. It's nothing.
I'll make you see what it means to choose me.
Dragon tail strike. As the words left his mouth, Zhou Hang witnessed a bewildering scene.
The steering wheel of the Sharktooth had slipped from his grasp. The particle light patterns of the Sharktooth swayed wildly, as if dancing.
It looked like she was having an episode? But in truth,
Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes, discerning the underlying mystery.
The hull was moving.
As the Sharktooth maneuvered, the bow plowed forward normally, while the stern whipped back and forth with alarming speed.
What?
Connecting to the Sharktooth's perspective, Zhou Hang was astonished to see that the Sharktooth was maintaining its speed with the bow steady as ever, yet the stern was swaying left and right at a high frequency. Under these conditions, the relentless high-frequency, wide-range swaying of the stern completely blocked the narrow passage behind the ship while maintaining its steady course, preventing any vessels from overtaking from behind.
You know, ship skills? Zhou Hang was completely dumbfounded.
This Sharktooth, he's got something special.
Chapter 91, Black Ship Race. Have you ever seen a flying ship maiden?
Buzz. 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 At the high-frequency swaying stern, two suspended saw blades spun rapidly, narrowing the once-wide passageway to barely half a meter. The black stern writhed like a serpent, relentlessly claiming space on both sides.
Stop! Stop!
Chen Jun's face turned grim as he urgently halted the accelerating shipmaiden.
Dragon tail maneuver?
That's our Merchant Fleet Alliance's maneuver.
She actually mastered it without that guy?
Staring in disbelief at the stern swaying at high frequency, Chen Jun dared not risk overtaking. Under these circumstances, any attempt to pass would guarantee his boat being slammed against the wall by the other vessel's stern.
Dragon tail swing.
Legend has it this ship technique was mastered by a former navigator during the Black Ship Race.
Its purpose? After securing the lead, it uses the violent swaying of the stern to block any attempts at overtaking from behind. This maneuver was even brought to the world stage in later years.
It's a ship technique unique to the Merchant Alliance, with reportedly fewer than 3 practitioners.
All 3 of those navigators had once commanded the Sharktooth. Who would have thought the Sharktooth had also mastered this technique? Damn it! Damn it! How am I supposed to overtake you now? How am I supposed to overtake?
Fuming, Chen Jun stomped the deck, his eyes bulging as he watched the swaying stern.
Dragon's tail? It's the divine dragon's tail? This Shark's Tooth had this hidden move? On the Merchant Alliance's spectator deck.
At that moment, both the beautiful woman and Zhou Hang were stunned into a daze by the images streaming in from the front lines.
The 4th.
This was the 4th person in the Merchant Fleet Alliance to master the divine dragon's tail.
And she was actually a ship maiden? Dragon tail strike? This is interesting. Isn't that a technique someone used in the World Championships before? Who'd have thought someone here would actually pull it off?
Zhou Hang's expression shifted from confusion to delight as he glanced at the beautiful woman beside him.
Mom. At just the word mom, the beautiful woman instantly understood Zhou Hang's meaning and turned to the old man with the flowery beard. Chairman Wu, our Zhou family wants this shipmaiden. Name your price. Well, Mrs. Zhou, this.
The old man with the flowery beard looked troubled. The shipmaiden Sharktooth, who had mastered the shipmanship, was a secret known only to their top executives. In regular, black ship races, Sharktooth was rarely used. Who would have thought that using it today would catch the Zhou family's eye? 50 million. I'll give you 50 million. What the hell kind of ship skill is this? Take this money and buy an S-class shipmaiden to make the black ship race more exciting.
Done.
The moment 50 million was uttered, the old man with the flowery beard slapped his thigh in excitement.
Poof.
The beautiful woman sneered coldly, falling silent once more.
Dragon tail. Let me into her captain's cabin.
No need for hands-on training, I'll master it in about 2 days.
As for buying her, this sailing technique will belong to the Zhou family from now on.
Zhou Hang stood on the deck, his mindset elevated to a whole new level. Tapping his fingers, he silently watched the frontline footage.
This match truly keeps surprising me. Meanwhile, Sharktooth captain's cabin. As the opponent danced, he watched intently, studying the swaying motions of the Sharktooth.
He felt the rhythm and speed of the wheel's sway, absorbing the technique of the dragon's tail swing. Once he mastered this swaying rhythm, he was confident he could replicate the move next time he steered another shipmaiden.
Thump thump thump.
The sharktooth continued to race ahead, leaving all others in the dust. Qianjun doggedly followed the sharktooth, its stern lashing wildly behind.
At the same moment, underwater,
Zhang Hao watched the high-frequency swaying stern, his expression flickering as he turned to Bai Huanhuan.
Hey, Bai Huanhuan, do you know that ship maneuver? Nope. I've never been chosen by any of those outstanding navigators.
With that, Bai Huanhuan hung her head dejectedly.
It's okay. I think I might have seen it. Ha?
That's the exclusive secret of the Merchant Ship Association.
You just watched it once and you got it?
Staring at Zhang Hao in disbelief, Bai Huanhuan couldn't fathom such genius.
Poof. When the time comes, you'll see me put it to use. But for now, you won't be able to use it. Rippling water patterns swayed in the air above. The situation reached a stalemate.
Just after rounding the 12th bend, Zhang Hao's eyes sharpened. Staring at the bubbles continuously rising from the water below, he slammed his steering rod.
Bai Huanhuan. It's time. Accelerate, overtake them on the straight and surface. Got it. But if we take first place, won't we get rammed from behind by Sharktooth? Don't worry. She won't get the chance. Surface.
After pulling away at full speed, wait at the exhaust vent.
Ha?
At those words, Bai Huanhuan was stunned speechless.
Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Bai Huanhuan, have you ever experienced the sensation of flying? Ha?
Raging sea shark. Before the words were even finished, the submerged hull, resembling a bone lotus, abruptly engaged its maximum speed of 142. With a thunderous roar, water exploded outward as it shot through the depths like a cannonball. Rat-a-tat-tat. Inside the Sharktooth captain's cabin, which had consistently held the top position, Sharktooth closed his eyes, enveloped in the foul stench of the stinky fish, his entire body trembling with extreme excitement. The stern twisted faster and faster, its movements growing increasingly exaggerated.
Come on. Overtake me. Go ahead and surpass me if you dare.
She wagged her tail, taunting with a loud cry.
Behind the stern, Qianjun's expression was cold and sharp.
His lips pressed tightly together, trembling like a helpless middle-aged man.
I can't overtake you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Impressive. I've mastered it. Dragon tail, I've mastered it. Shark teeth. You really are formidable. With these sailing skills and attributes, first place is guaranteed.
It's practically a walk in the park. I knew it, the heavens are on my side. Take first place and go network with those high-ups in the Merchant Fleet Alliance.
My Zhou Hang's Grand Avenue is coming.
A rare smile spread across Zhou Hang's face.
This is the protagonist's aura. This is the male lead. He hadn't even lifted a finger yet.
With the Sharktooth's boost, he was destined to claim first place and start building his connections.
What? You learned it?
Hearing this, Sharktooth froze mid-twist. His face turned to reveal a wicked grin. Then how about, after the competition, we have a private match, just the two of us? If Zhou Hang could master the dragon tail technique after just one demonstration, then Sharktooth considered such a navigator worth cultivating a deeper relationship with.
Sharktooth's words left Zhou Hang's expression flickering.
Mastering this ship skill completely.
If it's to fully master the dragon tail maneuver, Royan, I believe you'd understand, right? My heart belongs to you. He thought silently, forcing a smile. All right. See you after the match.
Inside the captain's cabin, the joy of popping champagne filled the air.
Plunk! The next instant,
a wave of spray erupted before the ship as a bone lotus suddenly materialized directly in front of the Sharktooth, slowly unfurling into the shape of a bone ship. The long-vanished disaster once again surged into first place. Chapter 92, Black Ship Race, Flying Sky-Seated, by Huanhuan's Limit Challenge Part 1.
You dare show your face? By Huanhuan. Zhang Hao. You two really have some nerve. Puff, puff, puff.
The sudden appearance of the ship's hull directly ahead sent a shockwave through Sharktooth's expression, shifting from elation to sheer distortion in an instant. Her features darkened as the Sharktooth component at the bow hummed incessantly.
Her tone turned icy cold. Zhou Hang, see that? Your first place still has an obstacle ahead. Poof. I know.
Smash her. Smash her stern to pieces. Pressing down on the accelerate key, the Sharktooth charged forward like a vibrating spear, poised to pierce through the hull of the disaster. The scene played out like a repetition of the initial encounter. Only this time, Zhang Hao chose not to flee. He knew all too well. Once in the water, the Sharktooth would smash through the curved hull, leap over the deck, and pull away again.
Playing this game might ultimately benefit Qianjun. Puff, puff, puff. 500 meters ahead, another accumulated exhaust vent gushed forth, spewing vast plumes of bubbles.
Zhang Hao's face grew grim as he pushed the skeletal frame. The hull plunged downward, abruptly halting directly above the vent, blocking it perfectly. Puff, puff, puff. The bubbles grew denser and denser.
The disaster showed no sign of moving. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Does he want to fly to the sky? Zhou Hang couldn't make sense of it. Crouching on the ventilation shaft, wasn't that courting death? Ascending to heaven? Stop. Stop right now. The vent is about to release steam.
Sharktooth was equally baffled by Zhang Hao's actions, but seeing the dense bubbles, she immediately reduced her speed to delay reaching the vent. Despite her hatred for Zhang Hao and Bai Huan, she certainly didn't want to experience ascending to heaven. Chug chug chug. At the very rear, Zhen Jun's vessel had dropped both anchors early, desperate to halt the ship a kilometer away. Who? No one dared touch the jet zone. Once they flew out of the death whale cavity S territory and reached the outer body of the demon sea whale, the raging winds at high altitudes would sweep them away. If the hull deviated from the water column, it was a guaranteed plunge from 1,000 meters up. No one dared risk their life. What the hell? What the hell is that guy planning to do? Eating too many red beans? Love sickness? Merchant Fleet Alliance observation deck. Zhang Wanghai stared at the frontline footage, utterly baffled. The old man with the flowery beard was equally baffled. Is this blocking? Blocking the exhaust vent, forcing the ship maiden behind to stop? Then using a launch start to pull away? But that doesn't make sense. Doing that would only buy him 10 seconds at most. The old man with the flowery beard voiced his theory, and several people around him nodded in agreement, all believing Zhang Hao had executed this plan. After all, who would actually dare to take to the skies? Everyone on deck stared intently at the scene, except for Zhou Zhong, whose lips slowly curled upward as he gazed at the distant back of the demon sea whale. Oh? So you noticed too? This alternate path on the racecourse, one that belongs solely to you, one that only the disaster can command. His fingers tapped against the ship's rail. A thunderous splash. A towering column of water erupted from the back of the distant demon sea whale. Amidst the surging shockwaves, the colossal skeletal disaster ship sat motionless atop the water column. Damn it! What the hell is he doing? He's not just blocking the way, he's deliberately going skyward. Damn it! What the hell is this guy doing? A chorus of gasps erupted on the deck. Inside the Death Whale Cavern racecourse, Zhou Hang and the others watched the disaster ship get blasted skyward by the water column, their faces equally frozen in horror. He's gone mad? He didn't get out? What the hell is he trying to do? Zhou Hang stared at the gushing water column, hesitating to make another move. While the water gushed forth, no one dared venture into the waterway ahead. But an inexplicable, strange intuition deep inside him whispered. Something felt terribly wrong. Puff puff puff. At this very moment, inside the captain's cabin of the disaster, Bai Huan clutched her buttocks, her entire body trembling with an unusual chill. Zheng Hao. I'm flying. I'm being lifted up. Her lips trembled as she instinctively clung tightly to Zhang Hao, her eyes tightly shut. Burying her face in Zhang Hao's shoulder, she was terrified of the extreme height, terrified that if swept away by the wind, her 20 hardness would instantly send both of them plummeting to their deaths. Calm down. Bai Huan. A true navigator dares to challenge everything. Calm seas never forge exceptional navigators. The heights, we can reach them too. Gripping Bai Huan's steering frame firmly, Zhang Hao kept the craft perfectly level, maintaining a straight course. His gaze fixed straight ahead, and sure enough, he spotted another water spout erupting simultaneously a kilometer ahead. Yes. On the map of the Death Whale Cavern, the demon sea whale possessed numerous blowholes. They were evenly spaced, and when they expelled air, they all spouted water simultaneously. Gazing upward from high above, it resembled a row of blue cylinders standing side by side, continuously rising higher. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. A bitter wind, laced with a chill that pierced the bones, swept into the captain's cabin. Zhang Hao's face was pale, yet his body trembled with uncontrollable excitement. Bai Huan. Have you ever thought about it? The day you become the spaceship. Ha! Bai Huan's eyes snapped open. Glancing up at the momentary glimpse of the sky 1,000 meters above, she immediately shut them tight and buried her face in Zhang Hao's shoulder. You. What the hell are you doing? Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept in, making the massive ship already difficult to control at the top of the water column. Now, the hull began to sway violently. Creak creak. Seagulls flew beneath the ship as the disaster was nearly blown off the water column's crest, plummeting toward the depths below. Ah! We're doomed! We're doomed! Bai Huan screamed in panic. Zhang Hao's calm voice suddenly rang out. What are you scared of? Others might fear the hull can't stabilize at high altitudes, but you are the disaster. Seated amidst frosty skies. Sink to the ocean depths. Bai Huan, follow me, and you'll conquer all. Raging sea shark. She slammed the skill button. The disaster, suspended mid-water column, suddenly contracted its frame. With a splash, it plunged headlong into the surging water column. Gurgle. In that instant, it vanished into the depths of the water column. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
A high-altitude sea breeze blew once more, utterly unable to disturb the disaster within the water column. At that moment, this colossal shipmaiden surged within the water column as if soaring through the sky. Ha! Hey! It's okay. Everything's fine. Bai Huan felt her body gradually stabilize and nervously opened her eyes. Just as she was about to utter a sigh of relief, she suddenly noticed Zhang Hao manipulating the rotation speed framework while continuously preheating the hull and increasing the rotation speed. This was preparing for a launch start? You! Zhang Hao! What are you doing? You wouldn't be planning to launch the hull from the water column, would you? Bingo! Correct! Vroom vroom vroom. The next instant. Empowered by the skill Raging Sea Shark, the engine roared to a staggering 144 RPM. The Bone Lotus, coiled like a cannonball, erupted from the water column and shot straight ahead. Holy crap! Chapter 93, Black Ship Race, Flying Sky-Seated, by Huanwan's Limit Part 2. We're done for. We're done for. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, you lunatic. Why? How could you do this to me? She cried out in fright. Where had Bai Huan ever seen such a deranged navigator? All she felt was the wind whistling past her ears as her body plummeted uncontrollably. And Zhang Hao, clutching the steering wheel tightly, pushing the throttle forward, showing no sign of letting go. Bai Huan, open your eyes. A calm yet slightly agitated voice called out. Bai Huan shook her head. I won't open them. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Open them. This moment is your miracle alone. The man's steady breath reached her. Bai Huan's furrowed brows slowly relaxed with doubt, and she opened her eyes once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind swept from above as she found herself flying through the air before plummeting. Seagulls were beneath her feet, and even the massive back of the demon sea whale was now clearly visible. The deep blue sea resembled a rippling blue cloth, and everything beneath her gaze seemed minuscule. So this is what the sky looks like from above. A strange sense of awe welled up within her. She stared blankly at Zhang Hao before her. You, what exactly are you? Shoo! Just look. This is a scene only you can see. Plop. Just as Bai Huan thought she was about to plummet to her death, the hull suddenly hit something, sending a wave crashing up with a thunderous boom. Ha! Gurgle. The deep blue sea flooded her vision. Bai Huan was stunned. She wasn't dead. She hadn't died. She flew out of that towering water column, plummeting straight down into the next jet of water a kilometer away. Plop, plop, plop. And this water column was still rising. Rat, rat, rat. Soon, the disaster's altitude surged upward again. As it neared its peak, Zhang Hao stalled again, revving up the propeller speed once more. He was preparing to take off once more. You're planning to skip the main passage and go through the vent for a speed run? At that moment, Bai Huan finally understood what Zhang Hao was thinking. Only Zhang Hao, could take the alternate route, the skybound tandem ride during the vent's exhaust phase. The Raging Sea Shark accelerated, plunging below the surface to avoid being flung to the top of the water column and battered by the gale. Launch start would re-brake the hull, launching it skyward only to plunge back into the next water column during its descent. Harnessing the column's momentum, the hull would soar upward once more, launching again. This cycle repeats endlessly. The disaster is walking the skyway. This is the only path we can take. Mathagape, Bai Huan's perception of Zhang Hao was completely redefined. This man was not only a genius, but a madman. How could he possibly dare to pull off such a move? Get ready. We can fly one more time. Raging Sea, Submarine Shark. Holding down the skill button, he waited until the hull shot to the apex of the spray before repeating the previous maneuver. The ship plunged into the water column, its hull trembling and flexing as the propeller began to warm up. Boom! Another reset of the launch start sent the entire vessel soaring through the air once more, hurtling toward the next erupting water column. Ah! It's going to break! You're going to wreck it! Bai Huan screamed, her voice filled with fear, panic, and an inexplicable tinge of excitement. The cold wind sent goosebumps prickling across her skin. Gazing at the sky-high scenery, fueled by adrenaline and the intense exertion of her skill, she suddenly couldn't resist. She stuck out her tongue and licked Zhang Hao's earlobe. Click! Warm breath brushed against him, and Zhang Hao's steady hand on the boat's rail froze. Bai Huan. You? Turning his head, Zhang Hao gasped in shock. The girl who had been screaming in panic moments ago now stood surprisingly calm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her throat kept swallowing saliva, and her hands began fumbling over her chest. You've entered extreme mode? Zhang Hao knew. Every shipmaiden, after repeatedly using her skills, would enter a kind of limit mode when overclocked. In this state, the shipmaiden unleashes her true nature. Take Mo Euro, for instance. Last time she overused Demon's Dance, her true self in limit mode was a crazy who only wants to win and craves others' approval. But now, what's with Bai Huan? Huff. Huff. Huff.
Her breath came in gasps as she wrapped her arms around Zhang Hao's neck and began kissing him wildly.
Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. I love you. I love you the most.
Like an octopus, Bai Huan clung tightly to Zhang Hao, her words slurring.
Damn it. You. In your ultimate mode, you're a nympho? Zhang Hao was stunned. Are all my shipmates bug level? No.
My ship girls are all a bit off. He hurriedly wrapped his clothes tighter, letting the octopus behind him blow air wildly. Zhang Hao maneuvered the flying ship hull, crashing with a boom into the water column 1,000 meters away.
Boom. This time.
With the exhaust venting complete, the water column didn't rise but slowly descended.
Following the descending water column, the disaster returned to the depths of the death whale cavern. Plop.
Back in the Crimson Raceway, not a trace of the Sharktooth or Qianjun boatwoman could be seen behind the disaster.
That was already a winding path 2 kilometers away.
During the exhaust phase, Zhang Hao had already used the exhaust to transfer himself to the tunnel 2 kilometers ahead.
Thump thump thump.
Without a moment's delay, Zhang Hao activated the propeller, surging relentlessly toward the descending waterway ahead.
Merchant Alliance observation deck.
At that moment, the air hung heavy with silence. Amidst the howling sea wind, the quiet was so profound you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the old man with the flowery beard, the Zhang family father and son, or that beautiful woman, all wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost, staring at the images streaming in from the front lines. WH, what the hell is this?
Flying in formation?
They're
flying in the sky using exhaust columns? They were utterly dumbfounded.
Even the old man with the flowery beard was dumbfounded. This maneuver is truly unprecedented. No one before or after will ever match it.
Right? Is this even something a human can pull off? Monster. This guy, he's got some nerve. The beautiful woman pursed her lips, never imagining such a way to start things off. Flying through the sky?
This Zhang Hao. Once the race ends, we must bring him over immediately. This guy, his maneuvers are absolutely historic in the history of the Black Ship Race.
Zhang Wanjiang's face flushed crimson as he paced excitedly in place.
Beyond the sheer extravagance of such a maneuver,
he understood even more clearly what such a move signified. It meant the Black Ship tournament would become even more thrilling to watch.
It meant soaring ratings reports, and it meant future tickets would surely sell like hotcakes.
Right. We absolutely must get him on board. Mom!
I saw a ship flying in the sky.
Holy crap! He's piloting a spaceship, right? No? Why didn't I think of driving a boat like that?
I came to watch the race and learn the techniques.
Not to learn how to cheat. Merchant Fleet Alliance spectator area?
At that moment, whether it was the men and women reveling on the dance floor or those quietly drinking and chatting, all eyes were glued to the screen. Staring at the massive ship soaring through the sky, they were all left speechless. In the small private room, Energy's face flushed crimson as she lay sprawled across Yuan's body, her expression utterly intoxicated. Yuan, cigarette dangling from his lips, held Energy storage close as he glanced toward the TV in the booth. His teasing expression vanished instantly, his lips tightened, and his eyes widened in shock.
Damn it! That guy, it's Gue. Chapter 94, Black Ship Tournament, Zhang Hao's dead. Zhang Hao's already won. PSSSH. After the air blast from the exhaust port fully dispersed. After Zhang Hao's exhaust port took off, Zhou Hang and Sharkteeth both stared at the hole in the ceiling for a long moment. That guy. Where is he?
They seemed reluctant to believe it, lingering at the hole's edge for a full 2 minutes.
After confirming Zhang Hao hadn't descended, Zhou Hang's expression turned peculiar. That guy, where did he go? Ha! Where else could he be? His pack got blown away. He's dead.
Sharktooth sneered coldly, dismissing Zhang Hao and the disaster as fallen and dead.
After all,
in all her years competing in the Black Ship Race, no one had ever returned alive from beneath the water column.
Zhang Hao? So what if he was a genius?
Though I have no idea what possessed him to barricade himself at the vent just now.
But first place is guaranteed this time.
Hey!
Once we win first place, wanna swing by the pharmacy for some blue pills to spice things up?
Sharkteeth wiggled her hips, feeling utterly delighted. From now on, as long as she kept swinging her stern, that Qianjun wouldn't be able to touch her.
First place? It's a done deal. Alright. Zhou Hang gave a dismissive laugh. But somehow, that familiar sense of disappointment began to creep back in. He urged impatiently, why don't we speed up? Let's get out of here quickly. This race is meaningless now. Fine. Puff puff puff.
Maintaining its swaying suppression with the dragon tail maneuver, the Sharktooth showed no intention of performing another jump layer maneuver.
It continued to stay ahead of the Qianjun boatwoman in its previous posture.
Qianjun showed no sign of anger.
The two boat maidens seemed to enter a truce, drifting steadily down the waterway. Zhang Hao. He.
Inside the captain's cabin of the disaster,
Bai Huan seemed to have fully entered obsessed fan mode.
Her eyes gleaming with fervor, she leaned in close, staring intently at Zhou Hang while giggling excitedly.
Hey! Hey! Bai Huan. Get a grip! Get a grip! Thud thud thud.
The propeller spun furiously. Ahead, the winding crimson tunnel finally showed a hint of something unusual. It was an extremely narrow black wall, covered in layer upon layer of gullies. If all went according to plan, this was the anal exit of the demon sea whale.
Zhou Hang. Bai Huan's frenzy showed no signs of abating.
Zhou Hang frantically pushed the acceleration lever to its limit. Plop! A spray of water erupted in the gloomy passageway. The vessel plunged into the gully-lined corridor, then emerged with a thunderous crash into the deep sea after a brief moment of darkness. After a series of unbalanced gurgles beneath the waves, it surfaced, swaying precariously on the ocean's surface. Before their eyes. Instantly, daylight flooded the scene, revealing rippling azure waters.
The sea stretched endlessly empty, save for a few inflatable boats stationed here, each holding several judges. Bang! 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 The moment the white-boned ship appeared, the judges instinctively set off celebratory fireworks. Black ship race winner. Disaster? The chief referee instinctively announced the arrival of the first-place finisher. But after announcing the result, he himself couldn't believe it. All the referees stared fixedly at the skeletal ship, their expressions mirroring each other's utter disbelief. Wait, what? This cursed vessel not only avoided sinking this time it actually claimed first place? Congratulations to the first-place finisher. Mr. Navigator, please proceed to the Merchant Fleet Alliance's observation vessel. The first-place winner has the opportunity to meet with the Merchant Fleet Alliance. Please cherish this opportunity. A judge proceeded to announce the standard protocol, only to notice that the disaster showed no movement whatsoever after surfacing. A faint creaking sound could be heard emanating from its hull. Suddenly, several referees exchanged meaningful glances, their expressions turning into knowing smiles. Post-race celebrations, eh? The scene fell silent, with only the ripples from the swaying hull visible. Little did they know. Cross the finish line. Bai Huan. Wake up! Inside the captain's cabin, Zhou Hang decisively shut down the propeller. After Bai Huan's chest frame retracted, he scrambled out of the control room as if fleeing. Ha. Little man, where do you think you're running off to? This place isn't that big. Even if you scream your lungs out today, no one will come. At this moment, Bai Huan had fully transformed into her ultimate pervert form. Her coiled body slowly expanded as she stood upright, then lunged toward Zhou Hang in just a few strides. Like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. As everyone knows, the physique of a ship maiden surpasses that of a navigator. Thus, it was almost inevitable that Bai Huan knocked Zhou Hang flat on his back. Think you can get away? Ha. Bai Huan leaned in, her face inches away, ready to pounce. Suddenly, her expression froze in shock. Then, as if her brain had rebooted after crashing, she stared blankly at Zhou Hang. Ha? What were you trying to do to me? Trapped beneath Bai Huan, Zhou Hang looked utterly helpless. This situation isn't about me doing something to you, it's about you doing something to me, right? Ha? Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Bai Huan scrambled to her feet, stumbling backward several steps before turning away in embarrassment. I. What have I done? Bai Huan muttered under her breath, leaving Zhou Hang with a look of utter exasperation. He touched the white bone chain around his neck, and a line of information flashed rapidly into view. Disaster ship. Propeller RPM 122 greater than 123. Lateral bending stability 40 greater than 41. Sail mast wind storage 89 greater than 90. Hardness 20 greater than 21. Anchor stability 40-41. Endurance 112,113. Skill deep sea shark. Fury of the deep. Due to its unique hull design, the disaster can briefly submerge its entire hull underwater for stealth acceleration. During submersion, propeller speed increases by +20 to 21, anchor stability decreases by 20, and hardness decreases by 20. Note, activating this skill requires the navigator to submerge. Those with insufficient lung capacity are prohibited from using it. Ship maiden overall rating, B+. The disaster's attribute panel shows slight enhancements. As expected, every ship maiden gains some degree of enhancement after participating in a race. However, though the disaster is one of the main character ship maidens, she lacks the same potential as Mo Eurone. If Mo Eurone had won this race, each attribute point would likely have increased by +5 or +6. Ha! Well then. Take it slow. As long as you compete often and accumulate enough magic points, you'll eventually become the finest S-class ship maidens. The cultivation system reigns supreme. Zhou Hang slowly approached and patted Bai Huan's shoulder. She flinched, her breathing becoming rapid once more. Holy crap! This scene nearly scared Zhou Hang out of his wits. Ugh. Zhou Hang, am I being too pervy? It's fine. I think I'll get used to it. If it's okay, I won't pilot you for now. You can head over to the Merchant Alliance spectatorship on your own. Chapter 95, Black Ship Race, Finale. About the Starbreaker collision-resistant components. Vroom vroom vroom. 2.5 minutes later. The disaster, piloted by Huan, followed a fleet of hovercrafts toward the Merchant Alliance spectatorship. At the same time, Zhou Hang. Crossing the finish line. Get ready for your own cheers. The Sharktooth finally reached the gut-like region of layered ravines. Sharktooth was bursting with excitement, his body trembling with uncharacteristic intensity. This victory felt different from all the others. Previous victories had been hard-fought survivals, but this one, it carried both the triumphant pride of having been cast aside by Zhang Hao and the schadenfreude of mocking his misfortune. A whirlwind of emotions consumed her, driving her into a frenzied rage. Damn you! Serves you right for not choosing me. Serves you right for being blind. Serves you right for picking that piece of junk ship. Good riddance. Genius? What good is genius? This is what you get for abandoning me. She muttered incessantly, like a bitter woman. But as Zhou Hang gazed at the increasingly bright opening ahead, the sense of oppression within him grew ever more palpable. He should be happy, he should be cheering. But what's wrong? Zhou Hang, aren't you happy? Sharktooth's questioning voice reached him, and Zhou Hang froze. No, it's just what? I'm stuck spending another day with you. You should count yourself lucky. This. Snap out of it. Picture yourself in first place. Think about what you'll do after you win. His expression gradually softened. In that moment, Zhou Hang inexplicably thought of Lu Ruyan. He hadn't brought her to this competition to spare her from facing Zhang Wanghai again and suffering secondary trauma. But the thought of telling her he'd won first place, defeating Zhang Hao in the competition, Lu Ruyan would be happy, right? The image of Lu Ruyan smiling at him. Zhou Hang's mood, as stubborn as a tortoise, suddenly brightened. First place. First place. After winning first place, I'll make sure that Zhang Hao never gets back up. Good. That's the spirit. Plop. As the Sharktooth burst through the waves, plunging into a stretch of ocean before abruptly surfacing, it floated on the water's surface. Creak. Creak. The hull rocked on the waves. Inside the captain's cabin, Sharktooth suddenly straightened his back and laughed loudly. Welcome your god. The god of the Black Ship Race. She spread her arms wide, eyes closed, ready to bask in the fireworks and praise reserved for the champion. Inspired by her, Zhou Hang gazed around with hopeful eyes. Ruyan. Did you see that? That Zhang Hao will only ever be my stepping stone. Defeating him is just the beginning. Next, I'll defeat my brother, defeat Yun Yang. I'll climb all the way to the top. And take you with me to the world's highest peak. But 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Fireworks, none. Cheers and applause? None either. Ha! Sharktooth, Black Ship Race finish line. Is there no welcome ceremony? Zhou Hang scanned the surroundings. The entire stretch of dark blue sea was empty, not a single soul in sight. This shouldn't be happening. There's supposed to be judges and finish line fireworks. Sharktooth opened her eyes now, scanning the area suspiciously. Fragments of fireworks drifted faintly across the sea surface. Her pupils instantly contracted. This can't be? Impossible. There was no ship maiden ahead of us at all. Who could it be? Could it be? Could these be leftover fireworks from last time? Did the Black Ship Race change their finish line ceremony? For a moment, doubts swirled through his mind. From start to finish, Sharktooth never imagined she'd been left trailing in second place. Puff puff puff. At that very moment, Qian Jun piloted the ship maiden as it slowly surfaced. He emerged expressionless from the captain's cabin, clutching his phone as he watched the official replay of the Black Ship Race. The Black Ship Race. They're really just in it for the money. Besides the first place, no one cares about this second place at all. He muttered under his breath. Until he saw the pitch-black Sharktooth right in front of him, Qian Jun was completely dumbfounded. Ha! Why haven't you reported to the observation deck yet? How should I know? I just got here myself. Sharktooth was taken aback by the question. Both had won the Black Ship tournament before and knew clearly only the first place winner would be invited by the upper echelons to the observation deck to meet this batch of elite spectators. But Sharktooth was still standing there, which puzzled Qian Jun. He looked at Sharktooth questioningly. This doesn't make sense. Where's the referee? No sign of them. What about the fireworks? Nope. Ha! So, did they change the welcome ceremony? Bang! Bang! Boom! Just as the two stared each other down, a row of celebratory fireworks erupted from the merchant ship in the distance. Ha! Is this the award ceremony? This can't be happening? I'm the winner. I'm still right here. How could they be awarding prizes already? Sharktooth was utterly baffled. Her eyes widened as she strained to make out the distant deck. But all she could see was a blur, leaving her mind filled with nothing but frustration and confusion. Qian Jun remained composed.
He fast-forwarded the progress bar of the Black Ship Race replay all the way to the final scene. Staring at his phone screen, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg as he murmured in utter disbelief.
What der F.A. Flying? Spaceship? He was dumbfounded.
He clutched his phone, frozen in place.
Sharktooth couldn't hold back any longer.
With a thunderous roar, he fired up the propellers, determined to confront them head-on.
Damn it! Do you people have any respect for the top spot? She yelled like a common woman. Until Chen Jun's shout came from behind, hey!
It's not that the officials changed the welcome ceremony, it's that the first one is the disaster.
What?
The moment those words left his mouth,
Sharktooth and Zhou Hang froze in the captain's cabin. The disaster is first? How could that be? Impossible. Didn't it fly into the sky? No. No. Absolutely impossible.
The propeller spun relentlessly until Sharktooth witnessed by Huan and Zhang Hao holding hands as they stepped onto the deck of the approaching merchant ship. A deafening ringing filled her ears, and the world spun violently before her eyes.
No. This can't be real?
The ship came to an abrupt halt, drifting desolately in the vast ocean, its gaze fixed on the distant horizon.
First? How could it be him again? How could it be him again? Zhou Hang was devastated.
He thought this time was in the bag, but once again, Zhang Hao had him completely cornered. His face flushed crimson, fists clenched tightly. He frantically unlocked his phone and pulled up the replay video for the Black Ship tournament. Fast-forwarding to the moment the water column erupted, Zhou Hang was stunned speechless when he saw that massive ship soaring through the sky.
This guy. How dare he? This, a flying ship?
Eyes wide as saucers, Sharktooth glanced at the phone screen and instantly collapsed onto the ground. Genius.
Genius. Using jet streams as a route to move. A madman's genius idea. There's an unbridgeable chasm between us and him.
With a thud, he knelt on the ground, utterly defeated.
The other was even more reckless than she was. What was there left to argue about? No.
The confidence Zhou Hang had painstakingly built crumbled once more. His muscles tensed as he gripped his phone, frozen like a statue.
He had a shadow now.
A psychological shadow. He felt inexplicably that ever since that wild boat race in the Mountain Sea region, he had been living in Zhang Hao's shadow.
No. I won't lose. I'll kill you sooner or later. You. That yin yang, and Zhou Zhong too. I will step over you both. Step by step to the very summit. I won't lose. I won't.
Screaming like a madman, Zhou Hang suddenly turned to the fallen figure of Sharktooth.
Hey. Didn't you say you'd train me? Teach me the dragon tail strike? Let's go. Let's go get a room right now. Get lost.
Faced with Zhou Hang's utter madness, all that came back was Sharktooth's furious rage. Tap tap tap.
At the same moment,
guided by the referee, Zhang Hao led by Huan onto the Merchant Alliance spectator deck. As they walked, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears.
Congratulations, host.
You have successfully shattered the protagonist Zhou Hangdao's heart once. You have once again stripped him of his heavenly mandate fortune and inflicted severe psychological damage. You have obtained 10 strands of heavenly mandate fortune. You have obtained clues for the Star Shatterer Impact Resistance Growth Tier component. Please acquire the clues from Merchant Fleet Alliance Chairman Wu. Chapter 96, An Invitation from Zhou Zhong. Oh? This fortune reward is actually the Growth Tier Impact Resistance component? But why is it another Starbreaker? Is there any lore behind this ship maiden? Listening to the system's voice in his ear, Zhang Hao's eyes flickered uncertainly. The history of the shattered star remains unknown. But judging by the two components on her body, both of which are growth tier, it's not hard to see just how formidable this ship maiden must have been back in the day. Perhaps stripping Zhou Hang of his fortune might just piece together a complete shattered star? The thought involuntarily crossed his mind. Tap tap tap. The referee before him bowed obsequiously, gesturing towards several spectators on the deck with an overly flattering tone. First place, these are the spectators for this event. Mr. Wu Haisheng, President of the Merchant Alliance. Mr. Zhang Wangjiang, Regional President, and young Master Zhang Wanghai. Mr. Zhou Sheng, Chief Steward. The eldest son of the Cyan Domain Zhou family, Zhou Zhong, and his matriarch, Magnet. As the introductions unfolded, Zhang Hao followed the referee's lead, offering polite smiles to each person on the deck. Joking aside, he was a young master too. No need to be so deferential. As his gaze swept over the crowd, only Zhou Zhong held Zhang Hao's attention the longest. Zhou Zhong, Zhou Hang's older brother, the undisputed heir apparent of the Zhou family, and currently his strongest rival. Of course. Later on, after Zhou Hang defeated Zhou Zhong in a match through talent, hard work, sweat, commonly known as the protagonist's aura, Zhou Zhong actually became an indispensable mainstay, navigator, in Zhou Hang's team. As the shipmaiden race progressed, it increasingly featured large-scale events like team races and relay races. Developing team partners became an absolute necessity.
As their gazes locked, Zhang Hao could sense Zhou Zhong's intense hostility, respect, and a hint of possessiveness. Before Zhang Hao could speak, Zhang Wangzhang, who had been looking around, politely addressed him first as they were led to the center of the deck. Whoa! Look! Look who's here! The genius pilot who took first place in our black ship race is here. Zhang Wangzhang's tone dripped with flattery. Zhang Hao smiled. You're too kind, senior. Ah. Not at all, not at all. We saw every move you made in the competition. So far, your moves have been nothing short of historic for the Black Ship Tournament. I guarantee that after today, this match footage will go viral across the Merchant Fleet Alliance. You will become the idol of every Black Ship Tournament player and shipgirl. Zhang Wangzhang lavished praise so generously that Zhang Hao couldn't even get a word in. But these words. As he spoke, his true intentions began to surface. Well, young Master Zhang, we understand your family background. We also realize it's unlikely we could keep you here to participate in every Black Ship Tournament. How about this? Every 3 months, you participate in the Black Ship Race, and we'll provide you with a fixed performance fee. What do you think? His wide eyes blinked rapidly as Zhang Wangzhang was clearly aiming for maximum benefit. He could guarantee it based on today's results alone. Wouldn't every Zhang Hao Black Ship Tournament from now on be packed to the rafters? The fee, you say? No need for fees. Zhang Hao shook his head. Money was no issue for him. Zhang Wangzhang's expression immediately stiffened at those words. You don't want payment? If you don't want payment, we can use our connections to find you, Shipmaiden, resources. At worst, we could gift you an S-class Shipmaiden? Oh? An S-class Shipmaiden? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, piqued by the suggestion. He understood this conversation was essentially the starting resources Zhou Hang would receive after winning in the original storyline. But, Shipmaiden? Money? These weren't what he needed most at this stage. His eyes flickered as he silently turned to the bearded old man who had remained silent, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Haisheng. This unassuming old fellow was the true leader here. Bowing respectfully to Wu Haisheng, Zhang Hao gave him ample face. Chairman Wu, you want me to be your cash cow? Not impossible, but first, you must answer one question. Oh? A question? What question? Wu Haisheng kept smiling. Zhang Hao glanced at the crowd filling the deck, pursed his lips, and asked, Can we talk privately? Sure. Wu Haisheng nodded and immediately began leading Zhang Hao toward a secluded corner. Hold on. At that very moment. Who could have imagined? Zhou Zhong, who had been watching Zhang Hao from the corner, unexpectedly stepped forward. Earlier, everyone here had been fawning over him, yet he hadn't given them the slightest bit of face. Now that Zhang Hao had appeared, he was actually walking toward him with a smile on his face, deliberately closing the distance. Zhang Hao. I know you. The inventor of Launch Start, Anchor Drift, Whirlwind Dance, and Inertia Drift. I have no idea how you came up with these maneuvers. I don't care if you have any more tricks up your sleeve. I'm someone who values long-term development. I can give you a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Join my fleet, you'll be my deputy captain and chief instructor. Not only will you partner with me to conquer the seas, but you'll gain access to all kinds of high-level shipmaidens. Think about it, you and me, a powerhouse alliance. What competition could possibly stand in our way? I can guarantee you this, by partnering with me, the Zhou and Zhang families will become sworn allies. My own sister could even become your shipmaiden. As the Zhang family's heir, you should understand the immense benefits behind this, right? Zhou Zhong's tone brimmed with confidence and certainty. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire deck fell deathly silent. The faces of the Merchant Alliance members darkened. Zhou Zhong was openly poaching their man right before their eyes. But who dared to show displeasure toward the esteemed young Master Zhou? The silence hung heavy as Zhou Zhong stared directly at Zhang Hao, demanding a satisfactory response. Zhang Hao remained calm. He knew exactly what partnering with Zhou Zhong meant. A partnership between the two major families would mean complete economic monopoly over two maritime regions, a win for both sides. Moreover, once he and Zhou Zhong joined forces, Zhou Hang would have no chance of recovery. Zhou Zhong possessed exceptional talent and a large fleet of shipmaidens, and so did he. A powerful alliance between them would allow them to challenge even the Ship Alliance Association in competitions. But the benefits were numerous, but so were the drawbacks. Make me the head coach? Damn it! They're here to trick me. To steal my techniques? Want to be Zhou Zhong's assistant captain? A substitute? You've got to be kidding me. I'm one of the main antagonists in this show, for crying out loud. Could Zhang Hao possibly swallow his pride? Zhang Hao's lips curled up slightly as he replied coldly, Sorry. I've never been one to play second fiddle. If you're offering me the starting position and you'll be my backup, then maybe I could consider it. You little brat. What the hell are you talking about? You want my little Zhong to be your backup? You, some spoiled rich kid from the sticks? The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Zhong's brow furrowed. He remained silent, but Magnet couldn't hold back any longer and immediately erupted in scolding. Are you serious?
Zhou Zhong shot Zheng Hao a meaningful look. Zheng Hao curled his lip.
What? Can't meet the terms? Poof. Then we'll see you at the Azure Domain Relay Race.
Without responding to Zhang Hao, Zhou Zhong led his mother, Magnetite, directly off the deck area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled across the deck. The members of the Merchant Alliance stared at Zhang Hao in stunned silence. It seemed no one had anticipated Zhang Hao would refuse such an offer that offered nothing but benefits. Hey! Chairman Wu, are we still negotiating? Waving at Wu Haisheng, he snapped back to attention. Nodding, Wu led Zhang Hao to a private booth in the corner.
Chapter 97, The Legend of Shattered Star. Thump, thump, thump. Merchant Alliance deck area private room?
Wu Haisheng poured Zhang Hao a cup of tea, his expression odd as he looked at him.
I never expected you'd turn down an offer like that from the Zhou family's young master?
Poof. Those who walk different paths cannot work together.
Well said, those who walk different paths cannot walk together.
So, what brings you here?
Chairman Wu, have you heard of Shattered Star?
Clang. The moment the words left his mouth, Wu Haisheng slammed his teacup onto the table. Ignoring the wet tea dripping from his hands, he stared at Zhang Hao in utter astonishment. How do you know about Shattered Star?
Well, you really don't need to know, do you?
All you need to know is this: tell me where she is and where her impact-resistant component is, and I'll become your Black Ship Race quarterly competitor. His gaze was icy.
Zhang Hao knew something was off from Wu Haisheng's reaction.
The old man's intense reaction meant he knew quite a bit about Star Shatter. Wu Haisheng remained silent, staring at Zhang Hao for an unknown length of time before finally exhaling a long breath. All right. I never expected that a mere navigator from a minor sea region would possess such skill. You've also uncovered fragments of those buried truths.
Buried matters?
Yes.
What I'm about to tell you happened a very long time ago. Everyone knows SSS rank is the pinnacle of navigator talent. SSS rank shipmaidens represent the ultimate limit for shipmaidens. But what if I told you there are also limit-breaking shipmaidens? Limit-breaking shipmaiden?
At those words, Zhang Hao froze in shock.
Damn it!
This setting wasn't mentioned in the original work.
Holy crap! This is uncovering hidden plotlines. Right. The limit-breaking shipmaiden.
She's a shipmaiden capable of breaking through the data limits of an SSS rank shipmaiden. Such shipgirls are usually hidden among ordinary ones, impossible for ordinary people to find. Moreover, these shipgirls themselves are unaware of their potential to break the limit.
But Starbreaker is different. Back then, she started out as an SSS rank shipmaiden right from the beginning.
She fought her way through every challenge, and her data consistently showed signs of breaking through limits during competitions. Yet after each breakthrough, she would lose her sanity. You could say that when a navigator pilots a limit-breaking shipmaiden, it's not you piloting her, it's her piloting you. Wu Haisheng's face twisted with horror as he spoke these words. It seemed some tragedy had occurred back then, instilling a deep-seated fear of these limit-breaking shipmaidens.
Not man steering ship, but ship steering man? His expression turned peculiar. Zhang Hao couldn't help but think of Mo Euro and Bai Huan.
Those two little shipmaidens seemed to carry a hint of that very essence. But it wasn't quite to the point where the other party could completely control them. Precisely because of that. The Shattered Star was once renowned, yet its navigators changed in waves. Because those who piloted the Shattered Star lost all sense of self during the journey. And after each voyage, the navigator would suffer severe physical deterioration, in the worst cases, organ failure leading to death. The races dragged on like this, with no shipwright able to uncover the truth, until finally, during an expedition race, both she and her navigator vanished. The next news came when her components surfaced. And from that day onward, all matters concerning the Limit Breaker Shipmaiden and Stardust were sealed away.
Back then,
I had the privilege of serving as the Stardust team's logistics officer, witnessing everything firsthand.
She was an invincible shipmaiden. Such a pity.
Wu Haisheng's voice grew wistful as he spoke. Zhang Hao listened silently, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. In just a few sentences, he had traversed the entire, tumultuous life of the Starbreaker. Perhaps the protagonist, Zhou Hang, was the destined one who collected her fragments. Now, by plundering his fortune, he had touched upon the main storyline of Limit Breaker Shipmaiden Shattered Star.
Star Shatterer?
The image of that red-haired girl suddenly flashed through his mind. Zhang Hao shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it for now, and steered the conversation back to where it had left off.
So, what about her growth tier, impact resistance, component? Where is it?
It's at the Zhou residence.
Ha? The Zhou family?
Yes. According to my latest intelligence, the Zhou family once searched the waters where the Star Shatter competition took place years ago. They salvaged numerous damaged components from the wreckage.
However, they seem unaware of the Star Shatter component, SFX.
They've been storing that batch of fragments in the Zhou family warehouse all this time.
Damn. Why the hell does it have to be the Zhou family?
His brow furrowed deeply.
Zhang Hao couldn't fathom how he'd infiltrate the Zhou family now. Could it be he really had to collaborate with Zhou Hang? No. Maybe I could provoke Zhou Hang and make a bet with him? Or maybe target Zhou Hang instead? His eyes flickered as Zhang Hao silently weighed his options. He had a premonition that once all the components of Shattered Star were gathered, something extraordinary would be uncovered. Well, young Master Zhang, I've said everything I needed to say. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Wu Haisheng had already resumed his cheerful expression. Zhang Hao thought for a moment. Oh, right. Regarding the Azure Domain Relay Race, do you have any information channels on that? Ah, that. The Azure Domain Relay Race is a competition requiring 2 ship maidens to complete. Since the relay race terrain consists of both seawater and glaciers, based on past competition rules, typically one ship maiden navigates the sea surface while another handles the ice surface. For this type of race, it's best to form a team and coordinate front and rear efforts to secure victory. Of course, there are precedents of well-funded individuals operating both ships solo. Some with unique ship maidens choose to complete the entire course with just one vessel. The Azure Domain Relay Race consists of a U-shaped bend sea area, an iceberg ramp, and an iceberg descent, spanning approximately 52 kilometers. It's worth noting that since its inception, the Azure Domain Relay Race Championship has consistently been dominated by the Zhou family. That's about all I know. It's no secret really. You'll see for yourself when you visit the Azure Realm. Wu Haisheng smiled and reached to pour Zhang Hao another cup of tea. Zhang Hao abruptly stood up, nodding. No need. I've learned what I needed to know. Regarding the Black Ship Race quarterly participation, I'll be there on time. Pleasure doing business with you, Chairman Wu. Pleasure doing business. The two shook hands in tacit understanding. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered as he promptly exited the private room. In the original storyline, this meeting with Wu Haisheng was supposed to be where Zhou Hang secured his investment. He could have easily arranged for the Merchant Fleet Alliance to protect the Zhang family, but he didn't choose that path. Instead, he triggered the Shattered Star incident. Interesting. The plot's starting to change because of me. In the original story, the author never even wrote about the appearance of Star Shatter, it was left unfinished. Seems, this world still has much to be explored. After stepping out of the private room, he exchanged polite farewells with the Merchant Fleet Alliance members and exchanged contact information. Zhang Hao requested a map of the Azure Domain, located Mo Euro and the others, and prepared to depart immediately. Azure Domain. Chapter 98, Cyan Realm Shipmate Maintenance Shop, Short Story Part 1. Cyan Realm. The 30-second relay race approaches. Generous rewards await all competitors. Cyan Realm. The Zhou clan, reigning champions for 31 consecutive relay tournaments. Can they continue their legendary streak this year? This tournament gathers competitors from all corners. Could it be the most spectacular race in history? Fear glacier sliding? Purchase the Azure Domain Anti-Slip Sled. Above the Azure Sea, hot air balloons float every few kilometers. Every balloon bears advertisements for the Cyan Realm relay race. It must be said, the Ocean Realm truly lives up to its name. Compared to the first sea meeting, promotions in the Mountain Realm, the relay race in the Azure Realm is far more spectacular. Vroom vroom vroom. At this very moment, the Devil ship plowed through the waters, heading straight for a massive merchant vessel. On the merchant vessel, the lavish sign for Cyan Sea Shipmate Maintenance Shop hung proudly, gleaming in the sunlight. Zhang Hao, you mentioned the relay race. Should we find people to form a team? Bai Huan gazed at the distant maintenance shop, her eyes drifting uncertainly. She had never been to a maintenance shop before. Not even once. She felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Find people to form a team? Who? I already have 3 ship maidens, myself, small, medium, and large. I can handle the entire journey on my own. Why would I need anyone else? Zhang Hao shrugged. He had no intention of teaming up at the moment. At least not with the current level of competition pressure. But, I can't carry the components. What about that snowy area? What should I do? How about you try piloting, Sister Qinghan? Bai Huan pursed her lips and stamped her foot in frustration. Because in the glaciers section of the relay race, the propeller's rotation speed is useless. Only by equipping the hull with the special component sled can the shipgirl traverse the ice. And she couldn't assemble any accessories. That was the most painful part. She could navigate the first half of the sea herself, letting Mo Euro install the components to traverse the glacier for the latter half. But these past few days, she'd come to understand that Mo Euro was Zhang Hao's primary shipgirl. Her position was utterly unshakable. I can't join the front half, nor the back half. I'm stuck warming the bench. Jin Qinghan stood by silently, showing no reaction. Yet, a faint curve involuntarily lifted the corner of his cold, arrogant mouth. Humph. Beg me? You're begging me? Ice District, I'll take the stage with you. Her little finger tapped merrily beneath her skirt as Jin Qinghan swayed her head imperceptibly, waiting for Zhang Hao to speak. But a minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Zhang Hao hadn't uttered a word, merely pointing toward the approaching shipmate maintenance shop. Forget all that for now. The competition's still days away. Go get yourselves serviced first. As for the glacier region. Zhang Hao paused, his gaze flickering toward Jian Qinghan before quickly shifting away. It wasn't that he didn't want to pilot the purple-blue sword. He wanted to sail more than anyone to pilot all kinds of ships. But, considering growth potential, he would prioritize using Mo Eurome and Bai Huan whenever possible in competitions. After all, their stats were still too low and needed competition to boost their growth. Jian Qinghan? Come on. She's one of the late-game bosses. Putting her in these minor skirmishes would just be a walk in the park. And the experience gains are pitiful. It's like taking a max-level character to fight in the newbie village. It might be satisfying, but there's absolutely nothing to gain. Let's level up Mo Euro and Bai Huan first. If we encounter matches we genuinely can't handle, we'll address it then. Ding ding ding. After the demon ship docked alongside the merchant vessel, Zhang Hao led the way onto the merchant ship's deck. Creak. Cyan Realm Shipmate Maintenance Shop sure knows how to make an entrance. Almost the moment Zhang Hao stepped aboard, a mature woman emerged from the shop, her lips curved in a warm smile. Welcome, honored guest. Cyan Realm Shipmate Maintenance Shop is at your service. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? The woman's gaze appraised Zhang Hao. He nodded and followed her briskly into the shop. The shop's lobby was spacious. Beyond the counter, the walls were lined with various maintenance oils, functional potions, expansion kits, and even the latest ultra-thin, stimulating Wolf Fang Zero Distance Durex condoms. Holy crap! Zhang Hao was completely bewildered. Is this how direct big cities are? Sir, may I ask if you're here for maintenance on your vessel or to upgrade components? Or perhaps you wish to perform zero-distance maintenance on your vessel yourself? Our specialty is reverse maintenance. We can apply maintenance fluid to the Wolf Fang model. Then you personally. As the mature woman spoke, her gaze swept over the three shipmaidens behind Zhang Hao, her face breaking into a knowing smile. Zhang Hao's eyelids twitched violently. Alright. Is this how you maintain it? City folks sure know how to have fun. A boatwoman's internal maintenance and they can make it this entertaining? Cough cough. Zhang Hao glanced at the three blushing boat girls behind him and shook his head. Well, first give them a full body checkup, then perform a professional maintenance session. As for follow-up services, I'll have to see. With a light cough, the mature woman's almond-shaped eyes lit up the moment she heard Zhang Hao place 3 orders at once. Got it. 3 honored guests, this way please. She hurriedly retrieved 3 electronic hand tags from behind the bar and handed them to Mo Euro and her companions. Head upstairs. All rooms are equipped with infrared scanners. After scanning, follow your card's instructions to proceed to the 3rd floor. Each room on the 3rd floor has a professional maintenance specialist to resolve any issues for the shipmaids. Oh, and one more thing. Rest assured, all our maintenance technicians are female masters under 25 years old. There will be absolutely no adult film scenarios. The mature woman solemnly patted her chest. If you're still uneasy, I can show you the surveillance footage. No need, I trust you. Nodding, Zhang Hao glanced at Mo Euro and the others. Go on. Head upstairs and relax. Following me, you deserve this little perk. But what about you? Mo Euro lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had never let anyone but Zhang Hao touch her. Not even her female master. I'll check the components down here. You guys go ahead. I want you to. Then you should check it out first too. Alright. Lowering her gaze at Zhang Hao, Mo Euro hurried up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Bai Huan also stole a glance at Zhang Hao before silently following Mo Euro. Only Jian Qinghan seemed utterly unfazed. Come on. It's just having a female repair technician do some maintenance. Isn't it the same as going to the bathhouse with girls and having a female master scrub your back? Why get so worked up? Strolling toward the 2nd floor, the mature woman finally pointed at the component hanging in the lobby only after the 3 women had vanished from sight. Guests, you're an external participant in the Azure Domain Relay race, right? Oh, you figured that out? Zhang Hao looked at the mature woman in surprise. She smiled faintly. Hey, this time of year is always the busiest for my shop. Especially these past few days I've had quite a few new faces staying here. No wonder. Zhang Hao nodded in understanding, then strode swiftly to the wall and plucked a component scroll from its frame. Chapter 99, Cyan Domain Shipmate Maintenance Shop, Short Story Part 2. Cyan Realm Exclusive Sled Wolf Stride. Special Component C-Grade. A sled crafted from the fangs of the rare wolf toothfish, covered in tracks mimicking wolf claws. Not only does it glide efficiently across ice, but it also significantly reduces slippage. Connect this component and activate it with sail mast wind storage. Effect, unlocks ice gliding functionality. Propeller RPM 10, anchor stability +3, sail mast wind storage 8, endurance 10. Whoa! Zhang Hao stared at the component, utterly dumbfounded. Nothing but negative effects. Who in their right mind would install this thing unless it unlocked ice surface gliding? Yo! Customer! This is our store's best-selling component. Lately, lots of people buying this one to compete in races. Beside him, Zhou Hang picked up the wolf stride component. The mature woman's eyes lit up as she began aggressively promoting the product. Zhou Hang frowned slightly, pointing to the line about sail pole wind storage. I mean, doesn't this component require the thrust from wind stored in the sail pole to start gliding on ice? But what if there's no wind? Wouldn't you just be stuck standing there on the ice? Oh my! Look at what you're saying. The Azure realm is windy, gusts blow constantly. During races, glaciers are especially battered by fierce winds. Unless someone's incredibly unlucky, they'd never be left waiting for wind. Is that so? Glancing at the component in his hand, Zhou Hang felt unenthusiastic. He set it down and looked at the component hanging at the very top instead. Cyan Domain exclusive Tiger Leap Glacier Drive component. Tiger Leap Grade A component. Attractive ice crafted from special materials mimicking tiger claws. When equipped by a ship maiden, it links to propeller RPM for propulsion. Equipping this component, propeller RPM 5, anchor stability +5, hardness +5, endurance 5. Unlocks ice surface operation functionality. Hiss. This is actually quite useful. Zhou Hang examined the Tiger Leap component, his eyes gleaming. Truly worthy of an A-grade component. Compared to that wolf stride, it's simply unbeatable. Propeller-driven rotation speed meant no need to worry about wind conditions. In fact, even if not used in the relay race, its component attributes would make it an outstanding accessory for any boat maiden. Ha. Honored guest, you have excellent taste. This component is our store's crown jewel. Countless people have come to see it these past few days. I couldn't bear to part with it. Let me tell you, even if it's not used for glacier operations, just as an accessory. Convinced Zhou Hang was loaded, the mature woman kept chattering on. How much? Zhou Hang couldn't be bothered to listen to her rambling. The mature woman's eyes lit up instantly. You won't regret it. You won't be fooled. Just 9.99 million. Ha! He was stunned by the price. Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes at the woman, who still wore a faint smile. Ha! 9.99 million? With good luck, that could buy 2 A-grade components. This guy must be counting on the navigator needing these components for the relay race to justify such an outrageous price. Muttering to himself, Zhou Hang promptly returned the scroll to its original spot. So then, do you have any items that let the ship maiden navigate glaciers without wearing components? Zhou Hang asked casually. The mature woman studying his expression suddenly grew strangely unsettled. This shouldn't be happening. This gentleman could afford 3 shipmaids. Would he really be short on money for this? She couldn't figure it out, while Zhou Hang simply saw no need. Huan doesn't need the component. As for Jian Qinghan? Not a priority for now. If there were a way for the boat women to reach the glacier without using components, that would be ideal. Well, the moment this question was asked, the mature woman's expression visibly shifted. Her mouth opened slightly, hesitating to say whether she should or shouldn't. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the room. Boss. I'm taking that component of yours. The funds from headquarters have been approved. A cheerful female voice rang out from the second floor. Zhou Hang looked up to see 2 women descending the stairs. One had red hair, boldly wrapped only in a towel, unconcerned about revealing too much as she descended. Behind her was a girl with black hair and a mushroom cut, huddled close, wearing a somewhat childish pudding swimsuit. But, regardless of how one might judge their attire, these 2 were undoubtedly both well-proportioned beauties. Especially the redhead. The moment her gaze met Zhang Hao's, her eyes took on a suggestive glint. Oh, isn't this the genius ship mechanic inventor who won first place in the black ship race? Zhang Hao? I'm your biggest fan. She came running over, carelessly flinging her towel about, not bothering to cover her exposed legs. With a fake smile plastered on her face, she approached Zhang Hao. She extended one hand, ready to shake his. Behind her, the mushroom-haired girl shot a resentful glance, looking rather displeased that the red-haired woman was interacting with a man. This is Yuri? Zhang Hao didn't respond to the redhead's greeting nor extend his hand. Instead, he scrutinized her with a questioning look. And you are? Whoa. Worried my energy charge might get jealous. No worries, I'm Yuan. I'm Yin Yang's superior and also your upcoming opponent in the Azure Domain relay race. Yuan ignored Zhang Hao's unresponsive gesture and reached out, grasping his left hand firmly. You're from the Ship Alliance Association? That's right. The Azure Domain relay race is a mid-tier competition at best. In events like this, our Ship Alliance Association guarantees a top finish. I just wasn't here before. This time, Yun Yang and I will knock the Zhou family off their perch. First place. It's ours. Yu Wanghu declared, pulling a magnetic card from beneath his towel and handing it to the mature woman. Boss. Here. Swipe it. I'll take the Tiger Leap component. Got it.
Hearing this, the mature woman smiled and walked toward the counter. Yuan, meanwhile, sized up Zhang Hao and silently lifted a corner of his towel. I tell you, idol, when I saw you piloting that ship soaring through the sky, I got so excited. How did you even think of that maneuver? A wave of perfume mingled with warm air washed over him, prompting Zhang Hao to step back from Yuan once more. He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman wasn't as bold as she appeared. She seemed to be putting on an act. No comment. As he turned to leave, Yuan clung to him like a leech, wrapping her arms around his arm. Ooh. Don't be so cold, honestly, I'd love to experience that flying sensation too. How about you come to my private room? I can give you one-on-one instruction on technique. You know, our Ship Alliance Association is the best place to learn. If you teach me, I can give you Tiger Leap. As she spoke, she practically clung to Zhang Hao, making energy reserve clench her little fists and puff out her cheeks. Hey. Seriously, as an official member of the Ship Alliance Association, you shouldn't be acting like this, right? Let go. No way, no way. The woman whined, seemingly intent on making a scene. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered, unable to figure out what this woman was really up to. Thankfully. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed again from the second floor, and a figure Zhang Hao never expected appeared. Sir. You just said. Kick our Zhou family out of the relay race? The icy voice echoed through the hall. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Hang. Chapter 100, Cyan Domain Shipmade Maintenance Shop, Short Story Part 3. The atmosphere grew inexplicably awkward. Even Yuan, who had been acting coy moments ago, now suppressed her smile and quietly withdrew the hand resting on Zhang Hao's chest. Above, 4 pairs of eyes glared down with extreme gloom. The new arrivals weren't just Zhou Hang. It was 1 man and 3 women. Behind Zhou Hang stood 2 tall women with blue-red hair and blue-red heterochromatic eyes. One woman revealed her forehead, her long hair cascading over both shoulders, while the other, with a slightly childish look, wore a multicolored ponytail. Magnet. This was the signature appearance of the Magnet Ship Maiden. 2 S-class ship maidens stood right behind Zhou Hang. Of course. What truly sent chills down Yuan's spine wasn't just these 2 Magnet Ship Maiden figures. More eyes were fixed on the final figure behind Zhou Hang, a girl with gray hair and a braid. Both her hair color and her pupils were gray. Her body was thin and frail, as if suffering from malnutrition. But it was precisely this girl whose information attributes Yuan couldn't discern. Her pupils flickered as he tried to read them. How could this be possible? She inwardly protested. Last time, it was Mo Euro at Zhang Hao's place. Her information was unreadable. How could another girl whose information couldn't be seen appear now? S-rank talent Eye of Truth could only fail to reveal an opponent's attributes under 2 circumstances. First, the ship maiden's attribute level exceeds S-class. Second, the ship maiden possesses accessories exceeding S-rank that interfere with the true sight S-judgment. And clearly, Yuan believed the gray-haired girl's situation fell under the former. Damn it! Is the Zhou family that wealthy? They actually brought 3 S-rank ship maidens out with them, and there might even be an SS rank among them? His gaze flickered uncertainly. Yuan's earlier actions were specifically aimed at getting closer to Zhang Hao, hoping to sour his relationship with Jian Xinghan and Mo Euro. As a core member of the ship association responsible for discovering ship maidens, she had actually encountered quite a few excellent ship maidens who were already contracted. What to do with contracted ship maidens? Stealing them was out of the question. So, she'd secretly pulled plenty of dirty tricks to drive wedges between them, like seducing male navigators into cheating or luring away female shipmaids. She was a pro at undermining others' relationships. Just now, if Zhou Hang hadn't shown up, she would have already messed with Zhang Hao and his boatwoman's relationship. TSK. What kind of dog's luck is this? Why did Zhou Hang have to show up right then? Zhang Hao's luck felt downright absurd. Yuan Xiang suppressed his irritation, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. What? Does the Zhou family think I lack the strength? Golden light flashed in his eyes as the residual warmth stole the information from the magnet. Magnet. Propeller RPM 92. Yaw stability 89. Sail mast wind storage 91. Sturdiness 99. Anchor stability 94. Endurance 93. Skill magnetic pull. Magnetic pull positive adsorption. Designate a forward position ship maiden. You will continuously pull her toward you. As she draws nearer, the magnetic pull intensifies, and the magnet ship will periodically gain a random percentage of her attributes over time. Magnetic pull negative repulsion. Designate a trailing ship maiden. You will continuously repel her. The closer she gets, the stronger the repulsion becomes, causing her attributes to decrease faster. Ship maiden overall rating S-class. This is the Zhou family's magnet ship maiden? Glaring intently at Zhou Hang, the other party's expression turned icy and menacing. I don't know how much power your ship association holds, but this is the Azure domain. When the dragon comes, lie down. When the tiger comes, stay low. As long as the Zhou family stands here, no one dares bark in the Azure domain.
I can pretend I didn't hear what you just said, but only this once. Dare to defy the Zhou family in my presence again, and you won't walk out of here alive tonight. The cold, arrogant voice echoed through the hall. Yuan gritted his teeth, his face darkening. He wrapped the towel tighter around himself, grabbed energy storage, and stormed out of the shipmate maintenance shop. A mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. This truth was understood by all who possessed sense. The moment the mature woman saw Zhou Zhong, her face drained of color. Stumbling, she set the magnetic card aside. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou. I won't sell it. I won't sell the components to her. Her attitude couldn't be more respectful. Poof. Zhou Zhong snorted coldly, leading the 3 boat women beside him as they swiftly vanished into the second-floor hallway. Whoa. Who would have thought? Zhou Zhong is here too? Zhang Hao stood in the corner, as if watching a juicy drama unfold. Only after the hall fell completely silent did he turn to the mature woman. Right? I asked you earlier, is there any way for the boat women to glide across the ice without using attachments? Do you know something? Ha? No. I don't know. I don't know. Hearing this, the mature woman's hesitant expression vanished completely, and she showed no intention of speaking further. Zhang Hao looked utterly bewildered. What? Even with Zhou Zhong present, she couldn't bring herself to say it? Forget it. Get me a room too. I'll go wait upstairs. I couldn't be bothered to look at any more components. Zhang Hao grabbed an electronic keycard, and the mature woman gestured toward the 4th floor, VIP. The 4th floor has private suites. The 3rd floor has massage rooms. If your shipmaiden doesn't want our therapists massaging her, you can have them go to your private room instead. It comes with its own repair solution. The private rooms are spacious enough to accommodate a large boatwoman. Of course, if you'd like to experience reverse restoration, the nightstand holds the Wolf Fang edition. Her words dripped with innuendo as a mischievous grin spread across the mature woman's lips. Zhang Hao shook his head, saying nothing more, and hurried up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor of the shipmate maintenance shop was essentially no different from a hotel. The only difference was that the private rooms here were considerably larger than those in ordinary hotels. Presumably designed specifically for accommodating large-scale boat girls. Spare me. Not a single drop left. Seriously, it's all gone. No way. What about burning yourself up? Here, take this bottle of Luwei Dihuang pills and Changshan Jinyao pills. Swallow them with goji berry water, then go through 3 rounds of maintenance with us. That should do it. No. What a sin. Almost the moment Zhang Hao stepped onto the 4th floor, he heard a man's wailing cry. He looked pityingly at a tightly shut door, his expression filled with sorrow. As everyone knows, a shipmaiden can be a loving wife or a human-shaped raging beast. Just imagine, if a shipmaiden's stats were all that high, a navigator's physical prowess in bed would truly be no match for hers. After all, you're human. She's a shipmaiden. Don't try to muscle through a ship's hull. This was precisely why Zhang Hao hesitated to indulge himself. He feared that one day, in a moment of passion, Mo Euro might suck him dry. Though she's well maintained, one mustn't become too attached. Thump, thump, thump. As he passed the room's doorway, the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt figure. Wrapped in a towel, the man rushed out of the room, his face sallow and dark circles heavy under his eyes. Stumbling out, he collided with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao froze, staring at the face before him. In disbelief, he blurted out, "You're Yang Fan?" Chapter 101, Cyan Realm Shipmate Maintenance Shop, Short Story Part 4. Zhang Hao? You're here in the Azure Realm too? Hearing this, the gaunt man halted abruptly, his face lighting up with surprise as he looked at Zhang Hao. Yang Fan looked at Zhang Hao, and Zhang Hao looked back at Yang Fan. He'd lost weight. Yang Fan had no idea how many pounds he'd lost. If the Yang Fan of before had been a muscular hunk with a certain rugged appeal, then the Yang Fan of now was nothing but skin and bones. Purely the emaciated form of a bamboo stick. Good heavens! This is the consequence of excessive maintenance. The ship's maiden is well maintained, but the navigator is a maintenance disaster. I'm here for the relay race. Weren't you here to prepare for the relay race too? What are you doing here? Confused, he glanced toward Yang Fan's room. Peeking through the doorway were Bing Lan and another red-haired girl. Both girls stared straight at Yang Fan, sending a chill down his spine. Ahem. Brother Zhang. You're just in time. Let's discuss our strategy for the upcoming race. Bing Lan. Huazhu, you two get some rest. I'll be back. Frantically pulling Zhang Hao along, Yang Fan fled like he was escaping a den of demons, rushing out into the 4th floor hallway. Behind him, the 2 boat girls' faces twisted with contempt as they slammed the door shut in frustration. Phew. Finally, some rest. Leaning against the 4th floor stair railing, Yang Fan looked utterly relieved. Zhang Hao remained silent. He'd assumed Yang Fan had been drained by Bing Lan, but never imagined he was actually playing both sides. This guy really went all out. Serves him right for getting drained. Hey! Practice moderation. He solemnly cautioned Yang Fan.
Zhang Hao still considered Young Fan a friend.
I feel.
I'm starting to grasp the secret of man and boat as one.
Yang Fan clenched his fist, his calf still trembling, yet his expression was unwaveringly resolute. You really want to achieve manship unity? I don't even want to call you out on this. Take it easy. Don't become an incompetent husband before you even reach the rank of a 2-star navigator.
Patting Young Fan's shoulder, the other man chuckled, his lips curling into a mischievous grin.
You don't understand. You don't know me at all.
The two chatted sporadically. During this, the door to Young Fan's room kept opening.
2 shipmates peered in with reproachful eyes.
Zhang Hao felt the pressure and was about to leave quickly.
I mean, I won't bother you guys anymore. Don't go. Bro, I'm begging you. Just stick around a bit longer.
The words barely left his mouth when Young Fan, his face twisted in bitterness, grabbed Zhang Hao's arm.
Zhang Hao scoffed. What's up? Aren't you still supposed to master the technique of man and boat as one? I'll figure it out later. Later? Oh, right. Zhang Hao, wanna team up for the relay race? You take the first leg, you'll blow everyone away. Then I'll take over with Ice Gale and dominate the second half. If we team up, we might not win first place, but a top 3 finish is guaranteed, right? Top 3 in the Initial Sea Gathering, plus top 3 in the Azure Domain Relay Race, that's more than enough to apply for a 2-star Navigator certificate. As if struck by an idea, Young Fan suddenly looked at Zhang Hao with hopeful eyes. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered, he was actually tempted. Yang Fan's Ice Gale was indeed perfectly suited for the latter half of the race, no wonder it was the exclusive shipmaiden of the Azure Domain. With him on board, a top 3 finish was guaranteed. But if they wanted the Star Shatter impact resistant component, 3rd place wouldn't be enough. He remembered clearly, at this stage, Zhou Hang's mentor needed the Alpha Endurance Potion from winning the relay race. They were also vying for first place. He had to secure first place himself to block Zhou Hang's luck. If he could secure first place using the Alpha Endurance Potion and Zhou Hang as bargaining chips, the other party might just help him gain access to the Zhou family's warehouse. After a moment's thought, Zhang Hao shook his head. Sorry. I can't join a team. Do you already have party members? No way. You're going solo the whole way? Yep. Well. Scratching his head, Yang Fan looked at Zhang Hao with a puzzled expression. Creak. Just then, the door to another room on the 4th floor swung open, and a familiar figure emerged once more. Phew. Yun Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped out of the room with a light, springy gait. The door swung wide open. Mirage, clad in a white gauze nightgown, leaned against the doorframe, gazing at Yun Yang with a dreamy expression. Why don't you go out for a stroll? I'll rest for a bit. All right. Yun Yang nodded lightly and strode toward the end of the corridor. When he saw Zhang Hao and Yang Fan standing at the far end of the corridor, he visibly froze. You guys? What are you doing here too? Well. Yun Yang, you're something else. You've got the S-class shipmaiden wrapped around your finger? Yang Fan stared in disbelief. Wait, what? He'd worked so hard, yet both little shipgirls still looked like they were nursing grudges. What was that weary smile on Mirage just now? Could it be that, aside from differences in talent, the gap in stamina between navigators is also this pronounced? TSK. Look at him, look at Yun Yang, not a scratch on him. Now look at you. TSK. Zhang Hao's teasing remark sent Yang Fan into a rage. Shut up. A man who hasn't seen combat has no right to criticize me. At the end of the corridor, 2 men bickered loudly. Yun Yang scratched his head and leaned against the railing. You're all here for the relay race, right? You guys? You won't be so lucky this time. Poof. Like I'm afraid of your sharp edge? Yang Fan shrugged it off. The 3 of them gathered together again with the same unspoken understanding they'd shared at the farewell of the Initial Sea Gathering, chatting freely. Anyway. This time, our ship alliance is deploying 2 S-class navigators and 2 S-class shipmaidens. You don't stand a chance. Yun Yang's expression remained calm as he glanced toward his room, his face tinged with complexity. He seemed preoccupied, his face dark, with no intention of sharing his thoughts with Yang Fan or Zhang Hao. Oh my. I'm so scared. Yang Fan clamored playfully. Yun Yang suddenly turned his gaze to Zhang Hao. By the way, this year's 2-star navigator assessment is at Iceflow Mountain. Did you know that? Chapter 102, Cyan Realm Shipmate Maintenance Shop, Short Story Part 5. Oh? Iceflow Mountain? Is there a story behind it? Zhang Hao looked at Yun Yang curiously, well aware how well connected the ship alliance was with information. That place. It's an artificial ice track for ascending and descending the mountain. It's polished to an extremely smooth surface, with no safety measures in place. You have to complete the entire course within half an hour. It's extremely risky. Many who attempted to certify as 2-star navigators have met with accidents. I see. So the competition results are just a stepping stone? To become a 2-star navigator, you still have to pass the Iceflow Mountain trial? Exactly. Otherwise, do you think just anyone could enter major competitions? This is the first layer of screening. Only the exceptional can become a 2-star navigator. I see.
3 grown men leaned against the railing, chatting away.
Until Yang Fan. Yang Fan.
2 voices that sounded like they were under their wives' thumbs echoed through the room, sending a shiver down Yang Fan's calves.
Coming.
With a pained expression, he was the first to leave the trio and retreat back inside. Before the handrail, Yin Yang glanced at Zhang Hao, pursing his lips as if about to speak. But pride got the better of him. He merely frowned and said nothing more. Without Yang Fan to lighten the mood, Zhang Hao found little to say to Yin Yang either. He shrugged and turned to leave, but Yin Yang suddenly blurted out, "Hey, watch out for that Yuan. She's a total freak. Loves snatching other people's shipmaidens."
Oh? Is that so? Thanks.
Waving dismissively, Zhang Hao shot Yin Yang a meaningful look. He finally understood what Yuan had meant earlier. A guy who likes to steal others' girlfriends. If that's the case, then Yin Yang's mirage might also. Without another word, Zhang Hao strode quickly toward his room. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a bedroom spanning nearly 100 square meters. Next door, the bathroom door was shut tight, and the sound of rushing water echoed from within.
Ha! Who's in my room? Zhang Hao was stunned. Wasn't this his private room? Did he walk into the wrong room? But that didn't make sense. If he was in the wrong room, how could the door open? Through the frosted glass, he could faintly make out a head of fluffy short hair and a graceful figure washing under the stream of water. Judging by the short hair and figure, it kinda looked like Bai Huan. Don't ask why I guessed it was Bai Huan.
Jin Xinghan also has short hair, but she's a flat-chested princess.
Bai Huan? Have you finished the inspection? Any issues with the hull? He asked instinctively.
Zhang Hao surmised that the other party must have asked that mature woman for his room number and slipped in from the other corridor while he and Yang Fan were talking. A muffled whimper came from the bathroom. Zhang Hao couldn't make out the words and lay down on the bed by default. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a drowsy nap. Squeak! He faintly heard the bathroom door open.
Are you done? Then lie down on the bed.
Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhang Hao climbed out of bed and retrieved the maintenance liquid from the nightstand. He instinctively avoided glancing at the Wolf Fawn lightweight set. Behind him, a teasing voice chimed in, "Maintenance is so boring. How about just go straight for the specialty here? I feel like you're such a skilled driver, your bed skills must be pretty good too, right?" Ha! The sudden voice startled Zhang Hao. He spun around in panic, his head whipping around. But the figure sprawled on the bed wasn't Bai Huan at all. It was clearly a short-haired girl with blue-red hair, wrapped in a towel, staring at him with a mocking expression.
"Oh. Why the look on your face? You worthless man, and I actually had some interest in you. Could you please stop making that pig-like face?" The girl shot him a disdainful glare, crossed her slender legs, and beckoned to Zhang Hao with a finger. "So, wanna give it a shot with me? But first, you gotta teach me every single one of your current boat skills. Meanwhile, your inspection is complete. Your hull is in excellent condition. It is recommended you deepen your relationship with the navigator." Inside the independent inspection room on the second floor, Mo Euro stepped out of the facility. Her wristband illuminated with a room reminder for 302. Please don loose-fitting clothing and proceed to room 302 for maintenance. As the mechanical prompt sounded, Mo Euro licked her lips. Feeling both excited and apprehensive, she wrapped herself in a loose robe. Ignoring the instruction, she hurried downstairs. After learning Zhang Hao's room number from the mature woman, under the mature woman's suggestive gaze, she hurried toward the 4th floor. Tap tap tap. Her footsteps were light and cheerful. Mo Euro's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she fantasized about the intimacy to come. Tap tap tap. But when she arrived at Zhang Hao's door, she was stunned. A woman wrapped in a bathrobe, her face equally dazed with a silly grin, was already pressed against the door. Bai Huan? Mo Euro? Both women froze in shock. Clearly, the sneak attack had crossed both their minds. Aren't you supposed to be getting treatments on the 3rd floor? Mo Euro clenched her jaw. Bai Huan's lips curled into a smirk. "I knew you'd want private treatment with Zhang Hao, so I thought I'd join the fun. I thought you'd get in before me. But, looks like someone beat me to it." Pressing her ear lightly against the door, Bai Huan gestured inside. Mo Euro's face paled in shock and she hurriedly followed suit. The two women, resembling thieves peering into someone else's privacy, held their breath and listened intently to the sounds inside. "Oh, small fry. Want some? This lady could take pity on you. Serve me well, and for every time you teach me a new technique on the water, I'll teach you one in bed. How about it?" The lewd voices drifted out from the room, leaving Bai Huan and Mo Euro utterly dumbfounded. "Small fry? Want it? This lady? Wait, what? Besides Zhang Hao's 3 boat women, who else could enter his room? Both the devil ship and the disaster ship are out there now. Could it be Jian Qinghan inside? TSK. Who'd have thought Sister Qinghan, who always acts so haughty and aloof, is actually so promiscuous behind closed doors? Bai Huan covered her mouth, her face frozen in disbelief. Sister Qinghan. Is Sister Qinghan really this bold? She actually said something like that? Mo Euro was also left utterly stunned. The two hesitated, standing guard at the door without moving. It was perfectly understandable for a navigator and a shipmaiden to engage in intimate actions. After all, the ship had been contracted to someone, it was only natural to get to know each other more deeply. The absence of such intimacy would be the real anomaly. If it were Sister Qinghan, letting her have her way once wouldn't be impossible. But it absolutely can't go that far. Mo Euro clenched her fist, listening intently to the sounds inside the room. The towering image Sister Qinghan held in my heart is completely shattered. Bai Huan muttered. Unexpectedly. Achoo. Achoo. Jian Qinghan, carrying the report form and heading toward the 3rd floor, sneezed repeatedly. She rubbed her nose, staring at the room number on her electronic badge, lost in thought. Ship maintenance, as a prodigy aboard the purple-green sword ship, she'd undergone this procedure over a dozen times and was thoroughly accustomed to it. But the moment she recalled the look Mo Euro had given Zhang Hao, her eyes narrowed as if she'd suddenly realized something. She abruptly spun around and quickened her pace toward the 4th floor. I'm not jealous at all. I'm just curious. Curious what they're up to. Her face remained expressionless, yet Jian Qinghan's pace quickened. Until she spotted 2 familiar women pressed against a door, listening intently with extremely complicated expressions. What the hell? Are we queuing up here? Chapter 103, Zhou Sushin's interception plan. What are you standing there for? Why are you staring at my feet? What's the matter? Do you fancy gazing at this lady's delicate feet? You're such a nobody. No. Your feet seem a bit deformed. Is there something wrong with the ship's construction? Put. Lame pickup line, loser. The strange sounds kept echoing inside the room, while the expressions of the 2 women outside kept changing. Who would have thought, truly unexpected. Sister Qinghan's got such a wild side in private. This. Even the jade feet are getting involved? Bai Huan and Mo Euro kept muttering to themselves. Jian Qinghan, her face cold, suddenly appeared behind them. What are you 2 saying? What's wrong with me? We were saying you're two-faced. Exactly. Sister Qinghan, if you'd shown this attitude earlier, I bet you and Zhang Hao would be on your 3rd child by now. The conversation abruptly halted. Bai Huan and Mo Euro seemed to realize something. They immediately turned around and saw that icy cold little face. Sis Qinghan. What are you doing here? Shouldn't I be here? Then where should I be? Well, shouldn't you be inside right now? No. If you're here, then who's that one in the room? The 3 stared at each other blankly. After a moment of stunned awkwardness, Mo Euro snapped out of it first, her face flushing with shock. With every ounce of her rotational speed, she launched herself forward at full force, crashing into the wooden door with a thunderous boom. Crash. The door flew open. Zhang Hao. Mo Euro rushed into the room in panic. There, lying on the bed, was a woman with ragged clothes and blue-red hair. She was propping up a pair of long legs, her snow-white feet curling and uncurling teasingly at Zhang Hao. As for Zhang Hao, he remained utterly calm, holding some sort of bone-pushing stick in his hand, as if comparing the woman's calves. You too? You too. Both groups inside and outside the room froze in shock. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Silence, awkwardness, dead stillness. A peculiar atmosphere brewed within the room. After an unknown amount of time, the woman with blue-red hair wrapped her clothes around herself listlessly and climbed out of bed. This is boring. You men, not a shred of desire. What a waste that my brother sent me here. The woman crossed her arms over her chest in boredom, showing no shame whatsoever at being caught in the act. She lifted her chin, her gaze sweeping over everyone present before settling briefly on Jian Qinghan with a hint of hostility in her eyes. Your brother? You wouldn't happen to be Zhou Zhong's younger sister, would you? At those words, Zhang Hao finally understood. Earlier, Zhou Zhong had promised him that if he joined his fleet, he would send his own sister to form a marriage alliance. At first, he had assumed the situation in this room was some kind of scheme by a fanatic admirer, shipmaiden. But now it was clear this was Zhou Zhong's scheme. Cyan Realm Zhou Clan Zhou Sushin. Scum, rejoice at my arrival. There are few men in this world worthy of this lady's personal attention. If not for this lady's appreciation of your skills, you'd never have touched a single hair on my body in this lifetime. Her blue-red heterochromatic eyes narrowed slightly as Zhou Sushin wore an air of supreme self-importance. You. Who invited you here? Zhang Hao doesn't need you at all. Mo Euro's pouty lips puffed out like a little pufferfish. Their long-awaited private moment had been disrupted by this unexpected intruder. Of course she was furious. Doesn't need me? You can't say that. Whether he needs me or not is up to your man, you know. Zhou Sushin pouted, flicked her tousled, multicolored hair, and flashed Zhang Hao a seductive glance. Small fry. What do you say? Teach me all your boat skills and I might reluctantly agree to give you a few rides. Tell Zhou Zhong I appreciate the offer. But I don't need a new boat girl right now. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao set down the bone-pushing rod in his hand and glanced at his 3 little boat maidens. Let's go. We'll find another room. You. Petty fish. You dare refuse this lady? I've never been refused in my entire life. You don't need me? Fine, fine. Tell me, how are you going to handle the glacier track in the relay race? My brother said you didn't buy the sled module. If you teach me one sailing technique, I'll make a temporary contract with you and help you compete on the glacier course. Our Zhou family possesses unique glacier traversal methods. Zhou Sushin frowned, her expression growing increasingly displeased. She was the second young miss of the Zhou family. When had she ever begged anyone for anything in her life? If it weren't for Zhang Hao's exceptional boat skills and if she hadn't deemed the previous arranged marriage unsuitable, she wouldn't have bothered coming here. Unique glacier moving techniques? At those words, Zhang Hao's footsteps halted abruptly, his gaze locking onto Zhou Sushin. What is it? Poof. Why should I tell you? A smirk curled at the corners of her lips as Zhou Sushin laughed. You're nothing. Now kneel down, grab my leg, and say 10 times, second young miss, I was wrong. I'm not worthy of you. Then, I might consider telling you what the principle is. You bastard. If you don't want to talk, then I'm off to buy components. If you tell me, I might consider teaching you one round of anchor turn. Zhang Hao, his face cold, had no interest in playing missy games with Zhou Sushin. He turned to leave. Click. 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 Zhang Hao was walking farther and farther away. Zhou Sushin held her head high, maintaining a calm exterior, but her little feet twisted tighter and tighter. She tilted her head, glancing at Zhang Hao who had already stepped outside the door. Finally, she gritted her teeth. Hey! You worthless trash. I can tell you. Oh? What is it? Spit it out. You, add one more whirlwind dance, and I'll tell you. Don't push your luck. Zhang Hao's cold reply came as he turned to leave. You. This time, Zhou Sushin couldn't hold back any longer. She took a deep breath and finally pulled a bottle of white potion from her person. It's this one. Glacier Glide Potion. Ha? What is this? Zhang Hao examined the vial with curiosity. The other person played with the potion in their hands, their face clearly glowing with pride. This is our Zhou family's exclusive invention. Having held sway over the Azure domain for so many years, our Zhou family has long researched glaciers and developed a glacier sliding potion. The glacier sliding potion creates a layer of ice film beneath the ship. This way, the vessel can glide across the glaciers using the ice film. I see. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in realization. It seemed the Zhou family's foundation here might be tied to this very invention. His eyes flickering, Zhang Hao nodded. 3. Ship skills, hand over that potion. 3. You worthless trash. What do you take me for? No way. Then, I'll teach you every single ship skill I've mastered so far. Give me 10 bottles of that potion. You worthless trash. Are you robbing me? Just say yes or no. If not, I'm buying the components. Your Zhou family should be mass producing this stuff now, right? 10 tubes isn't asking for much, is it? Tap tap tap. With that, Zhang Hao turned to leave. You filthy trash. Halt. Chapter 104, Words and Deeds Don't Match, the two-faced second young miss. What? You agreed? Zhang Hao halted in his tracks, his face brimming with a teasing expression. Little boat girl. You're nowhere near my level when it comes to scheming and plotting. 10 bottles is fine, but you have to take me out twice. Practice all the boat skills twice. Zhou Sushin puffed out her little lips, glaring at Zhang Hao in flustered annoyance. Zhang Hao considered it, then nodded. No problem. When do we start? Now. Tap tap tap. With that, Zhou Sushin strode toward the corridor exit, Zhang Hao following expressionless behind her. Beside them, Mo Euro and the others stared in shock. Zhang Hao, you're really going to teach her? Once she learns it, she'll definitely teach the Zhou family, right? Exactly. We should install the component. This is too much of a loss. The young boatwomen beside him were filled with worry. Zhang Hao merely shook his head, unconcerned. It doesn't matter. The point of racing is to let more people master more skills. When everyone has their own special moves, it's way more fun than just competing. As for basic boat skills? That stuff? Geniuses like Zhou Zhong, even if I don't teach them, they'll watch the footage and eventually replicate my techniques anyway. It's just a matter of time. I dare say that by the time major competitions roll around, my basic techniques, maybe even those of a 2-star navigator, will be common knowledge. His expression remained impassive.
Zhang Hao knew full well how high the learning capacity of those advanced navigators in this world was.
Fine.
The stronger the opponents, the richer the track experience gained.
Zhou Suxin, huh? If I recall correctly, she didn't appear much in the original storyline.
Despite being an S-class shipmaiden, she was essentially a minor character because she was blood-related to the protagonist, Zhou Hang, who couldn't pilot her. Later, she was married off to a foreign navigator family through an arranged marriage.
Trailing behind Zhou Suxin, Zhang Hao recalled the storyline. Unconsciously,
he felt a pang of pity for the seemingly spoiled young miss.
A tragic product of family alliances.
Tap tap tap. They walked on until they reached the deck of the boatwoman maintenance shop.
Humph humph humph.
Watch closely. This lady's magnificent transformation. Buzz. 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 Zhou Suxin stood on the deck, striking the transformation pose of Barala Little Witch.
A U-shaped tattoo on her chest began to glow. Instantly, strange suction forces rippled from beneath the distant sea surface. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment,
a blue and red vessel, 14 meters long, 4 meters wide, with a 14-meter high mast, slowly surfaced from beneath the waves.
Hum.
Simultaneously, Zhou Suxin transformed into a streak of light and shot into the vessel's interior. Under the blazing midday sun, the hull refracted a unique halo of light. It was a standard, medium-sized shipmaiden, its front half resembling a smooth, red magnet, while the rear section took the form of a rough, blue magnet.
Viewed from afar, it resembled a colossal red and blue magnet floating upon the sea's surface. This is the S-class shipmaiden magnet?
Zhang Hao's eyes flickered. An S-class shipmaiden, this was his first time piloting one. To be honest, he felt a strange little thrill inside. Sailing, mastering ships, piloting all kinds of fascinating vessels, it was one of Zhang Hao's few dreams.
Vroom vroom vroom.
At that moment, the magnetic, its blue-red SN sails billowing, drew near the deck. Clatter. Out of nowhere, a string of blue and red magnetic beads flashed onto Zhang Hao's left wrist.
Hey, petty fish. I've granted you temporary access. Come aboard.
Zhou Suxin's voice echoed as Zhang Hao gently shook the bracelet. He felt his body guided by a magnetic pull. With just a slight lift of his foot, he soared upward, weightless, drifting onto the magnetic ship. Walking across the magnet, Zhang Hao felt as though he were treading on strange magnets. As if he were iron, his footsteps clung to the hull like magnets, steady and weightless. Plop. The door to the captain's cabin of the magnetic opened.
Even the interior design was split evenly between blue and red.
A distinct metallic scent, unique to magnetite, wafted out from the captain's quarters. Plop. As Zhang Hao stepped forward, he felt pulled by an invisible force, gliding effortlessly into the captain's quarters.
Hum.
Only after the captain's quarters door closed did Zhang Hao suddenly realize that even the particle light patterns of the magnet ship were different.
Zhou Suxin, clad in a red shirt and blue shorts, a look reminiscent of cheerleader uniforms, floated mid-air.
Hey, cheerleader. That really doesn't fit your personality at all. After glancing at Zhou Suxin, the other party muttered scum again.
Zhang Hao stepped forward and grasped the blue and white magnetic-looking steering wheel.
Zhou Suxin's data appeared before his eyes.
Magnet ship. Propeller speed, 90. Yaw stability, 88. Sail mast wind storage, 90. Stiffness, 92. Anchor stability, 86. Endurance, 85. Skills? Shipmaiden overall rating, S-class.
Ah, this. With just a glance, Zhang Hao could tell Zhou Suxin's stats weren't particularly impressive. Despite her status as an S-rank shipmaiden, these stats fell noticeably short compared to typical S-rank shipmaidens.
Small fry. What are you looking at?
Unlike her usual brash demeanor outside the captain's cabin, Zhou Suxin's voice grew noticeably softer when she was close to Zhang Hao. And she seemed distinctly shy.
Oh, I thought you'd be used to this by now. You wouldn't happen to be a first-timer at being piloted, would you?
Zhang Hao teased, causing Zhou Suxin's face to flush crimson.
What nonsense are you spouting?
You worthless fish. Since my awakening, I've worked with all sorts of compatible navigators, just not very often. Last week, that foreign navigator who came to propose at my place even piloted me once.
Oh, your fiancé?
Zhang Hao pressed on.
Zhou Suxin's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, sort of not. Anyway, I'm not into him.
Besides his good family background, his talent and sailing skills are utterly terrible. My brother thinks it'd be best for me to learn the trade from you. That way, I could teach other shipmaidens the skills at the Zhou household and avoid being married off by the family.
I see. No wonder Zhou Zhang would resort to such a cheap trick. He does have some brains.
But if you practice with me now, I'll learn all about your magnet's abilities.
Aren't you worried this might put your brother at a disadvantage in the competition?
Oof.
Petty fish. My brother isn't afraid of you. TSK. Fine then. What do you want to learn? Which technique should we start with?
He tapped the helm, and the activation button in the captain's cabin began pulsing and shifting colors, as if warming up.
You, help me check. Is my launch start correct? Whoa. You know it too? Zhang Hao was stunned. Alright. The Zhou family must have studied me a lot. Why don't you try starting it? Buzz. 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 The tachometer needle kept jumping wildly, the start button flashed incessantly, and the temperature in the captain's cabin was steadily climbing. The RPM gauge stubbornly refused to climb past 80. Zhang Hao abruptly slammed his hand down on the throttle button. Hey! That's not how you warm it up. Make the start-stop cycle faster. The start button kept flashing. A sudden burst of particle light flickered around Zhou Sushin, and the tachometer dropped to 0. A wisp of white smoke rose from her head. Blown head gasket. Chapter 105. Oh no, I'm the one stealing someone else's boyfriend. Blown. I'm freaking out. A voice filled with tension, hurt, and fear echoed. Zhou Sushin instinctively clung to Zhang Hao, trembling all over like a little girl scared in a haunted house. To be honest, Zhang Hao was quite surprised by the sudden embrace. What classic tsundere heiress's adorable contrast? Fine. Talking tough but acting sweet, huh? Hesitating, Zhang Hao patted Zhou Sushin's back. Hey! Practicing like this is wasting too much time. Put your body in my hands. I'll guide you through it twice. Okay. But you little fish, couldn't you at least comfort me? All my arranged marriage partners know how to comfort people. Zhou Sushin craned her neck to glance at Zhang Hao, who shrugged helplessly. Come on, you're not even related to me. Why should I comfort you? Besides, what good does comforting do anyway? Actions speak louder than empty words. You jerk. Shut up. Prepare to regulate pre-launch rotational speed. Oh. Buzz. Buzz. Propeller. After pressing the start button again, the hull activated. Zhou Sushin watched Zhang Hao's operation without blinking. Until. Boom. The RPM gauge surged to its limit of 90 before Zhang Hao abruptly slammed the start button. The hull erupted with a thunderous roar, sending a massive spray of water skyward as it shot hundreds of meters into the distance. Damn impressive. Experiencing the launch start 90 acceleration for the first time, Zhou Sushin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the kind of boat handling skill a boat girl aspired to. Hey! Next up, the anchor drift. Remember that feeling at the rollover angle? Whoosh. At the peak of its high-speed run, the magnet suddenly lurched sideways, as if about to tip over. Ah! Zhou Su's heart pounded as she screamed in panic. Zhang Hao held her tight through the extreme turn. With a splash, the anchor dropped. The two clung to each other, their bodies tilted at an unnatural angle to maintain balance. Next. Whirlwind dance. Next. Amidst the dazzling maneuvers, extreme speed, and dizzying rotation, Zhou Sushin felt the world blur into a dreamlike haze. Rat-a-tat-tat. Until. After the drive ended, she still felt a bit dazed. Could I pull off those maneuvers too? Still savoring the magical skill she'd just witnessed, Zhou Sushin felt as if she'd been transported to another world. Snapping back to reality, she noticed Zhang Hao had already released her grip and was silently extending a large hand toward her. Ha! What are you doing? The lesson's over. Pay up. Ha! So soon. Licking her lips with lingering satisfaction, Zhou Sushin nevertheless retrieved 10 vials of potion from her bosom and placed them into Zhang Hao's hands. The cramped captain's cabin was filled with warm air. After this voyage, the look she gave Zhang Hao was clearly off. How about I give you 10 more vials, and you drive me twice more? Just 2 more times. Her words brimmed with pleading. Zhou Sushin seemed to have flipped a switch within herself, becoming utterly unable to stop. Please. I'm not some kind of prostitute. It's over. Whether you learn it or not depends on you. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Hao stowed away the potion, having no intention of prolonging his interaction with Zhou Sushin. His objective had been achieved. Whether Zhou Sushin could master sailing skills had nothing to do with him, Zhang Hao. You. Small fry. Scum. I suddenly don't want to marry out anymore. Hovering in midair, Zhou Sushin's emotions were a tangled mess. Had she never encountered Zhang Hao before, she would have thought, who cares who marries me? Marrying anyone was marrying, after all. But once she experienced Zhang Hao's skills, it was like someone who had always lived in darkness, never seeing the light. The moment she glimpsed that light, everything before suddenly felt dull and meaningless. Life suddenly had purpose. It was different. The propeller spins perfectly, each component fulfilling its role, operating at full capacity. You're radiating light and heat. She suddenly felt the true value of being a shipmaiden. This feeling of perfectly fulfilling her role, no one else could give it to her, only Zhang Hao could. This damn thing. This is the damn navigator every shipmaiden dreams of. Why did she feel this surge of excitement, like seeing her true destined partner? You don't want to get married? Why? Zhang Hao's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. According to the plot, shouldn't the second young miss be exiting the scene by now? I want to join the competition too. I feel I might have limitless potential. Can I become your shipmaiden? Rest assured, I'll follow your lead. Zhou Sushin's eyes were now filled with excitement. Zhang Hao was stunned. Holy crap. Guys. This is insane. Bad news, there's a bull. Good news, I'm that cow. Zhang Hao's emotions were all over the place. He just wanted to pull off a scheme to sell himself out for a few bottles of potions, but never expected that through some twist of fate, he'd actually made Zhou Sushin feel uneasy. Maybe. Did he accidentally awaken the extra A persona? Poor, nameless. Zhou Sushin's arranged marriage partner. Sorry. I have no plans to expand my fleet for now. Besides, if you don't want to be married off, then do your best. If you can master all these ship skills, perhaps you'll be able to steer your own life. Zhang Hao shot Zhou Sushin a complicated look before pulling open the door to the captain's cabin. But without your piloting. Zhou Sushin gazed at Zhang Hao with pleading eyes, still feeling a twinge of unease. Zhang Hao smiled. Who says a shipmaiden must rely on a navigator? I know one shipmaiden who won the race using her own ship skills. Conventional definitions are just that, conventional. Those who shatter those definitions are the true protagonists. These words Zhang Hao gave to Zhou Sushin were equally meant for himself. The sailor he spoke of was none other than Mo Euro. At the first sea gathering, it wasn't others who made her shine, it was Mo Euro herself. She unleashed the whirlwind dance on her own, without Zhang Hao's intervention. This proves that with sufficient training, a shipmaiden can master ship skills. And official competitions never stipulated that only teams composed of shipmaidens and navigators could participate, right? Just imagine. A shipmaiden with innate skills, unmanned, using ship techniques to win the championship. What an incredible honor that would be. What nonsense about AI driving winning the championship? With a mental scoff, Zhang Hao stepped out of the captain's cabin. No. Without a navigator? Hey. Zhang Hao, if I could pilot myself and enter the grand tournament, could I be your shipmaiden? The call echoed through the room, but Zhang Hao offered no reply. But when Zhou Sushin uttered those words, her heart had already made a decision about the future. She decided not to marry. She wanted to linger in that moment of intense excitement. Perhaps only in that moment would the true value of being a boatwoman be revealed. Chapter 106, Zhou Hang enters the Zhou family, Zhang Yao's dominance. Evening. Two ships, the red and blue interwoven magnetic, traversed the sea toward the Zhou family's waters. Zhou Zhong stood within one ship's cabin, gazing at the magnet ahead with a look of astonishment. My little sister seems quite cheerful today. The stern of the lead ship swayed rhythmically, like a girl skipping along. Zhou Zhong's expression turned peculiar. His own sister had always been sharp-tongued and critical, yet she adopted a laid-back attitude whenever faced with challenges. During previous arranged marriage meetings at home, she'd merely exchange polite pleasantries with the prospective partners and cooperate in providing them with a driving experience. She'd always carried herself with a certain whatever happens, happens attitude, like a true master of giving up on life. But today, it was as if she'd been possessed by a spirit. Zhong. Is she in love? A steady female voice echoed through the captain's cabin, causing Zhou Zhong's eyebrow to arch. That can't be right. With my little sister's temper, she looks down on everyone. Only Dad could make her submit, getting her to agree to an arranged marriage. Then she just put on that sour face, acting all aloof. Whoa. Could it be that something went wrong when I sent her to find Zhang Hao today? Zhou Zhong's expression darkened, a vague sense of defeat washing over him like chasing after a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon. Zhang Hao? Didn't you send little sister to exchange for boat skills? Could she have fallen for someone in such a short time? The boatwoman's voice betrayed disbelief. Zhou Zhong shook his head. Whether she likes him or not doesn't matter. If she truly loves Zhang Hao and he treats her well, I suppose it's fine. It's better than her silently enduring a miserable arranged marriage with a sour expression for the rest of her life. His furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Zhou Zhong's gaze toward the magnet ahead grew gentler. Zhou Sushin, she was his own flesh and blood sister. Unlike Zhou Hang, that distant relative, Zhou Zhong cared deeply about his own sister's situation. To put it plainly, he harbored no real grudge against Zhang Hao. If anything, he'd secretly learned quite a bit of Zhang Hao's ship handling skills. The man was practically his half-master. If Zhou Sushin chose to follow Zhang Hao, he wouldn't object at all. Of course. This was the situation under Zhou Zhong's control at the Zhou household. If Zhou Hang were in charge now, forget Zhou Sushin wanting to control her own destiny. Even he, Zhou Zhong, would have to follow orders. In that case, what should we do about tomorrow night's matchmaking banquet? Zhou Zhong scratched his head, a look of melancholy in his eyes. How about we try to persuade father? Chug chug chug. Under the moonlight, two boats slowly entered the Yizhou family waters. Zhou family waters. Compared to the Yizheng family waters, the Zhou family waters actually covered a slightly smaller area, but its internal structure was more lavish and intricate.
Nearly every vessel in the chain-linked fleet bore intricate carvings and painted phoenixes on its hull, exuding a touch of grandeur. Among them, beneath the main vessel bearing the Zhou family insignia, a peculiar craft now lay moored. This vessel measured nearly 26 meters in length, nearly 6 meters in width, with a mast standing 23 meters tall, a standard large ship maiden. Its hull was densely covered in damp moss, with wild grasses and flowers growing all around. When the sea breeze swept over it, the vessel emitted a distinct herbal fragrance. To the casual observer, it might appear as a decaying wreck, abandoned and overgrown with plants and moss. But Zhou Hang's expression shifted unnervingly at a single glance. Is this an S-class ship maiden? A medicine boat? Tuck tuck tuck. As he drew closer to the apothecary ship, Zhou Hang distinctly felt his mind grow hazy the moment he inhaled its medicinal fragrance. He squinted at the apothecary ship, puzzled as to how the Zhou family could have acquired such a ship maiden. Meanwhile, Zhou family reception hall. Well now, I never imagined the renowned shipwright Jiang Yao of the Merchant Fleet Alliance would grace my humble abode with his presence. Your presence today truly graces this humble abode. Zhou Yuanshan, clad in an opulent robe, sat upright in the central armchair. He bowed slightly toward Jiang Yao seated at the side, lifting the teacup on the table. After both men took a sip of tea, Zhou Yuanshan turned to Jiang Yao with a playful look. I wonder. Miss Jiang, the purpose of your visit today is a partnership. Oh? What kind of cooperation? Jiang Yao's measured voice carried across the room, causing Zhou Yuanshan's cloudy old eyes to light up instantly. I wish to partner with your esteemed establishment. I will supply you with restorative potions on a regular basis, and in return, you will assist me in expanding the sales channels for Kanglan domain. Ha? What exactly do you want me to do? A faint smile slowly spread across his lips. Zhou Yuanshan is no pushover. He knew full well that the Merchant Alliance wouldn't offer him business for nothing. They never came empty-handed, and this time they were likely bringing demands. Smart. Truly worthy of the title King of Yuanshan. I have only 2 conditions this time. First, given your family's standing, you should already be aware of the terrain and reward list for the Azure Domain Relay Race. I want a copy of the race map and the reward list for this event. Jiang Yao spoke in a calm tone. Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. That's no trouble at all. Even by reviewing past Kanglan Domain Relay Race competitions, one could discern the terrain. But, since you're here, I can briefly describe the competition grounds. As for the map, I'll have someone deliver it to your location shortly. After catching Jiang Yao's indulgent glance, his gaze softening, Zhou Yuanshan cleared his throat. Ahem. The Azure Domain Relay Race primarily consists of 2 sections. The first zone is the ice wall loop area. Natural ice walls form circular barriers anchored to the sea surface. Nearly 20 circular racetracks spiral inward, with radii progressively shrinking from 2,000 meters to 1,900 meters to 1,800 meters, creating a massive turbine formation of sea-bound ice walls. Competitors must navigate sharp turns to reach the inner core. Accelerating through these turns poses a major challenge. Successfully navigating them allows competitors to head straight for the center after completing 20 consecutive turns. The inner core is an ice platform elevated above sea level, the transfer point for the Azure Realm Relay Race. Departing from the ice surface, a descent point soon becomes visible. This opening plunges directly underwater, revealing an ice-carved submerged passageway. Passing through the ice tunnel, you'll resurface above water and emerge onto a new glacial racetrack. This is a glacial platform spanning nearly 10,000 meters, where countless ice walls form concentric vortex rings. Its structure mirrors the oceanic vortex exactly, except this is an ice-based race with far more treacherous turns. If you can swiftly navigate 20 icy turns and reach the center of the final ice ring, that's where the finish line of the Azure Realm Relay Race lies. As casually as discussing everyday matters, Zhou Yuanshan outlined the racecourse in just a few words. The Azure Realm Relay Race, he'd witnessed it far too many times. Oh? So basically, it's 20 big loops on water and 20 big loops on ice? Jiang Yao muttered under her breath. Zhou Yuanshan nodded. Exactly. Sounds simple enough, but when it comes to the actual competition, if it's windy or raining out there, one wrong move could be deadly. So, what's the prize for this competition? He looked at Zhou Yuanshan knowingly, and Zhou Yuanshan didn't beat around the bush. First place gets a whopping 50 magic points. The bonus prize is the Alpha Endurance Potion. I heard this stuff was brought back from the deepest seas by the Ship Alliance. Using it permanently increases a shipmaiden's endurance by +1, and, after every race, her endurance growth will also increase by +1. This is pretty good stuff, a real treasure. As for second place, 30 magic points, the reward is an A-grade component. Third place gets 20 magic points and a 1 million reward. You're a ship repairer, so you must be interested in that Alpha Endurance Potion, right? Zhou Yuanshan was a seasoned veteran. As he spoke, he kept observing Jiang Yao's expression. When Jiang Yao heard the words Alpha Endurance Potion, his eyelids visibly fluttered, yet he still managed to maintain a calm facade. Alright. I understand. Now, let's move on to the second matter.
If you agree, we can sign the cooperation agreement immediately. Oh? What is it? I hope you grant Zhou Hang a proper title. A genuine title befitting his status as the third young master. Thud thud thud. As Jiang Yao spoke, two figures swiftly approached from beyond the door. Slender and handsome, with a composed expression, the young man stood neither servile nor arrogant. Behind him followed a girl with a resolute gaze. The arrivals were none other than Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan. Chapter 107, Call Me the Third Young Master. You? Zhou Hang. How dare you come back? The moment Zhou Yuanshan saw Zhou Hang, his face flashed with anger, bewilderment, and astonishment, yet there was not a single trace of the joy a father should feel upon seeing his son. This child was the unintended product of a drunken night. Truth be told, if not for his reputation, Zhou Yuanshan would have sent this mother and son away long ago. After all, the rules and logic of this world were straightforward. A highly gifted navigator paired with a ship maiden of exceptional attributes would inevitably produce outstanding navigators and ship maidens. Conversely, what promising offspring could possibly come from his S-class amplification, combined with a mere C-class fishing vessel? Though Zhou Hang was his own flesh and blood, Zhou Yuanshan didn't care for him. Oof. How could I dare to return? This time, I'm not returning as your son. I am now Master Jiang Yao's apprentice. With a proud expression, Zhou Hang calmly walked behind Jiang Yao, holding Lu Ruyan's hand. You ungrateful son. Zhou Yuanshan's expression darkened. Having greeted Jiang Yao with a smile moments before, his face now clouded over, his tone turning icy. Jiang Yao, I respect you as the head of the Ship Repair Tower Association. But this is our Zhou family's business. Aren't you meddling a bit too much? Overstepping? I'm his master. How is that meddling? Besides, it's just a title. You, the esteemed Prince of Yuanshan, can't even grant that? Jiang Yao sat motionless in his armchair. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew oppressive. Were Zhang Hao present for this scene, he'd surely slap his thigh in delight. Classic. Absolutely classic. What, the useless protagonist gets looked down on and slandered, then the teacher steps in to back him up. One of the essential plot points for a protagonist. Oof. Rebellious son. Don't think just because you found a shipwright, you can run wild in the Zhou family. Bastard, unworthy of recognition. Showing Jiang Yao no courtesy whatsoever, Zhou Yuanshan rose and waved to summon the servants to escort the guest out. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hang stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yuanshan. Old man, you've seen my file, haven't you? Oof. Just a worthless piece of trash who awakened an E-grade talent. What's there to see? Zhou Yuanshan snorted coldly with disdain. But that single sentence had already revealed he had seen Zhou Hang's information. Yes. Though he was a bastard, Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but be curious. What level of talent would this seed of his awaken? He hadn't never considered the possibility. What if Zhou Hang was an unexpected genius? What if he'd awakened an S-rank talent? As long as he proved useful to the Zhou family, what harm would it do to bring him back? But a bastard is a bastard. A piece of rotten wood can't be made into a useful tool. A worthless piece of trash with an E-rank talent deserves to rot outside. He's unworthy of bearing the Zhou family name and running around everywhere. Ha 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 ha. You old fart. What if I told you my talent has upgraded? A sinister gaze fixed on him. Zhou Hang remained composed, a flash of white light flickering over his body. Zhou Yuanshan's expression froze. D-rank talent amplification? The intensity of that light, is it a D-rank talent? Zhou Yuanshan was utterly stunned. How many people awaken talents in the Zhou family each year? He'd seen amplification talents of every rank before. Just by the intensity of the glow, he could confidently determine its grade. According to the Ship Alliance records, Zhou Hang had awakened an E-grade talent amplification. But now, barely 2 months later, how could this kid's talent have reached D-grade? Could it be? Could his talent actually keep upgrading? At this thought, Zhou Yuanshan fell silent. Even the gaze he cast upon Zhou Hang grew complex. A talent that could grow, what did that signify? It meant Zhou Hang's potential might surpass his own. It meant his talent could one day transcend even S-rank, reaching heights beyond. It meant the future Zhou Hang could potentially lead the Zhou family to even greater heights. In an instant, a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. The hall fell into an eerie silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Father and son exchanged glances, their eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with calculated self-interest. You little brat. You've finally shown some backbone. Watching Zhou Hang stand his ground with neither servility nor arrogance, Jiang Yao sat in his seat, letting out a long sigh of relief. A few days earlier, after losing the Black Ship tournament, the kid had been gloomy and depressed. Even when he made the brat assist him in brewing potions, the kid was completely distracted. No matter how much she pressed him, he wouldn't say a word. Even when Jiang Yao entered his room late at night to soothe his mood and talk through the long hours. But it barely made a dent. But
What was interesting was that after that purchased, Lu Ruyan had Zhou Hang enter her captain's cabin with just a few words. The little brat suddenly perked up like he'd been injected with adrenaline.
She couldn't figure it out. What was it about her that made him feel inferior to that fairy like Lu Ruyan? Turtle men are just trash, they actually enjoy being PUA'd? She didn't get it. But she was utterly stunned.
After several rounds of comfort from Lu Ruyan, Zhou Hang finally pulled himself together these past few days, regaining his usual arrogance. In fact, after just a few nights of interaction with Lu Ruyan, he even told her about his ability to upgrade his talent. And through their interactions, his amplification ability had actually advanced to D rank. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Jiang Yao couldn't fathom it. Had some special mode been triggered when these two were together? Almost immediately after his talent advancement, Zhou Hang resolved to return to the Zhou family and reclaim everything that belonged to him.
Zhou Hang knew all too well.
Hiding his talent only led to constant contempt. That playing dumb to catch the wise approach, that fortunes change over time strategy, it no longer suited him. By revealing his ability to upgrade his talent to Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yao, he could show them his true potential. Only then would they remain steadfast by his side.
Likewise, if the Zhou family learned he could upgrade his talent, how would they react? Zhou Yuanshan, have you ever considered what your most familiar talent, amplification, would become if it ascended to SSS rank? In the Grand Hall,
Zhou Hang addressed Zhou Yuanshan by his full name, the scene reaching the pinnacle of filial piety.
You.
But this time, Zhou Yuanshan remained silent for a long while, not uttering a single curse at Zhou Hang. His expression twisted in complexity for a long moment before he finally frowned.
You may return to the Zhou family now.
Within the Zhou household, you hold the status of the third young master.
But if you step outside these walls, my family will never acknowledge your identity. Unless your talent reaches S rank. Then I should be entitled to the resources and support granted to the third young master of the Zhou family now, right?
Zhou Hang plopped himself down in the seat of honor on the left, his expression cold and arrogant.
Zhou Yuanshan said nothing more.
After a long silence, he turned to Jiang Yao and forced a smile once more. The agreement you mentioned, we can sign it now.
Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation.
Just as the two were about to shake hands in reconciliation.
Thud thud thud.
4 figures strode swiftly into the hall. Zhou Suxin stormed into the room, her eyes immediately locking onto Zhou Hang seated at the high table.
A frown deepened between her brows. It's you? You bastard. Didn't you run off with my Zhou family's fortune? How dare you come back? Zhou Suxin blurted out in a loud, sharp voice. Unwillingly.
Hearing the words bastard branch, Zhou Hang's expression darkened instantly. Show me some respect.
You should be addressing me as
Third Young Master.
Chapter 108, The Awakening of the Extra Character. Third Young Master? Not that I'm saying anything. You're just a wild bloodline, and you've got some nerve, huh?
You took one of our Zhou family's ship repairers, 1 merchant ship and 1 fishing boat to run away.
We didn't come looking for trouble, yet you have the nerve to come back? You've got some nerve, don't you? Zhou Suxin felt nothing but irritation whenever she saw Zhou Hang.
It was a deep-seated, gut-level annoyance. She wasn't the type to bully other branches just because she belonged to the main lineage. But she knew Zhou Hang had never known boundaries since childhood. As a child, he'd sneak into the main family's quarters to steal and snatch their food. Even though his branch family's food provisions were quite adequate, he insisted on eating the main family's food. He harbored an intense, even twisted jealousy. Moreover, when he chose to run away from home back then, he declared he would sever all ties with the Zhou family, never to have anything to do with them again.
And what happened?
This bastard took everything with him: Hang Ping and the old servant who had sold themselves to the Zhou family, along with an entire cargo ship's worth of bluefish meat resources.
Not buddies?
You declared you'd sever ties with the Zhou family, yet you just took everything and made a clean break?
That alone would be bad enough. He clearly claimed to have severed ties with the Zhou family, yet later in the Mountain Sea area, he was still parading around using the Zhou family's name?
If not for Zhou Yuanshan being too busy to bother, he'd have been locked up for spreading rumors ages ago.
Now it's even more outrageous. The very person who claimed to have severed family ties is now sitting in the seat of honor, calling himself the third young master of the Zhou family?
Zhou Suxin felt her scalp crawl with disgust.
She couldn't hold back. You call yourself the third young master of the Zhou family? You've disgraced the Zhou name. Ugh. Disgusting.
She glared venomously at Zhou Hang, about to unleash a torrent of abuse, when Lu Ruyan behind him furrowed her brow.
Hey! Show Zhou Hang some respect. He's one of your Zhou family members, stop calling him an outsider. Hey you? Where did you suddenly come from? Her expression darkened instantly. Zhou Suxin took a few quick steps, ready to confront Lu Ruyan. How dare you, an outsider, speak on behalf of my Zhou family? Stop right there. What did Ruyan say to you? The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Zhou Hang rose to his feet, shielding Lu Ruyan with his body.
Lu Ruyan's smile blossomed like a flower as she gently wrapped her arm around Zhou Hang's. Ever since she learned Zhou Hang's talent could be upgraded, it felt like she'd glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. These past days, she'd grown increasingly certain that Zhou Hang was her true destiny.
Zhou Hang, what exactly do you think you're doing?
Seeing his sister being bullied, Zhou Zhong's face turned icy cold as he glared at Zhou Hang with a menacing gaze.
He didn't like Zhou Hang either.
Ever since he was 15 or 16, every time this guy looked at his two boatmaids, his eyes burned with intense possessiveness. If not for the blood ties, Zhou Zhong would have gouged his eyes out.
Poof. What do you mean? It means I, Zhou Hang, am back. The Zhou family needs a reshuffle.
Zhou Hang gave a cold, sharp laugh, standing tall with Lu Ruyan on his left and Jiang Yao on his right, his confidence unshakable.
He now commanded 2 ship maidens.
His aura radiated the smug confidence of one who held a hound in his left hand and a falcon in his right.
You! Since when did you get the nerve to speak like that?
Zhou Zhong strode forward, about to slap Zhou Hang across the face.
But no one could have anticipated. Shut the hell up, all of you. Suddenly,
Zhou Yuanshan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly barked out a command.
Father? Father? You!
Zhou Zhong and Zhou Suxin both froze, staring at Zhou Yuanshan in disbelief.
No way? Had Zhou Yuanshan lost his mind today? Taking sides with Zhou Hang? Enough shouting.
Zhou Hang is coming home and will temporarily resume his status as the third young master. If you don't like him, just avoid him.
Got it?
The commanding voice left no room for argument. Zhou Zhong and Zhou Suxin both darkened, shooting Zhou Hang a peculiar look filled with mixed emotions.
As for Zhou Hang?
He sat back in his elevated seat with a smug look, crossing his legs.
Anything else? If not, then you two get back to your rooms. Zhou Hang and I have some business to discuss. Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand, unwilling to escalate the situation further.
I. Zhou Suxin stood frozen in place, her lips trembling. She seemed shaken by Zhou Yuanshan's sudden outburst, and the steadfast resolve within her heart began to waver slightly.
Click.
Until a pair of warm, large hands rested on her shoulder.
Suxin. It's okay, go ahead. Brother?
Zhou Suxin turned to see Zhou Zhong giving her an encouraging smile.
Father. I have something to tell you. Huh? What is it? Zhou Yuanshan looked at Zhou Suxin in puzzlement.
He hadn't expected Zhou Suxin, who was usually the most idle and carefree, to actually seek him out to discuss something today.
I
don't want to go through with the arranged marriage.
I want to join the competition too. I've found a navigator I admire.
I want to earn my way through hard work so one day I can join his ship's crew. Summoning her courage, Zhou Suxin lifted her head and looked Zhou Yuanshan straight in the eye for the first time.
What? You want to compete too?
You, Su Xian, you know that even though your attribute is S-class shipmaiden, you're not outstanding among S-class shipmaidens.
Rather than risking yourself in the competition, you should marry into one of those families.
With your temperament, marriage is truly the best path for you.
Zhou Yuanshan softened his expression, speaking earnestly.
Though the second young miss of the Zhou family had never really made much of an impression. Still, she was his legitimate bloodline daughter, and Zhou Yuanshan had considered her future.
Given Zhou Suxin's temperament, marrying young was undoubtedly the best path forward. No. I won't. I want to compete. Only the roar of the engine, the rocking hull, and the crashing waves make me feel alive. Make me feel real. Father. I want to race too. As a boatwoman. Thud.
As she spoke, Zhou Suxin knelt directly before Zhou Yuanshan.
Suxin. You. Zhou Yuanshan stared dumbfounded at the woman's reaction.
He never imagined that his once timid daughter would one day declare to him, "Dad,
I want to race boats." A moment of silence passed.
Zhou Yuanshan lifted his head and looked at Zhou Zhong only to find Zhou Zhong had also knelt down with a thud.
Father. Does our Zhou family really need that little bit of wealth from an arranged marriage? Su Xian's entire life shouldn't be tied to money.
Just as Zhou Yuanshan began to waver, Zhou Hang, seated high above, narrowed his eyes.
His gaze toward Zhou Suxin brimmed with calculation. You won't marry? You're entering the competition? Are you kidding me? You don't even have a single sailor. What are you trying to prove? You marrying off means more wealth for the Zhou family.
And the Zhou family's wealth belongs to me, Zhou Hang. For the Zhou family, for my future foundation, you must marry off. Even before being officially recognized as the third young master, Zhou Hang had already mapped out his future. His expression darkened with malice as he abruptly stood up with a thud.
I refuse. Damn it. This is a conversation between the three of us. What business is it of yours? Interrupted by Zhou Hang, Zhou Zhong's face darkened instantly. Hey. Watch your language, big brother. I'm the third brother, you know. My opinion should count for something, right?
Let me tell you, those foreign families who finally made it to the Zhou household, you just kicked them out for no reason.
Do you think they're happy about that? Besides, didn't second sister say she found a sailor she likes and is going after him? Doesn't that mean that Sailor hasn't accepted her yet? Now that she has someone in mind, she can't just let others hire her, can she? How is she supposed to compete without a navigator? This is utter nonsense. Zhou Yuanshan, look at yourself. At your age, you're still supporting your daughter's madness? In just a few words, the entire situation shifted. Zhou Hang smiled warmly at Zhou Yuanshan. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yuanshan pursed his lips. Sushin, stop this nonsense. You should just marry Mr. Croatia as planned. He's the best navigator among this group. No. I don't want to. Zhou Sushin shook her head again. You. What nonsense are you spouting? You don't have a navigator, and you refuse to let another navigator pilot you. How do you expect to compete? Zhou Yuanshan roared in fury. Then if I pilot myself, how could I possibly beat those navigators? Zhou Sushin retorted stubbornly. Suddenly, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Pilot my own ship? What does that mean? Is the ship maiden trying to win by autopilot, outmaneuvering those with navigators? Even Jiang Yao, who had remained silent all along, was baffled. How could that be possible? How could ship maiden autopilot possibly win against navigator piloting? Second sister. You've lost your mind. You should just get married. Go be crazy in your own home. Zhou Hang let out a foolish laugh. Zhou Sushin said nothing, but fixed her gaze intently on Zhou Yuanshan. Father, how about we make a bet? If that Croatian can beat me in the boat race, I'll marry him. If he can't even beat me, you must support me and let me compete freely in the future. This. All right. You. Sighing helplessly, Zhou Yuanshan gazed at the girl kneeling before him and saw a fleeting glimpse of his younger self. He nodded in agreement, yet inwardly rejected the idea. Impossible. A boatwoman at the helm could never outmaneuver a navigator. Whoa. Woo. Harder. Mum. Inside the Shipgirl Maintenance Parlor Deluxe Room, Mo Yuro's calf muscles were being worked by Zhang Hao's bone-pushing stick, sending waves of pleasure coursing through her body until steam seemed to rise from her skin. Her body glistened with warm sweat, her expression one of pure bliss. Zhang Hao. My turn. Two beds had mysteriously appeared in the room. Bai Huan and Jin Qinghan were eagerly waiting for their turn. Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suddenly finding himself rather averse to this maintenance routine. Damn it. So exhausting. Beep. Congratulations. You have successfully altered the fate of an original plot character. As the arranged marriage partner, Zhou Sushin was meant to become the foundation providing Zhou Hang with unlimited financial resources after the union. Due to uncontrollable factors, she is now about to deviate from the original storyline. Once she departs the original storyline, Zhou Hang will lose immense future wealth. You have already disrupted the destiny of the chosen one. Please aid Zhou Sushin's awakening to unlock more divine fortune. Suddenly, the long silence system voice echoed in his ears, freezing Zhang Hao's expression. Ha? Did I just get lucky? Chapter 109, am I here at the wrong time? No. You're here at the perfect time. The next morning. Before dawn had fully broken, Zhou Sushin departed the Zhou family waters early in the morning, heading toward the shipmate maintenance shop. Her expression was unwaveringly resolute. Ever since Zhang Hao had piloted her, she had finally understood what it truly felt like to be a shipmaiden. She was utterly convinced that only when Zhang Hao piloted her did she truly feel alive. I'll find him again. If he steers me a few more times today, I'll master those techniques for sure. Once I master these, I'll beat that Croatian. I can compete too, I can win medals, I can inch closer, step by step, toward him. Puff puff puff. The magnet blasted through the waves. Morning sunlight shattered into golden sparks, bathing the cabin in radiance. Zhou Sushin had never felt such longing. 2.5 hours later. Shipmate maintenance shop 4th floor. Zhang Hao, can we please skip the bone-pushing stick this time? Yeah, that thing hurts like hell. Then do the massage yourself. What? You don't like it? Me doing it? That'd be exhausting. Standing outside the private room, Zhou Sushin's previously cheerful expression stiffened slightly. Inside, they were doing bone setting, right? Was Zhang Hao really that good at entertaining clients? She pressed her lips together, her hand hovering over the door handle, raised for a moment but hesitating to knock. Would I be interrupting them? An inexplicable turmoil stirred within her. Not much strength, it won't make a difference. The sounds grew louder and louder. Zhou Sushin's face flushed inexplicably, and she felt a strange sense of unease welling up inside her. Oof. Why would this lady need to wait for anyone? Bang! The door burst open. Zhou Sushin, her face set in haughty defiance, blurted out instinctively, Zhang Hao. I'm here to discuss business. Today, I'll give you 20 vials of potion. You'll teach me ship handling 3 times. You lowly fish. Shouldn't you be thrilled to have me as your student? You. Her words trailed off.
Zhou Sushin's words halted abruptly as she stared in shock at a bed where 3 boatwomen lay, their clothes tightly wrapped around bodies, their legs swollen and raw red from being beaten with bone-hard rods. Zhang Hao slumped on the floor, utterly exhausted. More. After the pain comes the relief. Zhang Hao, do that bone-crunching move again, harder this time. Crack, crack. The sound of the bone-pushing stick massaging meridians echoed continuously. The 3 boatwomen were moaning in ecstasy, and Zhang Hao's movements grew faster and faster. The room was nearing its peak intensity. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, with Zhou Sushin's arrival, all 4 heads turned in unison toward her. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Zhou Sushin's face flushed crimson. She swallowed hard. I'm sorry. I might have come at a bad time. No. You're right on time. Ha! Zhang Hao's relieved gaze swept over her. He tossed aside the bone-pushing stick in his hand, a smile of profound relief spreading across his lips. Damn it! Finally, someone's here. If no one had shown up, he would have worked himself to death sooner or later. Should I let you get back to work? Zhou Sushin still felt a bit awkward, but Zhang Hao waved it off. It's fine. You're all my wings. The 5 of us living well together matters more than anything else. Paying homage to a certain harem winner from Blue Star Classics, Zhang Hao thick-skinnedly delivered a line straight out of his scumbag playbook. Who wants to live a good life with you? You worthless trash. Stinking man. Her face twisted with disgust, yet Zhou Sushin's tense body relaxed inexplicably. She snorted and walked briskly downstairs. I'll wait for you downstairs. All right. Yuruwa, by Huan Jin Xinghan, I'm heading out to earn some cash. You guys get yourselves sorted. The Cyan Realm relay race is the day after tomorrow. Get some rest. Got it. Come back soon. The 3 girls on the bed barely wanted to move. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, he himself froze in place for a moment. Damn it. Why does this feel like I'm going out to sell myself to earn money for the family? Damn it. This isn't right. Where's my villain's swagger? My mind was filled with internal grumbling and resistance. Downstairs, Zhou Sushin's impatient urging sounded again. Hurry up. Do you still want the 20 vials of serum? Oh. Coming. Boss. Half an hour later. Taking the potion from Zhou Sushin's hand, Zhang Hao walked into the magnet ship captain's cabin with a sly grin. What's the boss up to today? It felt like an escort princess entering a private room. Zhou Sushin gave a cold snort. Warm up. Alright. First time's a stranger, second time's a friend. Zhang Hao deftly activated the rapid fire button. Suddenly, Zhou Sushin's voice rang in his ears. I want to ask you to teach me those boat skills today. Tonight. I have an important match tonight and I'd like you to watch. Oh? An important match? His expression flickered. Zhang Hao didn't need to think twice to guess Zhou Sushin might have clashed with her family due to her personality awakening. As for this match? Perhaps it was an opportunity? Cultivating an autonomous ship maiden. Interesting. Plus, this could potentially shift Zhou Hang's fortune. Zhang Hao had never been one to pass up such opportunities. He was genuinely curious now. If the Cyan Realm relay race combined with this fortune-shifting maneuver left Zhou Hang with any divine mandate left, what if he ends up stripping it bare? Would another chosen one emerge after his demise? Zhang Hao. Is my rotational vibration correct? A wave of heat washed over the helm. Zhang Hao snapped back to reality and suddenly realized. The RPM gauge was already flickering on and off. Are you warming up for a launch start? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, startled to see that this little boat girl, who had been clumsy and inept just yesterday, could now rapidly maintain and increase the heat and frequency with remarkable speed. No wonder she's the bloodline of the Far Mountain King, picks things up fast, huh? Zhang Hao, is this the moment to launch? The tachometer needle was already at its limit, the stern of the magnet swaying violently. No. Launch now and you'll blow up. Even though the RPM is maxed out, if the temperature hasn't dropped yet, your launch will definitely fail. A resolute voice cut through the tension. Zhou Sushin pressed her lips together. Then, what should I do? Stay calm. Understood. Buzz. 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 The RPM gauge's speed dropped again. The moment the temperature plummeted, the RPM surged to its peak. Now. Click. Zhang Hao slammed both hands down on the start button. Boom. Zhou Sushin's body shuddered as the magnet launched at full speed of 90 knots across the sea surface, exploding into a spray of waves. Chapter 110, Croatia? I Can't Beat a Machine? Part 1. Good. A perfect launch. That's the feeling, you must remember it. Got it? Zhang Hao's voice echoed through the captain's room. Zhou Sushin silently flushed, saying nothing. Didn't you remember that feeling? I remember. Zhou Sushin murmured softly, her cheeks flushing even redder. She had faintly sensed that perfect moment of warmth at the start. But it was mostly because of Zhang Hao's guidance that she'd managed to catch the ideal timing.
This is bad. Can this really work?
A strange mix of satisfaction and complexity stirred within her.
Hey! Next up is the anchor drift. Get ready. Okay. Puff puff puff. Spinning at the 90-degree limit, the hull tilted to its maximum angle. Just then, Zhang Hao's voice came through again, feeling that extreme tilt angle? No. TSK. Now. Clack. The hull abruptly deployed the anchor at its limit. I can feel it. Plop. Both anchors sank, another flawless anchor drift. Good. Next. Whirlwind dance. 2.5 hours later, the magnet came to a halt on the ocean surface. Enjoy. For Zhou Suxin, it was pure bliss.
Only when executing these ship maneuvers could Zhou Suxin truly feel like a genuine shipmistress. If only I were his shipmaiden. Then I could just passively enjoy being steered by him, without having to think or perform any boat skills. Her mind drifted into a whirlwind of fantasies when Zhang Hao's concerned voice suddenly reached her ears.
Hey! Are you okay? You're in such a state right now. And no. I'm fine. Maybe all these sailing skills, maneuvers just got me too excited?
Seriously, it's just excitement?
Zhang Hao shot Zhou Suxin a strange look.
She pursed her lips.
Zhang Hao, could you take me out again?
I don't think I've quite got the hang of it yet.
Huh? You haven't mastered it yet? Didn't you say you'd already memorized the key moments? Well. Doing it a fourth time might actually mess up your learning.
What you need is to grasp the essentials, not just pile up repetitions for the sake of familiarity.
That's it then. Relax.
Zhang Hao patted Zhou Suxin's shoulder and stepped out of the captain's room under her complicated gaze.
Creak. The moment the blue-red door swung open, Zhou Suxin gathered her courage and asked once more, Can I be your shipmaiden?
Her sincere gaze made Zhang Hao pause in his steps. He turned back, meeting Zhou Suxin's eyes. If I ever need to assemble a ship crew, I think
I'd invite you.
Provided that you've already become an outstanding shipmaiden.
I understand. I'll prove it to you.
Clenching her fists, Zhou Suxin slowly disengaged her pilot mode, straightened up, and glared at Zhang Hao. Just you wait, minnow. Someday, I'll make you beg me to join your crew.
Fine by me. I can't wait. Evening. From the western direction of the Azure Domain, a magnificent golden vessel cut through the waves, steadily approaching the Zhou family's maritime territory. The entire vessel seemed forged from some precious metal, radiating a dazzling golden glow under the moonlight. The entire hull measured 32 meters in length and 7.4 meters in width.
Most astonishingly, the mast of this large shipmaiden soared to a staggering 40 meters, bearing a massive flag emblazoned with the insignia kingship.
Puff, puff, puff.
The great vessel cut through the waves, heading straight for the Yizhou family waters. Inside the cabin, the particle light projection of a classic Western beauty, blonde hair, blue eyes, and wavy locks lay nestled in the arms of a bald, muscular man, her hands caressing his body.
Ooh. Croatia, you're such a perfect man. It's just a shame you're entering into a political marriage tonight. After this, I doubt we'll ever be able to sail the seas together like this again.
Her serpentine body writhed and teased Croatia relentlessly. Croatia chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her and lifting her into the air.
Hee Wang Quan, are you still jealous over such meaningless things?
That Zhou Suxin is merely a mediator ensuring cooperation between our two families.
Our family needs their potions, and theirs needs our money. That's all there is to it.
Her stats are inferior to yours, and her skills are no match for yours either. Even if she were my primary wife, I'd have no interest in using her for competitions.
Honestly, she's just a decorative marriage pawn. Our Kuro family maintains a breeding machine. I'm not even sure I'd want to touch her. You're different. You're my starting shipmaiden. How well acquainted we must become.
Caressing Sovereignty's face, the other giggled wildly, about to kiss Croatia's neck.
Stop. Stop. No. Not today.
Seeing Sovereignty's practiced movements, Croatia frantically waved her hands, halting Sovereignty's next move.
What's wrong? Not even a kiss?
Wang Quan was puzzled, but Croatia shook her head solemnly. It wouldn't normally matter.
But today is the alliance between our two families. Taking Strawberry to someone else's house isn't appropriate. Besides, Zhou's family just called saying that Zhou Suxin seems to have changed her mind. She wants to compete with me. She'll only agree to the engagement if I win. She's competing against you? What? Does she have her eye on another navigator now? Wang Quan leaned into Croatia's embrace, licking her lips with a hint of regret. No idea.
She suddenly declared she wanted to join the competition, to become a shipmaiden.
She used to be such a docile girl. What's gotten into her these past few days? But most importantly, Wang Quan, do you know who her navigator is in this race against me? Who? He doesn't have a navigator.
At this point, Croatia's expression darkened noticeably.
Wang Quan froze in shock. What? That idiot woman intends to pilot herself and race against you? Exactly. Thick gifted crab, an unmanned ship maiden trying to beat a navigator? Croatia, that's easily the best joke I've heard all year. She's a complete lunatic. Damn it. If it weren't for the family alliance, I wouldn't have wasted so much time dealing with her. Comparing me to autopilot? What? Think my sailing skills suck? Croatia muttered under her breath, her face darkening with indignation. Kingdom patted his head sympathetically. Whoa dear, for this boatwoman who can't see her place. Later, I think I'll teach her a lesson for you. Chapter 111, Croatia? I can't beat a machine? Part 2. Zhou family waters. Zhou Hang stood guard at the sea's edge, perched on the deck of the fishing boat, his expression brimming with arrogance. The fishing boat was one of the Zhou family's servant vessels. Logically speaking, he should have felt some tender empathy for this vessel, a sister ship to his mother's. But at this moment, he stood proudly on the gunwale, gazing confidently into the distance. Completely indifferent to the thoughts of the fishing vessel maiden, he displayed the superior demeanor unique to the third young master of the Zhou family. Small-minded and petty. This phrase perfectly described Zhou Hang. Chug chug chug. Under the moonlight, a slender little fisherwoman was sailing toward them. Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes to look. The sailor girl was only 5.2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Its mast stood 6.2 meters tall, bearing a sailcloth emblem of an amethyst. This was a small schooner, yet its entire hull was crafted from luxurious amethyst. With each stroke of the oars, the amethyst hull glowed brighter and brighter, as if it were charging and storing energy. To the discerning eye, it was immediately clear this vessel was no ordinary craft. Plop. As the shipmaiden entered the Zhou family's waters, the captain's cabin door opened. Yuan emerged slowly, casting a peculiar glance at Zhou Hang. I hear your Zhou family wants us, Ship Alliance, to oversee a competition? That's right. It's my second sister's engagement match. To ensure fairness, impartiality, and transparency, I'd like to request your presence as the arbiter. Zhou Hang explained with a light chuckle, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the captain's cabin of the energy storage. Purple crystals flickered with a soft glow, emanating a warm, fragrant breeze. I want to go in. I really want to go in. Zhou Hang practically had those words written on his face, prompting Yuan to slam the captain's quarters door shut with a bang. Are you kidding me? She, Yuan, was the one who always stole others' partners, and now she'd run into someone doing the same thing? Zhou family, third young master, right? Where's the competition venue? What are the rules? Her face cold, Yuan wasn't actually meeting Zhou Hang for the first time. At the Black Ship tournament, she'd witnessed the Sharktooth's performance. All she could say was, a fine ship had encountered a piece of junk. She looked down on Zhou Hang from the bottom of her heart, utterly baffled. How could the Zhou family possibly take back this useless third young master? Please come inside. The Zhou family has already marked out a complete square racecourse in their waters using buoys. It's a 3-lap system. The losing side must agree to the winning side's conditions. Simple as that. Zhou Hang was meeting Yuan for the first time, his greedy gaze scanning every inch of Yuan's body. Since Yuan was from the Sailing Federation, his attitude bordered on extreme obsequiousness. Understood. And the two competing parties? Yuan nodded, signaling for the energy reserve to pull over to the side. They're still on their way. Please go ahead and rest at the Zhou residence. I'll wait here. Zhou Hang offered a polite invitation. While appearing to wait politely for the others, in truth, he was busy promoting his identity as the third young master. He was reveling in it, reveling in the status and privileges befitting the Zhou family's third young master. Oof. Then you wait here. I've no interest in catching sea breeze. Giving a dismissive wave to energy charge, Yuan shot him a sour look and headed toward the merchant ship's deck. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Hang's forced smile slowly crumbled, revealing a trace of malevolence and scorn. Damn it! A mere member of the Ship Alliance dares show disrespect to this third young master. You've chosen your path to death. Your ship's girl. I'll have her sooner or later. And you. I'll trample you beneath my feet. If I weren't afraid old Deng would get sentimental about his daughter and back out of the marriage, I wouldn't have bothered inviting you to this circus. Just you wait. A sinister glare remained frozen in his eyes. Until... A golden vessel approached from the distance, and Zhou Hang's face lit up instantly. Before the vessel could draw near, he stepped aboard the fishing boat and approached proactively. Excuse me, are you Mr. Croatia? I'm the third young master of the Zhou family. I'd been waiting here for you for ages. Spotting his future sugar daddy, Zhou Hang dropped all pretense and went straight for the kill. Creak. Creak. The massive golden vessel abruptly halted before the fishing boat for a considerable time. After trembling for at least 3 or 4 minutes, the captain's cabin door finally creaked open, revealing a bald, burly man with a weary expression. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, his body was solidly built with well-defined muscles.
His sapphire blue eyes scrutinized Zhou Hang, his tone dripping with contempt.
Third young master? I've never heard of any third young master in the Zhou family. Perhaps you came by last time when I wasn't home.
Mr. Croatia, I sincerely apologize for my sister's behavior. I hope you'll forgive her transgression and deign to teach her a lesson. I believe, with your talent and the shipmaiden's assistance, you could easily shatter my sister's delusions. This competition would be the perfect opportunity for you to assert your authority as the head of the household. Zhou Hang flattered him with these words. Almost every word dripped with flattery.
Third young master, is it? I quite like your attitude.
The Zhou family should be run by someone like you. If we'd met last time, our business deal might have been sealed long ago.
He thoroughly enjoyed Zhou Hang's flattery.
Croatia spoke highly of Zhou Hang outwardly, but inwardly, he had already looked down on him.
In the past,
his interactions with Zhou Zhong and Zhou Suxin had allowed him to sense the Zhou family's confidence and arrogance.
But this Zhou Hang?
What third young master?
Not a shred of backbone. Nothing but a crawling worm. Come on, little brother-in-law, take me inside.
Croatia smiled as he teased Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang was still basking in the glory of the other man's remark, "You'd make a fine head of the Zhou family." He promptly drove the fishing boat to lead the way, fawning obsequiously, "Your Excellency, this way please."
Oh no. My mistake, brother-in-law, please come in.
Vroom vroom. As the massive golden hull entered the Zhou family waters, Yuan immediately turned her gaze toward the ship's maiden on the merchant vessel's deck. A line of information appeared before her eyes, and her eyes lit up.
Wow. What a splendid vessel. Sovereignty. Propeller speed, 95. Yaw stability, 90. Mast wind storage, 92. Sturdiness, 99. Anchor stability, 90. Endurance, 93. Skill, Royal Command.
Imperial Command, the Sovereign releases 2 subvessels from its hull, each roughly equivalent in size to a small vessel. The Sovereign maintains absolute command over these subvessels, capable of directing them to execute any maneuver.
Ship maiden overall rating, S-class. Imperial Command? This skill is pretty impressive too.
The call mentioned Zhou Suxin's match was a foreigner.
Who'd have thought, this foreigner actually has quite the pedigree. No wonder the Zhou family let him marry Zhou Suxin.
Yuan examined the Sovereign with growing interest. But upon seeing the tall, imposing Croatian man, she temporarily shelved her thoughts of poaching him.
Brother-in-law. Rest for a bit. My sister will be back soon. The fishing boat towed the Sovereignty into a corner berth.
Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yuanshan and Zhou Zhong personally stepped out to greet them.
Croatia, it's been ages. Zhou Yuanshan, displaying the bearing of a family patriarch, stood on the deck and offered a fist salute toward Croatia. Long time no see. Master Zhou, and Brother Zhou.
Facing these two, Croatia gave them ample respect, bowing courteously in a gentlemanly manner.
But Zhou Zhong wasn't buying it. He merely stared grimly at the abruptly appearing Yuan. He knew exactly what Zhou Hang was up to. This guy was treating his own sister like a tool. Fearing Zhou Yuanshan might back out, he'd gone out of his way to bring in a referee? Damn bastard. You want my sister taken away that badly?
Fists clenched, Zhou Zhong made no sound.
Rat-a-tat-tat. And at that very moment,
a distant ship, the Magnet, sped toward them.
On deck, there stood a figure. Chapter 112, Croatia? I Can't Beat the AI? Part 3. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Look. My sister's back already. You'd better give him a good talking to later, to assert your authority as the husband.
Zhou Hang shot a sly grin at Croatia, convinced his flattery had hit the mark.
But at that moment, Croatia's face darkened inexplicably.
Staring at the figure on the magnetic ship, his eyes narrowed to slits. If his eyes weren't deceiving him,
that figure was probably a man. If it was a man, what does that mean? What does it mean that Zhou Suxin brought a man back? Who is that man? Her confirmed navigator?
A strange green glow suddenly appeared above his head.
Croatia remained silent, and Zhou Hang also quieted down.
Only then did he notice that figure on the ship.
Seemed strangely familiar. Puff puff puff.
As the Magnet slowly entered the harbor, Zhang Hao's silhouette leaning against the ship's rail became fully visible under the moonlight. The youth's eyes held a cool, playful glint as the wind rustled his tattered clothes. Despite being stared at by so many members of the Zhou family, he showed no fear, only a calm, mocking smile as he looked at everyone.
Zhang Hao? How could it be you? Yuan was stunned. Wait, what? How is the Zhou family's internal strife connected to you? Why are you everywhere? You. Zhang Hao. How the hell is it you again? You. What the hell are you doing at the Zhou family estate?
This isn't some place a small maritime clan like yours can just show up at. The moment he saw Zhang Hao, Zhou Hang was consumed by rage. He didn't even pause to consider how Zhang Hao had boarded the Magnet. His face instantly turned ashen as he pointed angrily at Zhang Hao. Get out. This is the territory of the Zhou family.
Unless you want to get blown to bits. Get the hell out now. This is an order from the third young master of the Zhou family. Looking down on Zhang Hao with his head held high, Zhou Hang wanted to repay every ounce of oppression he had suffered in the past in the mountain sea upon Zhang Hao right now. The moment of vindication had arrived. But, leaning against the ship's rail, Zhang Hao merely gave a faint, cold laugh. What? Is the Zhou family yours now? You say I can't come, so I can't come? You. With a flippant expression, Zhang Hao ran his fingers along the rail and shrugged. Zhou Suxin, did you see that? Seems like someone here isn't exactly thrilled to see me. Buzz buzz buzz. The magnet steered straight into the Zhou family's waters. Immediately, a cold shout rang out from the captain's cabin, "You worthless bastard! Father gave you a title, and now you think you're hot? Zhang Hao was invited by me. Got a problem with that? You. Second sister. You." Zhou Hang's face darkened instantly. Merchant ship deck Zhou Zhong spoke up slowly, "Young Master Zhang and I are friends. Why can't he join the Zhou family?" Zhou Hang. What do you think you are? You're merely wearing the skin of the third young master. Do you think you're the family head? The bone-chilling words came one after another. Zhou Hang clenched his fists, his mouth twitching for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. He glanced at Zhou Yuanshan on the deck. Yuanshan remained silent, nearly staring curiously at Zhang Hao. Before he became an S-class talent, this old bastard would never have shown him any favoritism. He'd barely savored the fleeting vanity of being the third young master of the Zhou family when Zhang Hao arrived and left him utterly abandoned by everyone. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. You ing bastard, what kind of mind-altering drug did you slip my second sister? The Zhou family, why are they all siding with you instead of me? I'm the third young master. Bloodshot eyes glowed as Zhou Hang stood frozen under the piercing stares of Zhou Zhong and Zhou Suxin, unable to utter a single word, utterly defeated. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Croatia, who had remained silent, paced the deck of the Sovereignty. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Hao. This fellow must be the navigator my wife admires, I presume? I don't know what you said to her, or what happened between you. But you laid a hand on my fiancé, young man. That is your fault. Those deep blue eyes fixed on him, but Zhang Hao remained calm, flashing a smirk. Honestly, I've never understood why all of you treat the shipmaiden like an object. They have lives, emotions, flesh and blood, and minds of their own. A navigator can choose any shipmaiden, and a shipmaiden is free to choose any navigator. What do you mean yours? He shot a contemptuous glance at Croatia, whose expression remained icy. Ignorance. Do you realize what chain of interests you're severing? Do you understand how much your so-called freedom disrupts the progress of two entire families? You mean money? The Zhou family is quite wealthy, isn't it? If they're willing to sacrifice the future of an S-class shipmaiden for more money, I have nothing to say. What the hell are you barking about? She's nothing but the worst piece of junk on the magnet. Trash? Let me tell you, there are no trashy shipmaidens, only trashy navigators. Even an E-class shipmaiden can fight with everything she's got, let alone an S-class one. Shipmaidens in this world, no matter how humble their origins, still possess the potential to rise. Provided that they meet the right sailor. Zhang Hao's tone was as matter of fact as someone who'd been there. In truth, this had always been his understanding of shipmaidens. Having spent years studying in his previous life, he had witnessed countless miracles. The scholar who carried his paralyzed mother up the university path, the rural-born man who outmaneuvered an entire capitalist and rose to become an officer. Humble origins are no disgrace. The true man is one who can bend and stretch. This world may hold no miracles. But Zhang Hao, who arrived bearing the blue star's shipmanship, was a miracle in himself. So what if she's an E-class shipmaiden? An S-class shipmaiden? Given the chance, given the ever-shifting possibilities on the racecourse, even a shipmaiden, looked down upon by all, can, in a single instant, forge her own glory. You? What do you mean? Are you implying I'm not a good navigator? Bang! Zhang Hao's calm voice shattered Croatia's composure, sending him slamming his fist against the ship's rail in fury. Men hated it when others called him incompetent. A navigator? He hated it most when other navigators called him incompetent. Whether you're any good, I don't know. But if you can't unlock the full potential of the magnet, the ship you claim is hopeless, and just dismiss it as useless, then I think you're the one who's truly hopeless. You bastard. He wanted to leap off the deck right then and there, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks on Zhang Hao. But Croatia, you think my stats suck? You think I'm just a pretty face? Then let's settle this. Compare your family's proudest, most outstanding vessel, the royal authority, with my most inferior magnet. If I can defeat you without needing a navigator, wouldn't that prove you're not a qualified navigator? Wouldn't that prove I'm no worse than any S-class shipmaiden? Zhou Suxin's voice echoed from the captain's cabin, causing Croatia's expression to freeze. Then he laughed. Ha ha ha. I have no idea what kind of sweet talk the kid fed you. But this is for the best.
I'll let absolute talent and statistics show you that so-called passion, so-called sweat and effort, have never been worth mentioning.
You, just shut up and be a dumb ornament. Bang!
Striding into the cockpit of the kingdom, Croatia's cold voice rang out, "Let's begin."
One pilot. You dare challenge the noble navigator of the Crow family?
A haughty voice echoed across the Zhou family's waters. Every face in the room twisted into a complex expression.
Without the navigator piloting, lacking that one talent, can it really succeed?
Yuan narrowed her eyes, saying nothing. She simply stood at the ship's rail, silently raising the signal gun. She held little faith in Zhou Suxin. Even Zhou Yuanshan and Zhou Zhong behind her frowned slightly, sharing her skepticism. Could so-called shipmanship truly work miracles?
Pop pop pop. The magnet slowly approached Duckweed Pass. Zhou Suxin's face was tense.
Zhang Hao remained leaning against the gunwale, his expression calm as he looked at her.
Remember this.
Anyone can look down on you, but you yourself absolutely must never look down on yourself.
You are an excellent shipmistress. I said it. Puff puff puff. The man's voice echoed across the deck. Zhou Suxin said nothing more.
Only the stern of the magnet suddenly began to heave violently, sending waves crashing in all directions.
That was launch acceleration. Chapter 113, Croatia? I can't beat the AI? Part 4. Alright. Zhang Hao. It's you again.
You're the one stirring up trouble. Every step I take, I see your shadow.
You bastard, you deserve to die. Only when he saw that familiar launch control move did Zhou Hang snap back to reality. This BYD Minotaur, it's Zhang Hao. Both skills. After watching that launch start for so long, I'm finally getting the hang of it.
With just these few tricks, if there were a navigator of the same level, you might even beat Croatia.
But if you're missing a talent, how could a ship maiden possibly beat a combo of navigator and S-class ship maiden? Zhang Hao.
I don't know why you always show up to mess with me right when I'm about to succeed. But since you're not piloting this time, Zhou Suxin's marriage is inevitable.
Don't even think about interfering with my plan again.
His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Hao, who remained utterly calm throughout.
Impossible to fathom what other schemes he might be plotting. Acting. Keep pretending.
Once Zhou Suxin loses, I'll have my brother-in-law kill you.
Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hang's gaze suddenly shifted to the massive sovereignty.
A flicker of greed danced in his eyes. I wonder, if I butter up this cheap brother-in-law, could I score a sovereignty for myself?
Ready. 3, 2, 1.
Moonlight bathed every face at the scene like water. Yuan held aloft the signal gun. Before the rectangular buoy course, two boat maidens lay in wait, one serene, the other stern steadily lifting as it built momentum.
What is this?
Inside the kingdom, Croatia had never witnessed such an unusual starting method, his eyes filled with astonishment.
Just some petty tricks. Croatia, let's end this tedious contest already. The sovereign yawned listlessly, showing no regard for the magnet. Launch start? Did Su Xian learn that after just a few days with that kid?
Zhou Yuanshan stared fixedly at Zhang Hao on the deck of the magnet, his gaze shifting restlessly.
Hard to say.
I see my sister's engine revving too fast.
She probably isn't skilled enough yet.
Without a navigator controlling it, if her launch stalls and backfires, she'll actually start slower than the sovereignty.
Is my sister nervous?
As the Zhou family's most accomplished navigator, Zhou Zhong instantly identified Su Xian's flaw, his expression clouding with concern.
Given the current situation, Zhou Suxin was almost certain to lose against Croatia.
Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The hull of the magnet began vibrating at a high frequency due to the increased rotational speed. Zhang Hao braced himself against the rail, his face twisted in astonishment as he glared toward the captain's cabin. Zhou Suxin.
What the hell are you doing?
I've taken you through the catapult start 3 times already.
Haven't you learned it yet? Zhang Hao. I can't find the right frequency to activate the launch. I've lost my touch. You. Sigh.
It was like watching a driving instructor helplessly observe a learner struggling with parallel parking. Zhang Hao tapped his forehead, then began drumming his fingers on the ship's hull.
Come on. Follow my rhythm. Speed up.
Tap tap tap.
Slow down.
Tap tap tap. Like a seasoned veteran, Zhang Hao stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on the captain's cabin as he directed the operational rhythm.
Getting the hang of it? Got it. Thud. 90 revolutions per minute. Before the engine blew, the RPM hit 90.
Zhou Suxin stood inside the captain's cabin, separated from Zhang Hao by just a single wall. Zhang Hao couldn't see her, but she could see him.
For some reason.
Under Zhang Hao's gaze, her heartbeat quickened, blood rushed through her veins, and her cheeks flushed crimson. The rhythm that had always felt elusive before flowed unexpectedly smoothly this time.
It felt like cheating. As long as he's watching. I can recall the moments we shared before.
Every detail of those actions flashes through my mind.
Maybe I should. Should I fill the captain's room with Zhang Hao's photo stickers? Zhou Suxin couldn't help but entertain this thought. What kind of secret crush scenario is this? The girl couldn't understand the fluttering in her heart and the pounding of her pulse, much like young boys and girls in their tender years who don't understand love or affection. Bang! But the moment the signal flare exploded. Boom! For the very first time, without anyone steering it, it launched itself forward at full throttle, charging ahead relentlessly. Puff puff puff. A white dragon erupted from the sea surface as the blue and red boat shot straight down the road, covering nearly half the distance. Did it work? How is this possible? I sometimes fail even when I operate it. It launched itself without human control? Yuan stared at the suddenly erupting magnet, his face frozen in shock. Truly my daughter. Zhou Yuanshan remained composed, attributing the successful launch entirely to the strength of his bloodline. Only Zhou Zhong's gaze lingered on the excitedly swaying stern of the magnetic after its successful launch, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Is this an emotion bonus from Joy? My sister, she likes Shanghao? The power of love? After a long moment of grave contemplation, Zhou Zhong gave a resigned smile. Well, so be it. At least you found your own path. The boatwoman is human too. The boatwoman experiences emotional fluctuations. Under the influence of various emotions, people often do things they never imagined themselves capable of. And the boatwoman is no exception. Zhou Suxin was unaware how much that joy in her heart truly amplified her current state. All she knew was that she refused to lose face before Zhang Hao. She wanted to become the boatwoman he recognized. Boom! The moon reflected on the water shattered into countless fragments. As the magnet approached the first sharp turn of the rectangular racecourse, Croatia finally pressed the start button in a daze aboard the Sovereignty. Wardfa? Holy crap! What the hell is that? It just shot out like a bullet? How did it do that? The foreigners witnessed ship maneuvering for the first time, their brains momentarily crashing. Hey! Croatia! Snap out of it! She's turning! Catch up! King's authorities' shout snapped Croatia back to attention. Got it! It's just a cheap stunt to grab attention. King's authority! Full speed! Boom! The massive golden warship's flag fluttered as the Sovereignty activated its formidable 95-degree turn speed, charging straight after the magnet. Though it couldn't catch the magnet's stern just yet, the gap between them was steadily closing. The advantage of the launch start was steadily diminishing. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. The straight bend was approaching. Croatia instinctively began to slow down and swung the rudder. In his mind, slowing down for the turn was essential. But vroom vroom vroom. In that split second of deceleration, the gap between the magnet and the Sovereignty widened once more. The opponent. The other car didn't slow down at all through the turn. What the hell is she doing? Chapter 114, Croatia? I Can't Beat the AI? Part 5. Puff puff puff. The blue and red magnet number 90, spinning at 90 revolutions per minute without slowing, leaned sharply inward at the right angle turn like a small mountain plunging into the water. Damn it! You don't slow down for turns? No matter how fast you turn the wheel, you're still gonna capsize? A boatwoman is just a boatwoman. How could she match a navigator's expertise? Witnessing the magnetic ship ahead on the verge of capsizing, Croatia's face lit up with delight. However, on the magnet, Zheng Hao clung desperately to the gunwale, his gaze fixed on the anchor locker on the outer hull. It's time! It's time! Almost simultaneously, the same reaction. Inside the captain's cabin, outside the captain's cabin, Zhang Hang and Zhou Suxin seemed to sense the anchor's release simultaneously. Boom! The massive outer anchor blades descended, instantly stabilizing the tilted hull at an unnatural angle. Plop, plop, plop. The tilted hull sprayed a white dragon of water, shattering the moonlight across the deck as it charged through the sharp end. Splash, splash, splash. 90 turns. 90 revolutions per minute. Always at the limit of its turning speed. Like a dragon charging across the river, the hull shot out of the bend and into the next straight stretch, flowing like a river into the sea, its momentum unabated. What the hell? They were dumbfounded. Croatia was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of cornering was that? Stabilizing the hull with anchors to maintain speed through the turn? What the hell? What is this? Unique maneuvering technique? Royal authority was also dumbfounded. This technique hasn't even caught on in their waters yet. Anchor turn? Perfect timing. Could this really be the worst ship, the magnet, pulling this off? Yuan stared blankly at the white dragon suddenly appearing in the distance. She prided herself on having witnessed the anchor turn over a dozen times, yet each demonstration of the technique had been clumsy. In fact, whenever she employed this ship skill herself, she never dared to go full speed. Zhou Suxin. Could she be a genius? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes grew even brighter. He was naturally delighted that the Zhou bloodline could demonstrate its strength. Is this the power of love? I couldn't pull off something this flawless. Zhou Zhong's eyelid twitched violently.
His gaze instinctively shifted to the frail, gray-haired girl behind him. Dark Knight, you said, if I could pull off this move. If you could pull off that move, I could introduce you to my sister. The gray-haired girl scoffed dismissively. Zhou Hang shrugged awkwardly, unable to say more. How could that be? How could it be? Anchor turn, I haven't even mastered that yet. How could Zhou Sushin possibly do it? No. No. In a corner of the Zhou family's waters, Zhou Hang watched the magnet speeding away, his face dark enough to drip water. No. I absolutely cannot let you win this race. If you win, won't the Zhou family's future economic chain suffer? Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. What are you spacing out for? Are you seriously letting some ship maiden beat you? The proud Crow family can't even defeat a human-machine hybrid? Instantly, all the pressure was heaped onto Croatia. Zhou Hang knew how to apply pressure. His words had barely left his mouth when the cumbersome sovereignty just cleared a sharp turn. As the magnet approached its second sharp turn, the Croatians inside the cabin visibly hardened their gaze. Me, lose to a machine? You've got to be kidding me. Me, Croatia's pride and joy, can't beat an unmanned ship? Turning? So what if you're good at taking corners without slowing down? These tricks are meaningless. They're meaningless against raw power and talent. Royal authority. Imperial campaign. A massive hand slammed down on the helm. The golden, royal authority vessel radiated an auspicious, brilliant glow under the moonlight. Snap. Snap. Immediately, massive side panels on both sides of the vessel extended outward. Two smaller craft, nearly identical to the sovereign, shot out from either flank and splashed into the water with a thud. Halt it! Croatia's command echoed from within the sovereignty. Instantly spurred on, the two subsidiary vessels alongside the sovereignty surged forward, their speed exploding as they charged hundreds of meters ahead in an instant. Whoa! What's this? The sudden appearance of two small vessels in the shipping lane drew countless stares. Especially Yuan, whose eyes sparkled as her gaze lingered. Prince. Propeller RPM 135. Yaw stability 0. Mast wind storage 0. Stiffness 100. Anchor stability 0. Endurance 10. Skill Royal Guard. Royal Guard, when near the Royal Authority, attributes align with the Royal Authority. Once away from the Royal Authority, it briefly boosts RPM and hardness, but endurance and control are extremely poor. Holy crap! This isn't summoning a minion. This is ING summoning Deadpool. Just a glance at the prince's data panel was enough for Yuan to deduce the sovereign's combat strategy. The prince ship, detached from the sovereignty ship, is a pure, straight-line killer. Fast and incredibly sturdy. On a straight path, it could probably ram through the ship maiden blocking its way right now. This maneuver is pretty fierce. Puff puff puff. After breaking away from the sovereign, the two prince vessels charged like intercontinental missiles, closing in on the magnet's stern as it approached the bend. Whoa! This shipgirl's skill. She's got some serious skills. Hey! Zhou Sushin, they seem faster than you won't shake them off. We're about to get rammed from behind. You. Zhang Hao stood on the deck, watching the two prince-class vessels slice through the water with sharp waves as they closed in for impact. His mouth opened, about to speak, when Zhou Sushin's voice echoed from the captain's cabin. Zhang Hao. Please. Watch my performance. Buzz. 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 In an instant, the hull of the magnet ship began to vibrate invisibly as it moved. As if a force of attraction and repulsion was brewing. Puff puff puff. Behind the stern, the hull of the prince clearly slowed down, affected by this invisible rhythm. It was as if repelled by the negative pole of a magnet, the ship's speed steadily diminished until the sovereign caught up, at which point it slowly returned to normal. Ha! Is this the skill of the magnet ship maiden? But, such a skill is far too limited. You can only target one of my ships. What about the other one? Croatia's mocking voice echoed from the stern. With a sharp whistle, the other prince ship shot like an arrow, slamming violently into the stern of the magnet. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that very moment, the sails of the magnet billowed, the stern and bow began to shift rapidly, and the entire hull slowly rotated. Crash! The prince rammed into the magnet, colliding directly with its stern, which had already rotated halfway out of the way. The force of the impact not only failed to knock the magnet off course, but because it struck the rotating side of the hull. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The already rotating hull accelerated its spin even further. A blue and red whirlwind swirled relentlessly at the curve's entrance as the entire ship spun, preparing to navigate the bend. Gripping the handrail, Zhang Hao felt the world spinning wildly. Yet at that moment, a smile spread across his face. Whirlwind. The word whirlwind escaped his lips. Inside the captain's cabin, Zhou Sushin's voice echoed in response, Chaos Dance. Chapter 115, Croatian Rhapsody. Whirlwind Rampage. The words were nearly shouted simultaneously by Zhang Hao and Zhou Sushin. The blue and red whirlwind spun relentlessly at the right angle turn.
As it accelerated through the curve, the prince, which had been relentlessly ramming the hull, now faced the magnet's fierce counterattack. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! The relentless clashes echoed. The collisions only accelerated the magnetic spinning. Boom! When the rotation reached its limit, the needle-like prince was violently flung aside by a powerful tailspin, sent flying over 10 meters, and flipped sideways off the track. Splash! The crisp splash of the hull hitting the water echoed clearly. The red and blue whirlwind continued to spin with a whoosh. Silence. Under the moonlight, the Zhou family waters were eerily quiet at that moment. A long time passed. Yuan was the first to snap out of it. This whirlwind dance? The whirlwind dance that only appeared once? That ship maneuver was the hardest one Zhang however demonstrated, right? Zhou Suxin pulled it off herself? No. Is Zhang Hao really not the one steering? Why does it feel like I'm watching Zhang Hao piloting? Yuan's mouth hung open. If Zhang Hao weren't currently leaning against the ship's rail, she would have sworn he was the one steering. Consequently, Zhou Yuanshan and Zhou Zhong's gazes grew both delighted and complicated. Had Zhou Suxin found enlightenment at Longchang? Was this really still her today? This girl, how could she have mastered it all? I haven't even learned it yet. Is she cheating? Could her talent possibly surpass mine? No. Impossible. I am the chosen one. Zhou Hang watched the scene unfold, his eyes bulging with fury. It's over. At this rate, the magnet ship is really going to take first place. Brother-in-law. What else have you got? Bring it on already. The Klo family can't really lose to a bot, can they? Feeling the pressure, Zhou Hang shifted all the focus onto Croatia. Inside the sovereignty, Croatia was stunned into numbness. Seriously? You're telling me this is the same calm under pressure, ornamental ship mistress? This is a master of ship handling, right? One daring maneuver after another. Croatia. Time to get serious. If we don't get serious now, we're really going to lose. Royal authority gazed intently at Croatia. Croatia's expression grew solemn, and he immediately slammed his hand on the helm, radiating bursts of starlight, S-class talent, rhapsody. Hum. As starlight poured into the helm, the hull of the sovereignty once again shimmered with golden, auspicious radiance. Click click click. The next instant, the port and starboard gangways extended once more, deploying 2 additional Prince-class vessels from the hold. Vroom vroom vroom. In an instant, joined by the Prince-class vessel that had returned to the ship's side after being repelled by magnetic repulsion, the 4 ships large and small raced side by side, front and rear, occupying the entire channel. Doesn't this guy's ship girl need rest? On the deck of the merchant ship, Dark Knight watched the fluctuations emanating from sovereignty with astonishment, her expression puzzled. Even an SSS-ranked shipmaiden couldn't possibly unleash skills at such an uninterrupted pace, could she? If it were a sustained buff skill, that would make sense. Those provide attribute buffs and don't consume much of the shipmaiden's energy. But, Imperial Command? That's clearly a consumption skill. Cast once, then cast again. Even an iron-willed shipmaiden couldn't withstand such relentless strain. Oh, Dark Knight. Isn't your skill also one that can be cast continuously? Zhou Zhong teased, glancing at Dark Knight. Dark Knight remained as impassive as ever. That's a trait skill. And I can only activate it for a few minutes anyway. And that's only at my SS rank. Given the current situation, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't the shipmaiden's ability anymore. It's the navigator's. After Dark Knight finished speaking, the group on deck looked at her, each reacting differently. Among them, Yuan's expression flickered most noticeably. So it was true. The eldest son of the Zhou family truly had an SS-class shipmaiden by his side. Dark Knight? There's no record of this kind of shipmaiden in the Ship Alliance. Who knows where the Zhou family found her? Eyes kept drifting toward Dark Knight with covetous glances, and Yuan felt tempted to try stealing someone's girlfriend. But looking at this gray-haired girl with her gloomy, emo expression, she had no idea how to strike up a conversation. I really don't get how Zhou Zhong could possibly know her. While pondering this, Zhou Yuanshan glanced at Dark Knight and nodded firmly. Truly worthy of being the family's shipgirl for the major tournament. Her insight and analytical skills are sharp. No wonder my Zhou Zhong became a son-in-law, being bossed around by the Dark Knight clan. Croatia Rhapsody. That's the Croatian family's unique talent. Rhapsody allows the shipmaiden to temporarily break through skill usage limits. It's said the Croatian patriarch was once a monster with SSS-tier talent. Can you imagine that? That guy, in a world-class competition, made the Royal Authority instantly trigger its talent 4 times. A full 8 Prince vessels guarded the Royal Authority, 9 ships racing together, peerless and unmatched. That was the true meaning of Imperial Command in person. As if recalling some despairing scene, Zhou Yuanshan's face fell. 9 ships? Holy crap! Forget wall-hanging tactics. Forget human wave attacks. In the distance, Zhou Hang heard Zhou Yuanshan's exclamation, and his pupils instantly dilated. No way? How could such a family inheritance, talent, be so ridiculously overpowered? Facing such an opponent, even with his SSS-tier enhancement, he'd be utterly helpless, right? Heroes of the world truly are as numerous as fish crossing the river. No wonder that old fool Zhou Yuanshan came back looking like death warmed over after those world championships. Useless old fool. I'll find an SSS-tier shipmaiden someday and make a name for myself at the world championships. Staring blankly at the golden, royal authority, Zhou Hang may not have been thinking of ways to counter Imperial Campaign and Rhapsody, but that didn't stop him from fantasizing about future scenarios. Tuck tuck tuck. The cold moonlight shattered into fragments. The magnet spun through the second right angle turn, entering the third straight section. It began gradually correcting its hull's charge, poised to plunge into the third right angle turn. This time, the Sovereignty didn't rush to attack. Instead, it led 3 Prince-class vessels through the second right angle turn first. At a 95-degree turn, it closed the gap with the magnet once more. As several ships closed in, the third right angle turn arrived. The magnet once again pulled ahead. With the final surge down the long straight, the magnet had completed the first lap of the rectangular racecourse. However, just as the second lap began, whoosh, whoosh. After rounding the bend, the 2 Prince-class vessels suddenly charged side by side toward the magnet's flanks. Buzz. Hum. Buzz. At the same time. Imperial Campaign. The royal sovereign, behind them, had just ordered its 2 flanking Prince vessels to launch yet now. It unfurled its side panels once more, deploying 2 additional Prince vessels. Now, there were already 7 ships on the route. Chapter 116, Your Freedom Gift New Ship Skill, Blade Surpass. Part 1. This guy. Where does he get so many skills? Puff puff puff. The 6 ships behind her steadily closed in, instantly putting immense pressure on Zhou Sushin. She had only managed to stay ahead of the king's authority by relying on her ship skills. Once the new prince stacked its own, she would surely be rammed off the course by sheer numbers. No. This can't be just a simple ship maiden skill. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the hull of the Sovereignty behind them. It was periodically enveloped in starlight, then bursting with golden radiance. Possessing an SSS-tier talent, he instantly recognized this as the combined effect of talent and skill. The king's authority unleashed Imperial Procession once, then activated it again. That's clearly the Croatian's ability. The reason he didn't rush to attack after summoning the prince just now. I believe. He was waiting for the cooldown to reset. Manipulating cooldowns? Zhang Hao's words puzzled Zhou Sushin. She hadn't realized that talents and skills could be used this way. But Zhang Hao was a Blue Star native. How could he not grasp such a basic mechanic? Did he even deserve his years of gaming experience? Right. If the first one was the shipmaiden skill, then the second must be Croatia's talent. Regardless of whose innate ability it is, once activated, there's always a cooldown period for recovery. If he uses both his talent and skill together, this guy can summon at most 4 Prince-class ships. Adding the Sovereign class, that's only 5 ships at most. But if he delays commanding the Prince-class ships to act, waiting for the shipmaiden's next skill cooldown to reset, waiting for his own talent's energy to recover, then he might be able to unleash another talent and ship skill. By stacking 2 instances of talent and ship skill, he could manifest up to 9 vessels. This guy, though he can't instantly manifest 9 ships simultaneously, he can stack his talent and ship skill over time. Croatia, he's a genius too. For the first time, Zhang Hao looked straight at the king's authority behind him, feeling a hint of respect for that Croatian. You could call him unskilled, lacking technique. But with this talent and the shipmaiden as support, given enough time, he could hold his own in the competition. There's no way around it. That's the importance of talent and shipmaiden. Pay-to-win players are just that good, huh? Well, then Zhang Hao. So according to you, doesn't that mean he could summon 2 more Prince-class ships later? Achieving 8 ships sailing together? Zhou Sushin's voice carried an inexplicable edge of panic. The confidence she'd radiated while using the ship skill had been knocked off balance by this sudden combination of talent and skill. I think you'd better prepare to be overtaken. Ha! Croatian Rhapsody. Amidst their murmurs, a roar erupted from behind. The royal authority launched another Imperial procession. Clank, clank, clank. 2 more. 2 more Prince-class vessels shot out from the flank of the Sovereignty. 8 ships. Including the Sovereignty itself, a full 8 vessels now converged upon the magnetic ship's course, relentlessly pursuing it. The scene resembled a pack of wolves attacking a lone lamb. Bang! Bang! The first 2 Prince-class vessels had already closed in. Negative pole repulsion. Zhou Su hurriedly activated her skill, forcing one of the rapidly approaching Prince-class ships to halt. Puff puff puff. Instantly, the Prince's speed halved, leaving it frozen in place. Then, with a thunderous crash, it was smashed aside by the massive, densely packed fleet behind it. Plop.
The prince was knocked off course, yet the pursuing fleet showed no sign of slowing down.
Imperial command.
Combined with Fantasia, at this moment, it achieved a qualitative leap.
One had to admit, the combined use of these two abilities demonstrated remarkable synergy. Zhou Hang. Coming. Bang.
Another Prince-class vessel collided head-on from behind, sending the Magnet-class rocking violently with a thunderous crash.
No. No. I still have a chance. A chance. Whirlwind. Rampage.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue-red magnetic flag billowed as the hull began swaying gently from side to side once more, the entire vessel slowly rotating. Without Zhang Hao's guidance, Zhou Hang had now mastered the art of freely commanding the ship technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The familiar blue and red whirlwind was about to surge up at the first right angle turn of the second lap. But this time, the prince, which had been relentlessly ramming the stern, seemed to receive some command.
It hesitated to act, deliberately slowing down and widening the gap between itself and the magnet. Inside the Sovereign's captain's cabin. Huff. Huff. Pant. Croatia was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. It wasn't just him, even the nearby Sovereignty had turned slightly pale. Twice. The two uses of talent and skill had completely drained their mana reserves. There was no other way. After all, he wasn't the ancestor. Possessing an SSS-tier talent, he could only unleash Rhapsody 3 times in an instant through the synergy between himself and the shipmaiden, achieving the 9-horse chariot. Within the opulent captain's quarters, Croatia and royal authority exchanged glances, each seeing shock and exhaustion in the other's eyes. They probably never imagined.
They never imagined that what started as a minor contest would leave them in such a sorry state.
Croatia. What do we do? That move again.
That bizarre spinning hull maneuver again.
We need a solution. Otherwise, the gap will widen in the second lap and it'll be over.
Croatia's face was icy cold. She refused to lose. To lose to the weakest S-class shipmaiden among the S-class ranks.
Huff, huff, huff.
Panting heavily, Croatia's tense expression gradually softened, and her eyes began to gleam with an inexplicable confidence.
Darling.
Trust me, on the next straight course, she'll come to a halt.
Oh? What are you going to do? Exactly. Foresighted pincer attack.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue and red whirlwind spun as it charged through the first sharp turn of the second lap.
Throughout the entire process, neither the remaining 6 Prince-class vessels nor the Sovereignty-class showed any signs of movement. Puff, puff, puff. The magnet was left to spin freely as it swiftly navigated the turn. However, the instant it exited the turn and entered the straight line. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh.
The Sovereign, accompanied by 4 Prince vessels, had just completed the turn. Those 4 Prince ships shot forward like arrows released from a bow, hurtling toward the magnet at breakneck speed.
Puff, puff, puff.
White waves erupted. The magnet ship, just about to correct its course, was forced to maintain its whirlwind dance formation once more.
Come on. Come on.
I'm not afraid of you.
Zhou Hang's voice echoed from inside the cabin.
Zhang Hao silently watched the 4 Prince-class vessels closing in, his eyes flickering as if he'd already anticipated something. I'm afraid.
This time we're really going to be intercepted. Puff, puff, puff.
Rather than rushing to close in on the magnet, the 4 Prince-class vessels split into 3 directions. Using their slender hulls, they began circling around the magnet, steadily closing the distance. With a whoosh, the Prince-class vessel on the left suddenly accelerated. The instant it passed the magnet, it slammed into position directly ahead. The now vacant left flank was immediately filled by the Prince-class vessel positioned behind. The 4th Prince-class vessel, trailing behind, swiftly filled the gap at the rear. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, from all 4 directions, front, back, left, and right, 4 Prince-class vessels closed in on the spinning Magnet-class vessel. This scene resembled a trapped beast's desperate struggle. Chapter 117, Your Freedom Gift New Ship Skill, Blade Surpass. Part 2. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. In this high-intensity spinning mode, Zhou Hang's mind was already reaching its limits. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Those 4 Prince-class vessels, as if controlled by a single entity, managed to converge simultaneously at precisely the same distance to pincer the spinning Magnet-class vessel. Bang bang bang! Hard metal colliding with hard metal. The Prince-class ships may be useless in turns and have poor endurance. There was no denying their lethal straight-line prowess. Squay. After several intense collisions, the hulls of the 4 Prince-class ships bore visible gashes. But the most terrifying sight was the Magnetic-class's hull, now covered in extensive scratches. TSK. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hao felt inexplicably helpless. Back then, Mo Euro had rammed through the Wood Mountain not just because of the collision resistance, ship skill, but more so, because of that talent called Elbow King. It was that talent continuously granting hardness that had made the miracle possible. But now, Zhou Hang was alone. Not only did she lack the navigator talent, but now she was being sandwiched by talent skills. Her spinning maneuver was likely about to reach its limit. Ugh! Ugh! A pained groan suddenly echoed from the captain's cabin. Zhou Hang shot a complicated glance toward the captain's cabin. Hey! Why don't you just let them intercept you? At least, you'll feel better. No. No! I refuse to lose. I refuse to lose. I refuse to be nothing but a decorative ornament for the rest of my life. I have my own life, my own dreams. I especially refuse to be with you. Inside the captain's cabin, Zhou Sushin's face contorted with agony. Her hull wasn't as sturdy as the prince's. Each collision only inflicted damage on herself. The prince's ships remained unscathed. Every impact brought pain only to her own vessel. I especially don't want to lose face in front of you. Scum! She didn't voice this thought aloud, merely glaring at Zhang Hao on the deck as her engines roared to an even higher pitch. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! On the sea surface, the collision of 5 hulls had already sparked sparks. Ha! What the hell got into you today? You're playing with fire? Fine then. If you're going to play like this, don't blame me for bringing home a cripple. Prince, full speed ahead for a pincer attack. Inside the king's authority, Croatia felt an inexplicable surge of anger welling up inside him as he watched Zhou Sushin resist him so fiercely. Rumble. The next moment. 4 Prince-class vessels abruptly slowed, closing in on the Magnet-class vessel with blinding speed. This time, the approach was no longer a test, it was a pincer attack aimed squarely at the magnet. Bang bang bang! Whirling whirlwinds spewed sparks as magnetic stones shattered around the magnet ship. Tears welled in Zhou Sushin's eyes from the pain. I can't lose. Magnetic pull, positive pole adhesion. Bang bang bang! As the 4-sided collision threatened to crack the hull, Zhou Sushin activated another ability of the magnet ship, violently pulling the prince ship directly ahead into its grasp. Boom! Instantly. The prince, as if drawn by a magnet, abruptly slowed to a near halt. It was stuck fast to the magnet's stern, immobilized and swaying violently from the impact. In that very instant, the magnet ship's adhesion activated, its hull hardness barely exceeding 100. Bang bang bang! The other 3 Prince-class vessels surrounding it came to a complete halt. Together with the advancing Prince-class ship, they formed a net, firmly adhering to and restraining the Magnet-class vessel. Thud! 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 Under the relentless pincer attack from all 3 sides, the magnet lost its collision damage resistance, but its hull rotation speed clearly slowed. Ugh! Ugh! Zhou Sushin's stubborn voice echoed. Puff puff puff. 4 Prince-class vessels were visibly squeezing the magnet ship to the right, forcing it off the racecourse and out of the competition. Magnetic repulsion. Boom! At the critical moment, the magnet ship on the left was repelled by magnetic force, violently flung off the course. The magnet ship corrected its course, just about to veer left to break free from the encirclement. Ha 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 ha. At that very moment, a maniacal laugh echoed. I knew it. You'd show yourself. Rumble. The massive King's Authority suddenly accelerated at that instant, charging toward the left like a 100-ton behemoth. Puff, puff, puff. Feeling the terrifying weight behind him, Zhang Hao's face darkened. Hey! Zhou Sushin! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! This isn't some minor boat collision. Make room for him to pass. You can't block him. No! No! Zhou Sushin refused to budge. She was stubborn as an ox. I refuse to lose. I don't want to be married off. I want to be your boatwoman. Crash. But, no sooner had she finished speaking than a thunderous crash erupted like a massive truck slamming into the rear of a compact car. The entire magnetic blasted straight backward dozens of meters, dragging the prince ahead of it in a wild, spinning spiral. The wake sent massive waves crashing across the water. Boom! Waves tilted like a white mountain. The stern was crushed flat, leaving a gaping dent. The little boat creaked and groaned as it bounced along the edge of the straight-cut opening, then fell utterly silent. It no longer spun, nor did it move. Staring blankly, silent, as if frozen in deathly stillness, it halted at the bend's entrance. Meanwhile, the prince ahead had flown off course, sinking into the depths of the sea. Ugh! Ugh! Inside the captain's cabin, Zhou Sushin's particle light projection had already grown hazy and indistinct. Her body was covered in bloodstains, her ribs seemed broken. She lay motionless on the deck, hunched over. Hey! Hey! Zhou Sushin, are you okay? Zhang Hao clung desperately to the railing, preventing himself from being knocked flying. His eyes darted anxiously toward the captain's cabin. After what felt like an eternity, a faint moan finally came from within. My keel seems broken. I can still run. Still able to run. Thump thump thump. The propeller stubbornly spun, the little boat crawling like an insect, its hull trembling as it struggled to continue the race.
You. I don't want to be a decoration anymore. I don't want to anymore. The trembling hull stubbornly started moving.
Zhou Hang listened to her voice, his emotions a tangled mess.
And now look back at the sovereignty behind them.
After ramming the magnet, it violently knocked the 3 prince ships surrounding it out of the channel like discarded pawns.
Thud, thud, thud. Left, right, center.
The 2 remaining prince ships flanked the sovereignty, swiftly cutting in front of the magnet and overtaking it to finally seize first place.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I told you so. I told you so. What bullshit handling. What autopilot. Before absolute numbers and talent, they're nothing. Nothing at all. How do you expect to beat me in this race? How do you expect to beat me? The massive King's sovereignty sailed past, carrying the echoes of Croatia's unrestrained laughter. First place. He was finally first. Silence. The Zhou family's waters were eerily quiet at that moment.
Everyone stared at the sovereignty racing ahead in first place, then glanced at the battered magnet bobbing up and down. Not a single word was uttered.
The gap. This was the stark difference between a navigator piloting manually and an autopilot system.
The aid of that innate talent felt like an insurmountable chasm.
This foreign devil, unexpectedly formidable.
Yuwen's heart pounded as he stared fixedly at the sovereignty, yet he showed no sign of regarding Croatia as a worthy opponent.
It seemed,
despite the terrifying display of imperial command moments ago, it seemed to pose no threat to her whatsoever.
Damn it! Don't let me face you in the World Championship.
Zhou Hang clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot and red.
In competition, injuries occurred, and he couldn't hold Croatia accountable. But hurting his sister? He would remember it for the rest of his life. Zhou Yuanshan said nothing, merely frowning and shaking his head. And, unlike these people, Zhou Hang, silent for so long, now had eyes ablaze. He finally burst into laughter. Brother-in-law is amazing. Brother-in-law is incredible. I knew it. I knew it. How could the Croatian family possibly be defeated by a machine? Brother-in-law. Go, brother-in-law. Cross the finish line. Cross the finish line.
His incessant shouts drew frowns from those around him. Zhang Hao paid no heed to the commotion around him. He silently released the ship's sail and walked calmly to the captain's cabin. Through the door, it felt as though he could see everything inside.
Hey! Zhou Suxin, can you still move? Ugh, ugh.
A faint moan reached his ears.
Your resolve. I see it. You, even now, do you still want to compete? I want to. Very well. Now, follow my commands. In this match, you absolutely will not lose. Chapter 118, Your Freedom Gift New Ship Skill, Blade Transcendence. Part 2. Cough cough. I don't want to lose. I don't want to be a lifelong ornament, a pawn in a political marriage, a soulless thing. I want to be yours. Your ship maiden. A faint voice echoed.
Zhang Hao leaned against the door of the captain's cabin, his expression grave and complex. He never imagined that this young lady, whom he had only met a few times, would be so stubborn.
This must be what they call a soul-chasing freedom, right? Will you be my ship's maiden? Sure. After this race is over, once your injuries have healed, come find me then. But first things first, we need to win this race. You can still carry me for one more lap, right?
His gaze drifted toward the distance. The sovereignty had already pulled ahead in a straight line.
If they didn't chase now, they might lose completely. I can.
Inside and outside the ship, the two seemed to see each other through the walls.
Activate one of your skills. Target the King's authority. Magnetic pole positive pole adsorption.
At that moment, their thoughts were remarkably in sync. Without Zhang Hao's prompting, the slightly trembling magnetic ship slowly turned its bow toward the stern of the sovereignty.
Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, an invisible magnetic pole activated. Thud. Thud thud thud. The propellers of the magnet ship began to turn. It moved. 15 revolutions per minute. 35 revolutions per minute. 65 revolutions per minute. 95 revolutions per minute. Its speed keeps accelerating. The warped little boat not only didn't lose stats from its injuries, but actually gained some enhancement. So it's true. Does the magnet only steal others' attributes when it falls behind?
Feeling the cool breeze blowing across the boat deck, Zhang Hao pondered thoughtfully. When it had just latched onto the Yi Prince ahead, he'd sensed something off about the magnet's stats. He had already guessed the nature of this vessel's 2 abilities.
Next move. Anchor turn. PSSSH. The battered little vessel executed an unexpectedly flawless turn, charging straight after the sovereignty ahead. It's still chasing? The boat's in such bad shape. Even if it catches up, would it dare ram into the other ship? Can it even overtake?
I'm afraid even one collision would scrap it for good. On the deck of the merchant ship, Yuan watched the magnet re-engage its engines. She wasn't surprised. What surprised her was why they deliberately send the magnet into such a situation.
The sovereign, flanked by two princes, deliberately maintained a staggered formation. Wasn't that precisely to seal off the entire waterway? These three vessels stood as solid as mountains, obstructing over 95% of the waterway ahead. Even if the magnet could keep pace, how would it overtake? Ram? You couldn't possibly ram that behemoth. We can't win. Zhang Hao, is he really worth you going crazy like this? Is he really that captivating?
She looked at the magnet with a puzzled expression, her face flickering with uncertainty. At the same time, she silently resolved Zhang Hao absolutely must not touch her energy reserve. This guy might be some sort of male succubus, capable of stealing the hearts of even the ship's maidens.
Sis, you. Zhou Zhong's expression grew complex as he suddenly turned to Zhou Yuanshan. Father. Did you see that? That's my sister's resolve. How about? Why not just end the competition? Let's let our sister go, grant her freedom. Nonsense. The ship alliance is here today. If we break our agreement, do you want everyone to laugh at the Zhou family? Zhou Yuanshan's expression darkened. At the same time, he glanced at Zhou Hang, who was grinning far off in the distance, a hint of wariness already stirring within him. You little bastard. He's been scheming against the Zhou family since the very start. In a distant corner, Zhou Hang's face beamed with unbridled glee. Ha ha ha. I'm the one destined by heaven. With that residual heat still lingering, you dare not back out. Now that the royal authority is ahead, how the hell is the magnet going to overtake it? It's settled. It's settled. The Zhou family's fortune is secured. He laughed wildly, already envisioning the prosperous Zhou family of the future at his command. Ha! We won. It's over. Inside the King's Authority, Croatia and the King's Authority exchanged glances, both letting out a long sigh. With three ships now occupying the front line, the remaining space was barely wide enough for a single shipmate and no one could overtake them now. Winning the race was now just a matter of time. That scared the hell out of me. I thought we were actually going to lose to the weakest S-class shipmaiden. Kingdom patted his chest in frustration. Croatia grinned widely. Just wait. Tonight when I take her home, I won't even give her healing. Daring to make me lose face like this. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Honey, don't be mad. We got her, didn't we? Rat-a-tat-tat. Just as the two were laughing, a splash erupted from the stern. What? She can still run? Sovereignty spun around in panic. The battered magnet was already hot on the heels of Sovereignty. But. So what if she can run? What? Does she dare ram us? The outcome is already decided. Croatia also glanced back, watching the battered little boat stubbornly trailing her stern. Her face twisted with contempt, self-righteous resolve, foolish persistence. Tuck tuck tuck. Thanks to the effect of magnetic adhesion positive pole attachment, the battered magnetic ship gradually regained its maneuverability. Inside the captain's cabin, Zhou Sushin stared helplessly at the massive golden warship before her. Pass it? How? Puff puff puff. The massive King's Authority occupied most of the passageway, while the Prince's Authority pressed tightly against both sides, squeezing out every last bit of space. These three ships stood like mountains, blocking all possible routes. Am I really going to lose again? This so-called talent rating. Is it, truly, impossible to overcome? She had felt lost, she had doubted. But, as Zhang Hao's voice echoed, all her thoughts vanished. Hey! You know what? Bowing to reality isn't shameful, but it's the relentless refusal to compromise that makes life a miracle. Even now, you still want to outdo him. You still don't want to marry him, do you? Zhang Hao silently walked to the ship's rail, no longer looking toward the stern ahead. Instead, she crouched down on the deck, curling into an awkward position as she hooked her fingers around the rail. I'm questioning myself. But I still refuse to lose. That's exactly right. As long as you refuse to concede defeat, no one has the right to declare you lost. On the ever-shifting battlefield, there's always that 1 in 1,000 chance for a counterattack. Listen to me tell the King's Authority now, all the way to the final straight. That's your last chance. The final straight? But I can't outrun it. And those two Prince-class ships, I can't outrun them either. There's no room to overtake them. Listen to me. Zhou Sushin murmured, but seeing Zhang Hao's resolute expression outside the ship, she fell silent. She followed the sovereign in silence. Straight stretches and sharp turns came one after another. Puff puff puff. Under the moonlight, as the waves of the rectangular course exploded, the third lap was already halfway complete. Puff puff puff. On the final 500-meter straight, the Sovereignty charged forward like a force of nature, cutting through the waves. We've got it. Croatia's face twisted into a playful grin as he high-fived Kingdom inside the captain's cabin. Brother-in-law. You're amazing. Zhou Hang shouted, his face flushed as he glared at Zhang Hao. You lost. You finally lost. Ha 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 ha. How could you possibly hold me back my whole life? I am the one destined for greatness. I am. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter echoed across the Zhou family's maritime territory.
On the merchant ship's deck, Zhou Yuanshan and Zhou Zhong wore grim expressions.
In the end, it wasn't enough?
Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth in frustration.
Oof.
As expected, even if it can move, there's no way it can surpass those 3 iron ships side by side.
It's over.
Yuan stepped forward, about to raise the signal gun to announce the winner of this match.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. But then, what no one could have anticipated.
Just 200 meters from the finish line, the magnet accelerated.
Puff puff puff.
Waves exploded as the battered, blue and red boat suddenly charged toward the gap between the Sovereignty and the Prince on its left.
What? What is she doing? Has she lost her mind? That gap is nowhere near wide enough to squeeze through.
Yuan's mouth gaped open as he stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him.
She's still accelerating. What the hell is she?
Dark Knight's usually vacant eyes were now wide with shock. She couldn't fathom what the magnet was trying to do. Everyone on deck stood frozen, staring dumbstruck at the unfolding scene.
You're going to die. Damn it! Zhou Hang shouted. On the Sovereignty, Croatia and Sovereignty didn't even bother to acknowledge the magnet, which continued accelerating.
Oof. Foolish resistance.
Amidst countless gazes and mocking voices, all Zhou Sushin could hear was Zheng Hao's voice. You've already stolen the Sovereignty's speed, right? Accelerate! Accelerate!
Accelerate toward the gap between the 2 ships.
Got it.
She didn't know what Zhang Hao intended to do, but she chose to trust him. Even a bird in a cage has its moment to soar. Zhou Sushin, as a gift of freedom for you, I've only ever performed this maneuver once during the navigator's examination. Remember, the ship technique most suited to you, blade surpass. Charge through. Use repulsion to push away the Prince on your left, widening the gap between ships. Next, use the hull's adhesion to latch onto the King's authority, using it as a track. Stand sideways and navigate through the gap to complete the overtake. Chapter 119, The Moment of Weaving Through Gaps, Miracle with You.
What? Sideways overtaking? Is that even possible?
Hearing Zhang Hao's words, even Zhou Sushin, who'd been on edge the entire time, was momentarily stunned.
No sailor or ship maiden had ever attempted such a maneuver before, had they? How daring!
Tilting the hull would indeed reduce the space needed to overtake, making it possible to squeeze through the narrow gap.
If the clearance proved insufficient, her magnet repulsion could push away the Prince on the left, further widening the gap between the 2 ships. Genius! Zheng Hao is a genius. Who could have imagined using the boatwoman's skills and ship techniques like this? This move. It truly suits you best.
Gripping the railing tightly, Zheng Hao could already picture himself dangling from it when the boat tilted sideways.
Blade surpass. This move. Back then, to pass the navigator reef zone assessment, he had Euro demonstrated once.
But honestly, this ship skill was difficult to execute in competition, whether aboard the Devil ship or the Catastrophe ship between 2 blocking vessels.
On the contrary,
the magnet ship's attraction and repulsion abilities significantly increase the margin for error when executing this maneuver. Adsorption makes it easier to right the hull, while repulsion pushes aside parallel vessels, widening the passageway.
Perfect. Blade pass, it's practically a perfect ship maneuver tailor-made for the magnet. Zhou Sushin. What are you standing there for? Right now, the light of miracles is right there in that gap.
Zhang Hao's sharp reprimand echoed, causing Zhou Sushin's expression to harden.
Snap. Snap.
Inside the captain's cabin, her huddled form slowly straightened. Gritting through excruciating pain, she fixed her gaze on the gap between the Prince and Sovereign to her left.
I won't lose. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that very moment, RPM surged past 95, racing toward 105. Boom.
The stubborn bow slammed between the Prince and the Sovereign, jolting both ships.
Thud. The aftershock of the collision reverberated.
Inside the Sovereignty, Croatia felt the tremors beneath his feet, his expression growing even colder. Fool.
Today I'll ram you to pieces.
You'll never break through the formation of the Croatia family.
You will lose. You. Magnet class repulsion. PSSSH.
Before he could finish, the Prince, rippling from the collision on the left, was suddenly pushed several meters away by the magnet's magnetic force.
Half its hull was shoved onto the buoy boundary, floating eerily. And in the next instant, magnet ship adsorption. Crash.
The charging magnet ship, like a madman, slammed violently into the hull of the Sovereignty ship. As the Sovereignty ship began tilting and falling to its left, its sails furled.
Its hull then clung to the Sovereignty ship like a magnet. Hum. 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 An eerie suction force emanated. At that moment, the magnet ship seemed to have completely overturned, clinging to the side panel of the Sovereignty ship. You! What the hell are you doing?
A wave of unease washed over him as he felt the weight on the left side of the Sovereignty increase, causing the hull to tilt slightly.
Croatia immediately stomped his foot. Imperial expedition. Boom. Boom. Boom! The prince, having been pushed aside, was about to crash into the magnet once more. Blade surpass. At the last possible moment, the Magnet-class ship latched onto the side panel of the Sovereignty-class vessel. The entire ship rose upright, like a blade standing on edge, swiftly darting through the narrow gap between the two ships. Blue and red lights flashed as Zhang Hao dangled midair, clutching the railing like a weather doll. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! I see it. The light beyond this crack. Is freedom, is a miracle, with you. Boom! As blue and red light burst from the crack, the ship's speed continued to climb. 110 revolutions per minute. 115 revolutions per minute. The ship, moving vertically, carved a line through the sea surface, charging straight toward the finish line in an upright position. What? What did she do? She sailed through the gap vertically? No. Impossible. How could my Croatian family's formation be overtaken like this? No. Frantically mashing the accelerate button, Croatia tried to catch up to the magnet and smash the vertically steered hull completely out of the water. But the King's authority readings displayed on the helm were all flashing red. Sovereignty attracted. Propeller speed 95 greater than 75. Yaw stability 90 greater than 85. Sail mast wind storage 92 greater than 80. Stiffness 99 greater than 90. Anchor stability 9085. Endurance 9390. Damn it. It's that ship. That ship's ability. Sovereignty. Ram her to pieces. Furious, Croatia slammed his fist on the helm, making it shake violently. The pain made Sovereignty grimace. I can't catch up. At that moment, Sovereignty's face had turned ashen. The propeller was spinning until it smoked, yet the distance between them and the magnet kept growing. Plop. Finally. The upright magnet, having crossed the finish line in its vertical position, corrected its course with a thunderous crash. Its hull tilted back toward the sea, bobbing and drifting on the waves. The magnet crossed the finish line. Moonlight like water bathed the battered, shriveled vessel. At that moment, everyone stared at the little boat at the finish line, frozen in place for a long while, unable to snap out of their daze. What was that? Just now, did the magnet just stand upright and fly sideways through the gap between those two boats? How is that even possible? What kind of maneuver was that? Dark Knight's mouth hung open wide, his vacant eyes now filled with utter shock. Blade transcendence. Is that a ship maneuver where it slices through like a blade? This guy. Just how many tricks does this guy have up his sleeve? Zhou Zhong's pupils dilated as he stared in stunned silence. A long time passed. Bang! Yuwen's eyes flickered as he snapped back to reality. Raising the signal gun high, he declared the final charge. I declare. The winner of this match is Magnet Ship Zhou Sushin. Per the competition rules, Croatia must unconditionally grant Zhou Sushin one request. The proclamation echoed across the Zhou family's waters. Plop. After the Yi King's sovereignty slowly crossed the finish line, Croatia remained conspicuously absent. He fell silent. As the young master of the Croatia family, he had lost to a human-machine hybrid. He had no face left to boast. Creak. The captain's cabin door of the magnet slowly creaked open. Zhou Sushin, covered in blood, limped out. Her vision was blurred red with blood. But at this moment, she had never felt such relief as she did today, a smile of release curving her lips. I refuse any arranged marriage with any family. From now on, I will compete in every race as a boat maiden. I am a boat maiden, I am a racing boat maiden, and I am no one's ornament. I will do it step by step. Go pursue my goal. A faint voice echoed. Thud. Plop. What followed was the silent departure of the royal authority from the Zhou family waters. No. Brother-in-law. Don't go. Don't leave. Zhou Hang watched the sovereignty depart, his eyes bulging with fury as he screamed frantically. But the sovereignty showed no sign of heeding him, accelerating away at full speed. No. Zhou Yuanshan, have you lost your mind? Are you really going through with this? Do you have any idea how much benefit an alliance with the Croatian family could bring? You're willing to throw it all away over one game? Zhou Hang's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuanshan. He was desperate. Watching Croatia walk away hurt him more than seeing his mother pass away. You, Zhou Hang, you're losing control. Zhou Yuanshan said nothing more, merely staring at Zhou Hang, who now wore a look of utter madness, his gaze icy cold. You were the one who insisted on settling this with a match, and now you want to back out? The Sailing Federation is watching right here. Don't disgrace the Zhou family.
Under that menacing gaze, Zhou Hang's expression froze before he gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward Zhang Hao aboard the magnet, his expression shifting toward utter collapse.
It's you again. Always you. How long do you intend to torment me? You damned bastard. You deserve to die.
He screamed in fury, feeling he'd never escaped Zhang Hao's shadow. Under Zhou Yuanshan's watchful gaze, Zhou Hang clenched his fists tightly. In the end, he silently stepped inside the fishing boat, daring not utter another word.
Ha! At that very moment,
Zhang Hao gripped the railing as the system's notification tone suddenly rang in his ear.
Congratulations!
You have successfully altered Zhou Suxin's fate. A crucial link in the economic chain of the protagonist destined by fate has now been severed by you. You have intercepted 10 strands of the protagonist's destined fortune. Your disaster number potential +1. Henceforth, after every competition concludes, all her attribute values will increase by +1.
Chapter 120, The Tale of the Three Kings Part 1. Here it comes. Another wave of immense fortune.
Hearing the system's voice in his ear, Zhang Hao remained calm, fantasizing about how much longer it would take to drain Zhou Hang dry. Perhaps, if I gather most of the star shards components first, he'll be finished? Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Just as he was lost in his own thoughts, a coughing sound broke his reverie.
Scum, trash. This lady's skills aren't half bad, right?
Her cheeks flushed, Zhou Suxin staggered and leaned against the armrest beside Zhang Hao. Blood scabs had already formed on her cheerleader uniform, and she gazed at Zhang Hao with eyes brimming with excitement and admiration.
That was incredible.
I never imagined you'd pull off all those techniques you hadn't even mastered yet during the competition.
Even the blade surpassed something I never taught you. You executed flawlessly on your first try.
You are a truly formidable shipmaiden. Zhang Hao looked at Zhou Suxin with solemn eyes and gave her a faint smile.
Well, as for those minnows, you said it. Can this lady join your crew now?
You should know, this lady has never begged anyone before.
You should kneel now and say to me, thank you, second young lady. Zhou Suxin demanded with prideful arrogance.
Zhang Hao looked at her, shook his head helplessly, but still walked towards Zhou Suxin.
He bowed slightly, forcing an exaggerated smile. Thank you, second young miss. Please, you absolutely must join my team. You.
She hadn't expected Zhang Hao to actually play along with her this once. Zhou Suxin felt an inexplicable sting in her eyes as she clasped his hand tightly.
I'll join. Ha! What the hell is this wedding proposal level emotional moment?
Zhang Hao was about to retort.
Thud. Zhou Suxin's body went limp, collapsing into his arms.
Hey! He patted Zhou Suxin's shoulder. Her blue and red eyelashes drooped, appearing weak and seemingly in pain.
Puff puff puff. In the distance, Yuan had already driven the energy storage away from the scene, scanning this area from afar.
Zhou Zhong and Zhou Yuanshan were carrying a small boat, heading this way.
Zhang Hao. My sister must have overexerted herself. Hold her for now.
We'll find a shipwright to come repair it immediately. Zhou Zhong scrambled aboard the magnet in a few strides, casting a pained glance at Zhou Suxin. He hurriedly dialed a number. Then, his gaze shifted to Zhang Hao, adopting the stern expression of a brother protecting his sister. If you ever dare mistreat my sister, I'll ram you with a ship until you're dead.
You see how hard it is for me to navigate this ship?
Zhang Hao shrugged helplessly.
Kid, you're Zhang Yunlan's son, right? Suddenly,
Zhou Yuanshan, who had remained silent, turned his gaze toward Zhang Hao with a deep look.
Oh, Lord Yuanshan, do you know my father? Zhang Hao was somewhat taken aback.
According to the plot, this current head of the Zhou family rarely appeared later on, largely sidelined by Zhou Hang.
What? Did he still have ties with Zhang Yunlang?
Ha! Your father was the legendary Cloud Dragon King back in the day. He was one of the 3 kings who emerged from the remote corners during the World Tournament.
It's a shame, they've all faded into obscurity now. Ha! And there's this hidden storyline too? What? Oh no way. I didn't know that was a thing.
In you, I see his shadow.
Su Xian chose you, and I respect her decision.
I hope that one day, you'll take her to the World Championship and make a name for yourselves.
That's all I have to say.
With you, at least, I see her smile.
Zhou Yuanshan suddenly seemed to age several years.
After staring blankly at Zhang Hao for a long moment, he patted his shoulder and took Zhou Suxin from his arms. Let Suxin rest at home for now. Once her injuries have healed sufficiently,
I'll have her come find you. Oh. He watched blankly as Zhou Yuanshan carried Zhou Suxin off the boat. Zhang Hao. I'll walk you out.
Zhou Zhangyi pointed toward the distance where the magnetic had been moored.
Unbeknownst to them, a gray-hulled vessel had appeared there.
This vessel was also a small-hulled craft. It measured only 5.3 meters in length, 1.5 meters in width, with a mast standing 4.2 meters tall. Its hull resembled a sheet of gray paper folded into shape, uniformly gray throughout, appearing rather flimsy. But The moment Zhou Hang leapt aboard, Zhang Hao sensed something unusual about this vessel. It was incredibly rigid. Extremely rigid. Though it resembled paper in texture, the slightest pressure from his feet caused a numbing pain to radiate through his soles as he walked. "This boat of yours?" Surveying the grey vessel, Zhou Hang glanced up with a smile. "This is my secret weapon, the night ship." She wouldn't normally show herself so easily, but after seeing you command the blade surpass just now, she volunteered to give you a send-off. The boatwoman holds great respect for skilled navigators. "Oh. I see. I'm truly flattered, ship maiden." Bowing toward the grey captain's cabin, the Dark Knight said nothing. Its sails billowed as it sped toward the Azure Realm ship maiden maintenance shop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sea breeze swept across the water's surface. Zhang Hao and Zhou Hang stood on the deck, both silent. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. After a long pause, Zhou Hang finally broke the silence, pursing his lips. Su Xin. Su Xin. You know how she usually acts all carefree and tsundere-like. But actually, sometimes when her arranged marriage partners criticize her stats, she secretly cries. You know this, right? Her pride is just an act. I get it. I'm telling you this because I don't think you're a bad person. Judging by how you took in those two little boat girls, you're quite an interesting person. Su Xin won't be at a disadvantage following you. Hey! Why are you acting like you're settling post-marriage arrangements? Zhang Hao was speechless. Zhou Hang shot him a glare before gazing out at the pitch-black sea and abruptly changing the subject. You seemed quite surprised by the Cloud Dragon King just now? You don't know the story of the Three Kings? Ha? The Three Kings? What's that? Zhang Hao genuinely had no clue, his expression blank and dazed. Oof. Looks like your old man never told you. Why don't you tell me about it? There's not much to it, really. Back in the day, 3 young men from the sticks made a name for themselves on the world stage and were bestowed the title of the Three Kings. You must understand. On the world stage, every single navigator family is wealthy beyond measure, commanding fleets of ships equipped with S-class shipmaiden components or higher. Against such opponents, for 3 men from the sticks to achieve greatness and be crowned kings, what an honor that must have been. This. Zhang Hao. If one day the descendants of the Three Kings reassemble their fleets and return to the world stage, I think it would surely astonish those great families, wouldn't it? Right? Zhou Hang grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Zhang Hao's expression grew distant as his mind processed the latest side quest. It seemed inevitable that he would eventually head to the World Championship to witness the pinnacle of this world's fleets. Perhaps a new, chosen one, would emerge there. Hey! Hopefully, by then, 3 royal teams will appear at the World Championship. I'll be waiting for you there. Zhou Hang slapped Zhang Hao on the shoulder, and Zhang Hao gave a helpless smile. Maybe you should focus on tomorrow's Cyan Realm Relay Race. How are you going to beat me? Don't worry. First place. It'll only belong to our Zhou family. Ha? What if I take first place? Impossible. If I win first place, you let me into the Zhou family warehouse. I'll trade my first place reward for one of your components. How about it? Oof. First get it, then we'll talk. What had been a scene brimming with youthful passion instantly turned tense and explosive because of tomorrow's Azure Domain Relay Race. Chapter 121, Azure Domain Relay Race, winds stirring from all directions. Zhang Hao returned to the shipmate maintenance shop at dawn. But what he hadn't anticipated was that the moment he opened the private room door, 3 pairs of icy, piercing gazes stared intently at him from the darkness, their eyes filled with judgment. You guys still up this late? Aren't you going to sleep? He flipped on the light. 3 young boatwomen lay sprawled across the bed, eyes wide and fixed on him. Zhang Hao. You said you were going out to earn money, teaching Zhou Sushin boat skills. Could you possibly teach all night? What exactly were you doing? Teaching, or something else? Emo Euro eyed Zhang Hao up and down, her little jealousy bottle already overturned, her lips pouting. If I said I went for after-sales service, would you believe me? Zhang Hao scratched his head. Why not? Teaching others sailing skills and watching them put it into practice, that definitely counts as after-sales service, right? After-sales service? Zhang Hao? You didn't go to someone's house, did you? We can't sell our souls and bodies for a measly sum of money. Huan spoke earnestly, her gaze lingering on Zhang Hao's exposed skin. You should value punctuality. The competition is tomorrow. Jian Xinghan's expression remained icy. But the next moment, she crossed her arms behind her back, like a wife surveying her husband upon his return home. She walked over to Zhang Hao and studied him closely for a long while. Her 2 fingers tapped behind her back until she found no extra hairs or strawberry marks on Zhang Hao. Only then did she turn away with an icy expression, nonchalantly returning to her bed. Time to rest. Her tone remained as cold as ice. Jian Xinghan lay down on the bed and closed her eyes, but her fingers remained hidden beneath her body, silently digging into the sheets. I'm dead. Why should I care what he's up to? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. She twisted her body, her mind in turmoil. Ugh. You guys go ahead and sleep.
I'll sleep on the floor. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Zhou Hang pulled out a sheet and collapsed onto the floor. The next day, dark clouds filled the sky, with occasional light raindrops falling. It was a drizzly day, damp and sluggish. Yet by 5 in the morning, a large fleet of ships was already heading toward the competition zone of the Azure Domain relay race. Vroom vroom vroom. The jet Black Devil ship was among them. Compared to the first sea meeting in the Mountain Sea region, the Azure Domain relay race was clearly bustling with tenfold more excitement. Hundreds of ship maidens sailed majestically toward the northern seas until an Iceland-crafted viewing platform appeared on the distant horizon. The viewing platform alone covered tens of thousands of square meters. Built in a tiered platform design, it offered spectators an unobstructed view of the entire race. At the summit, a colossal screen flashed live footage of the Azure Realm relay race alongside a countdown timer. Hey! What do you think? Who's gonna win this year's relay race? That's a no-brainer. The Zhou family's got it in the bag. I'm not so sure. The Zhou family may be the local powerhouse, dominating the Azure Domain for years, but I've heard through the grapevine that the Ship Alliance sent 2 S-class ship maidens to compete today. This year, it might just be the Ship Federation's victory. That's true. I've also heard through the grapevine that quite a few S-class ship maidens and A-class ship maidens have signed up this time. Especially the 3rd young master who ran away from the Zhou family. He actually returned with an S-class ship maiden. The Zhou brothers' rivalry. Perhaps this year's relay race will be the most thrilling yet. Countless navigators aboard the ships buzzed with heated discussion. Yet, the pitch Black Devil ship drew little attention. Instead, the Mirage and Accumulator, flying the Sailors Union flag at the very front, remained the focal points of discussion. It couldn't be helped. The Devil ship's fame hadn't spread far. After all, video showcasing techniques like launch start and anchor drift had initially circulated only within official circles among navigators and shipmaiden families. Ordinary navigators genuinely had no idea who Zhou Hang was. Being treated like a nobody didn't bother Zhou Hang. Since the competition used on-site registration, Zhou Hang headed to the ice rink after the Devil ship docked near the observation deck. In one corner of the ice stood a massive igloo-like structure. Inside, 2 staff members clad in down jackets handled competition logistics. Please present your 1-star navigator certification. Please state your team name. The 2 staff members worked in perfect sync. With few people registering inside, Zhou Hang's turn came quickly. Sir, please present your certificate. Here you go. Zhou Hang pulled out his little notebook. Which team are you with? Another staff member looked at Zhang Hao, who pointed to himself. No one else, just me. If you select Shipmaiden, you can see it on my navigator certificate, those 2 shipmaidens under my name. Zhang Hao explained casually. The navigator certificate was a highly intelligent system in this world. Whenever a new shipmaiden was registered under your name, the certificate system would periodically update your household register personnel based on your recent competitions. Wait. Sir, you're entering a Grade E shipmaiden and a Grade B shipmaiden to participate in our competition? The staff member holding the small notebook looked astonished. Not buddies? The lowest tier shipmaiden competitors use are all A-class. If not for the certificate clearly stating Zhang Hao's talent was SSS-grade, the staff would have suspected he was here for a joke. What's the matter? Is that a problem? Sure. Then please, come this way to draw your number. The staff member shot Zhang Hao a peculiar look before leading him to a machine where he pressed his finger. Numbers flashed across the screen before settling on berth number 27. Please prepare at berth 27. Got it. After memorizing the departure gate, Zhang Hao was about to walk away quickly. Holy crap. Bro, you're serious? You're bringing these 2 high-tier shipgirls to the relay race? Are you sure you're not just here to make up the numbers? Suddenly, a pot-bellied man slapped Zhang Hao on the shoulder, startling him. Who are you? Ha ha ha. I'm the navigator at Station 26. Everyone in the Azure Domain calls me Blue Fatso. I thought I'd say hello to my fellow competitor. Never expected you, brother. Blue Fatso eyed Zhang Hao up and down. His attire didn't exactly scream poverty. But this? He'd overheard the earlier exchange. Bringing these 2 low-tier shipgirls, was he here to make a fool of himself? Or was he here to make a fool of himself? Oh. Pleased to meet you. Nodding, Zhang Hao turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the blue-skinned fat man followed him. Hey. Bro, you're here to experience the intensity of the competition, right? I know you're just here to have fun. Am I right? Don't worry, I've been there myself. During the match, I'll have your back. Just follow right behind me, we'll just get some competition experience under our belts. The blue-clad guy patted his chest, striking a loyal, I get you pose. Zhang Hao smiled but said nothing. The 2 headed straight for the exit of the spectator platform, piloting their respective boat maidens toward a stretch of white sea several kilometers away. Buoys had already marked out 50 parallel lines for boat positions across the white expanse.
At the far end of the nearly kilometer-long stretch lay a sinuous, azure ice wall narrow enough for only two medium-sized boat maidens to navigate, blocking the sea route.
Viewed from above,
the winding ice wall blocking the path, the first zone of the Azure Domain relay race, resembled a coil of mosquito coil.
Yes, a mosquito coil, coiling inward in concentric rings, a full 20 layers deep.
At the core lies an icy surface, beneath which lies a gaping hole, the ice passage connecting to the second zone.
Plop, plop, plop.
Although there were 50 starting positions available, only 30 shipgirls actually participated in this year's race. Perhaps due to the Zhou family's intimidating presence, or perhaps because of the Ship Federation's arrival, many navigators dared not enter the competition,
afraid of embarrassment, knowing they couldn't match up to them.
Thus, at this moment, every single one of the 30 ship maidens present was either a class or S-class. This made the Black Devil ship seem rather out of place.
Oh dear. Is this a chaperone?
To the left of the Devil ship was a large ship maiden belonging to the Blue Fat Man. The birthmark 28 on the right was empty, but at berth 29, a man clad in a down jacket was watching the Devil ship's side with a playful expression. His ship maiden was a medium-sized vessel, yet the deck, hull, and sails all looked quite high-grade. It appeared to be an A-class ship maiden.
Hearing his words, Blue Fatso emerged from the captain's cabin, his expression respectful. Oh my. Isn't this my buddy little Liang? Brother Liang, this is a new friend I just met. Please cut him some slack. We're just here to have some fun. We wouldn't dare threaten you. Hey. No problem, no problem.
Brother Liang shrugged indifferently at the words, but his gaze toward the Devil ship grew increasingly contemptuous.
Thud. Plop. The sound of waves rose and fell.
Inside the Devil ship's captain's cabin, Bai Huanhuan and Jin Xinghan now stood behind Zhang Hao. Due to the cold weather, Mo Euro had invited them into the captain's cabin.
Watch carefully, learn diligently. Yurua's launch start is quite proficient.
Ignoring the chatter outside, Zhang Hao instructed the two deckhands.
Meanwhile,
a light rain began to fall. From the elevated vantage point of the observation deck, two figures gradually emerged.
Ahem. Hello everyone.
I'm Humanman from the Ship Federation Association, your host for this year's Azure Domain Relay Race. And standing beside me is none other than the familiar King of Distant Mountains.
We'll be your hosts for this event.
Among the two figures, a slightly plump, adorable girl held the microphone and began her broadcast. Beside her stood Zhou Yuanshan, clad in a large sable coat, his expression calm and cold to the point of being unnerving.
May I ask, King Yuanshan, who do you think has the edge in this competition?
To break the ice, Hui Man steeled herself and asked Zhou Yuanshan a question. Zhou Yuanshan's gaze swept over the distant, ship launching area, and he immediately pointed to the 01 slots Mirage.
That navigator of yours?
I recall you sent two S-tier talent navigators this time.
Two S-class ship maidens arrived, right? Zhou Yuanshan remarked casually. Hui Manan's lips curled upward in a smug smile. Ha ha ha. King Yuanshan, do you also think our ship association can take first place? No. I just think you might pose a certain threat to the Zhou family.
Caught off guard by Zhou Yuanshan's arrogant tone, Humanman paused before responding with a sigh. Then besides our ship association, who else do you think stands a chance?
Yang Fan at position 11. I've seen his ship maidens the Ice Mist and the Flame Chaser.
Both are a class, but if piloted skillfully, they might stand a chance.
Oh? It's rare for you to take notice of a navigator from a minor sea region, isn't it? Hui Man looked surprised.
Zhou Yuanshan shook his head and pointed to Zhou Hang at 14.
Now.
Number 14, Zhou Hang, my good-for-nothing third son. His talent might be lacking, but I have no idea where he got that S-class medicine ship. With another grade A ship to boot, he's no slouch.
That's true. I never imagined your family had another accomplished navigator besides Zhou Zhong. Hui Man spoke bluntly, causing Zhou Yuanshan's expression to darken.
Position 15, Zhou Zhong, no need for introductions. First place goes to him.
Alright then. Let's start the countdown.
With that, the topic was abruptly dropped. Hui Manan glanced at the remaining grade A ship maidens on stage, guessing Zhou Yuanshan had no interest in them either. But she never imagined Zhou Yuanshan would suddenly interrupt, pointing at the pitch-black ship maiden in slot 27.
I wasn't finished yet. The last one. And the one I consider the most threatening opponent that ship registered as an E-class ship maiden. Ha? You mean her? What about her?
It's not her, it's her navigator. He's incredibly skilled. Chapter 122, Azure Domain Relay Race, The Dragon's Tail Swish returns.
Position 27? Who's at slot 27? King of Distant Mountains says an E-class ship maiden poses the greatest threat? Are you kidding me?
As the announcer's voice faded, countless heads craned toward the Devil ship, yet none could make sense of the situation.
King of Distant Mountains. Could you take a closer look? Is it a navigator? Hui Man was dumbfounded.
Zhou Yuanshan was notorious for his foul mouth and temper.
What kind of person could possibly earn his approval? You don't know him? Zhou Yuanshan shot Humanman a sidelong glance.
Her expression froze.
What do I know? Oh. Well, I suppose you don't know then.
Shaking his head, Zhou Yuanshan realized Humanman simply wasn't qualified to watch the ship skills videos.
Naturally, she had no idea how formidable Zhang Hao was.
But once today was over, Zhang Hao's name would echo throughout the Azure realm. The reach of a medium-scale tournament spread far faster than that of a small-scale tournament. By then, Zhang Hao might become a household name.
Could you tell me why you think so highly of him? Hui Manan pressed on, unwilling to give up. Because he is a miracle maker. He is the son of the Cloud Dragon King. The Cloud Dragon King? Good heavens. Wasn't he said to have vanished without a trace? Ha! I wonder if I'll ever live to see the three kings, the Cloud Dragon King, the Distant Mountain King, and the Sea Abyss King rise together again.
His eyes flickered, and Zhou Yuanshan fell silent. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Raindrops began to fall, the chill seeping into the bones.
As the rain poured down in sheets, the countdown on the large screen entered its final moments. 10, 9, 8. The mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire Azure realm, North Sea domain. Put. And in that very instant,
among the 30 ship maidens, 5 vessels unleashed surging waves from their sterns.
The Mirage in slot 1, the Flamechaser in slot 11, the Apothecary in slot 14, the Nightshade in slot 15, and the Demon in slot 27.
All of them lifted their sterns.
This is the Rev holding action for a launch. Then, what on earth is that?
Hui Man stared blankly at the launch maneuvers of the 5 ship maidens, while the audience of Cyan Domain watched in bewildered confusion.
Oh, so they've learned it too? Well, it makes sense. After all these attempts, it's just a matter of trying. Even those navigators could learn it.
Inside the devil ship, Zhang Hao placed both hands on the helm.
His expression held a hint of amusement, while Mo Euro's particle light shadows betrayed a touch of panic. Zhang Hao.
If they all know the launch start, then our advantage.
No.
Even if they know it, they can't possibly launch at full speed immediately. You launching at full speed still gives you a tiny edge. But that edge will likely vanish after leading for a few hundred meters. Your own, hand over control to me later.
Huan, remember what I told you in the Death Whale Cavern? Ha? Zhang Hao's sudden question caught Huan off guard. What? Dragon tail swing. I already learned it. Ha? Outside the cabin. 5, 4, 3.
As the departure time drew nearer, Lan Pengzi's flattery grew increasingly obsequious. Brother Liang.
You absolutely must look out for us two brothers.
You just charge ahead, and we'll tag along behind you to snag a spot.
He kept buttering up brother Xiaoliang.
Little Liang Ge responded with a polite alright, but inwardly, his contempt grew especially toward the devil ship.
Hoof. Tag along? Tag along without even giving your brother Xiaoliang a heads up? Still holed up in the captain's cabin?
Guess you don't think much of your brother Xiaoliang.
Fine.
When I start moving, I'll ram this piece of junk right out of the way.
Puff. Waves splashed relentlessly behind the devil ship's stern. Little Liang's expression turned strangely peculiar. What the hell is this guy doing? He didn't understand, and neither did Blue Fatso. Little Liang.
Why are all those S-class ship maidens tilting their sterns like that?
Is this some kind of ritual? 2, 1. Bang. Right after the sound of a signal gun went off. Boom.
Simultaneously, 5 explosive waves erupted, sending 5 small white mountains of debris flying from the starting line.
Surging waves crashed into the boat maidens, who hadn't even started yet, leaving them utterly bewildered. Boom.
By the time they regained their senses, those 5 boat maidens had already raced ahead, leaving them hundreds of meters behind.
Holy. What the hell was that? What the hell did that guy, what did he do? Blue Fatso was completely dumbfounded. What about the plan to farm points together? How did the devil ship next to us take off like a rocket from the start? Blue Fatso, is this the grinding buddy you were talking about? What the hell did that guy do?
Just moments ago, he was swearing up and down that he'd become Zhang Hao's devil ship.
Now, little Liang can't even see the devil ship's stern anymore. Is this what you call coasting through? This isn't ING fishing, is it? I don't know.
The two stared blankly as the 5 ship maidens sailed away, finally snapping out of their daze and slowly starting their boat.
Meanwhile, on the observation deck, Hui Man's mouth gaped open in utter shock. Oh my god. My goodness. What is this?
Right from the start, 5 ship maidens exploded out of the gate. Within 3 seconds, their 5 navigators had already left the rest of the field in the dust.
I have a feeling
this race isn't about the Azure Domain Relay anymore.
It's become a race between just those 5. Hui Man exclaimed excitedly. After 5 white waves erupted, no one expected the current leader to be the unassuming devil ship, number 27. It's her? She's actually in first place? What's her deal?
The spectator stands erupted in heated discussion. Hui Manman looked at Zhou Yuanshan with reverence, truly worthy of the title, King of Yuanshan.
You were right. This person is something else. He's already taken first place. No. With those ship maiden stats taking first place? He'll get overtaken in no time. Almost the moment Zhou Yuanshan finished speaking, the other 4 ship maidens behind the stern of the devil ship rapidly accelerated, circling around its rear to overtake it and race ahead into the ice wall sea area.
Zhang Hao. They're catching up. Inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Mo Euro's face turned deathly pale. Sure enough, even with the most skilled catapult start, gaining a slight advantage at full speed during takeoff. Once the gap in statistics between the hulls widened, the speed of those S-class ship maidens was simply impossible to outrun. Don't panic. The first to enter the ice wall track. It'll definitely be us. You row, hand over control to me. Keep the bow locked. Stern. Swing it out. The helm began rotating rhythmically. With the bow locked, the stern started swinging violently at high frequency. Plop plop plop. The stern of the devil ship lashed like a fishtail, sweeping the waters behind it. Thud thud thud. This maneuver instantly knocked the 4 ship maidens, attempting to overtake by skimming close to port and starboard, sending them reeling sideways as their speed plummeted. Is this the dragon's tail maneuver? Watching the performance on the racecourse, Zhou Yuanshan, who had remained composed until now, suddenly froze in shock. Dragon tail. Audience. It's the legendary dragon tail maneuver that once appeared in the World Championships. Today, it has reappeared in the Azure Domain Relay Race. Hui Manman's face flushed crimson. Unlike launch start, this ship maneuver actually made an appearance at the World Championship. It's a household name. Holy crap. Dragon tail. Holy crap. This guy knows that move too? What's going on? Suddenly this match feels like it's getting even more intense. Damn it. Where's the cameraman? Get the shot over here. At the same moment, the crowd on the spectator platform erupted in chaos. Chapter 123, Azure Domain Relay Race, heroes flock like fish crossing the River 1. Dragon's tail? That's our Merchant Alliance's Dragon Tail Swing. Zhang Hao, you really learned it after just one look? Inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, Bai Huanwan's face betrayed astonishment. Jin Xinghan, meanwhile, fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Hao's steering rhythm, not daring to look away for even a moment. You row! Maintain the rocking rhythm. We're entering the curve. Gripping the wheel, Zhang Hao kept a constant eye on Mo Euro's attributes. There was an opportunity. If she could stay ahead of everyone for over a minute, the Devil's Dance would activate. With the attribute boost, she could maintain the lead and even shake off all the other boat maidens behind her. Dragon's tail swing. This was his tactic to seize the front line and keep the ship maidens behind him in check. Puff puff puff. White spray flew as the devil ship's unexpected dragon's tail maneuver propelled it into the lead, charging first into the winding mosquito coil bend. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A chill swept over the ice wall, sending a shiver down Mo Yurong's spine, yet her face was radiant with delight. Zhang Hao. Now that we're inside, the track narrows. With our dragon tail maneuver, isn't it even less likely they'll overtake us? Mo Euro thought naively. But Zhang Hao's face twisted into a bitter smile. Let's hope so. Today's race won't be that simple. Puff puff puff. The ice wall curve of the first lap was already within inches. At the same moment, inside the captain's cabin of the Dark Knight, Zhou Zhong stared in astonishment at the devil ship ahead, its stern swinging wildly. A faint smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. Very well, very well. Zhang Hao, the surprises you've brought me are truly beyond compare. The dragon's tail maneuver, a technique only seen once in the black ship race, and you've already mastered it? Dark Knight. I think it's time we gave Zhang Hao a surprise of our own. Zhou Zhong lightly tapped the gray-brown helm wheel. The image of Dark Knight, somewhat reminiscent of an emo otaku girl, flickered on the screen, revealing a mischievous grin. Alright. Let them see the true worth of an SS-class ship maiden. Buzz. Instantly, the Knight's stats panel popped up on the helm. Dark Knight. Propeller RPM 150. Yaw stability 145. Sail mast wind storage 121. Stiffness 160. Anchor stability 102. Endurance 111. Hull rating SS class. Skill Night King. Dark Knight Sovereign. Upon activation, the Dark Knight's hull enters an invulnerable state. The ship's shadow can inflict actual damage by colliding with the shadows of other vessels. Glancing at the Knight's terrifying stats, Zhou Zhong's lips curled into a faint smile. Who would have guessed that the diminutive Knight Shadow would be a shadow assassin? Ready? Dark Knight. Use that move. Use the ship technique Zhang Hao created himself to take him down. Roger. The helm swung hard to port, the starboard anchor slammed down, and the sails were furled. With a thunderous crash, the Dark Knight became the second vessel to enter the mosquito coil course, then abruptly slammed into the curved ice wall. As the right anchor dropped simultaneously with the impact, the entire hull slammed into the wall. The inner side began to lift and tilt, half the hull bottom lifting up and pressing against the ice wall surface.
Drip, drip. Raindrops splashed down.
If one looked closely, they could see the reflection of the Dark Knight's hull in the wall's surface, the first shadow to cling tenaciously to the ice.
As solid as a magnet. The next instant,
Zhou Hang corrected the helm and slammed the accelerate button.
S-class talent amplification.
Driven at full throttle with a rotation speed of 150, amplified by the talent effect, the RPM skyrocketed to a terrifying 195.
Blade transcendence. PSSSH.
Like a jet-black blade of light, the Dark Knight braced against the ice wall, sideways to occupy the narrowest possible track space.
Like a razor-sharp blade, it shot forward along the ice wall's surface. PSSS-tier.
Countless ice shards scattered.
The devil, still reeling from its tail sway, was caught completely off guard.
It felt a chill breeze sweep past its flank before a jet of black light whizzed by with a sharp whoosh. Plop! By the time it regained its senses, the Dark Knight had already dropped from the wall, the entire small boat charging into the second turn and seizing the lead position.
Damn it! My blade surpass. It just appeared yesterday. And today he steals it? Staring at the Dark Knight ahead, Zhou Hang was utterly dumbfounded. Fine, fine. So this is the bloodline of your Zhou family, huh? You can learn anything just by watching? Puff puff puff.
At 195 revolutions per minute, the Dark Knight sped up and pulled further away. Zhou Hang glanced at the densely packed series of bends in the distance and held off on chasing for now. The race had only just begun. As long as he could maintain this minute-long lead, allowing the devil's stats to grow, there was still a chance to catch up.
Puff puff puff. The dragon's tail maneuver continued. The crew of boat girls at the stern stared blankly at the vanishing nightshade. Holy! What the hell was that? Sailing right along the wall? Damn! Is that even humanly possible? Holy! I didn't even get a clear look, just saw a black streak shoot out like a bullet. Damn! The Zhou family's young master sure knows how to keep a low profile. Blade surpass? Never heard of such a thing. Quick! Where's the cameraman? Can you even direct, you bastard?
On the viewing platform, the local sailors of the Azure Realm were already pumped to the max.
This is what a real competition looks like. Whoa! Who'd have thought it?
Once again, it's Zhou Hang from the Far Mountain King Zhou clan who's taken first place. Zhou Hang's blade surpass move was even more dazzling than number 27's dragon tail. Hui Manman's voice trembled with excitement as she narrated, her eyes drifting toward Zhou Yuanshan. Only then did she notice a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of this stern-faced middle-aged man's mouth.
Far Mountain King, is there anything you'd like to say to your son competing right now? The microphone was thrust to Zhou Yuanshan's lips, and his expression turned cold once more. Nothing. I only wish to state that the Zhou family's standing in the Azure Domain relay race remains unshakable. Oh? Is the Far Mountain King so confident? Hui Manman's eyes narrowed into slits as she looked at Zhou Yuanshan with a playful expression. The announcer's voice echoed through the fixed speakers of the Azure Domain relay race. Meanwhile, Cyan Realm relay race, Glacial Ground transfer point. Yuan huddled inside the energy storage unit, watching the frontline footage on her phone. When she saw Zhou Zhang's blade surpass, her expression visibly startled. Oh? So this is the bloodline of the Far Mountain King. First place. You're not taking the top spot in this first half. Hey, Yun Yang? Did you hear that? First place now belongs to Zhou Zhang. If I don't see you arrive first at the transfer point, you know, underperforming shipmate and navigator partners, I have the right to request a replacement, right? You don't want someone else piloting the Mirage, do you? Pressing the earpiece in her ear, Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Truth be told, she did want to pilot the Mirage herself. Little did she know. When those words traveled through the earpiece to Yun Yang's ears, inside the Mirage captain's cabin. At that moment, Yun Yang's expression turned icy. He stared at the stern of the devil ship swinging wildly ahead, then glanced at the woman standing beside him. Without hesitation, he turned the wheel and steered straight toward the ice wall. Yun Yang, what are you doing? Void Shift. Chapter 124, Azure Realm Relay Race, heroes flock like fish crossing the river too. You're insane? If you activate voidification now, you won't last until the later rounds. Mirage stared at Yun Yang in disbelief. Yun Yang remained silent. The message in his earpiece was inaudible to Mirage. Mirage. We're taking first place in the top half of the bracket. The man's voice held an unprecedented resolve. Mirage's expression shifted. Seeing Yun Yang's silent resolve, he nodded. If you're going to go all out, I'll go all out with you. Boom.
Within the rapidly pivoting mirrored hull, a pair of suspended rocket thrusters suddenly extended outward.
Puff puff puff. A terrifying heat wave erupted. Talent etherealization. Buzz. Hum. Hum. As starlight enveloped the mirage, the entire hull's transparency intensified.
Resembling a shadowy silhouette, it suddenly slammed into the ice wall.
Whoosh. The mirage pierced straight through the wall. Boom.
Following the ship's passage, the rocket thrusters erupted in flames.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
In rapid succession, the mirage blasted through 3 curved walls, emerging directly into the 4th spiral turn. By completely ignoring the curved path and taking the shortest route between 2 points, the mirage was now faster than anyone else. It had even overtaken the nightshade, seizing the lead position.
Holy crap! Unbelievable!
The commotion behind them clearly caught Zhang Hao's attention. The Phantom talent was nothing short of a game-breaking glitch. Especially on a track like Mosquito Coil Circuit, where he could literally drive straight through walls. That alone was insane.
And now Yun Yang's activating rocket boosters? What the hell? He's risking his life. Alright. This way. Much more exciting.
Zhou Hang watched the mirage suddenly appear ahead, his lips curling into an even wider grin.
Voidification. It's S-class talent voidification. Ladies and gentlemen,
the competition has reached a whole new level. Everyone played their trump cards right from the start, and our Ship Alliance contestant has surged to the very front. Hui Man shouted excitedly, as if she had anticipated this moment all along.
Holy crap! Glad I didn't enter this tournament. This is a battle of monsters. This is insane. Activating components, activating talents. This isn't the World Championship. Why are you risking your life like this? First place. Could it really be Ship Alliance this year? Whispers rippled through the audience. Hui Man's lips curled upward as she deliberately shoved the microphone back toward Zhou Yuanshan's mouth. King Yuanshan, do you still think this year's championship will belong to your Zhou family?
Oof. Truly, heroes abound like fish crossing the river. This world truly has no shortage of geniuses. Watching the monstrous mirage ship carve through the bend, Zhou Yuanshan felt an inexplicable echo of the genius showdowns he'd witnessed at the World Championships.
But, no matter how many geniuses there are, there's still just a school of fish.
My Zhou family is the true master who has reigned supreme for ages. With a smug snort, Zhou Yuanshan turned his gaze toward the dark night, accelerating and spinning in pursuit.
His eyes narrowed. The mirage may not necessarily defeat my family's dark night. Oh? Then let's wait and see. Hui Man's smile vanished.
As if sensing Zhou Yuanshan's unwavering confidence, she too fixed her gaze on the frontline footage.
Put. 4th lap. 5th lap.
The tiny nightshade spun like a top, chasing rapidly within the concentric layers.
Buzz.
Almost the instant the mirage crossed into the 5th ring, the Dark Knight appeared right behind it.
Dark Knight. Activate skill, Dark Knight King. Roger. Zhou Zhang's massive hand slammed down on the helm. Hum.
Suddenly, the entire gray-brown vessel shimmered with a shifting gray glow.
The Dark Knight entered its invincible state.
195. The propeller spun, churning waves into a spray as the vessel charged through the racecourse like a raging beast. Under the command of the Dark Knight King, the shadow of the Dark Knight sinisterly merged with the shadows on the walls, becoming one. She no longer needed to manually control the turning technique. The fusion of the two shadows made the hull act like a magnet, keeping it perfectly centered on the track, never veering off course, whether turning or going straight. At first glance, this ability might seem unremarkable. But think carefully. Even Zhang Hao, at a speed of 195 revolutions per minute, required the navigator to manually adjust the ship's position deviation, whether navigating turns or cruising straight.
Otherwise, once the hull deviates sideways, collision becomes inevitable.
Therefore, at high speeds, it tests the navigator's mental focus, reaction time, and the shipmate's stability.
But the Dark Knight doesn't need it.
When the ship's shadow merges with the ice wall's shadow, the shadow remains fixed at the wall's center, anchoring the hull completely in place.
No matter how much acceleration is applied, the hull balances perfectly along the track's centerline, not deviating by even a fraction. Through consecutive turns, she could even spin perfectly at the curve's apex.
She was like a perfect boon for clumsy players, locking her shadow movement throughout the entire race without requiring any input from the navigator. As for Zhou Hang, he never once needed to press the helm.
He simply kept his eyes fixed on the mirage darting ahead. Lap 7. 8th lap. Lap 9. One had to admit.
This coil-shaped terrain was pure paradise for the mirage. While others were still struggling in the 5th or 6th lap, the mirage had already covered half of the first zone.
Hey! Zhou Hang.
Looks like they activated Dark Knight King. They're charging straight ahead, but still can't catch that monster.
The particles of Dark Knight flickered, and beneath his dark circled eyes, a rare intensity was taut. SSS-tier.
Like a precision-engineered machine, the Night King had just finished its 9th lap when the mirage had already entered the 10th lap.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Rain fell.
On the track, one side saw the flickering light merge into the 11th lap, while the other side featured a spinning light resembling a black beam. One led, the other followed, yet the black beam could never catch up to the flickering light. Ha! No wonder it's the Ship Federation. The official crew really is formidable. My talent is activated too, and I still can't catch him. I'm out of options. For now. All we can do is wait. Zhou Hang didn't lose heart. His deep eyes kept watching the rocket boosters of the Mirage spewing flames. Zhou Hang, are you planning to wait until that component shuts down? Dark Knight looked at Zhou Hang, who grinned. No. Besides the rocket thrusters shutting down, there's another possibility. After such intense use of his talent, he'll inevitably hit a point of exhaustion. That moment. That's when this ship will shatter for me. Hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Hang crouched like a venomous snake awaiting its prey, narrowing his eyes and settling his mind. Oh. My God. My God. 15th lap. 16th lap. No way. No way. The Mirage. The Mirage is entering the final 3 laps. He's about to shatter the entire first half record for the Azure Domain relay race. At the commentator's booth, Wee Man's voice trembled with excitement, her round little face flushed crimson. Unbelievable. Gotta hand it to him. This track suits him even better than the Zhou families. Damn, those boats are still on the 10th lap. How are we supposed to compete? If it were me, I'd probably only be on the 5th lap? 5th lap? With your cornering skills, you'd be lucky to make it through the first lap. On the spectator platform, countless onlookers stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in dread. Could it be that today? Cyan Realm Relay Race might actually crown a new champion. Ha ha ha. King of Distant Mountains, even now, do you still believe the Zhou family's top position is unshakable? Hui Man shoved the microphone right in Zhou Yuanshan's face with a sly grin. Zhou Yuanshan's expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever. I believe. No navigator could possibly activate their talent for half a race zone. Buzz. The words had barely left her mouth. The frontline feed showed the Mirage as it navigated its 19th lap, its hull suddenly shifting from an ethereal form into a solid, mirror-like surface, appearing shakily on the water. Chapter 125, Azure Domain Relay Race, Heroes flock like fish crossing the River 3. Cough. Cough cough cough. At the same moment. Inside the shipmaster's quarters of the Mirage, Yun Yang suddenly clutched his mouth as several drops of blood trickled uncontrollably from his nostrils. His face was as pale as paper. Even while gripping the helm, his entire body swayed unsteadily. Hey! Yun Yang! What's wrong? Mirage's face turned ashen with alarm. He immediately halted all engines and rushed over to Yun Yang in 2 strides. You? When those beautiful eyes met Yun Yang's face, Mirage felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his heart. The man's palms were covered in blood. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his nostrils. You can't use your talent like this. You're draining yourself dry. Mirage's face twisted with panic. A walkie-talkie instantly sprang from the helm. Stop the race. Let's call it off. We need to contact a hospital. Mirage, usually the composed, strong woman, now panicked like a little girl. Mirage. But. Yun Yang's furious roar echoed, causing her form to freeze in place as she stared blankly at him. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. He no longer bothered with the blood trickling from his nose, letting the crimson droplets fall from his jaw, his entire face blurred with blood. Those cold, clear eyes stared straight at him. Yun Yang uttered only one sentence, we cannot lose. You're all ready. We can't lose. We absolutely cannot lose. Talent etherealization. Stellar radiance surged across his body as Yun Yang prepared to activate his talent. Are you out of your mind? I understand. Is it that woman? What did that say to you? I must win. I absolutely must win. Seemingly drained by excessive blood loss, Yun Yang had lost much of his ability to think clearly. His numb words made Mirage's eyes redden. Puff puff puff. At that very moment, the Dark Knight had completed its 17th lap. In this prolonged standoff, when it came to sheer stubbornness, the Mirage truly held the edge. Despite maintaining a steady 195 revolutions per minute without a single track error for so long, the opponent had somehow managed to pull ahead by 2 laps. Damn it! At this rate, they'll pull 3 or 4 laps ahead. But when the Dark Knight reached lap 18, Zhou Hang's narrowed eyes suddenly widened in shock. Thud! The illusory Mirage ahead materialized. And, for some unknown reason, that ship had actually come to a stop on the water's surface. Oh? Did you exhaust your talent? What a chance! Dark Knight, King! Slith slith slith. The shadow of the Dark Knight vessel, which had been lurking within the shadows of the walls, suddenly burst forth from the darkness. Silently and swiftly, the shadow of the Dark Knight collided with the ice wall shadow separating the 18th and 19th circles. Due to optical distortion effects. To the naked eye, it appeared as though the Dark Knight had shifted several meters inward along its course.
But it was precisely after this shift of a few meters. Boom! The thick ice wall suddenly and eerily shattered. Large chunks of ice and debris flew everywhere, spraying toward the 19th Circuit's mirage. Yes. The ice stones, which should have fallen into the water according to the laws of physics, were instead twisted by the Dark Knight's bizarre manipulation. They all shot toward the hull of the mirage with a series of whizzing sounds. Thud! Bang! Bang! As the ice stone struck, an entire section of the mirage's hull began shattering into cracks and fissures. Inside the Shinyao's captain's cabin, the particle light of the mirage twisted grotesquely for a moment. The mirage furrowed her brow slightly, saying nothing, but continued to stare blankly at Yun Yang. Must win. We must win. Blood crusts had formed on Yun Yang's face as his vacant eyes fixed on mirage. As their gazes locked, the mirage seemed to sense something. Why? Why must you win? Is the match truly more important than your life? Your void form could have chosen so many more, so much better, ship maidens. You had such a bright future. You clearly. I must win. Yun Yang stubbornly repeated. Puff puff puff. At that very moment. At the 19th turn, the Dark Knight shot forward like an arrow. Talent amplification. As Zhou Hang's voice echoed. A gray glow flickered across the pitch-black vessel, blindingly sharp like a dagger. Hardness, 160 greater than 208. Under the effect of S-class amplification, the Dark Knight's hardness temporarily surpassed the 200 threshold. Zhou Hang struck the helm like wielding a spear, intent on piercing the mirror-like surface before him. Sorry about that. What, ship alliance, what, vaporization? If you have a problem, take it up with my hardness. When you meet Zhou Hang, you'd better step back a bit. A sharp sword, sharp eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves carrying the biting wind surged straight toward the stern of the mirage. Boom. As if sensing the impending danger behind him, Yun Yang covered his nose, leaned over the helm, and murmured, illusion. Illusionary form. Enough. Enough. At a time like this, you should be thinking about your own health. Not my safety. If you want to win, I'll carry you to victory. Mirage's eyes reddened, and she finally couldn't hold back her tears. Like a helpless child, she clung to Yun Yang. Mirage. The long silent mirage ship roared to life once more. Whoosh! The rocket thrusters ignited in a burst of flame at the same moment. But navigating the track, which twisted like a coil of mosquito coil using the rocket boosters, was extremely risky. Especially for the Mirage, which was inherently fragile. Without its phantomization and Yun Yang's control, the Mirage simply couldn't navigate the turns normally. She intended to force her way to the transfer point by crashing through. I know why you want to win. I also. Warm tears trickled from the Mirage's eyes, slowly falling onto Yun Yang's neck. Boom! The Mirage also launched off the starting blocks. Fueled by emotion, the Mirage surged forward at breakneck speed. Through the shimmering fragments of shattered glass, 3 identical Mirage vessels had already seized control of the entire channel. Vroom vroom vroom. She was about to charge into the turn of the 20th lap. But, inside the Dark Knight, Zhou Hang's expression turned playful. Oh? An optical illusion? 3 hulls, 2 as cover. If the wrong choice is made, the rear attacking hull will waste considerable time. During that entire period, the main hull can gain a significant lead. It's a clever tactic. But, his eyes narrowed to slits. Zhou Hang smiled. Dark Knight, know what to do now. Humph. Simple. If you can't figure it out, smash them all to pieces. Puff puff puff. The gray boat continued accelerating across the water, seemingly motionless. However, Dark Knight King. With a whoosh, the shadow of the Dark Knight suddenly refracted and collided head-on with the shadow of the Mirage ahead. Due to the refraction of light, the 3 parallel shadows of the Mirage piled together, resembling a vast dark cloud swiftly moving across the wall's shadow. Boom! The next instant, the shadow of the Dark Knight pierced through the dark cloud like a long sword. Crackle crackle crackle. The sound of shattering glass echoed in their ears. Though the Nightshade hadn't collided with the Mirage, the latter's hull trembled violently as vast sections of its mirrored surface shattered and fell away. Buzz buzz buzz. The flickering mirages on both sides began to dissipate. With a thunderous crash, the Mirage slammed into the ice wall at the 20th bend. Creak creak. The shattered vessel lay motionless before the wall. Puff puff puff. The shadowy Dark Knight seemed untouched, streaking into the final turn with a whoosh and claiming first place. Chapter 126, Azure Realm Relay Race, Heroes flock like fish crossing the river for. Silence. The live feed from the front lines streamed across the screens, leaving the entire spectator area eerily silent. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, mouths agape. From the Mirage charging arrogantly into the 19th turn to the Dark Knight seemingly doing nothing yet staging a comeback, the race's twists and turns were truly unpredictable. Holy crap! How come the Mirage just stalled out at the last moment? Hey, must be that navigator's talent running dry. Wait, nothing happened just now, right? Why did that mirror ship suddenly fly off? It was like it got hit by something. Ask me and I'll ask who? I was just wondering how young Master Zhou would handle those 3 hulls ahead, and in the blink of an eye, that thing shattered on its own. Spectator seats, after a moment of silence, a wave of murmurs erupted. At the hosting podium, Hui Manman's smile instantly vanished, her grip on the microphone tightening involuntarily. Staring blankly at the Mirage lying overturned at the final bend, her lips trembled. Your son, did your son, Zhou Hang, do something? What's his shipmaster skill? Overwhelmed by the shocking scene, Hui Manan had forgotten the composure expected of a host. Ha! I told you! The Azure Domain relay race will forever be the fishing platform of the Zhou family. The Zhou family. The true rulers of this place. Zhou Yuanshan shook the water droplets from his large sable coat, his cold, arrogant voice echoing through the spectator area. And in the next instant, the people of Cyan Realm, as if inspired, proudly chanted the slogan in unison. Far Mountain King Zhou family. Far Mountain King Zhou family. The Zhou clan shall prevail. Victory! The outstanding performance of the local clan sent waves of excitement through the crowd of spectators. The sheer scale of the commotion startled Hui Manman, leaving her speechless for a long while. Meanwhile, on the relay race transfer platform, Yuan stared at his phone, witnessing the scene unfold moments ago, his face turning ashen. Useless. After training your talent endurance for so long, you collapse right at the threshold of victory. TSK. The Mirage just flew away. The Nightshade never even touched her. Could it be some other medium activated the skill? Was it the Shadow? TSK. Frowning in speculation, Yuan watched the motionless Mirage as he silently pressed his earpiece. Hello? Yun Yang, can you still hear me? You have one last chance. If you lose this match, I'll transfer the Mirage to the overseas division. You don't want her piloted by some other guy, do you? The Japanese-style message was transmitted, but no reply came from the other end. Yuan's face darkened, his gaze growing even more sinister. Mirage ship captain's cabin. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. The impact had sent Yun Yang flying through the air several times before he finally landed. His consciousness cleared slightly, and he found himself puzzled as to why he seemed to have suffered no injuries whatsoever. Coming to his senses, he was startled to find a figure lying beneath him, covered in blood and mangled flesh. The white leather jacket of Mirage was soaked crimson with blood. Her arms were wrapped tightly around him, shielding him within her embrace. Her eyes, one larger than the other, opened slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It's okay now. It's okay. Mirage. You. Shu. It's okay. I know. That woman. She used me as leverage to make you fight so desperately, right? There was no need. I'm not special anyway. You didn't have to pay such a price for me. You deserve a better, ship maiden, you have a brighter future ahead. I'm not worthy of you. Mirage's blood-soaked hand gently stroked the scabs on Yin Yang's face. As their gazes locked, each reflected the other's figure in their pupils. For a fleeting moment, they both thought back to their very first meeting. I've got a few retired S-class shipmaidens here. Take one for now. I recommend the Golden Crow. That thing paired with your void form? Absolutely devastating. What? You want the Mirage in the corner? Hello, my name is Yun Yang. You're choosing me? Why did you choose me? Hey, Yun Yang, do you like me? Sometimes I feel like I'm holding you back. You're such a tight-lipped guy, but I like it. Keep training your endurance like this, and soon I might not be able to keep up with you. Memories surged like ocean waves. Most of the time, the man before her remained silent. To be honest, to women, he was undoubtedly a dullard devoid of charm and romance. But Mirage found this side of Yun Yang quite endearing. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Even now, Yun Yang remained as silent as ever. His hand clasped Shinshou's, and starlight once again flickered across his entire body. I can't lose. Because I don't want to lose you. You are my shipmaiden. Void transformation. Buzz buzz buzz. Amidst the flickering of the final starlight, tears streamed from the Mirage. A pendant shaped like a lens hung around Yun Yang's neck. Is this your contract item? The Ship Alliance. Isn't it forbidden for the shipmaidens of the Ship Alliance to form contracts without authorization? Yun Yang stared blankly at Mirage, whose face was etched with a relieved smile. I don't want to leave you either. I like you. I like the quiet, reserved you. I like the you who works silently and diligently. I don't want to leave you. Click. Warm lips pressed against his. In that instant, the image of their contact flickered through his mind like a slideshow.
The stall propeller, for some reason, began spinning rapidly. Roar! The sails billowed, and the rudder turned automatically. The Xinyao, the battered Xinyao, was slowly propelling itself toward the 20th bend, sailing into it. Rumble! At the forefront, the hull of the Dark Knight suddenly shuddered. As if sensing something, Zhou Hang and the Dark Knight both whipped their heads around to look behind them. Hum! Buzz! Buzz! At that very moment, the decrepit mirage began to shimmer with starlight, about to enter its phantom state once more. You're insane. Is he that desperate to win? But even if you activate void form again, this is the final lap. You lost? Zhou Hang's face bore a defiant expression as he coldly watched the mirage activate behind him. But the next moment, on the shattered mirage, countless broken mirror fragments suddenly began reflecting an image. Hello? My name is Yun Yang. Yun Yang, do you like me? Try harder, and I might just say yes. I just made you some black chicken and goji berry soup. Drink it while it's hot. Am I holding you back? I don't want to part with you. Each shattered shard of glass reflected fragments of the navigator and the shipmaiden's moments together. As the sea breeze swept by, the shards resembled slides, each one a romantic confession from the shipmaiden to the navigator. This is... Zhou Hang's lips trembled, his pupils widening in shock. Suddenly, countless shards of glass burst into brilliant light, refracting off the hull of the mirage to trace the outline of Yun Yang's face. This is... Ship Human Unity. Chapter 127, Azure Domain Relay Race, Heroes Flock Like Fish Crossing the River 5. Human ship unity? How is that even possible? They actually entered this overclocked state? Zhou Hang was utterly dumbfounded. Dark Knight stared wide-eyed, his pupils filled with envy. Ship Sailor Unity. It was said that only when the navigator and shipmaiden achieved complete mental unity could they reach this special mode. In this state, the shipmaiden practically fused with the navigator. Steering the vessel through their combined will granted them an overclocked state and new abilities empowered by the navigator. In the world, those who can enter Ship Sailor Unity are few and far between. How could they? The colossal silhouette of Yun Yang flickered behind them, sometimes appearing stern and unsmiling, other times falling into profound silence. It seemed to embody the very thoughts of the mirage. You within me, I within you. This is Ship Human Unity. No. Impossible. What's wrong with Ship Human Unity? Even if it's Ship Human Unity, it can't catch up to us now. The convergence point is right ahead. Zhou Hang snapped back to his senses, gripping the helm firmly with both hands. His expression hardened as he stared at the approaching glacier point. Dark Knight. Let's go. Thud thud thud. The propeller's roar filled the air. Yun Yang. Mirage. A sudden, mixed male and female voice rang out beside him. What? Buzz. The starlit skiff dissolved like a beam of light, refracting rays as it passed through the hull of the Dark Knight. Where light passed, it vanished in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the flickering starlight refracted across the water at the junction, casting the hull of the mirage onto the surface. Had it passed through his own Dark Knight and reached the end? Zhou Hang was stunned. Not a buddy? What the hell is this? Riding the light? After sensing a flicker of starlight, countless images of the cloud-soaring mirage flashed before Zhou Hang's eyes. Then, just as he stood there dazed for a moment, the other party had already reached the transfer point? What kind of speed is this? He stared blankly and bewilderedly at the mirage and finally entered the transfer point in second place. Inside the mirage, Yun Yang held mirage close as both had already fallen unconscious. In that instant, the ship had actually been sailing autonomously. The twisting helm slowly returned to normal, its displayed attributes terrifyingly staggering. Mirage Ship Human Union Yun Yang. Propeller RPM 92276. Yaw stability 94284. Sail mast wind storage 90270. Stiffness 80,240. Anchor stability 85255. Endurance 100,300. Skills: Mirage Starlight Projection unlocked in Human Ship Unity mode. Mirage project beams of light to create two duplicate hulls, deceiving opponents. Starlight Projection: wherever the light is projected, the ship will traverse as light to that location. During this process, the mirage transforms into light, immune to all forms of interference. The panel flickered briefly before vanishing abruptly. Before the transit station, the mirage rose and fell, leaving the residual warmth at the transit point utterly stunned. Her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg as she pulled open the captain's cabin door in disbelief. Just now. What the hell was that just now? Human Ship Unity? Those two actually activated Human Ship Unity? Spectator Arena, the giant screen replayed the recent scene. The interplay of light and shadow between Yun Yang and Mirage shimmered like liquid honey, sealing the mouths of all the navigators who had just been cheering for the Zhou family. Silence. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, someone raised a finger, pointing at the screen, murmuring to themselves. Holy, a double kill. Ignorant fool, that's ship sailor unity, an overclocked state only a handful of navigators and ship maidens in this world can achieve. Amazing. To witness ship sailor unity in my lifetime. All I saw was a streak of starlight shoot past. And the ship reached the finish line? Holy. When the hell will I get to achieve human ship unity with my own ship maiden? The crowd erupted in excitement, the viewing platform going absolutely wild. After a 2.5-minute daze, Wee Man raised the microphone, her face contorted with frenzied excitement. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. It's ship human unity. It's ship human unity. After all these years, such mastery has been reborn through our boat federation, competitor Yin Yang and his boatwoman, Mirage. Human boat unity. It's human boat unity. She shouted excitedly over and over, causing Zhou Yuanshan's brow to furrow. The joys and sorrows of one person do not necessarily resonate with another. At this moment, Zhou Yuanshan only found Wee Man somewhat noisy. King Yuanshan. Do you still think no one can threaten the Zhou family now? The microphone thrust in his face again, its voice dripping with contempt. Zhou Yuanshan's expression darkened, yet he couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the figure of man and ship as one on the screen. You, Ship Alliance, are truly fortunate. A twist of fate has created a pair. Oomph. Human ship unity? During the 15th lap of the relay race upper division, Zhang Hao watched the first-place competitor cross the finish line ahead of him, his expression one of astonishment. Damn. There's such an absurd special mode? Then, could I also? Turning around, Zhang Hao gazed at Mo Euro beside him with a look of longing. Huff, huff, huff. Mo Euro had already activated Demon's Dance. Steam billowed from her mouth as her face flushed crimson. Zhang Hao. Catch up to them. Catch up to them. Hurry. Hurry. Use your talent on me. I will win. I will win. Mo Euro's mind was already clouded. Her hands clutched Zhang Hao's shoulders tightly, her posture unsteady like a drunken woman. Ugh. Seeing her state, Zhang Hao didn't feel he could enter the human ship unity state with her. The temperature in the captain's cabin surged. Zhang Hao glanced at the Devil Ship's attributes. Devil Ship Devil's Dance activated. Propeller RPM, 59 greater than 259 3 plus 1. Yaw stability, 54 greater than 254 2. Mast wind storage, 54,254 plus 6. Sturdiness, 54 greater than 254 plus 10. Anchor stability, 54,254 2. Endurance, 54,254 3. These terrifyingly high stats left Zhang Hao feeling utterly elated. With only 30 ship maidens competing in this event, once the remaining 25 A-class ship maidens were fully surpassed, each A-class ship maiden would grant Mo Euro 8 points of overall stats. Surpassing so many ships meant the attributes gained were absurdly high. This is bug-level power. No matter the competition, there will always be participants. As long as I get the chance to surpass them, the Devil ship will be unstoppable. 5 laps behind the leader? At 257 RPM, I should finish the lap by the time Zhou Zhong switches ships. By that logic, by the start of the second sector, I'll be no more than 1 lap behind them. This race has only just begun. A large hand gripped the tiller. Vroom vroom vroom. The shattered star's propeller spun so fast it left afterimages. The Devil suddenly stopped its tailspin, accelerating abruptly and pulling nearly half a lap ahead of the pharmacist and the flame chaser. You row! Take 3rd place in the first half. Chapter 128 Azure Domain Relay Race, the pharmacist ship's capabilities. Boom! At the peak RPM of 257, the entire vessel shot forward like a black arrow. Devil ship captain's cabin centrifugal force surged through the cabin, forcing Zhang Hao to cling desperately to the helm just to keep his body from tilting backward. Whoa! So fast! So fast! Bai Huan slammed onto the aft deck with a thud, her eyes wide with astonishment. You're wrong, you're so fast. Jian Qinghan planted his feet in a horse stance, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Euro's retreating figure as if facing a formidable foe. Such speed was beyond even his own capabilities, even if he pushed himself into his limit state. Zhang Haoxuan's choice of the Devil ship as the first to launch was absolutely the wisest decision. Boom! A white dragon erupted violently within the 16th lap of the first half of the relay race. Visibly, the Devil ship shot forward dozens of meters, pulling away as its speed accelerated relentlessly, already heading toward the 17th lap. So fast! How could this old wreck possibly be this fast? Inside the pharmacist ship's captain's cabin, Lu Ruyan watched the receding black silhouette ahead with horror, her face darkening. How could that E-rank ship maiden, constantly looked down upon by her class, possess such speed? It must be Zhang Hao's talent. He used his talent. It must be. Lu Ruyan repeated to herself, her gaze drifting involuntarily toward Zhou Hang. Before the helm adorned with fresh flowers and tender grass, Zhou Hang's lips pressed tightly together. He had believed that securing the combination of the medicine boat and smoke boat for the Azure Domain relay race would grant him an unbeatable advantage. But never did he expect. Heroes from all corners of the realm swarmed like fish crossing the river. What was this dragon's tail swing? What was Blade Surpass? Even Ship Sailor Unity had appeared? Seriously? What kind of freaks are competing in this tournament? Exactly. Are you the geniuses, or am I the genius? Are you the protagonists, or am I the protagonist? Feeling his position steadily eroding, Zhou Hang pressed his palm against the tiller, his gaze icy. Master, we need to deploy your skill now. If we keep holding back like this, and some Zhang or Hao snatches third place in the first half of the race, we'll have zero chance of catching up to the top two. It's time. If I'd known this tournament would attract so many prodigies, perhaps we should have deployed our skills from the start. Even I didn't anticipate so many exceptional talents emerging in the blink of an eye. Anyway, let's take down that Zhang Hao first. Zhang Yao's voice echoed as Zhou Hang pressed the floral emblem at the helm center. Buzz. A sudden burst of attribute panels popped up. Pharmacist under amplification talent effect. Propeller RPM 95 greater than 105. Lateral stability 9099. Sail mast wind storage 99109. Sturdiness 8594. Anchor stability 9099. Endurance 100,110. Skill Apothecary's drowsy mist. Pharmacist's drowsy incense. The pharmacist can actively deploy an area of effect mist that induces neurological disruption. Upon entering the mist, shipmaidens and navigators who inhale the incense lose sight, hearing, and touch. Note, this effect can only be deployed in one location and consumes significant resources. The duration of Apothecary's charm is tied to the navigator's constitution. Hull overall rating, S-class. As the attributes of the Apothecary ship appeared, a ring of herbal bracelets glowed on Zhou Hang's wrist. Gazing at the temporary contract item and then at the Apothecary ship's attributes, greed flared in Zhou Hang's eyes. Master. You truly are a remarkable vessel. Even if you're the weakest vessel in the medicine boat lineage, you're still a fine ship. You're mine. You can only be my ship maiden. This lifetime, only I can pilot you. Gazing greedily at Zhang Yao's particle light patterns, Zhou Hang had already claimed her as his exclusive possession in his heart. Pharmacist's fragrance. PSSSH. The moment he pressed the skill button, the herbalist's boat, encircled by plants, instantly emitted a mist resembling green miasma. SSS. The surging green miasma rapidly spread through the sea's icy walls. Zhou Hang was smart. He knew he couldn't catch up to the demon ship. So be it. He guided the herbalist's incense, drifting inward along the route from the 15th ring. The mist barrier, originating from the apothecary, began to envelop the corner regions of the 16th, 17th, and 18th rings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sea breeze carried the distinctive, refreshing scent of medicinal herbs through the air. Zhang Hao. I refuse to believe that you, a blind man, can outmaneuver me. His gaze fixed blankly toward the inner circle, Zhou Hang watched the front lines like a venomous snake, his eyes dark and menacing, waiting for the next move from the demon. What the hell? What's that rascal Zhou Hang up to now? Also positioned ahead by the devil ship, inside the captain's cabin of the flame chaser, Yang Fan stared at the surrounding green miasma with a look of alarm and uncertainty. After inhaling just one breath of the green mist, the potent herbal scent filled his nostrils, and within moments, Yang Fan felt an unstoppable wave of dizziness wash over him. Ugh! Yang Fan, this mist feels off. Why is everything going dark before my eyes? Chasing Flame, clad in a fiery red gown, found tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes. She kept rubbing the edges of her eyelids, her eyes turning bloodshot as her vision grew increasingly blurry. Yang Fan! Quick! Think of a way out. If this keeps up, we'll never make it to the transfer point in this lifetime. Ice mist shook Yang Fan's arm. He covered his nose, a sudden gleam of cunning flashing in his eyes. I may not possess an S-class talent, Yang Fan, but I know how to make the most of any talent. Flame Pursuit, ignite the heart's fire. Shatter its form. He slammed his palm down on the helm of the flame chaser, and suddenly the entire deck of the small boat turned crimson. The hull's temperature soared, and wisps of flame began to lick the ship's sides. The flame chaser. Though merely an A-class shipmaiden, its unique hull could release sparks when heated. As a skill, it seemed rather useless. However, these very sparks often deter even fully wooden S-class shipmaidens from colliding with it. Yang Fan? What are you doing? Before Chasing Flame could react, a surge of frigid energy erupted from Yang Fan's palm, coating the helm. Talent, Ice Fisher. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A sudden chill swept through the air, freezing the helmsman's hands solid. Yet the intense heat caused the ice to melt rapidly, releasing plumes of white steam that filled the captain's cabin. The same scene played out outside the ship. Crackle, crackle, crackle. White ice vapor condensed, forming a layer of ice that clung to the hull of the Chasing Flame. Then, due to the intense heat, it melted rapidly, releasing a massive cloud of steam and mist that swirled around the ship's body.
And so,
amidst the green miasma, a surge of white vapor erupted, temporarily blocking the spread of the toxic mist.
Huff. Phew.
Inside the captain's cabin, the air now carried only the damp mist of moisture.
The dizzying sensation in Young Fan's chest rapidly began to dissipate. Zhu Yan's face lit up with delight. I get it.
You're using steam to dilute the toxins in the mist barrier.
Yang Fan, you're a genius. How did you think to use ice like this? There are so many geniuses in this world. Adding one more like me, Yang Fan, isn't such a bad thing.
Ice fissure may only be an A-rank technique, but its potential for development extends far beyond that.
Now, it's my turn to shine. Talent, ice crack. Crackle, crackle, crackle.
As waves of icy air surged, directly in front of the side-traveling pharmacist, a swirling ice wall suddenly erupted with a violent surge of frigid energy. It expanded into a massive transverse ice barrier, blocking the advancing pharmacist.
Crackle, crackle, crackle.
Simultaneously, as the demon ship entered its 17th lap, a thunderous crash erupted. An ice wall abruptly thrust outward from both sides, blocking its path as well.
Chapter 129, Azure Domain Relay Race, The Fissure. Whoa! Who would have thought? The frontline duel has ended, yet the rear race is just as intense.
On the broadcast booth, as Zhou Hang and Yuan began their ship handover, the director cut to the shipmaidens, gathered at the rear during the preparation period. Among them, the coordination between the chasing flame and Yang Fan was the most eye-catching.
King of Distant Mountains, did you see that?
The navigator with that great a talent you've been pinning your hopes on, he's already stepping up. Hui Man pointed excitedly at the two ice walls thrusting out from the racecourse, her face flushed with excitement.
That ability. If he'd used this ability earlier, couldn't he have controlled the situation? No.
Shaking his head, Zhou Yuanshan's gaze toward the chasing flame on the screen held a hint of admiration. Everyone saves their trump cards for the end.
This kid's smart.
If he'd used Ice Shatter from the start to control the situation, the Mirage would have its vaporize ability. It wouldn't fear such obstacles. And the Nightshade can manipulate shadows to climb walls.
His abilities are useless against the first two.
Instead, he chose to unleash his power at the final boundary checkpoint. Not only did this catch the others off guard, but it also blocked the other competitors outright, securing him a solid third place.
He's got some serious strategy.
Especially with that ice and fire combo. Not only did the steam dilute the toxic fog, it also concealed his shipmaiden. This kid may only have a great talent, but he's the only one who can make that talent shine like a flower. When it came to talent, Zhou Yuanshan never held back his praise. Yang Fan might not be a prodigy in the conventional sense of talent, but he was undoubtedly a genius in ingenuity.
Oh, I must admire your keen insight.
But that number 27 you hold in such high regard, it seems he hasn't even begun to exert himself yet? Apart from that sudden burst of speed earlier, he's now facing both the poison mist and ice wall attacks.
Can he handle it?
Hui Man's gaze suddenly shifted toward number 27, Zhang Hao. Zhou Yuanshan shrugged, his expression unchanged.
I'll stick to my original point.
This match has no shortage of prodigies and unexpected twists.
But if I had to name the biggest wildcard, it's still him.
Within the thick fog barrier, Zhou Hang gripped the helm of the apothecary ship, his vision piercing through the mist.
Plop. Suddenly,
a massive ice wall erupted from the distance, causing Zhou Hang's expression to tighten.
Slow down. Zhou Hang. Slow down.
Zhang Yao's frantic voice echoed through the captain's cabin.
Impact.
What she feared most was high-speed collisions. It was the lingering shadow from her family races, and it exposed the weakness of her own ship's hull. A thick ice wall loomed before them, yet Zhou Hang showed no sign of slowing down.
Master, don't be afraid. With my boost active, you'll definitely make it through. Smash through it. We'll just smash through it. Damn it. I told you to slow down. Zhang Yao experienced an unprecedented loss of composure.
When the slow down button lit up automatically, Zhou Hang's expression darkened imperceptibly. But,
Master, if you slow down automatically, wouldn't that mean we're voluntarily forfeiting this race? Give up. Fine, let's give up. If it comes down to it, we'll just buy that potion. No way. Give up? How would outsiders view me, the third young master of the Zhou family?
A flicker of wickedness danced in his eyes. At this moment, Zhou Hang didn't regard Zhang Yao as his master at all. Ignoring Zhang Yao's trembling body, he forcefully pressed the accelerate button. What psychological scars you carry, what do they have to do with me? I'm taking first place. It's that simple. Bang bang bang. As he hammered the accelerate key, Zhang Yao's voice trembled. You ungrateful disciple. What are you doing? Master. First place. We're going for first place. Zhou Hang's face twisted with madness as the pharmacist vehicle lurched and staggered under their relentless acceleration and deceleration. SSSS-hhh. At that very moment, a white vapor surged forward. The hull, flickering with flames, slammed violently into the pharmacist. Boom! The already unstable hull spun violently from the impact, whirling wildly on the churning sea. Who? Gripping the helm tightly, Zhou Hang's eyes blazed with fury. Hey! Hey, Zhou Hang? Have you lost your mind? That herbal-filled ship maiden of yours, you expect her to smash through an ice wall? Don't you care about her at all? I can't stand by and watch this. Calm down, will you? Crash. After the collision, Yang Fan's contemptuous voice echoed. SSSSSSSSS. Amidst the billowing green mist, a column of white steam rose higher and higher. With the path forward blocked, Yang Fan could no longer advance. Yet he remained utterly unflustered. On the innermost 16-circle ice wall, frost abruptly crystallized, rapidly forming a sloping ice ramp descending downward. Plop! As an icy path materialized ahead, the flame chaser burst through the sea surface. It scorched a black trail across the ice ramp and shot straight toward the innermost circle. Puff puff puff. White mist flickered within the green haze, growing ever more distant. Inside the medicine master, the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar within the stalled captain's cabin, which spun from the impact. Zhou Hang snapped back to reality, his eyes lighting up as he stared at the slanting ice passage ahead. Master. Master. We have a chance. We don't need to collide, we can take that ice passage too. There's still hope. He excitedly slapped the helm, completely oblivious to Jiang Yao's face, dark and dripping with water. Were you trying to kill me? Right? Master, you're overthinking it. Disciple. I was just impatient, wanting to secure a ranking. And isn't that ranking for your potion reward? I truly have your best interests at heart. Instantly forcing a phony "I'm doing this for your own good" smile, Zhou Hang looked at Jiang Yao with an awkward grin. Jiang Yao narrowed his eyes at Zhou Hang, saying nothing more. He slowly started the boat, reversing toward the slope. Chug chug chug. Amid the whirring of the engines, neither master nor apprentice spoke. Dead silence filled the captain's cabin. Lu Ruyan stood in a corner, her expression gradually turning playful. As a woman, she sensed a crack forming in the relationship between these two men. Fine by me. Old hag, you think you can be Zhou Hang's main wife? After today, my position as his main wife will be secure. She had long suspected the improper relationship between master and disciple. As a latecomer, Lu Ruyan had always turned a blind eye. Today, she finally found her chance. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Simultaneously, on the 17th lap of the racetrack, Zheng Hao swiftly dropped the outer anchor. With his signature anchor drift technique, the hull surged like a hurricane, poised to tear through the next corner. Snap! Suddenly, a massive ice wall rose up across the waterway. Ha! Ice? Did that kid Yang Fan unleash his power? The moment Zhang Hao saw the ice, his expression hardened as he instantly grasped the situation. But he had no intention of slowing down. Zheng Hao! Faster! Faster! Mo Euro beside him was still going crazy. Under the influence of the Devil's Dance, the entire Devil ship radiated a pitch-black, eerie glow. With a solidity rating of 264, the spiked Devil ship slammed into the ice wall like a cannonball, shattering it with a thunderous crash. Crackle crackle crackle. In an instant, the ice wall shattered. Amidst swirling ice shards and biting winds, the demon ship charged into the 18th lap without slowing down. Chapter 130, Azure Domain Relay Race, Never Fade Part 1. WODF. She's a monster, right? Inside the flame chaser, as the ice slope constructed between the 16th and 17th laps reached its peak, Young Fan witnessed with his own eyes his pride enjoy the ice wall being instantly breached by the devil. His jaw dropped in shock. She doesn't seem damaged at all. How hard must she be? Ice Gale instinctively touched her own skin. She couldn't imagine if she'd crashed into it at that speed, would her skin have exploded instantly? Monster! Chasing Flame spat out a curse, her gaze drifting toward the distance. Yang Fan! What should we do? He seems to be about to reach the transfer point. Ugh. There might still be hope. Don't forget, there's still a ring of poison mist. But Zhang Hao doesn't have water vapor shielding him. Plop. The moment he descended the 17th circle, Yang Fan slowly erected the icy slope leading to the 18th. Climbing circle by circle like this, though somewhat cumbersome, was at least a bit faster than navigating the curves on his own. Zheng Hao. You're not really going to collapse here, are you? His gaze fixed straight ahead, Yang Fan felt both hope and worry. Squeak, squeak, squeak. On the 18th lap, the moment he entered the circuit, Zheng Hao sensed something amiss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thick green miasma blew in from the mouth of the curve. The entire bend area of lap 18 was shrouded in a murky, emerald haze. Huff. At breakneck speed, Zheng Hao inhaled just a breath of it and his vision instantly began to blur. It felt like having 800 degrees of myopia and suddenly taking off his glasses. Blurred, hazy, unable to see clearly. Ugh. Zheng Hao, I feel so sick. Bai Huanwan's voice echoed from behind him. Zheng Hao turned his head, barely making out a shadowy figure frantically scratching at her eyes. Zheng Hao. Hurry. Faster. Beside him, Mo Euro remained in an extreme state. Even if her body was experiencing abnormalities, her mind remained hyper-alert. Damn it. There's something wrong with this fog. Is this the ability of the apothecary ship? Gripping the ship's helm, Zheng Hao's thoughts naturally drifted to that plant-laden vessel brimming with medicinal herbs. Of all the people here, only her appearance seemed to match this ability. Zhou Hang. So you were my opponent all along. Squinting, Zheng Hao couldn't make out the track ahead. He steered solely by instinct. Crash. The next instant, the speeding devil's chariot slammed into a wall. Blinded, Zheng Hao had no chance to turn in time. The devil's boat smashed through the ice wall completely, half its hull wedged deep inside the wall. The propeller's chugging sound instantly cut off. Thud. The force of the high-speed impact sent the three people in the captain's cabin flying unexpectedly. They slammed into the wall panels, their bodies burning with pain. Cough, cough, cough. But that wasn't all. The skill of the pharmacist continued to torment their physical condition. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears welled up in Zheng Hao's eyes, blurring his vision completely. He rose to his feet in a daze, feeling the blood trickling down his forehead. The scorching warmth of fresh blood spread across half his face, yet he still couldn't see a thing. You wrong? You wrong? He groped his way forward to the helm. Like a blind man, he slowly started the devil ship once more. Puff, puff, puff. But no sooner had the propeller begun spinning and the small boat emerged from the wall cavity than, after traveling barely a few hundred meters, it slammed into the corner of yet another bend on the 18th circuit with a resounding bang. Crash. The violent impact sent the cabin rocking and rolling once more. Zheng Hao felt his palms, clenched around the tiller, sting fiercely. Thud. 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 The boat collided wildly with the walls, and the transfer point, once within arm's reach, now seemed impossibly distant. Plop. At the same moment, the chasing flame, billowing steam, also landed within the 18th lap. Yang Fan watched as the devil ship careened haphazardly around the track, advancing with no discernible logic. He frowned, gazing at the devil ship, for a long moment before setting up the ice ramp once more and heading toward the 19th lap. His expression was one of pity, even a genius like you, who created so many ship skills, but once you lost your sight, don't worry. My brother, I'll carry on your will to win first place. Shaking his head, the flame chaser slowly climbed the slope leading to the 19th lap. Plop. Only after she plunged back into the water did the devil seem to find its rhythm. After each collision, it stiffened momentarily before restarting its engines and heading out toward the 18th lap. Plop, plop, plop. Following closely behind, within the 18th lap, the pharmacist also slowly descended the icy slope. Originally, she could have continued sliding down the ice slope all the way to the 19th circle. But, plop, plop, plop. Spotting the still crashing demon ship, Zhou Hang's lips curled upward inside the pharmacist ship. His expression brimmed with smug satisfaction as he remarked, well, isn't this young Master Zhang? Haven't seen you in a few minutes? Already fallen so far behind? As if driven by a twisted sense of amusement, Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes and abandoned the ice slope maneuver. He gripped the helm, steering the pharmacist to swiftly catch up to the demon. Just as the demon was about to make a sharp left turn into the 19th circuit, Zhou Hang suddenly scraped along the side of the slowing demon. Crash. The high-speed pharmacist rammed the devil, sending it crashing into the wall once more. Squeak, squeak. Like a blind man, the hull spun wildly along the wall before abruptly stalling. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You think you're so tough? Move. Move again. Blind man, you still want to compare yourself to me? Gazing at the wreckage of the demon ship behind him, Zhou Hang laughed more heartily than ever inside the pharmacist ship. Finally. The psychological shadow of being constantly crushed by Zheng Hao was finally released in this moment. He shouted excitedly, completely oblivious to Jiang Yao, who stood with a dark expression, clutching his arm and trembling all over. Hey! Hurry up and pass the transfer station. And if you keep doing these pointless things that delay the race, I'll kick you off the ship immediately. The icy reprimand echoed through the cabin, causing Zhou Hang's expression to freeze. His expression darkened. He said nothing, merely staring at Jiang Yao's retreating back, lost in thought. A mischievous grin slowly spread across his lips. Puff, puff, puff. 4th place. The pharmacist entered the 19th lap of the upper half of the track in 4th place. Hey. Is that number 27 completely out of the running now? Totally done for. Looks like he's poisoned and out of his mind, driving all over the place. What a shame. That navigator was actually pretty skilled, even held his own against the pros early on. But in the end, it comes down to stats and talent. Losing to the pharmacist ship isn't exactly embarrassing. Didn't everyone think King of Distant Mountains was a sure thing?
Does he still stand a chance in this situation? He's dead meat. Judging by that course, he's probably out of sight. How can he race if he can't see?
In the spectator stands, countless navigators pointed at the giant screen, their expressions filled with regret.
Far Mountain King. Even now, do you still think this, number 27, is the biggest wildcard in this race? Hui Man teased Zhou Yuanshan with a glance.
Zhou Yuanshan crossed his arms over his chest, his expression flickering uncertainly. Honestly, even I'm curious now.
How exactly does he plan to pull this off? Even if the dice of fate could roll an SSS-tier talent, a blind man wouldn't be much use. It seems. This promising contestant was sent packing by my third son.
His expression was mocking. At this moment, Zhou Yuanshan openly acknowledged Zhou Hang's identity once more.
Truly worthy of the Zhou bloodline.
Perhaps this year's second and third places will both belong to the Zhou family.
Hearing this, Hui Manan gave a sly smile. What did you say? Their gazes locked like needles meeting straw, neither willing to back down. The competition wasn't over yet, anything could still happen.
Yet it seemed everyone had already written off Zhang Hao.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
But, in an unnoticed corner, the stalled propeller of the devil restarted.
Stumbling and swaying, it once again entered the 19th turn. Chapter 131, Azure Domain Relay Race, Never Die Down Part 2. Zhang Hao. Cough cough cough. This can't go on. Even if Yu isn't injured by the collision, Bai Huan will be affected by the toxic mist during the second leg. Maybe we should withdraw.
Inside the devil ship's captain's cabin, green, ethereal poisonous mist kept billowing out. Jian Qinghan, dizzy and disoriented, covered her mouth and stood in a corner. Her worried gaze turned to Zhang Hao. At this moment, her usual coyness had vanished.
She desperately wanted to say, how about at the transfer point, the second shipmaiden should be me. But alas.
Because when they signed up for the relay race, she wasn't even registered. Forcing an unlisted shipmaiden onto the team would be a violation, resulting in immediate disqualification. Seeing the pitiful state of everyone in the cabin, she could only helplessly utter the word withdrawal.
Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. A series of coughs echoed through the cabin. Mo Euro and Bai Huan had been silent for quite some time.
Zhang Hao couldn't see them and couldn't gauge their condition, but because of the devil's dance, he was certain one thing: the toxic mist shouldn't be causing Mo Euro too much harm. Thud. Eyes closed, he steadied the helm. Zhang Hao remained silent, calculating the collision timing based on the fixed rotation speed of each turn. Thud. After each collision, he reacted as if responding to something, swiftly straightening the rudder and increasing the rotation speed. After several such maneuvers, the little boat began to show signs of accelerating immediately after impact.
Zhang Hao. Don't forget, Bai Huan can't crash into walls. Jian Qinghan's warnings echoed incessantly.
Zhang Hao felt the metallic tang of rust filling his nostrils as the boat stalled once more from the collision. His expression grew increasingly grave.
I always thought. In this race, my opponent would be Zhou Zhong, it would be the Sailing Federation. But I was wrong. My opponent has always been Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang. Truly the protagonist.
If not for me, you would have used Yang Fan's ice slope and this toxic fog to secure a top 3 spot in the first half of the race, right?
Now, has the script shifted back toward your destined path? A dazzlingly luminous die instantly appeared in his palm. Zhang Hao. I don't want to lose. I refuse to lose. The faint echo of Mo Euro's voice reached his ears. Zhang Hao's expression hardened. Lose? I refuse to lose to some so-called destiny. Talent, dice of fate. Clang.
The starlight glittering dice rolled endlessly through the poisonous mist, finally settling abruptly on the number 4.
Blessing of the fate dice 4 activated. Randomly drawing a B-rank talent. This fate blessing, B-rank talent never fade.
Never fails, no matter if your shipgirl collides or faces skill talent interference, the fiery heart remains unshaken. The spinning propeller will forever rotate at maximum speed.
Never stalls? The new talent's description flashed through Zhang Hao's mind, raising an eyebrow. This. Exactly the talent he needed right now.
Blinded by darkness, every high-speed collision inevitably caused the devil ship to stall and shut down.
But, what if it had, never stalls? What would it become? A bull charging recklessly? After relentless collisions, it keeps crashing again and again?
If that were the case, perhaps even through collision with high-frequency impacts there might be a chance to reach the transfer point.
Clang.
The 4 on the dice dissolved into starlight, falling directly onto the deck.
Rat-a-tat-tat. At the same moment, the propeller of the devil ship revved up again, spinning with a menacing roar.
Zhang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim as another die began to glow in his hand.
Not enough. One die alone won't solve everything. Clang. As the second die spun into view, its face settled on a 4. Fate's dice 4 blessing pool activated. Randomly drawing a B-rank talent. This fate blessing, B-rank talent Siren's Veil. Siren's Veil, designate one ship maiden to be cloaked by the Siren's Veil.
Under its shroud, the vessel gains immunity to one talent skill and blocks one instance of physical damage.
Note, the veil vanishes after blocking one skill and one physical damage instance. Oh, well. If we use this on MO Euro, she could regain her vision right now, right?
But there are only 2 laps left in the first race.
Using it now would make it less cost-effective. Besides, I've already figured out how to navigate the turns. So, clang. The second dice of fate spun briefly in his hand before suddenly plunging toward Bai Huanwan's body. It transformed into a shimmering blue and red veil that enveloped her form. Hum. 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 Almost the instant the siren's veil descended, the blue light veil instantly dissipated. Bai Huanwan's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. The siren's veil had granted immunity to the poison mist's damage. This, Zhou Hang. What exactly are you planning?
Jin Qinghan observed everything unfold, puzzled as to why Zhang Hao hadn't prioritized using the ability on MO Euro. The third dice of fate, along with the fusion upgrade, I'll save them for the second stage.
As for why I'm not restoring your own sight, Jin Qinghan, watch this.
My new ship skill technique, collision point acceleration.
What?
Stunned, he looked at Zhang Hao, who remained blindfolded with eyes tightly shut. Yet his palms gripped the helm with newfound resolve, standing rigid as a wooden statue, waiting for some decisive moment. At the maximum RPM of 257, the hull took less than a second to accelerate before crashing into the ice wall with a thunderous boom. Crash.
The impact slowed the vessel, causing it to lose control at the 19th bend and slide forward uncontrollably.
In that instant of force colliding with force, Zhang Hao corrected the course, keeping the hull moving forward. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the helm, still hunting for that critical moment. Boom! Almost immediately after the collision, bolstered by the never-die engine's boost, the hull regained balance within seconds and slammed into the middle bend once more.
Only this time. Boom! 3, 2, 1.
Zhang Hao must have calculated the speed and timing of the collision perfectly. Just as the bow was about to strike the wall, he abruptly spun the wheel. The bow tilted sharply, and the stern slammed into the wall with brutal force. Crash! The turning impact caused unstoppable vibrations that slowed the vessel.
But, had it been the bow,
all the force would have been transferred to the wall, making stalling and slowing inevitable.
But, what if the stern, moving at high speed, had slammed into the wall while rotating? Force begets force. Boom!
The instant the stern collided with the wall, the devil's ship's stern whipped around. As it slammed into the wall, the ice cracked. The ship's body, propelled by the rotational impact of the stern, pulled away from the wall.
The moment the collision force transmitted. This was the moment. 257, 237, 267.
As the collision slowed the ship, the rebound propelled it out of the curve.
Empowered by the never-die engine, the previously fixed RPM actually broke the limit. Chapter 132 Azure Realm Relay Race, Impact Thrust. Boom! The terrifying collision force sent the devil hurtling forward like a raging bull.
Far from stalling, it charged even more furiously toward the next corner.
Puff puff puff.
A white dragon erupted across the track. Less than 3 seconds after the collision, the devil's chariot, propelled by the 262's rotational speed, slammed into the next corner.
Crash! Another terrifying crash echoed through the racetrack.
Zhang Hao seemed to have mastered the technique, once again timing his maneuver so that just as the bow was about to hit the wall, he violently slammed the spinning stern into the ice barrier.
And so, the exact same maneuver as before repeated itself. 267, 257, 267.
The boat accelerated rapidly before impact, slowed during collision, but the moment it left the wall, the force of the rebound sent it charging like a wild bull released from its cage, hurtling toward the next corner.
Crash! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The 19th lap echoed with terrifying crashes.
The devil ship charged forward like a rampaging tyrannosaurus, its collisions growing fiercer with each impact.
Throughout this entire process, Zhang Hao didn't need to see any visuals.
He only needed to sense the distance and timing before the collision to execute the technique, stern spinning collision acceleration.
In fact,
navigating blindfolded like this, he was now faster than his previous anchor turn technique.
Is this even possible? Jin Qinghan was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what?
By rotating the stern during the turn to collide with the wall, he harnessed the repulsive force generated at the moment of impact.
Using that repulsive force as propulsion, he managed to accelerate the ship while turning? What kind of genius maneuver is this? Holy crap!
I just witnessed a miracle. Eyes gleaming, Jin Qinghan felt he was witnessing a legend. Another unheard-of ship maneuver.
Impact thrust.
A famous technique from Blue Star Racing in his past life. If you've ever played any racing games, you definitely know the bump boost technique.
By all logic and conditions, this technique should never be possible in a boat race. But
now, it's a case of right place, right time.
Because the Cyan Realm Relay Race features ice walls, ensuring collision points throughout the entire course.
And thanks to the Never Stalls enhancement, Zhou Hang can showcase the techniques he mastered in his past life on Blue Star.
It could be said.
This ship maneuver is one that only Zhang Hao can execute at this very moment. Once he leaves this arena, the boost from never fails ends, and even he would struggle to replicate it.
My blindness doesn't affect my operation in the slightest. Now, just ram it hard. Whether it's the wall or the hull, smash it open. With eyes closed, Zhang Hao sensed the next impact point. Boom! Before the next collision, the stern whipped forward. After the boom shattered the wall, the ship charged toward the 20th turn at a terrifying speed of 262 revolutions per minute. Boom! Rumble!
Fourth position on the route, inside the pharmacist's cabin. Zhou Hang could hear the terrifying crash of impact nearly every few seconds. With each aftershock of the impact, he could feel the hull of the apothecary tremble.
Damn it! What the hell is Zhang Hao doing? Even now, he still won't give up? A wave of unease washed over Zhou Hang. He kept glancing back, but nothing happened. I guess I overreacted. He couldn't possibly catch up now.
A blind man, how could he? Patting his chest, Zhou Hang was about to make his final sprint. Crash! This time, a thunderous crash echoed from behind. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Even the surrounding slow-moving seawater began to vibrate eerily.
What the hell?
Before the word ghost could even leave his lips. Crash! Behind the stern of the pharmacist, shards of ice flew everywhere. The pitch-black demon, like a monstrous beast, rammed its stern into the wall at the 20th bend, shattering it. Then, like a catapulted cannonball, it hurtled diagonally straight toward the ship ahead.
Like a demon lunging forward. Like a beast charging.
More like a madman wielding a kitchen knife, charging recklessly toward you.
Holy SHT.
The sheer intensity of the visual impact left Zhou Hang stunned for half a minute.
This. He's blind, isn't he? How could he possibly catch up? So fast. What the hell is he trying to do?
Eyes wide, Lu Ruyan stared in disbelief at the figure behind them.
Boom! In the blink of an eye.
The black boat collided left and right, charging like a mad beast in a zigzag pattern. It smashed through the ice walls lining the racetrack, weaving sideways until it reached the stern of the medicine master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy wind lashed their faces as the poison pool of the devil ship glowed with a sinister black light. Spinning at 267 revolutions per minute, it lunged like a black spear, poised to pierce the stern of the apothecary.
No!
Terrified of the collision, the particle light of Jianyao flickered incessantly. The entire apothecary suddenly stalled, halting in place, not daring to move an inch.
Boom!
A thunderous roar exploded beside their ears, sending shards of ice flying. When she finally regained her senses, she saw only a black lightning bolt tracing a zigzag path. It had narrowly grazed the apothecary, tearing gaping holes in both side walls before vanishing into the latter half of the 20-lap track. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy wind swept past, the hull of the pharmacist still trembling. Jianyao stared at the receding devil, his lips trembling uncontrollably.
Madman! Who drives a ship like that? Just plowing through like that? That lunatic!
Her light flickered erratically for a long moment before hesitantly activating the ship's engines, slowly closing the gap. Inside the captain's cabin of the pharmacist, a deathly silence hung in the air. Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan exchanged a silent glance, both saw the same disdain for Jianyao in each other's eyes. But neither dared speak, merely fixing the apothecary with grim stares as it moved slowly.
Damn it! It's moving! Number 27 is moving again. Damn it, what kind of driving is this? Just barreling through the turn? So reckless. Seriously, this driving style is putting the boatwoman's hardness to the test, isn't it? Crazy. He's crashing around like a maniac. The boatwomen up front must be freaking out seeing this chaos behind them. Hey, did you notice? Even though he's been crashing into everything, his speed hasn't dropped at all. Yeah. That's why his driving looks like he's steering a dinosaur. He doesn't slow down after every collision. How does he do that? Damn. He caught up. He's going for third place. Meanwhile, on the spectator platform, countless navigators' eyes were glued to Zhang Hao in fifth place. Wildly reckless sailing. Rough and devoid of technique, yet it sent blood boiling and adrenaline surging. Holy crap! Is this the one that the Far Mountain King has his eye on? Never seen anyone take corners this brutally before. With that style, who wouldn't get smashed into on the road? TSK. Who knew that little black boat had such high crash resistance? Hui Man stared at the big screen in utter shock, her face flushed with tension from witnessing that unprecedented collision technique. No. Amateurs see the spectacle, professionals see the skill. This Zhang Hao is truly a genius. Zhou Yuanshan gradually relaxed his arms wrapped around his chest, pressing both hands against the lectern as he leaned forward, his entire body focused on the screen. His eyes held nothing but profound respect for Zhang Hao. Far Mountain King. What exactly do you mean by that? Is a collision really genius? Hui Man was perplexed. Zhou Yuanshan shook his head. Under normal circumstances, a collision certainly isn't genius. But don't forget he's currently blind, and he still has 2 opponents ahead of him. In this situation, if he wants to win, what else can he do? He can only accelerate. But if he speeds up without being able to see, he'll inevitably crash into the curve and stall, right? Most people faced with this kind of predicament would probably have given up long ago, right? Hui Man fell deep in thought upon hearing this. As she watched the devil's chaser plow through the chaos in a chaotic zigzag, she felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Is he risking his life? No. Look closely. After each collision, his RPM spikes briefly, significantly closing the gap to the front. If I'm not mistaken, he's using the collisions to boost his RPM. Gaining RPM through collisions. This is yet another unheard of sailing technique. Chapter 133, Azure Domain Relay Race, 3rd place in the semifinals, Devil Class C. Ship technique? You mean this reckless ramming is actually a sailing technique? Wide-eyed, Humanman was utterly dumbfounded. Ship technique? How many sailing techniques had this race even seen? Besides the dazzling ship-human unity, this collision point acceleration move akin to a bull charge delivered the most visually stunning impact, truly dazzling the eyes. So, I said he's a genius. Gaining speed through collisions, charging recklessly. Even without sight, just by keenly sensing the collision distance, he achieves high-speed cornering. This boat technique seems tailor-made for his current predicament. I have reason to suspect he just invented this boat technique to directly create a game-changing ship technique in such a desperate situation. He is a genius. He is the wildcard of this race. A genius? Zhou Yuanshan's words echoed faintly throughout the entire spectator area. At that moment, everyone watching the screen where the wild bull was charging wildly suddenly felt a mix of awe and fear. Your talent is exceptional, your stats are off the charts. All that can be achieved by studying your race footage, analyzing your patterns, and crafting specialized racing maneuvers tailored just for you. But if you're talking about a monster who can create boat skills based on real-time conditions, then what the hell is the point of racing at all? Genius. Is this what genius looks like? All eyes were fixed on the devil ship, frozen in eternal stillness. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had become the brightest star of the entire match. 500 meters to the transfer station. 300 meters to the transfer station. Inside the Chasing Flame's captain's cabin, Chasing Flame reported the latest course, her face radiant with delight. For the preliminary round of the Grade A Ship Maiden competition, securing 3rd place in the first half of the medium-scale tournament was already an exceptionally proud achievement. Well done, young fan. You didn't let us down. Tonight's reward, you're treating us both to maintenance. Binglan, adopting the air of an older sister admiring her younger brother, patted Yang Fan's shoulder with satisfaction, causing him to shudder in surprise. Ha! Maintenance. Can we do it in a few days? I'm not feeling great right now. Poof. Wimp. What happened to burning yourself up? Already burned out. He shot a helpless glance at the 2 shipmothers in the cabin. Only now did Yang Fan grasp the profound meaning behind Zhang Hao's words. Zhang Hao, men really do understand each other. He gave a bitter smile, just as he was about to crane his neck toward the transfer platform. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, a spray of waves erupted behind him, and Yang Fan's expression instantly hardened. Is he here? Zhou Hang. I knew it. Between you and me, a showdown was inevitable. Without even turning his head, Yang Fan recognized the explosive roar behind him as Zhou Hang's S-class shipmaiden pharmacist accelerating. At the final transfer point, an S-class shipmaiden with higher rotational speed than his own would inevitably attempt to catch up. Poof. I'll show you that the Mountain Sea region isn't just home to one genius like Zhang Hao. Chasing Flame, lock the bow in place. Then, hoist the stern. Dragon, whip tail. Both hands abruptly seized the lower half of the helm, then spun it rapidly at high frequency. Zhu Yan's expression brightened. The particle light projection remained motionless from the waist up, while its lower body twisted and swayed like a dancer. Is that the boat skill the guy just used? Yang Fan, you know it too? Puff puff puff. On the sea surface, the crimson Chasing Flame kept its bow steady while its stern whipped back and forth at high frequency. Burning sparks and icy vapors drifted like mist, trailing an S-shaped fog trail across the racecourse. Cool. A stunning, dreamlike, even beautiful recreation of the ship technique. Way to go, young fan. You didn't let us down. Your reward, a bowl of goji berry and Chinese yam soup tonight. As Ice Mist spoke, he reached for his phone to look up little tips for men's kidney health. Yang Fan, having successfully executed the dragon's tail, let a faint smile curve his lips. Ha. You rascal, Zhou Hang. With that herbal-laden vessel of yours, dare you ram my flame chaser? 3rd place. I'm taking it. Boom. Just as the captain's cabin was filled with jubilant celebration, a terrifying thunderclap echoed through the air. What? Puff puff puff. Visibly, an indentation suddenly exploded in the ice wall about 20 meters to the rear left. Large chunks of ice flew everywhere, followed by a wave of chill. Then, a pitch-black shadow charged like a wild bull, slanting toward the right wall ahead. Just as the black light seemed to rebound off the wall. Boom! The flame chaser merely grazed the shadow for an instant, yet the entire vessel was instantly spun violently. Like a whip-spinning top, the flame chaser's dragon tail maneuver instantly dissolved. After being slammed into high-speed rotation within the curve, it crashed boom into the ice wall. Crackle crackle crackle. The ice wall shattered, sending the captain's cabin rocking violently from side to side. Yang Fan clung to the helm, his lower body suspended in midair. Rumble. Fortunately, most of the collision's force was dissipated by the ship's rotation, so the damage to the hull after hitting the ice wall wasn't too severe. Crackle crackle crackle. Ice shards slowly fell onto the chasing flame, sizzling and steaming as they melted. Beneath the thick, white mist filling the cabin, Yang Fan snapped back to his senses. Rubbing his eyes, now covered in droplets, he stared straight ahead in disbelief. Boom! The pitch-black hull, after another high-impact collision with the ice wall, shot forward, smashing through a corner of the transfer platform and hurtling onto the glacial plateau. Third place. That shipmaiden snatched third place from me at the last second. Damn it! What kind of monster crashes like that? Wait. That's... His pupils widened as Yang Fan scrutinized the ship on the ice. His entire body trembled in shock. That's the devil ship? No way? But Zhang Hao couldn't see it anymore. How could he catch up to us? Zhou Hang. Useless piece of. Muttering under his breath, Yang Fan recalled the harrowing brush with the devil ship moments ago. His expression shifted from shock to something strange. Then what the hell kind of speed was that? And such a reckless driving style. A blind man risking his life? He couldn't fathom what had transpired in that split second. Staring at the devil ship frozen in place on the glacier, he felt a deep respect. He truly is the one I should be chasing. He actually caught up. Yang Fan. Your maintenance session tonight is cancelled. Ice Mist clutched her head, now red from the collision, glaring at Yang Fan as he continued his adolescent ramblings. She snapped impatiently, aren't we going to the transfer platform? Ha? Really? His face lit up with delight. But when Yang Fan met Bing Lan's reproachful gaze, his expression instantly soured. Oh, that's such a shame. You know, I really wanted to spend the night with you guys. Get lost. SSS-tier. Transit platform glacial terrace. After gliding dozens of meters beneath the devil ship, there was still no collision. Feeling the icy chill seep in, Zhang Hao in the captain's cabin could sense it even with his eyes closed. He's reached the transfer platform. Halfway mark. Third place, Navigator Zhang Hao, number 27, piloting the ship Maiden Devil. Amidst the howling cold wind, the faint announcement of a judge could be heard. Competitors, please hurry to swap out your ship maidens. Begin the second half of the race. On the ice rink, a burly man in a down jacket slowly approached the devil ship aboard a sled. His stern face was filled with astonishment. He likely never imagined that such a ship maiden would secure third place. Creak. Creak. The pitch-black hull remained utterly still. Through the dim light, the door to the captain's cabin opened. A man covered in blood leaned against the helm, letting the cold wind pour into the cabin as he stared blankly at the wheel. Zhang Hao's eyes were hazy, the whites inside clouded as if afflicted by some eye disease. Is he blind? A blind man steering this ship to third place? Witnessing this scene, the judge was even more astonished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind blew through the cabin. Zhang Hao kept rubbing his eyes as his pupils slowly focused. In the pitch-black vision, outlines of light and shadow were gradually emerging. Time's up. The skill interference period of the medicine boat was about to end. Zhang Hao. Are you okay? Suddenly, a pair of warm little hands cupped his face. Zhang Hao's vision sharpened, and he slowly made out Mo's anxious expression. Her eyes were red, whether from the poisonous mist or genuine tears, he couldn't tell. The extreme state has ended. Zhang Hao smiled calmly. Mo completely lost it. Why? I don't want first place anymore. How could you do this? It's nothing. It's just a little bruising around the eyes. Nothing more than a touch of hardship. Wiping the dried blood from his face, Zhang Hao gently rubbed Mo's small hand. Don't worry. From now on, nothing bad will happen to me. Really? Zhang Hao. If it comes down to it, maybe we should withdraw from the competition. Your health comes first, above any ranking. Without realizing it, Mo had wrapped her arms around Zhang Hao. His vision gradually cleared. He watched as particles of light flickered around Mo, a line of data rapidly flashing into view. Demon ship. Propeller RPM, 59 greater than 65 3 plus 3 Stardust growth propeller. Yaw stability, 5462. Sail mast wind storage, 5460 plus 6. Hardness, 5460 plus 10. Anchor stability, 5462. Endurance, 5463. Sailor overall rating, C class. Chapter 134, Azure Realm Relay Race, Rainy Day Risks. So she's leaping from the D+ tier ship maiden ranks, skipping C tier, and advancing towards C tier?
Observing MO Euro's data shift, Zhou Hang remained unfazed. As the ship maiden with the greatest potential on the Magic Sea Star, a +5 boost across all attributes per race was MO Euro's signature trait. But this collective +6 likely stemmed from plundering Zhou Hang's destiny fortune, a bonus reward. Perhaps the 50 magic points from winning first place could further address MO Euro's weaknesses. Wait, we still need to save some hardness points for Bai Huan.
Zhang Hao's gaze flickered as he glanced at Bai Huan.
She was applying Glacier Glide Potion to her body as casually as applying sunscreen.
Whoa! Now I finally understand why Dad never gives me any magic points. Because he doesn't have enough for himself. Upon reflection. As the second generation Cloud Dragon King, if I wanted to raise an S-class ship maiden, wouldn't I just ask Dad for magic points? But it's not that simple. How many ship maidens does a single navigator have to support? Even for his own son, the old man wouldn't have any spare magic points to spare. Self-reliance cultivating your own ship maiden is an unspoken rule of this world. Why? Zheng Hao, I shouldn't have insisted you compete for rankings. But every time I get into that state, I just can't control myself. The figure in his arms looked like a wronged little deer, clinging tightly to him while sobbing. Zheng Hao sighed helplessly, ruffling MO Euro's hair. Alright. It's not your fault. I just didn't see Zhou Hang's move coming. It's all fine now.
Contestant number 27, if you don't launch your boat soon, the fourth contestant who arrived later will be launching theirs.
The referee couldn't stomach the sweetness anymore.
He pointed at young Fan, who was already swapping out his ship maiden, utterly speechless.
Oh boy, you think I'm not bringing my boat girl today, huh? Sorry. Bai Huan, how's it going? He turned to look at Bai Huan in the corner.
She had already finished applying the Glacier Glide Potion, her skin glowing bright white all over.
All set. Deploy the hull. Roger that.
As the white skeletal hull glowed, a massive skeletal ship materialized abruptly on the glacier. Unlike last time, the entire skeleton of the catastrophe was now coated in a thin layer of frost, its white bones glistening with a faint blue ice.
Upon closer inspection, a faint red glow flickered within the skeletal framework.
That was the amplified effect of the Glacier Glide Potion and the Banshee's Veil physical immunity.
Alright. You row.
Jian Qinghan, head to the finish line and wait for me.
Bai Huan's hull can't carry many people.
I'll finish the race as quickly as possible. Giving MO Euro a light pat on the back, Zheng Hao strode out of the captain's cabin, deftly leaping onto the disaster skeleton. He made his way along the snow-covered path, ducking into the bone sphere cockpit.
But, Zheng Hao, you.
MO Euro clearly remained worried, her willow leaf brows furrowing in concern.
Click. Suddenly,
a pair of large hands abruptly landed on her shoulders, accompanied by a steady voice, "Don't worry.
He could pilot a ship blindfolded. What could possibly challenge him in the upcoming races? Ha? Sister Qinghan?"
Turning around, Jian Qinghan's face was equally smeared with blood. Yet she hadn't uttered a word the entire time, her gaze fixed on the slowly departing disaster.
I think he won't lose. He'll end the Zhou family's reign as top-ranked. Unprecedented words, spoken with absolute certainty, echoed within the captain's cabin.
MO Euro stared blankly at Jian Qinghan, her expression filled with suspicion.
You? What happened between you two? How can you trust Zheng Hao so much? Nothing.
Jian Qinghan gazed into the distance, fingers hidden behind his back, twisting them together with practiced ease. It's just admiration for his sailing skills. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Dark clouds hung heavy in the sky, raindrops still falling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlike conventional methods of propelling a vessel through the sea using a propeller, relying on the reduced hull friction of glide mode to navigate, Zheng Hao always felt a sense of security as if he hadn't deactivated deceleration. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cold wind and snow lashed against the bony masts, swelling the sails taut. Though the disaster only had 89 wind gauges on its mast, within moments merely gliding across the ice the skeletal frame ahead displayed a reading of 103. Holy crap! I kinda get why not many people entered this race. Rainy weather. Rain accelerates the glide, making the hull even more uncontrollable. At least we're still on the glacier's transition point. Once we hit the second race zone and start accelerating through the ice channels, any botched turn could mean crashing into the wall and dying instantly. Zheng Hao. So slippery. The ground is so slippery. Wah! Bai Huan's frantic shrieks echoed behind them. Zheng Hao gripped the bone-white steering rod with both hands, his expression solemn.
By Huan Huan. From here on out, we only have one last chance to crash through. Are you confident? I do. Speak up. I didn't hear you. I do. Holy crap.
No sooner had he shouted than the disaster-class vessel suddenly accelerated, hurtling toward a pitch-black ice cave. Bai Huan Huan, terrified, immediately buried her head in Zhang Hao's shoulder.
Zhang Hao was speechless. Gurgle. After plunging into the ice cave of the transit station, a deep blue expanse filled their vision. Gurgle gurgle.
This structure resembled an underwater tunnel, somewhat like a sloping slide, but surrounded by transparent ice blocks. As they descended, not only did the icy surface accelerate their slide, but they could even glimpse the shimmering blue waters below through the translucent ice. 108, 123. Holy crap! Holy crap! The faster they slid, the louder Bai Huan Huan's shrieks echoed in their ears. Zhang Hao could only cover his ears, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Not a trace of the first place Yu Wen or second place Zhou Zhong was in sight. They must have already reached the second race zone by now.
Oh no. Zhang Hao. Should we take care of those two first? Let's save the showdown between us, Mountain Sea region navigators, for last, how about it?
Yang Fan's voice came from behind. The ice mist entered the frozen tunnel as if returning home.
Its irregularly textured ice hull effortlessly controlled acceleration and deceleration, gliding through the tunnel as if on level ground. TSK. Let's catch up to those two first. Chapter 135, Azure Realm Relay Race, Charging Skills. Plop. Plop. Meanwhile,
at the end of the underwater tunnel, two ship maidens had already burst out of the tunnel entrance, gliding swiftly across the snow-covered glacier. Whoosh! A cold wind and rain, mixed with large flakes of snow, fell. Before them, the glacier revealed a track pattern identical to the coil course from the first race zone.
20 laps. The same formula, the same length and width.
The only difference was that this time, the track had transformed from water into ice formed by melting snow. At the center of the finished circle, a massive camera was positioned, and several referees stood watch.
Vroom vroom vroom.
Leading the charge was the energy charge, its entire hull shimmering with purple crystals. The purple crystal cluster's flag fluttered. Instead of relying on glide potion for movement, the energy accumulator had cumbersome sled components mounted beneath its hull.
Puff puff puff.
As its track spun at high speed, the energy accumulator accelerated rapidly, charging into the entrance of the mosquito coil track at a staggering 100 revolutions per minute. With a pow, snow exploded, splashing the stern. A blue and red ship maiden, decked in icy water, followed close behind. The blue and red magnet ship maiden, without using any components, relied solely on coasting to stay firmly on the energy storage ship's tail.
Inside the magnet ship's captain's cabin,
a ship maiden with shoulder-length hair and blue-red heterochromatic eyes stared intently at the energy stored ahead, craning her neck forward as if itching to leap.
Hey, Zhou Zhong. How about we ram her off the road at the bend? What do you say?
Magnetic Snow's face turned icy cold as she shook her long hair in disgust. The energy charge had just splashed her with filthy water, leaving her thoroughly annoyed.
Magnus No, hold your horses. We've never seen this ship maiden before, no clue what her attributes are. Rushing into a collision isn't advisable.
In my opinion, we should try a frontal breakthrough first. Hands pressed against the blue and red steering wheel, Zhou Zhong's body shimmered with starlight, talent, amplification.
Hum. As the starlight vanished into the ship's hold, the magnetic stats surged dramatically. Magnet amplification active. Propeller speed, 92 greater than 119. Yaw stability, 89116. Sail mast wind storage, 91 greater than 118. Stiffness, 99 greater than 129. Anchor stability, 94121. Endurance, 93,120. With attributes now rivaling those of an SS-class ship maiden, Magnetic Snow's cheeks flushed crimson.
Her mast wind storage surged to full capacity at 118, propelling her to accelerate unabashedly down the ice track.
128. 138.
Propelled by terrifying snow water acceleration, the little boat gained momentum like a snowball rolling downhill, growing faster and faster.
Puff puff puff. Meanwhile,
inside the energy storage ship's captain's cabin, Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. She kept glancing back, clearly sensing the accelerating threat behind her. As a first-time participant in the Azure Domain relay race, she dared not push to full speed. She even deliberately slowed down through the turns, terrified of sliding into the walls. But the magnet ship behind her seemed to be racing recklessly, accelerating relentlessly.
Damn it.
This guy isn't just fearless about crashing into walls, he must know the glacier's glide path like the back of his hand.
Driving like this on the local track is pure overconfidence.
Yuan shot a sarcastic glance at the magnet behind him before pressing the accelerate button.
If you want to play, I'll play alone. The energy charge's toughness is no joke. Let me guess. You want to overtake me, but since you're relying on the sails to build momentum, you can't use blade surge again. So what are you planning?
Staring intently at the rear, Yuan's eyelids suddenly began twitching uncontrollably.
Because even before reaching the second bend, the magnet began shifting its hull.
With its body tilted sideways, it had already started navigating a slightly straighter course. This maneuver, this pattern, how incredibly familiar it felt. Is this inertial drift? This guy, Zhou Hang, has he learned Zhang Hao's sailing techniques from the Black Ship race? My right eyelid is twitching like crazy. Only now did Yuan finally grasp the pressure Yin Yang had faced when confronting Zhou Hang. The title of Cyan Domain's #1 young master was no empty boast. Puff puff puff. The tilted magnet ship seemed to have locked its rotation speed at 150, steadily gliding sideways, looking harmless enough. But Yuan knew the true terror of inertial drift lay in the curves. The moment it entered a curve, having pre-adjusted its hull, it could achieve instant acceleration within the bend, overtaking opponents in the blink of an eye. Alright. Looks like I'll have to bring out some real skills. Yuan's expression flickered as he silently turned his gaze toward the steering wheel inlaid with amethyst crystals. Above the wheel, two peculiar progress bars displayed. As the ship progressed, the progress of both bars steadily increased. One read, charging, awaiting activation. The other displayed, charging in progress. At that moment, the data for the energy storage ship also glowed brightly, suspended above the wheel. Energy storage. Propeller speed, 97. Lateral bending stability, 92. Mast wind storage, 95. Stiffness, 100. Anchor stability, 95. Endurance, 100. Skill, Amethyst Will. Amethyst Will passive, the energy saver accumulates power over time while sailing, continuously increasing its rotational speed. Each minute boosts speed by 1 point, consuming 1 point of endurance. Current maximum boost, 10 points. Amethyst Will active, the energy saver gains charge during races. Upon reaching required charge, it enters crystal space, ignoring racetracks and terrain to traverse a virtual parallel dimension for 30 seconds. Note, this skill can only be used once per race. Hull overall rating, S+grade. Thanks to the combined effect of speed boost and snow-water acceleration, the propeller RPM of the energy saver now surged to an astonishing 150. Creak creak. The tracks beneath the hull churned relentlessly. One purple, one blue-red, they were locked in a dead heat on the track, the gap between them showing no sign of closing. But at the instant of the second ice track bend, Magnet still didn't slow down. With the snow water making the ice even slipperier, its terrifying 160 revolutions per minute speed pressed right onto the left side of energy. Inertia drift. Zhou Hang unleashed his long-planned maneuver at the corner's apex. The already leaning Magnet quickly straightened up. 165, 170. A reckless acceleration. With no intention of slowing down, the straightened hull leveraged its advantage of not needing stern adjustments to close the gap at the exit of the curve and overtake the energy saver. Naive. Energy reserve. Amethyst Will. Yuan skillfully wrapped his arms around energy storage S-waist, causing her face to flush instantly. Buzz. The next moment, the entire small boat, enveloped in purple crystal, suddenly burst into a brilliant purple glow. The Amethyst Will passive skill activated. A 10% boost to rotational speed might not seem like much. But this is on an ice-covered track. The instant that 10 revolutions per minute boost kicked in, the energy charge felt like it had been given a push, suddenly accelerating to 190 revolutions per minute and roaring away from the magnet. Buzz buzz buzz. Purple auroras still flickered across the snowy landscape. At this moment, the energy storage was dazzlingly terrifying. How is this possible? I'm not slowing down at all, yet I still can't catch up to her? Inside the Magnet's captain's cabin, Zhou Hang's face darkened as he watched the energy stern grow ever more distant. It's a skill. It's that ship maiden skill. Damn it. In that case, if you're ahead of me, Magnet Snow, activate the skill magnetic pole positive pole adsorption. Yes. Chapter 136, Azure Domain Relay Race, A Shifting Tide. Hum. As the hull of the Magnet-class vessel swayed, a magnetic pole erupted from its hull. Buzz buzz buzz. The energy ship, which had been racing ahead, visibly hesitated as its speed abruptly dropped. Yuan, I feel like something's pulling me. Inside the energy ship's captain's cabin, Energy lay nestled in Yuan's arms, her body swaying uncomfortably. Yuan's lips curved into a smile, seemingly unconcerned by Zhou Hang's tactics, as he gently stroked energy storage's slender waist. I know. Energy, bear with it. This tactic only works on you in your current state. Stealing attributes? Trying to surpass me with numbers? He narrowed his eyes toward the helmsman. Just as I thought. The attributes have already started decreasing. Energy storage. Propeller RPM 97 greater than 90. Yaw stability 9285. Mast wind storage 9580. Rigidity 10,095. Anchor stability 9591. Endurance 100 greater than 70. Seems kinda terrifying after all.
But, Zhou, you've met your match. Forget about taking first place this time. His gaze fixed intently on the charging interface of Amethyst Will, where the progress bar was about to hit 100%. Puff puff puff. Meanwhile, on the other side, due to the stolen attributes, the dynamic shifted. The energy accumulator S speed plummeted while the magnet S continued to climb. 200 revolutions. At a full 200 revolutions per minute, the magnet hurtled toward the energy like a rolling boulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hull of the magnet began tilting once more. Once more, it adjusted its hull on a slightly straighter section of the ice track, the familiar inertial drift. I'll be damned if I let you get away with it. How are you gonna outrun me this time? Inertial drift. At the third bend, Zhou Hang executed the inertial drift with practiced ease, the hull suddenly accelerating through the curve. Inside the captain's cabin, Zhou Hang and Magnetic Snow, eyes locked onto the energy charge, their gazes cold and terrifying. Closer. Closer. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. The gap was nearly closed. The hull was already sideways, overtaking the energy storage. Zhou Hang and Magnetic Snow's expressions lit up with anticipation. They planned to immediately activate magnetic pole negative pole repulsion after overtaking, completely pinning the energy storage behind them. At that moment, this race would be decided once and for all. But, ha, you really want to overtake me, huh? Sorry, but I'm not going to let you surpass me. A faintly mocking voice reached his ear, and Yuan's tone suddenly turned icy. Time's up. Energy charge, Amethyst Will. Roger that. Buzz buzz buzz. The amethyst-covered hull erupted in blinding light. Whoosh. The next instant, the energy ship, still racing side by side with the magnet ship through the curve, suddenly flickered indistinctly beneath the sunset glow and vanished from the arena. No, it was gone. Puff puff puff. After rounding the bend, the magnet spattered muddy snow everywhere, leaving the surrounding area completely empty. Zhou Hang covered his eyes, utterly speechless with disbelief. How is this possible? Where are they? Where's the boatwoman? He frantically pounded the helm, only to realize that the readings he'd just stolen had reset to 0 at that very moment. At the same time, at the spectator stand, the giant screen displayed 2 boatwomen racing side by side around the bend, bursts of purple light flickering across the scene. What happened? The energy saver vanished? Light. Blinding light. No way. How could the ship maiden vanish mid-race? Is her ability stealth? No. It's not invisibility. If it were, the snow melt on the ground ahead wouldn't be untouched. So who's in the lead now? Young Master Zhou? Just as countless eyes were glued to the frontline feed. Buzz. A burst of purple light erupted from the fourth bend. The energy charge, which had vanished moments before, seemed to squeeze out of a spatial fissure. Its hull shook violently as it abruptly materialized on the snowy ground. Puff puff puff. The ship swayed, spinning at a staggering 200 RPM and lapping the magnet by a full circuit. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow. What did I just witness? A spatial warp-type ship maneuver? The energy saver. The energy saver has lapped the magnet by a full circuit. Contestant Yuan. Contestant Yuan has blown Zhou Hang out of the water. Hui Manman's passionate voice echoed through the venue while the audience stared in utter disbelief. No one could have imagined this ship maiden would vanish with a whoosh only to reappear elsewhere. A spatial type skill? Who would have thought the Ship Alliance would deploy a ship maiden like this to secure victory in the Azure Domain relay race? This can temporarily enter another space to continue sailing. Will movement in the alternate dimension count as travel in the real world? What a freaking insane ability. But this thing must have a time limit, right? Even the usually composed Zhou Yuanshan now wore a tense expression as he looked thoughtfully at Hui Manan. Hui Manan's lips curled upward. Do you still think the Zhou family will win this year's Azure Domain relay race? Oof. Hard to say. If Xiao Zhong can force the energy charge S skill duration to run out before 20 laps, there might still be a chance. It's anyone's game at this point. Zhou Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the entrance of the second race zone. At this very moment, the disaster and the ice gale had just completed their first lap and were entering the second lap's curve. Oh? Is Far Mountain King still watching those 2 competitors from Mountain Sea region? While they've certainly shown some promise, I honestly can't imagine how they could possibly beat Magnet and Energy Storage. Barring any surprises, first place will go to the Energy Saver and second to the Magnet? Seeming to catch Zhou Yuanshan's gaze, Hui Man teased lightly. Zhou Yuanshan shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Indeed. Zhang Hao Yangfan had demonstrated too many possibilities in this race. But now, in the second stage's glacier track, if you accelerate, the ship maiden ahead will also speed up. As time and current velocity increase, the gap in rotational speed becomes utterly irreparable.
Those who enter the second race zone first can leverage the current speed to steadily increase their rotation speed to unimaginable heights. By the time latecomers attempt to catch up, the sheer difference in rotational speed alone will create a gap of several laps between them.
You could say it like that. The second section of the relay race is a boon for the front runner.
The underdog's comeback strategy simply doesn't work here.
Unless
it involves special boat maidens and talons, which might offer a chance to close the gap.
Puff puff puff.
The scene shifts back to the second lap of the second section of the relay race. The disaster's speed now relied entirely on the sail pole wind storage and the friction from the hull barely reaching 130.
Whoosh.
The magnet ahead had already accelerated into the fourth lap. Despite pushing at full throttle, the gap between the two ships visibly widens.
TSK. Missing a skill.
Gripping the skeleton rudder, Zhang Hao's expression grew solemn.
The disaster's raging sea shark skill couldn't be used on glaciers.
This meant he'd be missing one ship maiden skill for the latter half of the race. If he could use the raging sea shark, Zhang Hao was confident he could catch up to the two leading boat maidens.
Hey, Zhang Hao.
I could use an ice wall to block you now and secure third place. But I feel like if I take you out, I'll only get third place.
As agreed, let's figure out how to deal with those two first. The speed gap is just too huge right now. How the hell are we ever gonna catch up to them? Suddenly, Yang Fan's voice echoed from the stern.
Zhang Hao's fingers tapped nervously on the hull frame as he frowned, glancing at the low ice wall.
Chapter 137, Azure Domain Relay Race, Combo Move Air Drift. Zhang Hao.
You're not seriously planning to rely on that Yang Fan to pile up the slope and scale the wall to catch up, are you?
That won't work.
On a glacier track, climbing over walls means losing the snow water boost. Even if we clear a full lap of ice walls, our rotational speed will drop upon landing. We still won't catch up to the ship maiden ahead. Seeing Zhang Hao gaze toward the ice wall, Bai Huan instantly realized something and dismissed the climb idea.
No.
You've only guessed my initial thought. Catching up to them solely with our rotational speed is impossible.
The gap in RPM can only be compensated for by other means.
Zhang Hao shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the RPM gauge. Even if they let the wind fill the sails and coast at full speed, the disaster would only reach 180 revolutions per minute, its absolute limit.
There was no way around it.
The base foundation of the sail pole wind storage was fixed here. The disaster couldn't follow the devil's path of gaining attributes during the race. The gap in fixed RPM had to be bridged by the navigator's ingenuity. But doesn't climbing a slope inevitably mean reducing the RPM? Bai Huan was puzzled.
Zhang Hao's eyes flickered. Well, what if we fly over at maximum speed and accelerate upon landing? Huh? What does that even mean?
Her brain froze for a moment. After pondering Zhang Hao's words for a moment, Bai Huan's expression turned peculiar.
You mean, not climbing over, but flying over? Then landing and using the flow of snowmelt to accelerate? That way, we could quickly clear the entire lap with minimal loss of RPM, then immediately accelerate to recover RPM after landing? Whoa! That approach is definitely better than just chasing relentlessly.
Because compared to the slight loss in RPM, we'd skip over more of the track.
But flying over to accelerate. How exactly do we do that?
The mere thought of flying made Bai Huan uncontrollably recall her experience in the black ship race.
Almost instinctively, she clutched her hips. You'll find out soon enough.
Zhang Hao remained fixated on the RPM display. When the speed plateaued at 180 and refused to climb.
Puff puff puff.
The energy ship had already flashed into view on the 8th lap, while the magnet ship was still on the 6th lap.
The disaster ship and the ice gale ship were even lingering on the 4th lap. Zhang Hao. Have you figured out a way yet? If it comes down to it, I'll erect an ice wall.
Hold those two off for a moment. Yun Yang's voice echoed from the stern. Zhang Hao glanced at the ice wall connecting the 4th and 5th turns. The instant a clear path opened before him, he shouted decisively.
No need. Save your ice-making magic. Follow my lead now.
10 meters ahead of my ship, build an upward ramp.
No need to connect it to the ice wall, just ensure the hull can use the wall's momentum to fly into the inner layer. Huh? What are you doing?
Zhang Hao's voice echoed through the racecourse. After only a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan watched as a steep, upward-sloping ice ramp abruptly solidified along the distant, slightly off-course trajectory with a series of sharp, cracking sounds. Watch closely. A unique technique only achievable through our combined efforts.
Air drift. Plop. Almost the instant the ice ramp appeared, the disaster surged from the sea. As its hull charged toward the slope, the entire vessel tilted sideways upon the ramp, as if brewing something. Whoosh. Within the brief seconds of ascending the slope, it completed its tilt, then shot upward 3 or 4 meters along the ramp. At an angle, it soared over the gap between the 4th and 5th walls. Splash. The massive hull crashed into the 5th lap track, sending waves crashing for only a moment. Roar. The hull, already perfectly aligned, required no further adjustment as it charged diagonally into the 6th lap's curve. Plop, plop, plop. White dragon surged forth. The disaster's RPM dropped from 180 to 160, then surged back up to 180. This deceleration process took only a dozen seconds, yet it directly shaved off an entire lapse distance. Holy crap! This is like drifting mid-air? Huan stared in disbelief as the hull entered the sixth lap. And directly ahead, looming large, was the silhouette of Zhou Hang's magnet. Zhang Hao. You're a monster, right? Her little mouth gaped wide open. Huan couldn't believe such a maneuver was possible. Assuming a turning posture before takeoff, then executing an instant turn upon landing? Another unheard of technique. Holy genius. Zhang Hao. I'm blown away. Then let this track witness our blood-pumping combo move. Air drift. Boom. Almost as soon as the disaster blasted into the fifth lap, the ice storm followed hot on its heels. Mimicking the disaster's technique, it shifted its hull early on the ramp. After soaring through the air and splashing down, it barely needed to steer, just revving its engines to the max, it charged straight into the sixth lap. Splash. Splash. Two birds seemed to soar through the sky. Wild birds emerging from the remote, uncharted, mountain sea, ready to spread their wings. Air drift. An essential racing technique from the off-road speed race of a past life. If you watch racing footage, you'll notice plenty of dirt berms in off-road events. Drivers strive to shave seconds off their times, devising countless micro-techniques tailored to each track. Among them, the technique of altering the car's direction before hitting an earthen ramp to initiate a drift, enabling a seamless transition into the turn upon descent, is known in racing circles as air drift. This technique. There's no way Zhang Hao could have replicated it alone on Magic Sea Star. But if Yang Fan and Zhang Hao joined forces, then the birth of the air drift would be inevitable. Bear witness. Our blood-pumping combo move. What? Boom boom. Two waves crashed behind the stern. Zhou Hang, who had been staring straight ahead at the energy charge, suddenly jolted awake. His gaze, still fixed on the magnet, snapped back and he was utterly dumbfounded. Vroom vroom vroom. A white one and a blue one too, ship maidens, had somehow caught up behind him. How is this possible? Is that Zhang Hao's grade B ship maiden disaster? And is that Yang Fan from the mountain sea? Weren't they blown away by me in the first leg? How could they possibly catch up? For a split second, Zhou Hang felt the world go black before his eyes. Unable to comprehend how these two had appeared, he even doubted whether he was seeing things. Zhou Hang, calm down. What are you freaking out about? Just because you haven't overtaken the energy charge and saw others catching up, you're panicking? You're the eternal champion of the Azure Domain Relay Race, what the hell are you freaking out about? Suddenly, within the captain's cabin, magnetic snow's cold command echoed. Zhou Hang's expression froze, then gradually calmed. Right. I am the master here. They may have caught up through their own skill, but whether I let them pass, that is my prerogative. Now, I intend to overtake the energy storage while preventing them from overtaking us. Magnetic snow. Activate ability, magnetic attraction, negative pole repulsion. Chapter 138, Azure Domain Relay Race, we're the main characters. The moment the peculiar magnetic repulsion took effect. Puff puff puff. The rapidly approaching ice scale suddenly decelerated sharply, skidding along the ramp. Yang Fan, what's wrong? The disaster, still pursuing relentlessly, clearly noticed the anomaly in the hull behind it and abruptly slowed. Zhang Hao's expression tightened as he glanced back. It feels like all my stats are dropping. Zhang Hao, I can't keep up with you anymore. Probably that Zhou family brat's ability? I'll find a way to counter him. As repayment for teaching me the aerial drift, go. The path to surpass the Zhou family brat is paved for you. Let them know. Let every navigator in the Azure domain know. Today's protagonists on this track aren't the Yizhou clan nor the Ship Federation, it's us, the three heroes of the Mountain Sea Region First Sea Association. Clank, clank, clank. Even as the ice gale's speed plummeted. On the straight section of the sixth lap, a sloping ice track still rose gently. Zhang Hao watched the decelerating ice gale, his expression complex. Yang Fan. Don't worry. After today, the talk in the Azure domain won't be about the Zhou family anymore, it'll be about us, me, you. Yun Yang. Disaster. Full speed. Vroom vroom vroom. The colossal, Tyrannosaurus-like disaster suddenly accelerated, closing in on the magnet, which had already entered the seventh lap. Inside the magnet, Zhou Hang's expression grew increasingly cold and distant. Magnus No looked at Zhou Hang in puzzlement. Zhou Hang, why not use the negative pole on that Zhang Hao? Isn't he the most troublesome opponent? If we suppress him, we won't have to worry about him, right? No. He's in danger, but his ship maiden isn't. I've investigated. His second ship maiden looks massive, but it's actually vulnerable to collisions. Instead of targeting him, we should focus on Yang Fan. If his ice scale gets ahead of us, that'll be a real headache. As for that, catastrophe. Zhang Hao wouldn't dare ram into me. Zhou Hang analyzed carefully, and magnetic snow nodded. The magnet was perfect in every way.
It's just that this ability can only target 2 subjects at a time and only the front and rear targets.
Fortunately, the current situation should have stabilized. Vroom vroom vroom.
With the boost from its 190 revolutions per minute spin, the magnet once again pulled ahead of the disaster. From the track, Zhang Hao's voice faintly drifted over.
Rest assured. After today, the talk in the Azure domain won't be about the Zhou family anymore, it'll be about you, me, and Yun Yang. Oof. What kind of meaningless vow is that? The Zhou family reigns supreme here. Decades of foundation, how could the 3 of you possibly shake it? Ridiculous.
He sneered with contempt.
At least in Zhou Zhong's eyes, not a single trace of the Shanhaisi navigators could be seen before or behind him.
Granted, Yun Yang had been downright insane in the first half of the match. But the competition judged by the final outcome.
No one remembers the competitors beyond the podium. Zhang Hao. I think I'll miss the boat techniques you created.
The whooshing sound of snowflakes echoed in his ears, but Zhou Zhong's cold, arrogant expression lasted only a moment.
Cyan Realm Relay Race. Watch this.
Mayan Zhang Hao's blood-pumping combo move.
Suddenly, a voice, utterly cheesy yet fiercely passionate, echoed through the racetrack. Crackle crackle crackle. A series of strange cracking sounds followed. Airborne. Drift.
During the latter half of the 7th lap, the magnet was still cruising along its course when a vast shadow suddenly engulfed the sky above. It enveloped the entire medium-sized ship, plunging it into utter darkness.
What? Looking up, it wasn't nightfall, nor were dark clouds gathering. Instead,
a colossal, skeletal figure of a large ship maiden, its bones rattling, soaring overhead.
The disaster.
The disaster, maintaining a slight tilt, soared through the air for an instant before clearing the magnet and crashing onto the ice with a thunderous boom. Then, without even adjusting its hull, it charged straight into the 8th ring using its preset tilt.
Boom boom boom. The entire sequence took no more than 10 seconds.
Yet as that colossal black shadow swept overhead, Zhou Zhang felt as though an entire century had passed.
This. How is this possible? In midair, inertial drift? His mouth gaped wide as Zhou Zhang stared dumbstruck.
His shipmaiden, Magnetic Snow, stared wide-eyed as if seeing a ghost, her lips trembling incessantly.
Flying? She's flying. Buzz buzz buzz.
On the 9th lap, the energy saver flashed into view once more. Yuan was also drawn by the commotion behind him, his face frozen in disbelief.
No way? That disaster ship, how is it flying again? Holy crap! A spaceship! Mom! I saw the shipmaiden flying in the sky. Holy crap, what a killer combo move! 2nd place. Number 27 took 2nd. Can you believe it? Ships can actually be piloted like that?
At the spectator stand, all eyes were fixed on the disaster drifting through the air.
The massive ship maiden hovered above the head of the Zhou family's iconic shipmaiden, the magnet. This scene
was so visually striking and impactful. Perhaps the navigators who witnessed this race would never forget it for the rest of their lives.
How could he just leap over like that? He's driving the ship like a spaceship.
Hui Man had completely forgotten she was hosting the event.
On the big screen, Zhang Hao Yangfan's words still echoed. After today,
the protagonists of Cyan Realm will be the 3 heroes of the Mountain Sea region First Sea Assembly.
That golden confidence of youth.
Now, it swept over the entire venue like a tidal wave.
A combo move, huh? Those 3 brats from Mountain Sea region. They really remind me of us back in the day.
Zhou Yuanshan stared blankly at the soaring disaster, momentarily forgetting his nerves and current status. Before his eyes, memories of those 3 youths walking into the World Championship together surfaced inexplicably. That youthful arrogance, that confidence, that unstoppable spirit. It felt as though, in this very moment, those qualities had returned to the 3 of them.
Xiao Zhong. Today, you might lose. To the younger version of Zheng Yunlong, it wouldn't be a loss.
Closing his eyes, Zhou Yuanshan felt an inexplicable sense of desolation wash over him.
Damn it! In the first half of the tournament, that Yin Yang from Shanhaisi was like a ghost. He just glided through the entire competition. Now, these 2 guys from Shanhaisi, again, what kind of combo move is that? What? Is Mountain Sea region breeding monsters or something? No way. This has me fired up.
I'm going to challenge the old man across the street to a boat race later.
Yun Yang, Yang Fan, Zhang Hao. I'll remember them. What an interesting young man.
The buzz of discussion filled the air.
At some point,
the protagonists of this match had become the trio from Mountain Sea region.
Chapter 139, Azure Domain Relay Race, the real deal pay-to-win sailing. Boom. With the disaster's successful breakout, the rankings shifted once more.
The leading, energy reserve, still rhythmically controlling, Amethyst Wool, vanished once every 3 seconds on average as if deliberately using its skill to navigate turns and had already entered the 9th lap.
The second-place disaster ship steadily charged into the 8th lap. Inside the third-place magnet ship. Puff puff puff. As the bow entered the 8th lap, Zhou Hang snapped out of his shock and immediately pressed the blue and red steering wheel. Magnetic snow. Magnetic pole positive pole adsorption. Yes. The two, still reeling from shock, immediately activated their skills, targeting the disaster. Tuck tuck tuck. The disaster's speed abruptly dropped at the bow, while the ice gale's speed also began to decrease at the stern. The magnet had effectively suppressed both ships with a single vessel. Puff puff puff. It seemed as though the three ships seemed poised for a stalemate when the distant energy ship accelerated rapidly. In a corner no one noticed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sleek, metallic white, medium-class ship also entered the second lap of the second race zone. The smoke. As the vessel moved, sprayed snowmelt would shoot forth from its hull, transforming into mist that swirled around the ship. This was the smoke ship's defining trait. This trait might seem rather useless at first glance, but it was far from it. During tactical maneuvers between ships, if the smoke obscures the rear vessel's movements whether for overtaking or a surprise collision, it significantly boosts the success rate. Puff, puff, puff. The hull navigated the bend with perfect precision. But inside the captain's cabin, the atmosphere was far from the calm exterior. Useless. Useless. I never understood it. Why did you spend tens of millions on this piece of junk? Now you see? This piece of junk can't even keep up with any of the other ship maidens up ahead. Jiang Yao's face was grim as he surveyed the metallic gray interior, his eyes blazing with fury. These past days, that kid Zhou Hang hadn't stopped sneaking into Lu Ruyan's captain's cabin. Cleaning and maintenance one moment, getting familiar with the controls the next. The two of them were like animals in heat, constantly all over each other. They'd stopped making repair potions and neglected their race preparations. And what was the result? Sailing his beloved A-class ship maiden, he was only a lap or two behind the others in the first race. Now, in the second race, the situation is, he's been completely blown away by the others. They're losing. A defeat so obvious it's plain as day. How could Jiang Ya not be furious? This damn thing, he bought a sly fox instead. Not only did she fail to motivate Zhou Hang in the slightest, she even wasted his talent for alchemy. Zhou Hang. If we lose this competition, and you still consider me your master, then get back to making medicine. This ship maiden is only fit to be a decorative practice vessel gathering dust. If you want to make a lasting career for yourself, find yourself an S-class ship maiden sooner rather than later. The icy voice echoed through the captain's cabin. At that moment, Zhou Hang gripped the helm, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Beside him, Lu Ruyan's gaze darkened as her fists clenched tightly. Are you kidding me? Since the day she was born, she'd never been disgraced like this. Zhou Hang. You think losing the match is my fault? A cold stare met his, but Zhou Hang kept his head down, silent. He stared at the data rising on the helm, silently wrestling with his thoughts. Smoke ship amplification in progress. Propeller speed, 82 greater than 90. Lateral stability, 80-88. Sail pole wind storage, 79 greater than 87. Rigidity, 7,583. Anchor stability, 81-89. Endurance, 8,998. Under its own grade D enhancement, the smoke signal stats were actually quite commendable. But along the way, Zhou Hang had lost too much. He never secured a competition ranking to earn magic points, failed to obtain the star shard component, and even his supposedly innate talent for ship skills now felt utterly absent. If he had to describe his current predicament, Lu Ruyan had issues, and so did he. His hands resting on the helm, Zhou Hang looked at Lu Ruyan's cold expression and felt an inexplicable pang of pain in his heart. Don't frown like that. It hurts me. Classic turtle man speech. But he received not a shred of understanding from Lu Ruyan. Her expression remained dark and menacing. Speak. Who do you think is at fault? It's mine. If only I'd matured faster. Zhou Hang mumbled, head bowed. Jiang Yao beside him was utterly dumbfounded. What a poet. The classics are never at fault, it's always someone else's mistake, right? Lu Ruyan and Zhou Hang, in a way, they really were a pair. One willing to strike, the other willing to endure. She shot them a look of contempt, about to open her mouth to say something. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's particle light flickered again. Zhou Hang. I don't care. I absolutely cannot lose this match. You losing might be embarrassing for you, but I can't afford to lose face. I must win. I absolutely must win. Her utterly outrageous declaration echoed through the captain's room. Jiang Yao's worldview was shattered once more. This is ing. This is just like when XXN spots a bag she wants at the mall and insists on buying it, regardless of whether her boyfriend can afford it or not, right? She can't afford it herself, but since her boyfriend can't afford it either, it's all his fault. Whoa. Her scalp tingled. But the scariest part was that Zhou Hang didn't argue back. He just gripped the steering wheel with both hands, trembling uncontrollably. I can't lose. I can't lose. Ruyan, I can't let you down. I can't. Right. Zhou Hang. I can't lose. This is my preliminary round. Do you know how crucial the preliminaries are for a shipmaiden? Zhou Hang. I can't lose. No matter what it takes. I can't lose.
Within the gray-white cabin, a cluster of starlight suddenly flared. Stellar radiance flared simultaneously on Zhou Hang's body and within Lu Ruyan's cabin.
This is some kind of overclocking mode? Jiang Yao froze in shock. Damn it. There's no way these two can enter human-ship unity again, right? That shouldn't be possible. Human-ship union requires mutual commitment from both the navigator and the shipmaiden.
Just as Jiang Yao was filled with doubt, puffs of black smoke suddenly began rising from Zhou Hang's body, seeping out from the cracks in the ship's hull.
I can't lose. I can't lose. The terrifying black smoke swirled, engulfing the entire captain's cabin.
Simultaneously, the gray-white smoke ship spewed vast plumes of black mist, engulfing the entire racetrack.
Ugh. Ugh.
Amidst the black fog, several strands of white hair visibly sprouted from the back of Zhou Hang's head.
This is overusing magic energy? Are you insane? You're sacrificing your lifespan just to win? Jiang Yao was stunned. No way. Just to win for Lu Ruyan, Zhou Hang would go this far? This is like not being able to afford LV yourself, but taking out a loan to buy LV for XXN anyway? Turtle Man is seriously impressive, huh? No. I can't lose. Zheng Hao. First place is mine. All of this was supposed to be mine. Ruyan, watch me lead you to victory in this match. Buzz. Buzz. Hum.
Within the black mist, deep lines and wrinkles kept appearing on Zhou Hang's handsome face. Starlight slowly flickered around him, as if he had broken through some bottleneck.
See rank talent amplification. Evolved.
By sacrificing his lifespan, Zhou Hang's talent had forcibly evolved.
Right. We can't lose. We can't lose. We are the protagonists. I want everyone to see me. I am the eye of the storm.
Within the black mist, Lu Ruyan's face contorted with madness, her expression utterly deranged.
Buzz buzz buzz. The silver-gray helm trembled violently. A new line of attributes abruptly appeared. Smokeship Kryptonite Fate Synchronized Frequency C-grade Amplification. Propeller Speed 95 greater than 110. Lateral Stability 95110. Sail Mast Wind Storage 100 greater than 115. Stiffness 90,104. Anchor Stability 90104. Endurance 120,138. Overall rating S+, temporarily breaking limits. Temporary awakening skill Black Mist Dragon.
Black Mist Hidden Dragon. Within the black mist, you may freely traverse fogged areas, darting through the mist with ease.
Upon exiting the mist, you gain a 5% boost to all attributes, lasting 5 seconds. Chapter 140, Azure Realm Relay Race, The Transfer of Destiny's Fortune. You all. Are you out of your minds? Are you guys just throwing your lives away? Never in a million years did he expect this. Jiang Yao never imagined it's just a mid-tier tournament and these two are already risking their lives simultaneously? Is that really necessary? She couldn't fathom the emotions Lu Ruyan and Zhou Hang were experiencing now.
She merely felt the sudden surge of speed erupting from the hull, and in the gaze she cast toward Zhou Hang, a trace of inexplicable regret flickered. At her core, Jiang Yao wasn't a bad person. In fact, she was a discerning mentor who cherished raw talent. Watching Zhou Hang grow as a ship repairer, witnessing his talent rise from E rank all the way to SSS rank, had been her own kind of life purpose. But now, gazing at the white hair at the back of Zhou Hang's head, Jiang Yao sighed helplessly. A fleeting boost, a temporary breakthrough, these are but momentary. But the consequences that follow. She shook her head and slowly retreated to a corner. Jiang Yao knew, because of this premature burnout, Zhou Hang might never achieve SSS-tier talent in this lifetime. Madman. A madman who doesn't cherish his own feathers. Sacrificing his future for the so-called debut of a class shipmaiden. Jiang Yao looked at Zhou Hang with regret, helplessness, and a hint of contempt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black mist instantly engulfed the entire racetrack. The black dragon pierced through the third and fourth laps of the track, casting a pitch black veil that drastically reduced visibility. But the faint outline of a ship suddenly darted through the fog. In an instant, the smoke ship emerged from the bend of the fourth lap. Puff puff puff. As the hull burst from the black fog, its speed continued to surge, like an otherworldly demon darting forth. Boom. Black fog, white snow, cold rain. Amidst the intermingling of black and white, the silver-gray smoke ship, its stern spewing black mist like a black dragon emerging from the sea, plunged into the entrance of the fifth lap in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And a fresh wave of black mist rapidly spread across the sixth and seventh laps. The air thickened with the pungent stench of decaying seafood. The black dragon spread relentlessly within the coil track, showing signs of catching up to the ice mist. Look over there. Look. What's that at the very back? Looks like Zhou Hang, the fifth-place boatman from the Zhou family's third son, is actually accelerating now. What's that? Black mist? Is that his boatman skill? At the same time, at the coasting podium, Wee Man noticed the swirling black mist mingling with the boatmaid's assault on the big screen, her expression turning astonished. She thought the race was all but decided. But who would have thought? Another master? Holy crap. This is like pulling out the last coin in a stack of old coins, saving the trump card for the end? If I recall correctly, wasn't the third young master of the Zhou family's second shipmaiden a class shipmaiden? How could she have a skill? No idea, but that skill looks pretty powerful. Damn. So fast. So fast. Sixth lap already. She seems able to change direction freely within the fog. The spectator stands buzzed with chatter. Wee Man's eyelids twitched violently. That black mist was moving far too fast. She sensed vaguely, if this black mist kept spreading, even the amethyst will of the energy charge might not outrun the smoke cloud. King Yuanshan. I never imagined the hidden ace up the Zhou family's sleeve wasn't Zhou Zhong, but the third young master? Hui Manan looked at Zhou Yuanshan with a complex expression. She had somehow assumed Zhou Hang was Zhou Yuanshan's trump card, his true strength. Zhou Yuanshan's eyelid twitched, his expression equally puzzled. I'm actually a bit surprised. I didn't expect this guy to have another trick up his sleeve. But why do I feel like that boatwoman's condition isn't quite right? He frowned in puzzlement. Given Zhou Hang's temperament, if he possessed an A-class boat maiden with that skill, he would have flaunted it long ago. Could it be? Was the kid holding back? As thoughts swirled in his mind, every pair of eyes in the arena locked onto the fifth-place smoke ship at that very moment. No one could have predicted that as the competition drew to a close, a dark horse would emerge from nowhere. Beep. Destiny fortune is being rapidly depleted. The original male and female protagonist's fate is rapidly depleting. The plot trajectory is undergoing a complete reversal. Due to your actions, the protagonists have overdrafted their future fortune. The fate link between male lead Zhou Hang and Star Shatterer has been severed, while your own fate connection to Star Shatterer has increased by 20%. Male lead Zhou Hang and female lead Lu Ruyan are about to lose their protagonist aura as their destiny energy dissipates. Seize their remaining destiny energy while you can. A new chosen one is about to emerge. At the same time, inside the captain's cabin of the disaster ship, Zheng Hao hesitated over whether to roll the dice of fate and alter his disadvantage caused by magnetic attraction. Suddenly, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ha! What did Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan do? They've exhausted their own destiny fortune? I was hoping to milk them for a few more rounds. He pondered silently. After poring over countless historical records in his previous life, Zheng Hao had distilled a crucial truth. Heaven's mandate doesn't vanish, it transfers to a new chosen one when it deems the current one unworthy. It was like how the imperial throne never truly vanished throughout history. When a ruler proves unworthy, a new monarch emerges, dethroning the old and establishing a new dynasty. What exactly? What the hell did they do? What the hell is this? Just as Zhang Hao was puzzled, Yang Fan's startled cry echoed as black mist instantly enveloped the ice mist, magnet, and catastrophe. What is this? Black mist? What's going on? Almost simultaneously, Zhou Zhong, Yang Fan, and Zhang Hao all turned their gaze toward the rear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black mist spread out. Since the three ships were still moving at high speed, the fog lingered behind the stern of the ice mist, refusing to dissipate. Puff, puff, puff. Within the black mist, something resembling a beast charged forward at breakneck speed, closing in on the three ships. Hey! Yang Fan! Can you see anything? Zhang Hao called out. Inside the ice mist, Yang Fan squinted, constantly glancing behind him. Buzz. Hum. Buzz. 30 meters to the left rear, a ship's hull appeared. As he focused to get a better look, the vessel suddenly shifted to appear 15 meters off the right rear. In the blink of an eye, a silver-gray vessel had materialized directly behind my stern. The opponent was like a spirit in the black mist, able to flicker and shift endlessly, moving to any corner of the fog in an instant. Yes. Is that the smoke ship? Is that Lu Ruyan? How is that possible? This guy, how could he be this fast? Yang Fan was still dumbfounded. Ice mist slapped him hard across the forehead. Stop staring. It's about to overtake you. Hurry up and block it. Oh. Snapping out of his daze, Yang Fan felt icy mist coalesce in his palms. Talent, Ice Fisher. Crackle, crackle, crackle. On both sides of the ice mist, two massive ice walls instantly expanded outward, completely sealing off the racetrack, enough space for two medium-sized shipmaidens to maneuver. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, as the black mist rolled over the ice walls, the silver-gray ship maiden vanished in an instant. She reappeared behind the ice walls, carried along by the surging darkness. Damn it! What the hell?
Black mist, hidden dragon. A voice filled with astonishment and world weariness suddenly rang out from within the thick, heavy black mist. PSSSH. The next instant, the silver-gray smoke ship emerged from the black fog like a ghostly apparition, streaking past the side of the ice mist ship at an unbelievable speed. Unclear. Couldn't make it out at all. The hull bursting from the fog seemed to accelerate once more. Amidst flashes of black light, it streaked across the racecourse, trailing a ribbon of dark mist like a black dragon. The smoke ship had overtaken. Chapter 141, Azure Realm Relay Race, Dragon in the Mist, Dice of Destiny. Black Dragon? Yang Fan was utterly dumbfounded. From his perspective, a black mist dragon truly flew past his side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Only when he snapped back to his senses did Yang Fan realize he was already enveloped in swirling, dense black mist. Thud thud thud. Although the propeller's rotation speed seemed to be recovering from the magnetic repulsion due to the smoke ship's overpowering force. Yet, with nothing but pitch-black darkness before him, Yang Fan had no room left to maneuver. He spread his hands helplessly, gazing at the faintly visible curved ice wall ahead. No choice. This thing's black mist is getting ridiculous. Keep going like this, and we'll crash into things sooner or later. Ice mist, let's go with the old method, climb the slope. It'll be slow, but at least we'll reach the finish line. The roar of the smoke ship faded from his ears. Yang Fan knew he couldn't catch up anymore. Attempting an airdrift now was too risky. The inner lane was already engulfed by the black mist. Now, he could only crawl up the slope slowly. Huff. We're both great as ship maidens. How could that guy suddenly get so fast? Ice Mist pouted, glaring at the black mist ahead with obvious displeasure. Who knows? Maybe Lu Ruyan's on drugs? Waving his hand dismissively, Yang Fan steered the ship and vanished into the black mist. Faintly, his calls could be heard from inside the house. Hey! Zhou Hang! Be careful! Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan, something's off about them, something's really off. Something's off. Echoes reverberated from the black mist behind him. Puff puff puff. Zhou Zhong, the third man, glanced back with a peculiar expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense black mist accelerated once more, now enveloping the magnet ship entirely. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Zhou Zhong's eyes flickered as he glimpsed the shadowy figure of a shipmaiden flickering within the black mist behind them. Zhou Zhong, it seems a shipmaiden has overtaken the ice mist. The effect of magnetic attraction negative pole repulsion is fading. Magnetic Snow's face paled with shock. What? At this hour, someone could still catch up? Who? My foolish Oduaduo? Buzz. 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 A dark, shadowy figure flickered through the mist, its expression one of astonishment. 30 meters directly behind, 10 meters to the left rear. Right parallel track. The silver-gray smoke train, like a specter in the black mist, appeared on the opposite side in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. The Zhou family's eldest son. The Zhou family's eldest son? The Zhou family's eldest son who's oppressed me my entire life is nothing special after all. A cold, mocking laugh echoed from within the smoke ship. Zhou Zhong's expression tightened. You're Zhou Hang? You actually managed to catch up? What kind of power is this? Ha ha ha. You'll all lose. You'll all lose. Black mist, hidden dragon. Whoosh. The black mist that had enveloped both ships suddenly parted, revealing a sliver of light for some unknown reason. Zhou Zhong instinctively sensed danger and frantically pressed down on the helm. Magnetic Snow. Magnetic pole negative pole repulsion. He tried to counter the properties of the smoke ship, but that vessel vanished again, reappearing to the right front of the magnet ship. No. Zhou Zhong, in the fog, we can't lock onto him. Cold sweat unconsciously beaded on Magnetic Snow's forehead. Puff puff puff. From the exit of the black fog directly ahead, the smoke ship had burst through the fog hole. Its stern spewed vast plumes of black mist, like a black dragon emerging from the fog, dragging a trail of darkness across the sea surface. What about positive pole? Positive pole, lock onto him. Switch the target from Zhang Hao. Magnetic Snow narrowed her eyes as urgent commands flew. The exit, once illuminated, was swallowed by black mist once more. The entire track plunged into darkness, making it impossible to track the target. Still no good. That guy seems to have the power to manipulate the black mist. If we can't lock onto the target, we won't stand a chance against him. Damn it! Zhou Hang! Zhou Hang, you actually have this kind of skill? His hands gripped the helm tightly, his lips bitten until they bled. Third? He, the reigning champion of the Azure Domain relay race, had now been pushed down to third place? Sure, Zhou Hang was also a member of the Zhou family. But being overtaken by this selfish outsider? He couldn't bring himself to feel happy about it. What a bizarre skill. Zhang Hao. His next target will probably be you. I wonder if you can still suppress him. His gaze grew deep. Zhou Zhong controlled the magnet, silently furling the sails to slow down. The racetrack was now shrouded in complete darkness. They could only rely on slowing down to reach the finish line. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black mist continued to spread relentlessly. This time, the black mist enveloped the disaster. Zhou Hang didn't know what happened afterward, but seeing the readings on the bone joystick gradually return to normal, he could guess magnet must have been overtaken by someone. Otherwise, the magnetic attraction positive pole adsorption debuff on the front position wouldn't have vanished. A ship that could overtake Zhou Hang's. The ice gale might be a bit trickier. Eliminating Yang Fan as a possibility, the most likely candidate can only be Zhou Hang, who just drained his destiny fortune. The moment he figured out who it was. Zhou Hang. From the stern, a wail like a scream from the depths of hell echoed. Zhou Hang. Go to hell. Die. Die. Zhou Hang, I know this ship can't take a hit. Die in this fog. Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan's venomous shrieks echoed relentlessly through the black fog. Zhou Hang turned to look. Hum. Buzz. Buzz. Silver gray phantoms flickered left? Right? Directly behind? Sparkling points of light darted through the darkness, leaving Zhou Hang completely overwhelmed. Holy. Zhang Hao, that thing moves like a ghost. Bai Huan clung to Zhang Hao in panic as they both frantically scanned their surroundings. Black mist, hidden dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gap suddenly appeared in the black mist directly ahead, letting a beam of light pierce through. What? Before Zhang Hao could react, a thunderous crash erupted as the hull of the smoke ship materialized directly behind them. Accelerating at an unnatural pace, it dragged a black dragon in its wake, slamming directly into the stern of the disaster ship. Holy! Bai Huan clutched her rear end, clinging to Zhang Hao as they were hurled forward through the captain's cabin. Crash! Both their faces slammed hard into the bone wall. The entire massive disaster ship's frame shattered instantly. The bone sphere captain's cabin flew out of the hull, crashing with a boom into the ice wall and denting it. Crack crack. Countless bones scattered across the ice. Meanwhile, the smoke ship, shattering the scattered bones beneath it, transformed into a black dragon and burst forth from the dark mist. Puff puff puff. The black mist continued to spread, creeping deeper into the inner circle. Zhou Hang's aged voice echoed within the darkness. Zhang Hao. You will be crushed beneath my heel. This victory is mine. Ruyan is mine too. The mountain sea region will soon be mine too. The arrogant, cold voice echoed. Zhou Hang didn't even glance at the bone sphere hanging on the wall as he swiftly pursued the first place energy accumulator. He demanded first place. The top spot claimed like a roll call by the king of hell. Ugh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That shipmaiden, why does she feel even more formidable than an S-class shipmaiden? The bone orbs on the wall swayed, while countless skeletons in the snow emitted an eerie red glow. Buzz buzz buzz. The next moment. These skeletons gathered and reassembled like the white bone spirit, reconstituting the disaster ship. The bone sphere embedded in the ice wall flew back to the very center of the keel. The disaster was reassembled. But B-rank talent, Siren's Veil had been exhausted. How could it not be intense? He's already risked his life. Looks like Zhou Hang is dead set on winning this match. Pressing his swollen forehead, Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. But the more you want to win, the less I'll let you win. How much of your destiny would it cost me to shatter your Dao heart again this time? Clang. As the Yi catastrophe activated once more, a third dice of fate suddenly appeared in Zhang Hao's palm. Chapter 142, Azure Domain Relay Race, Finale. Part 1. Dice of Fate. Roll. Clang. The dice, studded with countless stars, began to shake. Clatter. As the dice slowly settled, a 6 appeared before their eyes. What the hell? 6. S-rank talent? Another 6. Zhang Hao stared at the dice's feedback in excitement. Blessing of the Fate Dice 6. Random S-rank talent selection initiated. Congratulations! You have obtained the temporary S-rank talent Shadow Follows. Shadow Step, designate a target within a single match. You will gain access to all attribute changes affecting that target throughout the entire match. Note, if the target's attributes increase, yours will increase. Conversely, if the target's attributes decrease, yours will decrease. Once selected, this cannot be altered for the duration of the match. Oh, this talent. Reading the description of Shadow Step, Zhang Hao's expression gradually turned amused. This talent is practically the nemesis of those ship maidens who boost stats during matches. Just imagine. Demon ship's ability glitch, right? As long as there are enough opponents, she can infinitely level up in a single match. But what if she encounters the Shadow Follows talent? Demon ship? It becomes an enabler for this talent. Of course, if this talent is misused and the opponent keeps losing attributes, it's a real pain in the ass. To sum it up, Shadow Step is undoubtedly an S-tier talent where the pros far outweigh the cons. Just this talent alone. It could already go toe-to-toe with Zhou Hang. But that residual effect, it's still a pain. Talent ability 2, Fusion Upgrade. Buzz buzz buzz. The 2, 4-sided dice that had appeared in his palm earlier representing the talents, Never Fade, and Banshee's Veil, began to fade and merge.
As an 8 face materialized, new information flooded his mind.
Fate dice overlay upgrade in progress. Random 8-point blessing being bestowed. SS rank talent, nullification field being granted.
Force field, all talents and skills within a 50-meter radius of your shipmaiden will enter a silence period and cannot be activated.
The duration of your force field is 30s. Holy! I hear the echoes of breaking all laws.
The moment the concept of the inactive field flashed through his mind, Zhou Hang's expression lit up with delight.
This is it. First place in this competition is completely secured. Zhou Hang. Why are you grinning so wickedly?
Bai Huanhuan's voice suddenly came from behind him.
Zhou Hang's joy vanished instantly, nothing.
I just thought about how furious someone's going to be later, and it made me want to laugh.
Bai Huanhuan. Guess how many stats that grade A shipmaiden had just now? I don't know, probably higher than a regular S-class shipmaiden? Shadow follows.
Before Bai Huanhuan could finish, Zhou Hang fixed his gaze on the ship's hull darting through the black mist and abruptly slammed down the bone-white joystick.
The next instant, as if guided by an unseen force, an invisible thread seemed to connect the disaster and the smoke. The disaster's attributes underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Disaster shadow follows. Propeller speed, 110 greater than 116. Yaw stability, 110116. Sail mast wind storage, 115 greater than 121. Stiffness, 104 greater than 109. Anchor stability, 104109. Endurance, 138 greater than 145. Overall rating, S+ temporarily breaking limits. What is this power?
Feeling as if the entire ship had been instantly infused with some force, Bai Huanhuan stared at the control stick in disbelief.
It's my talent.
Of course, these are also the current stats of that smoke ship. Staring fixedly at the terrifying figures, Zhou Hang froze for a moment.
These numbers. It must be Zhou Hang's amplification stacked with that skill, right?
Even without those, the smoke ship's stats would still be at least S rank. His gaze drifted silently to the words temporary limit break, and Zhang Hao's expression flickered with disbelief.
Temporary limit break. Was this achieved by utilizing the female lead's heavenly destiny? Is Lu Ruoyan also a limit-breaking shipmaiden? No. If she were, it would display limit break instead of temporary limit break.
His eyes flickered. This was the first time Zhang Hao had been genuinely startled by a limit break. Even this fake limit break was terrifying. It was hard to imagine how outrageous the genuine limit break of Star Shatter must have been back then.
It seems
we really need to keep a closer eye on matters concerning Star Shatter. But right now, our top priority is Bai Huanhuan.
Full speed. Catch up to them. Got it. Roar.
With the wind-filled sails of the full speed 121, the disaster also unleashed her limit-breaking power. Boosted by the slippery snow water, her speed surged toward 200, hot on the heels of the two shipgirls ahead. Within the black fog, Zhang Hao could discern no terrain features whatsoever. But, thanks to the blessings of the previous apothecary ship, he didn't need to see the terrain clearly. Crash! Almost immediately after the bow jolted over the bend's edge, Zhang Hao regained that wall-crashing sense of boundary. Thud! Thud! Thud thud thud. Second, third, fourth each time rounding the bend, Zhang Hao found the perfect angle, swinging the stern of the disaster ahead of time. Using impact acceleration, he kept accelerating through the curves. 200, 220, 200. Amidst the black fog, the hideous, skeletal beast started back and forth.
Zhang Hao! The stern! The stern's gonna be smashed to pieces.
Bai Huanhuan screamed, her subconscious still terrified of the collisions.
But half a day later, she was stunned to discover her but didn't hurt at all? I'm crash-proof. I'm crash-proof. Like someone terrified of bungee jumping who finally experienced its exhilaration, Bai Huanhuan's face flushed crimson.
After repeatedly slamming into the walls, she grew increasingly excited.
Bash! Impact acceleration! Zhang Hao! Hurry! More! Hit it more!
Unable to imagine if she'd ever get another chance to crash into walls like this again, Bai Huanhuan shook Zhang Hao's shoulders desperately.
Zhang Hao was speechless.
He merely stared at the data on the bone joystick, his expression pensive.
Sure enough.
Even without the Never Stalls buff, since the stats now belonged to the smoke ship, no matter how much he tinkered, the disaster ship's data would always reflect the current state of the smoke ship.
In other words, the disaster wouldn't stall now.
Even the limit-breaking effect of impact acceleration would only amplify briefly before reverting to the smoke ship's values.
Can't change the stats anymore? Very well. Zhou Hang, let's settle this once and for all our fated showdown.
Our adversary, from the very beginning, has always been each other.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The thunderous crash of cars hitting the wall echoed relentlessly through the dimly lit track.
At the same moment. Cyan Realm Relay Race, second leg, lap 15. Phew! Huff! Phew!
The energy accumulator's amethyst glow dimmed as it appeared within the inner layer of the 15th lap. The vessel maintained a steady speed of 200 revolutions throughout, with no trace of any ship maiden visible behind it for half a day. Inside the captain's cabin, energy storage's forehead was drenched in sweat. Exhausted and drained, he collapsed into the warmth of his embrace. You won. Amethyst will already used 8 times. 2 more 3S uses left. You've worked so hard, baby. Yuan gave energy storage a tender stroke on the forehead before turning to glare contemptuously toward the stern. What's this cyan domain Joe plan? What ship technique master? TSK TSK TSK. In the end, won't you all just get blown away by me? Twice. I won't even use the remaining 2 3-second shuttles. This competition belongs to us, the Ship Federation Association. The Zhou family should be kicked off this stage. Energy. The race is over. Wei. His finger hooked at energy charge, Peach Blossom's chin, Yuan about to tease her. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist engulfed the 15-lap track. Chapter 143, Azure Domain Relay Race, the finale. Part 2. What the hell is this? A faint, foul stench of decaying seafood hung in the air, making Yuan wrinkle his nose in disgust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black mist swept over the purple crystal hull. The cold stench assaulted her, triggering an inexplicable flicker of apprehension deep within Yuan. This peculiar sense of dread was something she had only ever felt when confronting those clan monsters during the world tournament. Now. Damn it. What the hell is going on now? Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. She'd been leading the pack the entire time and had no idea what had just transpired behind her. This black mist isn't from the magnet, nor the disaster, nor the ice scale. There are only so many opponents in this race. Could there be another master? A strange light flickered in her eyes as Yuan activated True Sight. She wanted to see clearly who the approaching ship belonged to. But, buzz. The ghostly hull, weaving through the mist, first appeared 50 meters directly behind her. Then, defying the curved terrain, it instantly materialized 20 meters to her left rear. Impossible to track, impossible to comprehend. What? Who the hell are you? Ship Alliance. Ha ha ha. Ship Alliance. An ancient voice echoed through the black mist, its origin impossible to discern. Until. Buzz buzz buzz. The black specter suddenly appeared alongside the energy reserve at the entrance of the 16th turn. A cold, defiant voice rang out, the champion of the Cyan Realm relay race can only be from our Zhou family. Last time it was, and this time it will be again. Only this time, the championship will be claimed by the third young master of the Zhou family. The Zhou family. Third young master? Eyes widened instantly. Not in a million years did Yuan expect this dark mist to be that useless third young master he despised the most. You've been hiding this deep? The one facing her in the final showdown was actually Zhou Hang? Yuan's expression was incredibly complex. This match was taking an increasingly bizarre turn. Enough talk. You'll be the stepping stone on my path to success. Black mist, hidden dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the end of the 16th lap's curve, a sliver of light pierced through the black mist. The parallel black phantom instantly flickered into the illuminated zone. Vroom vroom vroom. As the silver-gray hull of the smoke ship billowed smoke, its speed surged once more. Vroom vroom vroom. Thick, heavy black mist billowed from the stern like a dark dragon swimming, bursting out of the fog layer. Residual heat. That ship teleported within the fog. It. Energy charge gaping wide, RPM reached its limit, yet couldn't catch up to the smoke shippy even an inch. Damn it. What kind of skill is this? I've never seen it in the Ship Maiden Compendium. Charge. Use the 3S Amethyst will again. He's gonna blow us away. Break the circle and catch up to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black mist had already spread to the 17th circle, while the energy charge was still at the end of the 16th. Yuan had a premonition if they didn't find a way to catch up to the smoke ship now, they might never catch it again. Amethyst will. The purple hull once again shimmered with radiant hues. As energy accumulator lay pale and limp in Yuan's arms, the small boat vanished within the purple glow, transporting them to a scene resembling an underground cavern. This subterranean cavern was dim and narrow, its walls lined with purple crystal stones that emitted a faint, eerie purple glow. Click clack clack. 3 seconds. After merely 3 seconds of hovering through this space, the energy storage vessel. The vessel's gleam dimmed once more. Lap 18. At the entrance to the 18th lap, a flash of purple light erupted, and the energy saver reappeared directly ahead of the smoke ship. Oh? This ship of yours managed to emerge from my fog? An aged voice echoed from the stern, sending a chill down Yuan's spine. Before she could turn to look, the foul-smelling black mist engulfed the surroundings once more. How could that be? How could you be so fast? His face froze in shock. Black mist hidden dragon. Whoosh! The moment the black mist enveloped the energy charge, the smoke cloud flashed out of the fog ahead, reclaiming the lead position.
Damn it! Damn it! How disgusting is this thing? He's been using that skill for so long, doesn't he get tired?
Gritting his teeth, Yuan glanced at the nearly unconscious energy accumulator in his arms, his expression filled with hesitation. The finish line was within reach.
Smoke's signal was definitely a pain. She had only one final 3S left, Amethyst will. She had to gamble.
Gamble that at the final sprint, her energy stored could activate Amethyst will, darting through the black mist to claim the finish line first.
Hang on. Charge. Hold on. This race's final opponent is him. Pant.
Panting heavily, Yuan glared intently at the shadowy figure in the black mist.
But, just as she focused entirely on what lay ahead, bang, bang, bang bang bang.
Behind the black mist, a series of eerie thuds suddenly echoed once more.
How is that even possible? Yuan was dumbfounded. Right? Why did unknown situations keep popping up one after another at the most critical moments? Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang.
Compared to the ghostly appearance of the smoke ship moments ago, this newcomer was clearly far more aggressive.
Boom. Boom.
Thunderous crashes echoed from the bend behind the ship, sending ice shards flying everywhere. A massive, twisted, skeletal vessel grotesque and menacing seemed to be careening wildly, slamming left and right into the walls. Yet despite these violent collisions, its speed only increased as it barreled toward them with savage intent.
This. Zhang Hao? Is that Zhang Hao's disaster? How is that possible? How could this be? Isn't she supposed to be collision resistant? And what the hell is this bizarre wall ramming maneuver? Crash.
After another thunderous crash echoed through the air, the colossal vessel, like a rampaging dragon, slammed into the bend of the wall more than 10 meters to the ship's right rear.
Its massive stern smashed into the wall, instantly tearing open spiderweb like cracks. Then, crash.
Following the collision, the ship surged forward like a dragon charging across a river, careening diagonally straight toward them.
Grim, twisted skeletons.
The disaster, like a skeletal specter in the black fog, writhed its massive frame, threatening to swallow the smaller energy storage vessel whole.
Energy. Speed up. Speed up.
Daring not to rashly expend the final 3 seconds of Amethyst will, Yuan's body trembled as he repeatedly pounded energy storage's shoulder.
It's already at maximum speed. She's so fast. Why does she get faster with every collision? Energy gasped for breath, frantically spinning the propeller, yet couldn't pull away from the disaster by even an inch.
The looming white skeleton bore down, crashing into the stern of the energy ship.
No! Aren't you afraid of collisions? Crash! The Tyrannosaurus-like disaster, for the first time in the race, leveraged the advantage of its large hull.
Like an iron mountain, it slammed into the stern of the energy storage.
Boom!
The terrifying collision sent the energy saver flying straight ahead, crashing with a thunderous boom into the wall of the 18th bend.
Snap, snap, snap.
Like a dart embedded in a dartboard. The ice wall shattered. The slender energy saver, nearly half its hull wedged into the ice, remained pinned to the wall, utterly motionless.
Boom!
The disaster, however, showed no sign of slowing after the collision. It slammed into the left wall again, carving a zigzag pattern through the curved ice track. Its impact acceleration, momentum unabated, it charged into the 19th turn. Chapter 144, Azure Domain Relay Race, Finale. Part 3. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. The race has reached its final, white-hot climax. It's our Ship Alliance's energy reserve, facing off against the Zhou family's third young masters, Smoke, in the final showdown. Smoke has emerged from the fog. Smoke has overtaken the lead. No! The energy reserve activates its ability. The energy reserve takes the lead. At the commentator's booth, Wee Man-Man's face flushed with excitement as she delivered the commentary. The navigators on site stared at the big screen, their minds blank. Who could have predicted the situation would turn out like this? Looks like the final showdown of this race will be between the Ship Alliance and the Zhou family. Wee Man-Man patted her chest as if she had long anticipated this very outcome. She turned to look at Zhou Yuanshan, about to deliver one final taunt. Boom! The next instant. The disaster, resembling a skeletal Tyrannosaurus, appeared on the frontline screen, violently overturning the energy storage and charging toward the Smoke. This. Her lips twitched wildly as Wee Man-Man stared dumbstruck. The entire spectator area fell into a deafening silence. 27? Number 27 actually caught up? He overturned the energy saver? Damn it! He's using collision acceleration again. That genius. Damn it! I never would have guessed. The final showdown isn't between the Yizhou clan and the Ship Federation, but Zhou Hang and Zhang Hao? I checked, these two were rivals back in the Mountain Sea. What the hell? Are they going to battle all the way from the Mountain Sea to the Azure Realm? After waves of dead silence, the venue erupted in a deafening roar of discussion.
The match. The climax was about to unfold. This can't be possible. How could Zhang Hao have caught up? How could he possibly ram our ship alliance boat?
Hui Man stared at the large screen, still unable to recover from the shock.
Zhou Yuanshan watched the frontline footage, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That guy activated his talent. Though I have no idea what random talent he rolled. But the outcome is pretty much what I expected. The showdown between the Cloud Dragon King and the Distant Mountain King?
I thought it would be Xiao Zhong and Zhang Hao facing off in the end.
Who'd have thought it'd be Zhou Hang and Zhang Hao? Eyes fixed intently on the big screen.
Not a single soul in the venue dared to breathe heavily anymore. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final champion to emerge. Click, click, click. Click, click, click.
At the same time,
inside the energy storage ship captain's cabin, energy storage clutched her head, swollen and flushed from the collision.
Her expression was dazed as she looked at Yuan. You won. Should we use the final amethyst will?
Her ashen lips trembled, resembling a child awaiting instructions.
Baby. Hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Now is not the time. We'll activate our abilities when those two are locked in a final sprint for the finish line.
They think the final championship battle will be theirs.
Little do they know, while the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman reaps the reward.
Running a hand through his hair to store energy, Yuan narrowed his eyes to slits, his gaze fixed intently on the final inner lane. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black mist surged, spreading, already covering 19 rings.
We won. Ahaha, I won. Zhou Hang, am finally going to win. I told you I'm the chosen one. I'm the one standing at the world's end. First place is mine. The Zhou family is mine. Ruyan, the entire mountain sea region, is mine. Hum.
Weaving through the black fog, the smoke ship jolted violently, seemingly pushed to its physical limits. Inside the smoke ship's captain's cabin, Zhou Hang's body inexplicably hunched over. The hair at the back of his head had almost entirely turned white, and his once handsome face was now deeply etched with the lines of age. At first glance, the figure standing at the helm appeared to be a middle-aged man.
Win. My preliminary round. My preliminary round can't end in such disgrace.
Under the flickering particle light, Lu Ruyan's jet-black hair was streaked with white. Her once beautiful face had sagging skin, and her features appeared sunken. Black mist still swirled, saturating the entire captain's room with a foul stench.
Zhang Yao stood trembling in the corner, overcome by fear at the sight of the two. Madmen. Absolute lunatics. For a mere mid-tier tournament? Is it really worth it? To sacrifice decades of life? To destroy a future full of endless possibilities? She couldn't even bear to think about it. Even if Zhou Hang won this match, what would Zhou Yuanshan think seeing Zhou Hang looking even older than himself? Zhou Hang was finished. He had no future potential or possibilities left. Ruyan, did you see that? I am the strongest navigator. We're the protagonists of this race. The protagonists. We are the protagonists. Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan's frenzied shouts echoed relentlessly, their reverberations piercing through the captain's quarters and even audible within the black fog. Oh? You're the protagonists? Then what am I? Boom! Just as they reached the final lap of the 19th circuit, a thunderous explosion erupted from the black mist. Boom! The massive disaster, charging like a charging rhino, was about to ram the stern of the smoke. Zhang Hao! How are you here? Weren't you hanging on the wall? Buzz buzz buzz. The smoke ship suddenly flashed forward to the front line. The disaster ship missed its target in a zigzag collision, but its stern swayed. After slamming into the wall, its speed surged again, and it swiftly closed in on the smoke ship's stern. Surprised? I'm your nightmare. From the relentlessly pursuing disaster, Zhang Hao's wickedly amused voice echoed. Zhou Hang's expression froze. Damn it! If you're destined to be my fated rival, then this time, I'll crush you completely. You're nothing but a petty, villain-spoiled brat from a minor sea domain. You don't deserve to stand in my way on my path to godhood. Black mist. Hidden dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A bright exit once again appeared within the black mist ahead. Zhou Hang aimed to unleash the acceleration from emerging from the mist, leaving the disaster ship in his wake. But, bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The moment he accelerated, the disaster behind him inexplicably sped up too. Collision acceleration. Even. In that bizarre collision-based maneuvering pattern, the disaster was already closing in on his stern. No! You can't beat me! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black mist had already spread to the 20th lap. Cyan Realm Relay Race, the final lap.
At the center point, countless cameras were trained on the finish line, while over a dozen referees stared wide-eyed, trying to spot the first shipmaiden crossing the line.
Zhou Hang. This time, I'm destined to defeat you. The black mist has already covered 20 laps. Goodbye. You no longer deserve to stand in my path to ascension. Buzz. The smoke ship, locked in a fierce battle for position, suddenly flickered and darted forward, reaching the center of the 20th lap just hundreds of meters from the finish line. At the very same moment. Charge. It's time. Activate Amethyst Will. Roger that.
Buzz buzz buzz. The energy charge, which had been stuck on the wall, suddenly flashed with a purple glow. A burst of light followed, and a purple beam appeared just 100 meters before the finish line. Buzz buzz buzz. Both the black mist and the purple light seemed poised to cross the finish line.
A faint smile slowly curled at the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. Today, I'm determined to be the villain. Let me shatter your ignorant delusions. By Huan. Watch closely, a collision technique capable of targeting multiple vessels simultaneously. Boom. Final lap.
Inside the final bend, the disaster possessed no flashy maneuvers. With a plain and simple stern collision acceleration, it abruptly closed the gap on the two ships. In Zhang Hao's hand, a star-speckled 8-point die slammed down on the bone-handled joystick. Then, he swiftly shook the control lever, barking coldly. Ship skill, Sword Shark Cruise.
Talent, Nullifying Force Field. Chapter 145, Azure Domain Relay Race, Finale. Part 4. Hum.
As the 8-point die slammed against the control stick, an unusual frequency ripple emanated from the rapidly accelerating disaster, radiating outward in waves.
Hum. 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 Like shrill sonic waves, concentric ripples spread across the snowy ground surrounding the disaster. 220 revolutions per minute.
This was the final impact acceleration. The idling disaster barely caught up to the rear of the two ships ahead.
At that very moment.
First place.
It's mine.
Amidst the purple flashes, Yuan had already calculated the gap. Just over 10 meters before the black fog, the energy reserve suddenly materialized, charging recklessly toward the finish line hundreds of meters away.
First.
Her focus unwavering, she stared intently at the finish line directly ahead.
Yuan's pupils dilated.
She saw countless cameras and the tense faces of the judges. She could already imagine the celebratory cannons booming and the chorus of congratulations ringing in her ears.
I'm first. I am the pride of Sailing Federation. I am the one.
A smile spread across her lips.
But,
buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz.
At that very moment, a series of eerie rippling sounds echoed through the air. The purple glow emanating from the energy accumulator began to fade.
The hull, which had just emerged from the purple light fissure, suddenly shook and blurred.
Bang! Everything went dark for an inexplicable moment.
Click click click.
Yuan's eyes widened. To his shock, he realized he had vanished at the finish line. She and the energy accumulator were still stuck on the ice wall, unable to move? This can't be possible? No way? What just happened? Was it an illusion? Hey! Energy accumulator. Activate Amethyst Will, now.
First place.
Yuan collapsed.
She kept shaking the energy charge in her arms.
Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yuan even began to doubt. Had she hallucinated under the pressure? Had she not even activated Amethyst Will yet? But, huff.
But the energy reserve in his arms lay spent, gasping for breath, unconscious.
She had overdraft. She could no longer move a muscle. What the hell just happened?
Holding energy reserve, Yuan stared blankly at the finish line.
There.
Zhou Hang and Zhang Hao, still engaged in their final, fated showdown.
First. I'm the first. You. How dare you steal my first place?
Inside the smoke ship captain's cabin, Zhou Hang glared at the purple light before him, his heart churning with suppressed fury. Just as he watched the energy ship's scheme seemingly succeed, that purple light vanished instantly.
Ha. Damn it. After using skills the entire game, the shipmaiden collapsed from exhaustion at the last moment, right? First place is mine. I am the chosen one. Even the heavens are on my side. Laughing wildly, the finish line was just a few hundred meters away.
The moment the black mist engulfed him, he'd cross it.
First place. It was his for the taking. Black mist, hidden dragon. Zhou Hang. You can't affect me anymore.
As if breaking free from the shackles that had bound him, Zhou Hang stared intently at the finish line, desperate to reach it in an instant.
But, rat-a-tat-tat. Put. The boat's speed inexplicably slowed. The black mist he'd summoned it will so easily now refuse to materialize. Whoosh. The sea breeze blew, carrying not a trace of the fishy stench. The dark clouds parted before the finish line. After a day of relentless rain, not a single drop fell. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the finish line ahead. Countless judges watched me, yet I felt that place growing inexplicably distant. What's going on? Hey! Speed up! Lu Ruyan! Speed up! Where's the smoke? For the first time. This was the first time Zhou Hang had ever yelled at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan stared at the finish line, showing no sign of holding a grudge, and kept pushing the engine to its limit. Black smoke, the black smoke won't work anymore. Buzz. Glancing down at the data on the helm, Zhou Hang was startled. Smokeship kryptonite synchronized frequency. Propeller RPM 95. Yaw stabilization 95. Sail mast wind storage 100. Stiffness 90. Anchor stability 90. Endurance 120. My amplification is gone. That temporary skill Black Mist Dragon is gone too. No. Impossible. What the hell just happened? The finish line was right before his eyes, yet no matter how hard he pushed, his speed wouldn't increase. Sunlight fell upon the snow-covered ground. Ice and snow melted, forming shallow channels. The smoke train, relying on the sudden drop in RPM of the 95 engine, moved forward slowly toward the finish line, as if suddenly bearing the weight of a boulder. Chug chug chug. Behind the stern, Zhang Hao watched as the final stretch of ice track abruptly transformed into water, his expression turning strangely grim. Oh? Without the blessing of heaven's favor. Even the heavens won't aid you now? A wicked grin spread across his lips as he abruptly deactivated S-rank temporary talent, Shadow Step. The terrifying 123 revolutions per minute of the disaster surged upward. Boom! The massive hull instantly aligned side by side with the smoke ship, poised to claim the lead. No! Not a chance! Watching the disaster ship about to overtake them, Zhou Hang's face darkened as he steered the smoke ship to ram the disaster ship. Magnetic pole positive pole adsorption. Tuck tuck tuck. Just then, at the tail end of lap 19, the blue and red magnet ship arrived belatedly. A terrifying suction force locked onto the disaster. At the critical moment, Zhou Zhong had caught up as well. Crash! As the opposing smoke ship loomed for collision, Zhang Hao abandoned overtaking. Shadow Follow activated once more, keeping pace with smoke ship. Boom! The opposing vessel collided, yet the disaster remained perfectly centered. The effect of magnetic attraction positive pole adsorption, combined with the inertia field, meant that as the magnet approached the disaster, not even a ripple was created. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thus, 200 meters before the finish line, the two ships raced side by side, with the magnet following close behind. Tied for first? Are they going to tie for first? A dozen referees watched the disaster and smoke boats parallel each other, their speeds nearly identical. Eyes widened, straining to detect even the slightest gap. Meanwhile, the magnet kept bumping into both hulls, desperate to overtake them, but utterly helpless. Zhou Zhong. Now, is this the moment for that move? Inside the magnet, Magnetic Snow's face flushed with excitement as she watched the narrow gap between the disaster and the smoke. A certain vision had already formed in her mind. Exactly. This first place. In the end, it's still mine, the eternal champion of the Azure Domain Relay Race. Ship skill, blade surpass. Boom. The left anchor plummeted downward, while the right hull lifted upward. The magnet's rotational speed surpassed the smoke's, propelling it vertically toward the gap between the two ships. No! No! Zhou Hang watched the chaos unfolding behind him, screaming helplessly. First place must be his alone. Not even Zhou Zhong of the Zhou family could snatch his first place. He roared in impotent rage. In the spectator stands, countless faces burned with excitement. Who would have thought? After all this time, it's still the Zhou family's eldest son who's taking first place. Unbelievable. In the end, is the Zhou family's status still unshakable? A chorus of heated whispers filled the air. Hui Man, her face slumped, raised the microphone to Zhou Yuanshan's lips. I never imagined I'd be congratulating you in the end. King Yuanshan. You've taken first place again. She looked at Zhou Yuanshan's face and noticed, inexplicably, that his expression remained as solemn as ever. What's wrong? Far Mountain King, aren't you happy about winning the competition? No. Ha? Zhou Yuanshan's expression remained cold and distant. Just now, when the disaster caught up to the smoke, it executed some very strange maneuvers. I don't know what that meant. But I don't think Zhang Hao would make meaningless moves. What? Chapter 146, Azure Domain Relay Race, Finale. Part 5. What? Did he do something? How come I didn't see it? Staring at the giant screen in disbelief, Humanman genuinely hadn't seen what the disaster had done. Yet. Just as the magnet was sideways overtaking, the disaster, which had remained motionless, suddenly began to sway eerily from bow to stern. This wasn't the massive, whole ship swaying that preceded the activation of the cyclone dance. Instead, the bow and stern oscillated rapidly from side to side at a fixed frequency, like a pendulum perpetually held within certain limits. Though the hull visibly swayed, the ship's course remained fixed in place without moving. What is that? Inside the captain's cabin of the disaster, Zhang Hao had already released the bone-white steering wheel, his expression calm as he turned to look behind him. Poof. I knew it. Once Shadow Follow was activated, this parallel outcome was inevitable. Zhou Hang would definitely use Blade Surpass again, waiting for you. By Huan. I just showed you how to do it. Now, use this bow technique to defeat them and claim the championship. Can I really do it? By Huan's voice trembled. The tipping point was right before her eyes. First, second, third, anything could shift with the slightest change. But Zhang Hao pushed aside the bone-white steering wheel before him, his gaze fixed firmly on her. You can do it. Because you're no weaker than any boat maiden. My ship maidens are all bug level. Yours too. You. No sailor had ever spoken these words to him. And never had any sailor ever relinquished the decisive battle's authority and privileges to him. Trust. From Zhang Hao's calm eyes, Bai Huan sensed an unprecedented level of trust. I understand. I won't let you down. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The skeletal remains before him began to tremble violently. Tell them. Who took first place in today's race? The B-rank ship maiden abandoned by the Seven Hands in the Merchant Alliance Black Ship Tournament? No. It's the catastrophe destined to stand upon the stage of the World Championship. The man's voice echoed in her ears. Bai Huan felt a searing heat burning in her chest, and her gaze inexplicably hardened. She stared at Zhang Hao and suddenly licked her lips. Zhang Hao was startled. He immediately took 2 or 3 steps to the corner of the captain's cabin. Here it comes. Here it comes. The disaster's ultimate state. Zhang Hao wanted to test the potential of the shipgirl protagonist from the original script of Magic Sea Star in her ultimate mode. Clank, clank, clank. The bone joystick began shaking at high frequency, causing the massive hull of the disaster to sway violently back and forth like a sea shark swimming through the water. Sword Shark Cruise. Thanks to a racing game from his past life, Zhang Hao remembered this maneuver. At high speed, while maintaining a straight course, the bow and stern violently oscillated. Such maneuvering ensured that any vessel, whether ahead or astern, daring to block the ship's path would be struck by the swinging bow or stern, disrupting their navigation. Sword Shark Cruise. Boom! At this very moment, the rapidly swaying bow and stern of the disaster lashed out, a blue red light just about to latch onto the skeletal hull and overtake. Bang! Bang! The moment the two hulls connected, the stern flung the magnetic ship away, sending its upright hull crashing toward the smoke ship. Splash! The rigidly upright magnet ship continued forward by inertia. But the Sword Shark Cruiser didn't just swing its stern. As its bow violently swayed at high speed, a thunderous boom erupted. The still-moving magnet was violently flung forward by the bow's momentum, slamming abruptly into the smoke ship and careening wildly left and right along the track. Squeak, squeak. The high-speed imbalance caused both medium ships to spin and lurch, their speed plummeting. Damn it! What the hell is this? Damn it, Zhang Hao, how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Zhou Hang frantically yanked the helm, but the high-speed imbalance left him utterly helpless. His magnet was holding up relatively well, shielded from impact by the smoke alongside. The smoke ship, however, was in dire straits. It had been keeping pace with the disaster, and might even have secured a tie for first place. Crash! The magnet rammed into it at an angle, sending the smoke crashing into the ice wall. Ice shards shattered with a crack 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 as the hull scraped against the surface, its speed plummeting to 40 revolutions per minute. Squeak squeak! The moment the two medium-sized ship maidens collided and clashed, Zhang Hao once again cancelled Shadow Step. The synchronized rotation speed, which should have dropped to 40 along with the ship, suddenly surged to 123. Boom! The colossal white-boned Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly swept past both ships. Thud! Bang bang bang! The finish line fireworks erupted. The disaster crossed the finish line. No! No! Zhou Hang, what have you done? What have you done? Without you, I could have at least tied for first. What have you done? Smokeship captain's cabin. Inside the rocking captain's cabin, Zhou Hang watched the distant fireworks explode as the massive white-hulled ship charged across the finish line. The world before his eyes seemed to darken. Why? Why? Why did he win again? Why? Thud! The stubborn defiance in his heart instantly dissipated. Zhou Hang collapsed to his knees before the helm. The hair on his forehead turned completely gray, his eyes hollow and vacant. He stared blankly at the finish line, his body trembling inexplicably. Shadow. From the very beginning, from the moment he first laid eyes on Zhang Hao, he had always been in the other man's shadow. It had been so before, and it remains so now. No! My preliminary race. My first place. Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang. You worthless piece of trash. Worthless trash. Lu Ruyan's particle projection flickered with a savage glare. With a hiss, the projection flickered and abruptly extinguished. The rumbling struggle of the smokeship's gears ceased entirely as it collapsed against the ice wall. Lu Ruyan had fainted. Perhaps it was from overexerting her lifespan, or perhaps it was from sheer anger. In any case, Smokeship had come to a permanent halt just before the finish line. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough.
Zhou Hang knelt on the ground, unable to suppress the coughing until blood spurted from his mouth. His aged face darkened as he stared blankly at the finish line. For a very long time, he uttered not another word, frozen like a statue, his mind completely gone. Ah! Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yao shook his head. With a sigh of resignation, he pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and walked out alone. Bang! Bang bang bang! At that very moment, before the finish line, the disaster came to a steady halt on the glacial platform. Click clack click clack. Amidst the crackling of fireworks and the clicking of cameras inside the captain's cabin, Huan screamed like a madwoman, Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! I did it! I mastered your sailing technique on the first try. We're number one! We're number one again! She clung to Zhang Hao's arm like a little girl who'd just gotten candy, giggling and fussing non-stop. Beep! Congratulations on successfully shattering Zhou Hang's king's heart. He now possesses no remaining ambition or aspiration. His potential has been permanently sealed, leaving no possibility for future growth. Chosen 1 Zhou Hang successfully dismantled. Final 6 strands of residual destiny energy awaiting stripping. Your connection to Star Shatterer has increased by 20%. Current connection level, 40%. The system notification sounded in his ears. A faint smile curved Zhang Hao's lips. Looks like I'll soon find an opportunity to take care of Zhou Hang. He patted Huan's shoulder, and the attributes of the disaster ship popped up at that very moment. Disaster. Propeller RPM 123 greater than 125. Yaw stability 4143. Sail mast wind storage 90 greater than 92. Stiffness 21 greater than 23. Anchor stability 4143. Endurance 113,115. Skill deep sea shark. Fury of the Deep. Due to its unique hull design, the disaster can briefly submerge its entire hull for stealth acceleration. During stealth, propeller speed plus 2,123, anchor stability 2019, hull strength 2019. Ship maiden overall rating B+. Chapter 147 Cyan Realm Relay Race, Finale. 6. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen. Upset. Upset. First place goes to number 27 navigator, Zhang Hao from the Mountain Sea. He's won the championship. He's snatched the top spot in the Azure Domain Relay Race, a position the Zhou family had dominated for over a decade. Let us witness the birth of a new champion. At the hosting podium, Wee Man's emotions were a roller coaster. Just as Yuan was about to claim victory, a smile touched her lips only for Yuan to vanish inexplicably. Then, the Zhou brothers, Zhou Hang and Zhou Zhong, surged ahead. As the Zhou family seemed poised to reclaim first place, she felt utterly hopeless. Unexpectedly. In the end, Zhang Hao made another push and clinched first place. Finally. As long as this championship wasn't won by the Zhou family, Wee Man could find some solace. She shoved the microphone right up to Zhou Yuanshan's face with a smug grin. King Yuanshan, you really are a visionary. Who would have thought your top pick, number 27, would actually take first place? What are your thoughts on this? Oof. It doesn't matter. We've held the top spot for so many years, letting someone else have it once is no big deal. This time, my Zhou family will sweep second and third place. Zhou Yuanshan's face remained cold as he stared intently at the magnet and smoke vehicles frozen just before the finish line on the big screen. Barring any surprises, second and third place were already locked in. Vroom vroom vroom. But what no one could have anticipated was a small ice blue ship maiden suddenly emerged from the bow on the 19th lap. Plop. The ice scale flipped over from the 19th lap and landed at the tail end of the 20th lap. It actually reached the finish line first? Oh. Good heavens, good heavens. It's Yangfan's Ice Mist. He's your second favorite navigator. Who would have thought he'd take second place? Wee Man's smile stretched wide across her face. Bang! Bang bang bang! As fireworks erupted again toward the finish line, the ice scale cruised steadily across the line. Zhou Yuanshan's face darkened like storm clouds. Ha! What the hell? I came in second? I still have a place? Inside the Ice Mist's captain's cabin, Yangfan stared blankly at the lone disaster docked at the finish line and the relentless barrage of fireworks spraying toward him. He'd already braced himself for a 4th or 5th place finish. Who would have thought? He truly hadn't expected it. Emerging from the black fog moments ago, he'd seen the first place, energy stored, ship embedded in the wall, the smoke and magnet ships wedged in the corner before the finish line. He hadn't done a thing, just climbed the wall and snatched second place? Damn it! Zhang Hao got MVP, and I, Yangfan, just coasted to victory? For a moment, Yangfan's expression was incredibly complex, tinged with a hint of excitement. Way to go, Yangfan! Your reward tonight is 3 bottles of goji berry juice. Bing Lan gave Yangfan a light slap on the cheek, instantly snapping him back to his senses. He scratched his head and looked toward the finish line. Vroom vroom vroom. Third place.
Magnet slowly picking up speed, it finally crossed the finish line. Boom boom boom. As the final burst of fireworks exploded, the announcer's voice boomed through the entire relay race area via surround sound loudspeakers. I hereby declare the Azure Domain Relay Race officially concluded. First place, Mountain Sea Region Navigator Zhang Hao, piloting the Ship Maidens, Demon Ship, and Catastrophe Ship. Second place, Mountain Sea Region Navigator Yang Fan, piloting the Ship Maidens, Flame Chaser, and Ice Gale. Third place. Hui Manman's voice echoed throughout the entire competition venue. In the spectator stands, the local Cyan Realm navigators watched the race conclude, each still reeling in shock. Holy crap! Both the champion and runner-up of today's relay race are from Mountain Sea? No way! Hey! If it weren't for that UN malfunction, the top 3 might have all been from Mountain Sea region. Don't forget that Yin Yang is from Mountain Sea region, too. Damn! Now that you mention it, it's true. The Mountain Sea region is breeding monsters. The Zhou family only got third this time? Who'd believe me if I said that out loud? Impressive. Zhang Hao, I'll remember that name. I'm cutting this kid's sailing skills into a video. Whispers and gasps filled the air. The scene had truly become a spectacle of discussion about the Shuhai gathering 3 champions. Vroom vroom vroom. Meanwhile, relay race transfer point. Blue Fatso and Little Bright were still switching boats when they suddenly heard the announcement over the loudspeaker. Their movements froze as they exchanged glances. Xiao Liang's mouth twitched. Not buddies? This is the let's hang out you were talking about? How did he win? No way. We're still at the relay point. How did he manage to beat the entire Zhou family? I don't know. Isn't he your friend? On the icy ground, the two stared at each other, both utterly bewildered. Now, contestants, please wait a moment. This competition will be fully recorded and entered into the official archives of the medium-scale tournament. The top 3 prizes will be personally awarded by Cyan Realm King of Distant Mountains. The loudspeaker's voice continued to echo. At the finish line of the relay race, Zhou Yuanshan had arrived at some point. Beside him, several Ship Federation staff members stood before the corresponding podium, holding the prize boxes. Let us welcome the first-place winner of this competition. The son of the Cloud Dragon King, Zhang Hao. A seasoned veteran indeed, Zhou Yuanshan showed no trace of emotion on his face. He glanced toward the direction where the disaster had vanished. Zhang Hao was now pulling by Huan and the belated Mo Euro toward the podium. The award platform for the Cyan Realm relay race was also crafted from ice and snow. After climbing onto the top podium, Zhang Hao stood calmly while Mo Euro flushed crimson behind him, nervously glancing around left and right. Only by Huan seemed to be experiencing such a scene for the first time, her head bowed in fright as she hid behind the two of them. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! Devil ship! Disaster! First place! First place! Cheers and encouragement filled the air as the crowd had gathered around the scene without anyone noticing. The click of cameras, the smiles on people's faces, the glory of first place couldn't be more real. Zhang Hao, first place again. Mo Euro instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhang Hao's arm. Zhang Hao glanced at Bai Huan hiding behind him and pulled her forward. Calm down. There'll be plenty more moments like this. Oh. Timidly lifting her head, Bai Huan looked down with a flushed face and once again saw the light. This time, it was the light of glory, the light of first place. Thud thud thud. Footsteps echoed across the snowy ground. Zhou Yuanshan had appeared beneath the first place podium, though she hadn't noticed when he'd arrived. He had to tilt his head back to see the confident chin of the youth. The magic point box in his hand remained unhanded. He wasn't looking at Zhang Hao, he was looking at his former self. A youth's spirit was a non-renewable resource. Watching Zhang Hao stand triumphant on the podium, arm linked with 2 ship maidens, he smiled for a long moment before finally extending the magic point box toward Zhang Hao. Now presenting the first place prize. 50 magic point boxes. First place, Zhang Hao. Do you have anything to say to everyone? After placing the magic point box into Zhang Hao's hands, Zhang Hao lowered his gaze toward Zhou Yuanshan before flashing a smug grin. Nothing much to say. If I must, just one thing. Zhang Hao. Sooner or later, I'll stand on the World Championship stage with my shipmaiden, ushering in a new chapter for Cloud Dragon King. The rain had passed. In that moment, sunlight fell upon the faces of the navigator and the shipmaiden. The golden winds of youth drifted across every inch of the Azure Realm, while the blazing fire scorched through the bitter cold. Chapter 148. What? A dowry? The setting sun bathed Zhang Hao's face. Zhou Yuanshan watched him, smiled, and nodded. Very well. May you keep the spirit alive all the way there. Once you arrive, you'll naturally witness the tale of the 3 kings. Remember this, give the Sea King a thorough beating for me. That spineless bastard. Patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder, Zhou Yuanshan turned to the Ship Alliance personnel behind him. The man nodded, opened the box in his hand, and handed Zhang Hao a tube of pitch black, petroleum-like liquid. Champion, this is the bonus prize for first place. Alpha Endurance Potion. After the ship maiden uses this, her endurance will instantly increase by +1. Furthermore, after every subsequent race, her endurance will steadily increase by +1. Please take it. The Ship Alliance staff member handed the potion to Zhang Hao with a look of deep respect. Holding the Alpha Endurance Potion, Zhang Hao felt an inexplicable gaze fixed upon him. Standing on the podium, he gazed into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed the distant, smoke ship, slowly departing the competition grounds. Zhang Hao stood at the ship's rail, his eyes full of meaning, fixed on Zhang Hao as if deep in thought. Oh? So she wants this thing. Running his fingers over the serum, Zhang Hao's thoughts raced. If he used this to lure Jian Yao, would it shatter the master-disciple bond between Jian Yao and Zhou Hang completely? And would the final 6 strands of Heaven's Mandate Fortune finally fall into place? Oof. Forget it. Better save this thing to trade for the Shattered Star components. Holding the 2 young boat girls close, Zhang Hao turned his gaze toward the nearby podium. On the slightly lower runner-up podium, Yang Fan stood with his chin proudly lifted. The crews of the Flame Chaser and Ice Mist waved and struck poses for the surrounding cameras with great flair. Second place. Runner-up Yang Fan, here are your 30 magic points. The Magic Point Ball. Zhou Yuanshan patted Yang Fan's shoulder with a satisfied expression as he pulled out a magic point orb the size of a wrist ball from his pocket. Young man. You've got potential too. Hee. No wonder they call you the Far Mountain King. Your vision is truly far-reaching. Rest assured, I'll be competing in the World Championship someday too. Is that so? Then I'll be looking forward to it. Glancing at the runner-up, Ship Alliance member, the latter immediately opened a portable case. Inside lay a scroll component covered in blue electrical patterns. Grade A component, arc motion pattern. This component can only be used once per charge during a race. Upon colliding with an opponent's ship maiden, it releases an electric current that disrupts her various stats. Grade A component arc motion pattern, propeller speed +10, mast wind storage +15, endurance 10. Runner-up, this is your supplementary prize for this competition. The component was respectfully handed to Yang Fan. Upon hearing these stats, not just Yang Fan, but even Zhang Hao was stunned. What a gem! This thing is practically like giving the ship's maiden an extra offensive skill. And the stats are solid too. Zhang Hao patted Yang Fan's shoulder enviously. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile. I don't know if it's good or not. At least they won't have to fight over the turbo anymore. Silently stowing the component, Yang Fan turned his gaze toward Chasing Flame and Ice Mist. Poof. Ha! The 2 boat women exchanged a glance, each curling their lips in haughty disdain, saying nothing more. It was obvious. Before this, they must have been arguing over the ownership of the Grade A component turbine. No wonder. I noticed you didn't use any parts during this race. So you didn't give any at all, afraid you couldn't treat everyone fairly? Zhang Hao looked pensive, his gaze drifting unconsciously toward Mo Euro and Bai Huanhuan. They were both his shipgirls, and favoring one over the other in resource distribution wouldn't do. Having a harem is nice, but you can't let things get out of hand. This time, the distribution of magic points must be balanced. As he silently pondered these thoughts. Thump, thump, thump. Zhou Yuanshan had already approached the podium for the 3rd place award. His gaze met Zhou Zhong's, who kept his head bowed, silent. Dark night and magnetic snow also hung their heads, looking like children who'd done something wrong. Father and son locked eyes in silence for a long moment. Zhou Yuanshan tapped a small vial toward Zhou Zhong. Here's your magic points. Your prize money has already been collected by the Zhou family. Losing is good. Think of it as early training to strengthen your resolve. That way, when you face setbacks in the World Championship, you won't be crushed. These words. It was unclear whether they were meant for Zhou Zhong or for Zhou Yuanshan himself. After giving Zhou Zhong one last intense look, Zhou Yuanshan quickly walked away from the scene. Click. Click. After another round of photo ops and interviews at the podium, the crowd began to slowly disperse. Yang Fan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he looked at Zhang Hao. Hey Zhang Hao, what are your plans next? You should probably go get your 2-star navigator certification first. What about you? Same here. Thanks to you, I've got 2 race placements under my belt now, so I can go for the 2-star navigator exam too. Heard that thing's pretty tough to pass. See you at the examination hall in a few days. Hey, wanna head back to the maintenance shop together? Nah, gotta catch up with the Zhou family's eldest son. Alright. I'll head out first. Pulling along Ice Gale and Flame Chaser, Yang Fan shot Zhang Hao and Zhou Zhong a puzzled glance. Without asking any further questions, he happily clutched his magic point ball and walked off. Well done. Yang Fan, your reward is that you can use an item tonight. The distant sounds of playful chatter gradually faded away. Zhou Zhong stood on the 3rd place podium, unable to shake off his disappointment for a long time. Perhaps, for him, this position felt like a disgrace. He seemed to notice Zhang Hao watching him. After an agonizingly long pause, Zhou Zhong silently lifted his head, narrowing his eyes at Zhang Hao. What? Still here? Feeling sorry for me? No need. You're strong. I lost willingly. Could it be? I'm not here to console you? Young Master Zhou, do you remember what I told you the night before the competition? That if I won first place, could I go to your Zhou family's warehouse? You won first place and now you want access to my Zhou family warehouse? Well, can't I trade you for the potion?
Sullenly pulling out the alpha endurance potion, Zhang Hao forced a fake smile.
He didn't lack any endurance potential boost. As long as he could keep plundering fortune, he'd lack nothing.
If he could trade this for a star shard component, that would be a huge win.
You. Huff.
Taking several deep breaths, Zhou Zhong stared at Zhang Hao for a long moment before shaking his head in resignation.
Enough. You win, you take it. There's nothing worthwhile in the Zhou family warehouse anyway. If you want it, go get it yourself.
That potion is the prize for first place.
I don't want it.
Also, my sister will recover soon. I hope you'll treat her better from now on. If you can do that, you can take whatever you want from the Yizhou family warehouse.
Zhou Zhong waved his hand dismissively, leaving Zhang Hao stunned. What? Zero cost purchase? You wouldn't be planning to use that stuff as your sister's dowry, would you? Chapter 149, The Tale of the Three Kings Part 2. What? You think my sister isn't good enough for you?
The moment his sister Zhou Suxin was mentioned, Zhou Zhong's expression shifted instantly. His earlier dejected and despondent look instantly turned cold and stern.
Look around me, has any of my boat women ever suffered hardship? Zhang Hao gave a helpless smile. Zhou Zhong glanced at Mo Euro and Bai Huan for a long moment.
Both were well-nourished and fair-skinned, clearly pampered by Zhang Hao.
Only then did he nod. Follow me. I heard you mention earlier that you also plan to take the 2-star navigator exam? The ship's hull unfolded. This time, the entire group boarded the magnetic Snow's magnetic iron, sailing far into the Zhou family's waters.
The afterglow and sea breeze washed over them. Leaning against the ship's rail, Zhang Hao's expression remained calm.
Didn't they say only 2-star navigators can enter the grand tournament? Since my goal is the World Championship, I have to take the exam. The 2-star navigator assessment. That might be a bit challenging, but for you, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Zhou Zhong merely glanced at Zhang Hao upon hearing this, offering no further explanation. Zhang Hao, however, found himself intrigued.
Hey, Mr. Zhou, how did you pass the exam back then? Easy. Use the Dark Knight to seize the exam, then use Shadow. Passed in minutes. Holy. That's insane. Forget I asked. Hey, did you get your 3-star navigator certificate? I was almost there. But now it's gone, right?
As they spoke, the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Zhou Zhong, whose face darkened as he glared at Zhang Hao, who scratched his head awkwardly. The certification exams in the Magic Sea Star world were somewhat similar to the penguin racing system from his previous life on Blue Star. To enter the major competitions, you must first pass the 2-star navigator certification exam. However, once you obtain the 2-star navigator certificate, you are barred from participating in minor competitions. Officially, you're barred from fishing in the beginner zones, much like how obtaining an advanced driver's license in racing games prevents you from entering newbie channels. The 3-star navigator certification is the threshold for entering the World Championship. It's said that to become a 3-star navigator, you need top 3 finishes in small, medium, and large competitions, or alternatively, first place in 3 medium competitions, plus 2 ship maidens to qualify. As for 4-star navigator and 5-star navigator, these are essentially honorary titles. Only navigators who distinguish themselves in the World Championship or Exploration Organization tournament receive equivalent certifications from the Ship Federation Association. Zhang Hao's father, Zhang Yunlong, kept a 4-star navigator certificate on his nightstand. This once served as a source of immense pride for the original owner, Zhang Hao. Whenever Zhang Hao thought of Zhang Yunlong, he inexplicably recalled the story of the 3 kings. To ease the awkwardness, he seemed to recall something and turned to Zhou Zhong. "Oh right. Your old man just told me to give the Sea King a thorough beating. What's up? Does the Mountain King have a grudge against the Sea King? Well, it's not exactly a secret. The 3 kings, they rose to fame by competing in the World Championship from 3 minor maritime regions. You already know that. Now tell me, what do you think those major clans would do when an outstanding navigator with no backing suddenly makes a splash on the grand stage?" Zhou Zhong's casual teasing caused Zhang Hao's expression to darken. They'd extend an olive branch? Exactly. Truth be told, the rise of the 3 kings is inseparable from those families. Cloud Dragon King was too proud to join any major house back then, but the Purple Blue Sword family still had Ship Maiden willing to follow him. My father, the Vufar Mountain King, was the same. He charmed the Magnet Ship clan with his personal magnetism. While the rise of our 2 houses over the years owes something to the support of the great families, still, we rose independently. The Sea King is different. At this point, a clear look of contempt flashed in Zhou Zhong's eyes. Oh? Did the Sea King fully align himself with a major clan? Zhang Hao speculated, and Zhou Zhong nodded. Yes. That bastard became a lackey for the Spring family. He voluntarily changed his surname, swapping High for Collins. To secure an SS-class shipmaiden as a partner, he's already preparing his own child barely of age to be used as a tool for the Collins family. That's why my father holds him in such contempt. Whoa! Who knew there was such a story behind it? He chose to live off others? Being a kept man isn't so bad. Zhou Hang shrugged indifferently. Living off a rich woman, using her resources, what's not to like? He shot Zhou Hang a glance before casually shifting his gaze to a Bobby the Night Owl-like figure in Dark Knight. Hey, didn't you also choose to align yourself with a major clan? Oof. Don't compare me to the Sea King. I only cooperate with the Dark Knight clan on support tasks for the sake of Dark Knight. At least within the Dark Knight clan, they still treat me like the son of the Far Mountain King. At best, I'm just making an equal exchange with the great families. But if you saw the Sea King's children, you'd understand what true frustration feels like. Is that so? Silently rubbing his chin, Zhou Hang suddenly glanced at Luo Li's Jin Qinghan. If only I hadn't been so stubborn back then. He'd be living off a rich woman's allowance right now. The three kings all chose to collaborate with the S-class shipmaiden family back then. Except that Sea King, seeking a better path, opted to endure humiliation under the SS-class shipmaiden family? Truly, each person has their own path. Shaking his head, the two fell silent as the conversation drifted away in the evening sea breeze. Night was falling. Put. The magnet gradually entered the familiar waters of the Zhou family domain. This time, Zhang Hao didn't encounter Zhou Hang at the entrance. In fact, the entire Zhou family waters showed no sign of the smoke ship or the pharmacist ship. Didn't Zhou Hang return? Didn't he leave right after the competition ended? Zhang Hao glanced around in confusion, unaware just how aged Zhou Hang's appearance had become. Him? Every time he makes bold threats, he never follows through. If I were him, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. Zhou Zhang snorted with contempt, not giving Zhou Hang a second thought. Come with me. After grabbing your stuff, go see my sister. She'd be thrilled if you came. As the magnet gradually drew alongside the Zhou family merchant ship, Zhou Zhang leapt swiftly onto the deck of the larger vessel. He beckoned for Zhang Hao to follow, heading toward the descending staircase leading into the ship's hold. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao followed, bringing Mo Euro and the other two women along. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Zhou family warehouse. It was far more dilapidated than Zhang Hao had imagined. Zhang Hao had assumed this place would be guarded by numerous disciples, protected by alloy gates, or at the very least, have some sweeping monk standing watch. But what did he find instead? As he descended the steps and gazed into the vast hold, where dark, jumbled shipwrecks littered the floor, he was utterly dumbfounded. Dust, broken parts, and sea creatures crawling out from time to time. This damn place. Where was the aura of a family warehouse? This is a dumpster. This is your family's warehouse? Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. If I'd known it was like this, I could have snuck over here at night and stolen something. The Zhou family wouldn't have noticed a thing. What else? What did you expect? That the Zhou family's warehouse is filled with neatly arranged stacks of components? Give me a break. Our family made our fortune with Glide serum. Now that we're rich, we can just buy whatever components we need. Why would we build a warehouse to hoard components? Zhou Zhong shrugged indifferently, leaving Zhang Hao stunned. Damn. No wonder Zhou Zhong casually mentioned taking anything from the Yi warehouse earlier. Turns out this dowry wasn't that expensive after all. TSK. It's been ages since I last came here. These shipwreck fragments were collected by my father back when he first retired. He was quite the collector of shipwreck relics. Looking at them now, these things really are ancient artifacts. Brushing dust off the floor, Zhou Zhong crossed his arms over his chest and fixed Zhang Hao with a piercing stare. Actually, I'm feeling curious again. Why did you insist on coming to my family's warehouse? Chapter 150, Shard Star Hardness, Component, Magic Point Allocation. Part 1. Zhang Hao froze under Zhou Zhong's hawk-like gaze. In the original story, it was because Zhou Hang won first place in the Azure Domain Relay race, and Zhou Yuanshan wanted to reward him. The old servant suggested he go to the Yizhou family warehouse to pick up something. As for what he took? That package contained the Star Shatter Hardness component. Upon reflection, the old servant character had indeed laid significant groundwork for Zhou Hang. Knowing so much information, being a Merchant Fleet Alliance silver card holder and the source of the propeller components in the Shanghai Academy warehouse, his identity likely mirrored that of the Merchant Fleet Alliance chairman. Both were members of the Shattered Star team back in the day. The protagonist is the protagonist, after all. Such support, born to be by his side. What a pity. The plot has already taken a drastic turn. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, reacting quickly with a casual explanation. It's really nothing. I have a propeller component, here it's part of a set, but the bonuses are pretty minor. I heard from President Wu that fragments of the shipmaiden salvaged by the Far Mountain King might include part of my set component set. Of course I wanted to come in and look. He explained without batting an eye.
Zhang Hao remained remarkably calm. After all, even if he found the star shatter hardness component right under Zhou Zhong's nose, the latter wouldn't think anything of it. After all, the eldest son of the Zhou family wouldn't be interested in such a low-tier component. Oh? Is that so? Well then, go ahead and look. Brushing dust off his shoes, Zhou Zhong showed no intention of leaving, merely standing quietly to the side and watching. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly, glancing at Mo Euro and the others before giving an order. Everyone spread out and searched together. That component should be a pure black scroll. Let us know when you find it. Got it. The women responded in unison, immediately diving into the wreckage and rubble to search. Snap. Snap. Worn planks, charred propellers, shattered sails. Fragments of all kinds of ship maidens piled together, like hunting for treasures in a garbage heap. Dust swirled as they rummaged through the wreckage. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Bai Huan and Jin Qinghan frowned and coughed. After searching for half a day, their faces were covered in soot, yet all they found were fragments. Where was the black scroll? Zhang Hao, is there really a component scroll? All I see here is wreckage. Bai Huan grumbled. Zhang Hao pushed aside a pile of ship planks, and instantly, a swarm of sea bugs crawled out with a buzzing sound, making him frown. This is weird. It should be right here. Click click click. Click click click. Amidst the others' murmurs, only Mo Euro kept dragging at a wooden plank in one corner. As if guided by some instinct, she searched relentlessly in one direction. As large sections of planking came loose and fell away, the underside of the pitch-black deck revealed a pair of white stockings. Yes. A pair of white stockings. When no one was looking, Mo Euro grabbed the pair of white stockings. Instantly, they curled and twisted, transforming into a black scroll that appeared in her hand. Found it. What? Mo Euro's exclamation echoed, causing everyone to stare at her in disbelief. The black scroll in the girl's hand unfolded, revealing the outline of a pitch-black ship hull. This time, the hull's outline featured only a special black star pattern along the gunnel, shimmering brightly. Shattered star hardness component. No level. Effect, increases hardness by +1 when equipped. As the component's attributes appeared, everyone's expressions froze. It wasn't that the stats were too good. It was that the displayed attribute was utterly pathetic. Huh? My family actually had this thing? How come I never knew about this before? After glancing at the hardness component from afar, Zhou Zhong instantly lost all interest. Are you kidding me? Hardness +1? Seriously? These days, even a grade C component can get you a hardness +15 effect. Hardness +1? What a useless piece of junk. After just a glance at the scroll, Zhou Zhong scowled in disgust. Take it back. I have no idea what effect collecting this thing might have, but if you ask me, wait until you collect it? I've already saved up enough to buy an S-grade component. I'm outta here. Zhang Hao, I'll wait for you upstairs. Waving dismissively, Zhou Zhong wore a look of utter disgust. He didn't know the hidden effect of the star shatter hardness component. It could grow. Of course, even if he had known, given his wealth sufficient to purchase an S-grade component, he likely wouldn't have cared for the slowly evolving star shatter hardness component when he could instantly buy one with +340 hardness. Almost the instant Mo Euro found the scroll, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations! You have successfully acquired the star shatter hardness component. You have plundered 2 strands of destiny fortune from protagonist Zhou Hang. Star shatter hardness component hardness +2. After the next match concludes, permanently increases hardness by +2. Star shatter propeller component, after the next match concludes, provides a permanent +3 revolutions per minute boost. The system notification chimed in his ear, and Zhang Hao's face lit up with delight. These seemingly insignificant components that others looked down upon held special value to him. He could once again boost the hidden growth attributes of the star shatter components. This time, +2 and +3? Perhaps. Next time he found another component and plundered its destiny fortune, could he achieve +5 or +6 after just one match? Growth tier components carry no side effects. Given enough time, they become the ultimate upgrades. Ding Ding looked at Mo Euro, who was clutching the black scroll, and a strange flicker passed through Zhang Hao's eyes. This was the second time Mo Euro had actively sought out the star shatterer component. Could it be? Is there some connection between Mo Euro and Stardust? Or perhaps, is there a connection between the demon ship and the shattered star? You Ruo? You? How did you find it? Approaching Mo Euro, she handed the scroll to Zhang Hao, her expression equally peculiar. I don't know. Just a hunch, I guess. This. Alright. Wait here. I'll go see Zhou Suxin. Stowing away the star shard hardness component, Zhang Hao didn't have time to study it thoroughly just yet. He planned to return to the shipmate maintenance shop before assigning the components and magic points for distribution. Thud, thud, thud. After exiting the stairwell, Zhou Zhong shot Zhang Hao a glance but said nothing, simply leading him toward a room. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. The night was still.
From a large room on the right came the sound of a television.
Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang. It's Zhou Hang.
The champion of this Cyan Realm relay race is Zhou Hang from Mountain Sea Region, number 27.
The race footage played on repeat. Zhou Sushin, still wrapped in bandages, stared at the screen with excitement. Amazing. Amazing. So impressive. So many new ship maneuvers. I really want Zhou Hang to pilot it. Her eyes brimming with excitement and longing, Zhou Sushin murmured with a faint smile, "Mother, this must have been your reaction when you first saw father, right? A sailor you fell for at first sight." In the small room, Zhou Sushin boldly voiced her feelings. Click. She replayed the footage she'd already watched 3 times, her face beaming with delight as if she could never get enough. Creak. Until the door suddenly swung open. Zhou Hang walked in with a peculiar look on his face. Zhou Sushin stared blankly at him, their eyes locking. The joyful atmosphere turned inexplicably awkward. Zhou Hang. You, how did you get here? Her lips trembled, and a blush instantly spread to her ears. Zhou Sushin couldn't help but feel shy. Her mind raced silently, steam practically rising from her head. Oh no. Oh no. Did he hear everything I just said? What will he think of me now? Summoning her courage, she glanced toward the doorway. Seeing Zhang Hao still motionless, Zhou Sushin pursed her lips and immediately shifted her tone. You worthless trash. What are you doing here? Chapter 151, Star Shatter Hardness, Component, Magic Point Allocation. Part 2. Then maybe. Should I leave? Startled by Zhou Sushin's outburst, Zhang Hao grinned and began backing toward the door. You. Scum. You, stay here. Pressing her lips together, Zhou Sushin clutched the quilt between both hands. Speaking without filter, she blurted out words she couldn't believe herself. Her face flushed crimson like an apple. She hid her face behind the quilt, not daring to look at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's footsteps faltered slightly. He glanced at the pair of hands fidgeting behind the quilt, his smile growing more playful. Looks like you're recovering well. Your brother sent me to check on you. How are you feeling? Can you get out of bed yet? I'm okay. You're amazing at the game. Really? I plan to leave the Azure Realm after taking the 2-star Navigator exam in a few days. Do you still want to join my crew? Huh? So soon? A hint of disappointment crept into her voice. Zhou Sushin quietly tilted her head halfway out, stealing a sly glance at Zhang Hao. Leaning casually against the doorframe, he spoke as if sharing everyday chatter. My next destination will likely be either the Windwater Domain or the Swamp Domain. If you're feeling better, you could go there and wait for me. You little fish. You, come here. Ha! Mid-sentence, Zhou Sushin's voice suddenly tightened as her head retreated beneath the covers. A small hand peeked out from the left side of the quilt, beckoning to Zhang Hao. What is it? I said come here. You worthless trash. That familiar, spoiled brat tone again. Zhang Hao scratched his head, remembering Zhou Sushin was still under the weather, and decided to lean closer. Clack. But what Zhang Hao hadn't expected was that the moment he leaned in, her arm suddenly wrapped around his waist from beneath the quilt. The girl buried her face against his stomach through the quilt. I'll do my best to recover. You, wait for me. Buzz. 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 Suddenly, Zhang Hao felt a sudden tightening in his lower abdomen. A blue and red magnetic stone belt materialized out of thin air around his waist, unfurling to clamp down tightly on the waistband of his pants. This is the ship maiden contract? Zhou Sushin. You? Zhang Hao froze in shock. How did Zhou Sushin pull off this surprise attack? And what's this? What the heck is this contract item? How could it be a belt? Petty fish. You're not happy about being contracted by this lady? Oof. Before I even join your team, my contract item will teach you a lesson. Scum. Take my blessing and get lost. Through the quilt, Zhang Hao could feel the cheek behind it growing hotter and hotter. But the Tsundere voice echoed through the room. Zhang Hao shook his head and smiled helplessly. All right. Then get well soon and come watch my 2-star Navigator exam. Patting the quilt, Zhang Hao gently freed himself from the hands that still clung to him, then slowly walked out of the room. Creak. As the door closed, the quilt slowly lifted, revealing Zhou Sushin's flushed face. Pressing her lips together, she savored the sensation from moments ago, then touched her own face. That nobody has a surprisingly slender waist. The moon shone like water. Swamp District Maritime Zone, the Apothecary Ship Clan. At this very moment, a large circle of young boatwomen stared at the screen in the family meeting room, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Wow, just how many tricks does this number 27 have up his sleeve? Feels like this guy has even more natural talent for piloting ships than the legendary Cloud Dragon King back in the day. I don't think he's joined a major family yet? Should I go try my luck? You? Forget it. Amidst the buzz of countless whispers, a muscular girl standing a full 182 centimeters tall pressed the replay button expressionlessly.
Her eyes locked onto Zhang Hao on the award stage, flickering with an unreadable thought.
At the same moment, Fengshui Zone Maritime Region, the Collins family.
Within the opulent, classical European-style hall, everyone from the servants to the butler wore uniformly old-fashioned European-style long dresses. Interestingly, nearly everyone's hair was golden and wavy, curling in tight spirals like coiled springs. In the center of the hall, a young girl reclined on a sofa, her gaze fixed on the television.
Oh, son of the Dragon King. Interesting. This one looks far more impressive than his father. I wonder if such a fellow could be tamed and made into a tool for the Collins family.
I should be more careful, but if it's my sister. The girl twirled a lock of her curly hair, her gaze darting toward the corner. Hi Wuliang.
Get over here. Understood.
No sooner had the words left her lips. A black-haired youth dressed in a white gown that stood out starkly against the surroundings appeared. Holding a fruit platter in both hands, he respectfully crouched beside the girl.
Ah. The girl opened her mouth.
Hai Wuliang's brow furrowed slightly, but he carefully wiped the sea fruit clean before offering it to her lips.
Hi Wuliang.
Tell me, how much of Zhang Hao's ship skills can you learn?
I don't think it's necessary to learn, because Hai Wuliang was about to retort. Smack.
The girl flung the fruit platter aside with a slap.
Are you deaf? I asked how much you could learn. You tell me you don't need to learn? What? Do you really think your name is Collins Wuliang?
Her long skirt slid off the sofa as she stood up, towering over Hai Wuliang with a condescending gaze. Beneath the palm hidden beneath the fruit tray, Hai Wuliang's veins bulged. He muttered over and over, endure, endure, the half-year deadline hasn't passed, endure.
Give me time, I should be able to learn half of it.
Useless trash.
And you still dare call yourself the Sea Lord?
You're not even as good as your own brother.
Marrying you is a disgrace to the name Collins Rona. Get out of my sight.
Don't show your face to me again until you've mastered every ship skill on the made ship. Rona glared at Hai Wuliang, who slowly rose and exited the hall.
Silence fell over the hall once more.
Everyone remained silent, as if accustomed to it, the so-called son of the Sea Lord, the betrothed of the second young miss, being driven away so utterly disgraced.
Late night 2:30 a.m.
Only then did Zhang Hao and his group return to the shipmate maintenance shop.
Upon reaching the fourth-floor private room, Yun Yang's room had already been vacated. Yet, Yang Fan's room still had its lights on?
Zhang Hao chose not to disturb them. Returning to his own room, he closed the door tightly and casually activated the Star Shatter Hardness component. Before the bed, Mo Euro, Bai Huan and Jian Qinghan sat quietly. His boatmaid showed no signs of discord over component ownership. Staring at the scroll in his hand, Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment before voicing his thoughts.
I'm not playing favorites or anything. Truthfully, this component would be best suited for Bai Huan.
Euro has the poison pool to utilize, and it can also boost hardness during the competition.
The purple-blue sword is a renowned combat vessel, it shouldn't fear collisions, right? But, hardness has always been Bai Huan's weakness.
If she can't equip the component, she'll have to rely on magic points to compensate. But even if we give her all the magic points we have now, the catastrophe would still lack balance. The Stardust series components are quite unique.
If possible, I'd like Bai Huan to test whether she can equip them. If it could boost hardness in every match, this accessory would be the perfect fit for her.
With only his own people in the room, Zhang Hao spoke his mind freely. After he finished speaking, the three shipgirls exchanged wide-eyed glances, seemingly without objection.
Alright then. Let's give it a shot. But,
until Zhang Hao deftly reached into the scroll and suddenly pulled out a pair of white stockings.
The room fell instantly silent. Chapter 152, Star Shatter Hardness, Component, Magic Point Allocation. Part 2.
You were saying. Why are you pulling out a pair of stockings?
Bai Huan couldn't take the awkwardness anymore, staring blankly at the white stocking. Aren't we buddies?
We agreed to load the component, what the hell are you doing pulling out stockings? Jian Qinghan's gaze also turned strange.
Neither she nor Bai Huan had ever seen components from the Shattered Star series before. They'd never imagined components could transform into physical garments.
I said this is the Shattered Star Hardness component.
Do you believe me?
Zhang Hao scratched his head, equally bewildered. Last time, the Shattered Star propeller component was a pair of black high heels.
This time, it was actually a pair of white stockings? Alright. So what would the next component be? This doesn't make sense.
White stockings with black high heels.
This Shattered Star pairing has some questionable taste.
Fingering the white stockings, Zhang Hao's mind raced. A vision of a red-haired girl suddenly flashed through his mind. Zhang Hao froze, instantly clearing his scattered thoughts.
How about you try them on? He handed the white stockings to Bai Huan and silently turned away.
Bai Huan stared at the stockings hesitantly, her expression decidedly peculiar. She even wondered if this was some kind of kinky game Zhang Hao was playing.
But then she remembered Mo Euro and Jian Qinghan were still in the room. Zhang Hao wouldn't go that far, would he?
With a mix of skepticism and trepidation, Bai Huan slowly slipped off her shoes and carefully pulled on the white stockings. Swish, swish, swish. It felt peculiar. Unlike other stockings that felt tight and suffocating, these white ones slipped on without any discomfort whatsoever. Her already slender legs appeared even more delicate and fair beneath the sheer fabric. Snap. The moment she finished slipping them on, Bai Huan felt inexplicably as though her soft, flabby body had somehow become firmer. Ha! Ha! It seems, it actually works. Barefoot, Bai Huan bounced around the room for a while, even bumping her head against the wall. It's only level 2 hardness. It can't be that bad, right? Zhang Hao was speechless, yet also relieved that the Star Shatter component's magic could compensate for the disaster's inability to mount attachments. Whoa! You don't get it, the ship maiden is incredibly sensitive. Especially when it comes to specs. Excitedly patting Bai Huan's face flushed crimson as she was about to say something else. Zhang Hao silently retrieved the magic point box from his chest. Upon opening it, 50 points of starlight, like flickering fireflies, danced within. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hao activated the 25 magic points and channeled them into the white bone necklace around his neck. Buzz buzz buzz. Sparkling starlight flickered as Bai Huan's head instantly began to smoke. With a thud, she collapsed onto the bed, her face radiant with delight. Wow! Zhang Hao, how many magic points did you give me? She looked at the other two boat women in the room, her expression a mix of excitement and worry. Bai Huan feared Zhang Hao might distribute them unevenly, sparking a harem revolt. 25 points. 13 points for hardness, 12 points for lateral flexibility. The remaining 25 points are for you, Ro. As for Jin Xinghan, I suppose you shouldn't be short on these stats, right? Zhang Hao glanced at Jin Xinghan with a guilty expression. This S-class ship maiden had been with him for so long, and it seemed like all he'd ever given her was blue fish meat. It's fine. I came here to learn ship skills from you. You don't need to worry about me. Jin Xinghan maintained her icy expression, yet her hands clenched behind her back, fists tightening repeatedly. Put. Like I'm jealous of those two. Silently turning her head away, Jin Xinghan refused to look any further. Buzz buzz buzz. Once the starlight fully vanished into the white bone necklace, the new data panel for the disaster ship appeared. Disaster. Propeller RPM 125. Lateral stability 43 greater than 55. Sail mast wind storage 92. Hardness 23 greater than 36 plus 2 starbreaker hardness component. Anchor stability 43. Endurance 115. Looks like it's improved quite a bit. However, it still seems to have serious weaknesses. The road ahead is long and arduous. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao didn't want to discourage Bai Huan, who was currently banging her head against the wall in frustration. His gaze shifted to Mo Euro, who nodded back. Like an old married couple, they both instinctively looked toward the contract ring. Buzz buzz buzz. With 25 magic points remaining, the distribution was as follows: propeller speed plus 5, and all other 5 major attributes plus 4. Thus, the attribute panel of the Devil ship refreshed once more. Devil ship. Propeller speed, 65 greater than 73 plus 3 Stardust growth propeller. Yaw stability, 6064 2. Mast wind storage, 6064 plus 6. Sturdiness, 6064 plus 10. Anchor stability, 6064 2. Endurance, 6064 3. Sailor's overall rating, C+. Huff. After the surging magic points flooded in, Mo Euro sat on the bed, puffing out hot breath and waves. A C+ grade ship maiden. This growth rate. Who dares call the demon ship a piece of junk now? With a sense of accomplishment, Zhang Hao watched the devil ship's rating climb once more. He eagerly anticipated the day it would become an S-rank ship maiden. Huff. 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 The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly eerie as the demon points were absorbed. Mo Euro and Bai Huan's faces flushed crimson, steam billowing from their heads as they fixed Zhang Hao with feverish stares, their expressions screaming I want it. Thankfully, Jin Xinghan sat in the middle with a cold expression, preventing the two from acting out. Sleep. Sleep. Feeling the predatory stares, Zhang Hao grabbed the quilt, spread it on the edge of the bed, and began to sleep. Click. After the light went out, the room fell silent once more. A quarter of an hour passed. 2/4 of an hour passed. Just as everyone had fallen into deep slumber, a dark figure quietly lifted itself up and crept toward Zhang Hao's bed. Her movements were exceptionally quiet. After lifting the quilt, she lay down on the floor like a thief, then curled up and burrowed into Zhang Hao's bedding like an insect. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. He. Bai Huan couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. She wanted to sleep in Zhang Hao's arms tonight. Clack. But, the moment her thigh slipped beneath Zhang Hao's quilt, something like a chain suddenly lashed out. The force wasn't strong, but it startled Bai Huan out of her skin. Holy crap. Clack. With that single click, the room's lights instantly came on.
Amid the blinding glare, a bizarre scene unfolded within the room.
Bai Huan, clutching her long legs, hopped nervously outside Zhang Hao's bedsheets. Mo Euro lay sprawled on the mattress, seemingly about to get up, her head poking out as she stared intently beneath the bed. Meanwhile, Jin Qinghan sat upright on the bed, hands on her hips, staring intently at the floor below. Good grief! Not a single one of the three boatwomen was asleep. Only Zhang Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking utterly bewildered at the trio.
Ha? What's wrong? Zhang Hao, did you bring a chain with you?
Bai Huan stared at Zhang Hao in astonishment, feeling certain that something chained had lashed out at her from beneath the bedding moments ago.
Ha? No, I don't think so.
Zhang Hao lifted the quilt, revealing nothing beneath the sheets.
Silence filled the room.
Jin Qinghan's gaze was the sharpest. She scanned Zhang Hao's waist there, something seemed to be tightening and wriggling.
Was it a moving belt? The room fell into an inexplicably awkward silence once more.
After a long pause, Bai Huan shook her head in exasperation and crawled back onto the bed.
1 hour later.
This time, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep.
Chapter 153, Urgent. Need a base. Recommended by Zhang Yunlong. The next day. Dawn was just breaking. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Zhang Hao. Are you in there? The second young miss has arrived. Open the door. Zhou Sushin's shouts echoed outside the private room door, leaving Zhang Hao utterly bewildered. What? Didn't you say you still needed some recovery time?
Rubbing his messy hair, Zhang Hao got up and opened the door. At the doorway, Zhou Sushin's head was still wrapped in bandages. The moment the door opened, she peered inside with a look of tension.
Thank goodness.
When she saw the three boatwomen on the bed, all glaring with panda eyes and looking thoroughly annoyed, she finally exhaled, adopting an air of a princess bestowing favor upon commoners.
Oof. Small fry. What? Did you come early because you're afraid you can't afford to keep me?
You should be grateful, kneel on the ground, and say thank you, second young miss 30 times. Hands on her hips, Zhou Sushin, her face encircled by bandages, put on an air of haughty pride that looked downright comical.
Hey. Are you really okay?
Zhang Hao still looked worriedly at Zhou Sushin's head. Only after she repeatedly assured him did she walk into the house, feeling guilty under his gaze.
Put. Like I'd wait till you're better? If I hadn't come back, you'd have eaten me clean. Ha. Good thing I'm smart, I turned the contract item into a belt. Yay! Zhou Sushin wins big.
With a light skip in her step, Zhou Sushin surveyed the room's layout before plucking up her courage and sitting down beside Jin Qinghan. She had a hunch this woman was the real boss.
Hello?
Zhou Sushin extended her hand toward Jin Qinghan.
Jin Qinghan, her face cold, merely gave a slight nod. Hello.
Her outstretched hand froze awkwardly mid-air. Zhou Sushin puffed out her little lips and plopped down in a corner, looking thoroughly annoyed.
Zhang Hao, what's with her? The atmosphere in the room grew strangely tense.
Mo Euro shot Zhou Sushin a suspicious glance, her expression tinged with hostility. The three boat girls had no idea what was going on with Zhou Sushin. They simply assumed Zhang Hao had genuinely gone off for some after-sales maintenance last time.
Little did they know
that Zhang Hao had managed to bring back another boat girl in just one night.
Let me introduce her. Zhou Sushin will be joining us as the ES-class boat maiden magnet. Everyone, give her a warm welcome. Clap clap clap.
After saying this, Zhang Hao awkwardly clapped alone. The other ship maidens clearly hadn't snapped out of it yet, staring blankly at Zhou Sushin.
What's wrong? You don't welcome this lady? Pulling some clique bullying?
Hands on her hips, Zhou Sushin glared around menacingly.
Clap clap clap.
Only when the applause erupted again did she nod in satisfaction.
Petty fish. What are you doing today?
Shrinking her body, Zhou Sushin managed to lie down beside the bed. Glancing around the cramped room, she frowned.
The exam for the 2-star navigator is still a few days away. Just stay here for now. If you feel uncomfortable, you can return to the Zhou residence first.
I'll call you when it's time to depart. Seeming to recognize Zhou Sushin's spoiled child attitude, Zhang Hao spoke bluntly.
No way.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Sushin scanned the room full of boatwomen and shook her head like a rattle.
No way.
This is perfect.
I can live here too. Is that so?
Giving her a peculiar look, Zhang Hao silently opened his phone and booked the Cyan Realm 2-star navigator assessment for several days later.
After completing these steps, he used his phone to review the assessment recordings from previous attempts. Just as he was about to watch them closely, Zhang Hao suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease in the room. He looked up. Holy crap!
For young boatwomen, all staring fixedly at him, made him feel like he was being watched by a pack of wild beasts.
Zhang Hao, why don't you come with me for a spa treatment? Just as Ma Yu tried to get out of bed, Bai Huan beat her to it. Zhang Hao. Wanna test my current hardness? Come on. I'll take you to crash into some reefs and see how it goes. No. Zhang Hao, you should be teaching me your sailing skills. Zhen Qinghan's voice was cold and sharp. Poof. Scum. Isn't it time you taught me some new sailing skills? In an instant. Like a demonic chant piercing their ears, the four heavenly kings arrived together. Zhang Hao's heart sank. Oh no. The harem may be splendid, but keeping it in harmony is too difficult. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Just then. The door rattled as someone pounded on it, a lecherous voice bellowing, Zhang Hao. I'm telling you, last night I. Creak. The door swung open. Yang Fan poked his head through, beaming with pride. Let me tell you, last night I went 1v2 and got 3 double kills. Pretty awesome, huh? You. His words trailed off mid-sentence. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted carefully several times, confirming there were 4 boat women inside Zhang Hao's room. His desire to show off vanished instantly. Dude. You're the man. 4, ha. Looking utterly dejected, Yang Fan immediately started to walk away. Hey. Yang Fan, I need to talk to you. It's about the assessment. Zhang Hao quickened his pace to catch up with Yang Fan, his face lighting up. This room was no longer safe. Too risky. Tap tap tap. Quickly following behind Yang Fan, the two made their way to the deck of the maintenance shop. This time, Yang Fan silently turned around and scrutinized Zhang Hao from head to toe. Well. How come I never noticed before that you're actually a male succubus? It's only been a few days since we last met and you've already snagged another ship maiden? Damn it, when we get to the World Championship, you're not going to show up with a fleet of 100 ship maidens, are you? Take my advice, take care of yourself. Yang Fan patted Zhang Hao's shoulder earnestly. This scene mirrored Zhang Hao's earnest admonition to him back then. Ugh. I'm just teaching them ship skills, you believe me? Ha, you guess if I believe you? Zhang Hao's stern expression met Yang Fan's mischievous grin. In that instant, Zhang Hao gave up on explaining. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao changed the subject. Did you watch the video of your 2-star navigator assessment? Yeah. But it's useless. All you see is footage of them sliding down cliffs. The ones who pass rely solely on the ship maiden innate skills. Boring. I can do it. Whether it's the flame chaser or the ice gale, they're both the bane of the assessment course. Don't worry, bro, I've got this covered. Yang Fan patted his chest confidently while Zhang Hao frowned. Regarding the Ice Flow Mountain assessment, he might need to seriously consider which ship maiden to use. That course was an ice cliff slide. The most suitable ship should be. Oh oi. His thoughts were deep in concentration. Suddenly, Yang Fan tapped his own shoulder, gesturing for Zhang Hao to look behind them. Turning around, he saw his 4 ship maidens who had appeared out of nowhere standing on the deck, staring at him with wide eyes. Whoa. Zhang Hao, maybe it's time to consider getting a base ship? Ha! That woke him right up. Zhang Hao looked at Yang Fan in surprise. Yang Fan leaned closer and pointed behind him. You can't exactly have one ship maiden piloting the boat while the others all crouch in the captain's cabin every time you go out, can you? It's fine for close range areas. But if we go farther out, I feel like having so many ship girls crammed together is bound to cause friction. You'll need to give them private space and build dedicated training rooms. At your current rate of acquiring ships, you should consider a base ship. A base ship. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, acknowledging the logic. Surely they couldn't keep cramming 5 or 6 people into the captain's quarters of a single ship for long voyages and routine ocean exploration? Acquiring a supersized vessel like those of the Mountain Sea Academy or Zheng family merchant fleet was indeed becoming urgent. The ship's women needed their own space in quarters. Otherwise, when resting in the captain's quarters at night during voyages, having those crew members staring at him would feel utterly wrong. A base ship, huh? After pondering, Zhang Hao pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Yunlong for the first time in ages. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. After a moment, a steady voice answered, Little Hao, I watched your match. Impressive. At your current pace, you should be able to cut through the competition and charge straight to the World Championship. Dad. I didn't call to hear your praise. I have business. Zhang Hao cut off Zhang Yunlong's praise. The other end paused. What? Running low on cash? It's worse than that. Ha? Did you find an SSS-class ship maiden? No. It's a base ship. I need a base ship. My fleet has grown to a small scale now, and I need a massive base ship. This one stumps me. Base ships are usually rare finds. These super-sized vessels are highly sought after for trade and transport, even outside competitions. Buying one now? It's basically impossible. There's no market for them. Damn it. What do we do then? Hold on. I think I heard something a few days ago. The pharmacist ship family seems to be using the swamp exploration race as a platform. The first place prize is a pharmacist base ship. Chapter 154, Misplaced Trust. Ha? The pharmacist ship clan? The voice on the other end of the line made Zhang Hao pause. In the original storyline, this family only began to make their mark in the later stages of Zhou Hang, after acquiring 4 or 5 ship maidens. The competition they organized awarded Zhou Hang a base ship. But now, the plot had accelerated? He already possessed 4 shipmaidens, and the pharmacist ship family had organized an exploration tournament? Could it be? Am I slowly replacing Zhou Hang and unlocking his storyline? TSK. Looks like after Zhou Hang dies, I'll have to adapt to all sorts of plot twists. Dad. What format is their exploration tournament? It seems like some kind of sea tree resin appeared in the swamp zone. They need that stuff to make a new ship hull restoration agent. But near the resin source, mutated sea spiders lurk. The entire swamp zone is cursed with bizarre terrain. They say few who enter ever come out alive. The only navigator who knew the way out perished a few years ago while piloting an apothecary ship during another exploration tournament. Zhou Hang. If you didn't have the purple-blue sword, I'd never let you join this exploration race. If you do compete, you must ask Jin Xinghan to support you. Understand? Alright. I understand. Dad, when does that expedition race start? In 1 month. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Zhang Hao's gaze darted furtively toward Jin Xinghan in the distance, his expression oddly twisted. The current plot had completely deviated from the script's control. Perhaps. It was time to lean on this late game boss lady. A month from now. Then we can wait until after the 2-star navigator exam and head straight to the pharmacist ship clan. I was planning to enter some medium-scale tournaments in the swamp district before heading to the fengshui district for the large-scale tournaments. Looks like I'll have to adjust those plans now. The pharmacist ship clan. The apothecary ship? Wait. I think I know what to do now. Running his fingers over the bottle of alpha endurance potion in his pocket, Zhang Hao suddenly broke into a villainous grin. Pharmacist ship, isn't there one over here who's interested in my potions? Ginger medicine. TSK. The moment to completely disrupt the master-apprentice bond between Zhou Hang and Zhang Yao has arrived. Ha. Hey! Zhang Hao, why are you grinning so sinisterly? Yang Fan shot Zhang Hao a strange look from the side. Zhang Hao immediately suppressed his grin. Nothing. I was just thinking about something fun. I know how to solve the base ship problem. Ha? That fast? Under Yang Fan's astonished gaze, Zhang Hao dialed the phone number for Wu, the chairman of the Merchant Ship Alliance. Hello? Chairman Wu? Ah, yes. It's me, Zhang Hao. I was wondering if you could provide me with the contact information for one of your former ship repairers. Yes. His name is Zhang Yao. If possible, I'd appreciate it if you could introduce me. Clear skies, not a cloud in sight. The smoke ship glided past Iceflow Mountain before abruptly halting. The 2-star navigator assessment? Gazing at the colossal mountain range emerging from the sea, a sigh of resignation echoed from within the cabin. Across the cabin, Zhou Hang stared fixedly at the iceberg piercing the clouds, his expression complex. He wondered. If he hadn't encountered Zhang Hao, if that turtle man hadn't awakened, would he be sailing the smoke ship right now? Would he have secured enough rankings to qualify for the 2-star navigator assessment? But reality was... Cough. Leaning against the helm, Zhou Hang looked utterly spent, slumped limply before the wheel, barely able to stand. What are you looking at? What? Zhou Hang. If you hadn't lost that race, would we be drifting around like this, looking like such losers? I should never have let you buy me in the first place. XXN Lu Ruyan's performance remained steady. Particle light flickered across her face, where sunken features revealed not a trace of remorse or self-reproach, only resentment and dissatisfaction toward others. Classic. I'm not the problem, everyone else is. Ruyan, you. Shut up. Quiet down, all of you. Zhou Hang. Tell me honestly, can you still make medicine now? Suddenly, Zhang Yao's icy voice echoed through the captain's cabin. Her gaze fixed on Zhou Hang, her eyes filled with nothing but regret and loathing. Cough. Master, believe me. I'm still useful. I really am still useful. I can help your pharmacist ship family produce medicine. I'll even become a son-in-law if I have to. As long as your family helps me restore my physical condition, I'll dedicate myself to serving your family for years to come. Leaning on the helm, Zhou Hang looked at Zhang Yao with hopeful eyes. Zhang Yao. His beloved master. Now his only hope. If he could join the pharmacist ship clan and restore his physical condition, rebirth wasn't impossible. Oof. You didn't cherish your own feathers. Now you regret it? Let me tell you this, even if you manage to restore your physical condition, with your current potential, you'll never again have a chance to glimpse an S-class talent. As for alchemy, you might only have a few years left to live. A mere tool for alchemy with only years left to live. Whether the family would even agree to save you is still a question. Zhang Yao's tone was icy. Thud. Hearing this, Zhou Hang lost all trace of so-called protagonist pride. He immediately dropped to his knees, wailing, Master. Once a teacher, always a father. Please save me. Only you can save me. Have mercy on your own child. If you won't save me, if you won't help me, do you really intend to watch someone waste away to death? Master, won't your conscience haunt you forever if you abandon me? Though it was the other party begging him, Zhang Yao inexplicably felt morally blackmailed. His brow furrowed deeply. Zhang Yao felt like he'd hit rock bottom. Damn it! Ever since taking on this cheap apprentice, he'd barely helped refine any potions for me before blowing tens of millions on a class shipmaiden. During competitions, he'd barked orders at me like a dog, showing zero respect for his teacher. And now, when trouble struck, he still demanded help without a shred of humility. If it weren't for his kind heart, he would have ditched this guy long ago. Poof. Wicked disciple, wicked disciple. This master will help you one last time. I'll contact the pharmacist ship clan. You just wait. Pulling his phone from his pocket, Zhang Yao pushed open the captain's cabin door and strode out. Once her figure vanished, Zhou Hang, who had been slumped lifelessly at the helm, suddenly narrowed his eyes with a menacing glint. Ruyan, did you see that? She'll save us. It's her duty. Put. If it weren't for her fear of collision during the first race, we would have won first place long ago. That old hag still puts on airs. Zhou Hang, listen to me. Once we're cured, we're getting out of the apothecary ship clan. As for what happens to your cheap master, that's her problem. We still have a chance to rise again. Lu Ruyan's silhouette flickered, her face twisted with contempt. Poof. Dare to sabotage my Zhou Hang's achievements? Even if she's my master, she's nothing but a pawn in my game. The voices within the captain's cabin remained completely inaudible outside. Zhang Yao gripped her phone, fingers trembling as she scrolled through the messages she dreaded facing. Perhaps she wasn't an outstanding shipmistress, but she was undoubtedly a good mentor. From a master's perspective, she helped a young man refine medicine, provided him with financial support, and even when he got into trouble, she braved the hatred of her former clan to plead with them. There was no mentor in the world more responsible than that. It was just a pity. Zhang Yao had to run into Zhou Hang. What a waste. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Just as he was scrolling through the messages, an unknown number called in. Zhang Yao froze. The caller ID showed it was from the Shanghai Sea area. She hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer. Immediately, a familiar voice came through. Is this Master Jiang? Hello? It's Zhang Hao. Chapter 155, another NTR? Zheng. Zheng Hao? The moment she heard that voice, Zhang Yao felt inexplicably dazed. By instinct, no shipmaiden could ever truly despise Zheng Hao. Even if she were Zhou Hang's mentor. After all, no single shipmaiden could fail to admire a navigator who sails so masterfully. This was the shipmaiden's own yearning for racing glory. Zhang Yao suppressed the restlessness in her heart due to her position. Even now, she forced back the daze in her heart and asked calmly, "What do you want with me? Don't you know I'm Zhou Hang's master?" TSK. What's that supposed to mean? So you're Zhou Hang's mentor? His aunt works for my Zhang family now. You? What exactly is the purpose of this call? It's simple. I know you want the Alpha Endurance Potion. I can give it to you. What? The moment he heard those words, Zhang Yao's expression instantly hardened, his heartbeat quickening. But, after the initial shock, her expression gradually turned icy. Speak. What are your demands? Fine, fine. Talking to a smart person is refreshing. I have only 2 demands. Go ahead. First, give me detailed information about the Swamp Zone Exploration Tournament. Second, after obtaining the potion, you must leave Zhou Hang and head to Mountain Sea Region Zhang family. My Zhang family will provide you with absolute support to assist in developing new potions. Once successful, the Zhang family will help promote your potion, making your name resound across every sea. Of course, the sales profits will be split 60-40. The Zhang family gets 60, you get 40. So, what do you say? On the other end of the line, Zhang Hao's voice was languid. He seemed utterly unconcerned that Zhang Yao might hang up in refusal, his fingers tapping lightly against the phone, their rhythmic echoes filling the silence. You. Zhang Yao pursed her lips, hesitating. Hadn't she helped Zhou Hang precisely for the Alpha Endurance Potion? But back then, she wanted both the benefit and the favor. Now that the benefit was right before her eyes, it would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted. Hey! Master Jiang, life doesn't have to be so exhausting. Think about it, if you and the Zhang family join forces to develop that potion, don't you think those old fools from the pharmacist chip clan will regret ever mistreating you? Go to the Zhang family, and I guarantee you'll be treated like a treasure. But, look at yourself now. You're fading into obscurity at the competitions. How much more heartache will your apprentice cause you? You're a ship repairer of the Ship Repair Tower Association. Do you really think your life should be wasted on someone who keeps failing? Besides, how does this failure treat you? Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, Zhang Hao's sudden words completely shattered Zhang Yao's resolve. You don't need to degrade yourself. What do you think? Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the sea breeze mingled with the man's persuasive voice, leaving Zhang Yao's expression increasingly bewildered. Yes. What was she clinging to in front of Zhou Hang, who was no longer an option? Why wouldn't she take this easy path before her? What was the point of continuing to prop up Zhou Hang? Her heart stirred. Truly, truly tempted. Gulp, gulp. She swallowed hard twice before composing herself. The first condition is no big deal. I can tell you right now. As a mark of respect from a ship maiden to a navigator. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so generous. It's the region known as the swamp domain swaying spider forest. They say the unique seafoam trees there have formed a forest on the sea. The forest is filled with spider webs and poisonous mist. The swampy terrain makes travel extremely slow. Once you enter, you're likely to be ambushed by mutated sea spiders. Of course, that's not the worst part. I've heard that within that nearly 10,000 square meter sea forest, the scenery is monotonously repetitive. It's extremely difficult to determine your location, making it incredibly easy to lose your bearings. Most of the footage captured shows navigators who ventured in, struggling desperately but ultimately unable to discern their surroundings. Jiang Yao recalled the details of the swaying spider forest, recounting the events as if they were everyday chatter. I see. What about that original navigator who managed to leave? Didn't he leave any footage? Zhang Hao's skeptical voice echoed, and Jiang Yao shook his head decisively. After being the first to emerge, that fellow took a massive haul of resin and immediately arranged a marriage alliance with the medicine ship clan. As for the recording, he seemed confident enough to manually shut off the feed within an hour of entering. The family asked him about the secret to escaping the shaking spider forest, but he always gave vague answers, as if he intended to use this knowledge to hold the medicine boat family hostage. But since the alliance was formed, they weren't worried he could leave, so the matter just sat on the back burner. Who would have thought this guy would actually die? The secrets of the shaking spider forest are now buried forever. I see. The voice in the microphone gradually faded away, and both of them fell silent for a long while. After a long pause, Zhang Hao finally spoke up. Master Jiang, I truly believe you shouldn't waste any more time on Zhou Hang. Be kind to yourself. Think back to the days when you were cherished by everyone in the Zhang family, dedicating yourself entirely to your research. Now, consider what kind of life you're living now. That's all I have to say. If you change your mind, come find me at Cyan Realm Shipmate Maintenance Shop. I'll be here for 3 more days. Whatever I've said remains valid until then. Beep. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly. But Jiang Yao stood on the deck, staring blankly at the phone for a long time. Knock knock knock. Only when the door to the captain's cabin swung open did Lu Ruyan and Zhou Hang rush in, their faces etched with urgency. Master. What about the matter you asked about? I'm in agony right now. That's right. Jiang Yao. Zhou Hang ended up like this because he fought for the medicine for you. How can you not help him? Don't you have a conscience? Master. You'll help me, right? Faced with 2 pairs of eyes that were the epitome of moral blackmail, Jiang Yao had been hesitating. Well then. Now he had no hesitation left. Her face darkened as she stared out at the sea. A medicine master's ship rapidly materialized upon the waves. With a thunderous boom, the apothecary ship cut through the waves, charging straight toward the shipmate maintenance shop. Hey! Master! Master! Where are you going? I'm your only apprentice. You can't just leave me behind. Jiang Yao. How can you abandon Zhou Hang? How can you live with yourself? Voices of both good cop and bad cop echoed from the stern. But at that very moment, Jiang Yao's icy voice suddenly rang out. Don't try to morally blackmail me. I took you on as an apprentice to assist me with my work. And what did you do? After I took you in, did you ever put your heart into brewing a single potion? You've been spending my money, spending all day cozying up to Lu Ruyan. I paid you to work. Not to enjoy yourself. All that could be forgiven. Didn't I explicitly state during the competition that I couldn't engage in combat? What do you take me for? Didn't I say you could buy potions if you lost? You insisted on shortening your lifespan and now you blame me? Helping you contact the alchemist ship clan was a favor, but whether I choose to help you is my prerogative. Zhou Hang. Starting today, our master-disciple bond is severed. Boom. The apothecary ship rode the waves, gradually vanishing into the vast ocean. Zhou Hang and Lu Ruyan stared speechless at the receding apothecary ship. At the same time, after finishing his call, Zhang Hao leaned against the ship's rail. Suddenly, the system's notification chime rang in his ear. Congratulations! You have successfully severed the master-disciple bond between Zhou Hang and Jiang Yao. You have successfully recruited Jiang Yao into the Zhang family faction, stripping the protagonist of 2 strands of destiny and fortune. Your ship maiden magnet gains +1 potential value. Attention! The chosen one, Zhou Hang, now possesses only 2 strands of destiny fortune, which will be obtained upon his defeat. A new chosen one has emerged. A flurry of notifications chimed in, and Zhang Hao's lips curled upward. He felt an odd sense of satisfaction, like a clique leader outmaneuvering an incompetent employee's dutiful wife. Damn! Just a couple offhand remarks and it's settled? As expected, the villain's NTR is the strongest. Chapter 156, The Decline of Destiny's Fortune and the Transformation of the People. Zhang Hao, could you please stop grinning like a villain? The sea breeze swept past as Yang Fan cautiously backed away 2 steps from Zhang Hao. Give me a break. I am the villain, after all. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao tucked away his phone and gazed out at the distant sea. Moments later. Over there, a boatman seemed to be approaching from the distance. Holy crap! Isn't that the medicine boat? I remember, that boat belongs to Zhou Hang, right? He keeps calling him master, yet he's ramming this boat relentlessly. Whoa! Why's she here too? Could it be Zhou Hang brought her here to recuperate? Yang Fan followed Zhang Hao's gaze, his expression flickering. He had no interest in eavesdropping on others' phone calls after all, he was a hot-blooded, over-the-top supporting character. Regarding the arrival of the medicine master's ship, Yang Fan remained vigilant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. No way! After the ship, its hull entwined with medicinal herbs, drew close to the deck, only one person boarded. Zhang Yao, with his towering, majestic presence, strode onto the deck with a cold expression. Yet when his icy gaze fell upon Zhang Hao, a faint smile managed to appear. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Yao gave Zhang Hao a slight bow. This scene left Yang Fan utterly dumbfounded. Holy! When did you two get together? Yang Fan was completely dumbfounded. Zhang Hao was something else. He'd only been in the Azure Realm for a few days, and not only did he get a little boat girl, but now he'd snagged someone else's master too? Succubus. It's confirmed. She's a succubus through and through. Master Jiang, shall we talk inside? Zhang Hao politely gestured toward the interior of the boatwoman maintenance shop. Zhang Yao shook his head and pointed toward the sea instead. If possible, could you direct me to sail around for a bit? Hearing this, Zhang Hao visibly hesitated. The deal never mentioned having to pilot you. You don't need to enter the captain's cabin. Just stand on the deck and guide me. Well, alright. On our ship, we say. Buzz buzz buzz. As the apothecary ship reappeared, Zhang Hao leapt aboard. The lone vessel and its captain gradually faded from sight under Yang Fan's watchful gaze. Plop, plop, plop. Watching the receding silhouette of the massive vessel, Yang Fan shuddered. Wrong. All along. He had been wrong. He thought Zhang Hao was a fledgling untested by the crucible of battle. No. He took down Zhou Hang's master with such skill? Isn't this the old demon? No. No. Compared to him, I'm nowhere near his level. I need to hurry back and learn more techniques. In a flustered rush, Yang Fan scrambled back into the 4th-floor private room. Roar! Waves churned as the apothecary ships clumsily replicated several basic sailing techniques Zhang Hao had demonstrated earlier. Under Zhang Yao's lingering gaze, the vessels came to a halt before the deck of the shipmate maintenance shop. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and Zhang Yao's gaze toward Zhang Hao felt distinctly off. Huff! She exhaled a breath of herbal fragrance, her gaze unfocused. If only back then, you had been my first navigator. Alas, I was born before you, and by the time you were born, I was already old. She shook her head with a hint of regret. If it had been you, I believe no ship maiden would ever regret coming into this world. You? But really, there's no need to be so sentimental. Take what I taught you today and ponder it on your own. Perhaps you can return to the competition. Zhang Hao offered a faint consolation, subtly creating distance from Zhang Yao. She was a good boatwoman, but not his boatwoman. Oof. Forget it, don't bother comforting me. At my age, I'm no longer suited for your young team. I've had my fill of being a boatwoman. Hand it over. Zhang Yao shrugged in resignation and held out his hand toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao immediately retrieved the vial of alpha endurance potion from his chest. The jet-black liquid swirled within the test tube, reflecting Zhang Yao's slightly wistful expression. I never imagined. The thing I tried so hard to obtain was ultimately delivered to me so casually by you? Hey, genius navigator, aren't you worried I'll take off with this thing? Zhang Yao stowed away the potion and shot Zhang Hao a teasing glance. Zhang Hao flashed a confident smile. Even though you're Zhou Hang's mentor and you're on the opposing side, there's no doubt about your integrity. I don't believe it. Someone who overcame family pressure to join the ship repair guild, someone with such pride would never do something like this. You? Ha 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 ha. How ironic. In the eyes of the disciple I personally chose, I see not a shred of respect. Yet in the eyes of his rival, I see the highest respect. Zhang Hao, is it? I will remember this day forever. Farewell. When you have time, remember to return to the Zhang family and teach me more about ship handling. Roar. Amidst the sea breeze, the hull of the medicine master reappeared. Without a moment's hesitation, the ship girl steered directly toward the direction of the mountain sea. 1 day later. Mountain sea area Zhang family waters. Before Jiang Yaojiu even arrived, she saw a large welcoming party waving and cheering toward her. Welcome, Master Jiang. Welcome. Master Jiang, thank you for your hard work. What Jiang Yao never expected was that Zhang Yunlong, the head of the Zhang family, was leading the welcoming party at the front, accompanied by an elderly servant. Head of the Zhang family. You're too kind. Hurrying out of the captain's cabin, Zhang Yao bowed deeply to Zhang Yunlong. Zhang Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. Young Hao has already informed me. For a talent like yours, our Zhang family will extend the utmost respect and treatment. Please come inside. We have prepared the finest accommodations and materials for you. Thank you. Exchanging a polite fist salute, Zhang Yao followed the procession into the Zhang family's maritime territory, his gaze lingering on the elderly servant. You? Who are you? She seemed to recall him vaguely. This old servant had been present when she first began her studies at the Ship Repair Tower Association. Later, due to issues with his aptitude, he had left the Ship Repair Tower Association, drifted into the Shattered Star crew, and eventually joined the Zhou family. But, even though he was an old servant without aptitude, his seniority demanded respect. Zhang Yao greeted him courteously. And you are? At the question, the old servant froze. Me? I'm Zhang Yao. Surely you remember me? We met back then. I was the only one who became a shipwright after starting as a shipmaid. Oh, it's you. I remember you. Hey. I just joined the Merchant Fleet Alliance a while back and was wondering if I'd run into any familiar faces. Figured I could help my apprentice build connections. Later I found out you, Master Jiang, are already the official herbalist for the Merchant Fleet Alliance. The old servant snapped back to attention, immediately adopting a deferential attitude toward Zhang Yao. Ah. You flatter me. By the way, the apprentice you mentioned, could it be Zhou Hang from the Zhou family? Zhang Yao naturally continued the conversation. The old servant's expression changed instantly. Yes. That ungrateful brat. I was even planning to help him get introduced to properly learn the ship repairer skills. But that kid. He actually sold me out. I raised him with my own hands. Ah. A good-for-nothing with wolfish ambitions. After he betrayed me, I thought my life was over. But the head of the Zhang family treated me even better than the Zhou family. Just the other day, I was still debating whether to help Zhou Hang. But these past 2 days since Zhou Hang failed the relay race, I've come to realize. A woman adorns herself for her admirer, a man dies for his true friend. With the Zhang family holding me in such high regard, I should dedicate my remaining years to shining brightly for them. Don't you agree, Master Jiang? The old servant looked at Zhang Yao with a look of relief. Zhang Yao froze, his fists clenching unconsciously. Yes. With such generous terms and benefits offered by the Zhang family, we should dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. At the same time, Smokeship drifted aimlessly across the sea. Zhou Hang stared at the calls being hung up and the messages being rejected, his expression turning icy. 15 calls to the old servant had been rejected. 25 calls to Hang Ping were also rejected. 35 texts sent to Zhang Yao, 34 unread, 1 read and awaiting reply. Damn it. Damn it. Why? Why won't anyone help me anymore? Damn it. Zhou Hang, you said your master wouldn't really abandon us, right? No. No, please don't. At that moment, Lu Ruyan lost her composure. Staring at her own distorted features, she felt utterly shattered inside. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Fortunately, moments later, her phone vibrated. Zhang Yao, if you want to live, join the Pharmacist Ship Exploration Tournament in a few days. That's all I have to say. I'm throwing this phone away. Don't contact me again. Buzz. Staring at the text, Zhou Hang plopped down onto the ground with a thud. For a very long time, he didn't get back up. Chapter 157, 2-Star Navigator, Assessment, New Chosen One? Part 1. 3 days later. Cyan Domain 2-Star Navigator Assessment Base. Dark clouds swirled in the sky as fierce winds howled. On the icy blue, snow-covered, iceflow mountain, countless shards of ice were blown down by the raging winds, filling the air with waves of biting cold. Inside the vast hall of the assessment base, only about 60 navigators occupied the nearly 600 waiting chairs. Unlike the 1-Star Navigator Assessment, the 2-Star Navigator Assessment had already weeded out a large number of candidates. Coupled with Iceflow Mountain's notoriously high mortality rate, the number of navigators daring to come here for the assessment could be counted on one hand. Therefore, this meant the Iceflow Mountain assessment grounds only opened periodically, waiting until the registration quota was filled. Hum. Buzz. The LCD screens suspended throughout the hall continuously refreshed the participant information for this assessment session. Excluding spectators and the shipmaiden, only 20 navigators were actually participating in the assessment. Damn. Now I get why the 2-Star Navigator assessment took so long. There are way too few people showing up for the exam, right? Yang Fan sat in the corner, his gaze drifting listlessly around the room. The examination base was built at the foot of Iceflow Mountain. Looking up at the internal passageways of the base, one could see the massive base of Iceflow Mountain. The winding mountain road spiraled upward, gradually ascending toward the peak of Iceflow Mountain. 18 twists and turns. The higher one climbed, the stronger the wind grew and the more treacherous the path became. If any navigator managed to successfully pilot a ship to the summit, then congratulations, they were about to face the true test. Going up is easy, but coming down is hard.
At the windiest mountaintop, once you start coasting downhill, the unprotected cliffside path means one slip could send you hurtling off Iceflow Mountain. The further down the slope, the faster the vessel gains speed, driven by the combined forces of the downward gradient, wind velocity, and the treacherous ice-water surface. So fast that the navigator couldn't react in time, getting flung straight off the cliff.
This is the infamous Iceflow Mountain death trial of the Azure Realm. Zhou Hang. Who are you going to use later?
Seated behind young Fan, Zhou Hang, accompanied by 4 shipmates, stared intently at the giant screen, lost in thought.
If nothing unexpected happens, I'll use.
His gaze flickered, about to settle on a particular boatwoman.
First candidate. Cyan Realm Zhou Tianping.
Oh. On the giant screen at the examination site, the message, candidate number 01 Zhou Tianping, suddenly flashed.
Zhou Tianping, navigator affiliated with the Zhou family, talent augmentation grade A.
Competition results: 3rd place in the previous Marsh Domain Slow Slope Race, 3rd place in the previous Feng Shui Domain Team Race, 3rd place in the previous Azure Domain Relay Race.
Exam attendance, 5 attempts. He's from the Zhou family. The Zhou family should pass this assessment, right? Pass my ass. This is his 5th attempt. If he fails again, all his previous competition results will be nullified.
This guy's got some nerve, taking it again after so many tries.
Doesn't he have any psychological scars from those 4 failures? Impressive. Wonder if he'll pass this time. The moment Zhou Tianping's information popped up, the entire exam hall erupted in murmurs. 5 times?
That's just like taking the driving test in my past life on Blue Star.
Fail 5 times, and you have to start over from scratch?
Zhou Hang stared thoughtfully at the large screen.
Thud.
From the front row, a muscular man rose swiftly, bowing deeply to a woman with blue-red hair beside him.
Sis Han, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, this time. I'll help you.
The moment the blue-red-haired woman rose, Zhou Sushin blinked, then covered her mouth in disbelief.
It's the Magnet ship family, the ship maiden whose stats are second only to magnetic snow. How could she be piloting for an A-rank talent like the navigator?
She's not driving for him, she's here to help him pass the assessment. Hearing this, Zhou Hang shrugged and smiled. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. The rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Asking a higher-level ship maiden to cooperate during the assessment will inevitably lower its difficulty. Since this is his final chance, leveraging connections to get an S-rank shipmaiden to assist is perfectly reasonable.
Exactly. This method of passing assessments is nothing new.
Though I wonder if an S-rank shipmaiden would prove effective at Iceflow Mountain. Yang Fan in the front row nodded, glancing curiously toward the entrance of the assessment base.
Candidate Zhou Tianping, please prepare.
At the entrance, an examiner with a solemn expression looked at Zhou Tianping.
Zhou Tianping respectfully followed behind Magnetic Mountain, guiding her to unfold the ship's hull at the end of the passageway.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beyond the passage's end lay not merely the foot of Iceflow Mountain, but a ceaselessly rushing channel of icy water. Iceflow Mountain, as its name suggested, was a mountain traversed by an icy torrent. At its summit lay a natural lake. The ice-cold water from this lake flowed down the winding mountain paths, forming an icy torrent that encircled the mountain. This natural waterway offered a challenging ascent but became a deadly descent.
Candidate Zhou Tianping, participating in the assessment for the 5th time.
Within 1 hour, reached the summit lake atop Iceflow Mountain. After no more than 5 minutes at the lake, return to the base via the original route. Success is defined by completing the entire process without straying from the path, exceeding the time limit, or failing to return intact to the base. Due to excessive risk factors during the assessment, the examination venue bears no responsibility for any accidents involving the candidate.
Candidate, do you have any objections?
The examiner recited the rules with practiced ease, like an executioner reading a death sentence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A bitterly cold wind swept in from the end of the passageway. Zhou Tianping's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already made his peace with his fate.
He nodded, no objections. Very well. Time starts now. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A 1-hour countdown appeared on the large television screen at the center of the examination hall.
Simultaneously, surveillance footage of the entire racetrack began streaming.
Sister, Magnetic Mountain, I'm counting on you.
After another respectful bow toward the magnetic ship at the end of the passageway, Zhou Tianping hurriedly boarded the vessel and slipped into the captain's cabin. Thud, thud, thud. The whirring sound of the propeller echoed as the sails of the magnet ship were unexpectedly retracted in an instant. Roar! The stern lifted, sending waves crashing behind. Zhou Hang and Yang Fan both stared in stunned silence. This burst of power was the catapult launch. Roar! Over 90 revolutions, visually estimated at over 90 revolutions, the magnetic boat erupted from the tunnel's end in a burst of blue and red, scattering snow and cold wind. The sound of splashing water echoed in their ears. On the big screen, the first bend at the foot of the mountain came into view. Snowflakes drifted down onto the icy track, a deep blue reflecting the mountain waters. The track was barely 5 meters wide. Beyond its outer edge lay nothing but a vast, desolate expanse of deep blue.
The magnet ship charged down the mountain path like a wild bull.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind swept down from above, carrying the water flowing down the mountain. Even starting with a 90-degree turn, the magnet, charging like a wild bull, saw its speed sharply reduced at the first bend. Thud thud thud. The live feed captured the stubborn whir of the propellers.
Water ice suddenly appeared.
Despite the terrifying 90-degree turn, the magnet now resembled a toy car, skidding and swaying as it crawled up the slope. Puff puff puff. At the first bend, the magnet was visibly sliding toward the dangerous outer edge of the road.
Crash! The hull jerked sharply, slamming into the inner wall. The hull scraped uglily against the inner wall.
Thud thud thud. The collision with the wall abruptly slowed its momentum, causing chunks of ice and snow to fall from the wall, coating the magnet in white. As the ship approached the second bend, its reduced speed and the force of the current and wind caused the hull to begin drifting backward.
Talent amplification.
The propeller, which had been spinning sluggishly, suddenly erupted with terrifying speed. Spinning at over 110 revolutions per minute, the falling hull pressed against the inner wall once more, scraping a trail of friction marks as it began climbing toward the third bend.
Thump! 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 A clumsy method, yet surprisingly effective.
The magnet ship dared not venture boldly along the unprotected outer waterway, so it hugged the wall instead. In fact, for safety, it deliberately bumped against the wall to increase friction for climbing.
Thump! 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 Ugly as it was, the slow-moving magnetic ship kept plodding forward. 5th lap. 8th lap. 12th lap. Amidst howling winds and swirling snow. Half an hour later, steady as an old dog, the magnet reached the summit without incident. Chapter 158, The 2-Star Navigator Exam, New Chosen One? Part 2. Plop. A vast expanse of white clouds hovered just above the surface of the deep blue mountaintop lake. Plop, plop, plop. The magnet shook off its coat of snow and began turning within the lake.
Inside the magnet captain's cabin, Magnet Mountain glared at Zhou Tianping with obvious displeasure.
Coward. With stats this good, you just hugged the walls the whole way up? Well. Sis, Magnetic Mountain, I was just worried about accidents, okay?
Don't worry, I even boosted your hardness.
Your right side shouldn't feel uncomfortable, right?
Zhou Tianping looked at Magnet Mountain respectfully, his expression now resembling that of a sycophant. Magnetic Mountain rubbed her slightly numb right arm and shook her head.
It's fine. A little friction is nothing. But what's your plan for going down next?
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The ship's hull anchored at the mouth of the waterfall slope.
Even Magnetic Mountain, an S-class shipmaiden, couldn't help but feel her heart tremble as she gazed up at the 1,000-meter high cliff, the winding ice chute, and the rushing water below.
This was an unprotected descent channel.
Sliding down from the summit, the slightest misstep would send you hurtling off the spiraling curves at dizzying heights.
Even if not crushed beyond recognition, a gruesome dismemberment was certain. If possible, could you please install this first?
Zhou Tianping glanced at the descent slope, his face equally pale, and handed the scroll toward the steering center.
Oh? What is this?
At the same moment, inside the examination hall.
Holy cow!
No wonder he's a seasoned veteran who's taken this 4 times tucking in close to the wall like that. He's really got this uphill climb down pat. He may be a jerk, but he sure is effective.
Exactly. The rules give us an hour.
Even if he takes 50 minutes to slowly scrape up the inner wall, he can still make it back down in 10 minutes and pass.
Now I'm curious, if he can climb like this, what about going down? Does he plan to slide down hugging the wall? That won't work.
The descent accelerates rapidly. Even if he scraped along the wall, forget about losing directional control. The hull itself couldn't withstand that intense impact and friction. The lobby buzzed with heated discussion. Yang Fan turned his head and looked at Zhang Hao.
Hey, shipcraft master, got any clever tricks for getting down the mountain? I think I have one. What about you? Have you figured out how to get down?
Zhang Hao nodded calmly, leaving Yang Fan speechless.
You don't? You really have a way?
Of course.
And it doesn't require any talent. Holy crap. Are you cheating? Did you invent some new sailing technique? Hey, hey, hey. Tell me. My descent is going to be so embarrassing. Can you at least make it look cool?
Yang Fan looked at Zhang Hao with pleading eyes. Zhang Hao bit his lip but shook his head.
You probably can't.
It's not that your skills are lacking, but your shipmaiden probably can't pull it off.
I just checked, this ice channel is only about 5 meters wide.
A medium-sized shipmaiden would struggle to pull off any maneuvers here.
Whoa. So you mean I need to use a small boat maiden? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Alright. He didn't currently have a small ship maiden. Small boat maiden? Zhang Hao. Are you planning to send Sister Qinghan into action? Wow. I've never seen Sister Qinghan in action before. Sis Qinghan, are you excited?
Hearing this, all the shipgirls around Zhang Hao turned their gaze toward Jin Qinghan. Among these 4 boats, only the purple-green sword was a small boat. Jian Xinghan's expression visibly faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, her face as still as a well.
She said nothing.
Only, her hands silently slipped behind her back, beginning to fidget.
Do you think he'll come down? The 5-minute delay at the summit must be almost up, right?
He's failed 4 times already. I feel like Zhou Tianping came prepared this time.
The odds are in his favor.
Thud, thud, thud. The murmurs in the hall persisted when suddenly, footsteps echoed through the space, followed by a crisp, cool voice. Hi Wuliang, what do you think?
Can that guy pass the assessment? No way. The crisp voices of a man and a woman echoed through the room. Suddenly, testing sight silence fell.
Every pair of eyes turned sharply to the rear.
There stood a man in a white suit,
hand in hand with a curly-haired girl in a princess dress. Like a knight escorting his princess, they slowly made their way toward the crowd.
Damn it, who are these two? Acting so pretentious? Exactly.
I've taken this exam 4 times already. How dare they curse others like this?
New faces, never seen them before.
Countless skeptical and resentful glances turned toward Hai Wuliang and his companion. Their words were no different than someone standing at the driving test site declaring others would definitely fail.
This was practically asking for a beating. But Hai Wuliang clearly didn't care. He took Luo Anna's hand and started walking toward the front row. Wait. Found him. He's over there. Luo Anna halted abruptly. Her gaze swept over the crowd before locking onto Zhang Hao in the corner. Then, she shook her head of fluffy curls, brushed aside Hai Wuliang's hand, and strode purposefully toward Zhang Hao. Hey! You're Zhang Hao, right? The son of the Cloud Dragon King? I've seen your videos. Want to join our Collins family? Your exceptional SSS-tier talent plus endless ship skills. I'm sure my sister would adore you. You qualify to be the Collins family's son-in-law. So, ever thought about changing your name to Collins Hao?
Rona lifted her chin, her expression haughty. As soon as she finished speaking, the once bustling assessment hall erupted in a chorus of gasps.
Damn! It's the SS-rank shipmaiden family. The Collins family? I know them.
They always place high in the world championships.
Wait, what? Why are they here? Isn't their family in the Fengshui domain? My guess is they're here to actively recruit a son-in-law? I don't think I've ever heard of this family marrying outside.
Whispers about the Collins family filled the air, and Luo Anna's lips curled upward. She seemed to relish the attention, arms crossed over her chest as she stared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao ignored Luo Anna, his gaze fixed instead on Hai Wuliang standing respectfully behind her, his expression oddly twisted. Beep. New Chosen One detected unformed. Chosen One, Hai Wuliang, the king of Mithril who bides his time. Info, son of the Sea King. Drifted to distant seas after a childhood shipwreck, Hai Wuliang was fortuitously adopted by the Mithril ship clan. Awoke SSS-tier talent Eye of Foresight at age 18, ascending to king of Mithril within the clan. At age 19, having uncovered his true lineage, he boldly returned to the Sea Lord's clan. To temper his resolve, he resolved to seal off all information regarding his king of Mithril identity for half a year. Starting from scratch, he would gradually restore the Sea Lord's legendary prestige. However, because his talent was concealed within the S-rank, Eye of Foretelling, Hai Wuliang was sent by the Sea Lord to the Collins family. He entered into a marriage alliance with their second daughter, Luo Anna, becoming a member of the Collins family. Holy crap! Half a year? The king of Mithril in hiding? Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 159, 2-star Navigator Assessment, New Chosen One? Part 2. What kind of bodyguard for a beauty? What about playing dumb to catch the tiger? Hidden? The 6-month deadline has passed. The king of Mithril has returned to his throne, right? In an instant. All those master emerges from seclusion plotlines from his past life on Blue Star exploded in Zhang Hao's mind. He stared blankly at Hai Wuliang's icy expression, his mouth twitching. Truthfully, he never understood why people like this couldn't just lay their cards on the table. You're the king of Mithril, why not return home in style and bask in the groveling adoration of the Sea King? Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Why must you torment yourself by hiding for half a year? Oh. It's plot-driven, right? Well, never mind then. Zhang Hao stared at Hai Wuliang for a long, strange moment, utterly baffled by this self-denial setup. Anyway, he's a spoiled villain heir, he'll definitely exploit his status. Why wouldn't he use his status and power? He wasn't a masochist. Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you stunned by this lady's beauty? Let me tell you something, if you can help the Collins family secure a top 3 finish in the World Championship, I might just reconsider the engagement and marry you alongside my sister. Seeing Zhang Hao still unresponsive after a while, Luo Anna confidently twirled a lock of her curly hair. Crackle crackle. Behind her, Hai Wuliang's fists clenched tighter and tighter, his mouth twitching. Hold it in. Zhang Hao was completely dumbfounded. No way, bro. Your wife's flirting right in front of you, and you can just sit there and take it? Truly worthy of the title, King of Mithril. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Hao still didn't grasp the concept of chosen one unformed, nearly shaking his head calmly. Sorry, I've never had any interest in joining someone else's team. I'll do exactly what the Cloud Dragon King did back in the day.
Poof. Do you know who you're rejecting? You're rejecting the Great Collins family. You're rejecting the highest possible limit of your entire life. Luo Anna's expression turned cold as she fidgeted with her hair in impatience.
Coming to the Mountain Sea region to accompany her cheap husband Hai Wuliang through the 2-star navigator exam was merely incidental. The primary objective was to investigate Zhang Hao's movements and recruit him into the Collins family. Perhaps spoiled by her upbringing, Luo Anna had never imagined anyone would refuse her. Her expression darkened instantly. Sorry. I can still take first place without an SS-class shipmaiden. I can still make my mark in the World Championship without your Collins family. Ma'am, if you have no further business, please leave. You're blocking my view of the assessment. A cold stare fixed on Luo Anna. Zhang Hao always operated by the principle, give me an inch, I'll take a mile. This woman, claiming her ceiling is the Collins family? Seriously? How insulting. Why can't my ceiling be the SSS rank shipmaiden family? You. Hai Wuliang, beat him up. Luo Anna stamped her tiny foot and immediately turned to Hai Wuliang behind her. Hai Wuliang's expression froze for a moment before he shrugged helplessly. Luo Anna, randomly beating people up is illegal. Useless. Coward. I don't care. If you make a single mistake in the assessment later, you'll be crawling on your knees back to the barracks. Thud. 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 Stomping her feet in anger, Luo Anna sulkily plopped down onto a seat. Hai Wuliang frowned, his gaze darkening as he shot a look at Zhang Hao, his fists clenching tightly. My fiancée, the King of Mithril, S-bride, only I have the right to bully her. Zhang Hao. What are you, anyway? At best, you're just a monkey who knows a few tricks. Woman. Enough. Let me, the King of Mithril, restore your honor for you. With a calm expression, Hai Wuliang glanced at Luo Anna and Zhang Hao before launching into his signature charm offensive routine. Thud thud thud. He strode toward Zhang Hao, his gaze condescendingly fixed upon him. Hey, buddy. Weren't your words just now a bit harsh? Oh? Harsh? Where exactly was it harsh? Was it when I mentioned the Collins family's limitations? Or do you also think their family is just average? Zhang Hao blinked and Hai Wuliang's lips twitched. He could feel Luo Anna's gaze fixed on him. His expression tightened and Hai Wuliang forced a smile. Then, let's make a bet. We'll bet on whether this candidate currently being assessed can pass the evaluation. I bet he won't. The wager is this: if you win, I, Hai Wuliang, will give you 1 scroll of grade B component. But if you lose, I demand you apologize to my wife, Luo Anna, and it must be a sincere apology. Beneath his white suit, Hai Wuliang's face seemed to radiate masculine brilliance in that moment. Luo Anna stared at Hai Wuliang in disbelief, her heart inexplicably racing. Here it comes. Here it comes. The classic bodyguard trope where the bad guy teaches the beauty a lesson. Wait, what? Has my buddy now switched sides from villain to enemy of the Dragon King? Zhang Hao looked helplessly at Hai Wuliang. He really wanted to say, my father, Cloud Dragon King, and Sea King, actually know each other. We're all old acquaintances. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. After all, he was bound to fleece Hai Wuliang for resources later. If you see me as an enemy first, why should I bother mending fences? A wager? Bet on what? Your talent is already that eye of foretelling. Am I crazy? Why would I bet with you? Zhang Hao stared at Hai Wuliang and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hai Wuliang joined in the laughter. Here we go. This fool will definitely fall for the grade B component. After all, he's got nothing to lose if he loses just an apology. Come on. Take the bait, you idiot. He looked at Zhang Hao with brimming confidence. No way. Zhang Hao immediately grimaced, sorry. I don't gamble. You. What? Hai Wuliang froze on the spot. Luo Anna's gaze turned icy as she fixed it on him. Beep. You interrupted the Mithril King's show-off moment. You intercepted a wisp of Destiny's fortune. Your connection to Starbreaker has increased by 5%. Current connection to Starbreaker, 45%. Why can't I just play by the rules? Seriously. I don't even want to apologize for anything boring. I just won't gamble, okay? Zheng Haojing sat in her seat and waved her hand again. Move aside, you're blocking my view of the match. You. He flung his sleeves angrily, glaring at Zheng Haojing, yet powerless to do anything. Resignedly, he walked back to Luo Anna's side, earning a dismissive roll of her eyes, useless. The 5-minute interlude ended. The scene returned to the summit of Iceflow Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The biting wind lashed his face. Zhou Tianping glanced down at the end of the winding path that seemed to merge with the sky, his palms sweating. He took several deep breaths before regaining control of the helm.
He lowered the sail pole, slowed the engine, and let the hull glide with the current toward the ramp. Plop, plop, plop. Even so. As it descended the waterway, the hull speed continued to accelerate. By the time it reached the outlet, the speedometer had climbed to 68. Crash. The moment the hull touched the ice track of the 18th bend, the ice accelerated once more. 68. 78. 88. Without any external assistance, the magnet shot straight up the mountain like an arrow released from its bowstring, soaring toward the end of the slope. Puff, puff, puff. Ice and snow flew toward them. Zhou Tianping gripped the helm tightly, turning it hard to the inside. Puff, puff, puff. The high-speed hull slammed into the inner ice wall, carving a deep groove along its surface. Yet. Even so. 88. 78. 98. Propelled by the terrifying downhill slope and the current's wind direction, the vessel spun around the wide bend of the 18th curve, still hurtling at high speed. The hull, which had been tightly hugging the inner wall, suddenly veered straight out from the wall's edge, hurtling toward the cliff's precipice. The force of inertial descent far outweighed the friction. Rumble. As the bow threatened to launch over the bend, even a full turn of the rudder came too late. Zhou Tianping's face turned grim. Sister, magnetic mountain. Drop anchor. Crash. Both anchors dropped almost simultaneously, tearing wide cracks across the ice. Splash. As the two anchors dragged along the ice, friction increased again. Once the ship's speed slowed, the bow swiftly turned, narrowly making the turn. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Large chunks of ice and snow were dragged along, plummeting from the heights. After navigating the turn, the anchors dug deeper into the ice. But as the ship re-entered the downhill slope of the 17th bend, the hard-won reduction in speed began to climb again. Chapter 160 ultimately failed. The inevitable future. Damn it. Damn it. This is ing like dancing on the edge of a knife. Good thing I didn't sign up. If they put me on that downhill, I'd piss myself on the spot. He shut off the anchor, sail pole, and RPM and still couldn't slow down. And this is only turn 17. The faster he goes downhill, the harder it gets. How is anyone supposed to make it? Inside the assessment base, everyone stared at the live assessment feed, their palms unconsciously breaking out in a cold sweat. Terrifying. Terrifying. Plummeting from thousands of meters up, hurtling down a 5-meter wide ice track with zero protection. Wind speed, falling snow, steep descent, flowing water, icy surface. 18 turns, each one accelerating the descent. You managed to navigate one turn? 17 more turns await at even greater speed. Who could possibly make it? Zhang Hao. Thank goodness you didn't bet against that guy. Zhou Tianping may have more experience and better preparation, but he's already struggling on this first downhill turn. The next few corners are going to be rough for him. Yang Fan watched the big screen with a sigh, his face filled with regret. This is what a proper navigator looks like. Even giving it everything, he still couldn't clear the threshold for the major competition. The way things are looking. By the 13th bend, those anchors might just snap. Zhang Hao calculated the drag and slip resistance, his eyes flickering. Ha! Then sister, magnetic mountain, wouldn't that mean? Zhou Suxin's face turned deathly pale. Unthinkable. What kind of horrific scene would await someone falling from halfway down the mountain? In the corner. Luo Anna crouched on the chair, casting a disdainful glance at the screen. Her small hands extended naturally, hovering in midair. The next moment, Hai Wuliang deftly seized her arms and began kneading them. Hai Wuliang. How many laps do you think this guy will last? Last 3 laps. What? How is that possible? Hai Wuliang's icy voice echoed, leaving Luo Anna visibly stunned. He's already struggling through the 18th turn. How could he possibly make it to the final 3 turns? You don't believe me? I saw the future. In just 7 minutes, a future where everyone cries out in regret. Speaking with unwavering conviction, Hai Wuliang's face inexplicably paled. Luo Anna shot him a glance and clicked her tongue. A loser is a loser. You only get 10 seconds of future vision per day, and you waste it on this. Useless. Though she spoke harshly, the thought of Hai Wuliang having just avenged her made Luo Anna unconsciously pull a pill from her skirt. Here. This is a bone-strengthening pill to replenish your chi and blood. Don't die on me. Taking the pills, Hai Wuliang looked back at Luo Anna, his expression turning strangely peculiar. Roar. Iceflow Mountain reaching the 17th switchback at the summit. Squeak, squeak. 2 heavy anchors dragged a trail of ice shards across the sky as the hull scraped against the inner wall again, gouging out a deep, jagged crack. 95. 125. The sliding speed kept increasing. Thud. Thud, thud, thud. Ice crystals, flowing water, and white clouds converged into a straight line before their eyes. The curve. Another deadly curve. The transition from the 17th bend to the 16th bend formed a semicircular arc. The magnet, hurtling down the straight, hugged the ice wall. Though the hull had begun turning early, the downward momentum still carried it beyond the wall's reach, hurtling straight toward the curve. Squay.
The two heavy anchors desperately dragged to slow the descent, but the hull still tilted as it slid into the curve. 125. 95. 105. Speed dropped then surged again. Zhou Tianping's seemingly seasoned countermeasures from the previous lap proved useless this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the bend's end, a bitter cold wind bit into the air. The vast blue sky seemed within reach. The abyss, closer, closer. Damn it! Too fast. Can't hold it. Even an S-class shipmaiden can't slow down perfectly. G-force. They're going to fall. The live feed on the examination site S-giant screen showed the scene unfolding in real time, leaving the gathered navigators on edge. Ah! It's over. It's over. It's over. Zhou Suxin's face turned deathly pale with fright, burying her head in the arms of several shipmates. TSK. This shouldn't be happening. This is his 5th assessment. He can't be eliminated on the 16th lap, right? He must have something else up his sleeve? Zhang Hao's reaction was surprisingly calm. He didn't believe a veteran who'd passed 5 trials would falter here. Bang! Bang bang bang! Sure enough! Just as half the stern swung over the cliff's edge, 4 pitch-black openings suddenly gouged through the sides of the Magnetic's hull, launching 4 black harpoons in a sudden burst. Rumble! The 4 harpoons shot straight into the bend at the 16th turn. The black harpoons sank nearly half a meter into the ice wall. As the ship's ropes tightened, the Magnet, which had been about to swing off the cliff, suddenly had half its hull anchored firmly to the cliff edge by the drag of the harpoon lines. Creak! Creak! Half the hull hung inside the cliff, half outside. One side faced the icy path, the other the frozen sky. Yet the small blue and red vessel swayed stubbornly on the cliff's edge, time seemingly frozen. We did it! Sister, Magnetic Mountain, we succeeded. I knew it. 4 harpoons could hold the medium-sized boat maiden. Inside the Magnet, Zhou Tianping's face beamed with delight. The weightlessness at this height didn't breed fear, only pure excitement at mastering the course filled his eyes. 5 times. After 5 full attempts, he knew the descent speed of Iceflow Mountain like the back of his hand. Since he lacked advanced techniques and hadn't passed the assessment with the corresponding boat maiden skills, he would rely on his own creativity to forge his own path. Excellent. Tianping, this is what a true Zhou family man looks like. I'm actually glad I came to help you. You handled yourself well under pressure. If you pass this test, I might consider being your temporary boatwoman for a few days. Particle light and shadow flickered ceaselessly around Magnetic Mountain. The shipmaiden was also thrilled from completing the daring high-altitude maneuver. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew up from the abyss, while the waterway below remained unchanged. Zhou Tianping's face lit up at the words. Sister Magnetic Mountain, just watch me now. This time, I'll definitely make it. Drop anchor. Retract the forks. Clang, clang, clang. The harpoon's connecting rope tightened steadily. Dragged by the reeling force, the vessel slowly edged toward the inner ice channel. 2 anchors pressed against the waterway, securing the boat firmly against the wall. Thud! As the hull pressed against the inner wall once more, the harpoons embedded deep within the ice were abruptly hauled back. The small boat's speed dropped to 0, swaying gently as it drifted into the descending 16 bends. Thud! Thud thud thud. The subsequent bends followed the same pattern almost identically. With the assistance of the harpoon component, the Magnet surged forward, charging toward the 10th lap. 8 turns. 6 turns. 4 turns. Each lap left gouged hull marks and harpoon-pierced breaches on the ice walls. Yet undeniably, through this clumsy method, the Magnet successfully navigated the turns. Silence. At this moment, the assessment site had fallen into an eerie silence after witnessing the hair-raising crisis just now. Who could have imagined Zhou Tianping would deploy the combat-grade component, harpoon? After an agonizingly long silence, murmurs of astonishment began to rise. Wardfa, what a genius! To think of using the harpoon to slow down? He must have some kind of genius at home, right? Seriously? Why didn't I think of that? You can actually use combat components for deceleration? Impressive. People really think differently. Using a combat component as a deceleration tool? That's genius. Zhou Tianping has created the perfect strategy for Iceflow Mountain. If he passes the assessment, I'm buying harpoon components tomorrow. Holy crap. We're witnessing history. He's conquering Iceflow Mountain with mortal strength. Unnoticed, the atmosphere in the arena began to boil. This is the first attempt to conquer Iceflow Mountain using the self-awareness of a navigator. If Zhou Tianping succeeds, it means other ordinary navigators can also conquer this trial using their harpoons. Death Iceflow Mountain has finally been conquered by human courage and wisdom. Go for it, Zhou Tianping. Go for it. You must pass the 5th trial. Countless shouts erupted at the testing ground, the crowd's excitement reaching a fever pitch. Luoana's sapphire blue eyes widened in astonishment. As if witnessing such a scene for the first time, she stared blankly at the screen, then nudged Hai Wulian's arm. Hey! Hai Wulian, you were right.
He's already on his fourth lap. This guy, he's got something special. Ha! He's got something, but not much. 7 minutes, and counting down to the final 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Hai Wuliang remained expressionless, his face as calm as ever as he stared at the screen.
He had already glimpsed the future. Even if it was only 10 seconds, the future was predetermined. Nothing but a futile struggle. Boom! Sure enough,
as the magnet entered the final third lap curve, its hull accelerated to a blistering 150 miles per hour down the long, sloping descent.
The momentum propelled its RPMs past 200 in an instant, catapulting it out of the curve. Boom!
4 harpoons shot out at lightning speed, embedding themselves with a series of thuds into the ice wall. They slowed the ship's descent, but the hull still flew straight off the ramp, suspended mid-air by the connecting ropes. Creak! Creak! Suspended by the connecting rope, the hull swayed like a hanging coffin several meters above the ice wall. Whoosh! The biting wind howled as a cold, stark announcement echoed through the evaluation hall.
Examinee Zhou Tianping, vessel deviated from the course. Examination failed.
The examiner's declaration felt like a bucket of cold water dumped on every flushed-faced navigator.
The once noisy venue, suddenly, fell deathly silent. Chapter 161, Hai Wuliang's New Provocation.
The bizarre, spring ship.
Candidate Zhou Tianping. Due to deviation from the course, examination failed. Examination failed.
The icy pronouncement echoed through the loudspeakers across the examination site, reverberating along the Iceflow Mountain shipping route. Squeak! Squeak! Inside the swaying magnetic, Zhou Tianping slumped over the helm, his face ashen.
Did we fail? Did I fail again? I just can't do it, can I? Gazing at the finish line just inches away, Zhou Tianping's expression twisted with bitterness.
Only he knew how terrifyingly fast the RPMs had surged the moment he descended the third ramp.
Reaction time? An ordinary person wouldn't have had time to react.
By the time he realized he needed to fire the harpoon, the hull had already slammed into the cliff's edge. If given another chance, he would have chosen to fire the harpoon the moment he descended the third ramp.
Too bad. No ifs. Candidate Zhou Tianping has exhausted all 5 assessment attempts.
Please accumulate new competition rankings this year to retake the 2-star navigator assessment.
The examiner's cold words echoed relentlessly.
Zhou Tianping gave a bitter smile and bowed 90 degrees toward the particle light projection of Magnetic Mountain. I'm sorry, Magnetic Mountain.
I've embarrassed you by bringing you along.
Dead silence filled the captain's cabin.
After a long moment, Zhou Tianping felt a pair of hands gently cradle his face. His gaze lifted to meet Magnetic Mountain's gentle smile. How did I embarrass you?
It was my choice to follow you.
You gave it your all. I failed to support you. I'm the one who should apologize. But I...
A man should give his all in everything he does.
Even if the outcome isn't what he hoped for, at least he fought without regrets, isn't that right? So what if you need to climb 3 spots?
I'll be right there with you tomorrow. Bring back that fighting spirit you showed at Iceflow Mountain, and in less than half a year, you'll be standing here again.
Magnet Mountain's sister.
Gazing gratefully at Magnetic Mountain, Zhou Tianping was on the verge of tears. What a navigator desires most is the recognition of the shipmaiden.
At this moment, nothing else seemed to matter anymore.
Hey! I don't care for a weepy navigator.
Yes. Creak. The swaying, suspended magnet finally climbed up using the harpoon rope, sadly exiting the assessment base through the elimination lane.
In the hall of the assessment base, a long silence descended. Zhou Tianping's failure felt like it had extinguished the passion in the hearts of ordinary navigators, leaving the scene in a deathly quiet.
What a pity. How could he have fallen here? He was just 3 slopes away from the finish. The last 3 slopes were steeper and longer. Most people probably couldn't react in time. Such a shame.
I feel like if Zhou Tianping got one more chance, he'd definitely make it.
Sighs of regret, voices of disappointment, and expressions of dismay filled the air.
Hai Wuliang silently observed it all, a faint smile gradually curving his lips.
Exactly the same.
This was exactly the same as the regretful scene he had foreseen in the future.
It really will be a scene of regret unfolding in 7 minutes.
The Sea Lord's eye of foretelling talent is truly formidable.
What a pity.
You worthless piece of trash only awakened in S-rank talent, so you can only see 10 seconds into the future.
I heard your brother Hai is SS rank and can see 20 seconds ahead. If that ability were used in a match, I can't even imagine.
Luo Anna stood with her hands on her hips, indifferent to the murmurs of regret filling the arena.
Ordinary people having no hope of passing the assessment. What did that have to do with her being an SS rank shipmaiden? Any complaints?
Take it up with her stats. Hey, if you make me hit a wall even once during your assessment, you'll crawl back here on your knees.
Got it? Her haughty gaze fixed on Hai Wuliang. Luo Anna knew he had used his talent.
In the upcoming assessment, he would inevitably lose that talent.
No matter how skilled he was, he would crash into the wall. She was determined to make things difficult for Hai Wuliang. This fiancé who'd fallen from the heavens, she didn't like him. Just like in every story of the Dragon King's return, the betrothed never liked the Dragon King. That's how the plot unfolds. The heroine starts by despising the Dragon King, then gradually falls for him because of his swagger and his power. Luo Anna is no different. Oof. If I make you crawl back on your knees, you won't be following me around for the rest of the week. Pouting slightly, Luo Anna had expected Hai Wuliang to refuse with a dark expression. But no. Hai Wuliang smiled indifferently. Fine. What if I never hit the wall even once? Honey, how are you going to reward me? You. Prove it first. Pouting with puffed up cheeks, the two acted like sworn enemies, turning away from each other. Buzz buzz buzz. On the giant screen at the assessment site, as Zhou Tianping was eliminated, new examinee information began scrolling across the screen in successive waves. Luo Xiang, grade in natural navigator. Results: 3rd in fish bay suburban race, 3rd in mermaid sea race, 2nd in Burjavoy dock race. Zhao Pingming, a grade natural born navigator. Achievements: the 2nd navigator has entered the course. Result: due to excessive acceleration on the steep incline during his first attempt at the Iceflow Mountain assessment, he flew off the cliff at the 2nd turn. Congratulations! You've achieved a stellar 10-second elimination time in the Iceflow Mountain assessment. Get your friends to give it a try too. 3rd place. On the 10th uphill section, due to insufficient speed, the vehicle slid down the slope, flew off the cliff at the 9th turn, and crashed so hard the hull shattered. 4th place. 5th place. As more and more navigators joined the trial, everyone finally realized that the first half climbing Iceflow Mountain was already a terrifying ordeal. Most competitors couldn't even cover half of Zhou Tianping's distance. Difficult. 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 This 2-star navigator assessment truly was a massive screening process. A sieve separating geniuses from the ordinary. Buzz buzz buzz. On the giant screen at the assessment base, the list refreshed at lightning speed. 17th place, S-rank talent navigator C. Boundless. Results: 1st in Feng Shui domain team race, 1st in Fallen Horse waterway race, 1st in Mithril sea race. Candidates, prepare yourselves. As Hai Wuliang appeared on the giant screen, the remaining spectator navigators in the arena couldn't help but light up. Holy crap! All 1st place in mid-tier competitions. No wonder he looks down his nose at everyone. He's got every reason to be arrogant. With his skill level, he must be the first to pass the assessment today? Hard to say? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Hai Wuliang held Luo Anna's small hand, his gaze suddenly shifting back to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, how about we make another bet? Let's see who can complete the assessment in the shortest time. What do you say? The stakes remain the same as before. If you win, I'll give you the component. But if you lose, you must apologize to my fiancé. You dare? Chin held high, Hai Wuliang's gaze locked intently on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao surveyed Hai Wuliang's track record and couldn't help but marvel at the sheer skill of the King of Mithril. This guy. Compared to Zhou Hang's underdog rise style, this is way stronger. Is this the invincible destiny style? Zhang Hao curled his lips, then turned his gaze to Hai Wuliang and immediately retorted, I wouldn't dare. You. Do you even have any backbone? You won't bet with me on this? You won't bet with me on that. Aren't you the self-proclaimed sailing master? Hai Wuliang tried to provoke Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao just smiled. If you don't get ready soon, you'll be over the time limit. You. Gritting his teeth in fury, Hai Wuliang could only drag Luo Anna, her face twisted in contempt, toward the assessment passageway. What a joke. I already know you can see the future. And I bet you? Acting cool? There's no way I'll let you pull that off. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. But when Zhang Hao witnessed Luo Anna's hull materialize, his expression suddenly froze. Hum. Buzz. Buzz. The girl's skirt emitted an eerie gray glow as an 8-meter-long, 4-meter-wide, 10-meter-masted, medium ship materialized on the ice. The entire hull was a dark steel gray, dull yet noble. Dotted across the uniformly gray hull were countless tiny, ring-shaped objects, scattered haphazardly like black stars. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be coiled springs? Chapter 162, I have seen the future. Whoa! Is this the Collins family's SS-class ship maiden spring ship? Looks like it's incredibly sturdy? Zhang Hao's gaze was completely captivated by the dark steel hull. Vaguely visible on Hai Wuliang's chest was a ring-shaped line of springs, glinting faintly. With a light tap of his foot, as if stepping on a spring, he soared effortlessly onto the ship's deck. Thud! 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 Upon entering the cabin, Hai Wuliang didn't walk, he bounced step by step, as if spring-loaded, into the captain's quarters. Such a peculiar foreign vessel left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Holy cow, a real ocean liner. An SS-class ocean liner. If I get to steer one just once in my life, it'll be worth it. I heard foreign ships have bigger captain's cabins. Wonder if that's true? Countless curious eyes were now fixed on the spring.
Even the examiners overseeing the assessment couldn't resist glancing at the cabin several times. The spring ship. They say it's the last thing navigators and shipgirls want to face. Jian Qinghan suddenly spoke up beside him. Zhang Hao froze in surprise. Huh? Why is that? First, they're incredibly sturdy. Colliding with them on the racecourse won't end well. Second, rumor has it that anyone who dares to compare their talent or skills with the spring boats meets a grim fate. As for the reason why, the Collins family has sealed off all footage of races involving the spring ships. Except for a few high-ranking Sailing Federation officials, no one knows what the spring ship's secret truly is. Jian Qinghan's gaze dared not leave the grey hull for even a moment. She sensed it. From that vessel, she sensed pressure. Oh? So there's something to it? Then I'd better take a good look. Arms crossed over his chest, Zhang Hao stared intently at the spring ship's captain's cabin. From the corner of his eye when Hai Wuliang entered earlier, he thought he glimpsed something. The captain's quarters of this ship seemed to be densely packed with springs too? Meanwhile, inside the Springhorn's captain's cabin, Hai Wuliang sat atop a massive spring. Zhang Hao hadn't misread the situation. In the cramped space, springs of varying sizes extended toward Hai Wuliang from beneath him, before him, and all around him. Even the helm directly ahead was a twisted, ring-shaped spring. Snap! Pressing both hands against the rudder, Luo Anna's particle projection materialized behind Hai Wuliang. Her voice was icy as she declared, Hai Wuliang, remember this. One collision with the wall, and you'll crawl back to the feng shui domain on your knees today. Don't worry. Not even once. Because I am the king of Mithril. He flashed a smile at Luo Anna, keeping his final words hidden within his heart. A cluster of data still appeared on the helm. Spring ship. Propeller RPM 148. Yaw stability 145. Mast wind storage 140. Stiffness 160. Anchor stability 125. Endurance 160. Hull rating SS class. Skill rebound. Rebound passive. All springs aboard the spring ship can be manually activated to absorb impact forces during collisions. However, mastering the ship's springs demands exceptional reflexes and situational awareness from the navigator. Rebound active. When any skill or talent is applied to the spring ship, that skill or talent is unconditionally returned to its original user, or propels any designated target away from the spring ship. Gazing at the near-perfect stats before him, Hai Wuliang's eyes flickered. Truly worthy of the woman of the Mithril King. Titan. His foot pressed down on a spring, and the virtual tachometer began warming up and spinning. 148. 148. Full throttle. The full-speed technique of launch start was no longer a secret. The entire spring boat surged forward under the terrifying wave of thrust. Boom! Before the examiner could ask, the moment the timer started, the hull catapulted forward, charging toward the first curved slope of Iceflow Mountain. Puff, puff, puff. The oncoming water and wind didn't slow the spring ship for even a moment. Plop. Only the headwind filled the sails and rocked the hull violently from side to side at the ramp entrance. As the hull swayed dangerously close to the first bend, Luo Anna couldn't hold back any longer. Hey! Hai Wuliang! Reef the sails! Why haven't you taken in the sails yet? What are you thinking? You wanna crash out on the first bend? Her shrill voice echoed through the captain's cabin. Hai Wuliang stared at the constantly swaying spring before him, choosing to ignore her. My pride won't let me lower the sails. A king must face the wind to reach the summit. Have you been breathing too much wind? What king nonsense? I knew it. If we crash out on the first bend, you'll make this lady lose all face. Luo Anna paid no heed to Hai Wuliang's mutterings. Just as the sail began to retract on its own, Hai Wuliang suddenly grabbed the spring with one hand. What the hell are you doing? Luo Anna was on the verge of losing it. What the hell is wrong with this man? Relax. You won't crash into the wall, nor will you fall off the cliff. I promise. At some point, Hai Wuliang had closed his eyes. Starlight continuously emanated from his body. Beneath his eyelids, his pupils were eerily transforming into a deep blue hue, piercing through the future. Talent, Eye of Foretelling. SSS rank Eye of Foretelling, can peer into 40 seconds of the future daily. Current duration, 3 seconds, remaining, 37 seconds. Information visible only to Hai Wuliang surfaced in his mind. He had just glimpsed Zhou Tianping's future. It had taken him only 3 seconds. Now, he activated the Eye of Foretelling once more, capturing a single-second freeze frame of the future. In that frame, at the first bend, the spring, buffeted by the counter-current and wind, swayed and capsized right in the middle of the curve. I've already seen the future. Crash. The springs beneath his feet showed no sign of loosening. Hai Wuliang did not lower the sails, allowing the hull to sway as it drifted toward the bend. He didn't employ Zhou Tianping's wall skimming technique, merely letting the hull sway left and right as it hurtled toward the bend's entrance. Plop, plop, plop. As the hull threatened to tip over the cliff edge, he acted as if anticipating it all along, decisively grabbing the 5 spring cables before him. Snap. The next instant, the hull, which had been swaying precariously toward the cliff edge, suddenly transformed. The 5 coiled springs along the gunwale instantly expanded, exploding with a bang as they propelled the boat forward against the water channel. Boom! The hull, which had been on the verge of falling, suddenly snapped back inward with the force of the springs. Moreover, propelled by this thrust, the spring ship, sails unfurled, narrowly made it through the second bend. We made it? We actually made it? How did you react so fast? How did you pinpoint those springs so precisely? Did you use your talent? Luo Anna stared in disbelief at the bizarre turn. Riding the wind, letting the hull sway left and right, yet clearing the turn without hitting the wall? Was it mere coincidence? Or was it destined? She stared blankly at Hai Wuliang, who operated the spring with his eyes closed. At that moment, her useless husband seemed like a different person, like a ruthless, emotionless ship steering machine. Snap. 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 At the second bend, the hull was still swaying from side to side. Hai Wuliang seized several more springs in advance. Before the hull could swing to the cliff edge, he activated rebound once more. Thud. 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 Such miracles unfolded one after another. The echoes of the springs reverberated through the mountain pass. From start to finish, the spring ship never slowed down, never hit the walls. Relying solely on that peculiar swaying motion and the bizarre rebound, it drove all the way to the top. Chapter 163, Bet? Why not bet anymore? What the hell? What the hell kind of god tier play is this? Can't learn it, not a single bit. Just hoist the sails and steer the ship like it's nothing? Then every time it's about to hit the cliff, he springs it back? What kind of insane reflexes is that? This ship's spring is being used to its absolute fullest in this guy's hands. Examination site, everyone stared at the images on the big screen, their mouths twitching and faces frozen in shock. This wasn't human driving at all. It was like letting a wild bull run rampant on a mountain path, while the bullfighter waited until the very last second before the bull charged down the slope to finally intervene, testing his own reflexes. No one, not a single soul, could replicate Hai Wuliang's current driving technique. Shock. The scene was nothing but shock, pure shock. Zhang Hao, is this guy showing off his reflexes? Relying on the spring ship's traits to show off like this? Yang Fan scowled in annoyance. Ever since Hai Wuliang showed up, he felt like he'd been completely overshadowed. It's not that his reflexes are good. Who can predict things that far ahead? This guy's coasting on his talent. Zhang Hao lowered his eyelids, quickly realizing that using precognition eyes in a competition was actually pretty broken. Take this example. You team up with some navigator scheming endlessly to outmaneuver Hai Wuliang. But this guy foresaw it and dodged your plans in advance. What do you do then? This is a bit of a pain. But his talent should have a time limit. Fingers drummed on the chair as Jin Xinghan beside him stared at the spring ship, his expression still as cold as ice. Something's off. That spring horn might be more than just spring rebound. This guy is incredibly strong. The two exchanged cryptic glances. On the giant screen at the examination site, the view had shifted to the mountain-top lake. Plop, plop, plop. As soon as it reached the summit, the springhorn performed a dive anchor turn. Without the slightest hesitation or pause for rest, it immediately followed the flow of water and surged down the mountain. Luo Anna. Shut down the sails. Reduce propeller speed. Inside the spring ship's cockpit, Hai Wuliang kept his eyes closed, though beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. He dared to show off his skills when climbing the mountain. But descending? Who dares keep the propeller and sails running while going downhill? Are you out of your mind? Poof. Where's your royal pride now? Snapping back to reality, Luo Anna stared blankly at Hai Wuliang, muttering discontentedly under her breath. She admitted it just now, Hai Wuliang had been kind of handsome. But only a little. She was nowhere near ready to completely change her opinion of him. Snap. Snap. Tighten. Before Luo Anna could even react, Hai Wuliang pressed 3 springs with his eyes closed. The spring ship, drifting with the current, suddenly slowed to a halt. The sails were furled, and the anchor dropped. Both anchors scraped against the riverbed, yet the vessel's descent continued to accelerate. Hai Wuliang still didn't choose to ram the inner wall to reduce the downward speed. His brow furrowed as he activated 6 springs before the bend was even reached. He saw it. He saw it again. At the outer cliff corner of the 18th descent bend, the hull speed was too high. He couldn't react in time and flew out with Luo Anna.
If he couldn't react in time at the curve's entrance, what about preparing the corresponding spring points in advance? Almost the instant the boat reached the edge. Ah! Hai Wuliang! I quit! I quit! I give you permission to crash into the wall. A chilling wind whistled up from the cliff's base. Luo Anna gasped in terror and closed her eyes. But Hai Wuliang remained as calm as still water. Boom boom boom. 6 clusters of springs detonated prematurely. Before the hull could reach the cliff's edge, the explosive recoil propelled the vessel back into the inner lane. With a series of SSS as water sprayed diagonally, the spring entered the 17th bend with an eerie, catapult-like motion. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The same routine repeated itself. Before the hull could even approach the cliff edge, the spring would preemptively deploy the corresponding counterspring. 15th turn. 10 bends. 5 turns. With precision akin to machine control, the ship rapidly descended the slope with eerie, spring-like rebounds. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Monster! Monster! How could he anticipate this descent? No, don't you think it's like he sees which hull section will hit the ground next and preemptively releases the corresponding hull springs? You think so? I totally agree. Exactly. He didn't even wait for the hull to scrape the cliff edge, the springs deployed early. How did he pull that off? The crowd erupted. The entire assessment site erupted in excitement. An unprecedented way to pass the assessment. Final 3 turns. The final stretch. Countless eyes were glued to the screen. When the spring reached the entrance of the 3rd curve, it was no longer a performance. By the end of the 4th curve, several coils of the springs had already bulged outward. Just as the hull spun out of control and a small section of the hull began to drop off the track, the spring snapped back with a violent recoil. Snap! It made the turn. The spring ship cleared the 3rd turn. And immediately after clearing the 3rd turn, the hull coiled several more springs in preparation. Snap! Same maneuver. Before even reaching the 2nd bend, the power points were already primed. Snap! Snap! That's it. After 2 eerie, preemptive spring winding sounds exploded. Plop! The spring, not a single snowflake clinging to it, sailed back to the assessment site. 25 minutes, 45 seconds, 32 hundredths. Ding! The timer on the giant screen froze at that exact moment. The examiner, gazing at the spring ship returning unscathed, let out an excited cheer that echoed through the hall. Candidate Hai Wuliang, 2-star navigator, assessment, passed. Plop. Plop. The black steel hull swayed relentlessly in the exit channel. At that very moment, everyone stared blankly at the ship, the scene falling deathly silent. Fast. Too fast. This guy didn't slow down once, nearly shattering the record time for the 2-star navigator assessment. Hai Wuliang. You're this skilled at steering? Inside the spring ship's captain's cabin, Luo Anna snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Hai Wuliang as he sat calmly on the spring. His face was pale, his eyes wide open, yet utterly cold and unmoving. You won't see any emotion on the face of someone who wants to win. Hai Wuliang was exactly that now. Luo Anna could only feel that this Hai Wuliang was no longer the useless fiancé who came when summoned and vanished when dismissed. An inexplicable aura of a sovereign's dominance now emanated from him. Just now, for 36 consecutive times, you found the corresponding spring points ahead of time. You didn't see 36 futures, did you? Her lips murmured, and Luo Anna felt an inexplicable panic rising within her. What if? If someone could see 36 futures, what would that mean? It meant that throughout the entire match, they'd have 36 chances to overtake, dodge, or execute any maneuver imaginable. This is a glitch. A tournament glitch. Oh no! I've gone too far. No, if this keeps up, what about the trials I've endured for half a year? Under Luo Anna's admiring gaze, Hai Wuliang immediately forced a sly smile. Huh? I have no idea. I was just randomly mashing buttons. How could I possibly see 36 future moves ahead? Then I'd be completely drained. Just pressing randomly. Pressing randomly based on instinct. Honey, he. I didn't hit a wall even once. What reward do I get? Forcing a lecherous expression, Hai Wuliang looked at Luo Anna, who instantly darkened. Get lost. You useless piece of trash. 2.5 minutes later. Under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, Hai Wuliang, his face ashen, gently cradled Luo Anna's hand as he stepped off the spring ship. This time, the entire crowd fell silent. Not a single soul dared to utter a whisper of criticism. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. However, just as Hai Wulian was basking in the satisfaction of pulling off his showboating, a lazy voice echoed from behind him. Hey, you, the son-in-law? I've been thinking about it, and I still want to make that bet with you. Ha! Turning toward the voice, he was stunned to see Zhang Hao smiling at him. You want to bet with me? What's the wager? Hai Wulian was now the one puzzled. Bro, aren't you the one who doesn't gamble? Ha ha. I thought about it, and I find the assessment time you just mentioned pretty interesting. You took over 20 minutes, right? I don't think I'd need that long. Zhang Hao casually stood up. His words sent shockwaves through the room. Less than 20 minutes? How? Are you going to fly? Unbelievable. The fastest record on file is Zhou Hang from the Zhou family at 20 minutes, 19 seconds, and 33 hundredths. Even with his night ship descending that fast, he only managed that time. Less than 20 minutes? What's he planning? That guy seems to be the top finisher in this year's relay race. He couldn't possibly have a method, could he? In the examination hall, eyes darted back and forth as everyone stared blankly at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's expression remained unchanged as he simply smiled at Hai Wulian. What? You chicken out now? His eyes narrowed into slits. Zhang Hao wasn't suddenly seeking to provoke Hai Wulian, he had genuinely devised a method to conclude the assessment within 20 minutes. He was confident he could outmaneuver Hai Wulian in timing. This provocation was merely to suppress Hai Wulian's arrogant demeanor and take advantage of him. As if, with heaven's mandate fortune, why wouldn't he fleece him? Squeeze him dry. You. Under Zhang Hao's gaze, Hai Wulian hesitated. He wasn't the type to let his temper cloud his judgment. Closing his eyes inexplicably meant he'd lose his final chance today to see the future vision. Eye of foretelling. A dizzying whirl filled his mind, and he saw, merely glimpsed a bizarre scene from the future. It was himself, mouth agape, looking utterly stunned. Beyond that, he could see nothing else. The eye of foretelling worked like this: to grasp the full picture of the future, one had to invest more time. 40s not long, yet not short either. If used in the final seconds of a match, it would be an absolute game changer. But, in real life, 40s might only reveal the full picture of a single event. Damn. Why was I so terrified in the future? What did I see? Opening his eyes, his expression turned hesitant. Zhang Hao's taunting voice grew louder. Hey! You in or out? The mighty son of the Sea King, son-in-law of the Collins family, you wouldn't be scared of some guy from the Mountain Sea region, would you? Bat? Why aren't you taking it? Don't you like it? Chapter 164, First Ride of the Purple-Blue Sword Ship, Synchronized Operation? His gaze was filled with provocation, arrogance, and contempt. At this moment, Zhang Hao truly wore the face of a villain begging to be beaten. By the usual script, Hai Wulian would now agree without hesitation, seeking vindication before Luoana. But Hai Wulian hesitated. He couldn't be certain what exactly caused that future scene. Why had he been so startled? Damn it! Agree to it, and if I lose? Where would I, the king of Mithril, put my face? But if I refuse him, won't Anna think I lack conviction? After a moment of hesitation, Hai Wulian turned cold, ignoring Zhang Hao. You're nothing but a clown. I've no interest in betting with you now. Luoana, let's go. Taking Luoana's small hand, Hai Wulian still felt it was safer to leave immediately. After interacting with Zhang Hao for even this brief moment, he sensed something was amiss with his path of restraint. Oh? Are you afraid of me? Or is the Collins family afraid of me too? So calm. With just that one casual remark, Zhang Hao could instantly send Luoana into a rage. You? What are you talking about? The proud Collins family would fear you? Hai Wulian. He made a bet with him. Without an SS-class shipmaiden, how could his results possibly surpass yours? You're a grown man, what are you dithering about? This. Under Luoana's intense gaze, Hai Wulian still refused to agree. Forget it. Useless. You won't dare bet against him. I will. Zhang Hao. Here's the D-class component sword edge. If you can break the 20-minute assessment record, it's yours. But if you can't even beat Hai Wulian, get down on your knees and scream I'm a dog abandoned by the Collins family all day long. Do you dare? Luoana snatched a scroll from Hai Wulian's pocket and glared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao smiled calmly. Fine. Beep. You successfully crushed Hai Wulian's pretentious arrogance and delivered a face-to-face provocation, causing a rift between the male and female protagonists. You intercepted a strand of heaven's mandate. Your connection with Star Shatterer has increased by 5%. Current connection level, 50%. The system notification chimed in his ears as Zhang Hao accepted the wager. Beside him, Mo Euro's face clouded with worry. Zhang Hao, isn't this a bit too risky? It's fine. He's using an SS-rank shipmaiden, but today I'm wielding the genius of the purple-green sword ship clan. Jian Qinghan, you're okay, right? Glancing sideways at Jian Qinghan, who had already risen to her feet, the woman's face remained as cold as ice. Yet when her gaze fell upon Luoana, her eyes brimmed with competitive confidence. Let's go. With that simple command, Jian Qinghan strode toward the assessment passageway. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, halting everyone in their tracks. Hey, hey, hey! You guys are gambling, fine, but what's with cutting in line? Yang Fan scratched his head helplessly, pointing at the candidate information displayed on the screen. Candidate number 19, Yang Fan A-grade talent. Achievements: 3rd place in the Shanghai region's initial C tournament, 2nd place in the Kanglan region relay race. Seriously. This is my assessment time. Grumbling under his breath, Yang Fan pulled ice mist into the assessment corridor. He shot a hostile glance at Hai Wuliang. He was right. Ever since this Hai Wuliang showed up, I've lost all sense of the scene. Damn it. What protagonist aura. Oof. Wasting my time. Hai Wuliang snorted coldly, not giving Yang Fan the slightest bit of respect. Even the others present didn't think much of Yang Fan. But 1 minute later, the images streaming from the screen instantly left everyone speechless. Puff, puff, puff. Exactly the same. The exact same ascent method as the boundless sea appeared. The ice lantern hoisted its sails identically, avoided the ice walls to increase friction identically, and drifted erratically up the slope identically. But the difference was, every time the ice lantern threatened to fly off the cliff, ice walls would hum sprout from the cliff's edge, slamming the hull back onto the track. Thud. Thud thud thud. Following almost the exact same pattern as the spring, the ice gale reached the summit. Then, the ice mist lowered its sails and dropped anchor. Just like the spring, it took the curve at high speed, starting to build up the ice wall at the next bend well before reaching the previous one. Thud. 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 Ice shards continuously shattered and fell as the ice storm blasted back into the assessment base in 28 minutes, 36 seconds, and 45 hundredths. Candidate Yang Fan. 2-star navigator assessment passed. The examiner's solemn voice echoed through the hall, leaving the assembled navigators speechless. Though Yang Fan took longer than Hai Wuliang. He was piloting an A-class shipmaiden. If he'd been given an SS-class shipmaiden, who knows, this kid might have even beaten Hai Wuliang's speed. Damn! What kind of clone is this guy? His talent was practically born for this kind of racetrack. He's got it down. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. Yang Fan walked slowly out of the assessment corridor, his arm around ice mist, as if he'd accomplished nothing more than a trivial task. Hey! Zhou Hang. I'm done. Your turn. TSK. Is this the moment when the second male lead shows his potential? Staring blankly at Yang Fan's return, Zhou Hang gave a helpless smile before leading Jian Qinghan briskly toward the assessment corridor. Hai Wuliang's gaze also fell upon Yang Fan, clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Fan to replicate his own opening technique. As for Luo Anna, her beautiful eyes kept darting toward Yang Fan. Finally, she pressed her lips together and said nothing. Yang Fan had decent talent, but he was still only a grade talent, not even worthy of being the Collins family's lapdog. Hey! Kid, you're interesting. How about considering joining me as my co-pilot? I can introduce you to the SS Shipmaiden clan mithril ship. Look. Approaching Yang Fan, Hai Wuliang found himself genuinely impressed by the talent. Having someone like this on the team would mean an extra pair of hands for the World Championship. The mithril ship family was his trump card. Any navigator he referred there couldn't refuse, right? But Yang Fan merely raised an eyebrow at Hai Wuliang, curled his lips, and said, sorry. Not interested. Zhou Hang. Hurry up already. I'm in a hurry to get back to the maintenance shop to practice shipman unity. Do you even realize what you're turning down? Hai Wuliang's expression turned cold as he clenched his fists, ready to explode. He was the king of mithril. Who dared refuse him? Yet, Yang Fan didn't even acknowledge him, casually shrugged, and sat back down. With a dark expression, Hai Wuliang stared at Yang Fan, his face as still as a frozen lake. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same moment, Zhang Hao's information began updating on the large screen at the examination site. Candidate number 20, Zhang Hao. SSS talent holder. Achievements: 1st place in the initial C assembly of the Mountain Sea region, 1st place in the Black Ship race of the Merchant Alliance, 1st place in the relay race of the Azure Domain. As the dazzling information panel popped up, the venue fell silent once more. Holy crap! This panel looks even more extravagant than Hai Wuliang's. Cloud Dragon King truly has a remarkable son. Luo Anna stared at the screen, her expression shifting constantly. Hai Wuliang pursed his lips, his gaze toward Zhang Hao growing increasingly solemn. Both SSS-tier talent holders, both champions of the triple tournament. He and Zhang Hao were truly evenly matched. Unfortunately, he had 2 SS-class shipmaidens, while Zhang Hao had none. It seems. You bastard, you're destined to be the demonic opponent on my path of trials. Just wait. In the next, Feng Shui Domain, Wind Forest Fire Mountain Team Tournament, whether it's you or that country bumpkin who dared refuse me, I'll crush you both with my fleet. His gaze darkened, and a flash of malevolence flickered between Hai Wuliang's brows. Candidate Zhang Hao. Prepare yourself. At the same time,
Before the assessment passage, a bracelet resembling a four-leaf clover suddenly materialized on Zhang Hao's right wrist, its texture solid and tangible. Plop plop. On the ice track, the purple-green sword unfolded. Its slender purple-green blade refracted light as it undulated. What's this? Zhang Hao pinched the bracelet on his wrist, his expression filled with astonishment. This doesn't feel right. It felt like it wasn't a temporary contract. It's permanent. Hey! Jian Qinghan. You. He stared at the purple-green sword ship in disbelief. Only a cold voice echoed from the captain's cabin. After observing you for so many days, I believe you are qualified to become my navigator. Therefore, I've granted you a permanent contract. Step aboard, son of the Cloud Dragon King. You will eventually pilot the family ship bound by the Cloud Dragon King's contract to the World Championship. Thud. The door to the captain's cabin of the frail little boat swung open. Zhang Hao leaped onto the deck and stared at the scene inside the cabin, his expression freezing in shock. Inside the captain's cabin of the purple-blue sword, there was actually a flying sword suspended in midair? This. Come in quickly. The door's open, the cold wind's freezing us to death out here. It's warm in the captain's cabin. After the sharp command, Zhang Hao immediately stepped into the captain's cabin. The hatch slammed shut with a bang, and the cabin flickered with purple-blue light. The purple-blue sword was a small vessel, so its captain's cabin was correspondingly compact. So small it resembled nothing more than the tabletop of a restaurant booth. Within this space, the lower half was crafted from purple light jade, while the upper half was made of blue jade. At the junction between the green and purple sections, a jade sword green at the top and purple at the bottom floated suspended in midair. Beyond that, there was nothing else. To activate the purple-green sword, you're not supposed to step onto the flying sword and ride it, are you? Zhang Hao looked every bit the novice, peering around the cramped space before finally stumbling up onto the sword's body. He stepped onto the jade blade, carefully balancing himself to stand upright. Buzz buzz buzz. But what Zhang Hao hadn't anticipated was, the moment his feet touched the jade surface, his body felt as if glued to it. His suspended form began to stabilize. Hum. 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 Beneath him, the previously motionless purple jade space suddenly projected a light and shadow. It was none other than Jian Qinghan, standing upside down like a mirror image, identical to himself, soaring through the air while balancing on the blade of a purple jade sword. While he hovered upright, she stood inverted, feet pressed against his, suspended by the blade's edge a mere sword's length apart. What is this? He tried to control the flying sword beneath him to sway left. Jian Qinghan's reflection swayed left in unison, causing the purple jade sword to tilt to the left. He attempted to lift the rear end by pressing his heel against the blade. Jian Qinghan's reflection mirrored the motion, and the ship's propeller began to spin. Holy! What the hell? Is this some kind of Pacific Rim pilot synchronization training? Chapter 165, Madness on the Mountain Blade Transcendence. Zhang Hao. If you don't like being up there, you could always switch positions with me and take the lower one. Under synchronized operation, Jian Qinghan's light projection stood inverted, her expression unreadable. Her suggestion reached Zhang Hao, who froze in surprise. What do you mean? I could choose to stand upside down on the purple blade surface, and then your projection would be upright, right? Exactly. Damn, the piloting design of your purple-green sword ship is truly bizarre. Experimenting with various sword-flying maneuvers, Zhang Hao discovered, whenever he thought of certain control inputs, his body would automatically step onto the jade sword and respond with the corresponding action. For instance, when he just thought of launch boost, his rear foot lifted the sword body, initiating the craft's preheating sequence. Turning involved swaying the flying sword, while anchoring meant pressing both feet down to sink the blade. Hoisting the sail involved a light jump, lifting the sword upward. I gotta say, it really is an S-class ship maiden. This setup is genuinely novel. After silently musing to himself, a data panel appeared on the four-leaf clover bracelet on Zhang Hao's wrist. Purple-green sword. Propeller RPM, 99. Lateral stability, 99. Sail mast wind storage, 99. Hardness, 99. Anchor stability, 99. Endurance, 99. Skill, Trinity purple, blue, purple, blue. Trinity purple, switching to the purple blade form activates speed mode, increasing propeller RPM by 50, reducing endurance by 10, and decreasing hardness by 20. Trinity cyan, switching to the cyan blade form activates combat mode, reducing propeller speed by 20, increasing hardness by 50, and boosting anchor stability by 25. Trinity purple blue, values remain unchanged in purple blue mode, but the skill duel can be activated. Special skill duel. During this race, you may select one ship maiden to challenge to a duel. If your total distance traveled within 60 seconds exceeds theirs, you gain 30% of their propeller speed. Conversely, if your total distance is lower, you gain 30% of their hardness. Ship maiden overall rating, S+. Whoa! What a splendid vessel. Truly worthy of the purple-blue sword ship family's prodigy. With just a glance at the panel attributes, Zhang Hao recognized Jian Qinghan's exceptional talent. If Zhou Sushin was the weakest foundation among the magnet shipmaiden family, then Jian Qinghan was the strongest foundation among the purple-green sword shipmaiden family.
The man's heartfelt praise echoed from above.
Jian Qinghan instinctively clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers interlocking.
Unexpectedly,
the moment she crossed her fingers, Zheng Hao's arms began to disobey him, moving behind his back as his fingers crossed too.
Ha! Jian Qinghan, did you do something? Startled by his body's reaction, Zheng Hao tilted his head to look downward.
At the same moment, Jian Qinghan, in sync with him, also tilted her head upward. Their eyes met, and Jian Qinghan's face flushed instantly.
She stubbornly turned her head away. Nothing. Nothing at all. Thud.
Caught off guard by her sudden tilt, Zheng Hao's head jerked to the side in unison.
Ugh, ugh. My neck. Are you okay?
Hearing this, Jian Qinghan immediately leaned forward to check on him.
Zheng Hao, having tasted the bitter fruit of synchronization, instantly shouted, Don't move. Hand over full control of the ship to me. All right.
Control of the ship, all yours.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Rubbing his neck, Zheng Hao was just getting used to it when the referee's urgent voice sounded from outside the cabin. Candidate Zheng Hao.
Are you ready? Not yet. Examiner.
After a full 2.5 minutes of adjusting to the controls, Zheng Hao finally surfaced the sword body and deactivated, sail up.
Puff, puff, puff.
As the sails of the purple-green sword lowered, the expressions of everyone in the examination hall shifted.
Hey, did you see that? He lowered the mast. Is he planning to climb the mountain like Zhou Tianping did? No way. If he climbs like that, forget finishing the test in 20 minutes. The wager would be over before he even reaches the summit. TSK. I say he's just playing it safe. Sailing into headwinds makes the hull hard to control.
The crowd buzzed with speculation, but young Fan alone stared at the purple-green sword with an unusual expression.
Oh my. Zhang and Hao have deployed this ship. So lowering the sails, could it be he's planning to use that mountain climbing maneuver?
His eyes flickered. Yang Fan didn't think Zhang Hao was the cautious type. This guy dared to pilot a ship like it was a flying vessel. You think he fears death? The purple-green sword.
A smaller hull does offer more maneuverability. But so far, I see no way he could possibly catch up to me. Unless he activates his talent.
Hai Wuliang stared intently at the purple-green sword, his eyes flickering.
Beside him, Luo Anna wore a look of utter disdain. That ship's base stats aren't as high as mine.
There's no way she can match my speed up the mountain.
Just as everyone spoke with certainty.
Purple-green sword.
Speed mode. Puff, puff, puff. The small vessel floating on the icy water, its purple-blue hull, instantly transformed into a dazzling, all-purple splendor.
Purple jade, magnificent and unrivaled in its beauty.
Puff, puff, puff. The spray erupting from its stern grew ever more terrifying. Purple-blue sword speed type. Propeller RPM, 99 greater than 149. Lateral stability, 99. Mast wind storage, 99. Sturdiness, 9,979. Anchor stability, 99. Endurance, 9,989.
Inside the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson as the RPM approached 149.
Hurry! This is the allure of a top-tier S-class shipmaiden.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
After activating speed mode, not only did the hull change color, but within the captain's cabin, the jade green disc now glowed entirely purple.
Jian Qinghan's figure appeared beside him at some point, standing as tall as he was, balancing on a purple flying sword. Bathed in particle light, her purple robes shimmered. Her short hair had elongated into long strands, cascading over her shoulders. Her icy gaze made her look like a female sword immortal.
Jian Qinghan. After all this time, you should know the answer by now.
Zheng Hao turned to look at Jian Qinghan, who simultaneously turned her gaze toward him.
Counterattack. Launch. Boom. Purple light flashed as the flying sword shot out like an arrow. Puff, puff, puff.
A surge of icy mist swirled through the examination hall. After the splashing water cleared, the stern of the purple-green sword was already out of sight. On the frontline display screen, the jade-purple longsword had already reached the first turn.
Boom!
A flash of purple light erupted as the blade slammed into the ice wall at the curve, shattering it into fragments.
SSS-SSS.
The little boat collided with the wall and sped forward against the waves. With no sail resistance, the purple-green sword's speed at 149 revolutions per minute made it faster than any previous shipmaiden. With a whoosh, it scraped along the wall and entered the second bend.
Holy crap! That's fast! It's just a quick start.
He's scraping against the wall like that. He'll definitely slow down later. He's got it covered. That's the Zhou Tianping mountain climbing technique. He's sacrificing time for safety. Purple light flickered as murmurs rippled through the examination hall.
Ha! I thought he was up to something. If he just stays on the mountain like this, the outcome is already decided. His gaze fixed on the frontline footage, just as Hai Wulian was about to express his disdain. Boom!
The hull, which had been scraping along the wall, suddenly dropped its anchor on the outer side. The inner hull began to flip upward, and the ship slowly rose to an eerie vertical position. What? That's... At that very moment. Inside the purple-blue sword ship's captain's cabin, Zhang Hao leaned sideways, pressing down on his sword. Sword Xinghan, forced to synchronize with him, flashed a look of surprise before a sudden burst of golden light erupted from his eyes. Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Exactly. Exchanging a glance, the two abruptly shouted in unison, Blade, Transcendence. Chapter 166, Fusion Technique Blade Inertial Drift. Whoosh. When the purple-blue sword truly rose sideways, its hull scraping against the ice wall, its sides gliding like a surface, this vessel truly resembled a sword, clinging to the wall and darting like a swift dragon. Jian Qinghan. We're against the wall. Retract the anchor. Roger. The sword trembled. After the outer anchor of the purple-green sword was hauled in, the hull lost its lateral drag and lost its balance. The entire vessel pressed flat against the wall. Whoosh. 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 After this maneuver, the hull clung to the wall like a gecko, adhering more naturally and seamlessly. Second bend? In mere seconds. The hull flew along the wall, reaching the entrance of the third bend. At the bend's entrance, even when hugging the wall, excessive speed would cause the hull to peel away from the curve due to inertia, sending it hurtling straight toward the cliff edge. But how seasoned was Zhang Hao? His front foot pressed against the purple jade sword, its pommel shifting inward. His back foot pressed against the sword's hilt, causing the hilt to shift outward. And thus, before even entering the curve, the bow pressed against the ice wall at an angle, while the stern tilted sideways, clinging to the wall as it accelerated. The entire vessel seemed to be leaning, propped up by just one corner against the wall, advancing in an eerie manner. Zhang Hao. What is this? Jian Qinghan's face flushed crimson as he looked at Zhang Hao excitedly. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a smirk. Maintaining constant speed while preemptively adjusting the hull to enter the curve. What do you think? Inertial drift. Not quite, don't forget, this is still blade piercing time. Both skills, fused together. I call this blade inertial drift. What? Boat techniques, fused? You can actually combine the boat techniques you demonstrated earlier? Jian Qinghan's face froze in sheer shock. Entering the curve, the hull shifted slightly. The boat stood upright, teetering on the edge of collapse without sufficient support. Crash. The next instant. Inertial drift. Thanks to the pre-executed drift maneuver. At the bend's entrance, the hull clung to the inner wall like a magnet, hurtling into the third turn. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the biting wind and cold snow, the purple sword dragon soared. A purple glow flickered relentlessly along the winding mountain road, its speed astonishing. After rounding the bend, the hull once again pressed its bow inward against the wall while the stern drifted away. Each time it prepared to drift early, the hull threatening to fall away from the wall, it would, at the approaching bend, once again cling to the wall due to its momentum. This repeated pattern allowed observers to see the purple glow alternately pull away from the wall and then press tightly against it. From start to finish, the hull never strayed more than 3 meters from the inner wall. Safe. At such breakneck climbing speed, this maneuver was utterly safe. Holy. What the hell did this guy do? How the hell does you steer a ship like that? Vertically hugging the wall? Why the hell didn't I think of that? No. It's not just vertical wall hugging. If that were the case, at such high speed, the boat would fly off the wall when turning. It looks like he prepositions the boat's angle before every turn? Damn it. Everyone else prepares to spin out onto the ice track, but he's prepositioning for the turn? How confident is he? Inside the assessment hall, everyone stared at the giant screen, utterly speechless. Who could have imagined tackling a mountain slope like this? Driving vertically minimized friction and reduced air resistance. Even uphill, the speed only got faster. 2 minutes 32.5 seconds, third lap complete. 3 minutes 18.61 seconds, end of lap 5. 4:55, end of lap 8. Fast. That flickering purple light is accelerating. Is this what happens when top-tier talent meets a top-tier shipmaiden? Watching the purple light flicker across the screen, Yang Fan pressed his lips tightly together. Zhang Hao. I can't even imagine. If you'd contracted an SS-rank shipmaiden from the start, who could possibly stand against you? I guessed you'd use Blade Surpass to climb the mountain, but I never imagined you'd fuse Blade Surpass with inertial drift? You're a genius. His pupils trembled. Yang Fan's gaze never left the large screen for a moment. Technique. Flawless technical execution, not a shred of talent involved. What unfolded on the screen now was a spectacle that left everyone spellbound and in awe pure artistry. Plop. As the purple light vanished into the clouds, a thunderous splash erupted from the mountaintop lake. 11 minutes and 17 seconds exactly. Mountain ascent assessment complete. Boom. The examiner's sudden announcement sent shockwaves through the entire assessment site, as thunderous as a clap of thunder. 11 minutes and 17 seconds?
What an astonishing speed. This was uphill. If it only took that long to climb up, what about descending? A total of 20 minutes? 18 minutes total? Puff, puff, puff. In that instant, everyone watched the purple-blue sword ship turning in the mountain lake, holding their breath. Their hearts began to race wildly at reverence and faith and speed. Damn, this guy. I've seen his ship handling skills before. He actually fused two sailing techniques together? Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Hai Wulyan's face trembled as a sense of unease spread through him. He had an instinctive feeling that Zhou Hang was about to unleash an even greater shock. This must be the ship skill master? What the hell is he thinking, combining two ship skills? Luo Anna's body tensed, her mouth agape. As a ship maiden, her instincts compelled her to keep her eyes glued to the screen. That speed, those maneuvers for a ship maiden, it was nothing short of a blessing. An eerie silence now hung over the examination hall. Everyone was glued to the screen. Puff puff puff. Plop plop plop. Amidst billowing clouds and mist, at the summit pool of Iceflow Mountain, Zhang Hao skillfully steered the vessel, lowering it gently into the flowing water zone. Jian Qinghan. Engage battle mode. Within the captain's cabin, Zhang Hao's command echoed as the entire hull swiftly transitioned from purple to azure. Within the captain's quarters, the expanse of purple jade space rapidly began to glow with a blue radiance. Purple-blue sword battle mode. Propeller speed 99 greater than 79. Yaw stability 99. Sail mast wind storage 99. Hardness 99 greater than 149. Anchor stability 99124. Endurance 99. After the propeller speed plummeted, the jade-like purple-blue sword displayed a distinct aura of unyielding resolve in combat mode. Buzz buzz buzz. Even as the small vessel sat motionless upon the water, it felt like a sharpened treasure sword poised to cleave through at any moment. 149 hardness, 124 anchor stability. These specs practically scream built for ramming. Jian Qinghan, don't reduce propeller speed, maintain preheat. Also, hoist the sails. After glancing at the purple-green sword's data panel, Zhang Hao's calm voice echoed through the captain's cabin. Jian Qinghan froze in surprise. What? Zhang Hao, have you lost your mind? We're going downwind. The descent is already hard to control. How dare you hoist the sails? Completely dumbfounded. Jian Qinghan couldn't fathom what kind of audacity it took to unfurl sails and descend a 1,000-meter-high ice slope with the wind at your back. Looking to die? But, do you trust me? The man's calm voice echoed, but Jian Qinghan remained silent. Zhang Hao glanced at their inexplicably locked fingers and gave a helpless smile. Thud. The next moment, the sail pole on the purple-green sword raised its sails in the howling wind. Holy. What the hell is he doing? Holy. He's lost his mind. Completely lost it. He unfurled the sails? Examiner. Someone's trying to kill themselves. As the peak-top footage appeared on the giant screen, the entire examination site erupted into chaos. Chapter 167, Reverse Cornering Lightning Drift. Sailing at the summit? What the hell is Zhang Hao trying to do? Did he use his talent? As the footage played on the big screen, Yang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Most people wouldn't dare use sails going uphill, let alone downhill. Moreover, why didn't Zhang Hao use the sail when climbing up just now, yet insists on using it now for the descent? Looking for trouble? No. Is he about to start improvising sailing techniques again? Eyes widening, Yang Fan had a gut feeling. He was about to witness a miracle. Damn it! Is this guy insane? To break the record, win the bet, is he risking his life? Hai Wulyan's expression darkened to the extreme. An inexplicable sense of unease was slowly rising within him. Soon. The scene he had glimpsed of the future seemed to be drawing ever closer. What the hell is he trying to do? Luo Anna didn't dare underestimate Zhang Hao. She didn't believe for a moment that he was the type to seek attention. What exactly was he trying to accomplish by raising the sail now? Plop. Plop. Inside the assessment hall, the silence had grown so thick you could hear your own heartbeat. Dozens of eyes were glued to the large screen. Even the usually composed examiners sat tense, their bodies rigid as they stared at the frontline footage. Whoosh. Whoosh. Winds howled and clouds churned. At the summit, no external aid was needed. When the sail named Courage unfurled, even death itself would make way. Plop. The blue, sturdy sword body had barely emerged from the peak's flowing zone when it launched like a natural version of a flying start. The sails billowed terrifyingly, and the little boat instantly charged through the 18 bends at a speed of 200. Faster. Only the howling wind filled his ears, only the blinding white glare of snow filled his vision. Zhang Hao. Jian Qinghan narrowed his eyes, terror etched on his face as he caught sight of the sheer cliff looming just dozens of meters ahead. We're here. The bend in the road 6 seconds? 5 seconds? Even Jian Qinghan couldn't tell.
With a sharp whoosh, the edge of the 18 bends cliff loomed before his eyes.
Zhou Hang!
Jian Xinghan screamed in panic. Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes, his body taut as he abruptly maneuvered the flying sword beneath him, swiftly veering inward. At such high speed, the moment his feet shifted, the entire ship slammed into the ice wall with a thunderous crash. 149. The hard, blue hull instantly cracked the wall with splintering fissures. The vessel, however, could not maintain balance under such impact. The collision's momentum sent the purple-green sword skidding several meters along the ice track at the curve's edge. The hull spun with a screeching creak, careening toward the cliff's edge. Holy crap! We're screwed! Seriously, why are you driving like this?
Who can control the wind up here on the mountaintop?
Flying down from the summit like that, you'd be covered in bruises, black and blue everywhere.
Holy crap! I can't watch this.
The spinning hull squeak footage instantly flashed across the examination site screen, causing countless people to nervously close their eyes. Yang Fan clenched his fists, his expression grave.
Zhou Hang, you didn't actually fail, did you? Damn it! That guy gave me a fright.
In this situation, even activating talent wouldn't be fast enough.
So, the scene that scared me in the future was him falling off a cliff and dying?
Hai Wuliang had just exhaled in relief.
SSS. Suddenly,
a sudden change occurred. Amidst the astonished, regretful, and puzzled stares of everyone present, the ship's hull, which had been spinning in circles, suddenly began chugging as its propeller spun.
Jian Xinghan,
when we're at the bow facing the mountain peak, immediately execute a launch start. We are counter-steering through the turn.
What?
Inside the captain's cabin of the purple-blue sword, Zhang Hao abruptly leapt off the sword's surface, relinquishing control back to Jian Xinghan. Then, astonishingly, he chose to stand backwards on the opposite side of the flying sword. At that moment, Jian Xinghan stood above, Zhang Hao below.
I think I get what you mean now.
A chilling wind howled past their faces. At the brink of death, people often tapped into unexpected reserves of potential. In an instant, Jian Xinghan grasped Zhang Hao's intent.
SSS-hhhhh.
2 meters from the edge of the curve, the hull spun downward. As the bow faced the mountaintop for an instant, launch, go.
Boom! The rapidly spinning propeller exploded through the waves.
Even at a mere 79 RPM, the sudden uphill thrust instantly righted the swaying hull. After surging half a meter toward the summit, it was once again swept downward by wind and waves. Plop, plop, plop. In that brief moment of collision, the hull stubbornly held its ground for a few seconds before slowly maneuvering backward out of the 18th bend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled as Zhang Hao watched the receding scenery behind him, letting out a long sigh of relief. Success! Success! This was Zhang Hao's plan. When a steep descent felt terrifying and uncontrollable, he'd use the hull's upward resistance to counteract the downward momentum. Hoisting the sail wasn't for show, it was to ensure the downhill kinetic energy always slightly outweighed the launch acceleration. Thus, whenever the backward sliding hull becomes uncontrollable through a turn, simply activate full launch acceleration uphill again to reduce the downward potential energy. Then, even high-speed downhill turns become slow and manageable.
Vroom vroom vroom.
Within the 17 turns, the reversing hull's descent speed accelerated once more. Watching the rear speed drop faster, Zhang Hao leaned back on his flying sword and initiated another launch start. With a thunderous roar, the previously exaggerated descent speed plummeted due to the counterforce of the launch start. The vessel's rapid plunge down the mountainside slowed dramatically, as if in slow motion, transforming from a fall into a gentle descent. This time, from the 17th bend to the 16th bend, Zhang Hao didn't crawl through awkwardly. Instead, as the launch start countered the downward momentum, he seized the moment of the hull's deceleration and drove furiously toward the inner curve. Crash! During the collision, the launch start stalled. The hull slammed into the wall like a meteorite, smashing sideways into the ice barrier before rebounding diagonally down the slope with a thunderous crash. After a rapid zigzag descent, it seemed poised to plunge down the slope once more. Launch start. Rumble. The hull's propellers surged again, slowing the craft that had been hurtling down the slope. Immediately, Zhang Hao repeated his tactic. With the hull decelerating, he maneuvered the flying sword inward, canceling the launch start once more, and drove the vessel toward the inner wall. Bang! Thud thud thud. With this relentless cycle of acceleration, deceleration, and acceleration, the hull seemed to alternately strike the walls like a swift lightning bolt and then linger like a sluggish dragonfly at the cliff's edge, constantly colliding and controlling its speed in a zigzag pattern. Lightning drift. Roar. Within the mountain pass, the trailing purple-blue sword now resembled a blue lightning bolt, zigzagging through the turns, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. 16 turns. 15 turns. 14th bend. Showing no fear of accelerating downhill, this ship seemed to have conquered the iceflow mountain's most prized descent speed, perfectly harnessing the downward momentum to execute each rapid impact. Thud. 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 Despite the intense collisions, Jian Xinghan showed no fear. Instead, his expression grew increasingly exhilarated. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. You're a genius.
How did you think to reverse the boat and use a launch start to reduce the downhill momentum? And this zigzagging through the turns, speeding up and slowing down, is that a new boat technique? Her face flushed crimson, her entire body trembling. Unable to resist glancing down at Zhang Hao beneath her, Jin Xinghan felt that in this moment, her very essence as a boatwoman was being elevated. Yes. She was born to wait for this moment. To showcase her prowess on the racecourse. Tilting her head, Jin Xinghan was about to check Zhang Hao's expression when an urgent voice cut in. No. Don't look down. If you do, my synchronized view will be ruined when we hit the turn. Oh. Nodding nervously, Jin Xinghan chose to adopt Zhang Hao's perspective. Even in the receding scenery, the man maintained precise deceleration at every corner's launch point, then used the downward momentum after each impact to drift further. Lightning, drifting? I'll remember this day forever. Jin Xinghan murmured silently, determined to etch today's experience into his memory forever. Lightning drift. A technique for navigating turns in a zigzag pattern, swift as lightning. The key to this technique lies in rapidly decelerating the hull during the turn, catching the boat girls behind off guard. Then, swiftly leaning into the curve to accelerate, colliding with the wall before bursting out of the turn. Throughout the maneuver, the vessel resembled a flickering, erratic bolt of lightning. This maneuver allows for a perfect block against opponents attempting to overtake during turns. Zhang Hao had intended to save this move for the World Championship. Unexpectedly, today it manifested through the deceleration of Ice Flow Mountain and the counter-acceleration of Launch Start. He wasn't showing off. He needed this drift to accelerate through the curve, otherwise, constantly suppressing downhill speed would waste precious time. Bang! Bang bang bang! Blue lightning flickered ceaselessly, reminiscent of the purple halo that had enveloped the mountain earlier. Lap 13. 11th lap. Faster. The descent was breathtakingly fast, yet terrifyingly steady. Holy crap, what just happened? He was about to crash off the cliff just now. How did he make it down? Amazing. He did it on purpose. He deliberately hit the wall to adjust the boat's direction. By reversing the propeller speed and using the downhill momentum, he stabilized the boat mid-descent. He's a genius. A genius. Genius? He didn't even use any talents the whole time, just pure skill and understanding. This guy's a genius. The crowd erupted. The entire assessment site, from utter despair and shock moments ago to now erupting in cheers and celebration, all because of a single turn. Chapter 168, he's creating a miracle. Genius. Absolute genius. This is my idol. He's crushing those SS-rank ship maidens and S-rank talents with sheer skill alone. Amazing. He's creating a miracle. Without relying on talent. Even an ordinary navigator can conquer the ice flow mountains, a true miracle. Holy crap. If I could pull off what he did today, I'd be a 2-star navigator too. Zhang Hao, you're my superhero. Cheers, gasps, and screams erupted non-stop. Even the examiners watched the screen with bloodshot eyes and chattering teeth. Until now. No one had ever conquered Iceflow Mountain using skill alone. Zhang Hao. He was creating a miracle. A miracle that belongs solely to him. Monster. Damn it. I knew it. Every time you're in danger, you start pulling out your so-called invincible ship skills. Shouting about courage and love before unleashing them. Wait, aren't you and Yun Yang the main characters here? Yang Fan stared at the lightning drift on the screen, his mouth agape. Another ship skill. Another one. Truly the sailing master. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How did he even think of this? Driving downhill in reverse? Using RPM to counteract the downhill momentum? Then harnessing that momentum to crash through corners for blazing speed? He's treating the terrifying downhill speed of Iceflow Mountain like his own personal engine, toying with it like it's nothing. Staring in shock at the large screen, Hai Wuliang remained frozen, his expression blank, as if petrified on the spot. In his mind, the image of his future self witnessing this very moment of shock was now overlapping with the present. The future. It matched up. He's the one who truly conquered Iceflow Mountain. Everyone else was cutting corners. Only he dared to genuinely harness downhill speed and descend flawlessly. Luoana's lips pressed tightly together as her eyes fixed on the screen, filled with a burning desire for such talent and skill. No. I have to get my sister to follow someone like this as soon as I get back. If he joins our Collins family, he could absolutely help us break into the top 3 at the World Championships. The murmurs at the assessment site continued to swirl. Meanwhile, Iceflow Mountain welcomed its true master. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Thud. Boom. 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 Cobalt lightning swirled, its clashes echoing through the valley. 6th round. 4th lap. 17 minutes, 36 seconds, 52 hundredths. 3rd lap. The purple-blue sword initiated a launch start from the exit of the curve, beginning to decelerate a step ahead.
It then slammed into the inner wall, executing a zigzag launch to rapidly descend the slope.
Lightning drift. 17 minutes and 52.33 seconds. A brilliant blue blow erupted as it charged into the second corner.
White ice shards and snowflakes crowned the purple-blue sword as the new champion.
Bang! Boom! After the final 2 flashes of blue light.
Purple-green sword, speed mode.
Buzz buzz buzz.
After completing all the ramp turns, the hull abruptly rotated back into alignment.
Jade green with purple hues, it instantly plunged into the assessment track. 18 minutes, 59 seconds, 44 hundredths. 18 minutes 59 seconds 44. Clack!
As the countdown ended on the giant screen, the examiner shouted Zhang Hao's score at the top of his lungs. Candidate Zhang Hao, 2-star navigator, assessment passed.
Time taken. 18 minutes, 59 seconds, 44 hundredths.
This breaks all previous records at the Iceflow Mountain assessment base.
Today, Iceflow Mountain welcomes its new master. After the announcement, the venue fell silent. Then, cheers erupted suddenly. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! The new king! The new king! The new king!
The snow-covered small ship maiden docked along the waterway, the biting cold wind howling. At the assessment base, countless navigators rose respectfully, their eyes fixed with reverence upon the purple-blue sword.
In the world of Magic Sea Star, strength alone does not determine superiority. Speed and being the first were forever the paths people revered. Hail the birth of a new king. Impressive.
He shattered all previous records. It's more than just a record, he's paved a new path for ordinary navigators.
Proof that talent isn't required to pass the assessment.
Master Shipmaster Zhang Hao was incredible.
Cheers drowned out the venue.
Inside the purple-blue sword, Jian Xinghan stared blankly at the frenzied scene, murmuring to himself, "This is the view from the top?
This is the glory of the new king? Was this the moment those shipgirls fought so hard for all alone? Hey! Snap out of it. Follow me, you'll see plenty more scenes like this in the future." Splash!
He tumbled down from the inverted flying sword. Zhang Hao uttered the most arrogant words in the most pathetic posture.
Yikes! Are you okay?
Jian Xinghan hurriedly leapt down from above, grabbing Zhang Hao's left arm and lifting him up.
Ugh! I guess I'll have to get used to your driving style from now on.
Pressing his forehead, Zhang Hao felt the weight of his left arm in Jian Xinghan's embrace. He could sense it, this usually stern and serious boatwoman was genuinely excited in this moment, as giddy as a little girl.
But, creak! As the captain's cabin door swung open, the hand that had been clutching his arm like a vice instantly jerked back as if electrocuted.
Jian Xinghan's delighted expression vanished instantly, and she stood behind him with a stone-cold expression.
Damn it! What kind of master of quick change faces?
Zhang Hao shot Jian Xinghan a helpless glance, wondering if the excited Jian Xinghan he'd seen moments ago had been a hallucination.
Mr. Zhang, your entire assessment performance has been recorded.
You will be featured in promotional footage for the Iceflow Mountain assessment base, documented as an innovator in the Ship Federation Association's official records. Future candidates applying to Iceflow Mountain will witness the miracle you created today. The examiner, upon seeing Zhang Hao appear, was so excited he nearly rushed forward to shake hands.
This, as long as you're happy? So, about my certificate, when can we finalize it?
Zhang Hao passively shook hands with the examiner for a long while. The examiner beamed like a chrysanthemum. Rest assured, it will absolutely be mailed to you before the Fengshui Domain Wind Forest Fire Mountain Teen Tournament.
That's good. If there's nothing else. Glancing back at Jian Xinghan, Zhang Hao was about to stride away. Zhang Hao. Idol. Can I get your autograph? Zhang Hao, how many more ship skills are you hiding? Zhang Hao. I'm a
grade D ship maiden, I've admired you for so long.
Could you sign my chest with a marker? I won't bathe for a whole year.
The frenzied crowd swarmed toward him. Especially a few bold ship maidens who practically rubbed themselves against Zhang Hao. If not for Mo Euro and the others rushing forward to form a protective circle, Zhang Hao felt he might be devoured by the ship maidens.
I'm E. I'm not talking about ship maiden rank, I'm. Get lost, E. I'm F. Talk big all you want. I'm H.
The crowd grew increasingly chaotic. Zhang Hao shifted his gaze forward and suddenly spotted 2 figures darting toward the exit. His expression turned cold.
Hey, you, the son-in-law. What the hell? You.
Startled by Zhang Hao's sudden shout, Hai Wuliang's footsteps halted. His face darkened, yet when he looked at Zhang Hao, he found himself at a loss for words.
Luo Anna frowned, shooting Hai Wuliang a disdainful glance. Useless. What's with all this king nonsense? Now that you've been humiliated by someone without talent, you're finally keeping quiet? Zhang Hao. You lose, you pay up. This thing. It's yours. Thud.
A scroll flew toward Zhang Hao as Luo Anna stormed out of the assessment site, her face icy. Hai Wuliang's forehead veins bulged as he glared at Zhang Hao, fists clenched. Dare to embarrass me, the Mithril King?
Zhang Hao.
Wind Forest Fire Mountain Team Tournament, you just wait. Harsh words trailing behind him, he strode after Luo Anna. Chapter 169, Swamp Domain, The Apothecary Ship's Medicinal Feast. Part 1. Beep. Congratulations on severing the bond between Hai Wuliang and Luo Anna once more. You successfully thwarted Hai Wuliang's Mithril King showboating, earning a strand of Heaven's Mandate fortune. Your shipmaiden Purple Greensword gains +1 potential. The system notification chimed in his ear. Zhang Hao watched Hai Wuliang depart, finally letting out a satisfied smile. Run? What's wrong with the protagonist? If the protagonist doesn't let me fleece him for a few bucks, do you think I'd let him get away? Plop. Zhang Hao caught the scroll tossed his way and unfolded it to examine its contents. Grade B component, Sword Glow. The scroll depicted a ship with two wing-like appendages suspended from either side of its hull. Except these weren't wings, they were two floating lightsabers. The design inexplicably reminded Zhang Hao of the sealed Sword of Light from Yu-Gi-Oh! Sword Glow, activation consumes endurance to enhance other attributes. Maximum transfer of 5 endurance points. Base attributes, endurance 5, propeller speed +1, side bend stability +1, mast wind storage +1, anchor stability +1, hardness +1. Squinting at the Sword Glow's data panel, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. You know what? You're absolutely right. This little gadget's got some potential. Sacrificing endurance for minor boosts to other stats? Well, the best fit would probably be. After a moment's thought, Zhang Hao handed the Sword Glow to Jin Qinghan behind him. Here, take it. This should suit your attributes better. Ha? Me? Receiving a gift from a male navigator for the first time, Jin Qinghan was clearly taken aback. You earned it in the first place. Take it. He forcefully placed the sword's edge into Jin Qinghan's hands. She stared at the scroll, her expression solemn, her ears flushing slightly as she lost herself in thought. He gave it to me. Her heartbeat quickened inexplicably, and Jin Qinghan pressed her lips together. Without hesitation, she opened the portal on her chest and sent the scroll into the portal repository. Moments later, on Zhang Hao's 4-leaf clover bracelet, information belonging to Purple Blue Sword began to refresh. Purple Blue Sword. Propeller RPM 99 +1. Lateral stability 99 +1. Sail mast wind storage 99 +1. Sturdiness 99 +1. Anchor stability 99 +1. Endurance 99.5. 5 stats over 100. No surprise it's a late game mini-boss after all. Satisfied, he glanced at the stats panel of the Purple Green Sword. Surrounded by a group of shipmaidens, Zhang Hao signed a few autographs under Mo Yerome's murderous glare before finally leaving the assessment base. Vroom vroom vroom. On the sea surface, the demon and ice gale sailed side by side. Heading toward the exit of the Azure Domain, each vessel set its course in opposite directions. Hey! Zhang Hao, are you heading to the Swamp Domain? Yang Fan stood at the bow, curiously watching the demon ship's course. Zhang Hao made no secret of his plans. Yep. Heading over there for an exploration race. Should still make it in time for the Wind-Water Domain competition, right? Whoa. Then you'd better hurry. The Wind Forest Fire Mountain Team Race in the Fengshui Domain requires 2-person teams. It must be a team race with 2 navigators and 2 sailor maidens participating simultaneously. If you're late, you might not even find teammates. Rumor has it this is the favorite competition of the major families. We'll probably see a lot of S-class shipmaidens there, right? Yang Fan spoke with keen interest, his gaze naturally turning to Zhang Hao. Hey! Zhang Hao, wanna team up with me? Well, let me finish the Swamp Domain Exploration Tournament first. If the team competition starts before I finish the Swamp Domain, you'll have committed to me early, turned down other teammates, and then be stuck without a partner when the race begins. There are plenty of other clans in the Fengshui Domain. You could make some connections there first. It'll help you network for the World Tournament later. Zhang Hao shook his head, politely declining the enthusiastic second lead's offer. He was telling the truth. Swamp Domain Exploration Tournament, it wasn't even in the original script. How was he supposed to know the rules for this thing? He might end up missing the team tournament if he went in. And if we really show up late, no teammates? No. In the Fengshui Domain, there's a rather interesting character in the original story. TSK. Fine. Farewell then. Zhang Hao, I'll be waiting for you in the team tournament. Waving goodbye, Yang Fan didn't waste any more words. He piloted the ice mist toward another stretch of sea. Vroom vroom vroom. The 2 ships parted ways, sailing off in opposite directions. Herbalist Ship Family Island. Ah, delicious ugly fish, eat as much as you want, as long as it doesn't give you diarrhea. Octopus eggs. Octopus eggs. Just tell us how you feel after eating them, and you can eat as much as you want. Mutant bluefish meat. 1 pound of mutant bluefish meat for 1 magic point. Just magic points. On Wanping's tiny island formed from plant roots and stems, countless shipmaids set up stalls, incessantly hawking their wares. Nearly all of them were curvaceous, their shoes barely visible beneath their low-slung skirts. This must be the signature feature of the apothecary ship. At this moment, the island was flooded with navigators, all preparing for the exploration tournament in a few days.
Wow. Hi. How did an island even appear here? I've never seen an island in my life.
A girl with snow-white skin, dressed in a white gauze skirt, followed behind a carefree-looking youth. She peered around with wide eyes, her face brimming with curiosity. The boy's lips curved in a lazy smile as he casually explained, the magic sea star teems with life and wonders. Take the sea trees, for instance, they grow right out of the ocean. The apothecary ship family used the roots and stems of these sea trees to connect them, building a root and stem island on the sea surface. And the shops here usually sell or experiment with certain items specifically for outsiders. Honestly, it fits their nature of researching medicinal herbs. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. As they spoke, Hai stopped before a stall. The vendor was a woman standing at 182 centimeters tall, her lean muscles taut and defined. Her figure was sculpted, her skin a warm wheat tone, and her brow carried a hint of heroic spirit. Her features were exquisite, her short black hair stylish, and her jawline sharply defined a true beauty. If Zhang Hao had been there, he would have shouted, "Holy crap! It's Mikasa from Attack on Titan." She seemed uninterested in running the stall, fixated instead on her phone screen, watching with intense fascination. A miracle. Zhang Hao is creating a miracle. He's conquering Iceflow Mountain with his skill. The phone displayed footage of the Iceflow Mountain assessment. The woman watched intently, completely unaware that Hai had leaned in and was now staring at the screen too. Oh. This trial can actually be passed like this. This guy's pretty impressive. Do you like it? I do. The slender-skinned woman responded with blunt honesty. Only when she turned back did she notice a teenager baring his teeth, leaning over her stall. You? What are you doing? Unfazed by Hai's abrupt question, the girl placed her phone on the stall without a hint of shyness, staring at him expressionlessly. Nothing much. Just thought the stuff on your stall looked good and wanted you to tell me about it. Hai kept grinning. The woman stared at him for a moment before pointing to the 3 colored drinks on the stall. The blue one is bug juice. It stinks and tastes disgusting, but it gives you intense focus for a short time, boosting the side bend stability of the boat maiden by +5 temporarily. I developed this myself. Side effects are currently unknown. Free samples available. Just come back in an hour and tell me how you feel. The red one is rotten tree root sap. Tastes like spoiled water. Drinking it makes people go mad, but it stimulates the boat maiden, temporarily boosting propeller speed by +5. The slender woman explained slowly, while Hai's gaze darted over the merchandise without the slightest hint of wanting to try anything. A faint smile tugged at his lips as a distinct sound echoed in his ears. Beep. Congratulations. Check-in location Pharmacist Island successful. Your ship's skill duration increased by 10 seconds. Next check-in location refreshed, Swamp Domain Exploration Race Shaking Spider Forest. Got it. Thanks. I don't plan on relying on drugs anytime soon. After politely waiting for the slender woman to finish speaking, Hai waved his hand and quickly pulled the girl in the white dress away from the stall. Watching Hai depart, the slender girl remained expressionless. Slowly, she retrieved a small notebook from behind her back. Her hand, bulging with veins, gripped the pen, yet managed to write a line of elegant, flowing characters. Hi family Hai dislikes my work. Impression points, 10. Noted in my little notebook. Chapter 170, Swamp Domain, Pharmacist Ship Island. Part 2. Wow. Hi, why did you pick that huge stall out of all the others? Do you like things that big? Dragged along by Hai, the girl in the white dress muttered innocently. Hai's face twitched. I don't like that sort of thing. Then why did you go talk to her? Could it be you're a cow or a horse, craving that stale water? Oh, I get it. You're afraid someone might see your little habit, so you ask first, then sneak over at night to guzzle it down. Am I right? The girl tilted her head, chattering away like a little sparrow. Adorable, yet so damn annoying. Hai was speechless. His mouth twitched. He couldn't exactly say this was the location the check-in system had assigned, could he? He had no idea why the YIS system had set the checkpoint there. Yes. The system. Right after that ridiculous Azure Realm relay race ended, Hai had inexplicably been bound to a system. As a native of Blue Sea Star, he hadn't believed the voice in his head at first. But, after one attempt, he couldn't stop. The locations mentioned by the check-in system actually granted rewards upon arrival. Checking in at the eldest young master's bedroom in the Sea Manor granted him intelligence on Hai Wuliang's plans. What about checking in at the Collins family young Miss' bedroom, which granted the panel data for the strongest spring ship? And what about checking in at the Nether Realm to get the special ship girl ghost ship? Hai went to all of them. And now, he possesses all these things. The revelation that his brother Hai Wuliang was actually the king of Mithril stunned him for over 10 days. The skills of Collins' family's eldest daughter, Collins Laura, felt utterly absurd to him. Of course. After all these trips, what he felt most fortunate to have gained was this little boatwoman by his side. Ghost ship.
This seemingly harmless little girl was far from what she appeared to be. Huff. Sneaking out of the Collins family means I'm completely at odds with both the High family and the Collins family from now on. Oh well, staying there day after day, forced to sail by a bunch of foreigners, was boring anyway. Ghost. Let's go. We'll go explore some more. Sure thing. The girl wrapped her arm around the boys as they continued exploring the pharmacist ship island. Covenant Assembly. Directly ahead, a massive treehouse was constructed from plant roots and stems. At its entrance, the three characters' Covenant meeting were carved in wood grain. Many passing navigators paused here, gazing thoughtfully at the notice board before the Covenant Society entrance. Covenant Guild, established during the annual exploration tournament. To ensure the safety of high-tier navigators, simply present your navigator talent to contract any medicine ship within the Covenant Guild. The medicine ship's abilities are particularly advantageous for navigating the shaking spider forest. Prerequisites for contract formation: 1 navigators must possess at least S-rank talent. 2 contracts are short-term 1 month, during which the contracted apothecary ship holds status equal to the primary shipmaiden. 3 contracts may be upgraded to permanent status if both parties agree. Oh, pharmacist ship family, quite thoughtful of you. They're even offering temporary ship girls to high-talent navigators? Glancing at the contract meeting message, Hai-yi was about to step into the treehouse. Clack! A pair of powerful hands clamped down on Hai-yi's shoulders from behind. Don't go. Ghost puffed out her cheeks like a pufferfish, glaring displeasedly into the treehouse. Inside were nothing but towering peaks and big sister-type shipmaidens. Though she'd pretended to tease Hai nonchalantly earlier, the moment she saw he was about to make a contract, the little boat maiden's possessiveness exploded. Can't I even go in to take a look? Hai-yi gave an awkward laugh. He admitted he had indeed considered expanding his fleet just now. After all, he was, an SS-tier talent. Fine. Go ahead, just go in. I'll be watching you the whole time. The ghostly, Yandere-like gaze sent a chill down Hai-yi's spine. He shook his head immediately, pulling her along as they hurried away. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Not far away, the thin-skinned woman stared in their direction, scribbling in her little notebook before shaking her head. High family Hai-yi, lack of conviction in his chosen shipmate, wavering resolve. 20 points deducted. Overall 70 points, pass. Thud. The moment Hai-yi stepped out, the doors of the contract association swung open behind him. A middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles and graying hair was violently dragged out by a shipmaiden. Get lost. What kind of C-rank talent do you think you are, daring to come here demanding a contract? The boatwoman looked at the middle-aged man with contempt. He rolled several times on the ground before slowly coming to a stop, his face ashen. You bunch of blind dogs. Do you know who I am? I'm the 3rd young master of the Zhou family. My master is Jiangyao. My talent is growth tier. You should be begging me on your knees for a contract. The middle-aged man. Ah, no. To be precise, Zhou Hang's mental state had already descended into madness. Ever since being abandoned by all his companions, he'd been losing his mind. So much so that even after arriving on this island, he dared sneak here behind Lu Ruyan's back to contract other shipmaidens. Oof. If you hadn't just claimed to be Jiang Yao's disciple, I wouldn't have even let you step foot inside the contract meeting. What the hell? C-rank talent, and you dare touch the medicine boat? Put. The shipmaiden shot Zhou Hang a contemptuous glare before slamming the tree door shut. Zhou Hang stood panting heavily before the gate, once again shouting his famous maxim, fortunes change over time. Don't look down on a poor youth. As soon as he finished, countless idling navigators nearby turned their gaze toward him. Some gazes held admiration, others contempt. But a sudden, mocking voice cut through the air. Don't look down on a poor youth? Brother, you're looking down on a poor middle-aged man. What's next? Don't look down on a poor old man. A life of sorrow? A funeral? Respect the dead? The tears of a grave robber? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This taunt immediately set the crowd into fits of laughter. You. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm the 3rd young master of the Zhou family. I'm the 3rd young master. Zhou Hang instantly lost his composure at this declaration. He whipped his head around to see a young man with long hair tied in a small ponytail, grinning smugly at him. Behind the youth, a girl in a white dress stared at him with cold disdain, as if he were trash. The 3rd young master of the Zhou family, huh? I've heard of Zhou Zhong, but the Zhou family has a 3rd young master? Hai-yi genuinely had no idea who this 3rd young master of the Zhou family was. Yet it was precisely this offhand remark that dealt another devastating blow to Zhou Hang. You son of a. You've chosen your own path to death. Staggering to his feet, Zhou Hang's ancient tree-like frame rose, and he charged at Hai-yi with clenched fists. Hai-yi turned away, not even glancing at him. TSK. What a waste. Thud, thud, thud. He walked away with a few graceful strides. You bastard. Zhou Hang had barely taken 2 steps when a buzzing sound filled the air. A gust of wind seemed to sweep past him. The next instant,
A fist-sized dent suddenly caved into his stomach, sending his entire body flying backward over 10 meters.
He crashed onto the street far away. Ugh. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough.
Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as Zhou Hang's body became covered in tree bark. He tried several times to get up and deliver another threat, but the searing pain in his chest made him grimace. Looks like they really don't mess with the old and poor after all.
Shoo. Careful, they might come after you.
The surrounding chatter grew louder, mockery and taunts drifted toward him. Zhou Hang lay sprawled on the ground, exposed like a dog for all to gawk at. His fists clenched tightly.
He had never felt such humiliation before. No. No. Why does everyone think they can trample me now? Why?
His eyes bloodshot, he screamed wildly.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
From the crowd, a middle-aged woman with snow-white hair emerged, still chewing on a piece of tree root. The woman merely glanced at Zhou Hang before her features twisted in anger as she cursed, Well.
Zhou Hang.
You said you were looking for drugs to enhance your mental power, but instead you come here to contract the shipmaiden?
Fine. In your current state? You think you deserve it? Ruyan. Believe me. We can still make a comeback.
I contracted the pharmacist just to win first place in the competition and catch the attention of the pharmacist ship clan.
Then, who knows? We might even get our youth back. Everything I've done, it's all for us.
The moment he saw the middle-aged woman, Zhou Hang's face instantly drained of color.
Oomph. Get back inside. Stop making a fool of yourself here. She cursed Zhou Hang.
Though Lu Ruyan was reluctant, she knew full well that in her current predicament, who else would stand by her side besides Zhou Hang? The two were bound together, trapped in a desperate situation. Neither could afford to reject the other.
Puff puff puff.
Pushing Zhou Hang along, Lu Ruyan kept her head down, unable to meet the stares around her.
She never imagined she'd end up in such a miserable state. Unbidden, memories surfaced of months past. Back then,
Zhang Hao was still pursuing her, and that man had eyes only for her.
If I had agreed to him back then. I.
Biting her lip tightly, Lu Ruyan fought back the tears. Zhou Hang lay sprawled on the ground, dragged along like a dead dog, his gaze still fixed on the direction of the contract meeting.
He felt no regret. He was merely thinking, if only I had been more restrained back then, shown Zhang Yao more respect, would she still be here now? Would I be like this? The two silently blended into the crowd.
Rustle. At a street stall, the slender boatwoman shot Zhou Hang a cold, icy glance.
Zhou Hang, the promising navigator's sister Zhang Yao mentioned. Lacks self-awareness, 20 points. Brash remarks, 30 points. Shows zero respect for boatwomen, 40 points. Fond of stealing others' reputations, 20 points. Total, 10 points. An utterly despicable person.
Rustle.
The first negative rating for the navigator appeared in the little notebook. Chapter 171, The Poisonous Food Challenge Tournament. What? A dual supreme title?
To coincide with the Yi Swamp Domain Exploration Tournament, the Island Market Stalls will soon launch a special event. The Ingredient Accumulation Challenge is about to begin. Anyone who fully consumes pharmacist ship food will receive a certificate from the stall owner. Within 3 hours, the person who accumulates the most certificates by consuming goods will receive a mysterious grand prize from the pharmacist ship family. Prepare yourselves, the Material Accumulation Challenge begins in 1 hour.
A loudspeaker-like announcement suddenly echoed across the intricate island.
Countless wandering navigators nearby halted in their tracks, glancing at the surrounding stalls with puzzled expressions.
Not a joke, right? Is this even a real challenge? A contest to see who can eat the most chicken poop, right? What's this sea worm corpse drink? What's this stinky fish roe bread? What's this octopus egg tart? This isn't a gourmet eating contest. This is a stomach-churning gross-out challenge. Everyone,
almost every outsider, gazing at the goods piled everywhere, showed complex emotions and hesitation in their eyes.
The mysterious gift from the pharmacist ship family? Everyone wants it. But when it comes to who can eat the bizarre food, everyone hesitates. Silence. An inexplicable silence fell over the island. The faint sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. As the challenge approached, many seemed to be mentally preparing themselves.
The slender boatwoman scanned the passing navigators, each wearing a look of dread. Her interest immediately waned. She lifted her phone again and resumed watching Zhang Hao's recorded video.
Suddenly. Hey! Mingyue! Did you hear? The security guard just told me that Zhang Hao. Yeah, that Zhang Hao. He apparently landed on the island just now too. He's here too.
At a nearby stall, another muscular boatwoman winked at the slender one, a silly grin spreading across her face.
You think he might walk by my stall, fall for me, and we'd start a love affair that would shake the heavens and move the spirits?
We'd escape together across the starry seas, drifting through the world, defying all opposition to run away to the ends of the earth. If that's what it takes, I'd gladly make fisheye buns every single day.
Ah. Too bad.
He's actually heading toward the contract fair. What if he gets lured away by those little vixens at the contract club? The beefy boatwoman mused dreamily, her chin resting in her hands as she drifted into a delightful fantasy. Ha? Mingyue? Mingyue? When she snapped back to reality, she realized Jiang Mingyue hadn't spoken for ages. She turned to look. Jiang Mingyue's stall was empty. Ha? Where is she? Meanwhile, at Contract Club Treehouse. Hey! Did you hear? That Zhang Hao guy's on the island now. Oh my, is that for real? The news is reliable. Then I'd better get moving. Word is the Collins family has their eyes on him. In the main hall of the treehouse, several ship's medic crew women chattered away as they began changing clothes. Spaghetti strap tops, low-cut dresses, yoga pants. Anything that showcased their figures was practically all on display. The shipmates impatiently lined up one by one at the doorway, their eyes darting eagerly outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhang Hao walking in. Inside the treehouse second-floor makeup room, Jiang Mingyue clumsily applied lipstick for the first time, ending up with a gorilla-like smear across her entire mouth. She impatiently applied her white powder makeup, holding up different outfits to compare. Finally, after a moment's thought, she settled on a sweatshirt. She strained her thin muscles to make them bulge, then stood solemnly at the second-floor window. In her mind, showcasing her strength would surely catch the attention of the navigator, right? Whoa! Isn't this Bright Moon? Why are you here? Didn't you always look down on the ship maiden temporary contract? A sarcastic voice came from behind her. Jiang Mingyue turned to see a middle-aged beauty in a loose nightgown. The beautiful woman had been smiling faintly. But, when she saw Jiang Mingyue with his lips stained red like a gorilla's, his face deathly pale, clad in a tracksuit with bulging muscles, she was stunned. What are you doing? Sister Jiang Rong. I'm just putting on makeup and waiting for someone. Jiang Mingyue responded blankly, leaving Jiang Rong utterly dumbfounded. Is this how you wait for someone? Is that not okay? Oh my. What am I supposed to say? Any guy who sees you like this would be scared off, wouldn't he? Hurry up. Let me fix you up. The sailor who actually got you to put on makeup like this, it must be that Zhang Hao guy, right? Oh, you. Jiang Rong was just about to open the wardrobe upstairs to pick out some slimming clothes. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyue pressed her entire head against the window, her gaze fixed intently on one corner. Sis Jiang Rong. No need. He's here. Ha? Jiang Rong hurried to the window, about to pull Jiang Mingyue back. In her current state, she'd scare someone to death. But, thud thud thud. Thump, thump, thump. Down the street, Zhang Hao and 4 boatwomen strolled cheerfully, chatting and glancing at the surrounding stalls. Wow. Zhang Hao, did you see that? Octopus cakes. Euro stared in horror at the tentacles wriggling inside the cake, as if she'd glimpsed a whole new world, her expression utterly bizarre. Sashimi-flavored gum? Isn't gum supposed to freshen your breath? Sashimi is so fishy, how can they make it into gum? Bai Huan stared at the vast piles of flesh-colored gum, her mouth twitching. I knew it. Everyone in the pharmacist ship family has some kind of screw loose. Just look at these ingredients. Zhang Hao, you better not eat a single piece. Otherwise, don't expect this lady to speak to you again. Zhou Suxin scolded, yet her eyes betrayed her as they lingered on a crab meat sausage. Zhang Hao. Looks like someone's watching us. Among the group, only Jian Qinghan remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the distant contract society. Oh? The Covenant Society? Zhang Hao followed Jian Qinghan's gesture and glanced toward the direction of the treehouse. Suddenly, nearly a dozen boatwomen, whether clad in black or white stockings, tank tops or yoga pants, began winking and waving at Zhang Hao, chanting, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. Look at me. I'll sign a permanent contract with you. I'll cook for you. This scene of vying for attention could be perfectly captured by a verse from Blue Star. In youth, clad in thin spring robes, I rode my horse by the slanting bridge, where red sleeves waved from every tower. Amidst the constant clamor, Zhang Hao merely glanced in the direction of the contract gathering, shook his head, and walked past it. Compared to contracting the medicine ship, I'm more curious. We just arrived on the island, and the announcement mentioned a mysterious grand gift. What could it be? His gaze drifted absently toward the surrounding stalls. Zhang Hao's words instantly turned Euro's face ashen. Zhang Hao, you actually dare eat that stuff? It's not just me. Look, aren't people over there eating it too? He pointed to a stall diagonally across from them. Hai hesitated, lifting a candy covered in tiny suction cups, slowly bringing it toward his mouth. Ugh. He'd only held it in his mouth for a moment. Hai immediately vomited a large amount of stomach acid. TSK. Even if you can't do it, you still put on that tough act. I like you just the way you are. Behind Hai, Ghost cradled her chin in both hands, watching him vomit intently. This scene seemed utterly bizarre, didn't it? But Zhang Hao stared at Hai, his eyes fixed on her without blinking. Beep. Detecting a chosen one.
Chosen 1, High E of the High Clan unformed. High E, second son of the Sea King, awakened SS-tier talent eye of foretelling at age 18. Highly valued by the Collins family and the Sea King. However, High E lacked ambition, never aspiring to achieve anything. He drifted aimlessly, allowing others to manipulate him. Until one day, he seemed to awaken something within himself. He began patrolling the seas with increasing frequency, growing stronger step by step with an effortless, carefree demeanor. The system's voice echoed in his mind, causing Zhang Hao's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Damn it! Another chosen one. Another one from the High family? Fine. Two supreme beings from the same family. Chapter 172, bonus points. All bonus points. Staring blankly at High E's side, Zhang Hao suddenly realized his guess was wrong. It wasn't fortune shifting, but rather, one chosen one falls and 10,000 chosen ones rise. All kinds of protagonists were beginning to hatch across the globe because of his actions. Alright. The more chosen ones there are, the more work I have to do. Suppressing his shock, Zhang Hao fixed his gaze on High E. As if sensing the stare, High E turned to look at Zhang Hao for a moment before letting out a wah and violently vomiting a mouthful of stomach acid. Wah! Guh! No way. I'm definitely not participating in this challenge. Collapsing weakly to the ground, High E felt utterly foolish. He could have gotten stronger just by signing in. Why did he have to go looking for trouble and ask for some mysterious gift? What a moron. High. A man shouldn't say he can't handle it. The ghost's perverted voice echoed, but High ignored it. His gaze toward Zhang Hao held a hint of curiosity. You look like you can't handle it. You're kind of cute like that. High E. At the same time, inside the treehouse, the contract meeting was filled with the sighs and groans of the shipgirls. Oh my gosh, I practically bowed down to the doorstep. He didn't even glance my way. He just walked right past me. Damn it. What a heartless man. The wailing and sobbing echoed through the building. Upstairs, Zhang Rong exhaled deeply, patting Jiang Mingyue's shoulder with a resigned expression. She felt both relieved and helpless. Good news, he can't see your makeup anymore. The bad news is, he doesn't seem interested in contracting the medicine boat. Just as she was about to offer Jiang Mingyue some gentle words of comfort, Zhang Rong noticed with surprise that Jiang Mingyue's body seemed to be trembling. Ha! Glancing down, she saw the girl had pulled out another small notebook from who knows where. She began scribbling rapidly. Zhang Hao, son of the Dragon King, master shipwright. Ignored the apothecary ship's temptation, plus 20 points. Current score, 100 plus 20. A peculiar joy lit up his face. Jiang Mingyue stole a glance at Zhang Hao as the notebook continued its recording. Hey! Mingyue, no offense, but is this method of scoring based on men really effective? Sighing helplessly, Zhang Rong sat back down inside. Jiang Mingyue didn't turn around, still writing away. Only a resounding voice echoed, it works. 15 minutes left in the material accumulation challenge. 15 minutes left. The island's loudspeaker echoed the announcement repeatedly. Hai patted his butt, stood up, and surprisingly walked over to Zhang Hao, greeting him. Yo! Isn't this the sailing master who beat my big brother soundly? Hello there. Hai extended his large hand naturally, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Hao's earlier suppression and lesson for Hai Wuliang. You? Zhang Hao politely shook his hand. Let me introduce myself, I'm Hai. The Hai isn't from Lord of the Abyssal Sea, but from Demon Sea Star. The E stands for graceful and at ease. Still wearing his signature smile, Hai glanced at Zhang Hao's team, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. You're something else. You're actually kind of interesting. What do you mean Hai isn't the Hai from Hai Mingwang? Everyone else is desperate to be associated with family clans, yet you want to distance yourself? Zhang Hao teased. Hai smiled indifferently. The Sea Lord is a title he carved out for himself. It has nothing to do with me. I refuse to inherit his name, so he can't bind me either. I'm just naturally lazy. What's the point of titles like the King of Mithril or the Sea Lord? The Collins family? What the hell do they have to do with me? What I want is freedom, a life of pure enjoyment. So even if you beat my brother senseless, I wouldn't think it's, well, he chose to fight you. What could anyone do about that? Is that how you see it? Hai's few words made Zhang Hao look at him with newfound respect. Damn! This is the protagonist of the Lie Flat and Be a Lazy Fish school. This is great. At least he won't be a handful. Not all chosen ones are all about fighting and killing, after all. Hai was making a pretty good impression on Zhang Hao so far. Hey! I see you're eyeing those weird foods too? Take my advice, this stuff isn't fit for human consumption. Who knows what that mystery grand prize is either. So, for the sake of your gut health, better skip it? Hai tried to dissuade Zhang Hao, then glanced at the ingredients on the stalls with a look of utter rejection. Zhang Hao shook his head, instead approaching a stall and asking the vendor, excuse me, what foods here have the least side effects? If you ask me that, I can only say the ones with minimal side effects taste absolutely awful. Like fish eye lollipops. A kid could bite through one in one go, but the taste is so bitter it makes you choke. They say this stuff can temporarily improve your vision. Hearing this, the vendor immediately held up a candy filled with mung bean fish eyes, waving it in front of Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang's eyelids twitched violently. He didn't take it, nor did he refuse outright. Instead, he asked again, then is there something extremely sweet, but with minimal side effects? Ah, that. I recommend this. Sea resin sweet water. They say just one sip is so sweet it makes you sick. As for effects and side effects, well, none have ever been reported. Another bottle, resembling petroleum water, was handed over as the vendor gazed expectantly at Zhou Hang. This time, Zhou Hang accepted the sea resin sweet water. As he twisted off the cap, a cloyingly sweet scent, no less intense than thick honey, wafted up. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Zhou Hang looked at the vendor curiously. Hey boss, every time I ask about the ingredients or taste, you just say supposedly. Seriously, do you guys even taste these things yourselves before selling them? I'm just here to sell it. Why would I eat it? Even my dog won't drink that sweet water you're holding. The vendor bellowed, leaving Zhou Hang with a face full of exasperation. Wow. Treating islanders like complete idiots. Zhou Hang. How about I take a sip for you? Sniffing the cloyingly sweet aroma, Euro looked eagerly at the drink in Zhou Hang's hand. She loved sweets. Zhou Hang knew that. Yuruwa, you can try it, but I suggest just a tiny sip. If you drink too much, you might feel nauseous and vomit. Though it's your stomach rejecting it. Once you throw up, you'll be wasting the brewer's hard work. Here you go. Do you still want to try it? Zhou Hang held the sweet water up to Euro's eyes. She hesitated, then finally shook her head. Then I guess I'll pass. Meanwhile, at Contract Club second floor. Zhang Minghua held the recording pen, her expression grave as she looked at Zhang Hao. She inherited one trait from Zhang Yao, a deep respect for ingredients and food. She detested those who would eat anything out of hunger, only to spit it out after a few bites if they found the taste unsatisfactory. You were warned about the texture beforehand, yet you insisted on eating it only to spit it out immediately afterward. To others, this might be commonplace. But for anyone who's personally prepared the ingredients, this kind of thing is a devastating blow. So even if Zhang Hao were some kind of culinary god incarnate, if he dared to waste food today, Zhang Minghua would pass him. Winning first place in the exploration competition grants the right to dictate one's own fate. But she herself had the freedom to choose whether or not to form a contract with the other party. Recording the navigators she encountered was a crucial part of Zhang Minghua's process for selecting potential contract partners. I like him even more. Her cheek muscles tensed as Zhang Minghua's face flushed, swiftly scribbling a line in her notebook. Respect food and let friends know the importance of trying new foods. Plus 10 points. Sensory score, 130 points. Still to be seen whether he'll actually finish the sweet tree sap. His gaze remained fixed on Zhang Hao. Zhang Minghua's palms trembled. Truthfully, she hoped Zhang Hao would put down the sweet tree juice and leave right now. That way, she'd only deduct 10 points from him, at least the perfect halo he wore in her eyes wouldn't shatter. But, gulp. Before the stall, Zhang Hao decisively took a sip of the sweet juice. The moment the liquid touched his lips, Zhang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Sweet. Like bubble tea loaded with 20 grams of sugar so sickeningly sweet it made him feel nauseous and want to vomit. Ugh. Ugh. His throat involuntarily retched. The people around Zhang Hao all looked at him with tense expressions. Zhang Hao? Are you okay? Maybe we should just stop. You can't eat this stuff here. Zhang Hao, what did I tell you? This stuff isn't fit for human consumption. You insisted on eating it, so now you're suffering, huh? The boatwomen watched Zhang Hao with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Hai's lips curved into a faint smile. Man, you're such a stubborn one. I told you not to try it. You. Just as everyone thought Zhang Hao was about to vomit, and Zhang Minghua's eyes were fixed intently on his throat. Crunch. Zhang Hao snatched the fish eye lollipop from the vendor's hand, crunching it to pieces before gulping down the sweet syrup. Ugh. A strange sweetness mingled with a foul bitterness on his taste buds. Zhang Hao didn't bother to savor it. He swallowed hard, expressionless. It's fine. I guess it's still edible. Instantly, the surrounding area fell silent. The vendor's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. You're something else, kid. Eating two foods together like that and you're fine? Too bad the contest hasn't started yet, otherwise you'd already have a certificate. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Contract meeting second floor, Zhang Minghua suddenly let out a sharp gasp. I like it. Even more now. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Scores kept appearing on the paper. Those who can eat food from the apothecary ship plus 50 points. Bonus points. Bonus points. Nothing but bonus points. Chapter 173, The Sense of Taste? Zhang Hao's secret weapon. Ugh. Ugh.
Despite the bitter and sweet flavors balancing each other out, Zhou Hang still felt a wave of nausea. Fighting back the nausea, Zhou Hang had no intention of eating anything else. He inquired about a few more ingredients with milder side effects, then clutched the sweet water and waited quietly. Holy crap! Dude, you're so bold. For the reward, you're treating your stomach like a pawn. Hai stared at Zhou Hang with exaggerated disbelief. He realized this son of the Cloud Dragon King was far more intriguing than any prodigy he'd ever encountered. Researching the food's flavor in advance to neutralize it with taste? You're something else. Anyway, he wasn't exactly short on rewards from the mysterious grand gift. Even though he knew Zhou Hang's plan, Hai had no intention of interfering or competing with Zhou Hang for the material accumulation contest prizes. The salted fish would just lie low. Striving for first place? That's not happening. Standing beside Zhou Hang with keen interest, Zhou Hang watched as the competition drew near. More and more navigators approached the booth eager to try their luck. Suddenly, Hai looked around frantically, as if he'd spotted something, and hurried to a nearby stall. Hey, boss. Give me a pair of disposable gloves, please. Here, take these. The stall owner paid no mind to Zhou Hang's request. Zhou Hang took the disposable glove and headed to the restroom. When he returned, everyone stared at him in utter bewilderment. Zhou Hang, what did you go do? Restroom. Mo Euro looked at Zhou Hang with a puzzled expression. She understood why he'd go to the restroom, but why take a disposable glove with him? Why are you slurring your words? And no. I'm not. Zhou Hang pursed his lips, his voice indeed becoming muffled. Everyone around him looked on curiously, especially Hai, who wore a horrified expression. No way, dude. Taking gloves into the bathroom? You're not going to be old 8, are you? I admit I underestimated you. Your tolerance for food has reached such terrifying levels? Go to hell. He cursed at Hai, still covering his lips. He had indeed gone to the bathroom to do something. He wrapped a disposable glove around his tongue, biting down to smooth out the folds and wedge it firmly in his mouth. He did this for one purpose only: to protect his tongue's sensory perception. He had previously tried using flavors to counteract the reaction to strange foods, but the effect wasn't very noticeable. Even extreme sweetness or bitterness still triggered intense reactions in his mouth when swallowed. But what if the tongue's sensory perception were blocked? This method only gained popularity on Blue Star in recent years. It all started with a child who refused to take herbal medicine. They tried sugar, they tried adjusting the taste of the medicine, but the child simply couldn't bring himself to drink it. Finally, the parents tried covering the child's tongue with a disposable plastic bag and the child actually drank the medicine. Later, through medical education, it was discovered that this method blocks the tongue's sensory perception. Right now, standing out from the crowd and becoming a ruthless food machine is paramount. While the tongue cover protection doesn't necessarily block taste completely, when combined with flavor adjustments, it can essentially eliminate any taste perception. Mum. After enduring the awkward sensation in his mouth for a while, Zhou Hang remained silent. This method was incredibly foolish, and if the tongue guard slipped off, there was a risk of accidentally blocking his airway. If it weren't for the superior physical constitution granted by his awakened talent, he wouldn't have resorted to this. Tongue sleeves are not recommended for eating due to genuine risks. The protagonist is a plot device. Do not attempt this. Material accumulation challenge. 3, 2, 1. Go! The island's loudspeaker blared. Damn it! All or nothing. The mysterious grand prize from the pharmacist ship family. It absolutely can't be disappointing. Let's go all out. So what if we have to eat crap? No pain, no gain. Ugh. MMMPH. Almost as soon as the competition began, countless sailors at the surrounding stalls grabbed seemingly appetizing treats like tentacle cakes and sashimi gum, stuffing them into their mouths and chewing away. But, ugh. Within 2.5 minutes, nearly 2/3 of the navigators collapsed onto the ground. Ugh. The vomiting was truly pitiful. Ugh. The sound of vomiting filled the air, a sight that made non-participants cringe. Holy. Why put yourselves through this? Why? Hai watched each navigator with a hint of amusement. The remaining third of the navigators were barely holding on, their faces grim. If you looked closely, you could see their throats spasming and trembling. The first dish, they could force themselves to swallow. But the second? The third? Crunch. Compared to these navigators, Zhou Hang seemed utterly insignificant. Gulp. He alternated between sips of sweet water and bites of fish eye lollipops, eating and drinking like an ordinary person, expressionless. Oh. 1 bottle of tree root sweet water, 5 fish eye lollipops. Let's congratulate this sailor on earning 6 certificates in one go. The stall owner looked utterly stunned. Only after confirming Zhang Hao had finished eating without any sign of vomiting did he hand over the 6 certificates. At that moment, all the navigators, kneeling on the ground vomiting, stared at Zhang Hao as if he were a monster. 6? Holy. You're a monster, right?
6 certificates? You can eat 6 foods? No. Look at his expression. He didn't react at all. Does he even have a sense of taste? The crowd stirred. A few stubborn navigators managed to swallow the first food, grabbed the second, and tried to shove it in their mouths. But after chewing for just a moment, their faces turned dark, their throats convulsed, and they vomited a pool of stomach acid on the floor. Ugh. Ugh. It became clear that no one present could break Zhang Hao's record. Hai looked back at Zhang Hao, his expression frozen in utter horror. He couldn't figure him out. What the hell did that guy do in the bathroom? He had been retching earlier, hadn't he? Did he really go to the bathroom too? Well, you know? Contract meeting second floor. Jiang Minghua held her little notebook, continuously adding points. Love it. Absolutely love it. Can pilot a ship and eat medicine master ship food, the perfect partner. Her eyes fixed on Zhang Hao. Jiang Minghua's expression now resembled that of a lovesick woman. 6 certificates. 6 certificates. The material accumulation challenge. If no one breaks the record within the next 3 minutes, Mr. Zhang Hao will be declared the winner of this competition. The loudspeaker's voice echoed continuously. At that very moment. Zhang Hao. Watch this. Ooh. Ooh. From the corner, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. A gray-haired old man grabbed 7 fisheye lollipops and shoved them into his mouth in one go. Crunch crunch. Amidst the frenzied chewing sounds, Zhou Hang's throat convulsed repeatedly. He nearly had to press his hands tightly against his spasming throat to force the candy down. Phew. 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 He gasped for air, his stomach beginning to cramp. Zhou Hang ignored it all, forcing down 2 gulps of water and fighting back the nausea. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. It's you again. It's always you. This time, no matter what, I won't lose. Guh. Guh. After catching his breath, he reached for the fisheye lollipop again, about to pop it into his mouth. Zhang Hao froze in shock. He stared at the old man for a long moment, utterly baffled. When exactly did he gain an elderly opponent? Who are you? While asking, Zhang Hao also grabbed a few more fisheye lollipops and popped them into his mouth. Crunch crunch. In an instant, every pair of eyes on the island turned to watch the two of them munch away. An unprecedentedly intense big eater contest. Him? Is he the third young master of the Zhou family? He just spoke to me. Do you know him? Hai watched their eating contest with amusement. Good grief, this guy eats 5, that one eats 6. This side eats 6, the other side follows up with 7. Good grief. They're all going all out. The third young master of the Zhou family? You're Zhou Hang? Zhang Hao snapped to attention, staring at Zhou Hang in utter astonishment. Zhou Hang's throat was spasming. His eyes rolled back several times, but he fought back the urge to vomit, gulping down water frantically to suppress the nausea. Ruthless. How could one word even begin to describe it? This wasn't treating his stomach like a human being, it was treating it like a machine. I stake my reputation as the third young master. I cannot lose. After devouring the last fisheye lollipop at the stall, Zhou Hang gasped for breath and turned to Zhang Hao. 17 certificates. This third young master has eaten 17 certificates. TSK. Zhang Hao remained expressionless as he turned to the vendor on his side. Is there any food that gives a big boost to points but has minimal side effects? We have that. Triple layer stinky fish cake. Stinks to the extreme, eat it and get 20 certificates. And of course, I have the ultimate certificate reward. The 6-layer magic sea whale Niklo sand burger. Finish this and you get 50 certificates. Would you like to try it? As he spoke, the vendor pulled out a sinister-looking black 3-layer cake from beneath his stall, along with an absurdly oversized 6-layer burger stuffed with strange gray meat filling. Zhang and Hao were both dumbfounded as their eyes scanned the 2 dishes. BYD, pharmacist boat clan, they don't treat outsiders like human beings. Stinky tofu cake? This wasn't even the strangest. The most bizarre item by far was the night shining sand burger. Night shining sand is a euphemism for piled up feces. Animal excrement does possess certain medicinal properties at times. But turning that stuff into a burger? Are you human? I'll just have the cake. Zhang Hao didn't have the guts to eat the burger, even if it had no taste. But then, just then, a sharp voice rang out, Mo, I'll show you whose choice is right. Zhou Hang, go eat that burger. Lu Ruyan had appeared before the stall at some point, her cold gaze fixed on Mo, eyes brimming with hostility. Oof. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Zhang Hao possibly be compared to Zhou Hang? Zhang Hao is already a 2-star navigator. Is Zhou Hang? Mo didn't back down. Comparing a ship maiden to a navigator was like a wife boasting about her husband's achievements. How could she be outdone? Zhou Hang dares to enter the exploration tournament. Does Zhang Hao dare? Zhang Hao dares. Zhang Hao's even preparing for the E-team race. Does Zhou Hang dare? Zhou Hang dares to eat. Does Zhang Hao dare? Cornered into silence, Lu Ruyan pointed at the 6-layer burger. Mo's lips twitched and she fell instantly silent. Alright. Then you really are impressive. Chapter 174, First Reward, The Strange Map. Can I not eat that thing? Zhou Hang was completely dumbfounded. Eat the night glow sand? What kind of person would do that? Zhou Hang. I'm begging you. I don't want to lose to Mo Yurong. You don't want to lose to Zhang Hao for the rest of your life, do you? A man living in this world has to prove himself, right? Go eat that burger. We'll be number one. We'll meet the higher-ups of the pharmacist ship. Think carefully, is eating this night bright sand worth it? Lu Ruyan's eyes burned with resentment. One misstep leads to another. She knew how foolish she had been. But expecting XXN to publicly admit his mistake? That's impossible. Especially in front of the person she'd once rejected. She refused to be humiliated. Zhou Hang. Under the blood-curdling scream, Zhou Hang gritted his teeth. Fine. For you, for me, for our future, I'll eat it. I'll definitely eat it. He strode resolutely toward the 6-layer burger, lifted it up, and hesitated. MMMPH. Mum. Zhang Hao had already started eating. The stinky fish cake was bizarre, but if you imagined it as stinky tofu, it wasn't so bad. After all, it was at least fish meat. Chewing through layer after layer, Zhang Hao resembled a monster, an emotionless food machine constantly swallowing his meal. He'd nearly finished half the cake but still wasn't satisfied. He opened another bottle of sweet tree juice, drinking and eating simultaneously. His mouth was smeared with cake frosting and tree juice. This scene sent a chill down the spines of those around him. Holy! What a freaking monster! Just looking at that cake made me gag. He's almost finished it. Fine. Take the grand prize. I'm impressed, buddy. Everyone covered their noses, none daring to look closely at Zhang Hao's table for fear of nausea. Zhou Hang. Eat it. Eat it. Seeing Zhang Hao about to finish the 3-layer cake, Lu Ruyan grew frantic, urging him on relentlessly. I. Gulp. Zhou Hang closed his eyes and bit into half the burger. He took just one chew, and a bizarre, foul taste flooded his mouth. He felt a chill run down his spine. With a thud, Zhou Hang's eyes rolled back, the burger still lodged in his mouth as he collapsed to the floor. Gurgle. White saliva spurted from his mouth as his body convulsed. It seemed his body had reached its limit of rejection. Help! It's killing him. Lu Ruyan was startled and immediately began screaming. Several nearby medicine boat sailors approached, checked Zhou Hang's pulse, and immediately dragged him away toward the distant part of the island. Burp. Once Zhou Hang was carried away, Zhang Hao leisurely finished his 3-layer cake. Phew! His stomach involuntarily cramped, and Zhang Hao dared not eat another bite. Congratulations to Zhang Hao. Total certificates earned, 37. This year's Red Stone Tournament. Oh wait! This year's Material Accumulation Tournament champion is none other than him. Your mystery prize will be delivered to you immediately. The announcement echoed through the loudspeaker. All onlookers stared at Zhang Hao as if he were a freak. After the competition ended, no one dared approach him anymore. They merely watched him from afar, keeping their distance. What a thrilling Red Stone Tournament! Zhang Hao. You bastard, you're ruthless. Not as ruthless as that third young master, but winning like that is still impressive. Covering his nose, Hai-Yi gave Zhou Hang a thumbs up before pulling Ghost away from Zhang Hao. They began backing out of the arena. We'll meet tomorrow at the Swamp Domain Exploration Tournament. Thud. With that, Hai-Yi fled the scene as if escaping. Ugh. Zhang Hao wiped his moist lips, about to glance at the boatwomen, only to see them all retreating. You? Zhang Hao, are you really human? Zhou Suxin was the first to stumble back over a dozen steps, staring at Zhang Hao with a look of utter bewilderment. Zhang Hao, you're not having diarrhea, are you? Mo Euro remained relatively composed, though she covered her nose, clearly repulsed by the stench of that 3-layer cake. Probably not. I'll just run to the restroom. Hurrying toward the restroom, Zhang Hao entered a stall and hastily removed the tongue cover from his mouth. The moment it came off, a terrifyingly strange taste surged from his throat, shooting straight to the top of his head. Ugh! Thank goodness! After rinsing it several times under the faucet, the odor finally dissipated. Cough. He splashed water on his face several times at the sink. When Zhang Hao looked up again, he was startled to find that at the adjacent sink, a woman had appeared out of nowhere. Her muscles were taut, her face as expressionless as a corpse, and she bore a strange lip mark. She was staring at him with a smile. Holy! Zhang Hao was utterly devastated. Staring at the mirror, his brain froze for a full 2.5 seconds. No way? Can you imagine? 1 second you're washing your face, the next a weirdo with a white face and ape lips appears beside you? Holy! Hallucinating from eating? Zhang Hao couldn't believe it and splashed cold water on his head again. Plop! Until a pair of strong, powerful hands landed squarely on his shoulders, sending a shiver down Zhang Hao's spine. Like it. This is your prize. A grayish-yellow blueprint, accompanied by a strange, deep voice, was placed on the table. Zhang Hao was completely numb. This isn't an illusion? What the hell is this? What the hell does like even mean? He stiffly lifted his head. The strange man stood right behind him, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha! Ha! Huff! His breathing quickened involuntarily. Zhang Hao snatched the blueprint, forced a calm expression onto his face, and sprinted out of the bathroom. What a nightmare. Pharmacist Ship Island, I'm never coming back. Thud thud thud. He sprinted all the way. Once Zhang Hao was out of sight, Zhang Mingyue covered her mouth, her hands clasped over her chest as she swayed back and forth, her feet tapping excitedly on the floor. I like it. I like it. Even more now. Rustle, rustle, rustle. She pulled out the little notebook from behind her back and scribbled another line. In that secluded bathroom, faced with a beauty like me, he showed absolutely no interest, not even a glance. A true gentleman, an absolute gentleman. Bonus points. Plus 50 points. He. My scoring system for judging men is spot on. Zhang Hao is perfect. I like him, even more now. Zhang Mingyue murmured to herself, completely unaware that her very presence had cast such a deep psychological shadow over Zhang Hao. Evening. On the edge of Pharmacist Ship Island, aboard the Devil Ship. Zhang Hao leaned against the ship's rail, his gaze still unsettled as he stared toward the island. Hey! Zhang Hao, there's a hotel on the island. Why aren't we staying there? Everyone's crammed into your own captain's cabin, it's so crowded. Zhou Suxing grumbled, having already claimed the bridge as her bed. Zhang Hao. You look pale. You. What's wrong? Bai Huan sat beside Zhang Hao and placed her hand on his forehead. I need to tell you guys. There's a monster on this island. Zhang Hao's expression turned solemn. That monster is a full 1.8 meters tall, with a deathly pale face and a mouth as big as a gorilla's. It just stands motionless behind you, then whispers something about liking. Liking? You tell me, isn't that terrifying? Whoa, this. Jin Xinghan froze upon hearing this, silently retreating to a corner of the captain's cabin. Bai Huan shuddered in terror. Stop talking. Stop talking. Quick. Get into the captain's cabin. Thud. The cabin door slammed shut. The devil ship shuddered as it pulled away from Pharmacist Ship Island by 2 li before dropping anchor and settling against the shore. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The evening wind rustled through the air. Because of Zhang Hao's story, no one could sleep. Bored, Zhang Hao decided to unfold the blueprint he'd won as the first-place prize. Unfolding it, they saw the words Swaying Spider Forest written across the entire map. Ha! Isn't this the competition map? This. How could this be? Upon closer inspection, Zhang Hao suddenly realized the map depicted only one scene, a narrow sea channel flanked by towering sea trees whose tops were lost to the sky. The channel stretched endlessly before him, its beginning and end invisible. The trees stretched endlessly on both sides, as if this path had no end. Chapter 175, Swamp Domain Exploration Tournament, Opening. P.S. Seems some folks didn't quite get yesterday's chapters. Zhang Mingyue isn't ugly, she just can't apply makeup. When she does, it's terrifying. She's tall with abs, like a giant-sized Mikasa Ackerman. Maybe my description was off. I've revised all instances of muscular girl to slim-muscled girl. This. I knew there was no way they'd give this to me. So it's just a corner of the map. But, if it's only a corner, why does the map say full view of the shaking spider forest? Staring blankly at the map, Zhang Hao felt something was off. The Swamp Domain Exploration Competition, no one knew the exact details inside. So whoever got a map would hold an overwhelming advantage before the race even started. With this map in hand, how could anyone fear getting lost and trapped? At first glance, Zhang Hao thought it impossible. Wasn't the pharmacist Ship family giving him this as a cheat code? But then, it was only a corner. Well, that's fine then. How could there possibly be a complete map? If there really were a complete map, wouldn't the pharmacist Ship family just go for it themselves? Why bother organizing this exploration contest? TSK. This thing is completely useless. Just this one image? What can you possibly analyze from it? Zhou Suxing leaned in with her head down. After just a glance at the map, she shook her head in boredom. Zhang Hao, I'm telling you, you've wasted all your food today. That's the best you've got? They might as well have given us a component instead. Pouting, Zhou Suxing slumped back down listlessly. The others stared at the map, only grasping bits and pieces. After a moment's thought, Zhang Hao dialed Jiang Yao on his phone. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for only a moment before Jiang Yao's delighted voice came through. Zhang Hao? Are you heading home? No. I'm at Pharmacist Ship Island. And I'm joining your material accumulation tournament. Ha! You went to participate in the Red Stone. Oh no, the material collection contest? I actually came in first. Zhang Hao's voice trailed off and the other side fell silent for a moment. Oh, well, that's pretty impressive, huh? Never mind that. The reward I got was some map of the shaking spider forest. It says it's a full map, but all I see is one screen. Is the top clan reward really this measly? Ha? A complete map? You mean the one with just 2 rows of trees and a sea channel stretching endlessly into the distance? Yep. You know about it? Well, it was actually left behind by that navigator who left the Shaking Spider Forest back then. He said this was the entire Shaking Spider Forest. Everyone in the family who saw it reacted just like you. They all thought he was joking. But he never explained anything. He just insisted this was the full map of the Shaking Spider Forest. He did our medicine ship family proud. Is that so? Running his fingers over the blueprint, Zhou Hang couldn't shake the feeling that this thing held some deeper meaning. Probably. The family can't figure it out either, so they're just giving it away as the grand prize. I see. Alright, maybe I'll find out something when I go inside tomorrow. You, just be careful. The Shaking Spider Forest is really strange. Got it. Beep beep beep. Zhang Yao's final warning echoed through the phone before Zhang Hao abruptly hung up. The moonlight shimmered hazily, casting its glow upon the devil ship as it swayed gently. Looking at the large cargo hold filled with shipmates, all huddled and sleeping on the wooden planks, Zhang Hao frowned. We really need to acquire a base ship soon. The next day. Daybreak. Around 5 in the morning, a large fleet departed from the apothecary ship island, heading toward a section of the sea shrouded in green miasma. As far as the eye could see, the surface of the green miasma was covered with floating green buoys bubbling with gas. So dense it was impossible to gauge their depth. The scene resembled a swamp and a forest. Within this green mist-shrouded zone, thick sea trees grew from beneath the waves, swaying and forming a dense forest spanning nearly 10,000 square meters. They concealed the swamp area, casting it in utter darkness. Those with keen eyesight could discern hidden white spiderwebs connecting the treetops. Swaying Spider Forest. This was the exploration zone of the Swamp Domain Exploration Competition. Rumor had it that not only was escape impossible once inside, but the unlucky might even encounter mutated, demon sea spiders. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. At this moment, vast fleets of boat maidens dared only to halt outside the green waters. After waiting roughly an hour, fewer than 100 boat maidens finally gathered outside the Swaying Spider Forest. At the very front, 10 medicine boat vessels from the Medicine Boat Clan formed a tight blockade, completely sealing off the exit of the Swaying Spider Forest. Clackety-clack. From the central apothecary boat, Jiang Rong led a tall, athletic-built girl wearing a sports tank top onto the deck. Even barefoot, the girl stood nearly 6 feet tall, her slender frame covered in perfectly toned muscles. Beneath her short black hair, her features were delicate yet bold, her cherry red lips full and inviting. Standing motionless beside Jiang Rong, she resembled a flawless female sculpture. Her muscles were sculpted to perfection, not an ounce of excess, yet never appearing bulky. Her abdominal muscles were sharply defined, and the lines of her entire body were nearly flawless, reminiscent of a ballet dancer from a past life. Paired with the icy expression on her face at that moment, anyone looking upon her would think she was some Valkyrie poised to strike. Ahem. Jiang Rong cleared her throat softly. Instantly, dozens of navigators emerged from the countless ships behind her. Everyone. It's time for our annual Swamp Domain Exploration Tournament of the Pharmacist ship family. The rules, I trust one needn't elaborate further? Simply enter the Shaking Spider Forest and emerge with magic sea tree resin to claim victory. Everyone knows how perilous this place is, so please proceed with caution. And to prove the sincerity of our Pharmacist ship clan. For this year's exploration tournament, should anyone succeed in their expedition, the reward shall be 3 years of usage rights to this medicine boat standing beside me. Whether you can forge a permanent contract with her within those 3 years depends entirely on your own skill. As Jiang Rong spoke, several navigators craned their necks, staring in astonishment at the Valkyrie. No way? Just 3 years of using an S-class ship maiden? That's not good enough. I thought it was a permanent contract. Whispers rippled through the unaware sailors. Jiang Rong's lips curved into a smile as she glanced at the girl beside her. The girl nodded, her slender frame taking a few light, graceful steps before leaping into the sea with a splash. Crash. The next moment. Plop, plop, plop. As the girl vanished beneath the waves, the shadow of a massive ship began to emerge from the depths. Roar. Like a sea monster, the churning waves it stirred pushed nearby vessels into swaying motion. Huge. Absolutely enormous. The massive vessel, easily hundreds of meters long, pushed through the waves as it surfaced, instantly silencing all doubts. Put. Puff. Puff. Terrifying steam gushed forth. This colossal vessel, 300 meters long and 60 meters wide, lacked masts but boasted a full 17 decks of space. Like a floating base, it loomed at the entrance to the Swaying Spider Forest. Its entire hull was the gray of tree bark overgrown with strange herbs. At first glance, it didn't resemble a ship. It resembled a landmass covered in herbs, as if it had risen from the depths of the sea. What the hell? Holy! The 3-year charter rights to this ship? Damn it! If we had control of this ship, hauling seafood for 3 years would make us rich. You loser! Hauling cargo? With all these rooms, open a hotel. Useless. What kind of hotel? An international luxury hotel.
In an instant, the murmurs of disappointment before the swaying spider forest erupted into wild cheers.
3 years usage rights to an S-class ship maiden? Put. 3 years of access to a mega cruise ship? We'd kill for that. Wow. So big, so huge. On the devil ship, Euro and the others stared at the colossal pharmacist cruise, their mouths agape in astonishment.
Tap tap tap. Inside the pharmacist cruise, the slender muscled girl stood atop the ship with an air of haughty superiority, surveying all present below.
Suddenly, her gaze locked onto Zhang Hao. Whoa! Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! She's looking at you! She's looking at you! Huan excitedly patted Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao looked puzzled, lifting his eyes to the girl.
He felt strangely familiar with her? Her delicate yet stern face, inexplicably, why did she make him feel a bit afraid? Chapter 176, Swamp Domain Exploration Race, Speed Limit. The moment their gazes met,
Zhang Hao felt panic surge through him, while the aloof girl, standing high above him, suddenly looked flustered.
What should we do? What should we do? I'm not wearing makeup. I'm not wearing makeup.
Zhang Mingyue clearly had no idea whether her made-up or bare-faced self looked better. She had no clue that her made-up appearance had inflicted such indelible trauma on Zhang Hao's young heart. Glancing at Zhang Hao in panic, Zhang Mingyue hurried back into the cabin.
Ha!
Zhang Hao, she seems to have blushed when you looked at her.
Do you know her?
Huan leaned in, her face lit up with gossipy curiosity.
No, I don't. But she looks kind of familiar. Ugh. Why's the back of my neck breaking out in a cold sweat? Could it be because she kinda looks like Akman Mikasa?
Scratching his head, Zhang Hao dismissed the thought. In any case, whether it was practicality, size, or aesthetics, the pharmacist cruise was absolutely what he wanted.
Jian Qinghan. We're ready.
Waving the 4-leaf clover bracelet in his hand, Zhang Hao looked toward the entrance of the swaying spider forest. 10 healer ships had already parted to make way, their deep green buoys drifting out along the sea, carrying a pungent, fishy stench.
Jian
Qinghan hesitated no longer. The purple-blue sword began unfurling across the sea surface. The Swamp Domain Exploration Race wasn't a conventional speed competition, it was a high-risk, life-or-death exploration-type race. In this situation, within Zhang Hao's team, only he could handle such an unusual circumstance. Plop. Skillfully diving into the captain's cabin of the purple-green sword, Zhang Hao switched to combat mode almost instantly. Buzz buzz buzz. The azure, purple-green sword ship glided forward, heading toward the end of the line of shipgirls. Plop plop plop. Though many navigators had come to the shaking spider forest this time, only a handful of ships waited at the entrance to set sail.
1, 3, 10. TSK.
Only 10 ships entered the competition this time.
10 people? Can even one of them make it out?
Zhang Rong scanned the boatwomen at the entrance, her face turning ashen. It was a life-or-death endeavor. Most had come merely to watch. When it came to actually entering, who would risk their lives when they weren't short on money or shipmaids? It's the purple-green sword.
Is that Zhang Hao here? Doesn't he have enough money? Isn't he the son of the Cloud Dragon King? And he's joining this exploration race, too?
Many gathered sailors had already spotted the purple-green sword docked at the entrance, murmuring among themselves. Zhang Rong, too, found herself staring curiously at the purple-green sword. That guy's been making quite a splash lately.
Wonder if he'll make it out.
Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Having witnessed too many prodigies fall, Zhang Rong waved her hand helplessly.
Everyone, get ready. Enter whenever you're prepared. This is an exploration contest, not a speed race. Survive and return no matter how long it takes. As long as you come back alive, you win.
Her voice echoed at the edge of the dense forest. 10 ship maidens, not a single one in a hurry to depart. Put. Beside the purple-blue sword, a peculiar black medium-sized vessel slowly approached. This medium-sized ship maiden was roughly the same size as Euro's vessel, 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, with a sail height of 12 meters. Unlike the demon ship's elegant purple-black hue, this one was a deep inky black. Upon closer inspection, the hull material appeared to be flowing.
Yes. Flowing. The hull resembled a mass of flowing black sand, constantly writhing and pulsating.
To the eye, this black ship appeared as countless masses of fluid black sand coalescing together, perpetually shifting across the sea.
Oi. Zhang Hao, we meet again.
Haiyi's clear voice echoed from within the ghost ship. Zhang Hao shot a peculiar glance at his ship's maiden. This ship felt strange just from its appearance alone.
He wondered what her abilities might be. You shouldn't be short on base ships right now, should you? Why did you enter the competition too?
Curiosity prompted the question, and Haiyi's indifferent voice replied, I don't exactly need one, but I'm curious what it's like inside.
Just taking a stroll, you know? Just wander around?
Recalling Haiyi's character profile, Zhang Hao pondered thoughtfully.
Is he some kind of daily check-in protagonist?
He remained silent, instead turning his gaze to the other ship maidens beside him. From left to right, 2 apothecary ships, likely participating navigators in the Covenant meeting. For large vessels laden with heavy sting armor, 1 peculiar crimson-hulled ship, and the familiar smoke ship. Counting himself and High E, exactly 10 vessels stood side by side before the entrance to the swaying spider forest. But a quarter of an hour passed. 2 quarters passed. Yet no one had set sail to charge in. The atmosphere grew inexplicably awkward and tedious. The exploration race is like this, no need to compare it to speed racing. Who'd compete with ghosts at the starting line? I can't take this anymore. None of you are going in, huh? Fine, I'll start things off. One of the navigators aboard those 4 large ship girls finally snapped. Boom! The massive hull pushed through the viscous green buoyancy, heading straight into the swaying spider forest. Plop, plop, plop. His start wasn't exactly a catapult launch, but it was clearly no slouch either. The result? Once inside the gloomy spider forest flanked by sea trees, the vessel moved as though stuck in quicksand, crawling at a snail's pace through the green slime. Damn it! What the hell is this? An angry shout echoed from the cabin of the large ship maiden. Puff puff puff. Almost the instant she activated her engines, the remaining 9 ship maidens all lined up behind the large ship maiden, forming a vertical 1 formation. Damn it! Damn it! You all think I'm here to clear the way for you, huh? What if I just stop clearing it? Keeping a constant watch on the sounds behind them, the movements of the lead large ship maiden came to an abrupt halt. He. Not going any further? Once you're in here, it's not up to you anymore. Crash. Just as the lead large boat maiden halted abruptly on the buoy, the second large boat maiden behind her slammed into her stern, pushing her forward slowly through the buoy. Pop. 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 Bubbles continuously burst on the green buoy. The marsh path between the sea trees on either side was clearly 10 meters wide. Yet now, everyone silently followed the large ship, moving forward slowly. Damn it! Damn it! You bastard! Just you wait! A furious shout erupted from the front row. The second large ship maiden echoed with mocking laughter. Oh yeah, I'm waiting. With this terrain, you dare be the first to turn around? In these floating currents, the hull can't even maneuver. You'll never turn around and target me again in this lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Mocking laughter echoed through the shady passageway. Each time the front vessel attempted to turn, its hull felt glued in place, shifting with clumsy sluggishness. Just as it began to pivot its bow, the second large ship maiden rammed into its stern. With a thunderous crash, it slammed straight back into its original course. He couldn't turn around at all. Swaying spider forest, the first one in was. Puff puff puff. Plop plop plop. Straight ahead, 7th position. Zhou Hang silently observed the commotion ahead, staring at the data on the helm and pausing in thought. Purple-blue sword battle mode. Propeller RPM 99 plus 180-50. Yaw stability 99 plus 1. Sail mast wind storage 99 plus 1. Sturdiness 99 plus 1 150. Anchor stability 99 plus 1 greater than 125. Endurance 99.5. The propeller's rotation speed is actually capped by a full 50 points. The danger of the shaking spider forest isn't just being trapped inside, there are magic sea spiders and floating bog plants drifting in the waterways. These things severely limit your speed. If a normal race is like a highway, then the swaying spider forest is a speed-limited road. Chapter 177, Swamp Domain Exploration Race, Crisis Looms. Part 1. MMPH. 10 consecutive boat maidens moved slowly through the green marsh, gradually fading from the sight of those outside the swaying spider forest. Click. On the lead medicine boat, Jiang Rong activated the live feed connected to the competing vessels. With a hum, a projection shot from the apothecary boat onto the sea surface. Plop, plop, plop. In the footage, 10 vessels continued their monotonous journey. Lush, identical thick sea trees lined both sides of the channel. Green marshes stretched ahead, green marshes stretched behind, straight as an arrow, seemingly endless. If not for the ship's motion, anyone watching would have thought the scene had frozen in time. Damn it! I can't take this anymore. How boring is this? Muttered a navigator who had never participated in the swamp domain exploration race before. This race is so boring, right? The speed race would be tearing it up right now. But here? 10 ship maidens glide through the green marsh like vintage cars, slowly, leisurely, as if time itself had slowed. Boring? Ha. All I can say is you're too young. Repetition is the most terrifying thing. Think about it, if the path you see remains unchanged forever and you can never escape it? Wouldn't you break down? An older navigator shook his head with a sigh. Hearing this, the young navigator looked at the scene again and felt an inexplicable sense of dread. An unchanging scene? It meant there was no point of difference, no way to tell where he truly was, or how to escape. That was the true, hidden terror. Have they already reached the point of no return? The young navigator asked. The older navigator shook his head. No, not yet. Typically, during the annual exploration tournament, communication is lost when the first wave of magic sea spiders appears.
Holy! It's that terrifying? Thank goodness I didn't participate.
Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd.
On the demon ship, Euro's fists clenched unconsciously. Zhou Hang. Is he okay? Relax, relax. Don't you know Zhou Hang's talent?
This competition allows the use of talents, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Zhou Sushin offered rare reassurance to Euro, though her brow furrowed tighter than anyone else's. As for Bai Huan,
she hadn't paid much attention to the dull scenes from start to finish, instead staring intently in the direction of the pharmacist ship crews, her mind filling in a series of scenarios.
Could it be Zhang Hao's childhood sweetheart? Who moved here because of relocation? Reunited after over a decade? Lost in her own imaginings, Bai Huan let out a silly chuckle. Meanwhile, plop plop plop.
At some point during the long, straight stretch of the journey, the already gloomy marsh road grew even more foreboding.
Drip, drip.
Occasionally, a few droplets of yellowish-brown water seeped through the dense canopy.
Plop. Ha! What the heck? Why, is it sticky?
Inside the lead vessel, the large ship maiden captain's cabin, Lin Pingong touched the sticky yellow viscous liquid on his head, sniffed it, and instantly felt nauseated. A fishy stench, a foul odor like the putrid smell of rotting food piled up for years.
It was so foul it was unbearable. What the hell? What the hell is this? He instinctively looked up.
From the cracks in the deck above the cabin, viscous fluid kept seeping through. If his gaze shifted just a bit further, following the line of sight from the shipmaiden toward the ceiling above.
Snap! 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 The next moment, Lin Gongping's eyes widened instantly. Holy! Holy! That scared the hell out of me. Directly above the ship's deck, high within the dense canopy, a black and red spotted spider as big as a small car hung upside down, swaying back and forth as it slid toward the hull of the large shipmaiden. Damn it! Damn it! Speed up! Speed up!
Lin Ping's first instinct was to hit the accelerate button hard, trying to outpace the sea spider.
But, rat. The propeller was completely submerged in the swamp liquid, unable to turn even an inch. The hull crawled along the water's surface like a snail. Gong Ping! We can't move! We can't move! I'm covered in this sticky slime. Help me! Fairness!
The particle light show of the shipmaiden was now utterly horrified, her entire body flickering incessantly.
Snap snap snap. The massive shadow plummeting from the sky also caught the attention of the other trailing vessels. Particularly the second, large shipmaiden.
Inside her captain's cabin, a bespectacled, triangular-eyed, frail navigator wore a wicked grin.
It's here! I knew it! The first-place ship would meet with disaster.
When you're being devoured by the sea spider, I'll slip past you, seize first place, and press on. I, Park Chang, am the most prepared.
Boom!
A colossal, demon sea spider had already landed on the deck of the avant-garde, large ship maiden. Its terrifying form barely touched down before its velvety spider legs revealed barbed claws. Instantly, its pincers spewed a torrent of yellow slime, splattering across the ship's roof.
Ploo. The foul-smelling liquid coated the hull.
It seemed certain this corrosive fluid would instantly burn through the large ship maiden.
You're dead. Now. You and your ship will both perish. Park Chang shouted excitedly, gripping the helm with both hands, ready to break away from the one formation. But, at that very moment, a mocking voice echoed from within the lead, large shipmaiden, finished? Hardly. I told you. I would get my revenge. Fair and open. Deploy formation. Lin Clan talent, chain of iron. Yes. Clank, clank, clank.
Almost the instant the voice finished, a sinister black chain abruptly extended from the stern of the large shipmaiden, ahead, clanking loudly as it latched onto Park Chang's vessel. Behind his vessel, two identical, large shipmaidens instantly accelerated, closing in to encircle Park Chang's shipmaiden in a triangular formation.
Clank, clank, clank.
All three ships simultaneously released chains, linking together to form a triangle that completely immobilized Park Chang's shipmaiden. They then released chains again, connecting them to Park Chang's shipmaiden.
Strangely enough,
after the three chain links locked in place, the large hull, which had been corroded by the spider venom, remained completely unscathed. But Park Chang's shipmaiden began rapidly corroding and smoking without warning.
Terrifying white smoke billowed upward.
Visibly, the planks of Park Chang's shipmaiden instantly decayed. His shipmaiden immediately screamed in agony, "Help!
Help me!" Plop.
The door to the captain's cabin swung open, revealing Park Chang's body, now burned beyond recognition.
His twisted features caved in and wrinkled as he stared at the pus-covered hull ahead, then glanced back, filled with grief and fury. Damn it! Damn it! You were faking it from the very start. You knew perfectly well about the first-place disadvantage. You deliberately stayed ahead just to team up with your brother and use the second-place finisher as a scapegoat. Right? The horse? Strange shouts echoed through the air before Lin Pingdong's mocking voice finally drifted in. Got it now? Too bad. Too late. After spewing its venom, the demon sea spider atop the ship lunged its razor-sharp claws toward the captain's cabin. After a series of stabs, Lin Ping's hull showed no signs of damage. In contrast, on Park Guk-chang's ship, boom! Splintered planks erupted as a massive gash instantly tore open across his charred, mangled body. His chest, a gaping, black hole exploded clean through his chest. Plop! As countless holes pierced the hull of the large ship maiden, green swamp water flooded in. Park Guk-chang's eyes widened as he and his ship maiden plunged into the foul-smelling mire. Chapter 178, Swamp Domain Exploration Race, Crisis Looms. Part 2. Rumble. Ripples spread across the still green marsh. Park Guk-chang was dead, and his ship maiden had not survived either. Plop, plop, plop. Lin Ping's ship maiden, crushed beneath the demon sea spider, remained unscathed despite being covered in pus. Snap, snap, snap. Seemingly exhausted from its assault, the giant spider dangling from its silk retreated into the air, swaying as it watched the three large boat maidens, linked by iron chain ranks, sail away. Plop, plop, plop. In an instant, the Lin brothers' fleet became separated from the main convoy. No one dared approach them now. The remaining 6 vessels gradually slowed their pace. At the same moment, damn it! I always thought the second ship was the one getting the advantage. Who knew he was the unlucky one who got set up? Impressive, truly. What's more terrifying than ghosts is the human heart. I never imagined that Lin Ping, who acted like he was the one set up, actually did it on purpose with the first boat girl to sail out. Damn! Those 3 brothers snatched the top spot. The exit of the shaking spider forest was now filled with a cacophony of murmurs. Such a twist seemed beyond anyone's expectations. Is that chain of iron? Isn't that the talent that shares damage? Zhou Sushin stared at the projection, her expression puzzled. But how come that big ship didn't take a single scratch? Could it be that Lin Gongping distributed the damage to Lin Gongzheng and Lin Gongkai? And then the 3 brothers simultaneously distributed the split damage to Park Guk-chang? Mo Euro pointed at the 3 vessels linked by the chain of iron, offering a tentative guess. Yu Ruo, how did you come up with that? Zhou Sushin was taken aback. For the first time, she began to look at Zheng Hao's chief boatwoman with newfound respect. Spending too much time with Zheng Hao seems to have sharpened my reflexes. Mo Euro scratched her head, while Zhou Sushin frowned solemnly. Is that so? Then I'll have to ask him to take me out on the boat more often. Puff puff puff. Inside the swaying spider forest, with the departure of the Lin brothers trio, the current 6-person team now sailed in a formation led by 2 medicine master ships, followed by Zhang Hao in second place, Hai Yi in third, Zhou Hang in fourth, and the red monster ship bringing up the rear. Tick-tock, tick-tock. From the pitch-black skies above, viscous liquid continued to drip down intermittently. Zhang Hao's face was tense, a dice of fate already appearing in his hand. The purple-green sword was formidable, but he couldn't afford to end up like Lin Gongping, his entire body corroded by pus. Hey, hi, are you still planning to compete? You, turning to look at Hai Yi behind him, Zhang Hao froze in shock, because Hai's ghost ship had vanished without a trace. Behind him was Zhou Hang's smoke ship. What the hell? Where is he? Zhang Hao scanned the area. The enemy's figure wasn't anywhere within the swaying spider forest. It's a skill? Was it that ship maiden's skill? No response came from Hai Yi. Zhang Hao couldn't tell if Hai Yi had teleported away using a spatial skill, or was deliberately silent and invisible. He stopped worrying about Hai Yi's whereabouts and instead kept glancing behind him. Rat rat rat. The previously silent, smoke ship, began violently shaking. Streams of black smoke billowing from various points along its hull. That bastard Zhou Hang, still trying to kill me. Zhang Hao's face remained tense, but he held his ground. With the stats of the combat form purple-blue sword, he was still safe as long as he avoided the corrosive effects of the spider venom. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Inside the smoke ship captain's cabin, Zhou Hang's hair had turned completely white. His frame was hunched and gaunt, his entire face twisted like wrinkled tree bark. Even now, leaning against the helm, he began to pant heavily with exhaustion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the flickering particle light, Lu Ruyan's features rapidly contorted into a grimace. Zhou Hang, we must win this time. Otherwise, Otherwise we'll never get another chance. Cough cough cough. I know. Without using this power, we have no chance of winning here. For now, we must fight to the death. Zhou Hang, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay. Put. A terrifying black mist erupted behind the fleet in an instant, shrouding the entire
winding marsh path in pitch darkness.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A foul, black wind swept through.
The smoke ship remained motionless,
as if waiting for an opportunity. At the same moment, off to one side of the fleet, within the black mist, faint ripples of light could be glimpsed through the fog,
though they remained indistinct. She maneuvered alongside the purple-blue sword,
deliberately controlling her speed. Hai toyed with the empty palm of the ghost ship, now watching the encroaching black mist with amusement. Holy crap, what a den of hidden talents. I thought I was the only one holding back. Who knew everyone here was a master? Zhou Hang's ability. He's up to no good, but as long as you don't mess with me, go ahead. Traveling outside the formation,
Hai found himself before the captain's cabin, a space devoid of everything but the blinding daylight.
Yes, completely empty.
His hands seemed to be suspended in midair, as if touching something tangible.
Hai, do you like this sneaky feeling?
The ghostly particles of light abruptly materialized,
wrapping around Hai from behind in an instant.
The little boat girl's eyes brimmed with a sickeningly playful and teasing emotion, her lips curling into a wicked grin.
Damn it, ghost, are you trying to scare me to death? The sudden embrace made Hai jump in fright. TSK.
You look adorable when you're scared.
Do you like this feeling being in front of everyone, yet no one knows who you are? Why does this amazing skill called invisibility sound so naughty coming from you? TSK. Oh, am I suggestive? Then who was it last time who dragged me into the Collins family's eldest daughter's bedroom? And did it, right in front of that woman? Ahem. I like it a lot. The conversation was getting way off track.
Hai helplessly clasped the small hands wrapped around his chest.
Before him, a panel flashed into view visible only to him. Ghost ship. Propeller RPM, 102. Lateral stability, 100. Sail mast wind storage, 90. Stiffness, 85. Anchor stability, 105. Endurance, 110. Hull rating, S+. Ability, Phantom Stealth. Phantom Stealth, form I when the hull remains stationary. The flowing black sand on its surface undergoes photosynthesis,
blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment to enter an invisible state.
Phantom Stealth, form 2 while the vessel is in motion.
Phantom Stealth can be actively engaged.
Each second of stealth reduces engine speed by 1 point until it reaches 0, cancelling invisibility. Note, stealth duration can be controlled by managing engine speed. Ghost Stealth is the most prized skill of Hai's Ghost-class vessel. This ability is incredibly game-changing,
whether in competitions or real life.
Of course,
how one uses it and what one does with it is entirely a matter of personal discretion.
Vroom vroom vroom. Due to the effect of Ghost Stealth, the Ghost's speed began to gradually decrease. Already falling behind the smoke, Ghost tilted her head, lifting her face to look at Hai from behind him. Hai, you're using your skill now. Did you see something? He looked intently into Hai's eyes with practiced ease.
The other's pupils were emitting a faint starlight.
That's right. I've already seen the future. In 2.5 minutes, on this road,
a swarm of spiders will appear.
Chapter 179, Swamp Domain Exploration Tournament, Crisis Looms. Part 3, Spiders.
A swarm of spiders.
Upon hearing this,
Ghost's expression paused momentarily, yet showed not a trace of fear.
What about a spider swarm?
As long as I stay perfectly still,
they won't see me. Reduce propeller speed. While moving, activate Ghost Stealth. When stationary, resume normal speed and enter Ghost Stealth.
The Ghost specifications were practically flawless for combat, though perhaps a bit unfriendly for racing competitions.
TSK. Why isn't the future check-in system responding?
I'm in the shaking spider forest,
right? I'm moving forward, aren't I?
Completely ignoring the so-called spider swarms,
Hai had originally intended to see what rewards await when the future approaches the checkpoint. Instead,
he saw the spider swarms.
Could it be that in the future, I can't get close to the center of the shaking spider forest?
A map flashed through his mind.
His position clearly showed forward movement, yet he hadn't gotten any closer to the check-in location. Damn it. What the hell is going on here?
Scratching the back of his head in confusion,
Hai fell deep in thought. How could he keep moving forward yet remain motionless relative to his target? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black mist grew thicker and thicker, already enveloping the remaining 5 ships' entire route. Puff puff puff.
Green swamp juice continued to bubble and churn.
Under the layered canopy of trees, visibility was dim. In the distance,
the ships of the Lin brothers sailed farther and farther away, suddenly vanishing from sight.
How did they vanish? Could it be there's a bend ahead? This damn monotonous swamp zone, is the terrain finally changing?
A delighted voice rang out from the frontmost herbalist boat.
Jia, something's not right.
I recall that in all previous swamp domain exploration races,
there's never been a bend in the road.
A steady voice followed from the trailing apothecary boat.
Brother Jaren, you're overthinking it, aren't you?
What do you mean there's no curve? It just wasn't recorded, right?
If there was no bend ahead, did those 3 ships just vanish into thin air?
In the forward, pharmacist ship's captain's cabin.
Jia shook his head dismissively.
The 2 brothers were the second pair to enter the exploration race as siblings,
following the Lin brothers.
In a life or death competition like this, who else but blood brothers would dare to team up? Unlike the Lin brothers, however, both Jia and Jia possessed S-class talent and had signed contracts with the apothecary ship at the contract assembly.
Relax. Anyway, with the pharmacist ship as our backup, I think. Snap. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom.
Jia had barely finished speaking. Above their heads, a series of strange sounds erupted, dense as the clattering of frenzied strings.
The sounds echoed down. Looking up, they saw over a dozen red and black spiders, each as large as a small car, dangling upside down as they slid down their silk threads from the treetops.
Swish swish swish, swish swish swish,
their massive bodies writhed, casting dark, spherical shadows upon the water's surface. Instantly,
these shadows grew larger and larger,
enveloping the entire waterway. Splash splash.
2 red and black spiders immediately descended toward the 2 apothecary ships,
their pincers splayed as if preparing to spew venom.
Holy,
so many!
Jia glanced upward, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably.
Hey, bro, what are you spacing out for?
Pharmacist ship,
activate your ability. Jia Ren's urgent voice rang out. Before the 2 suspended, demon sea spiders could attack, thick green miasma began billowing from the hold of the second pharmacist ship, drifting upward.
Buzz. The fog barrier of the apothecary's intoxicating mist exploded precisely above the 2 ships.
The 2 demon sea spiders, previously menacing and fierce, entered a state of paralysis upon entering the toxic mist.
Their descent halted abruptly,
and they froze rigidly within the green fog barrier.
Good. How could these dumb spiders possibly stand a chance against the apothecary's drowsy incense? Jia watched the suspended demon sea spiders overhead, his face breaking into a wild grin.
What are you standing around for? Run now. Oh, behind him, Jia Ren's urgent shouts echoed relentlessly. Only then did Jia snap back to reality, racing straight ahead.
Buzz.
But, strangely, after accelerating straight ahead, no curves appeared in front.
After a burst of speed, the vanished Lin brothers' fleet reappeared before their eyes.
Ugh! What the hell is going on?
Staring blankly at the 3 large ships ahead,
Jia Ren was utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Didn't they vanish? We were still heading straight ahead. How did they reappear? Confused, he scanned his surroundings.
Even the swarm of spiders that had been falling from above moments ago had vanished without a trace.
SSS-tier. At that very moment,
at the entrance to the shaking spider forest, everyone watched the footage streaming in from the front lines,
their expressions turning grim. Holy, so many spiders. This can't be a giant spider nest, can it?
Duh. It's called the shaking spider forest. How could there not be spiders?
Damn it. The apothecary ship really delivers.
Too bad Zhou Hang used up 1 dose of apothecary's charm. If we run into more spider swarms later, we're screwed. The Zhou brothers both have S-class talent.
No need for you to worry about them. Whispers and sighs filled the air.
Buzz.
But in that very moment,
the feed suddenly flickered without warning. The frontline feed inexplicably showed only the 5 boatmaids of the Lin brothers and Zhou brothers.
Puff puff puff. Plop plop plop.
The endless green marsh stretched straight ahead. The shadowy sea trees still cast their lush shade. Yet the other 4 boat maidens who had been tailing them had vanished from sight.
What about the remaining 4 boat women? And, what about the spiders that just swarmed overhead?
Zhang Rong stared at the situation in the navigation system, her expression strange. She had a gut feeling that the secret of the shaking spider forest might lie within these few seconds of upheaval.
Where's Zhang Hao? Ha! Where's Zhang Hao? On the devil ship. Zhou Sushin stood on tiptoe, straining to see the inverted footage.
Since only the medicine ship was equipped with real-time recording devices, everyone could only observe the competition's progress through the medicine ship's route.
But now, in mere seconds, the boat girl behind her, the spider overhead, had vanished from view? What the hell? Zhou Sushin's face was tense as she stared motionless at the sea. Mo pressed her lips tightly together.
Her fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned white.
Zhang Hao has Sister Qinghan with him. He won't be in danger. But why? In just a few seconds, Zhang Hao was pulled out of the picture entirely? Something's not right. Sister Qinghan isn't slow. Could it be? Could it actually be the second zone? Ha!
Zhou Sushin muttered under her breath.
Mo looked at her with a strange expression. The second section? You mean, even though it still looks like a straight track, it actually entered the second section of the race during those few seconds when the pharmacist ship accelerated? Yes, though the visuals here are identical.
The race zone has changed.
Those spiders are assigned to the first zone. They won't enter the second zone. But that doesn't make sense either. Even if it is the second zone, shouldn't we still be able to see what's behind us? Could it be because of the terrain? Was there actually a curve just now? But since the surroundings look identical, we couldn't tell there was a curve?
This, Zhou Sushin explained as Mo narrowed her eyes at the projection.
Deep down, she still felt that the shaking spider forest wasn't as simple as it seemed.
That map Zhang Hao drew that night.
What exactly does it mean? She lowered her head in deep thought,
her brow furrowing into a frown.
At the same time, shaking spider forest. Snap. Boom boom boom.
Green miasma swirled high above, where two demon sea spiders remained frozen in the mist.
Two herbalist ships vanished from sight, unnoticed by anyone, because at that very moment, black mist engulfed the entire green marsh route. Within the darkness, faint rustling sounds of something falling echoed. Zhang Hao couldn't make out the scene ahead,
but faintly heard the sound of rapid descent overhead.
Squinting,
he could make out a massive silhouette rapidly materializing above the pitch-black expanse.
It was the demon sea spider.